Family, who could have thought that I, 4-year-old Naruto Uzumaki, tore off the talisman with the word seal on it, causing my golden-haired handsome dad's chakra shadow to appear and shout at me. What are you doing? This all started when I crossed over and became what everyone called a monster, accidentally gaining consciousness in my body and meeting the Nine Tails, and then things just kept getting crazier, let me tell you. That day, I did something big. With a rip, I directly tore down the talisman that had the word seal written on it. Right after, golden-haired handsome guy appeared with a duong sound, pointing at my nose and yelling, "Naruto, how old are you? Are you crazy? What are you doing? Hey, wait a minute. This story needs to be told from the beginning. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm 4 years old, and I'm known as a monster in Konoha. Let me tell you, every day, I go out feels like going to battle, with rotten eggs and spoiled vegetable leaves being thrown at me. The villagers using a 3D surround-style attack to hit me with all kinds of rubbish. The way they look at me, it's as if I'm not a person, but a walking biological weapon. Monster, get out. Stay away from him, or you'll be eaten. Family, who understands? I'm only 4 years old. I haven't even slaughtered a village. So how did I become a monster? My grandma, who just passed away a month ago, told me every day how awesome my parents were as heroes. I was wondering, is this some kind of new scam? That day, I returned home covered in fresh fruits and vegetables, feeling really stifled, so I climbed up to the roof to catch some wind. Looking down at the lights of thousands of homes, the laughter of adults and children, let me tell you, at that moment I really broke down. I was thinking, what is the meaning of my existence? Am I just a free KPI target for these villagers? Just then a gust of wind blew in, and wow, it blew me right off the roof. My mind went blank, and my hand instinctively reached out, but then pulled back. I thought, whatever, let it in, this life is too boring. So what happened? When I opened my eyes again, I found myself soaking in a dark sewer with the water up to my knees. I thought, which scoundrel stole the manhole cover? I gritted my teeth and walked forward, and not long after, I saw a gigantic iron door with that same seal I just torn off stuck on it. Behind the door, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened, and a giant fox with 9 tails roared at me as if it had gone mad. "You little brat. Do you dare to commit suicide? Do you know that if you die, I die too? I've never seen such a heartless Jinchuriki." At that moment, my eyes turned into 2 question marks, and I said, "Huh? A summoning beast? Living in a sewer? Buddy, your living conditions are a bit shocking." The big fox was so angry that its 9 tails waved around, saying this was my body and I had entered his consciousness. I said, "Oh," and scratched my head awkwardly. Well, it was an accident, purely an accident. I didn't mean to die, but I also didn't think much about living. It paused for a moment, then showed a "come on, be afraid of me" expression, saying, "Aren't you afraid of me? I'm the strongest tailed beast, the 9 tails." I laughed at that moment and said, "Afraid of you?" I had already guessed there was something in my body. With how the villagers reacted, "You must be ridiculously strong. Even the 3rd Hokage can't handle you, so you can only stay here with me. Besides, you're fluffy and quite cute, we'll call you 9 tails." The 9 tails was completely dumbfounded and said, "You should hate me. I'm the one who made you like this. Come on, hate me, get stronger, and stomp on those who bully you." I tilted my head and looked at it. "Why hate? Didn't you just say we're in the same boat? If I hate you, wouldn't that mean I hate myself? I'm not that boring. Seriously, for 4 years, you're the first friend I can talk to. By the way, how do you get out?" The 9 tails probably got confused by my unique way of thinking and instinctively revealed the method to unlock it. Let me tell you, I'm all about execution. As soon as it finished speaking, I rushed up and with a rip, I tore that talisman. At that moment, my cheap dad, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze's chakra shadow, appeared with a duong, looking at me in horror. I completely ignored him, quickly formed a few hand seals from muscle memory, and turned toward my stomach, and with a crack, the huge iron door that was keeping the 9 tails closed opened. My dad's shadow immediately crashed, turning gray, holding his head and wailing, "It's a dream. It must be a dream. I don't believe it." The 9 tails was also stunned, reaching out a claw to test it, and realized it could really come out. I climbed onto the 9 tails' head in a few jumps, tugging at its ears and shouting, "9 tails, let's go. We're going to smash all those guys' shops. Revenge." When my dad heard revenge, he panicked and yelled at me about what I was trying to do. The 9 tails couldn't take it anymore and directly used shadow clone technique, showing a live broadcast of all the beatings, scoldings I had endured over the years, and just now jumping off the roof. After watching, my dad completely broke down. He initially wanted me to be a hero, but the villagers treated me like a plague. He hugged me tightly and kept apologizing, saying he was sorry for me. I was still there encouraging the 9 tails to cause trouble, but the 9 tails unexpectedly, with one tail, swatted me down and lazily said, "Little brat, if I go out now, definitely get beaten up by the 3rd Hokage, and if they seal me even tighter, it's not worth it. They'll consider it after you leave the village." I thought about it, and it made sense, but I pouted and said, but I'm being chased and beaten every day. If one day I really die, wouldn't that drag you down with me? My dad couldn't take it anymore and hugged me tightly, saying, you still have me and your mom. To give me some hope, he told me about a forbidden technique called Edo Tensei, saying that if I learned it, I could bring them back to life. Wow, I was instantly invigorated. Life had a goal now. I patted my chest and promised that not only would I learn this technique, but I would also make everyone in the village recognize me. Before my dad disappeared, he solemnly warned me that the matter of unsealing the Nine Tails must never be told to anyone, especially the third Hokage. Then he even knelt down to ask the Nine Tails to lend him some chakra so he could stay longer as a shadow. The Nine Tails clicked its tongue, cursing that he was a shameless human, but still extended a tail to transfer chakra to him. The next second, I thudded down from a dare, crashing right into a fruit stall, smashing watermelons all over the place. The stall owner rushed out ready to hit me, and I quickly climbed onto a nearby table, using all my strength to shout at everyone on the street, Naruto Uzumaki. From today on, I will no longer run away. I will make all of you recognize me. I want to become Hokage. Guess what? The villagers were deeply moved and then threw even more vegetables, slippers, and benches at me. Great, talking alone doesn't work. I nimbly dodged all the projectiles and ran away in a flash. That night, the third Hokage quietly appeared in my room, probably sensing a momentary surge of Nine Tails chakra. Just as he was about to check my seal, he heard me mumbling in my sleep. Daddy stopped his outstretched hand in midair, sighed, and disappeared. From that day on, I changed my way of living. During the day, I became the most dazzling guy on the streets of Konoha. I ran around everywhere, always followed by a large group of furious villagers. Catch him. That little monster stole my frying pan, my dad's pen, my grandma's foot-binding cloth, my adult magazine. I returned to my little broken house with a pile of loot, not to cause destruction, but to painstakingly fix these things. In the middle of the night, I would sneak out and return the repaired items to their original spots at people's doorsteps, while also cleaning up the graffiti I had drawn during the day. One night, my great-grandfather caught me and asked why I was going through all this trouble. I told him I wanted to get everyone's attention, but I didn't know how. He sighed, didn't scold me, and sat down to help me fix the junk. Gradually, the villagers changed what they called me from monster to little rascal. Although they still chased me, it felt more like a unique daily task. Until one day, during a heavy rain, I slipped and fell face first into the muddy water, too exhausted to move even a finger. The group chasing me surrounded me, and I thought I couldn't escape the beating this time. But the tall leader of the group didn't even glance at me on the ground. He asked the others, have you seen that little rascal? Everyone unanimously said no, then quietly placed their umbrellas next to me and turned to leave. Before long, I was surrounded by colorful umbrellas, like a little fortress. What will my family know? At that moment, I couldn't hold back my tears. My nose felt incredibly sore. That night, I entered that sewer space again. As soon as I saw the nine-tailed fox, I lunged at it. It pinned me to the ground, growling that I shouldn't come near it because it hated humans the most. I said, come on, let's be reasonable. I don't want to be human either. Besides, you're my only friend. My father's shadow appeared again, crying and trying to hug me. The nine-tailed fox looked at us, twitched its mouth, and surprisingly gave me a fluffy tail as a pillow. It suddenly chuckled and said it had a great idea to dye my blank slate black and turn me into its exclusive tool. My father was jumping up and down in panic, but I had already fallen asleep against its warm tail. The next day, just as I was about to continue my looting business, I was grabbed by the muscular man from the watermelon stand, Yu Guanhai. He pulled out a bill, and behind it, I'm dazzled by the zeros, saying I have to compensate him for those top-notch watermelons that I smashed and was going to give to the Uchiha clan. Where do I have money? So, I became his exclusive child labor and started my working career. Little brat, deliver the goods. Boss Yu Guanhai pointed at the mountain of goods and threw me a map. The destination is the Uchiha mansion at the far west of the Leaf Village. I struggled to carry the goods, crossing half of Konoha, and finally arrived at my destination. Wow, that yard is bigger than our entire grocery street. I casually grabbed a black-haired kid who was practicing throwing shurikens and asked for directions. Hey kid, where's the most luxurious house here? The kid, who turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke, looked so cool as if everyone owed him money and completely ignored me. I circled around him, babbling for a while, asking if he was mute, and even sympathetically handed him an orange. He finally snapped and threw a shuriken at me. Who do you think I am? After 4 years of dodging trash, my reflexes are sharp. I caught it effortlessly and flicked it back, hitting the red center of the target behind him. Sasuke was stunned on the spot. He obediently led me to the place, and when I put down the goods, I couldn't help but exclaim, This house is amazing. I really want to meet the owner. He smirked proudly and said, That's me. This is my home. I took a look at him. Not likely. It should be your dad's house. Stop rambling. Who are you? I pointed at myself with my thumb, brimming with confidence. I am Naruto Uzumaki, destined to become Hokage. Who knew that the word Hokage would trigger him like stepping on his tail? He instantly exploded, shouting for me to get out, saying that if it weren't for Hokage, their Uchiha clan wouldn't have been driven to this broken corner. Just then, a beautiful older sister with long braids walked out of the house. Oh, only upon hearing her voice did I realize it was his brother, Itachi Uchiha. I smiled at him playfully, then said to Sasuke, Sasuke, I will definitely become Hokage, and we will meet again soon. After saying that, I walked away gracefully, waving my hand like a little son under the stunned gaze of the two brothers. Itachi tilted his head, looked at my back, and asked Sasuke, Friend? I'll tell you, I was in the field with that kid Sasuke catching loaches, and we were having a great time when suddenly he let out a hiss. I rushed over to see what happened, and to my surprise, he had a small cut on his index finger, and blood was dripping out. What happened, Sasuke? I asked. It's nothing. I think I touched a sharp piece of wood. He replied with a frown. At that moment, I didn't know what got into me. Without saying a word, I grabbed his hand and stuck his muddy finger in my mouth. I thought that if I cleaned it out, it wouldn't get infected, and I could just spit it out afterward. Family, who understands? I was just trying to help, but Sasuke's face turned bright red, like a ripe tomato, and he mumbled quietly, It's really dirty, you know? I couldn't help but laugh. What's going on? You're all muddy like a little monkey. He laughed too. Aren't you the same? Just like that, the two little mud people giggled as they walked home. When we got close to his house, he originally wanted to invite me in to take a shower before leaving, but as soon as he saw his dad's shoes at the door, he immediately got nervous and whispered to me, Naruto, let's just stop here. Just as I was about to say okay, I saw a middle-aged man radiating an aura that screamed stay away, walk out. The look in his eyes, wow. It was so intimidating it seemed like he was ready to eat someone. Sasuke instinctively shrank back behind me, scared. As soon as I saw him, I thought, oh, this must be his legendary, extremely strict father. I'm not afraid of him at all. I walked right up to him, smiling brightly. Oh, you must be Sasuke's father. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, Uncle Fugaku. Uncle? You wouldn't believe it. His eternally icy expression cracked open a little. I guess no one has ever dared to call him that in his life. Yes. I casually grabbed a handful of slippery loaches from my fish basket and stuffed them into his arms. I often hear the boss mention your name. These are the ones I caught with Sasuke today. I'm sharing half with you. They're really delicious. His outfit, which looked like it could pay for several months of my salary, instantly got covered in a bunch of sticky things. He looked down at the loaches in his arms, then at me, stunned. Half? As soon as I heard that, I thought, hey, isn't that too little? No way. I still need to save half for Hinata. As for Niji, just one piece will do for him. After saying that, I waved my hand, grabbed my precious fish basket, and ran off, leaving Sasuke there all confused in the wind. Let me tell you, the funniest part is yet to come. As I walked away, I could still hear a burst of laughter behind me. Ha. It's been a long time since anyone dared to underestimate me like this. Still calling me uncle. Later, Sasuke told me that his dad brought home a bunch of loaches that night, which startled his mom. At dinner, the usually stoic Uchiha clan leader was enjoying those loaches like there was no tomorrow. Sasuke was dumbfounded and quietly asked his brother Itachi, Does Dad really eat stuff like this? Itachi told him that for ninjas on missions, having a warm meal is already a luxury, and this counts as a feast. Itachi also said he hadn't seen their dad in such a good mood for a long time, so he thought I was a good friend. Of course. After filling my stomach, I started to think about serious matters. I want to find the owner of my grocery store, Yokonhai. Let me tell you, this guy has a terrible temper, looks all muscle and hot-headed, and is really stingy, but he's like a walking encyclopedia. He knows everything. Boss, I want to learn ninjutsu. He tossed me a beginner's book. Boss, I want to learn ninjutsu. Another beginner's book. Boss, I want to learn taijutsu. He directly kicked me in the face. Finally, I made a big mistake and asked, Boss, I want to learn forbidden jutsu. He exploded on the spot, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. No, get lost. You little brat. Learning forbidden jutsu on your own will land you in jail, and I don't want to die with you. Get out. He shooed me away like a fly and locked the door behind me. I was puzzled about why he was so angry, but as I looked down, hey, a small piece of paper floated by my feet. It had a map drawn on it, with a mark at the destination. Wow, so you're good at saying one thing and meaning another. Huh? Following the markings on the map, I made my way to the Konoha Cemetery. In the dead of night, the wind howled eerily, making it all the more unsettling. I found an inconspicuous memorial stone and gently pressed down on a character. Suddenly, I heard a harsh, grinding noise as the lawn lifted, revealing a dark underground passage. I bravely walked down, and the torches on the wall lit up automatically, casting an eerie orange glow in the passage. After walking for about 10 minutes, I finally saw a wooden door. As I pushed it open, I was taken aback. It looked like a mad scientist's laboratory, filled with jars and bottles containing all sorts of bizarre things. A long-haired figure was intently tinkering with something at the workbench. "Who are you?" the person asked without turning around. I straightened my chest and replied, "Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage." "Hello, Andy." The person turned around, and I was left dumbfounded. That delicate face, the purple eyeshadow, that hoarse voice. Even though a certain annoying white-haired guy once said I looked like a woman, it was the first time I was addressed this way. Huh, did I get it wrong? Are you an uncle? I felt so awkward that my toes were almost digging into the ground. He ignored me and instead revealed a strange smile. "Welcome to my laboratory. I am Orochimaru, the little ghost of the Nine Tails." As he spoke, a long tongue extended from his mouth and licked a bit of blood off his cheek. I was stunned at that moment and instinctively stuck out my tongue, licking left and right, but I could only lick my own mouth. I said in frustration, "How can I lick my cheeks? That way, I can lick off the soup when eating ramen." Orochimaru's smile froze on his face, and his golden slit pupils narrowed slightly. Probably giving up trying to argue with a kid like me. "What are you here for?" "I'm here to learn forbidden techniques." "Uncle Snake, do you know them?" I directly gave him a new nickname. "Oh." He became interested. "What makes you fearless of danger to come here to learn forbidden techniques?" "My parents are dead, and I want to bring them back to life. Only forbidden techniques can do that, right?" Orochimaru's expression became a bit more serious as he told me that learning forbidden techniques is dangerous and that I would be hunted as an outcast. I didn't care about that and retorted, "Of course, I'm not afraid." "All right," he said, "but before that, I need to see your capacity." He moved aside, and I could finally see that what lay on his workbench was not documents, but a disemboweled corpse. The smell of blood hit me hard. "Oh, you're not scared when you see this?" He looked at me with great interest. I curled my lip. "He's already dead. What is there to be afraid of?" "Just kidding." The Nine Tails plays a documentary about ninja battles on repeat in my head every day. I'm used to watching not just complete ones, but even those cut into dozens of pieces. Not bad. Orochimaru was very satisfied, shoving a kunai into my hand and pressing a switch. The wall beside us retracted, revealing a person tied to a cross, struggling with a cloth stuffed in their mouth. "Kill him," Orochimaru said casually. I shook my head at that moment. "I can't do it. I can't hurt innocent people. That's the bottom line my dad taught me." "Innocent?" Orochimaru sneered. "He is a spy sent by the land of Earth, who killed the villagers of our village for his mission, and after being discovered, he killed a family of 4 next door. Is that considered innocent?" "I see." I nodded and then turned to walk towards the door. Orochimaru's eyes instantly filled with disappointment. But what he didn't expect was that I just went to get a chair from the side of the door. I couldn't reach him. I climbed up the chair with a cheerful smile and casually slashed the kunai across the spy's neck. Puffed! Warm blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over my face. My eyes. The blood went straight into my eyes, and I screamed in agony as I fell off the chair, covering my eyes. "You passed." Orochimaru's voice surprisingly carried a hint of helplessness as he picked up a towel to wipe the blood off my face and asked what I was thinking just now. I wasn't thinking about anything. I rubbed my eyes and said, "He is the village's enemy. Isn't it right to kill him to protect the village?" Interesting." Orochimaru laughed happily, as if he had discovered a perfect toy. At that moment, my black-hearted boss, Yu Guanhai, suddenly appeared in the store, and that old schemer, Danzo, was furious. It turned out that his original plan was to have Yu Guanhai treat me like a son, showering me with affection, and then betray me harshly, turning me into a perfect weapon without emotions, only listening to him. However, Yu Guanhai completely disregarded the script, beating and scolding me every day, showing no tenderness at all. However, Danzo also said that this time, luring me to Orochimaru's place was done very well, as Orochimaru could provide them with a lot of technology. He even sarcastically suspected that Yu Guanhai might have developed feelings for me, this little brat. For the next several months, I became a regular visitor to Orochimaru's laboratory. But let me tell you, I was so clumsy at learning hand seals that it made Orochimaru roar in the basement every day. He probably regretted it so much that he wished he had never taken me in as a vessel. Instead, he was almost forced to become a master with a disciple. I keep saying I want to learn the Edo Tensei technique, and Orochimaru is really annoyed. He told me that the technique is not complete, and the summoned beings are just mindless puppets, and my chakra is not enough. He said he wants to perfect this technique to truly bring the souls of the dead back from the underworld. Well, I heard this, wow, how impressive. Orochimaru's image in my mind instantly became grand. One time, his subordinate named Kabuto came over, and I noticed two snakes on the wall with my keen eyes. Without thinking, I pulled out two shurikens, and whoosh, in 2 quick moves, I nailed them dead. Kabuto's face went pale with fright, and I was still waving the snake corpses in front of Orochimaru, asking him if he wanted to roast them. Guess what? Orochimaru wasn't even angry. He let out a strange laugh and told Kabuto that he just liked studying snakes, not that he wanted to turn into one. Kabuto was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Later, Orochimaru still had his thieving thoughts. While I was sleeping, he tried to invade my body mentally to study the seal of the Nine Tails. As soon as he entered, he ran into Kurama. He thought the Nine Tails was still sealed, but Kurama told him, correct, the seal was lifted long ago. Then, with one claw, he smashed Orochimaru's spiritual clone into pieces. Orochimaru pulled his hand back from my stomach, looking paler than usual. When I woke up and asked him what happened, he shook his head and told me to go home. He finally understood that I was a ticking time bomb, and if he wanted to use me as a container, he had to first ask that difficult-to-deal-with big shot inside me for permission. Months passed, and I was still clumsy with the hand seals, but one time, I accidentally mixed up the sequence of a technique's hand seals and found that the chakra flowed even more smoothly. Orochimaru was stunned, but in the end, he just thought I was lucky. Just when I thought I could keep learning like this, Kabuto suddenly appeared, telling Orochimaru that their laboratory had been exposed. Orochimaru looked at me with that creepy smile and said, tomorrow. He told me it was time to leave Konoha. On the same day, my black-hearted boss, Suki Kanai, also called me over, handed me a bill, and said my debt was cleared and I no longer needed to come to his shop. I was quite down at that time, as I'd gotten used to this life of earning money for ramen with my own hands. The boss saw me like that and said, if you want to continue, you have to accept the assessment. Come to the village entrance at midnight today. As soon as I heard it, I immediately agreed. No problem, I will definitely come. In the middle of the night, I excitedly arrived at the village entrance with my small backpack, feeling so eager for my first time leaving the village. Yu Guanhai was already waiting for me. He had changed into a black battle outfit that made him look just like a real ninja. Boss, your outfit looks really cool. I complimented him. He replied casually, really? This is the last time I'll be wearing it. We were chatting casually as we gradually walked deeper into the woods. Suddenly, 4 men in black wearing animal masks jumped out in front of us, drawing their knives and taking up a stance. Huh, have we encountered robbers? I was still worrying about the village's safety. Yu Guanhai quickly pulled me behind him, using his sturdy body to shield me. The leader on the opposite side spoke in a voice so grim it could drip water. Yu Guanhai, this is not what we agreed upon. There's nothing different. Yu Guanhai replied, I'm just protecting my employee as a boss. You are betraying the root. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 men charged at us. Let me tell you, my boss is truly formidable. He lives up to his nickname, the Murderer under the Moon, as he fought back against the 4 dark agents with pure physical strength. However, the opponents were too cunning. One of the agents suddenly created a shadow clone and charged directly at me. To save me, Yu Guanhai immediately abandoned his struggle with the leader and jumped toward me. Leaving his back exposed to the enemy was too naive. The leader seized the opportunity and thrust his knife fiercely into Yu Guanhai's back. At the same time, the other 3 knives also pierced his body. Blood instantly splattered across the ground. Ugh, my boss let out a muffled groan. I was completely stunned at that moment. It really is you. Moonlight Sea let out an angry roar, and his chakra erupted visibly from his whole body. He actually used his muscles to forcefully break all 4 short knives that were stabbed into him. He burned his life to gain immense power, shattering the head of a dark along with his mask with a single punch, and then kicked another one, crushing its internal organs. The remaining 2 were quickly dealt with by him as well. After the battle, under the moonlight, he leaned against a tree covered in blood, his eyes glowing red like a killer. Boss, are you okay? I'll take you back to the village. I cried as I tried to help him, but he forcefully pushed me away. Kid, he gasped. Do you know what they want to do? I shook my head, desperately trying to use the bandages to stop his bleeding, but the blood wouldn't stop. The initial plan was for me to bring you here and then attack you with them until you couldn't bear the power of the Nine Tails anymore. They wanted you to lose all your emotions after being betrayed by someone close to you, becoming a tool of Konoha. He smiled bitterly, but they didn't expect that my relationship with you wasn't as close as they thought. Rather, I'd been bullying you all along. But am I worth you doing this? Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. It doesn't matter if I'm worth it or not. He looked at me and said, I have to die here today, and so do they. This is the world we live in. I told you after saying this. Yu Guanhai started giving me a history lesson as if he were arranging his last affairs. He said he was originally an undercover agent sent by Danzo, tasked with waiting until I was bullied by the entire village to the point of exploding. Then he would make a grand entrance, play the role of my savior, be my spiritual support, and finally betray me fiercely, turning me into a weapon devoid of emotions. Goodness, this script made my fists clench. But he changed his tone and said I completely deviated from script. I surprisingly managed to gradually earn the acceptance of the villagers on my own. He said I was like a flower blooming in hell, clearly hated by so many, yet I held no hatred in my heart, so naively unbelievable. Even though he would hit and scold me every day, the next day I would still go to work as if nothing happened, cheerfully. He admitted that I, this fool, was driving him to the brink, and his mindset was changing. He said his wife had died during the Third War, and he had long since lived enough. It didn't matter how he died, but now he wanted to stake his life as a final bet on me. He believed I had the potential to change this world. After saying that, he asked for my name, and I told him I was Naruto Uzumaki. He muttered that it was a good name, reminding me to remember it and to smile and live on no matter what. And then he closed his eyes just like that. I didn't cry, really, not a single tear. I followed the fluorescent powder he spilled and ran back to the village, hoping to find Orochimaru to see if there was still a chance for salvation. But guess what? Uncle Snake's underground lab was already empty, the equipment all smashed to pieces. Suddenly, a small black snake appeared on the wall, claiming to be Uncle Snake's message. He had been exposed and had to run away, telling me to take care of myself and hoping that next time we meet, it won't be through Edo Tensei. Haha, this cold joke isn't funny at all. Boss Yu Guanhai is gone, and Uncle Snake is gone too. I stayed home alone for 3 whole days, just like a useless person, eating instant noodles when I was hungry, sleeping when I was tired, and staring blankly out the window when I woke up. Just when I was about to go moldy, I suddenly felt someone shaking me. I turned around, and there were a pair of white eyes. It was Hinata. She saw I hadn't shown up for several days and was worried about me. When she found the door unlocked, she came in and kept apologizing for breaking into my house. My mind went blank at that moment, and I just asked her, Hinata, will you always stay with me? She turned as red as a tomato, stammering that if her father agreed, she would. Who understands family? Just that one sentence broke me. I hugged her and cried my heart out, as if I wanted to cry out all the grievances of my life. Hinata didn't shy away. She gently patted my back and said she would stay with me and that I shouldn't be afraid. After that, I became quite the eyesore, running to the Hyuga household every day. Hinata and Niji practiced gentle fist over there, and I was beside them, serving tea, handing towels to wipe sweat, and cutting up fruit. Niji had a face as dark as a pot bottom and directly snatched the apple one prepared for Hinata, saying it was a favor to let me in. I was so angry I jumped up. This guy never uses the front door and always jumps in the yard with a bamboo pole, and Hinata's dad doesn't even mind. I was teasing Hinata, leaning over to sniff her neck, and said she smelled nice. As a result, she immediately rolled her eyes and fainted. Niji kicked me away, and we started fighting right there. A minute later, he easily had me pinned down. I lay on the ground, letting him rest his head on my legs while fanning Hinata, and I stubbornly told Niji that one day I would defeat him. Niji, while pretending to dislike me, was actually feeling quite troubled inside. I praised him as a genius, but he touched the bandage on his forehead and said he was from a branch family, so there was nothing to be proud of. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "You're a worthy opponent in my eyes. If you don't get stronger, what is the point in me defeating you?" Just then, Hinata's dad, Hayashi Hyuga, came with a group of people to go on a long trip. It turned out that Hinata's mom, Aunt Hinata, was pregnant, and they were going to their ancestral home to pray for safety. Aunt Hinata was really nice to me, looking at me like I was her own son, saying that since I came, Hinata has become much more cheerful, although Hayashi still had a sour face. He seemed to have tacitly approved of me. I patted my chest and promised Aunt Hinata that I would protect Hinata well. That night, I hugged my blanket and wanted to sneak into Hinata's room, but when the door opened, a foot hit me right in the face. It was Niji. He had already anticipated that I would try to sneak in and was waiting for me there. I had no choice but to slink back to the guest room. In the middle of the night, the Ninetales suddenly roared in my head, saying that if I kept sleeping, my little wife would be taken away. I jolted up and smelled a faint metallic scent of blood. The entire Hyuga residence was eerily quiet. Not even the sound of patrolling footsteps could be heard. I dashed out into the yard and saw Niji confronting a big guy who was holding a crying Hinata. I was furious at that moment. Without thinking, I charged at him, only to be kicked back. Like I said, he only wanted Hinata and told us not to get in the way. Niji activated his Byakugan and saw the kunai hidden in the opponent's sleeve, immediately telling me to call for help while he held him off. But that guy was too strong. Niji couldn't even hurt him. He mocked Niji, saying that as a branch family member, marked by the cage bird seal on his forehead, he was worthless and had no research value. Those words completely ignited Niji's anger, and he charged at him like a madman. The ninja from a land of lightning showed no mercy. With the kunai, he pierced Niji's chest directly. Niji was thrown in front of me like garbage, warm blood splattering on my face. He grabbed my clothes and with his last bit of strength said, "Cough, protect Hinata." Then his body went limp. My mind buzzed, and everything in front of me was exactly like when Yu Guanhai died. Anger, overwhelming anger drowned me. Red chakra exploded from my body, instantly forming the cloak of a three-tailed demon fox. My eyes turned red, and reason completely vanished. I only know that I want to kill him. That guy was so scared by my chakra that he was stunned. When I struck down, his arm, which he used to block, was left with only a layer of skin attached. I pressed him firmly to the ground, raised my fist, and was about to smash his head. In that moment, I heard Hinata's voice in my mind, "Naruto-kun." My fist grazed that guy's head and smashed into the ground, creating a huge shockwave that knocked him unconscious. I struggled to spit out the words Hinata, and the fox cloak on my body slowly faded away. Then everything went black, and I collapsed. When I woke up again, I was in the hospital, my whole body wrapped in bandages, looking just like a mummy. Hinata was by my bedside, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. As soon as I heard that I had been asleep for 3 days, I hurriedly asked how Niji was doing. I thought he was dead and was about to burst into tears when suddenly an apple flew from the next bed and hit me on the head, accompanied by an angry roar. "Shut up. I'm not dead yet." I stared in disbelief. Good grief, it's Ningxi. He was all wrapped up like a dumpling, glaring at me. It turned out he had only suffered severe lung injuries, but had survived. We started arguing like two fighting cocks again. After a while, Hinata's parents arrived. Hyuga Hizashi looked at me and actually thanked me, even acknowledged me. I got so excited that I almost called him father, but he immediately cut me off, saying I was just one of the candidates to become part of the family and that I had to meet 3 conditions: become a Jinin, then a Chunin, and finally a Jonin. This requirement was simply ridiculous, but without thinking, I agreed. I wanted to be the man who becomes Hokage. The days in the hospital were actually pretty boring until Sasuke and Itachi came to see me. The 3 of us spent the whole afternoon playing crazy eights like fools. Before leaving, Itachi tapped both his and Sasuke's foreheads, then tapped mine too, saying it was to forgive me, and that he had a mission that night. After they left, I returned to being alone. I closed my eyes and, for the first time, entered the ceiling space using my own power. I walked up to my dad, Minato, and told him, "Dad, I want to become stronger." In the following months, my dad began to train me rigorously in the spiritual world. But he was too impatient, insisting I learn to use Flying Thunder God without hand seals like he could. I simply couldn't do it. He yelled at me over and over, growing more and more impatient. I could feel his disappointment. Just when my dad was about to lose his temper again, the Ninetales suddenly swatted him away, pinning him to the wall. It told my dad to calm down, to stop training, and then pulled him closer, showing me our reflection in the water. One of my dad's eyes had already turned into a red slit like the Ninetales. The Ninetales pierced through him with blunt honesty. "You want this kid to become strong so much. You want him to be a second version of yourself. And that mindset has warped you." Good grief, this thin layer of paternal love was directly pressuring me. My dad covered his eyes, in pain and unwilling to admit it. But the Ninetales continued. "Don't you wish he could use Flying Thunder God at 5 years old, flying around defeating all his opponents? Becoming the second golden flash of Konoha?" "I never said that." My dad rebutted loudly. But the Ninetales spoke directly in my mind, its voice booming as if on loudspeaker. "It doesn't matter whether you said it or not. Just think about it with your conscience. That kid is only 5 years old. Do you really think he can learn that? It's simply ridiculous." My dad was really emo at that moment, sitting down on the ground and looking completely defeated. He knew he was wrong, ridiculously so. After all, no matter if he's the 4th Hokage, he's still a dad, an anxious old father with overly high expectations for his son, always fearing that enemies might come knocking. As a result, he trained too hard and nearly broke me. He even thanked the Ninetales, saying, "Thank you, Ninetales. If it weren't for you, I guess my son would really hate me for the rest of his life." Goodness, my dad's ability to adjust his emotions is something else. One second he was red-eyed and seemed like he was about to turn dark, and the next second he closed his eyes and opened them again, revealing those gentle blue eyes. The psychological resilience of a Hokage is terrifying. The Ninetales snorted, all proud. With me around, that little brat won't die. When my dad heard this, his eyes lit up. Are you willing to help him? Don't get me wrong. The Ninetales is baring its teeth. It really hates him. That masked man you mentioned, I must kill him. Let me tell you, it will never forget the humiliation of being walked like a dog with the Sharingan. This debt must be repaid double. On the other side, I was kicked out of the mental space by the Ninetales and woke up. As soon as I stepped out of the room, I bumped into Hinata, who was in a hurry to go somewhere. Since I had nothing to do, I decided to follow her. Ever since I was kidnapped last time, I had obtained permanent residency in the Hyuga family, and my great dream of marrying in and living off them was already half accomplished. Hinata, where are you going? I'm going to see my mom and Hanabi. Oh, let's go together. We walked side by side like that. Hinata curiously looked at the small water ball I was holding and asked if it was a toy. Sort of. It's also a kind of practice, I said while pouring chakra into it. The water ball shook like it had Parkinson's, but it was still far from bursting. After my dad gave me the practice method for the Rasengan, he went off to focus on teaching me the Flying Thunder God technique, emphasizing a hands-off approach. Hinata watched me struggle and giggled, saying, "That's really fun." We laughed and joked as we walked through the extravagant corridor of the Hyuga family, arriving at the door of an ultra-luxurious room. As soon as we entered, we saw Hinata's mother, Aunt Hinakoshi, lying on the bed with a pale face, having just given birth and looking very weak. We quickly gathered by the crib to look at the tiny baby inside, who was Hinata's little sister, Hanabi. That little face, so pink and cute, it was adorable. Suddenly, Aunt Hinata spoke up, looking at me with a smile. "Naruto, what will you do if Hanabi grows up to be cuter than Hinata? Will you want to switch partners?" Mom. Hinata's face turned red immediately, but her little eyes couldn't help but glance at me, clearly concerned. Who understands family? Isn't this just a death sentence? But my mind was racing and, without thinking, I said, I don't want to. Having Hinata is enough for me. Just kidding. Hinata is my treasure. How could I switch? I looked around and noticed a problem. Where's Uncle Hizashi? Aunt Hinata just had a baby. Where is he? Aunt Hinata's smile faded instantly. Hinata leaned closer to my ear and whispered my dad has a bit of a preference for boys. Now that he has a daughter, he's locked himself in the study, drinking alone. As soon as I heard it, my anger surged. What is this? Just because she gave birth to a daughter, he doesn't care about his wife and child? What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? I can't accept it. Without saying a word, I turned around and rushed out, heading straight for the study of the Hinata family. As soon as I pushed the door open, goodness, there was no sign of books inside, just the smell of alcohol. Uncle Nichizuki was there drinking cup after cup by himself. When he saw me, he impatiently said, "Who let you in?" I have a worse temper than him. I charged up in one swift move and slammed the table in front of him, yelling, "Who told you not to go see Aunt Shushin and Huawa? I don't have time for this." He actually had the nerve to argue back. "No time means you're here drinking? What kind of man are you?" He got riled up from my scolding too, grabbing the bottle and shouting, "What do you know, you little brat? Shushin can't bear children anymore. As the head of the Hyuga family, how can I hold my head high in the big family without a son?" I snatched the wine jug from his hands, disregarding the spicy taste, and gulped it down. After finishing, I shouted back even louder than him, "Aunt Hinata needs you the most right now, and you're here drinking. Little Hanabi has just been born and hasn't even seen her biological father. Isn't she pitiful? Do you really like your son that much? Fine. From now on, when Hinata and I have children, we'll have 10 or 20 sons, and all of them will be sent to you to raise. You scum, you failure, you regressing amoeba. Kid, you're drunk." Uncle Hizashi looked at me, instead becoming more sober. I wasn't drunk. The alcohol had hit me, and I'd already lost track of what I was saying. "Hinata and I would have a bunch of kids, all sons for you. Are you satisfied now?" Ugh. After saying this, everything went black, and I collapsed to the ground and fell asleep. When I was asleep, Uncle Hizashi stood up and used his chakra to dispel the alcohol fumes. He looked at me lying on the ground, probably feeling completely speechless. The head of the family was actually being scolded like a dog by a little brat. However, he didn't seem really angry. Instead, he found my foolishness for standing up for others quite likable. Later, I heard that because of my drunken outburst, Uncle Hizashi's attitude toward his wife and children made a complete turnaround. After Aunt Hinata learned the details, she looked at me, her future son-in-law, with the satisfaction of a mother-in-law, becoming more and more pleased. That night, I was sleeping soundly when I suddenly felt like I was being roasted on a barbecue grill. It was unbearably hot. I jolted awake and realized the source of the heat was the seal on my stomach. I quickly closed my eyes and dove into my consciousness space. Upon entering, wow, it was like a sauna in there. The water beneath my feet was starting to bubble. The nine-tails fur bristled, and its tail whipped around like a whip. My dad was desperately trying to calm it down, but it was completely useless. I felt it. The nine-tails growled through clenched teeth, that ominous chakra, the power of the cursed clan. I completely couldn't understand what it was saying, but I felt a disturbing aura in the air. Kid, you know, immediately, go to the Uchiha clan. Sasuke is in danger. My heart skipped a beat, and, without thinking, I jumped out of the window and ran desperately towards the Uchiha territory. When I arrived at the entrance, I was stunned. It was too quiet, frighteningly quiet. The number one noble clan in Konoha, and not even a guard at night. I pushed open the large door marked with a fan, and the scene before me left me frozen in place. The ground was covered in corpses, shattered bricks and tiles everywhere, and signs of struggle were evident. The corpses all had blood-red Sharingan eyes wide open, unable to close even in death. It was the first time in my life I witnessed such a hell on earth. And after calming down, one thought filled my mind. Sasuke? I ran to Sasuke's house like crazy. Fortunately, there were no signs of battle at his home. I climbed in through the window, pushed open the living room door, and immediately saw Sasuke slumped against the wall. He was okay, thank goodness. But before I could feel relieved, I noticed the two bodies at his feet. They were his parents. My heart sank to the bottom in an instant. I grabbed Sasuke's arm, hoisting him over my shoulder, and ran outside. Is anyone there? I shouted hoarsely on the empty street, but there was no response. Stop shouting. No one will hear you. A cold voice came from above. I looked up and saw Itachi standing on a telephone pole, his Sharingan emotionlessly gazing at me, sending chills down my spine. Itachi, where have you been? The Uchiha clan and Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto, they're all dead. I know. He interrupted me because it was all my doing. I was completely frozen. This joke wasn't funny at all. He jumped down from the utility pole and coldly said, "What you see is all an illusion. I'm doing this just to test the character of the Uchiha clan. And the result? They are weak and vulnerable." Suddenly, Sasuke, next to me, regained some awareness and screamed as he charged at Itachi. But he didn't even touch the hem of his clothes before Itachi lifted him up by the neck with one hand. My foolish little brother, hate me. Only hatred can make you stronger. Stop. I was also anxious at that moment, and I don't know where I got the strength. Rushed up and snatched Sasuke back from his hands, protecting him behind me. Itachi looked at me with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The power of the Nine Tails? Naruto, your hatred isn't enough. That's why you're so weak. I don't believe it. How could gentle brother Itachi do such a thing? You must have your reasons, right? As I desperately suppressed the rampaging Nine Tails chakra within me, I looked at him in pain. What can you do by saying it? He retorted, I am at a loss for words. He pointed to his own eyes, and the three pairs of Tomo spun rapidly, eventually merging into the shape of a windmill. This is the Uchiha clan, a family that would go so far as to harm their own kind for power. Do you see these eyes? The power that can only be awakened by killing the most beloved person. I tell you, that look in his eyes was terrifying. At that moment, I felt like I was under a paralysis technique. I couldn't move at all. He pushed me aside and walked towards Sasuke. Let go of Sasuke. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from behind me. It was the Nine Tails claws tearing through my arm. This pain brought me back to my senses, and I charged forward again. Naruto, why are you helping Sasuke to this extent? Because he is my friend. I shouted. Itachi's lips actually curled into a brief smile before he punched me in the stomach. Forget it. Feelings like this are not good for you. Before I lost consciousness, the last thing I saw was his strange eyes. Goodness. This guy not only dealt physical attacks, but also directly formatted the memory hard drives of me and Sasuke, erasing all our experiences of knowing each other. He probably thought that Sasuke would stop at nothing for revenge in the future and was afraid he would hurt me. When I woke up again, I found myself lying at my doorstep. I scratched my head, thinking I was just tired from training and didn't think much of it. I got up and went inside to sleep. The next day, news of the Uchiha massacre spread throughout Konoha. I was having dinner at the Hyuga family when I heard about it, and my chopsticks clattered to the ground. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Hinata asked me with concern. It's nothing, I said, rubbing my head, but inside I felt a strange pang, a painful tug that was inexplicable, just a bit sad. Yes, such a large family gone overnight. Hinata clasped her hands together and prayed for them. Later, Hinata and I agreed to go to the ninja school together. I was really looking forward to it, wondering what kind of people I would meet. In my mind, it seemed like a shadow of a black-haired boy flashed by, but it was too quick to catch. A few months later, the Uchiha incident was gradually forgotten, and I was about to register for ninja school. I first went back to the grocery store to light a stick of incense for Uncle Yuguanhai. At the store entrance, Hinata was quietly waiting for me, and that feeling warmed my heart. Grandfather Third helped me find a small apartment near the school. I couldn't keep living at the Hyuga house anymore. Hinata grabbed my hand, a bit reluctant, saying that some people in the Hyuga family were afraid of me and thought I was a monster. Naruto-kun is so gentle and so strong. He is not a monster. She shook her head vigorously, her eyes sparkling. In my heart, you have always been a hero. I was so flattered by her that my face turned red, and I quickly covered my face. Oh, Naruto-kun, are you shy? Hinata exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new world. It used to be her who got flustered because of me, but today it was the other way around, and she was overjoyed. She touched her Byakugan and said that when she was a child, people considered her an outcast because of her eyes. But I changed her and made her feel that I was the most dazzling person. I listened to her heartfelt words, feeling deeply moved. Unconsciously, we arrived at my new home, the second floor of an ordinary apartment. The room was pitifully small, with just a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. Even Hinata's family's bathroom is bigger than this. I bent down to move the cardboard boxes on the floor, trying to clear some space. Let me help. Hinata squeezed in to help, but the room was too small. She accidentally bumped into the box and fell towards me. I'll get up right away. She was pinned under me, her face turning so red it seemed like it would catch fire. Just as she was about to get up, I felt something soft brush against my lips. I don't even know what I was thinking at that time. I just imitated those couples on the street and kissed her lips again. Naruto, what are you doing? Hinata's eyes turned into spirals, and steam was rising from her head. I innocently touched my mouth and said, kiss, huh? I saw people on the street doing this, but it didn't feel particularly special. Just then, with a bang, the door was pushed open. What the heck? A scarred man stood at the door, holding his head, looking completely devastated. Goodness, isn't this my future homeroom teacher, Irika-sensei? He had come to check on me, this troubled child, but as soon as he opened the door, he was met with this explosive scene, and it practically fried his CPU. Hinata was so embarrassed that she screamed and pushed past him to run away. Irika-sensei, exasperated, grabbed my collar and said, Naruto, I really misjudged you. You're so young and already doing this. You're going to grow up to be a scoundrel. I was completely confused. What are you talking about? In any case, go apologize to that girl. Oh, he sighed when he saw my clueless expression and introduced himself as my teacher, saying that he would not only teach me ninjutsu, but also how to be a good person. What does it mean to bully a girl? I asked curiously. It's what you just did? That kiss. Irika-sensei was extremely embarrassed and then suddenly fell into deep thought, feeling that at over 20 years old, he had never even held a girl's hand, and it felt like a failure in life. So those people on the street are bullying girls? Ahem, that's different. If it's a couple, then it's okay. But we're not a couple, right? He seemed to relax a bit. I thought about it, and, using my limited vocabulary, said, it's my fiancé, he. At that moment, I clearly saw that the single dog, Irika-sensei, received tons of critical damage. On the first day of ninja school, Irika-sensei asked us to introduce ourselves. No one paid attention to him, and the atmosphere became very awkward. In the end, he had no choice but to call my name. I jumped onto the podium and wrote my name on the blackboard. Naruto Uzumaki. I love Ichiraku ramen. My dream is to become Hokage, and my life goal is to marry into the Hyuga family. The class was first silent, then erupted into laughter. This guy actually said he wants to marry in. I'm dying of laughter. Is he an idiot? Hinata blushed deeply from below and kept urging me to come down quickly. Later, everyone introduced themselves one by one, like Shikama, Choji, Kiba, and then Sakura and Ino. When it was Hinata's turn, she looked at me and softly said, my dream is to become someone worthy of standing beside the Hokage. Finally, a cool black-haired boy stood up and simply said 3 words, Uchiha Sasuke. The class instantly fell silent, all looking at him with complex expressions. When he returned to his seat, I couldn't help but turn to look at him, feeling an inexplicable urge to argue with him. Sasuke, have we met somewhere before? Who have you met, dead last? He looked at me with a gaze that seemed filled with enmity. Who are you calling dead last? I'm talking about you. The sparks flew between our eyes in the air. Just then, Dinksy stood up while eating potato chips, not looking where he was going, and bumped into Sasuke's back with a bang. Sasuke stumbled and fell directly towards me. Then, the whole world fell silent. Our lips met perfectly not. Ah! Sakura let out a heart-wrenching scream. Sasuke's first kiss was gone just like that, and it was taken by a guy. After Sasuke and I realized what was happening, we both lay on the ground, retching. I will kill you. I absolutely will kill you. Sasuke's face turned green with anger. That's my line. This is disgusting. I was about to go crazy too. The whole class was in chaos, but only Hinata quietly breathed a sigh of relief, her little face blushing, probably thinking, thank goodness. Thank goodness Naruto-kun kissed me yesterday, otherwise I would have to be kissed by that guy Sasuke. Who understands my family? That scene is too beautiful. I can hardly bear to think about it. Speaking of which, I've been doing quite well at school these past few months. Except for Sasuke, the eternal ice cube. I was on such good terms with Choji that I could share half a bag of chips with him. But not long after, the feud between me and Sasuke only deepened. That day in P.E. class, Iruka-sensei said, "Come on, who wants to come up and practice some taijutsu?" Let me tell you, as soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke and I stood up as if we had planned it. Iruka-sensei was shocked, probably thinking the sun had risen from the west. I pointed at Sasuke's nose and made a fierce declaration. Prepare to die, Sasuke. Today, I'm going to return all the humiliation from last time. But that ping didn't even raise his eyelids and casually replied, "You're at the bottom of the class." Damn, can I tolerate this? I wanted to rush up and give him a sliding tackle right then and there, but just as I charged halfway, with a loud bang, Iruka-sensei's loving iron fist landed on my head. I covered my head, feeling wronged. "What are you doing, teacher?" He glared at me with his mustache puffed up. "What did we talk about before the practice? Did you forget?" "Oh, right, manners." I reluctantly walked up to Sasuke, stretched out 2 fingers, and touched them together, forming a sign of opposition. "Begin." At Iruka-sensei's command, I charged forward like a tiger descending a mountain. As soon as I raised my fist, suddenly, Sasuke was right in front of my face. He grabbed my collar and lightly tripped my heel with his right foot. I lost my balance and fell straight back. At that moment, my only thought was, it's over, my handsome face is done for. Because I watched Sasuke's fist grow larger right in front of me. But guess what? That fist stopped just 1 millimeter from the tip of my nose. Sasuke actually held back, and there was a flash of, I don't know what it was in his eyes, but it was definitely a sense of compassion. Iruka-sensei was dumbfounded, and after coming to his senses, he quickly announced, "The outcome is decided." He said that Sasuke's speed just now was almost on par with that of a regular genin. I was completely stunned at that moment, lying on the ground, my mind racing with thoughts of being defeated in an instant. Teacher Iruka even came over to pat my head and comfort me, telling me to work hard next time and to form a reconciliation seal with Sasuke. I nodded on the surface, but inside I was thinking, all's fair in war. Just as our hands touched, I grabbed his collar, trying to pull him down. I didn't expect that this guy had already prepared for it and grabbed my collar in return, and we both rolled on the ground, wrestling like 2 puppies fighting over food. "Naruto, you jerk. Hey, don't you know how to sneak attack? You dare to slap my face." After class, I sat on the playground with a face that was black and blue, while Hinata, the little angel, gently applied ointment to my wounds. I cried out in pain, and Hinata, while feeling sorry for me, poked my injury and said, "You deserve it. Who told you to sneak attack?" I stubbornly replied, "Don't underestimate me." I hit him too. Hinata then asked me why I couldn't get along with Sasuke. I told her that I actually didn't know, but whenever I saw that guy, I felt an inexplicable familiarity and couldn't let go of him. Moreover, even though we argued every day, I could sense that he actually enjoyed it. It was really strange. When the school bell rang, I slipped away, claiming I was going for a walk. But I actually headed straight for the lake where we used to catch loaches as kids. Sure enough, that guy Sasuke was sitting alone on the bridge, staring off into space. When he saw me, we both huffed and turned our heads away, like 2 cats having spat. I walked past him, pretending not to see, and quietly rolled the ointment that Hinata had given me to his feet from behind. I heard a light laugh behind me, and I couldn't help but chuckle as well. This damn tacit understanding was unbelievable. Wow. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. I was 12 years old and about to take my graduation exam. That morning, I went to school with Hinata, sporting 2 huge dark circles under my eyes, yawning constantly. Hinata, feeling sorry for me, helped straighten my collar and asked if I hadn't slept well last night. What could I say? Could I tell her that my dad, the 4th Hokage's soul, had dragged me to practice Flying Thunder God all night, and as a result, I ended up with dark circles before I could even teleport? I could only brag. Don't worry, after practicing all night, the basic ninjutsu at school is a piece of cake for me. Just wait for me to become a jonin, and then I'll change my name to Uzumaki Hinata. Hinata's little face turned red, and she made a funny face before running into the school. As soon as I reached the school gate, I ran into Shikamaru, who lazily asked me, "We're testing the shadow clone technique today. You don't have a problem with that, do you?" Upon hearing Shadow Clone Technique, my heart sank and my eyes started to wander. This thing had always been my Achilles heel. Sure enough, in the exam room, bang, bang, bang. One by one, my classmates successfully created decent-looking clones and received their forehead protectors. When it was my turn, I silently reminded myself that Hinata was watching me, and I absolutely couldn't embarrass myself. So I summoned all my strength to form the hand seals, Shadow Clone Technique. With a puff, a pile of something appeared on the ground. It was limp, with broken arms and legs, looking like a deflated inflatable doll that had been run over by a car. The entire room fell silent. Teacher Irika stared for a second, then roared as he marked my report card as failing. Teacher Mizuki was beside him, pretending to plead, but Teacher Irika was strict and said there were no second chances in real combat. I looked at Hinata's worried gaze, my face burning, feeling like all the bragging I did in the morning had turned into slaps across my face. I gritted my teeth and jumped straight out of the window. Later, Mizuki, that old schemer, found me. I was lying on the roof, feeling emo, but my reasons for being emo were different from what he thought. I told him, being sad is secondary. The main thing is that I'm too embarrassed. I bragged in front of Hinata, and now I have no face left. I had promised her dad that I would become a jonin and marry into their family, and now that first step had failed. My life felt dark. Mizuki's smile stiffened. He probably didn't think the script would go this way. He had no choice but to continue with his act, telling me about the Book of Seals, saying that if I stole it and learned the ninjutsu inside, I could graduate. When I heard this, I remembered that Snake Uncle had mentioned it and said it was useless. In a moment of impulse, I believed his nonsense. That night, I stealthily snuck into the third Hokage's house. As soon as I got in, I bumped into a little brat, Konohamaru. I quickly covered his mouth and dragged him into a corner. At first, he was quite bold, saying he was the grandson of the third Hokage. I didn't have time to deal with him and just said I was on a secret mission. This little brat had a strong imagination and immediately believed me, thinking it was a special test from the third Hokage, and even offered to lead the way. We sneaked into the study and found a hidden compartment. Inside lay a huge scroll that was about my height. Just as I was about to feel excited, a ghostly voice came from behind me. Naruto, what are you doing in my house? My hair stood on end, and when I turned around, it was Grandpa Third. In a flash, I had an idea and turned around to use a big move. The sexy jutsu, a stunning blonde beauty, appeared out of nowhere. Grandpa Third couldn't handle it and nosebleed like a fire hydrant. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. I laughed maniacally, picked up the sealing book, and ran away. While behind me, Konohamaru called out in awe, "Big brother." I ran to a small grove and eagerly opened the scroll. To my surprise, it contained Shadow Clone Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, Flying Thunder God. It was like opening a lonely blind box. The first one was my weak point, but the last two had already been taught to me by Uncle Snake and Dad. Unwilling to give up, I took a closer look at the Shadow Clone Technique and found the hand seals quite simple, so I started practicing. An hour later, Irika-sensei found me, veins popping on his forehead. I stupidly told him I was retaking an exam arranged by Mizuki-sensei. Upon hearing Mizuki's name, Irika's expression changed drastically, and he shouted danger and pushed me away. The next second, several kunai hit him. Mizuki stepped out from the shadows, grinning wickedly. It turned out he wanted to kill me and steal the sealing book. Irika-sensei urged me to run, but Mizuki began to manipulate my heart, saying, "Naruto, do you know why the villagers hate you? Because you're the Nine-Tails Fox from 12 years ago." Irika-sensei tried to stop him, but was kicked aside. Mizuki grew more and more agitated, calling me a monster and a demon fox. I should have collapsed at that moment, right? But before I could even get emo, I exploded. I teleported right in front of him and punched him away. Calling me a monster? Who do you think you are? I yelled. You can't say that about my friend. Irika-sensei was stunned. Naruto, do you know the Nine-Tails is inside you? I nodded naturally. Of course, he's my best friend. Irika-sensei's worldview probably shattered on the spot. Mizuki got up and wanted to make a move again, and I coldly looked at him. Are you ready to get beaten up? Shadow Clone Jutsu. I formed seals with both hands, and in an instant, the entire small forest was filled with thousands of me. The scene was chaotic, and it directly gave Teacher Mizuki an epic shock, a lesson in awe. He was stunned on the spot, and then overwhelmed by my sea of people tactic. Afterwards, Teacher Irika's eyes were misty as he took off his forehead protector and placed it on my head. Congratulations, you passed. I was so excited. Great. My path to being adopted is one step closer. Teacher Irika almost choked. Cough. Can we celebrate after I get sent to the hospital? That night in the spiritual space I asked the Nine Tails if what Mizuki said was true. The Nine Tails, being proud, said his true nature was fierce and brutal. I looked at him seriously and said, "In that case, I'll bear the hatred for you. Anyway, they all think I'm you, so it's fine." The Nine Tails fell silent and awkwardly admitted that he had been controlled back then. I knew it. My buddy was all about companionship and wasn't a bad fox at all. As soon as I left, my dad's conspicuous bag floated out again, making an expression at the Nine Tails, mockingly saying, "Hee hee, are you shy?" The Nine Tails exploded in anger, wrapping my dad with his tail and tossing him around, putting on a live version of domestic violence. The next day, during group assignments, I exploded. I was placed in a group with Sasuke and Sakura. I clung desperately to the doorframe, arguing with Teacher Irika. "You have to put me in a group with Hinata." Teacher Irika was almost driven mad by me, saying it was a sign by Grandpa Third. Upon hearing that, I got even angrier and ran straight to Hokage Rock, painting two huge, silly faces on Grandpa Third's statue with paint. The whole village erupted. Irika was chasing me from behind. While I ran away, I accidentally crashed into a fragrant, soft embrace. It was a beautiful older sister. Surprisingly, she wasn't angry and was quite gentle. I apologized and hurriedly continued running away. In the end, I was caught by Irika, tied up, and thrown in front of Grandpa Third. I protested indignantly. "You clearly know I like Hinata, yet you paired her with two guys. I'm very dissatisfied." Grandpa Third analyzed it for me, saying Hinata's group was a specialized reconnaissance team, and the configuration was reasonable. I was left speechless. Just then, Konohamaru rushed in, hugging my leg and shouting "Big Brother," begging me to teach him how to defeat Grandpa's ninjutsu. His elite tutor, Ebisu, followed in with a look of disdain. Konohamaru loudly asked, "Can you do it? Séduction technique." As soon as I saw my little brother supporting me, I got pumped up. With a bang, I transformed into a blonde beauty. Huibizu's face turned as red as a monkey's butt, and he was still trying to hold it together. My third-generation grandpa was even more impressive. He adjusted his hat and said, "A trick that's been used once won't work again." "Oh, is that so?" I smirked, formed hand seals, and said, "Then, Shadow Clone Technique." In an instant, dozens of beautiful clones surrounded my third-generation grandpa and Huibizu, leaving no room for escape. I proudly announced, "I named this the harem technique." With two loud pops, blood flowed like a river in the office. This incident was later listed as one of the incredible events in Konoha. Afterwards, I was walking down the street with Konohamaru, and he was still in awe of me. I told him, "Konohamaru, you're mistaken. It's not after becoming Hokage that one gains recognition, but rather that only those who are recognized by others can become Hokage. The path of a shadow has no shortcuts. I'm still working hard." Let me tell you, that kid Konohamaru got fired up at that moment and said, "Then we're enemies." I shot him a glare and said, "All right, if we're enemies, then you can forget about learning the seduction technique." That guy immediately backed down. "No, come on, big brother. I'll temporarily be your little brother." I handed him a magazine and told him to practice from it, saying I had to go find Hinata. With a poof, my shadow clone disappeared. That kid Konohamaru probably kneeled right there, holding that magazine like it was a martial arts manual. Honestly, at that moment, my real body was sitting in Hinata's yard. And when the memories from the shadow clone came back, I almost laughed out loud. Hinata was especially worried about me, saying that painting the Hokage rock like that might get me in trouble. I told her it was fine. I could clean it up later. Just as we were about to enjoy our dog food, her little sister, Hinata Hanabi, a tiny 6-year-old, came running out and immediately called me the bottom of the class. I thought to myself, I'm at least a genin, and I'll be family with your sister sooner or later, so I should let you off easy. But that little brat sat right between us and finished the apple that my wife had cut for me. I joked, "Are you still hoping I'll marry into your family? You really lack ambition." To my surprise, she looked at me with disdain and said, "Someone like you, who is always at the bottom, is only fit for my sister. Family, who understands? This little sister-in-law is so hard to deal with." Hinata was a bit angry at the time and wanted to protect me, but Hanabi intensified the teasing, saying my grades were poor and that my wife couldn't even beat her in a spar. Hey, this little girl may be small, but her talent is truly exceptional. It said that during practice, she even managed to win against my wife, and her father, Hayashi Hyuga, was so proud that he personally came to guide her. I hurriedly advised Hinata not to argue with the child. I asked her back, "What kind of person do you want to find in the future?" Guess what she said? She said she wanted to marry a hero, a great hero who saves the village. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I stroked my chin and pondered, and I said, "A hero? Isn't that the Hokage? Look, except for my dad, who is a genius, which Hokage didn't become one in their 30s. Hanabi, You have quite a unique taste. Do you like older guys? I told you, the flower fire broke through the defense on the spot. Her little face turned bright red. She glared at me fiercely, cursed me as a stinky tail, and ran away. I was left there dumbfounded. What happened? Hinata beside me chuckled and said I had a potential for being scheming. The next day, our team 7 gathered, and that teacher named Kakashi was ridiculously late. I was so anxious in the classroom, jumping around, while Sakura told me to be quiet, but she was about to explode with anger herself. I regretted it at that moment. If I had known, I should have left a shadow clone here and gone home with Hinata instead. Sakura, probably feeling bored, actually started to gossip about me and Hinata, asking how old we were when we met. I said 4 years old. She looked incredulous and said a girl like Hinata wouldn't possibly make me bento. I bragged to her, saying Hinata never wanted to be the head of the family and just liked playing with me. And today she even brought me bento. My smug attitude made Sakura furious. As she said, a bunch of people were queuing up to marry into the Hyuga family, and it wouldn't be my turn. So I told her, that's why I need to become Hokage, to let everyone know that Hinata chose me. That's right. What I didn't know was that Kakashi, that sly old fox, was eavesdropping outside the door. After listening, he even chuckled before pushing the door open. After introducing himself, he said we still had a second test, and we had to gather at 5 o'clock the next morning, and we weren't allowed to eat breakfast, or else we would throw up. This guy clearly wasn't a good person. The next day, the 3 of us arrived at 5 o'clock, and we waited until the sun was high in the sky. Almost 11 o'clock before that guy finally showed up, claiming he helped an old lady cross the street on the way. What a clutch excuse. I pointed at him and called him a liar right there. He wasn't embarrassed at all and directly took out 2 bells, saying that whoever could grab them from him before noon would pass. Sakura asked, there are 3 of us, so why only 2 bells? Kakashi chuckled and said, who said you all could pass? Those who couldn't grab them would be tied to a wooden post and made to watch us eat lunch. Damn. So that was why we weren't allowed to eat breakfast. This guy has a twisted sense of humor. The test started, and Sasuke and Sakura quickly hid, while I, the naive one, rushed in directly with my shuriken. I thought, as a man, I should confront him head-on. What happened? That guy Kakashi, with movements like a ghost, easily dodged my attack, grabbed me from behind, then formed a hand seal with both hands and shouted at my backside, Konoha Taijutsu's secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. Ah! I tell you, the thrill was incredible. I felt like I was flying. But just as I was screaming and flying out, bang, I turned into a puff of smoke. Kakashi's eyes were nearly popping out. He was completely stunned. Under his very nose, I hadn't even formed my hand seal. And how did I turn into a shadow clone? Not just him, but Sasuke, who was hiding in the tree, was also shocked. In the next moment, I silently appeared behind Sasuke and covered his mouth. Don't make a sound. I told him that Kakashi was too strong for one person to handle, and we needed to work together. Sasuke understood and immediately agreed, but insisted that I tell him how I did it afterward. Actually, this is quite ridiculous. Last night, I was afraid of being late, so I created a shadow clone to act as an alarm clock. But in the morning, when he called me, I just wanted to sleep in and refused to get up. Can you believe it? My shadow clone awakened self-awareness and started protesting, saying that shadow clones have rights too, and why should he let me sleep in? In the end, we had to play rock, paper, scissors, and he lost. So he had to begrudgingly come to the meeting first. Meanwhile, I took a nap, and, after feeling well-rested, I leisurely made my way over just in time to see Kakashi getting ready to make a move. I took the opportunity to switch with my shadow clone from the shadows. After hearing my plan, Sasuke had a look on his face that said, you idiot, but still agreed. We decided that I would go first. I charged out, formed hand seals with both hands, and suddenly, dozens of shadow clones surged toward Kakashi. That guy Kakashi really is strong. He charged into my crowd and started a massacre. Bang, bang, bang. My clones disappeared like dumplings. Just when he found my real body and was about to engage in close combat, we fought fiercely. He punched me back several steps. And while I was holding my stomach, I suddenly laughed. He asked me what was so funny. I said, because I'm not alone. As soon as I finished speaking, Sasuke jumped out from behind me. He had already formed his hand seals amidst the chaos and unleashed a great fireball at Kakashi. The roaring flames instantly engulfed Kakashi. I was just about to high-five Sasuke when he coldly said, it's not that easy to take down a Jonin. Sure enough, we heard Kakashi's lazy voice from behind, and Tuke and I were already pressed against our necks. What we hit was just a wooden substitute. What a pity, just a little bit off, Kakashi said. I exchanged a glance with Sasuke and said in unison, Kakashi-sensei, you were careless too. With a bang, we both turned into wood. Kakashi hadn't reacted yet, and my true self and Sasuke were already flying in with a kick from behind him. Just as he was about to block it, guess what happened? Those two substitute wooden stakes suddenly transformed back into me and Sasuke, and the kunai in our hands shot straight for the bell on his waist. At this moment, Kakashi truly had no way out. Surrounded from both sides, 4 of us against 1, he could only use a body flicker technique to dodge. But it was still a moment too late, and the bell was struck by the kunai, clanging and falling down. I sprinted over to pick up the bell, and I did it. Awesome. Oh, right. That Sasuke who transformed from the wooden post was actually transformed by Sakura. I secretly sent a shadow clone to find her and coordinated with her. Kakashi came out clapping his hands and said we passed. But then he started to mess with us, saying there were only 2 bells, and Sakura didn't get one. Sakura's eyes turned red at that moment. How could I let that happen? I directly shoved 1 bell into Sakura's hand, and then I started arguing with Kakashi. I got the bell, and I say we all passed. Sakura and I will share this bell. My logic probably fried Kakashi's CPU. He might have thought of my mom, and finally, he waved his hand impatiently, saying fine, you all passed. He said this test was about teamwork. When it came time to distribute the food, since I had already eaten instant noodles, I let Sasuke and Sakura eat. As a result, that proud guy Sasuke actually quietly divided both portions of food in half and handed them to me on the lid of the food container, saying I contributed the most. Let me tell you, I almost cried at that moment. After we finished eating, Kakashi dismissed us. Sasuke pulled me aside and insisted on asking how I disappeared. I told him about the rock-paper-scissors game I had with the shadow clone that morning. After hearing it, Sasuke's expression changed from green to white to black, and finally, he gritted his teeth and lunged at me, saying I deceived him emotionally. We ended up fighting. Later, when Sasuke was going home alone, he thought of my antics and actually smiled. But as he smiled, he remembered his childhood friends and his brother Itachi Uchiha, and his expression instantly changed to one filled with pain and killing intent. When he opened his eyes again, his Sharingan had transformed into 2 Tomo. This guy has too much hidden in his heart. In the following days, we started doing D-rank missions, like weeding and finding cats. Once, when we were looking for the cat of the Fire Country's daimyo's wife, that rich woman was so happy she gave us a lot of money. And I ended up with 2,000 Ryo. I had never seen so much money in my life. I calculated that I could eat 200 bowls of Ichiraka ramen with it. The first thing I did with the money was, of course, drag Hinata to eat ramen. I boasted to her that I earned 2,000 Ryo, and she tilted her head, innocently asking me if that was a lot. She said her mom gives her pocket money in tens of thousands. She also asked why I didn't tell her if I needed money. I seriously told her, because that's Hinata's money. She laughed at me and asked if I didn't understand what marrying into a family meant. I said, I forgot why I wanted to marry into a family back then, but now it's because I like Hinata that I want to do this. My wife turned red on the spot and said I was cheating. We chatted all the way to the ramen shop. Teacher Irika was already waiting at the door. I called him out, and he thought I was trying to trick him into treating me again. I quickly said, Teacher Irika, it's not like that. I want to treat you to ramen. I told you. Irika-sensei was completely stunned at that moment. His expression was as if he had heard some unbelievable tale. I quickly explained, I got the task reward. Teacher, you always treat me. So this time it's my turn. It's a return gift. Goodness, my Irika-sensei, a big man, had tears welling up in his eyes right then, while stubbornly saying it was the pepper from the ramen shop that made his eyes sting. Family. Who understands this kind of gentle contradiction? As soon as we entered the shop, Uncle IRU was still as imposing as ever, immediately asking what we wanted to eat. His daughter, SHBU Nichin, brought out the noodles, and as soon as she saw me sitting with Hinata, she immediately teased me. Yo, Naruto, you brought your little girlfriend today too? How about I treat you both? I chuckled and patted my pocket, feeling particularly confident. Thank you, Sister Chongpu. Today I have money. It's my treat. Halfway through the meal, Irika-sensei suddenly leaned over, as if he was in a secret meeting, and asked me in a lowered voice, Naruto, do others know about your ability to communicate with the Nine Tails? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. You know, aside from him, no one ever asked me such a ridiculous question as whether I recognized the tenant in my belly. I shook my head and said there was nothing left, and he warned me not to say anything outside, lest it cause trouble. After we finished eating, he left at lightning speed, still muttering that being a third would make it hard to find a girlfriend, stuffing my mouth with dog food, and complaining it was too sweet. It was just ridiculous. I turned my head to ask Hinata if she wanted another bowl, and the next second, my pupils. Next to her, there were 5 empty bowls stacked like a little tower, and she herself was gracefully handling the 6th bowl. I was stunned at the time. This girl really knew how to show off her eating skills. Her elegant way of eating, combined with the visibly fast pace at which she cleared her plate, left me in awe. No way, I can't lose to her. My competitive spirit kicked in, and I ordered 2 more bowls, which resulted in me almost passing out on the spot. On the way home, I curiously glanced at her flat stomach, wondering to myself, is her stomach connected to another dimension? Where does all the food go? When we reached the entrance of the Hyuga house, I was just about to say goodbye when she suddenly grabbed my hand, looked up at me with her sad white eyes, and said, "Come in, stay with me a little longer." Oh my, who can resist that? I smiled and squeezed her hand, then went into the Hyuga house with her. We were lying on the corridor floor of the yard, watching the moon, and it felt special. Just after Hinata sighed that it would be great if time could stop at this moment, suddenly, a dark cloud swooped in and covered the moon. This weather really knows how to ruin the mood. I burst out laughing, and Hinata shyly gave me a light slap. I told her not to rush and to watch me. With that, I sat up from the ground, extended my right hand, and began to form a Rasengan. After about 10 seconds, a small blue sphere lit up in my hand, resembling a little night light. Hinata looked at the Rasengan in my hand. Her eyes filled with little stars, and said that this technique was more beautiful than a ninjutsu. I sighed and said that while it was indeed beautiful, I was just too slow at forming it. Then she suddenly got an idea, activated her Byakugan, and focused on my sphere, saying, "Naruto, maintain the shape, channel the chakra." Let me do it. I haven't reacted yet. She took a deep breath, her hands flying up and down like a butterfly dancing among flowers, circling around my Rasengan while chanting soft fist. Her chakra was rushing into my sphere. Wow. The meatball in my hand, which was the size of fist, suddenly expanded into a large glowing sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. It was heavy and emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire yard as bright as day. I panicked at that moment and turned to Hinata, saying, "Sister, what should we do about this? It seems like it's going to explode." Hinata was also stunned and replied, "This is too big, I can't disperse it." As soon as I finished speaking, I felt the thing in my hand was about to go out of control. I used all my strength and dived into the courtyard, pressing that big light ball firmly into the ground. The next second, boom! The entire Hyuga mansion shook violently when Hinata pulled me out of the ground. I was completely dazed. I spat out some smoke, looked at my tattered clothes, and then looked ahead. The originally beautiful garden was gone. The big tree was gone. The koi pond had evaporated, leaving only a giant pit with a diameter of 20 meters in a vortex shape. Hyuga Hizashi, Hinata's father, had a dark expression on his face, standing by the edge of the pit looking at us. I quickly stood up and gestured to him about what had happened with a series of whoosh bang boom. Hinata was also scared and hurriedly said it was her fault. So guess what? He not only wasn't really angry, but even seemed a bit appreciative, saying that our combined jutsu was quite impressive. Of course, there was still punishment, and I was tasked with filling that big pit. I just walked out of the living room feeling dejected when Hinata's little sister Hanabi pounced on me like a little cannonball, climbing on me and grabbing my face, yelling that I ruined her backyard. I felt guilty and could only weakly apologize as the 3 of us tumbled into a pile. Let me tell you, her dad was actually over the moon. Later, I heard Hinata say that her parents were watching from the house at the time and felt completely at ease about Hinata's future, thinking that with someone like me, a potential talent by her side, they could develop close to S-rank ninjutsu together. In the following days, Kakashi-sensei had us doing menial tasks like pulling weeds and picking up trash. I finally couldn't take it anymore and led the protest. The 3 of us felt that our abilities weren't improving at all. Kakashi had no choice but to take us to see the 3rd Hokage. At first, the old man tried to stick to the rules, saying that genin could only do D-rank missions. Without saying a word, I formed hand seals and was ready to unleash something big. He backed down in an instant. He disappeared from his seat and held my hand down, groaning as he assigned us a C-rank escort mission. We were to escort a bridge builder named Tizuna to the Land of Waves. However, this client, a drunken old man, came out spouting off, saying Kakashi-sensei looked like a bad person with his mask and called me a stunted dwarf. The looks Sasuke and Sakura gave me were like they were looking at a fool. I was furious. If Kakashi hadn't held me back, I would have taken out this protection target on the spot. The next day, we officially set off. Not long after leaving the village, I sensed something was off. Kakashi-sensei noticed too. Even though it was a sunny day, there were water stains on the road. The next moment, 2 ninjas wearing gas masks jumped out of the water and tore Kakashi apart with chains. Sakura screamed in terror. The 2 of them charged at me and Sasuke from both sides. Let me tell you, I was steady as a rock. The killing intent was too obvious. I easily dodged with a substitution technique and countered with a kick, sending him and his gear flying. Sasuke was equally impressive, effortlessly deflecting the other S attacks and knocking him out with a punch. Seeing they couldn't win against us, the two changed their target and charged towards Tazuna behind us. Although Sakura was trembling, she still pulled out a kunai to protect the old man. Just then, Kakashi-sensei suddenly appeared like a ghost, grabbing one of them with each hand and swiftly knocking them out. It turned out he had used a substitution technique. The truth was revealed. Tazuna had lied about the mission's rank. He was being targeted by a greedy businessman named Kato, and this mission was not a C rank, but a B rank mission with ninjas after him. Kakashi initially wanted to take us back to the village, but the old man started to play the victim, saying that if he died, his 8-year-old grandson would cry to death, and that his widowed daughter would hate us for life. We young people can't stand this. So after discussing it, we all agreed to continue with the mission. Then the key point came. Kakashi tied the two knocked-out ninjas to a tree and hesitated about how to deal with them. I walked straight over, took out a kunai, and, without hesitation, slashed at one of their throats. Kakashi was dumbfounded on the spot, and even Sasuke was taken aback for a moment. I looked at them in confusion and walked towards the other one, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, are you planning to let them go? Keeping such live captives is irresponsible to our entire team." Let me tell you, Kakashi-sensei's gaze was simply asking, "Are you really serious?" Even Sasuke was left dumbfounded, just standing there staring at me. I thought to myself, what's there to hesitate about? I walked straight over to the other unfortunate soul who was tied up and said to Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, you can't be seriously considering letting them go, right? Keeping these live captives is irresponsible for our entire team." As soon as I finished speaking, Sasuke, gritting his teeth, snatched the kunai from my hand without saying a word and slashed it across the guy's neck. Wow, let me tell you, it was like my hands were shaking on vibration mode for the first time. Blood splattered all over him. Kakashi saw this and started analyzing. "Look, Sasuke's hands are shaking, and he's all dirty. It's like this for the first time." I rolled my eyes internally. Dude, is this a live demonstration? Then I looked at myself, completely clean, because I had already calculated where the blood would spray. That's called professionalism. Sakura finally reacted and hurried over to hand Sasuke a handkerchief, her eyes full of concern. Sasuke casually wiped it and coolly said, "Sakura, my path is destined to be stained with blood. Keep up if you can." Oh my gosh, fam, who understands? This Chinibula line nearly left me speechless. This escort mission was really long and boring, mainly because of that old man named Tazuna, who moved slower than a snail. We spent 3 whole days just to reach the seaside. After finally getting on a small, rickety boat, I suddenly saw the bridge being built in the distance. And I was amazed. Wow, that bridge was a masterpiece of infrastructure. It was so spectacular. Tazuna was quite proud, saying he built it. I shot back. "I thought you were just a useless old man who only knows how to drink." Once the boat reached the shore, we entered a forest, and the mist suddenly rose, getting thicker and thicker, with visibility dropping significantly. Sakura thought it was romantic, but I felt something was off. Suddenly, I sensed a killing intent, and without thinking, tossed a kunai. Stupid Naruto. Sakura punched me on the head. I went over and saw a snow-white little rabbit in the bushes, scared to unconsciousness. I was practically drooling, my mind filled with thoughts of roasted rabbit legs, sprinkled with cumin, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sasuke couldn't hold back either and quietly said, "Leave me one rabbit leg." And Sakura was there holding the rabbit, shouting, "Bunny is so cute. How can you guys eat Bunny?" Just as we were almost about to fight over a rabbit, Kakashi-sensei's face changed, and he shouted, "Get down." Damn! A huge sword, as big as a door, crashed into the tree right in front of us. Standing on the hilt was a muscular man, his upper body wrapped in bandages. It was Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja from the Mist Village. This was getting serious. Kakashi-sensei immediately flipped up his forehead protector, revealing his blood-red Sharingan. I was shocked. "Sensei, you were hiding it deep." Sasuke's eyes were almost popping out. There was no time for us to be surprised. Zabuza jumped onto the surface of the lake, and with a mist technique, visibility turned to 0. Then, his voice echoed from all directions, like 3D surround sound, listing targets, throat, heart, liver, asking where we wanted him to strike. That killing intent was so heavy it felt like I was under a 10-level beauty filter, making my legs turn to jelly. Just when Sasuke was about to collapse, Zabuza suddenly appeared in the middle of our protective circle and swung his sword at Tazuna. In a flash, Kakashi-sensei was faster. A kunai plunged into Zabuza's heart. But then, with a splashing sound, he turned into a puddle of water. Water clone. What followed was a dizzying battle of substitutions. You turn into water, I turn into water. looking like a water ballet. In the end, Kakashi-sensei, caught off guard, was trapped in a big water ball. Water prison technique. Run. Kakashi-sensei shouted from inside the water ball. Run? What are you talking about? Sasuke immediately retorted, turning your back to him now will only get you killed faster. I thought the same. In my ninja way, there are no words for retreat. I told Sakura to protect the old man, then exchanged a glance with Sasuke. Okay, let's go. I clapped my hands and performed the multi-shadow clone technique. With a bang, hundreds of me surrounded the water clone of Zabuza. Zabuza looked dumbfounded and said that numbers didn't matter. Just then, Sasuke shot a great fireball over. And that huge fireball burned both my clones and aimed to catch Zabuza off guard. Zabuza's real body was beside the water prison forming hand seals, and a water dragon rushed out to extinguish the fire. But that wasn't the end. Sasuke threw a gigantic wind shuriken. Did you think that was it? No. There was a second one hidden in the shadow of that shuriken. Zabuza caught the first one with one hand, but for the second one, he could only jump to dodge. The opportunity came. The second shuriken that flew behind him suddenly transformed into me, and I threw a kunai straight at his back. Guess what happened? He blocked it with that huge sword on his back. I immediately cursed. You're cheating. You're too shameless. Using a door panel as a shield. One plan failed. So, I told Sasuke to hold him off for 30 seconds while I prepared something big. Sasuke's face turned pale and said, hold him off by myself? Am I crazy? But he still went for it. I saw Sasuke's eyes turn red as he activated his Sharingan. Incredible. It was like he turned on a 5x speed hack, and he was actually trading blows with Zabuza's clones. Finally, he used the Phoenix Fire technique, and that fireball curved like a homing missile, burning away the water clone, but he also exhausted all his chakra and knelt down. Before falling, he shouted, it's up to you now. The one at the bottom. I charged out of the mist with dozens of shadow clones, each holding a blue little orb, the Rasengan. Now the pressure was on Zabuza. His water clones were instantly obliterated by our Rasengans. Then, my real body, holding an oversized Rasengan, charged straight at Zabuza's true form. He was forced to release the water prison technique and used both hands to block my Rasengan. When Kakashi-sensei showed up, the situation reversed instantly. In just a few moves, Zabuza was knocked down. Kakashi-sensei told me to deliver the finishing blow. Just as I raised my kunai, I heard two whooshing sounds, and two needles pierced directly into Zabuza's neck. My kill. My first kill. It was snatched away by someone wearing a mask. That person claimed to be from the Mist Assassination Unit, and he carried Zabuza's corpse away. I felt something was off, since when did assassination units care so much? Even responsible for recovering the whole corpse? We sent Dazna back home, and Kakashi-sensei passed out from overusing his Sharingan. The next day, when he woke up, the first thing he told us was, Zabuza is not dead. Sure enough, that pursuing team was fake. He said we must become stronger before Zabuza returns. Then, he took us to the forest and taught us to practice chakra control, climbing trees. It involved concentrating chakra in our feet to walk up the tree like a gecko. Guess what happened? I used too little chakra and fell straight down. Sasuke used too much and ended up crushing the bark. On the other hand, Sakura went up in a flash. She sat on a branch over 10 meters high, looking down at us with an expression that practically screamed, I'm so far ahead. Both Sasuke and I turned green with envy, and our competitive spirit kicked in. We picked up shuriken and practiced desperately. I don't know how long we practiced, but it got dark. I fell from the tree again, and Sasuke suddenly approached me awkwardly, stammering, Naruto. Could you tell me the technique you asked Sakura about? I was stunned at that moment. Goodness, this guy's face was so red it reached his neck. He was so shy. I stared at him and said, what did you say? Speak up. I'm hungry and can't hear you. I was overjoyed inside. Uchiha Sasuke. You're having a day like this too? Begging me? Begging this underachiever? His pride must have shattered into pieces, but he still gritted his teeth and repeated it. I said, sure, but why don't you just ask Sakura yourself? She'd definitely be more than happy to teach you. And guess what? He just turned his head away and ignored me. Hey, what an attitude. I couldn't help but tease him. Hey, didn't I say to be gentle with girls? This attitude of yours is pure scumbag behavior. He exploded. I know, just tell me quickly. I bet he didn't listen to a word. On the other hand, in Zaibujan's old lair, the atmosphere was completely different. The boy named Bai was feeding Zaibujan like a little wife, one bite at a time. Let me tell you, it was so gentle and considerate. Zaibujan had almost recovered when he suddenly smiled and said he wanted to take on an apprentice. Bai asked, is it that blonde kid? Zaibujan replied, Yes, that's him. For the first time, I felt the urge to teach him all my silent killing techniques. He said my eyes were pure, just like a killing god he had seen back in the blood mist, hacking away at anyone without hesitation. Well, thank you very much. Are you praising me or insulting me? You want to take me as your disciple? Isn't that just a pipe dream? I'm going to be the Hokage, not getting involved in assassination with you. Zaibujan knew I would never agree, but he surprisingly said dying at the hands of that little brat wouldn't be so bad. Does anyone understand? Do these top assassins have some unusual way of thinking? After hearing this, Bai just smiled and said he was going to gather some herbs, then changed into a pink kimono and went out. The next morning, I was still sleeping like a dead pig in the woods. I couldn't help it. I had spent all night climbing trees with that guy Sasuke, and I finally ran out of energy and collapsed right there. The moment I opened my eyes, wow, a face so beautiful, it was almost unreal, was almost pressed against my nose. At that moment, my mind buzzed, and I felt a sense of killing intent. My body moved faster than my mind, and I grabbed the other person's clothes with one swift motion, yanking it hard. With a ripping sound, the fabric tore apart sharply. I focused my gaze and saw a big sister wearing a pink kimono. My actions had torn her clothes, exposing the wrap underneath. Our noses were almost touching, and I could smell her pleasant scent. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I instantly snapped back to reality, scrambling backward. My face so red I could fry an egg on it. She, however, wasn't angry. Instead, she covered her mouth and laughed, pretending to be pitiful. I was just trying to wake you up because I was worried you'd catch a cold. And this is how you repay me? I hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry. I'll pay for your clothes. She shook her head and said in a voice I couldn't quite hear, no need, anyway. It's the last time I'm wearing it. At that time, I didn't think much about it and asked her how she ended up here. She said she came to collect herbs, and then she noticed a cut on the back of my hand. I said it was nothing, just a small injury. But then she directly took a herb from her basket, chewed it, and then she grabbed my hand and spat the chewed herb onto my wound. Does anyone understand this? Although it was a bit strange when she bandaged my wound, her movements were so gentle. I was about to cry and said, "It's my first time being treated so gently by someone." She was taken aback and said, "Aren't parents usually like this?" I shook my head. I don't have parents. I told her all about how I was despised by everyone in the village when I was young. But then I straightened my chest and said, but that's all in the past. Now I have friends, rivals, and my most important Hinata. The moment I mentioned Hinata, I felt like I was glowing all over. I told her that Hinata and I had made a promise to return safely no matter what. And for her, I must become stronger. The look in this big sister's eyes, let me tell you, was particularly complicated. She seemed to be both envious and sad. She reached out and patted my head, saying, when a person wants to protect something important, they can become very strong. I smelled the pleasant herbal fragrance on her, and I was a bit enchanted. She smiled and took her leave. Coincidentally, just as she left, Sasuke came to find me. They passed by each other. As soon as Sasuke arrived, he looked at me with that expression reserved for unrecyclable trash and asked what I had been doing. I was still regretting having torn her sister's clothes and didn't hear him clearly. He immediately started complaining. The sanitation in the land of waves is terrible. Leaving large trash outside for so long without anyone handling it. Damn, how can this guy be so sharp-tongued? We had another pointless argument. When we got home, Kakashi saw that we had both stuck our kunai into the top of a tree and declared the first phase of training over. He told Sakura to teach me how to walk on water, while he was going to take Sasuke off for some special training, saying that the Sharingan's unique Jinjutsu was something I couldn't learn. TCH, I don't even care. I shot a harsh remark at Sasuke. Don't come crying if you can't learn it. He replied, do you think I'm like you, a bottom feeder? A few days later, the big bridge was almost finished. We were on the bridge guarding when suddenly, that iconic fog rolled in again. Zabuza and Haku were right on time for work. But this time, Zabuza's target had changed. He was holding that big sword, pointing it at us, and said, my target is that little brat behind you. Kakashi turned to look at the three of us, and we exchanged glances. Who was he talking about? Zabuza impatiently added, the shortest one. I exploded in an instant. Hey, I'm going to take you down, old man. Now, everyone's eyes suddenly focused on me. The next moment, Jean actually said he wanted to take me as his disciple, to inherit his assassination techniques and become the #1 assassin in the ninja world. Kakashi was completely thrown off, desperately refusing. No way, no way. He's just a bottom feeder. He can't do it. Hey, is that how you act as a teacher? I quickly made my stance clear. Who wants to learn assassination from you? I want to live in the sunlight with Hinata, and I don't want to be sneaky like you. Zabuza, I'm losing my patience, and I directly created 5 water clones to rush in. As a result, Sasuke blocked in front of Kakashi, and the look in his eyes, let me tell you, it was on fire. He said, "Leave this to me." Then in a flash, a shadow zipped by, and the 5 water clones were instantly annihilated, turning into a puddle on the ground. Zabuza was a bit surprised and immediately sent out Haku. "Haku, he's yours." Haku spun around like a top and engaged in battle with Sasuke. Wow, it was a flurry of blades and light. Haku could actually perform hand seals with one hand, which surprised even Sasuke. Sakura was beside herself, urging me to help. I said, "Don't worry, trust Sasuke. He's an opponent I acknowledge." But deep down, I was thinking, let this kid steal the spotlight. I could handle it too. Sasuke was indeed fierce, kicking Haku away with one blow. Just when we thought we had the upper hand, Haku stood up, formed hand seals, and the air around us instantly grew cold. Secret technique: Ice Crystal Mirror. The water stains on the bridge immediately froze, turning into 21 ice mirrors, trapping Sasuke inside like a yurt. Zabuza laughed triumphantly over there, saying Sasuke was doomed. Haku's figure merged into the mirrors, and the next second, countless shurikens shot out from all directions of the mirrors. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, clanging as he blocked the attacks. He wanted to break the situation with a great fireball. But that ice mirror was as hard as diamond and couldn't be broken at all. As soon as I saw this, I knew it wouldn't work. My brother was about to turn into a hedgehog. Without thinking, I squeezed in from the outside. "Sasuke, I'm here to help you." Sasuke turned around and saw me. Looking stunned, "Naruto, what are you doing in here?" "Attack from the outside, you idiot." I just realized, oh, it could be like this. "You idiot." We were arguing here, and Bai's attacks became even more intense. Suddenly, I felt a chill on my butt. A shuriken hit right on target. I turned around and glared at Sasuke, who said nonchalantly, "Oh, the attacks were too dense, I missed one." "I don't believe you. You did that on purpose." "I'm on fire, directly using Shadow Clone Jutsu, but it's completely useless. The clones just rush in and get taken out." Seeing the situation getting worse, I leaned in close to Sasuke's ear and whispered a bold plan. After hearing it, Sasuke turned pale. "You're thinking of those crazy things again. We haven't even tried. Do you have a better idea?" I asked. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, if we die, we die." I immediately created dozens of shadow clones, forming a circle of human walls to withstand the Thousand Hands attack. In the center, I formed a Rasengan and shouted to Sasuke, "Come on, Sasuke, pour your fire jutsu into it." Sasuke also went all out, unleashing a massive fireball directly into my Rasengan. In that instant, the blue sphere in my hand instantly turned crimson red, and the raging heat almost melted my hand. "Here it comes, fire release, Rasengan." I gathered all my strength, leaped up, and slammed the extremely unstable energy ball hard against the ice mirror above my head. Boom! With a loud bang, the flames, infused with a rotating force, swept through the entire interior of the ice crystal like a volcanic eruption, causing all the mirrors to shatter instantly, turning into sparkling fragments in the air. I landed steadily and looked at Sasuke. Good grief, he looked like a piece of burnt bacon, with his hair all curled up. I couldn't help but say, "Sasuke, how did you get so black?" He grabbed my collar and roared, "Naruto, do you have any idea that you almost burned me to death?" I pointed to my bloody right arm and said, "It's nothing, see, I'm hurt too." But we won. Sasuke saw my hand and stopped yelling. We walked together to the fallen white figure and uncovered her mask. In that moment, we were both stunned. Under the mask was a delicate face of a young girl. It was her, the gentle big sister who bandaged my wounds in the forest. Sasuke recognized her too. It's her. My hands holding a mask are trembling. "How? Is it you?" She looked at me, smiled calmly, and then closed her eyes. "Little ninja, you have one. Go ahead and kill me." I was stunned at that moment, and I said I couldn't bring myself to do it. Then this guy, oh no, this girl, she told me to understand her, saying that before meeting Hinata, she was just as miserable as she was. If the people around me were like Hinata or Irika Sensei, all bad people, I would also help them for that little bit of warmth. Wow, her words left me speechless. She was right, fundamentally. She and I were just two extremes forced out by our environments. I couldn't help but ask her what Zabuza had done to her that made her so determined. Then she started telling her story. Who understands a family background? It was like a hellish beginning. Born in a snowy little village in the land of water. She was originally quite happy, but one day, her dad killed her mom and wanted to kill her too. Sasuke, who was nearby, immediately exploded with killing intent. His Sharingan wide open, and the pressure was so intense that it almost made me gasp for air. It was better that I was standing in front of her. Sasuke gritted his teeth and asked why. She said it was because her blood was what they called a bloodline limit, a cursed power. The people of the Land of Water, just because this power made her stronger than ordinary people, were terrified of her and went on a crazy massacre of those with bloodlines after the war. I tell you, Sasuke empathized at that moment. When he closed his eyes, his Sharingan retracted. Wasn't the Uchiha clan ostracized by the village for the same reason? He understood so well. I continued, saying when her dad was about to kill her, she probably got triggered, and by the time she came to her senses, her dad was already dead in her hands. From then on, she wandered alone until one snowy day when Zabuza took her in. After finishing her story, she asked me, "Who were the tears for?" I was really furious. Is it really worth it just because of bloodline? But she herself was calm, as if she were talking about someone else's story. She said Zabuza needed useful ninjas, and since I had rendered her useless, she asked me to kill her. "No, I can't do it," I shouted while crying. She even picked up a kunai from the ground and shoved it into my hand, saying I had forgotten my promise to Hinata to come back alive. She said being soft-hearted as a ninja was irresponsible to comrades. Sasuke couldn't bear to watch any longer, snatched the kunai from my hand, and aimed it directly at Bai. But in that instant, Bai suddenly jolted, apologized, and said she couldn't die yet. Then she gave me a particularly pure smile, formed hand seals, and instantly disappeared from in front of us. The next second, I heard Kakashi-sensei's voice. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. Wow, Kakashi-sensei's hand, wrapped in blue lightning, was heading straight towards Zabuza, who was immobilized by a pack of dogs. Then with a whoosh, Bai appeared in front of Zabuza, taking the lightning cutter with her own body. Her shoulder was pierced through, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt meat. Blood flowed from her mouth as she turned back to Zabuza and said her last words. "Mr. Zabuza, please chop me down too." Before dying, she used 1,000 books to destroy Kakashi's summoning scroll, allowing Zabuza to escape. "Kakashi, it seems you're the one who will die." Zabuza swung his decapitation sword and really aimed it at Bai's body. At that moment, my eyes turned red. I tell you, that surge of anger shot up from the soles of my feet to the top of my head in an instant. I dashed forward in a leap and forcefully grabbed that big knife that could cut through iron like mud. Sister Bai. Red chakra erupted from my body like a volcano, and a fox phantom even appeared behind me. My eyes turned into the red pupils of a beast, and my teeth bared. The overwhelming aura stunned Zabuza into silence. Even Kakashi-sensei was shocked, calling my name. He didn't expect me to unleash the power of the Nine Tails at that moment. Why? Why did you do this to her? I was about to lose my sanity, holding him down tightly and pointing at Bai, roaring at him. What is there to say? The tool made its last contribution before dying, and it was the best for both me and her. As soon as I heard this, I completely exploded. Is your heart made of stone? She was thinking of you until the very last moment. She wanted to help you achieve your dreams. She would give up her life just to keep you alive. But what about you? I felt my strength grow stronger, directly slamming him down to the ground and riding on top of him. He was furious and kicked me away, stubbornly saying, "What do you know, you little brat? Can crying bring her back to life? Should I cry like an idiot like you?" I completely lost control and rammed into his stomach, causing him to spit blood. Then my fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, smashed toward his head. He quickly raised his big knife to block it. He shouted, "Ninjas are just tools. We're just using each other." Clang. I punched the knife. "Sister Bai likes you so much." Clang. "She thinks about you all the time." Clang. "Is this the result in the end?" Clang. "What did you treat her as?" Crack. With the final punch, the executioner's blade was actually broken by my fist. But just as my fist was about to come down, I stopped. Through the broken knife, I saw the so-called demon of the mist, Zabuza, crying. His tears flowed more sorrowfully than mine. His voice was hoarse. "Shut up, kid. Bai is already gone." He murmured, "We ninjas are tools, emotional tools, destined to disappear. Perhaps this is the reason for my and Bai's failure." Then I saw their memories. It was a snowy day when Zabuza encountered Bai, who was sitting alone on a bridge. He didn't know why he was acting crazy, so he casually said, "No one even looks at little brats like you." As a result, Bai looked up, smiled cleanly, and said, "Big brother's eyes are just like mine." That smile left Zabuza stunned. He initially thought that if this little brat asked him for food, he would kick her away. But instead, he inexplicably asked, "Little brat, do you want to follow me and live as my tool?" Little Bai nodded. Zabuza took her home. When he tore off her tattered cloth, he realized, "You're a girl." He was speechless for a long time and said, "This is more troublesome than I thought. From today on, you'll live as a boy." Once, Zabuza was poisoned by a puppet technique from Sunagakure and was struggling. Little Bai saw him in pain, ran out into the heavy snow barefoot, climbed a cliff, and brought him precious antidote herbs, her small feet covered in scars. Zabuza claimed it was just routine maintenance for a tool, but he personally applied medicine and bandaged her wounds. The most absurd thing was 6 years later, when Bai was 12, she suddenly cried loudly one day, saying she was sorry to Zabuza and could no longer be his tool because she was dying and bleeding continuously. I told you when I first saw it, I was completely stunned. The killing intent almost blew the house down. I thought someone was bullying his kid, but when I looked closer, good grief. It was just her period. This guy was completely thrown off. He charged into a women's supply store with a big knife. Amid the screams of the staff, he grabbed a worker and a bunch of stuff, demanding they teach him some basic biology. This black history is just unbelievable. One memory after another turned into tears for Zai Bujan. Just when we were at a standoff, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. It was the Nine Tails. It lazily said, "Little ghost, listen to me, that girl isn't dead yet." I was shocked at that moment. Really? There's still a little weak chakra left if it's not treated. She will really die. Do as I say. Give her the chakra I refined. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't care less about not killing him anymore. I shouted at him, "If you want to save Bai, stop," and then rushed to Sister Bai's side. I checked her, and sure enough, she was still breathing. I quickly extended my finger, and a small flame of emerald green chakra floated out, landing on her wound. A miracle happened. The charred wound visibly began to heal, and her complexion became rosy. Teacher Kakashi was stunned, saying that this level of medical skill was comparable to the three ninjas. Even Zabuza was dumbfounded, finally dropping his hostility and picking up Bai. I let out a breath, pointed at my forehead protector, and confidently said, "I am a Konoha Genin, Naruto Uzumaki," but the matter wasn't over yet. That black-hearted boss, Kato, came with over 100 thugs. When they saw Zabuza, they mocked him for not having killed anyone, and even took Uncle Dazna's daughter and grandson as hostages. Teacher Kakashi laughed. He wasn't worried at all about dealing with this rabble. Sasuke used a genjutsu and rescued the hostages. That whiny little brat, named Inari, actually gathered the courage this time to protect his mother. I touched his head and said to Kakashi, "Sensei." "Sensei?" He said he wants to kill us all. Doesn't that interfere with the mission? The teacher nodded. "That's right. Then is it okay to kill him?" I glanced around. Sasuke had used quite a bit of chakra on his genjutsu, and Kakashi-sensei needed a break too. "All right, then I'll take care of it. Shadow clone jutsu." At that moment, I had only one thought. I'm still not strong enough. If I were just a little stronger, I could protect Bai, as well as Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi-sensei. I want to become stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone. When I came back to my senses, Sasuke was shouting at me to stop. I opened my eyes, and to my surprise, the entire bridge from the surface to the bottom was densely packed with my shadow clones. There were a full 2,000 of them. I wiped my nose and waved my hand proudly. "So everyone go." Oh. The roar of 2,000 of me shook the heavens and earth, charging forward like locusts. Those warriors had never seen such a scene. A good fighter could take on 10 opponents, but now it was 20 against 1. They completely collapsed, crying out for their mothers as they jumped into the sea to escape. Soon, only Cardo was left on the bridge. I walked up to him, and he knelt down, begging me to take all his money. I couldn't help but cut his throat and said, "Oh," strange last words. The person behind me, who had been watching with wide eyes, said to Kakashi, "Did you see that? This kid is a natural-born killer. It's a pity to hand him over to me." Kakashi-sensei replied with a direct eye roll. What kind of teacher gets defeated by their student? Go wash up and sleep. When I woke up, I found myself resting on Sister Bai's lap. She had changed back into the kimono from our first meeting, gently stroking my hair, thanking me for saving her. I shook my head and said that it was her own gentleness that saved her. Jean leaned against the tree, looking displeased as he said to take back his words. I was not suitable to be his disciple, because I was too naive, going crazy for just a little kindness from others. I replied directly to him, "I don't want to be your disciple at all." I smiled and said that Zai Bujan had taken Kawa's inheritance and was now as rich as a country, feeling quite good. In the end, Zai Bujan said he wouldn't thank me because they would continue to live a life on the edge, and I couldn't save her every time. I lowered my head and thought of Inada. I told him that I didn't understand before, but now I seem to understand a bit. Someone told me that I have the power to end this hellish ninja world. Now I want to give it a try. For the person I like. It's not wrong to put in some effort, right? Just as I finished saying this, that guy Zabuza poured a bucket of cold water on me, saying that even the Kages of the 5 great nations couldn't do it, so what right do I have? Hey, with my temper, I directly confronted him. Then I have to do it even more, because I'm going to become a man who surpasses the Hokage. I told you that sunlight, that forest, was just like the first time I saw Bai. Bai looked at me and suddenly hugged me. Then, Jean, who was standing next to us, coolly said, "World peace. This killer won't have anything to eat," but he still had a bit of expectation. After saying that, he took Bai away. Before leaving, Bai kissed my face and said goodbye, little ninja, and then followed him. I was completely stunned at that moment. I covered my face. My cheeks were as red as a monkey's butt, and I shouted at their backs. I already have Hinata. As a result, who knew when Sakura had snuck over, standing next to me with a sarcastic tone, saying, "Naruto, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I'm going back to tell Hinata." I'm sweating. Sakura, this is a misunderstanding. She, however, didn't listen at all and said while touching her chin, "Oh, I suddenly feel like eating the dango from Konoha. Damn, isn't this just outright blackmail? You're extorting me. Have you forgotten all about Ninja 3? She just said, "Hinata will cry very sadly." Fine, you're tough. I'll treat you. What else can I do? I can only admit defeat. Kakashi-sensei clapped his hands and said the matter was settled. Everyone was gathered. Let's go home. This A-rank mission, disguised as a C-rank task, finally came to a successful conclusion. On the way back, Kakashi suddenly asked a question, saying, "By the way, Naruto, why do they all call you the tail of the crane? I don't see your strength being like that." Sakura got angry when she heard this and started a rant. "Kakashi-sensei, don't you know? This guy skips class every day, plays pranks on Iruka-sensei, and causes chaos in the school, never passing a single exam. Our class S average score is always last, all thanks to him. If it weren't for Iruka-sensei pleading every year, he wouldn't even graduate from first grade." Sasuke coldly added a jab from the side. "So no matter how strong he is, he will always be the tail of the crane in ninja school." Kakashi-sensei's helpless expression made me feel uncomfortable, so I quickly explained, "There's nothing I can do. The book says something like ninjas must throw shurikens at a certain angle to hit someone on the ground. How would I know that? Shouldn't I practice it myself? Rather than sleeping in class and getting beaten by Iruka-sensei, I might as well run outside and practice." "So what did you do when you sneaked out?" "Fishing, catching wild chickens, roasting rabbits to eat, seeing if there were any grandmas in the grocery street to help. So that's how you developed your reckless personality." By the way, I asked Uncle Dazna if the bridge was repaired. Sakura said it was, and it even has a particularly strange name. What is it called? Naruto Bridge. By the time we returned to Konoha, it was already evening. Kakashi went to submit the mission, and I was blackmailed by Sakura to take her and Sasuke out for dango. That guy Sasuke ate one skewer and then frowned and stopped, probably thinking of his brother. He suddenly looked at me and said, "Naruto, can we take a 3-day break starting tomorrow?" Can you spare a day to accompany me? My family, who understands that guy Sasuke, is actually shyly extending an invitation. Sakura dropped her dango in shock. Her heart must have been playing out an 800-episode melodrama. In the end, I squinted and thought for a moment before directly refusing. "No." Sasuke exploded. "Huh? 3 days off? Will it kill you to spend 1 day with me? Aren't we partners?" "No. I want to spend the 3 days with Hinata. We haven't seen each other for half a month." After saying that, I quickly swallowed the dango in a few bites and slipped away without looking back, afraid of being caught by him. Behind me, I heard Sasuke's furious shout, "You bastard. I'll chop you down sooner or later. Sakura, come accompany me." What? Is it a date? Practicing treading water. Ugh, I knew it. The next day, I went to find Hinata, and I ran into Team 8 by the river. Kiba had just popped out of the water, having completed the mission. Kurenai-sensei took the mission items and quickly left. Hinata was particularly considerate, handing Kiba a bento. That guy Kiba sniffed it like a dog and then gobbled it down with Akamaru. Shino also got a portion and seemed quite moved. Then Kiba, while eating, said, "Hinata, you're not treating us as test subjects, are you? Perfecting the taste before giving it to that Naruto kid." Shino scolded him to be grateful. Kiba started to dig his own grave again. "Speaking of which, you really do like that Naruto kid, huh? A guy who keeps shouting about wanting to marry in." "Don't talk bad about Naruto." Hinata instantly exploded. "You don't understand Naruto's gentleness at all." Kiba still wanted to retort, but Shino suddenly interjected. "Kiba, I might be hallucinating, but that tail of the crane you mentioned is walking over from the other side of the river." Kiba looked up, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. "I told you I was that handsome at the time, walking directly on the surface of the water, step by step. Hinata, I was just about to go to your house to find you. What a coincidence." As soon as I got to the shore, I gave her a big hug. "Naruto-kun, welcome back." She hugged me tightly too. That feeling was amazing. Kiba and his dog were nearby, barking and saying we were showing off our love and looking down on single dogs. I grabbed Hinata and tried to leave, but Kiba jumped out to block me, baring his teeth. I looked at him and said lightly, Hey, aren't you competing with me for the Hokage position? I'll be waiting for you. He became even more upset upon hearing this and insisted on sparring with me. I laughed at that moment. Sparring? Such childish tricks. We'll talk about it later. The look in my eyes was that of someone who had just come down from the battlefield, carrying the scent of blood. That guy Kiba instantly blew up. Even the red pill on his head started to growl. It wasn't until I pulled Hinata away that he calmed down. Teacher Kurinai appeared out of nowhere, patted his shoulder, and said, "He's not your match right now. I've killed before." Kiba immediately fired up and swore to compete with me in the Chunin exams. When we arrived at the Hyuga household, I gave Hinata the gift I brought from the land of waves, a small wooden hairpin. She liked it very much and said she liked everything I gave her. I helped her put it on and felt delighted seeing her shy expression. Suddenly, I felt a chill down my back, and when I turned around, there was Hinata's sister, Hanabi, hiding in the corner and glaring at me. I asked Hinata what was going on, and she said Hanabi was probably waiting for my gift. No way. Hanabi had everything at home. Would she really cherish my gift? Fortunately, thanks to Sakura's reminder, I had prepared something. I called Hanabi over, holding a wooden comb in my left hand and a nesting doll in my right. She took one look and snatched both items away. Hinata was not happy and pouted, saying, "Naruto-kun, why does Hanabi get two gifts?" Oh dear, the little girl was jealous. I quickly explained that I didn't know what she liked. One was chosen by Sakura, and the other was something I thought was fun. Then I started to show off, bragging to Hinata about my new wall running technique. I demonstrated a flying rooftop maneuver, hanging upside down on the wall, my head gently bumping against her forehead. "Naruto-kun, you've gotten stronger again. Of course. Do you want to learn? I can teach you." Half an hour later, as I watched Hinata running around the wall, I fell in a deep thought. Family, could it be that I'm really an idiot? Seeing me like this, Hinata panicked and slipped, falling off the wall. Without thinking, I rushed over to catch her, and we both fell to the ground. "Naruto-kun, are you okay? I'm Fine." "Hinata, what do you have hidden in your chest?" "It's soft." At that moment, my hand happened to be placed in front of her chest, and I squeezed it a bit, feeling that it was nice to the touch. So I foolishly asked, No, that over there's not okay, don't rub." Hinata's face instantly turned as red as blood. Am I still being silly there? Is it steamed bun? I'm just feeling hungry. I really didn't mean to. No one taught me these things. It's not a bun. "Naruto, you idiot." Hinata was so embarrassed that she ran away directly. I hadn't even stood up when a foot came down hard on my face. It was Hua. She rushed over in such a hurry that she didn't even put her shoes on properly. "You scumbag. Finally, you made a move against my sister. I'm going to have you taken to the security team and locked up for life." I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. In the ninja code, it's a death sentence to lay hands on a girl. You're touching my sister's chest and saying it's nothing. Chest. That's what you call it. I just realized my face turned red, and I quickly apologized. Hinata quietly said from behind, "It's okay, Naruto-kun, it's fine." Hanabi got even angrier. "Sister, you're too indulgent with him." Just as it seemed I was about to go to jail, I had a sudden idea and shouted, "Wait, it's just a chest. I have one too. You? Séduction technique." After a puff of smoke, a naked, golden-haired big sister appeared in front of Hanabi. I proudly puffed out my chest and looked at her with satisfaction. How about that? Quite voluptuous and beautiful, right? Much bigger than Hinata's. You can touch it as long as you want. This move left Hanabi dumbfounded. She had never seen anything like it and screamed, "Shameless," and punched me back to my original form, covering her face and running away. I fell to the ground completely bewildered. What am I angry about now? Hinata said quietly beside me, "Naruto-kun really doesn't understand a woman's heart." During the next 3 days of vacation, I focused on spending time with Hinata, staying close to her every day. Soon, I noticed that there were many new faces in the village. Hinata told me that the Chunin exams were about to begin. I asked her how she knew I discovered it. "Because of this." I said, "Because the way they look at me is the way normal people look at each other." As soon as I said this, Hinata felt like she was stabbed in the heart, tightly hugging me and saying, "Naruto-kun, you have too many sad memories. They will regret it one day." Just as the atmosphere was just right, a cold voice interrupted us. "Hey, you're in the way." I turned around and said, "Wow, what kind of creature is this? A horse? Its neck is so long." "Naruto-kun, that's a camel." "That's amazing. This horse can talk." "No, it's a camel." The one speaking is me, a red-haired boy sitting on the camel, said irritably. As soon as I saw it, wow, what a style. Carrying a big gourd on his back, with dark circles under his eyes that looked like they were painted on, and a red heart tattooed on his forehead. "Oh, it's a hedgehog hairstyle. Who are you to criticize me?" He got angry. That's how we met. His name is Gara. As a result, a leaf ninja came over wanting to seize his camel, and insulted the camel, calling it ugly. Gaara was about to make a move right then, but I stopped him. The ninja I saved not only didn't thank me, but also pushed me away. Gaara looked at me with a strange expression and asked, "Why don't you hate them? I'm used to it. Why do you have people around you who are willing to look at you? Can't you just make friends sincerely?" He thought I was really boring and made a camel out of sand again, riding off. I couldn't help but complain, "Do you have to ride something?" That night in the ceiling space, I told my dad Minato about the Chunin exams, and he was really happy. Then I went to find the Ninetales to thank it for helping me before. The Ninetales still had that indifferent attitude, snorting and saying, "If you really want to thank me, do as I say. That little brat you saw today, find an opportunity to fight him." "Huh, Gaara? Do you not like him? Just do as I say." "Hee, Shikaku, I didn't expect to run into you. My claws are starting to get restless." A few days later, Kakashi-sensei was late again, saying he got lost on the road of life. "Liar," Sakura and I said in unison. He completely ignored us, pulled out 3 Chunin exam application forms, and said he'd already recommended us to participate. Sakura held the application form, looking unconfident, feeling that she was too weak and would hold us back. Just when she was about to give up, Sasuke and I placed our hands on her shoulders, one on each side. I said to her, "Sakura, don't be afraid. Sasuke and I will protect you." Sasuke also said, "No matter what happens, I and this underachiever will protect you." We all said in unison, "We are companions." Sakura's tears fell at that moment, and she said, "Don't say such touching things." It was then that she truly understood the meaning of being a companion. Since we decided to participate, we must go celebrate with some ramen. I pulled the 2 of them along, just as we were walking down the street. We heard a shout, "Hey, you little brat, do you have eyes?" I looked over and saw a guy in black clothes with an oiled face, holding a child's scarf. That child was none other than Konohamaru. Big brother, help me." When Konohamaru saw me, he looked like he had seen a savior. It turned out he had intended to ambush me, but accidentally bumped into this uncle. Upon hearing the word uncle, the guy got so angry he was about to explode. "You call me an uncle? I'm just more mature." Next to him, a blonde girl was laughing uncontrollably, saying, "Huh, I told you the oil on your face makes you look older. Shut up, I'm going to teach him a lesson." Kanjiro raised his fist. It was as if he hadn't heard anything and kept chattering. "Don't worry, I know my limits. I tell you." After he finished speaking, that little brat Konohamaru was so scared that his legs were already kicking out after images, screaming for help. And guess what Naruto said? He stood there calmly, like a battlefield instructor, and said, "Konohamaru, I won't step in. When you encounter danger, instead of thinking about solving it yourself, you always want to call for help. How do you expect to become Hokage like this?" Good grief, is this on-site teaching? Konohamaru was also someone who listened to advice. With just one sentence, he was enlightened, quickly forming hand seals at lightning speed, and shouted, "I understand. Séduction technique." Boom! A puff of smoke, and Kanjiro was instantly incapacitated. In front of him was a swimsuit-clad beauty, and the crucial part was that his fist didn't land. His hand happened to be grabbing her chest. He shivered in shock and quickly let go. As a result, this swimsuit version of Konohamaru didn't play by the rules, seeing an opportunity. She lunged at Kanjiro like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, directly diving into his arms, her long black hair brushing against his face. And she sweetly said in a teasing voice, "Hey uncle, let's do something meaningful." Kanjiro had never seen such a scene. Everyone from Sunagakure was wrapped up as if they were going to trek through the desert. This kind of stimulation completely fried his CPU. Blood gushing from his nose like a fire hydrant, and with his eyes rolling back, he passed out on the spot. "Big brother, I did it." Konohamaru transformed back, excitedly running over to high-five Naruto. Naruto circled around his transformed state and seriously commented, "Well done. You've already grasped the essence. Chest, thighs, and buttocks all can score over 90. It's all thanks to Big Brother's excellent guidance. All right, let's move on to the next stage." Naruto said something shocking. "Take off your clothes." Konohamaru's face was full of question marks. "Take off? What's under the clothes?" "Well, it's hard to explain." Naruto scratched his head. "Let me show you a transformation. Séduction technique." Good grief. As the smoke cleared, a blonde girl with twin tails stood there completely naked. Konohamaru's eyes widened. Oh. So amazing. So this is what it looks like inside. He even reached out to touch. Just as Kanjiro, who had just been revived by his sister, opened his eyes. He happened to see the 2 beautiful girls exploring each other's bodies in a restricted scene, and another mouthful of old blood spurted out, leading to his second death. His sister was there crying, "Kanjiro, get a hold of yourself." With his last breath, Kanjiro said, "Sister in the next life, I hope to be born in Konoha. Farewell." Sakura finally couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "You two idiots!" with a punch from each of them. They directly knocked them back to their original forms. "What are you doing, Sakura? You shameless guy? What you taught the kids?" Naruto looked innocent. "It's my original jutsu. Not that. Being naked. Don't you have any sense of shame?" "No." Sakura, furious, turned to Sasuke. "Sasuke, you say something to him. This is embarrassing for our team 7. Sasuke didn't hear a thing, just staring blankly at Naruto, his mind in a jumble. He always felt like he had seen this technique of Naruto's somewhere before, but when he thought about it, his chest ached so much that he couldn't breathe. Naruto, oblivious to the danger, boasted to Sakura, "Look, even Sasuke is stunned. Besides, mine is much fuller than yours. Naruto, I'm going to kill you." Just as Sakura was about to give Naruto a set of I Am Buddha porcelain cup punches, a cold voice came over. "You're really embarrassing us, Sunagakure." I turned around and wow, Gaara. He appeared as if he had teleported, standing there without me noticing when he arrived. His water-green pupils were as sharp as knives, first glaring at his sister Temari, making her too scared to speak, then sweeping his gaze across our Team 7, clearly searching for the one who had beaten Kankuro into a pool of blood. Naruto, the social terrorist, even took the initiative to greet him. "Gaara, what a coincidence." Sasuke was stunned and quietly asked, "Do you know him?" "I met him yesterday," Naruto whispered. "Let me tell you, this guy is a really big horse." Sasuke and Sakura immediately imagined a gloomy horse-breeding boy who looked completely out of place, their expressions breaking into smiles. Sandhand. Gaara's anger was clearly at max level, and the sand in his gourd suddenly transformed into a giant hand, reaching out to grab Naruto. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke reacted incredibly quickly, instantly stepping in front of Naruto. A massive fireball burned the sand into red glass shards, which clattered to the ground. Gaara glanced at Sasuke and gave up on attacking. "Who are you? State your name." "Uchiha Sasuke." "Good, I'll remember you." "That look in your eyes," Gaara's eyes, clearly writes Death Note. "You two are both my targets. If we meet in the exam, I won't hold back." Naruto, on the other hand, was unfazed, grinning as he said, "Gaara, let's have a fight sometime." Gaara ignored him completely, snorted coldly, and used sand to wrap up his embarrassing brother before turning to leave. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the CHNIN exam. The appointed time was 2 o'clock, and when I arrived, Sasuke was already leaning against the wall, eyes closed, trying to look cool for quite a while. "Are you worried about something?" Naruto asked him. "I was just thinking the people outside the village are really strong." Sasuke revealed a rare hint of anxiety, unsure if he would have a chance against those opponents. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately called him out. "So you're saying you're nervous?" Sasuke rolled his eyes in response. "Can't you say something nice? What are you afraid of?" Naruto laughed, punching Sasuke on the shoulder. "No one said we have to fight alone. I believe our team is the strongest. With you by my side, I'm ready to face any enemy. That's my ninja way. Besides, we have Sakura. Her punches hurt a lot." Sasuke turned his head away, sarcastically saying, "Then you should clean out that ramen brain of yours, so you don't end up getting yourself killed." But clearly, a huge weight had lifted off his mind. Just then, Sakura rushed over, out of breath. "Our Team 7 is finally gathered. Let's head to classroom 301. But when we reached the door, wow, a crowd was blocking the entrance. 2 gatekeeping ninjas disguised as exam candidates were stopping people from entering and even beat up a teammate of a boy with a watermelon head. Sakura whispered, "Poor illusion technique. This is clearly the 2nd floor, but the door number is 301. It looks fake at first glance." Sasuke, being the fighter he is, didn't care about that. Upon hearing that they had to defeat them to get in, he dashed forward. Naruto ignored him, his gaze falling on another person. "Neji, are you still unwilling to turn back?" Hyuga Neji, Hinata's brother, coldly glanced at him. "None of your business." "How is it none of my business? Hinata has always been thinking about you." Naruto exclaimed angrily, "If you make Hinata cry, I will definitely beat you up. Haven't you been saying that since the beginning? Isn't it getting old?" Neji retorted. Naruto lost it, irritably tugging at his hair. "I'm so mad. The more I get angry, the hotter it gets. I'm going to buy some popsicles to cool down." Saying this, he opened the window and jumped out. Who understands family matters? This move was really too abstract. Just as Naruto left, the boy in green who had been beaten, named Rock Lee, quickly stepped in front of Sasuke and the examiner to kick him. Then, he walked up to Sakura, his cheeks slightly flushed, showing off his white teeth, and gathered his courage to say, "My name is Rock Lee. Sakura, I like you. Please go out with me." "Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are too thick." Sakura felt the world spinning and shook her head vigorously, dragging Sasuke to run up to the 3rd floor. But that thick-browed guy chased after them, blocking Sasuke's path. You, with a fierce look in your eyes, wait a moment. Sasuke's forehead twitched with veins popping out. He was already annoyed, and now this hot-headed guy was bothering him. Do you want to fight me here? Lee was startled by Sasuke's glare, but still issued a challenge. I want to see if my techniques can work against a clan that's called a genius. Are you coming at the Uchiha? Sasuke hated this the most. I'll finish you in 5 minutes. But what happened? He got slapped in the face. I'm telling you, Xiao Li's speed is ridiculously fast. When Sasuke threw a punch, he disappeared, and the next second he appeared above him, kicking down. Sasuke just dodged. But Xiao Li landed and twisted his body, delivering a solid spinning kick that sent him flying. Effective, Xiao Li shouted excitedly. Sharingan. Sasuke got up from the ground, his double tomo spinning rapidly. Useless, Xiao Li shouted. I'm using neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu, just pure taijutsu. Even if you can see it, your body can't react in time. Then came a flurry of punches, and Sasuke was kicked in the air, spinning 720 degrees. Xiao Li even wanted to do a stylish flying kick to smash him into the ground. But all of this was an illusion. Family. Is this the electronic cricket fighting of the Uchiha clan? At the moment Sasuke was kicked in the jaw, he pulled Xiao Li into the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. In the illusion world, Sasuke stood proudly, with Sakura throwing herself at him. He was winning big. Since this is a decisive battle, it wouldn't make sense if he didn't get hurt at all. In reality, Sasuke rubbed his aching jaw and took out a kunai to leave a memento for Xiao Li. Just then, a small windmill flew in from nowhere, knocking his kunai away, and a red turtle blocked Xiao Li's path. Speaking human words, this is as far as you go. Sasuke looked down and discovered that his foot had been wrapped up in Xiao Li's bandages without him noticing. If it weren't for this turtle appearing, he might have been finished off by Xiao Li's forbidden technique. This farce finally ended under the education of a larger, greener, and bushier eyebrow kappa, teacher guy. After Xiao Li and the others left, Sasuke sat alone on the ground, punching the floor hard. Damn it. He was angry at himself for being too weak. The exam hadn't even started, and he had already used his trump card Jinjutsu, almost losing as a result. Just when Sasuke was sulking, Naruto returned, holding an ice pop, and quietly pressed a cold stick against the back of Sasuke's neck. So cold. What are you doing? Hee hee. Naruto grinned as he unwrapped the packaging and broke apart 2 connected ice pops, stuffing one into Sasuke's mouth without explanation. Feeling calmer now? The ice melted in his mouth, and Sasuke's irritable emotions calmed down a bit. Naruto asked him, Sasuke, if you had to run laps around the playground to train your taijutsu, how many laps would you run? 20 or 30 laps? That guy with the bushy eyebrows, Naruto said, calculates it in thousands. From morning till night. Endless practice is what gives him that kind of speed and strength. Sasuke looked at him in shock, speechless. Got it. You didn't lose unjustly. Compared to him, our training is like child's play. Naruto stood up, pointed at room 301 out far away, saying, guys like that are everywhere in the CH NEEN exam. Are you scared? Sasuke's eyes reignited with fighting spirit. Humph. How could I be scared? Rather, I'm getting excited. If I can't do it alone, then I'll add you. That bushy-browed guy won't be our opponent. That's the Sasuke I want to see. Naruto extended his hand to him. Exactly what I wanted. Sasuke gripped his hand tightly and stood up. Sakura also jumped in between them, hugging their necks with one arm each. You 2 guys, don't forget about me. Upon entering room 301, my goodness, it was packed at least 150 people. Ino saw Sasuke and pounced on him with a loud cry, while Sakura immediately started a verbal battle with her. The Konoha 12. Oh no, back then it was still the 9 were all gathered. Then, Naruto began his damn solo show, walking to the front under the murderous gaze of the crowd and raising his fist to all the other candidates except for their 9. I don't know which village you guys are from, but since we're in the same exam, be prepared to be defeated by me. Instantly, the killing intent of over 100 people in the room turned toward him. Shikamaru covered his face from behind, looking like he didn't know this idiot. Just then, a group of examiners appeared on the podium amidst smoke, and the scarred man at the front shouted, All right, you bunch of trash, quiet down. The exam starts now. His name is Marino Abiki, and he is the chief examiner. He distributed a test paper to everyone and then announced, the first round is a written exam. I tell you, Naruto was exuding confidence one moment, and the next moment he saw the exam paper, his face turned pale, and he was completely petrified. What is this? Why is the first round a written test? I can't understand a single question. Naruto wailed in despair in his heart. In a moment of panic, he slammed his head against the desk and knocked himself out. What was he doing? He entered the mental space to summon help. He looked for his dad, the 4th Hokage, and the 9 Tails for assistance. As it turned out, One Hokage and one-tailed beast stared blankly at middle school level exam questions, unable to figure them out. In fact, the true purpose of this exam was to test the ability to cheat and gather information under the rules. By the time Hinata gently woke Naruto up, time was almost up. Naruto-kun, Hinata quietly handed over her paper. I've finished all the questions. You just need to write your name on this exam paper. What a good wife. But guess what Naruto did? He took the paper, neatly wrote Hyuga Hinata in the name section, and then handed it back to her. He chuckled foolishly, thinking, sacrificing Hinata to fulfill my dream. What kind of man am I? My ninja way is to move forward courageously. Hinata pouted in frustration, unable to resist this idiot's tenderness again. But there's still the 10th question. Naruto clenched his fists. I'll bet everything on this. Just then, Ibiki knocked on the desk, all right? You losers, time's up. Now I'll announce the 10th question. But before that, I need to explain that this question is optional. You can choose not to answer it. If you answer correctly, no matter how the first 9 questions went, you can advance. If you answer incorrectly, it's the same, regardless of how you did before. You will fail. Also, Ibiki's voice carried a cruel pressure. If you choose to answer and get it wrong, you will no longer have the qualification to participate in the Chunin exam for life. You'll be a genin forever. Now, make your choice, bet your lives. What to do, what to do? I'm going to die. I remember back then, I was completely numb, and the only words swirling my mind were these. That Naruto kid, his face was even whiter than mine. The pressure he was under was greater than anyone else's, if he got the answer wrong. His marriage with Hinata would really be off. Just when the examiner, what was his name again, Marino Ibiki, was watching Naruto's painful expression with a look of enjoyment. I thought, that's it, this kid is going to forfeit. But guess what? Naruto surprised me with something big. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, I won't give up. If it comes to that, I'll just be a low-ranked ninja for life. Hinata, if it really comes to that, I'll just take you away from the Hyuga family. This is my ninja way. Wow. I was like, wow. Family. Who understands what kind of heavyweight crime announcement this is? The entire venue fell silent. And guess what happened? He passed. Just with that courage, he turned in a blank paper and somehow passed. When he walked out of the exam room, it felt like he was walking on cotton. He couldn't even believe it himself. Sakura was next to him, so mad she was pulling her hair out, saying she had worked so hard answering questions. And the examiner just said that a good ninja is one who dares to take on unknown tasks. Wasn't that just pure bullying of honest people? Sasuke was also there, looking helpless, complaining that this really was a case of a fool having good luck. Naruto was so smug, his tail was almost up in the air, laughing like a villain. Sakura was still there muttering in discontent. Criminal. Just said he would take Hinata away. So shameless. Then Hinata's face turned bright red, like a ripe tomato, hiding behind Naruto, punching his back with her little fists, looking so shy. Oh my, this dog food is making my teeth hurt. Next, the second exam, good grief, the Forest of Death. Just hearing the name is enough to give you chills. The chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko, a cool and stylish big sister, immediately had us sign a death warrant, saying this isn't child's play, instantly raising the tension. Sasuke and Sakura were still analyzing tactics, talking about snatching scrolls, half of them being enemies. Naruto sat down seriously and said, Next, let's make a battle plan. At that moment, I thought, what kind of plan could you have? The expressions on Sasuke and Sakura's faces were like they had seen a ghost, almost reaching out to check if he had been swapped out. And then you hear Naruto's plan. The first thing we do is find Hinata and meet up. I already talked to her. Sasuke asked him, what if their scrolls are different from ours? Naruto confidently replied, then we'll just grab another one. I was like, what kind of ridiculous battle plan is this? But Sasuke thought about it. Having more allies is good, and surprisingly agreed. Once we entered the forest, it was eerie. The towering trees blocked out the sunlight. Naruto, that goofball, started talking about leaving marks so Hinata and the others could find us. And then, he started to take off his pants. He said he would use his urine scent to lead the dogs. Family, who understands this? Sakura exploded on the spot, kicked him into the bushes and pointed at him, roaring, Are you a dog? You must be a dog. Go over there and deal with it. Just when everything was chaotic, I suddenly felt a chill at the back of my neck. I looked up and saw 3 people standing in the trees, with forehead protectors from the grass village. The leading woman, she looked abstract. She stretched out her long tongue and licked her own eyes. And that scene almost made me vomit my breakfast. She smirked at Naruto in a weird way. What good luck? I didn't expect to run into you first, Naruto. Naruto, still clueless, asked, Annie, do you know me? That woman, who was Orochimaru, sneered. If you survive, I'll tell you. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying, killing intent shot into our minds. Let me tell you, in that instant, I directly envisioned myself being chopped into pieces. My legs went weak, and I didn't dare to move. But Naruto and Sasuke, having seen bigger scenes, held their ground. Sasuke was panting heavily, activating his Sharingan, and directly stood in front of Sakura. Naruto also swayed and stood on the other side of Sakura. Orochimaru saw this and thought, oh, they can hold on pretty well. Without saying a word, she bit her finger and slammed it on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Oh my gosh. 3 giant pythons, over 20 meters long, appeared out of nowhere. The scene was like watching a monster movie. Naruto reacted quickly, shouting Shadow, clone Jutsu, and hundreds of Narutos rushed in screaming to be cannon fodder. Sasuke immediately followed up with a fireball Jutsu to the face. I have to say, these two have an incredible synergy. Their coordination is so in sync. It's way better than my AI teammate. They don't even need eye contact. Naruto's shadow clone grabs the real body by the leg and throws him toward Sasuke like a shot put. Sasuke just stands there, knowing Naruto will come. Sure enough, Naruto unleashes a Rasengan, hitting Orochimaru's snake right in the vital spot, sending it crashing into the ground, making it roll its eyes. On the other side, Sasuke's fireball is just a distraction. The real attack is the Phoenix Fire Jutsu, hidden in the flames, with several fireballs carrying shurikens sneaking in from the blind spot. Taking out another one, the two stand side by side, provocatively taunting Orochimaru. But Orochimaru isn't fazed at all, ominously pointing behind them. Oh no, a third snake has snuck up behind Sakura. Sakura was so scared she froze. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead. But seeing Naruto and Sasuke expose their backs to save her, something snapped in her. She pulled out a shuriken and stabbed her own thigh, overcoming fear with excruciating pain. Then she leaped up, filled with rage, and with one punch. Just one punch. It smashed the snake's head in, knocking it out cold. I only said one sentence at that time. Sakura is amazing. Naruto and Sasuke were both stunned. Sakura jumped down from the snake's head, blood still flowing from her leg, her hand glowing green as she urgently stopped the bleeding. She said, I'm also a member of Team 7. How could I always let you protect me? This really angered Orochimaru, who darkened his face and said, what a touching team. Naruto sensed the situation was not right and said to Sasuke, we can't delay any longer. Let's just use that move. Sasuke understood instantly and began to inject fire chakra into Naruto's Rasengan. A fiery red Rasengan started to take shape, and the heat made my face feel like it was being roasted from a distance. Orochimaru wouldn't give him time. His body elongated like noodles and shot forward in an instant. The speed was so fast that the eyes couldn't keep up. Sakura waved her kunai to block, but was sent flying by a slap. The remaining shadow clones Naruto created rushed in to buy time, but were instantly cleared out. Just as Orochimaru was about to reach them, Sasuke rushed in and engaged him in close combat, using the prediction ability of his Sharingan. He firmly held Orochimaru's movements to create an opportunity for Naruto. At the moment Sasuke blew Orochimaru away with an explosive tag, the chance came. Sasuke jumped into the air. Kunai aimed at Orochimaru's back, but that sly old fox used a substitution technique. His real body suddenly appeared behind Sasuke, his neck stretching like a rubber band, biting down on Sasuke's neck. Ah! Sasuke let out a painful scream on the spot. Sasuke! Naruto's eyes turned red. Taking advantage of Orochimaru being unable to bite, he slammed the fire-style Rasengan down on Orochimaru with a destructive force, pushing him against a giant tree. Boom! A vortex of flames shot into the sky, burning the century-old tree and Orochimaru to ashes. After the battle, Naruto quickly picked up Sasuke, seeing the strange marks on his neck that were both bite marks and the 3 tomo. Thinking he was poisoned, without hesitation, he opened his mouth to suck it. I was just... The subway, the old man, the phone. Sasuke's face instantly turned red, both embarrassed and angry. At that moment, Sakura also ran over and, upon seeing the two of them embraced, screamed, Ah, Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto innocently looked up and said, sucking poison. Sakura stomped her feet anxiously. Then let me do it too. Family, this battlefield, I'll take my leave. As a result, Orochimaru, that sly old fox, was not dead at all. He poked half his head out of the ground, like a mole peeking, and analyzed. Oh, the bodily fluids of the Uzumaki clan can alleviate the side effects of the cursed seal. I've gathered some good intel. After saying that, he slipped away. I truly admire you, old fox. That night, the 3 of them found a hidden tree hollow to rest. Naruto had severe burns on his hand. Sakura had a broken arm, and Sasuke was unconscious from the cursed seal. They were a pitiful trio. Sakura was supposed to keep watch, but ended up falling asleep from exhaustion. The next morning, Naruto surprisingly started a fire and cooked mushroom soup. Just as Sakura took a sip and was about to praise it, Naruto suddenly stood in front of her, shouting at the bushes, "Three over there. Their killing intent is so strong it scared the mushrooms." Well, three sound ninja jumped out, led by a bandaged man, clearly aiming for Sasuke. Naruto told Sakura to protect Sasuke and charged in alone. But he had exhausted too much chakra, and his shadow clones were all weak. The bandaged man had a strange device in his hand. He waved it at Naruto's shadow clones, and they all exploded. He charged at Naruto's real body, waved again. And although Naruto tried to block with his hand, blood instantly gushed from his ears, and he lost his balance, collapsing to the ground, unable to stand. Naruto! Sakura wanted to rush to save him, but was blown away by another sound ninja's wind technique. Just as the bandaged man was about to use a kunai to disfigure Naruto, Sakura desperately prayed to the sky. At that moment, with a crisp sound, a delicate little hand firmly blocked the deadly kunai. Hinata! Hinata had arrived. She appeared in front of Naruto like a lioness protecting her cub, kicking the bandaged man away. Her body erupted with incredible chakra, her Byakugan activated, and her gaze was as cold as ice, roaring, unforgivable. Tahar Naruto-kun, the bandaged man, furious and humiliated, attempted to use his sound wave attack again. However, Hinata's Byakugan saw through his chakra flow, and she preemptively used her chakra to nullify the attack. Following, there was a fluid series of gentle fists, 8 trigrams, 32 palms, directly sealing all the bandaged man's chakra points, leaving him like a puppet unable to move. "I will make you feel Naruto-kun's pain." Hinata pulled out a kunai, her eyes filled with killing intent, ready to finish him off. "This is true love, family. Hinata." Just then, Naruto weakly called her name. Hinata paused, immediately abandoning the enemy and rushing back to Naruto's side, tears welling up as she said, "I'm sorry, I'm late." But Naruto smiled and pinched her nose. "Silly, thank you for saving me." Just as these two were being lovey-dovey, a suffocating wave of black chakra erupted. Sasuke had, at some point, already stood in front of Naruto. The cursed seal on his neck had spread across half of his face, and he radiated an ominous purple chakra, like a demon crawling out of hell. He glanced at Naruto's weak appearance, and a cold voice devoid of emotion rang out. "Naruto, who hurt you?" When Sasuke asked that question, Hinata completely exploded. She was still using her Byakugan, but the next second, it was like her phone's signal suddenly dropped. She shut it off with a gasp, her face turning pale, and shouted at Kiba and Shino to run for their lives. Family, who understands that feeling? Hinata said it was like Sasuke had grown a pair of eyes behind him that were ready to swallow people whole. So eerie. Kiba and Shino were also stunned. One was playing with a dog and the other with bugs. As a result, Akamaru got so scared that he dove into Kiba's arms, trembling like a leaf, while Shino's bugs fell from the air, unable to flap their wings, as if they all caught a virus. And Sasuke? He didn't care about them at all, just walked step by step towards those sound ninja. The aura he exuded was all about keeping strangers at bay. Even familiar faces should roll away. Just his killing intent scared the weakest girl so much that her legs went weak and she collapsed. The guy named Sack was still tough, stubbornly shouting, "What are you pretending for? Watch me tear you to pieces." After saying that, he started forming hand seals. And with a whoosh, he created a storm several times more powerful than before, charging straight at Sasuke. The noise plowed a trench into the ground, and nearby trees had huge chunks taken out by flying stones. When the wind finally passed, Sack leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, thinking that he must be dead now, blown to bits. Just as he was about to laugh, a chilling voice sounded behind him. "Looks like you're quite satisfied with those 2 arms of yours." Sack turned around and nearly had his soul scared out of him. Sasuke had somehow teleported behind him and casually grabbed his wrist, his smile practically dripping with mockery. Sack stuttered, "Why you? How?" After fumbling with his hand seals for so long, Sasuke said, "No future for you." After that, he applied force, and with a snap, it sounded like crushing a potato chip. He completely crushed Sack's modified arm, bones and all, into dust. "On my hand!" Sack screamed, sounding worse than a pig being slaughtered. In a reflex, he used his other hand to launch a wind cutter at Sasuke's head, but Sasuke seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He tilted his head slightly and dodged, then grabbed his second arm. "Oh, being so cooperative are we? Here's another crisp snap." Good heavens, double kill. Both of Sak's arms were rendered useless, and he collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, convulsing with despair in his eyes. Sasuke looked around, noticing no one could stand anymore, and surprisingly looked displeased. Is that it? Why are you all so weak? His expression was like he just played 2 rounds against the AI and found it unsatisfying. At that moment, the bandage guy finally released Hinata from her pressure point, crawling and rolling to Sasuke's feet, throwing the scroll on the ground, and bowing repeatedly. Big brother, I was wrong. Here, the scroll. Please spare us. Sasuke didn't even glance at the scroll, kicking him over and stepping on his neck, leisurely saying, a scroll? If I wanted to kill you, I could just take it myself. The pressure of his foot alternated between light and heavy, purely playing with his mind. I was watching from the side, feeling a chill. Does this guy have a bit of antisocial personality? Stop it. Sasuke, don't do this. Sakura finally couldn't hold back, crying as she tightly hugged Sasuke from behind. Please, turn back into the Sasuke. I know. You're too scary like this. Family, who understands? A love-struck brain can really save lives at critical moments. As soon as Sakura hugged him, it was like Sasuke's killing intent was put on pause. The curse mark on him began to fade, and a wave of weakness surged up. He clicked his tongue and impatiently shouted, consider yourselves lucky this time. Get out of here before I change my mind. The bandage guy felt like he had been granted a reprieve and crawled away with his 2 teammates. Once they left, Sasuke couldn't hold on any longer, sitting down on the ground, and the patterns on his body faded away. He panted, turning to Naruto. Hey, you at the back, are you okay? However, Naruto was leaning against Hinata's soft embrace, looking blissful, and answered absent-mindedly. Do you want some fried tofu? Sasuke's face turned green. He grabbed Naruto's shoulder. Hey, did you get hit in the head? Hinata quickly explained. It's fine, he just has temporary hearing loss. He can't understand what people are saying right now. Sasuke looked speechless. You really don't make it easy. Naruto still thought he was being praised, grinning. No way it's that good, but if you want to thank me, just treat me to ramen. Sasuke's forehead twitched. Great. This communication was just a classic case of ducks talking to chickens. And he didn't want to say another word to Naruto. At that moment, Sakura picked up a scroll from the ground, happily saying, Sasuke, we completed our mission. It's the Book of Earth. Sasuke didn't take it. Instead, he reached out and ruffled Sakura's hair, a hint of gentleness flashing across his lips. Sakura, you've worked hard. Sakura instantly short-circuited, covering her face and turning into a lovesick state. Did Sasuke just smile at me? Am I dreaming? Just when the atmosphere was just right, Kiba, with his big mouth, started again. I say, Team 7 is too weak. Almost got wiped out on the first day. If it weren't for us. Sasuke's gaze turned icy. So, you completed your mission too? Of course. Kiba proudly pulled out the scroll. Then let's have a match. Sure. Good heavens, just like that. They were ready to fight again. Sakura quickly rushed to the middle to mediate. Stop it, stop it. We're friends. But Naruto, who didn't know when he stood up, interjected solemnly. That's right, though barbecue and pork cutlet rice are good, Ichiraka ramen is the best. The entire audience. The tense atmosphere immediately dissipated. And Sasuke and Kiba both looked at this atmosphere destroyer in disbelief. In the end, it was Shino who stepped in to smooth things over, saying they shouldn't both end up injured and let others take advantage. Only then did Kiba relent, leaving a remark about deciding the winner in the next exam. And that matter was settled. After that, relying on Hinata and their team 8's scouting abilities, the 2 teams had a smooth journey and reached the high tower at the finish line in just a couple of days. Then came the preliminaries for the 3rd exam. The 3rd Hokage went on and on with a bunch of nonsense, but I didn't catch a single word. Soon after, Sasuke went up for the first match, using his copied Lion's Barrage from Lee to cleanly take down his opponent. Before the next match, he left a parting shot at Naruto, saying, you at the back. If you lose, you won't get away with it, and was taken away by Kakashi to deal with the curse mark. In the 4th match, it was Naruto against Kiba. As soon as Kiba came up, he made a bold statement about wanting to avenge past humiliation. Naruto also arrogantly replied, you definitely can't beat me. As the match began, Kiba charged in with a 4-legged technique, elbowing Naruto and sending him flying. Naruto spat out blood, rolled a few times, and then lay still. Kiba laughed on the spot. As expected, you're in the back. Let me be Hokage. Hinata in the audience on the 2nd floor was anxious, shouting, Naruto-kun, get up. You're not someone who could be easily defeated. Kiba, hearing this, was not pleased. Hinata, aren't we teammates? But Hinata rebutted directly. I'm sorry, but you underestimate Naruto-kun too much. He's stronger than anyone. You have to say, this cheering really worked. Naruto shakily stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled. Just defeating me alone doesn't make you Hokage, Kiba. He was furious and charged over, but this time Naruto blocked him firmly. He was dumbfounded. You can see my movements? Then what about just now? Oh, that time, Naruto scratched his head shyly and said, I'll consider it a personal favor. Damn, this guy is really full of himself. You felt deeply humiliated, directly pulling out a soldier pill and a red pill, swallowing one of each. The red pill instantly turned red, and then with a bang, it transformed into another ya. The two of them threw down smoke bombs, turning into two tornadoes and rushing in. In the smoke, Naruto was calm as ever, using a substitution technique to drape his clothes over a wooden post, while he himself had already jumped up and was hanging from the ceiling. Kakashi, unable to watch any longer from upstairs, thought, this kid is messing with you like this. Won't he suffer the consequences? When the smoke cleared, he stared blankly at the pile of tattered cloth and rotten wood. While he was in a daze, Naruto had already appeared behind the red pill, formed hand seals with both hands, and shouted loudly. Kakashi-sensei's direct transmission secret technique, Leaf Village 1,000 Years of Pain, with a sound that made everyone clench. Naruto's finger precisely poked into the red pill's backside. The poor little dog twitched and transformed back, fainting on the spot with an expression that said he was basically a useless dog now. All eyes in the audience instantly focused on Kakashi. Kakashi's face turned green. Dying in front of the Hokage and the leaders of various countries made him want to die. He awkwardly said he suddenly remembered he had something to do and with a bang, slipped away in a puff of smoke. Naruto, looking innocent, said, Oh, did I guess wrong? Yeah. Holding the red pill, was almost going crazy. I'll kill you. Yeah, I'm very sorry. But ninjas must look forward and not live in the past, Naruto said while dodging, throwing in sarcastic remarks. In the end, Naruto directly used the shadow clone technique, with over 20 Narutos rushing in, unleashing a series of Rasengan attacks, beating you from the sky down to the ground, knocking him out cold, and ending the match. Naruto won the match and excitedly ran up to the second floor, only to find Sasuke was not there and was told he had gone to the hospital. Just as he felt dejected, Hinata came over with a handkerchief to gently wipe his face. At that moment, the big screen displayed the next match, Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata. Naruto instantly became nervous, but he quickly calmed down, walked over, pulled Hinata into his arms, patted her back, and whispered a word of encouragement in her ear. Just that one sentence made Hinata's eyes light up instantly. On the field, Neji was arrogant, constantly referring to the main family and the heiress, his words laced with barbs. Both of them practiced gentle fist, exchanging blows, but Neji's verbal attacks were harsher, constantly belittling Hinata, calling her weak and the tail end of the team. As a result, Hinata became enraged and shouted back, Don't you dare say anything about Naruto-kun. You're the one who's changed. You're afraid of the gap between the main family and the branch family. You're afraid of hurting me. Her words stabbed into Neji's heart like knives. In the end, facing Neji's attacks, Hinata declared loudly while fighting, I'm so grateful to have met Naruto-kun. If it weren't for him, I might never have changed. I like Naruto-kun the most. With this earth-shattering confession, she struck Neji's forehead protector away, revealing the green, caged bird curse mark on his forehead. This completely triggered Neji. His mindset collapsed. His eyes changed, and he unleashed his ultimate technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata only managed to execute 32 palms before Neji quickly broke through her defenses, striking 32 chakra points on her body, causing her to spit blood and fall down. On the second floor, Naruto's eyes turned red at this scene. His chakra exploded, and he crushed the iron railing in his hands. Just as the referee was about to announce Hinata's defeat, she surprisingly pushed herself up, unsteadily standing up. Neji was dumbfounded. Why are you still getting up? You clearly can't move. Hinata, gasping for breath, said haltingly, Don't want to look bad in front of my crush. I will never give up. As soon as she finished speaking, she fell backward, just in time to be caught by Naruto, who had jumped down without anyone noticing. Naruto-kun, Hinata smiled weakly. I tried hard. Do I look dazzling to you? Yes. Naruto placed Hinata's hand against his face, smiling more gently than ever. Hinata was the most dazzling. A tear of happiness fell from Hinata's eye as she fainted. Naruto held Hinata, raised his head, and looked coldly at Neji. Neji. He raised his finger with that tear on it. Here, I swear by Hinata's tears that my fist will definitely smash into your face, waking you up, you idiot brother. After the preliminaries, with Sasuke included, a total of 9 people advanced. The third Hokage announced that the official match would be held in a month, and then it was time for the draw. When the results came out, I was dumbfounded. Naruto versus Neji, Sasuke versus Gaara. Isn't this a pure, fateful duel? As everyone was leaving, Naruto unexpectedly stopped Gaara. What do you want? Gaara, with dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for days, looked displeased. Why did you go all out against Lee when you had already won? Naruto questioned. Lee was beaten so badly in that match that his hands and feet were ruined, essentially ending his ninja career. Gaara sneered. Reasons? Does killing need a reason? Decided. Naruto pointed at him, his eyes incredibly serious. You are the second person I want to beat up. Just wait a month. Kankuro, behind Gaara, was stunned, thinking to himself, is this guy crazy? In one day, he has clashed with the two strongest newcomers of the year. Sister, I'm talking about Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke? And guess what? The nurse sister almost rolled her eyes to the sky, saying 1,000 times, Sasuke is still unconscious. What kind of visit is that? I tell you, I was just about to kneel down to her. Just as I was about to keep pestering her, good grief, a hand pressed down on my head, pulling me down from the counter. I looked up. It was Kakashi with his white hair. He said slowly that Sasuke is still unconscious, and it wouldn't help if I went. Fine, if I can't see Sasuke, then you must do something productive, right? I immediately stuck to him and said, Kakashi-sensei, then teach me how to train. This month, Neji must have been secretly leveling up. I can't let him get ahead of me. And what did this old sick say? Oh dear, what a coincidence. I already have an appointment this month. I was so furious at that moment. Who would understand my family? I shouted, right in the hospital lobby. You can't be giving Sasuke special treatment, right? It's not fair. Why should he get that? Aren't we all your students? I tell you, I was so angry, I almost wanted to roll on the ground. Kakashi, that old slickster, pulled me up and even tapped my head, saying something about how boys throwing tantrums aren't cute. Then he changed the subject and asked me who taught me that Rasengan. I impulsively said I read it in a book. He gave me a look like I was silly and said, you idiot, you can't even lie properly. Go worship that book as your teacher, bye. And just like that, he disappeared. What kind of teacher is this? So irresponsible. Forget it. I can't rely on him. I'll go find my dad later. Then I turned around and asked the nurse, Sister, where's Hinata, Hyuga's hospital room? This time, she was quick and told me it's 311. I pushed open the door and saw Hinata, looking pitiful, lost in thought by the bedside. She didn't even notice when I came in. I placed my hand on her face, and only then did she react with a gasp. Her little face turning bright red as she hurriedly adjusted her clothes. I asked her if her injuries were serious, and she said Neji didn't go all out. It looked scary, but she would be fine after a few days in the hospital. I knew it. That guy Neji is just at Sundara. Tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. I clenched my fist and promised Hinata that I would take revenge for Shaoli. And I was determined to take down Neji. But then Hinata quietly asked me, but if you do that, won't Sasuke lose? I tell you, I was completely stunned at that moment. I was so focused on making bold statements that I didn't even consider this aspect. Hinata looked at my silly expression and burst out laughing, saying, Naruto-kun, you're still so foolish. Hey, can I take that? I climbed on her bed, got really close to her face, and stared at her, saying, even if I'm this foolish, Hinata still likes me. As soon as I brought it up, she turned as red as a tomato and quietly said it was just a moment of impulse. How could I let her off the hook? I made her say it again, and she quietly said she liked me. I asked who she liked, and she said she liked Naruto-kun. I have to tell you, the atmosphere, the feeling, it was simply incredible. I couldn't help but inch closer, and we were just a hair away from kissing. But then, bang, the door swung open, and her sister, Huahua, burst in like a firecracker, pointing at me and yelling, Are you bullying my sister again? You perverted scumbag. Family, who understands? I went from pure love warrior to perverted scumbag in a second. That little girl, Huahua, has all sorts of nicknames for me. She even made a bet with me, saying if I could beat Ningxi in the finals, she'd call me by my name from then on. If I lost, I'd have to call her Lady Huahua. This deal was too good to pass up. I agreed on the spot. I had to win just to hear her say my name. A week flew by, and Hinata was out of the hospital. We were out shopping on a date when she said she wanted to go somewhere that boys couldn't enter. I understood right away a little situation. I had a brilliant idea and performed a transformation jutsu. With a poof, a blonde girl with twin tails appeared. Let me tell you, as soon as I transformed, all the uncles and young guys on the street turned to look. Hinata beside me was so flustered, whispering that my transformation was even more charming than her real self. When we reached the lingerie store, the shop owner's eyes lit up like she had found a rare treasure, and she pulled me inside, insisting on dressing me up. saying I couldn't waste my good figure and face. Just as she was about to undress me, I panicked and quickly used the multi-shadow clone technique. Dozens of me burst out from the store and scattered all over the street, creating a scene comparable to the most popular square dance challenge back in the day, with chaos everywhere. After finally shaking off the overly enthusiastic shop owner, I dragged Hinata to the hot spring street. Guess who I saw? Over by the hot springs. An old man with white hair was sneakily peeping. My sense of justice flared up, and I pulled out my alarm from my ninja tool pouch to call the police. But before I could even turn it on, a long, sticky pink tongue shot out and snatched my alarm away, swallowing it right in front of me. I looked closely, and, good heavens, there was a huge toad with an old man with white hair sitting on it. The old man proudly took out a book called Intimate Paradise from his waist pouch, claiming it was his masterpiece. I blurted out, "Oh, isn't that the H book that Kakashi-sensei often reads?" He immediately got furious and insisted on teaching me a lesson. His toad-like tongue whipped around like a whip, and I did a backflip, landing steadily on the surface of the hot spring water. I realized I couldn't win. This old man was something else. So I decided to make a run for it. But the old pervert, seeing that I refused to be his disciple, suddenly knocked me out from behind and carried me away like a sack. Folks, he was kidnapping a minor in broad daylight. When I woke up again, I found myself by a small stream. The old man with white hair looked utterly despondent, his face haggard as if he had aged 20 years. And he grabbed my shoulders, roaring, Why are you a boy? Give me back that twin-tailed, big-breasted Naruto." I directly saw the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone, asking, "Who is Mingzi?" Later, he finally accepted reality, but still insisted on taking me as his apprentice. He took out a large scroll and asked me to write my name on it with my blood. What kind of summoning contract is this? When I looked at it, there was also a name on it, Namikaze Minato. Who is this person? Such a strange name. As a result, that old man laughed like crazy when I said that. After signing, he asked me to try the summoning technique. Let me tell you, I was full of confidence at that moment. I formed the hand seal, gathered my chakra, and performed the summoning technique. After a puff of smoke, with a thud, a little tadpole, smaller than my fingernail, fell to the ground, struggling for dear life. The old man's face turned green right there, grabbing my collar and roaring, saying something like a tiger's son is not a dog, but I turned out to be a chihuahua. I practiced for an entire week, and my best result was summoning a half-finished toad that had legs but still had its tail. Later, this lecherous sage realized that it was because I had been practicing the spiral sphere and my chakra control had gone completely off track, all messy and chaotic. After I adjusted myself and tried again, boom, when the smoke cleared, a proper toad finally appeared. It was wearing a little orange outfit called Toad G. To celebrate, this old pervert said he wanted to take me to a hot spring. I didn't believe him for a second. He just wanted to sneak a look. The next day, this old rascal took me to the edge of a giant waterfall cliff and lectured me about how the power of the Nine Tails would be your ultimate reliance. And then he showed a strange smile and pushed me off with one slap. Pushed me off. At that moment, all I could think was, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The sound of the wind filled my ears, and my consciousness began to blur. When I came to my senses again, good grief, I saw the huge fox face of the Nine Tails again. It looked so disdainful and asked with its mouth wide open, "Hey kid, do you really like jumping off buildings?" I haven't had a chance to complain yet. The Nine Tails actually said, "Humph, that bad guy named Jiraiya actually used this kind of tactic to force me. Kid, if you want to use my power, go ahead." I was stunned at the time. Really, can it be? That guy with the Nine Tails directly shouted at me. No need for nonsense. Just take it if I give it to you. I tell you, in the next second, a wave of red chakra that was almost black exploded from my stomach, completely enveloping me. It felt like I was submerged in lava, so hot that my whole body was trembling, but the sense of power was simply explosive. I didn't care about anything else at that moment. My eyes turned red, and I pressed my hands down in a seal, summoning technique. Suddenly, there was a loud bang accompanied by white smoke, and I felt like I had crashed into something soft. When the smoke cleared and I looked down, I realized I had landed on something that was directly split open. It was an incredibly huge toad. The problem was this toad seemed to be sleeping in midair, belly up, acting as my cushion, and I smashed down hard into the valley. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook. Once the dust settled a bit, Jiraiya, that old man, finally arrived, using a small wind technique to blow away the dust. Seeing that I was still alive and kicking, he smiled and asked, "Naruto, are you still alive?" I was almost crying at that moment, and with a choked voice I shouted, "Perverted sage, this toad is about to be killed by me. Look at it. That big toad is lying in the pit, its eyes rolled back, and its life and death are uncertain." Jiraiya walked closer and originally said with a smile, "Idiot. An adult toad won't die from falling from this height." But when he took a closer look, the expression on his face instantly froze. This toad looked a bit old, with a bead hanging around its neck that had the word oil written on it, and it was wearing a doctoral cap. I tell you, Jiraiya's chin looked like it was dislocated at that moment, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg, his fingers trembling as he pointed at that toad, stuttering, BB Big Toad Sage. Does anyone understand? I actually summoned the ancestor of Mount Myaboku." Jiraiya was so scared he lost his mind. And when that big toad sage slowly woke up, he hurriedly pressed my head down and kept bowing to apologize. As a result, the old toad was quite easygoing, croaking a couple of laughs and saying, "Jiraiya, you're overreacting. Since I'm called a toad, I'm naturally a summoning beast. Being summoned is quite normal." As soon as I saw that it could talk, I hurried over and asked, "Great Toad Sage, are you all right? You're covered in blood. You look like you're about to kick the bucket." The old man didn't even lift his eyelids and just said, "It's just a minor abrasion." Then I felt the air around us change. A warm energy was all drilling into him. In just a few seconds, the blood hole on his back from being stabbed by the stone was completely healed. Wow, is this the power of natural energy? It's amazing. After the great toad sage recovered, his wise eyes fixed on me, and he said that while he was unconscious, he had a prophetic dream, indicating that I would soon have a fight with a boy with strong ocular power, and that after the fight, my mind would suffer a great trauma. As soon as I heard it, my first reaction was, "Are you talking about Niji? Did I win?" He replied, "This is a contest without winners or losers." I curled my lip. Winning or losing didn't matter to me. What I was more concerned about was, am I going to marry Hinata in the future? Jiraiya was furious at that moment, grabbing my neck and starting to put pressure on me. "You little brat, show some respect to the great sage toad. He is a prophet, not a fortune teller under the bridge." Just when I was about to pass out from his grip, the great sage toad slowly spoke up. "I didn't see that much, but I can say for sure that you will marry a girl with Byakugan in the future and have 2 children." As soon as I heard it, my eyes lit up. "Really? That's great. I did it." At that moment, I wanted to hug Jiraiya and spin around, but when I turned around, good grief, he was gone. He was pulled back to Myaboka Mountain by a reverse summoning technique. Let me tell you, the scene over there was truly thrilling. As soon as Jiraiya arrived at Myaboka Mountain, he was grabbed by the collar by a little old toad with white hair and eyebrows, shaking him like a milk tea, so wildly that it felt like his brain was getting scrambled. The old toad was named Fukasaku, the Grand Elder of Myaboka Mountain, and his wife Shima was anxiously pacing around because the great sage toad had suddenly disappeared. To make matters worse, Gamabunta, the big toad with the huge sword, had gathered all the adult toads and was ready to start a fight. He plunged his sword into the ground and shouted, "Brothers, the great sage must have been tricked by that stinky white snake from Rigakure. Myaboka Mountain officially declares war on Rigakure. I will personally chop off the head of the white snake sage to avenge the great sage." A bunch of muscular toads roared in response, and it looked like the third great ninja war was about to break out because of me. Jiraiya, caught in the middle, weakly raised his hand and said, "Let me say something, the great sage toad is actually outside." After he explained, Fukasaku's face turned green, saying he had never heard of the great sage toad being summoned outside in thousands of years. It was simply absurd. In the end, Fukasaku and Shima kicked him back, telling him to hurry up and resolve this mess. When Jiraiya came back, his face was as black as a pot bottom. I was just listening to the great sage toad boast about how he used his wisdom to tie a white snake in knots when I burst out laughing. But then Jiraiya returned, and the look in his eyes was like he wanted to swallow me whole. Without saying a word, he summoned 2 toads, the same sage couple from before. As soon as they appeared, they examined me from head to toe and concluded that it was just an extremely rare coincidence. They persuaded the great sage toad to return, and before leaving, Fukasaku intentionally turned into a scary ghost face and shouted at me, "Little ghost, if you dare to call the great sage again, I will eat you." I shuddered in fright. After they left, I finally realized that it was all because that lecherous sage pushed me down in the first place, right? Jiraiya, knowing he was in the wrong, quickly said, "Let's put this matter to rest. I'll treat you to ramen." I immediately shouted, "I want 10 bowls." The next day, I went to the hospital to see Lee. And on the way, I ran into Shikamaru, who was visiting Choji, who was hospitalized from eating too much barbecue. As soon as we entered the hospital, good heavens, there wasn't a single person in the lobby. It was so quiet you could hear a heartbeat. I made a joke, saying to be careful of ghosts. And as we walked down the dark corridor, we could hear a patient groaning, which scared me so much that I hid behind Shikamaru. When we reached the door of Lee's hospital room, Shikamaru suddenly stopped me. We looked inside, and we were both stunned. Gaara was floating down from the ceiling like a ghost, and sand had completely enveloped the unconscious Lee. At that moment, it looked like if he squeezed his hand, Lee would turn into a molecular state right there. Shikamaru made a quick decision and used shadow mimicry to immobilize Gaara. I hadn't reacted yet, and stupidly asked, Gaara, are you here to see Lee too? Shikamaru was speechless. Idiot, can't you tell by the situation that he is not here to deliver a fruit basket? Gaara looked at us with cold eyes. Get lost, or I'll kill you all. I was furious at that moment. You have already won the competition. Why do you still want to go all out? That guy Gaara suddenly started doing a Dark Glory-style PUA on me. He said we are all Jinchuriki, all monsters hated by the village, and that his dad even sent people to assassinate him, saying I would eventually be abandoned by the people of Konoha too. Wow, this guy knows how to recruit people. He came straight in with big promises and even created a tragic narrative about how we are the same kind of people. Naruto, you should be with me. Don't you want to kill all those who discriminate against you? He asked me like that. I admit, there was a moment when I wavered and recalled those bad memories from my childhood. But I quickly snapped back and shouted in response, maybe you're right. I have thought about giving up, but that is all in the past. We have indeed been unfortunate, but I've crawled out of it. I now have friends and someone I like, and that is the biggest difference between you and me. Gaara was so enraged by my provocation that he charged at me with sand. Just as we were about to fight, a green figure suddenly intervened. It was Teacher Guy. He blocked me with one hand and dispersed Gaara's sand with the other, warning him to take it to the official match if he wanted to fight. Gaara, knowing he couldn't win, reluctantly backed down and whispered in my ear as he left, Naruto, I will prove I'm right through slaughter. This left me feeling quite unsettled. So I jumped over the wall into the Hyuga household and found Hinata. Without saying a word, I hugged her tightly. I told her about my encounter with Gaara, my voice trembling. She didn't ask much and just leaned on my shoulder, gently patting my back. Let me tell you, at that moment, all my confusion vanished. I realized I had to wake Gaara up and then make him my friend. Finally, the day of the Chunin exam finals arrived. Early in the morning, Hinata came to my house and even made me breakfast. She said she asked her dad to allow her to watch my match from the highest VIP seat. I felt so warmed inside that I vowed I would definitely win. When we arrived at the venue, I stood face to face with Niji. I started to mock him. Niji, it's not too late to admit defeat. Just apologize to Hinata. He exploded with anger, saying I had been annoying since childhood and that I had led Hinata astray. I shot back. You're not a Siscon, are you? I remember you used to mumble in your sleep about how cute Hinata is. He got furious and even brought up the old incident of me peeking at Hinata while she was bathing when we were kids. Let me tell you, that was really an accident. I was so mad that we started arguing on the arena, digging up old grievances. After our verbal sparring ended, we went straight into battle. Using the multi-shadow clone jutsu, I charged at him with hundreds of clones. Niji just took a stance for gentle fist, and my clones fell one after another. Like whack-a-mole, he even lectured me while fighting, saying things like the tail end will always be the tail end, that destiny cannot be resisted, and that no matter how hard Hinata tries, it won't matter. I was furious at that moment. This guy was just a walking contradiction, saying on one hand that the branch family couldn't resist the main family, while on the other hand desperately trying to prove himself stronger than the main family. It was ridiculous. I shouted back, you can't say that about Hinata. You have no idea how hard she works. Just when he was taken aback by my words, all my shadow clones rushed in and pinned him down. I jumped high into the air, ready to deliver some justice from above. But guess what happened? He sneered and shouted, return to heaven. The next second, he spun around like a top at high speed, unleashing a powerful chakra that formed an absolute defense circle. With a bang, he sent me and all my clones flying. I was shocked and spat out some dirt, staring at Niji, who had left a big hole in the ground. I was dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? In the VIP seats, Hinata Hayashi's expression changed. He said this was the main family's secret technique, the resurrection. Niji, a branch family member, actually comprehended it on his own. He's simply a genius. Hinata was beside me, nervously watching, whispering, Naruto-kun, do your best. I tell you, I was almost unable to keep going. That kid Niji didn't give me a chance to catch my breath. As soon as I got back up, he rushed at me, mumbling something about how I was already inside his Bagua formation. Goodness, before I could even react, he started his performance. Bagua, 64 palms. Damn, his hand speed was incredible. It was like he was on double speed. All I could see were a bunch of afterimages frantically hitting me. I felt like all my acupuncture points were hit like a 3D printer, making a loud popping sound, and then I was sent flying. Niji was so smug about it. He had the referee announce the result right away. But let me tell you, I'm the kind of person who can take everything, except for losing. I spat out some blood and wobbled back up. He looked dumbfounded, asking how I could still move after taking 64 palms. Of course I can. I'm a man who aims to be Hokage. This made him explode with anger. His gaze was like he wanted to kill me, saying my attitude made him sick. Family, who understands? He was completely worked up and charged at me, wanted to go all out. Just at that critical moment, I heard a ding in my head, and the Ninetales showed up, saying he wanted to lend me his power. But I hung up on him. I said no, in this fight, I have to rely on my own fists to wake him up. Neji saw that I wasn't using the Ninetales' power and got even more excited, calling me arrogant. Arrogant? I was about to show him what true arrogance is. So you think my chakra is blocked, huh? Let me tell you, no techniques exist. Strength brings miracles. I concentrated all my chakra into my dantian, then suddenly, boom, all my acupuncture points burst open like firecrackers. Neji was completely stunned in his eyes. My action must have looked no different from self-destruction. However, the Ninetales, while saying he wouldn't help me, was quite honest with his body and secretly helped me repair myself. Now Neji really had no way out. Seeing me act like nothing happened, he probably broke down and took off his forehead protector. When I saw it, goodness, there was a plus version of the swastika on his forehead. He said this was the caged bird seal, used by the main family to control the branch family. Then he started his emo moment, going on about how the branch family were just tools, doing all the dirty and hard work, and how fate was predetermined from birth, blah, blah, blah. A whole lot of nonsense. I was furious at that moment. Destiny? The gears of fate have to be kicked by me. I immediately used the shadow clone technique and summoned over 50 brothers, charging forward en masse. Neji still used his old tricks, activating his heavenly spin and spinning like a top, sending all my dozens of brothers flying. But he never expected that this was a feint. While he was clearing out the small soldiers, the 10 shadow clones I had hidden behind him, each with a Rasengan, slammed directly into his face. With a huge bang, the entire arena exploded. As the smoke cleared, Neji stood in the pit, watching my last shadow clone disappear, thinking he had won. Just as he was about to say a few words, I burst out from right under his feet. Family, who understands? He thought he was in the atmosphere, but I was waiting for him 18 levels underground. I delivered a rising dragon fist straight to his chin, sending him into dreamland. The referee looked on and announced the winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The whole place went wild. Hinata in the VIP section hugged her sister, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Later, I learned that my Rasengan had directly burned out the CPUs of the 3rd Hokage and Hinata's father, because that was the signature jutsu of my dad, the 4th Hokage. When Neji woke up, we chatted while lying on the ground. He asked me how I drilled underground, and I chuckled, showing him my newly summoned little toad, Gamakichi. At that point, Neji was completely convinced and admitted that he had been stubborn before. Later, in the infirmary, his dad came, and after a father-son talk, they finally resolved this kid's inner conflict. He even said he would take me as his goal. Hilarious. He thinks he can catch up to me? He'd need another 100 years of training. After the break, the next match was my brother Sasuke against Gaara. Guess what happened? He was late. Just as the referee was about to declare a forfeit, I rushed up and started pleading with the referee, hugging his legs and covering his mouth, almost getting taken down for assaulting the referee. Just at that critical moment, Sasuke appeared with Kakashi-sensei. Let me tell you, after a month apart, Sasuke looked incredibly cool, wearing new clothes, moving as fast as if he had activated 5G, overpowering Gaara with his taijutsu. Gaara had no choice but to retreat into a shell made of sand, like a turtle hiding its head. Seeing this, Sasuke laughed and quickly formed a ball of lightning in his hand, crackling and sounding like 1,000 birds chirping. Kakashi-sensei said this was called Chidori, his special move. Then Sasuke dashed forward and pierced through Gaara's sand shell, just when we all thought we had won. The climax came. Feathers began to fall from the sky, and I thought it was some romantic person having a surplus of cells, but the next second, I fell asleep. When Sakura woke me up, the entire Konoha was in chaos. Suna and Oto had teamed up to launch a full-scale attack on Konoha. Kakashi-sensei assigned me an A-rank mission, telling me to chase after Gaara with Sakura to help Sasuke. But when I looked up, what did I see? Hinata. She and Hinata Hayashi were trapped on the rooftop by a huge purple barrier. Mission? To hell with a mission. Family. I had only one thought. Hinata is more important than anything. Even if I was called useless, I had to save her. I completely ignored Kakashi-sensei and dashed madly toward that barrier. I punched and kicked, but the barrier was burning hot, and my hand are almost scorched to ashes. Yet I couldn't break through. I was so anxious that even my nine-tailed chakra burst out, and two tails grew, but it was still useless. Just when I was about to lose control, my dad, the fourth Hokage's voice suddenly echoed in my mind. He told me to stay calm, and said there was a flying thunder god mark I had secretly left on the roof during my previous practice, and that I should use that technique to get in. I tell you, at that moment, my mind went blank. All I could see was Hinata's figure. I closed my eyes, formed a hand seal, and shouted, "Flying thunder god technique." In an instant, I disappeared from my spot. When I opened my eyes again, I was already inside the barrier. After 12 years, the golden flash reappeared in the world. Inside, it was a battle of gods. Orochimaru had resurrected the first and second Hokage with impure world reincarnation. The third Hokage was facing the second, while Hyuga Hizashi was up against the first. The second Hokage unleashed a water release that surged toward Hinata and her sister Hanabi like a tsunami. Hinata tried to block it with gentle fist, but it was no use. In the end, she could only hold her sister and brace herself with her back. Just at that moment, I, Naruto Uzumaki, descended from the sky with my Rasengan. I shouted loudly and directly dispersed that raging tsunami. Water splashed everywhere as I stood in front of Hinata, turned my head, and smiled at her. "Hinata, are you okay?" Her little eyes were filled with surprise and joy, staring at me in a daze, probably thinking she was dreaming. I said, "No matter how far away, I will come to your side. My words are my bond, and this is my ninja way." My spatial ninjutsu left everyone present dumbfounded. Orochimaru was like a kid who had found a new toy, excitedly licking his lips and saying that this is the nemesis of barrier techniques. The third Hokage couldn't figure out for the life of him where I had learned my father's flying thunder god technique. I told you. The third Hokage was still scratching his head over there. And guess what? Orochimaru directly confronted the third Hokage. His hoarse voice was like a snake flicking its tongue, saying, "What's so impossible about this?" This was originally his thing, wasn't it? The third Hokage was taken aback. Jiraiya taught him? Orochimaru immediately mocked. That idiot who only knows how to peek at Tsunade taking a bath? If he could do this, would he be beaten up every day? Goodness, I wanted to say, "Uncle Snake, your words are too sharp," but he was speaking the truth. The third Hokage was still holding on, saying teaching doesn't necessarily mean one can do it. It might be theoretical guidance. Orochimaru, clearly impatient, interrupted him. All right, Teacher Sarutobi, I'm not here to have an academic discussion with you today." Saying that, he had already teleported next to the third Hokage. I looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar figure in front of me, feeling a mix of emotions, surprise, touch, anger, all stirred together. I opened my mouth, wanted to call out Uncle Snake, but he shot me a deadly glare, so I quickly changed my words. "Orochimaru, why are you here?" The third Hokage panicked and asked, "Naruto, do you know him?" But Orochimaru jumped in to answer, leaving no room for doubt. "Of course I know him. I've fought him several times. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is also one of my research subjects, hee." As soon as he said that, the third Hokage exploded, pointing at him and shouting, "Orochimaru, you scoundrel!" Orochimaru completely ignored him and looked at me with interest. "Naruto Uzumaki, as a reward for successfully breaking into my barrier, I've decided to give you a big gift. How about it?" I could tell from his smile that it was not good news. He clasped his hands and used that forbidden technique again. The third Hokage turned pale. "Orochimaru, you wouldn't?" He tried to rush over to stop it, but was tightly entangled by the second Hokage, only able to watch helplessly as two coffins emerged from the ground with a clatter. When the coffin lid opened, a man and a woman stepped out. I was stunned at that moment. The man was my father, Minato Namikaze, whom I recognized. But my gaze was completely drawn to the woman, with long, fiery red hair. She was so beautiful. Family, who understands? It was that kind of blood connection feeling. My mind buzzed, and I instantly understood that was my mother. "Dad, Mom?" I couldn't even speak. Orochimaru laughed ominously. "Thank me, little Nine Tails, it was I who allowed you to see your parents again in this lifetime." Orochimaru. The third Hokage was furious, his beard bristling, as he kicked the second Hokage away and rushed towards Orochimaru like a madman. Orochimaru easily blocked him and deliberately asked, "Teacher Sarutobi, why are you so angry? You weren't this excited when I summoned the first and second Hokages. Could it be you have something to apologize to the fourth Hokage for?" This was a heart-wrenching statement. The third Hokage was left speechless, only able to shout, "Don't you fear retribution for playing with the dead like this?" Rest assured, Orochimaru laughed even more happily. The fourth Hokage's soul is not here. And I haven't found his mother's soul either, So these two are just plain corpses. They won't ask you how their child is doing. How does it feel? Is it relief? The third Hokage trembled with rage and even cast a guilty glance at Hinata Hisashi, who was still fighting the first Hokage. Orochimaru's words were merciless, continuing to attack. How could you have their corpses? This is naturally thanks to Konoha's darkness. One is the unique user of space ninjutsu, and the other is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from the Uzumaki clan. How precious their corpses are. I don't need to say more, do I? Teacher Saratobi, you really are getting old, decayed. Can you honestly say you've never done anything guilty in your life? An old man like you, who has regressed into a herbivorous creature, can only be devoured by me. Such a Konoha no longer needs to exist. I have to say, Orochimaru's move this time is simply a textbook-level demonstration of a gap in strength, albeit just through verbal sparring. With just a few words, he made the third Hokage's heart waver and his gaze become unfocused. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Orochimaru spat out a snake that swiftly bit the third Hokage's neck. With a bang, the bitten third Hokage turned into a block of earth. He appeared behind Orochimaru, shouting that he would fight to the death. Even if I am not a qualified Hokage, I will sacrifice my life for the village like the fourth Hokage. Die with me, Orochimaru. Orochimaru immediately leaped to a higher position, looking down and saying, I don't want to die. Your opponent is him. The second Hokage then entangled with the third Hokage again. Then Orochimaru waved his hand towards me. Nine Tails brat, if you don't want to die, then defeat them. As soon as he finished speaking, my mom and dad charged towards me. My dad had a kunai in his hand and my mom surprisingly had a frying pan. Dad, Mom, looking into their emotionless eyes, my heart shattered, and I could only take out my kunai to desperately block. Hinata, beside me, was so anxious that she shouted, Naruto-kun, why don't you fight back? I cried out, they are my parents. How can I bring myself to do this? Who understands the experience of being hammered by my own mother with a frying pan? Let me tell you, my mom swings that frying pan like a pro. Not at all inferior to my dad's shuriken. I got distracted for just a moment, and with a bang, my head was buzzing, and I was sent flying, directly embedded in the wall. Just when I couldn't move anymore, my dad aimed his shuriken at my heart while my mom raised the frying pan high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Hinata was over there screaming my name in despair. I thought I was doomed at that moment, but just at the critical moment, the kunai and the frying pan stopped just an inch away from me. I'm confused. Orochimaru is also confused. He's still mumbling. Strange, why isn't it moving? There's still plenty of energy. I looked at my mother, who was still in front of me, and suddenly understood something. I got up from the ground, hugged her tightly, buried my head in her arms, inhaling that reassuring scent. I couldn't hold back my tears any longer and began to cry loudly. Mom, I've finally seen you. My mom's body still didn't respond, but after a while, she suddenly raised her head and looked towards Orochimaru's direction. In that moment, I didn't know why, but I felt as if my mom was telling me, go, take him down. I wiped away my tears, my fighting spirit reignited, and in a few jumps, I climbed up the high wall to stand in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do you really want to destroy Konoha? Why? Because Konoha has rotted away. That's the reason. He replied coldly and succinctly. I will stop you. I shouted. He suddenly asked me, you've been bullied by the villagers since you were young. Why go to such lengths for this village? Because there are Hinata, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Niji, Irika-sensei, and Sasuke. All my companions. I must protect the village. After hearing this, Orochimaru actually laughed. All right, I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat me with your strongest jutsu, I'll give up. The strongest jutsu. Rasengan definitely won't work. Summoning jutsu isn't reliable either. Suddenly, I had a flash of inspiration and thought of Hinata. I jumped in front of Hinata and reached out my hand. Hinata, come on, do you remember the dumpling we made together last time? Hinata blushed, but still nodded earnestly. I understand, I'll do my best. I rubbed out a Rasengan in my hands, and Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan, using her gentle fist to inject her chakra into it frantically. The ball grew larger and larger, but I still shouted, not enough. Hinata, just a little more. I got it. Hinata gritted her teeth and poured in her last bit of chakra. Wow, a massive Rasengan with a diameter of 2 meters appeared before us. It was a perfect display of a couple S unity, its power unbreakable. Orochimaru looked at the glowing ball, his eyes somewhat mesmerized. So wonderful. Take this. Hinata Rasengan. I charged forward, holding the ball that was bigger than me. Orochimaru didn't dare to take it head-on and summoned 3 giant Rashomon gates to block in front of him. The first gate was destroyed in an instant. The second gate shattered with a spark, but the third gate Damn it, it couldn't hold anymore, and the energy of the Rasengan started to diminish. Just when I thought it was over, two cold hands pressed on the back of my hand. I turned around, and it was my parents. They used the remaining chakra in their bodies to help me maintain the Rasengan. Tears streamed down my face. Even in death, a parent's love remains. This is a miracle. Aya! I used all my strength, and with one final push, the third gate shattered. I charged right in front of Orochimaru. But the Rasengan also disappeared. Orochimaru grabbed my wrist with one hand, while the other hand held a kunai against my neck. You lost. I wasn't afraid. Instead, I shouted at him through my tears. Why? Why did you leave without a word? I clearly had so much to say to you. Why didn't you say goodbye? Orochimaru was taken aback by my tears, and his tone softened. Because there wasn't enough time. I kept thinking about when I would see Uncle Snake again. But why? Why do we have to meet as enemies? Stop crying, Orochimaru sighed. Destroying Konoha is just my sideshow. This time, my purpose is to test your strength. I was stunned on the spot. Huh? I've been away from you for 7 years. If your strength hasn't improved, I will personally kill you. Orochimaru, there's no need for a small snake that doesn't grow. He said coldly, but I was already used to his way of speaking. There are 2 tests. First, enter the 4 purple flames formation. Second, break through the 3 heavy rebirth gates. I'm so dumbfounded. This is too difficult. You're bullying me. He snorted. As my disciple, if you don't have this level of strength, you don't deserve to live. Huh? Am I really your disciple? I taught you the impure world reincarnation. What else would I be if not a teacher? I scratched my head and chuckled foolishly. It turns out that Uncle Snake recognizes me as his disciple. Well, my goal has been achieved. It's time for me to leave. Orochimaru lifted the barrier, and the first and second Hokage turned to sand. He walked up to the breathless third Hokage and smiled. Sarutobi-sensei, thank this little brat. It seems your time has not yet come. After saying that, he vanished with the Sound Ninja 4. I watched as my parents fell to the ground and quickly asked, Snake Uncle, what about my parents? They are soulless, half-finished products. Your strength is still not enough. Maybe in a few years. Orochimaru's voice came from afar. When I woke up again, I was in my own sealed space. My dad, Minato, was right next to me, smiling and saying that I had used too much chakra and fainted. Dad, I saw Mom. Yeah, I know. Mom is so beautiful and strong. Even stronger than Dad. That frying pan of hers almost knocked me out. I patted my chest, still feeling a lingering fear. My dad actually laughed. Your mom was nicknamed Blood Red Chili Pepper in school because she beat up everyone who laughed at her hair until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. How scary. I stuck out my tongue. While we were chatting, I suddenly remembered, no, Sasuke is still waiting for me. My dad grabbed me. You have no chakra left, it won't do any good to go. He nodded towards the Ninetales sleeping beside us. I understood immediately and rushed to the Ninetales, started to flatter it crazily. Ninetales, dear, can you lend me a bit of chakra, pretty please? Just a little bit. The Ninetales was so disgusted it almost exploded, grumpily asking, how will you repay me? I'll do your nails, clean your ears, groom your fur, a full service package. Enough. I'll lend it to you, but you have to do things my way later. No problem. When I came back to my senses, I found myself resting on Hinata's soft thighs. Grandpa Third and Kakashi-sensei were all around me. Grandpa Third was particularly excited, saying I saved his life. I exchanged a few words with him and quickly got up. Kakashi-sensei, I need to go on a mission. Sasuke is still waiting for me. Hinata looked at me with concern, and I smiled at her. Hinata is important to me, but my comrades are also very important. I have to go. After saying that, I jumped over the wall and ran toward Sasuke. When I arrived, the scene was unbelievable. The entire forest was destroyed, and a sand monster dozens of meters tall was sitting in the middle, with Sasuke lying on the ground covered in curse marks, while Sakura was standing in front of him. Wind style, vacuum sphere, a huge wind ball was coming down towards them. In that instant, I used Flying Thunder God to save both of them. Letting Sakura protect you is really not your style, Sasuke. Sasuke saw me and breathed a sigh of relief. The Slowpoke are too late. I almost got killed. Sakura started crying when she saw me, hitting me with her fists while crying. Idiot Naruto, why did you come now? I calmed them down and looked up at the huge raccoon monster, feeling uncertain inside. Just then, the voice of the nine-tailed fox echoed in my mind. Little ghost, I want to come out. I was taken aback. Huh? Won't you scare them when you come out? That's your concern. You said you would listen to me, remember? Fine. I have no choice but to synchronize with the Nine-Tails chakra. In the next moment, a massive wave of red chakra erupted from my body. As the sand and dust settled, a huge orange-red fox stood there, its nine tails thrashing behind it. A wolf. The nine tails howled at the sky, releasing 12 years of pent-up frustration. From within the sand monster came Gaara's voice. Is this the monster inside your body? I stood on top of the nine tails, loudly retorting. It's not a monster, it's a friend. The nine tails didn't waste any words, only saying two words, speed. As soon as the words were spoken, it had already flashed behind the guardian crane and cut off its mountain-like arm with a single claw. Then came the strength. The nine tails grabbed the guardian crane's tail, spun it around dozens of times, and directly threw it several thousand meters away. I was dumbfounded. You idiot nine tails. We're here to stop him, not for you to cause even more destruction. The nine tails completely ignored me, focusing instead on the slowly rising Shikaku, and smashed its head with one claw. Shikaku was made of sand, so it quickly restored itself. The nine tails kept smashing it again and again, practically rubbing it into the ground. Eventually, the nine tails grew impatient and opened its mouth to start forming a tailed beast bomb. Shikaku finally got scared, and a bloated voice came from its mouth. Don't hit me, what do you want, Nine? The nine tails glared, and Shikaku immediately changed its tune. Lord Nine Tails, are you crazy? Using tailed beast bombs in a place like this will kill people. I don't care, was the nine tails' arrogant reply. It looked at Gaara, who was exposed on Shikaku's head, and disdainfully said, You're really going backwards in life. Just go back for now. I'll come find you later. Shikaku complained. It's not like I can just go back unless this kid wakes up. The nine tails looked at it with disdain. You're as useless as ever. So what should we do? Just wake him up, came the response. Let me tell you, when Naruto heard this, he was so excited that he let out a roar and charged up, shouting, Oh, finally it's my turn, right? You big sand sculpture, sleeping over there. Goodness, without a second thought, Naruto jumped from Kurama's head, raised his fist, and landed a solid punch right on Gaara's face. With that punch, Gaara was instantly awakened, and the big raccoon spirit named Shikaku immediately turned into sand and whooshed back into Gaara's body. Kurama saw that the job was done and, not wanting to linger, transformed into red light and returned to Naruto's body. Now, without the support of the two giant beasts, Naruto and Gaara were like two scraps of cloth, and with a thud, they fell from the high tree dozens of meters down. Gaara got up from the ground, his eyes filled with hatred, staring fiercely at Naruto, roaring, Damn it, why can't I defeat you? I was meant to be the strongest. If I can't win, what's the point of living? Their chakra was already depleted, and both were left with nothing but the most primitive fist fight. Even so, Gaara lunged at Naruto like a madman. Naruto was also fired up. Coming again? You bastard. He raised his fist to meet Gaara. Bang! Their fists brushed against each other's cheeks, and time seemed to stand still at that moment. The next second, both of their consciousnesses were knocked out, and they entered Soul Link mode. Just like swiping through short videos, in an instant, Naruto saw Gaara's childhood. Let me tell you, it was tragic, just like his, but different. At least he had a relative named Yashimaru who loved him. But what happened? On a dark and windy night, he was betrayed by his only family member, and from then on, he became a madman who only loved himself. On the other hand, Gaara also saw Naruto's past. He realized that this guy had it worse. He was feared by others, while Naruto was directly treated like air, hated, ignored, and bullied. But this little unfortunate guy somehow gathered a group of people who recognized him. Gaara's CPU overheated right there. He couldn't comprehend how this was possible. Gaara! Naruto suddenly snapped back to reality, shouted, and tackled Gaara to the ground, delivering another heavy punch. What the? I ask you, do you really think Yashimaru wanted to kill you? Of course, ugh. Wrong answer. Say it again. He himself said he hated me, ugh. Wrong again. Say it again. Family, who understands? This isn't about reasoning. It's purely physical correction. Every time Gaara stubbornly retorted, Naruto rewarded him with a punch. Finally, Gaara exploded too, pushing Naruto away with a punch, shouting, What do you want from me? Do you want me to believe he was forced? We're the same kind of people. Naruto shouted louder than him. We've grown up under various gazes since childhood, so we're most sensitive to them. If he really hated you, why did he have that look in his eyes before he died? Is that hatred? Don't you have any sense of it? But he said it himself. Because I took my mother's life, he hates me. What he says sometimes is a lie. He can accept orders to kill you. Why can't he accept orders to lie? What does that have to do with you? Because it hurts here. Naruto didn't know how to express it, so he ripped open his clothes, grabbed Gaara's hand, and pressed it against his own heart, crying out, Seeing your experience makes my heart ache unconsciously. You. Gaara was completely stunned, feeling the heartbeat through his palm. unable to imagine that an enemy would expose his most vulnerable place to him. Is living this way, not trusting anyone out of fear of betrayal, really what you want? If you're afraid, then come and trust me. Let me be the first friend who will definitely not betray you. Gaara suddenly recalled a question he asked Yakumo as a child. How do you cure the sickness in your heart? Yakumo replied, you heal it with a precious feeling called love. Like an idiot. A tear slid down the corner of Gaara's eye, but he thought to himself, only such an idiot would joke with their own life. This was it. He was completely broken down. Just then, Kankuro and Temari finally arrived. Seeing Gaara lying on the ground, they immediately stood in front of him like protective hens, warily watching Naruto. Enough, I don't want to fight anymore. Gaara shook his head, and they finally helped him up, one on each side. Naruto called from behind, Gaara, will we be friends when we meet next time? I don't know. After dealing with Gaara, Naruto finally took a breath and returned to Sasuke and Sakura, who helped him walk back to Konoha. I can't believe you managed to defeat that monster. Sasuke had already recovered from his daze. His expression was quite complex, probably thinking, damn it, I got outshone by this underachiever again. Naruto, with his emotional intelligence at its peak, quickly said, Sasuke, you did great. If it weren't for you wearing him out first, I definitely wouldn't have been able to win either. See, this just paved the way for the second pillar. Naruto. Sakura finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, what was that big fox? Naruto's eyes turned after a long pause. He blurted out, that was a summoning technique. I summoned it. It looks like a fox, but it's actually a toad. I was taken aback. A frog? Does your frog have 9 tails? Do you think I'm blind, or are you? Sakura's eyebrows were about to jump to the sky. Luckily, Sasuke was sensible and shook his head, saying, Sakura, don't ask. Everyone has their secrets. As long as Naruto is still our partner, that's enough. Oh, the three of them returned to the entrance of Konoha, where Kakashi-sensei was already waiting. He glanced at the cursed seal on Sasuke's body. His expression darkened, then waved to Naruto. Naruto, go to the third Hokage's office. You too, come with me to heal. Oh, Naruto knew this meant they were going for tea. However, his father Minato had already thought of a countermeasure through their mental link. As soon as they entered the office, Naruto saw the familiar white-haired figure. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Jiraiya had a helpless expression. How was I supposed to know? I just returned to the village and got caught here. He was also unfortunate. Upon returning, he saw Konoha in ruins, casually dealt with a few sand ninjas, and then ran into the third Hokage, who brought him here. Old man, you didn't call me here just to reminisce, did you? Jiraiya asked the third. I want to talk to you about Naruto. He is your disciple, right? What trouble has this little brat caused? Jiraiya nodded, acknowledging it. I know you resent me for secretly taking him as a disciple, and I don't blame you. I once he mentioned the summoning technique and the Rasengan, but he has already learned the flying thunder god technique, and you want to even tell me about it? I tell you, Jiraiya's expression at that moment was full of question marks, almost as if it was written on his face. Who am I? Where am I? Old man, what are you talking about? The third Hokage pointed at Naruto. Look at Naruto's reaction. You still say it's not you. Jiraiya turned around and saw Naruto standing behind him, obedient like a quail, observing with eyes on his nose and nose on his heart, looking like he was saying, Master, whatever you say goes. Jiraiya's blood pressure shot up. You little brat, using me as a scapegoat again. Naruto, you can go out first. The third Hokage had figured things out and planned to have a quiet talk with Jiraiya. Master, see you later. Naruto obediently nodded, bowing respectfully before leaving, making Jiraiya feel disgusted and give him goosebumps. This was Minato's terrible idea, pushing everything onto Jiraiya, who would sort out, and had to sort out. Once the door was closed, the third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, leisurely recounted how Naruto used the Flying Thunder God to break into the Four Purple Flames formation and knock down Orochimaru with a Rasengan to save him. After Jiraiya heard it all, he could only brace himself and ask, if I said I taught him, would you believe it? I would, because Minato is your student. The third nodded. So what do you plan to do next? I know the Flying Thunder God is difficult to learn, the third continued. Minato didn't have time to write down the techniques before he died. If you know any shortcuts. If I knew, could you take responsibility for teaching the ninjas of Konoha? If more people learn it, what if someone manages to master it? The Flying Thunder God is synonymous with ending wars early. I tell you, Jiraiya exploded on the spot. He looked at the third Hokage with disappointment. Old man, you really are getting old. All that's on your mind now is Konoha. He didn't even ask how Naruto learned it or how much he suffered. All he saw was the value of this technique. It is the duty of every Hokage to raise the strength of Konoha. Does that include building it on the sacrifice of a child? To burden an entire village on one child. Is that what you stand for, Sarutobi-sensei? The anger that had been building up in Jiraiya finally erupted. He knew the third Hokage had his reasons, but he simply could not forgive seeing Naruto bullied as a monster. Just like what Orochimaru said, the third Hokage remained expressionless, as if he was used to this kind of accusation. I won't teach him. Neither will I. Jiraiya, furious, kicked the door open and left, leaving behind the third Hokage with a deep sigh. A few days had passed since Orochimaru attacked Konoha. Hinata's little sister, Hanabi, had recently been acting like a little detective, observing Naruto every day. She couldn't understand how this idiot, who had been beaten by Neji when they were kids, suddenly defeated Neji and saved Konoha. He must be pretending. So, every time Naruto went to find Hinata, Hanabi secretly followed him. One day, she saw the right moment and kicked Naruto right in the butt. Bang! Naruto was kicked into the yard, landing face first in the dirt. Did I get it wrong? Hanabi, completely unaware, left Naruto behind and walked away. Naruto, feeling helpless, complained to Hinata, I feel like I made Hanabi angry again. Maybe I shouldn't come to your house for a while. Hinata also felt something was off with her sister, so she called Hanabi over for a heart-to-heart. Why have you been bullying Naruto lately? It's nothing, Hanabi pouted. Hanabi, no matter what, Naruto saved us. Even if you don't like him, can you tone it down a bit? Blah blah blah. You both only have eyes for each other, right? Hanabi snapped, he saved us. But mainly he saved you. If we were in different directions, he would definitely save my sister, wouldn't he? Wow, isn't this just the latest AI girlfriend test of 2025? Unexpectedly playing out in the ninja world. Hanabi, you're being a bit unreasonable. Hinata shook her head helplessly. The next day it poured rain. Naruto was bored at home when Hinata suddenly burst in, soaking wet and almost crying. Hanabi has run away from home. She explained everything about their argument the day before, filled with guilt. So that's how it is. This is all my fault. Then I'll go find her. Without hesitation, Naruto put on a raincoat and was about to rush out. No, I'm going to, Hinata insisted. Naruto held her back, saying, if you come looking for me, it means you've searched all of Konoha. I'll go to places you haven't been. You should rest. After saying that, he dashed into the heavy rain. Above the Hokage rock, there was an abandoned wooden hut. At that moment, Hanabi was huddled inside the leaky shack, cold and hungry, starting to regret her decision. But she stubbornly thought, if I go back now, that guy will definitely laugh at me. Just as she was thinking about Naruto, he jumped in through the broken window and crashed into the wall. Hey, Hanabi, I found you. Why you? How did you get here? Hanabi was stunned. Naruto got up and explained, you don't go out much, so you'll definitely hide in a secluded place. Hokage Rock is one of them. Are you really that smart? Hanabi looked skeptical. Come back. Your sister's been worried. Get lost. I don't need your pity. Hanabi swatted his hand away. It's always about my sister. You can't see anyone else. She started bringing up old grievances, recalling when Naruto caught a stag beetle that she liked. But he gave it to Hinata first. After listening, Naruto reflected seriously and then apologized. I'm sorry, Hanabi. I didn't know you felt so wronged. That stag beetle. Hinata knew you liked it and was going to give it to you, but accidentally killed it. We searched for a long time trying to catch another one. If I did something wrong, just hit me, but please don't hold a grudge against your sister. You think I wouldn't dare? Go to hell. Hanabi tried to kick Naruto, but the broken board under her foot cracked, and she fell right in. Come on out. Naruto stifled a laugh and pulled her out by her armpits. It hurts. Hanabi's calf was scratched by a wooden splinter, bleeding profusely. Naruto quickly unwrapped his clothing and took out a bandage from his ninja tool pouch that had stayed dry, carefully wrapping her up. You prepared well, like an old lady. Is that a compliment? Naruto chuckled as he squatted in front of her. Come on, you can't walk like this. This time, Hanabi didn't refuse and obediently climbed onto Naruto's back. Leaning against his thin but reassuring back, she quietly asked, Hey freeloader, were you serious when you said you'd protect me that day? Of course, I never lie. I'll trust you this once. Then I'll call you Naruto, as we agreed. You remember, but I'm looking forward to you calling me Naruto and II. Not a chance. I don't even call him Neji and II. How about brother-in-law? You jerk. Hanabi tightened her grip around Naruto's neck until he was almost out of breath before letting go. As they were nearing home, Hanabi asked again, Naruto, if my sister and I were in different directions, who would you save? What's there to say? I de-save both. You just save one, right? I can use shadow clone jutsu. Ninja. What a cunning profession. A few days later, in the courtyard of the Hyuga family, Neji was crying like a mess while holding Hinata. Hinata-sama, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The scene was harmonious. But when the camera pulled back, Naruto was next to them, cutting onions like crazy, tears streaming down his face. Neji couldn't take it anymore and grabbed Naruto by the collar. Naruto, are you sick? Do you want to fight? Two idiots, Hanabi coldly commented from the side. Just at this warm moment of brotherly and sisterly affection, Jiraiya, who didn't know when he had squatted on the wall, smiled and said, looks like I came at the wrong time. Ah, pervy sage. You only call me master when you need something, and then you call me pervy sage after you're done. What kind of person are you? But I don't know your name. Naruto stuck out his tongue in embarrassment. Listen well. I am one of the legendary Sannin, the white-haired boy Jiraiya. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant toad he summoned extended its tongue and whooshed, wrapping Naruto up and forcibly kidnapping him. Well, I'm now this little brat's master, temporarily borrowing him to complete a mission. See you. Shortly after they left, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki arrived at Konoha. Targeting Naruto, Jiraiya brought Naruto to a station city called the Dofu Street and opened a hotel room. As soon as they entered, he threw Naruto onto the bed, locked the door behind him, and revealed a sinister smile. Speaking of which, Naruto, a few days ago, you really got me into a lot of trouble. What do you want to do? Naruto was pushed into a corner. Experienced the anger of an adult. The following scene is very bloody. In short, Naruto was knocked out by Jiraiya's physical education. Finally passed out. You little brat, Jiraiya cursed, then tore open Naruto's clothes, revealing the seal on his abdomen. He split off a portion of his chakra, intending to check on the Nine Tails. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. In the ceiling space, a handsome blonde man was standing there, and upon seeing him, he respectfully bowed. Master Jiraiya, you're here. Water, Minato. Jiraiya's jaw nearly dropped in shock. He originally came to see the Nine Tails, but he didn't expect to see his deceased disciple here. I knew you would come soon. Master. Minato smiled, then glanced at a dark corner. Nine Tails, greet Master Jiraiya. In the corner, the enormous Nine Tails was lying on its side like a person, propping its head up with one hand, presenting a cold back to Jiraiya, disdainfully snorting. Sorry, that's just his personality. This scene feels so familiar, Jiraiya thought. Isn't this just a classic trope where the wife's friend comes over to play, and the quirky husband acts like he wants to chase them away? Minato, what exactly is going on? Minato smiled wryly and recounted how Naruto tore apart the seal at the age of 4, how he left behind a chakra remnant to act as a babysitter, and how he managed to turn the Nine Tails into its Sunder dad. Jiraiya was stunned. Naruto unlocked the seal at 4? This little brat is really something. Minato continued. To say that I have no resentment would be a lie. Kushina and I could die, but Naruto must never face danger again. That's why I couldn't tell anyone about this. The hearts of men are scarier than beasts. Minato, I'm sorry. If I had known, I should have taken Naruto away from Konoha. Jiraiya felt a deep sense of guilt. Master Jiraiya, you don't need to blame yourself, Minato said, looking at the sleeping Naruto in the distance, his eyes gentle and proud. Even so, Naruto has still grown into an outstanding man, and that is what I am most proud of. I tell you, Watergate said it like this, but my heart is all in a flutter. As soon as I came out of the sealed space, Jiraiya, leaned against the bed and sighed. Goodness, even my most respected disciple from before is now hiding things from me. What is this all about? While I was feeling emo, Naruto woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, the sun was almost setting, and he was looking for me. Pervy Sage, where did you run off to? Hey, where could I have gone? Didn't I leave you a note on the table? Pretty lady asked me out for dinner. Dinner's on you. When Naruto saw it, he got so angry that he tore up the note on the spot, cursing, what an irresponsible adult. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Naruto thought I had come back and went to open the door while mumbling, what so soon? But when he opened the door, he froze. Standing at the door were two people wearing black cloaks with red clouds, and one of them, with blood-red Sharingan eyes, looked like it could suck out your soul. I tell you, Naruto didn't even know what had possessed him at that moment. Looking at that face, he instinctively blurted out a word. Brother? I was shocked from distance. But he quickly reacted, and that inexplicable sense of familiarity vanished in an instant, making all the hairs on my body stand on end. My sixth sense going off like crazy. Danger. Danger. The person across from me, named Uchiha Itachi, said expressionlessly, Naruto Uzumaki, come with us. Next to him was a guy who looked like a shark, named Kisame Hashigaki, wielding a big sword called Samahada, who grinned and said, looks like you don't want to cooperate. Huh? How about we start by cutting off a leg? Naruto, a master of trash talk, immediately retorted, why are you trying to cut off my legs right off the bat? Shark face. Wow, that shark face comment completely broke Kisame's defense. And he responded, maybe it's better to just cut off all your limbs. Just as it seemed they were about to make a move, suddenly, at the end of the corridor, a figure rushed over, panting heavily. I squinted and realized it was Sasuke. Kisame was also stunned. Same Sharingan. Looks the same too. Itachi, who is this? Itachi didn't even turn his head and calmly replied, my brother. Kisame was even more confused. Your brother? Isn't the Uchiha clan? Itachi interrupted him. He didn't have the qualifications to make me kill him. This statement directly triggered Sasuke. He trembled all over, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and roared, Itachi, I hate you. I despise you. I've been living just to kill you today. As soon as he finished speaking, his left hand crackled with lightning. Chidori. With a piercing shriek, it shattered the walls along the way, heading straight for Itachi's heart. With a loud bang, a huge hole was blown through the hotel wall. However, the scene Sasuke envisioned of piercing Itachi's heart did not happen at all. Itachi, I tell you, casually caught Sasuke's wrist with one hand, redirecting the full power of Chidori onto the wall behind him. Sasuke was stunned. Why? Itachi had one hand around his neck, pinning him firmly against the wall, and uttered the coldest words. Why are you so weak? Because your hatred isn't enough. Who understands family? This guy's like a CPU master, trash-talking like crazy, but later I realized what he was really thinking was, Sasuke, you've grown up, your hair has grown too. It's so good that you're okay. Such acting skills, he deserves an Oscar. When Naruto saw Sasuke getting beaten, he couldn't hold back anymore and was about to rush over to save him. But Kisame, with his big blockhead, blocked him like a wall. No entry here. He swung his sword Samahada at Naruto, who quickly dodged with a shadow clone, reappearing behind Itachi, launching a Rasengan. What happened? Itachi's other hand was still free. With a bang, that unstoppable Rasengan was blocked by him with just one hand. Then he swiftly threw a kunai, directly piercing Naruto's heart. Of course, it was just a shadow clone. The real Naruto had taken the opportunity to pick up Sasuke and retreat to a corner. Sasuke, let's work together. Naruto extended his hand, but Sasuke didn't even look at him, slapping his hand away and crazily charging at Itachi, shouting, Itachi! Naruto was instantly dumbfounded, unable to understand why. While Naruto was in a daze, Kisame came again. Kid, I'll let you run just now, but things are different now. He slammed Samahada down, and when Naruto tried to use the multi-shadow clone technique, he realized he couldn't gather any chakra. Kisame laughed triumphantly. Is it strange? My Samahada can absorb chakra. You can't use clones now, can you? Behind him, Sasuke was being mercilessly beaten, with Itachi using taijutsu to toy with him like a punching bag. Seeing this, Naruto's eyes turned red, and without thinking, he lunged at Itachi again, only to be kicked away by Kisame. Kid, do you think too little of me? I tell you, at that moment, Naruto completely exploded. He got up from the ground, his eyes blood red, his nails long and sharp, roaring, I'll say it again, let go of Sasuke. Kisame's big sword swung down, and Naruto actually grabbed the blade with his right hand. You like to eat, right? Then eat your fill. Come on, gaga gaga. In an instant, Naruto erupted with the power of a nine-tailed fox, with two tails wildly thrashing. The violent, ominous chakra of the nine tails was continuously absorbed by Samahada. Originally, Samahada came to absorb chakra, but what happened? It ended up with an all-you-can-eat buffet, stuffed to death. Is this chakra of the nine tails meant for people? Before long, Samahada let out a shriek. The entire sword wilted, drooping down weakly. This was all about reverse feeding. Kisame was dumbfounded. My Samahada. Before he could finish his sentence, Naruto vanished from sight, and the next second, a heavy punch landed squarely on his face, sending him crashing through the wall and flying out. Itachi saw this situation and didn't dare to take it head-on, quickly letting go of Sasuke and retreating. Naruto rushed over, shielding Sasuke, who had broken arms and several fractured ribs, behind him, glaring at Itachi like an angry beast. We are partners, Naruto shouted. If you want to hurt him, you have to kill me first. Just as Kisame was furious and preparing to come back for revenge, I, Jiraiya, made a grand entrance. I landed steadily in front of Naruto with a beautiful girl on my shoulder. Thank you for taking care of my disciple, Uchiha Itachi. Naruto looked at me, pointed at my nose and scolded. Pervy sage, you finally committed a crime. I wanted to slap him and tell him to shut up. This was Itachi's trap. Using Jinjutsu to hypnotize such a beautiful girl. He was the one who should die. Itachi, seeing that I had arrived, was straightforward and nodded. I was careless. Kisame, let's go. They threw down a smoke bomb and slipped away. Later, I learned that Itachi explained to Kisame that he had used Tsukuyomi on Kakashi earlier. which drained too much chakra, and Samahata was also wasted. Fighting me would only result in mutual destruction, which wasn't worth it. This kid is terrifyingly calm at all times. However, Kisame mentioned that he saw a Tachi smile when he thought about Naruto protecting Sasuke. My AI-like disciple actually smiled? How rare. After they left, Naruto carried the severely injured Sasuke and walked step by step toward the Konoha hospital. Sasuke, I don't know what happened between you and him, but I will always stand by your side. He brought Sasuke to the hospital, set down his forehead protector, and said with determination, I will train hard with the pervy sage. You also need to work hard, and next time, we will definitely make them regret it. After returning, I officially began training Naruto. I took out a chakra test paper, and when he input his chakra, the paper split in half. Wind attribute. I told him that the Rasengan was only a half-finished product. His father had wanted to develop it into an S-rank jutsu, but it lacked nature transformation. The first lesson was to use pure chakra to cut a leaf in half. This kid is also a straightforward person. Without saying a word, he started practicing. The next day, I went to check on him, and good grief, that lush tree had been completely stripped bare, with leaves shredded all over the ground. I handed him an ice pop, and, seeing his clumsy yet hard-working spirit, I was reminded of my own childhood. We sat there, and I told him stories about the 3 legendary ninjas, about Orochimaru, about Tsunade. Speaking of Tsunade, someone happened to mention seeing her in Shortbook Street, so we set off again. Meanwhile, in Shortbook Street, Tsunade really encountered Orochimaru. That guy actually wanted Tsunade to help him undo the sealing technique used by the 3rd Hokage that had rendered his hands useless, with the bargaining chip being the resurrection of her deceased brother and lover. This deal was too dark. On Naruto's side, because he was using shadow clones to train desperately every day, he was so exhausted that he often fell asleep and ended up in the sealing space. Seeing this, Minato thought, well, it's time to teach him the second phase of Flying Thunder God. He immediately demonstrated it to Naruto, using a special kunai, zipping around like a golden flash, darting around the Nine Tails. As a result, the Nine Tails got angry, and Kurama's face turned dark. Hey, Minato, you treat me like a yo-yo. Huh? He immediately wrapped Minato up with his own tail, performing a 360-degree Thomas spin in the air. Naruto watched in astonishment. After Minato was finally let down, he explained to Naruto that the most difficult part of Flying Thunder God was the instantaneous reaction after spatial transformation. Naruto's blood surged with excitement, vowing to learn it well. Thus, we continued our training and finally arrived at Shortbook Street. It was getting late, and I pulled Naruto into a nice izakaya to gather intelligence. Naruto even complained about me bringing a minor into a bar. Just as I was about to educate him, I heard a familiar and annoying female voice. Shizen. You're too annoying. I know my limits. I looked up, and lo and behold, who else could it be but Tsunade? We locked eyes, and she was also surprised. Jiraiya? Why are you here? I laughed loudly and pulled Naruto to sit opposite her. Naruto curiously examined her, probably thinking to himself, is this really a 50-year-old? Tsunade, feeling impatient under my gaze, tapped the table and asked, what are you staring at? Do you need something from me? I put away my smile and stared at her intensely, saying word by word, come back with me and become Hokage. The entire izakaya instantly fell into an eerie silence. Only Naruto, the food lover, was still saying, oh, this dish is unexpectedly delicious. Then he choked and turned red in the face. Tsunade looked at me, who was flustered and trying to help Naruto catch his breath, frowned, and with a look of disdain, asked, Jiraiya, who is this annoying little brat? Are you also working as a babysitter? As soon as I heard this, I was taken aback. I hadn't even spoken yet, and I said to her, it's him, Naruto Uzumaki. You must have heard of that name, right? Tsunade's expression changed instantly. She was stunned for a moment and uttered 3 words. It's him. I quickly seized the opportunity and said, Tsunade, I'll say it again, the village has decided you are the 5th Hokage. But without thinking, she directly replied, impossible, I refuse. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, your decisiveness in rejecting me is just like when I confessed to you back in the day. She gave me a sidelong glance and said, we're not kids anymore, stop talking nonsense. I had to earnestly persuade her, saying things like, you're the 1st-generation granddaughter, with remarkable achievements, only you can do it. And guess what she said? She shook her wine glass, looking completely defeated, and said, my grandpa and the 2nd generation were impressive, but they died for the village, didn't they? This Hokage thing is just boring, a waste of time. Whoever wants to be it can be, only a fool would want it. Suddenly, before I could react, that kid Naruto flipped the table over, spilling soup everywhere. He was about to charge at her like a little cannonball, and I grabbed him by the back of the neck as he struggled wildly. What did you say? I want to duel you. I don't care about your legendary ninjas. If you look down on my dream, I won't let you off. Tsunade didn't even bother to glance at him, stood up, and walked out, saying, Jiraiya, your disciple is as foolish as you. Just right. I need to go out and get some fresh air. Goodness, this completely ignited Naruto. He shouted at Tsunade's back, perverted sage. I came out with you to find the 5th Hokage, thinking it would be someone impressive, but it's just a drunken old woman. My heart skipped a beat. It was over. Sure enough, Tsunade stopped in her tracks, the veins on her forehead bulging, her aura chillingly frightening. You little brat, you really dare to say that? How long had it been since anyone called her an old hag? This was practically asking for death. Naruto, oblivious to the danger. Charge forward. People like you aren't worthy of being Hokage. I'm going to defeat you today and become the Hokage. In that moment, I saw a flicker in Tsunade's eyes, as if she saw her brother Nawaki's shadow in Naruto. That same foolishness and dream, it was exactly the same. Without hesitation, Naruto formed a Rasengan in his hand. Rasengan. Tsunade was completely shocked, turning around to shout at me. Jiraiya, have you lost your mind? Teaching him a technique he can't control. I shrugged my shoulders with a smirk. I didn't teach him that. She didn't believe me. You're lying? If not you. Then did the 4th Hokage come back from the dead to teach him? I could only shrug and say nothing. Despite Tsunade's shock, her movements were swift. To her, Naruto's grand charge seemed like slow motion. She bent down to dodge the Rasengan, kicked Naruto's forehead protector away, and then lightly flicked his forehead with a finger. Just like that, Naruto flew backward for over 10 meters, the Rasengan dissipating midair. Tsunade crossed her arms, looking down at him mockingly. What's wrong? Didn't you want to be Hokage? You can't even touch me with a single finger, and you're talking about being Hokage? Naruto spat the dirt from his mouth, shakingly getting up, his eyes fierce like a little wolf. I said I would defeat you, and I will definitely do it. Tsunade, for some reason, flicked her necklace in front of her chest, saying, All right, kid, let's make a bet. If you can take this necklace from me, I'll admit you have what it takes to be Hokage. Naruto stubbornly replied, Who wants your lousy pendant? I quickly leaned in and whispered, Naruto, that's a treasure left by the 1st Hokage. One of a kind, you could trade it for 3 mountains. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his tune. Deal? Tsunade, seeing his rapid change of expression, couldn't he help but laugh in anger. You little brat, your character is just like Nawaki's. The next 10 minutes were a one-sided beating. Naruto charged again and again, getting easily knocked away by Tsunade each time. Yet he kept getting back up as if nothing happened. Tsunade was starting to get impatient. Don't you understand what giving up means, you little brat? Naruto wiped the blood from his face and yelled, Keeping my word is my ninja way. He pulled out a kunai from his bag and awkwardly threw it. The aim was ridiculously off. I could tell it wouldn't hit. Tsunade was too lazy to even dodge, preparing to let the kunai fly past her face. But just as the kunai flew past her cheek, I saw Tsunade's expression change. She must have caught a glimpse of the technique engraved on the grip of the kunai. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. Immediately after, Naruto formed a sign that no one had ever seen before. What qualification does someone who calls the 3rd Hokage and 4th Hokage trash have to be Hokage? Just as Tsunade sensed something was off, Naruto vanished from his spot. By the time she reacted, that youthful face was already right in front of her. So, in this bet, I was the winner. In Tsunade's final view, there was Naruto's hand coming down hard, and the necklace she treasured like life itself steadily landing in Naruto's hands. Let me tell you, in that moment, everyone was stunned. This kid really used a dimensional drop attack. I walked over to Tsunade, who was still in a daze, and said smugly, Tsunade, your luck of always losing when gambling really hasn't changed at all. She suddenly snapped back to reality and grabbed my collar, shouting, Jiraiya, who taught you this technique? I chuckled and said, Want to know? I'll tell you when you become the 5th Hokage. She was furious, but still let go of me, unwillingly glaring at Naruto before turning to leave. Shizen quickly chased after her, Lady Tsunade. Aren't you going to take the necklace back? That is. Tsunade didn't look back and replied, Stop nagging. I still have some pride in gambling. Meanwhile, Naruto, holding the warm necklace, looked confused and asked me, Hey, pervy sage, what do we do now? I told him that since Tsunade didn't want it back, it meant he really turned the impossible into possible. She might see a reflection of defying fate in him. He had a blank expression, looking down at the necklace, probably pondering whether to give it to Hinata or sell it. I quickly interrupted his dangerous thoughts. Don't give it to your little girlfriend or sell it. Tsunade will chase you to the ends of the earth and beat you to a pulp. He jumped in anger. How do you know what I'm thinking? I retorted. It's all written on your face, you idiot. That night, I went out to gather materials, leaving Naruto alone at the inn. As a result, Shizen came knocking. She looked at the necklace around Naruto's neck, her eyes almost burning with intensity, and bluntly asked him to return it to Lady Tsunade, saying that it was cursed and whoever wore it would be unlucky. This necklace had 2 previous owners before you. Both were the people Lady Tsunade loved the most. Before Shizen could finish her sentence, Naruto interrupted her. It was SHZ and Dan, right? Shizen was shocked, you know. Naruto replied that he had heard about them, and then firmly stated, "You should go back. I won't return the necklace." Shizen panicked. "Why can't you be more understanding? You really will die." Lady Tsunade became like this because they died. Naruto then said something that made me see him in a new light. He said, "Sister Shizen, even though I haven't experienced it, if someone important to me died, I would be very sad. But I wouldn't become like her. The so-called Hokage is someone who moves forward with pain, someone who walks further than anyone else." Shizen was left speechless, scolding him for being a kid who hasn't experienced pain and understanding nothing. Naruto pushed her out the door and shouted through the door, "Go back and tell Grandma Tsunade that I won't die. I absolutely won't die before becoming Hokage." Shizen angrily returned to report to Tsunade, saying she wanted to drug Naruto to make him have diarrhea. However, after listening to the entire process, Tsunade only smiled and asked, "Is that what he said?" Then she drank alone, murmuring to herself, "Will the will of fire really be passed on? Grandpa." The next day, I shamelessly followed Tsunade, saying I would stick with her until she agreed to go back and become Hokage. While we were arguing on the street, none of us knew that, not far away on a balcony, Kabuto was disguised as an ordinary resident, watering plants while monitoring us. Just then, a pair of hands covered his eyes from behind. "Hey, guess who I am?" I was watching beside them, completely dumbfounded. This kid is a social terrorist. He can chat with anyone. He's simply the most noticeable one in the ninja world. Do was startled, but still put on a tough front. "Who are you?" "Trespassing into private property. I'm calling the police." Naruto directly grabbed his face. "Stop it, Mr. Do, you still like to disguise yourself so much." When the police arrive and see the owner tied up inside, what do you think they'll think? Do realized he couldn't keep up the act anymore and had to rip off his human skin mask, revealing his delicate face. He was puzzled. "Naruto, how did you find out it was me?" Naruto said with a mysterious air. "Sixth sense, I felt there was someone familiar here, and I found you right away." Do told him to stop messing around, saying he was on a mission. But Naruto hugged him tightly. "No, it's not easy to see you, Mr. Do. I want to talk to you more." He even recalled that when he was a child and got hurt while training, it was Do who helped him bandage it. Do coldly replied, "That was Lord Orochimaru's order." Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up. "Oh? Uncle Snake is here too? What is he doing?" Do hesitated for a moment and said, "Doing research. This time it's not for himself, but for others." Naruto got even more excited. "So for Mr. Do you also have someone important?" This question was like stepping on a landmine, and Do instantly exploded. He grabbed Naruto by the neck and slammed him against the wall, his eyes full of killing intent. "Naruto, why can you so calmly expose others' wounds? I'm not like you." But Naruto, even though he was being choked nearly to death, didn't he resist. Instead, he looked guilty and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Do. Your anger means that person is really important to you, right? I offended you. But, just like me, you do care about someone, right?" I was sweating just watching. If he used just a little more strength, Naruto would be done for. But in the end, he just clicked his tongue and released his grip, disappearing with a few flips. Not long after, on the plains outside Shortbook Street, the 3 legendary ninjas finally gathered again after many years. Orochimaru faced Tsunade and asked her what she had decided. Tsunade said she could help heal his hands, but the condition for that was not to resurrect Rope Tree and Broken, but for Orochimaru to swear not to attack Konoha again. Orochimaru was stunned. "Why? Don't you want to see them?" Tsunade cried out, "I do. I dream of it. But after meeting that child, I realized I can't keep living in the past. That child said that the Hokage is someone who must carry pain and move forward. I am the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and I can't be so despondent anymore. She also said that if innocent people are sacrificed just to see them, they wouldn't forgive themselves." Orochimaru licked his lips, a playful look on his face. "Interesting, Princess Tsunade has actually been changed by someone. What if I don't agree? Then I will be here, in the name of the 5th Hokage, and I will kill you." Tsunade's aura flared up. Orochimaru laughed maniacally. To be blunt, Even if you alone aren't my match. Even with Jiraiya, you all are not my opponents. Just as he finished speaking, I appeared beside Tsunade. Is that really the case? You're still so arrogant. Orochimaru. Orochimaru saw Naruto behind me and said the exact same thing as Tsunade. Jiraiya, have you also switched to being a babysitter? I proudly patted Naruto's head. This is my new disciple. What do you think? Not bad, right? Naruto stood there, looking at Orochimaru, his expression particularly complex. After all, he had been Orochimaru's disciple first, and now he was standing in front of him as my disciple, which must have felt awkward. Orochimaru looked disdainful. Jiraiya, you're still so foolish. To me, this kid isn't even a mediocre talent. He is just as foolish as you. I immediately retorted, I'm not like you. This child has the most precious treasure of all, perseverance. Just as we were bickering, Orochimaru suddenly attacked, stretching his neck long and trying to bite me. I barely dodged and said speechlessly, Hey, did I make you angry? Are you still mad about me stealing your lunch in 3rd grade? That kind of thing doesn't matter. Was it when I took you to peep at the girls' bathhouse in 6th grade and sold you out? That kind of thing can just be explained as getting lost. It must have been when I stole Tsunade's underwear and put it in your closet. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt a terrifying killing intent behind me. Tsunade's fists were cracking, and with that stance, if Orochimaru revealed any more secrets, she could take us both down with her. I quickly changed the subject. Tsunade, we need to cooperate right now. Tsunade temporarily let me off the hook and asked Orochimaru again, Do you really still hate Konoha? Orochimaru replied, Of course, who knows? Maybe one day I'll destroy it. Then there's nothing more to say. Tsunade immediately punched the ground, causing the earth to crack instantly, and we sank down a meter. I jumped back in fright. Tsunade, you included me as a target too, right? She coldly said, If you die, I'll bury you and Orochimaru together. I said, That's so disgusting. We teamed up to attack Orochimaru, creating chaos all around. Tsunade quickly pulled Naruto, who was still in a daze, to the side to hide. Naruto looked at us, confused, and asked, Aren't they teammates? Why are they fighting to the death like this? Just then, Orochimaru spat out a sword, not to attack us, but to slash his own arm. Blood splattered onto Tsunade. Blood. No, don't come near. Tsunade instantly broke down, kneeling on the ground with her head in her hands, trembling all over. Her fear of blood hadn't gone away. Orochimaru's arm transformed into a snake, ready to bite, and I quickly hugged Tsunade to protect her. Orochimaru mocked. How ridiculous. A medical ninja is actually afraid of blood. I looked at Tsunade, who was terrified in my arms. Feeling a sharp pain in my heart, I gathered a Rasengan and directed it at Orochimaru. From Orochimaru's sleeve, 5 small snakes with blade-like fangs flew out. Just as the 2 powerful attacks were about to collide, suddenly a yellow figure rushed into the middle of us. Pucci. The snake's sword pierced through his body, and my Rasengan hit him squarely in the back. Both Orochimaru and I widened our eyes in shock. We never expected that the one who rushed in to block the attack was Naruto. Naruto, what on earth are you doing? I quickly retracted my attack and held him, my mind blank. Orochimaru also stopped his mocking laughter and surprisingly began to scold me. Jiraiya, is this how you teach your disciples to throw themselves into the center of battle without a care for their lives? Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood and said weakly, I just wanted to stop this fight. You shouldn't be fighting your companions. Why can you so easily kill each other? Orochimaru checked Naruto's injuries, his face turning grim. Both lung lobes are penetrated, several bones are broken. Jiraiya, you were too ruthless. I was sweating in panic, as if you have no responsibility. What do we do now? Orochimaru grabbed the still trembling Tsunade and dragged her to Naruto's side. Tsunade, come and heal him. Seeing Naruto covered in blood, Tsunade finally snapped out of her fear and immediately began to treat him. But her chakra was in complete disarray and was of no use. Naruto weakly clutched the necklace around his neck and vowed to her, Granny Tsunade, don't be sad for me. I absolutely will not die in front of you. After saying this, his head tilted and he fainted. Naruto, I believe in you. Open your eyes. Tsunade's hands finally stopped trembling. Her massive chakra stabilized and began to flow steadily, visibly healing Naruto's wounds. Soon after, a surge of even more powerful chakra erupted from Naruto's abdomen, instantly healing him. Not long after, Naruto woke up, and the first thing he did was kneel on the ground and apologize frantically. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. It seemed he had been severely reprimanded by the 9 tails in the spiritual world. Tsunade looked at him, both angry and heartbroken, and hugged him tightly, crying uncontrollably on his shoulder. Naruto awkwardly patted her back. Huh? Granny Tsunade, are you crying? Don't cry. I really will protect the village. I'm not lying. In the end, with Naruto acting as a mediator, Orochimaru agreed not to attack Konoha within 3 years in exchange for Tsunade helping him heal. On our way to Orochimaru's secret base, Tsunade quietly asked me if Naruto knew Orochimaru and why Orochimaru was so concerned about him. After discussing it, we both felt that Orochimaru was interested in the Nine Tails within Naruto and decided to be cautious. I nodded, turned my head, and wow, that kid Naruto was walking side by side with Orochimaru, chatting and laughing. At that distance, Orochimaru could easily snap his neck with a single reach. I was so scared I almost lost my mind. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, I rushed over and pinned Naruto down to the ground. It hurt. What are you doing, you perverted sage? Shut up. Stay behind me. Let me tell you, when Orochimaru's aura kicks in, I don't even dare to breathe. I can only obediently follow behind him. Guess what? Jiraiya and Tsunade, those two clowns, are whispering behind us, just like elementary school students passing notes in class. Orochimaru's hearing is beyond human. He hears everything clearly. I can even feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. His expression is basically saying, family, who understands? How did I end up being called one of the legendary three alongside these two? We followed him into a spooky underground base. The entrance was dark and filled with the smell of snakes. Jiraiya immediately complained, saying, Orochimaru, your taste is terrible. Orochimaru sneered and replied, what can I do? Frogs are just snacks for snakes. That one sentence left Jiraiya speechless. Once inside, Kabuto was already waiting, looking as if he had everything under control. Without saying a word, Orochimaru picked up a creepy mask from the table. I leaned in to take a look. The mask resembled a human face, but had fangs in the mouth and 2 horns on the head, making it look really sinister. Tsunade stared at the mask, stunned, and asked Orochimaru, are you really going to unseal the Reaper? That thing is related to the god of death. Is it even possible? Orochimaru was incredibly arrogant, and simply said, a mere god of death. I don't even take him seriously. At that moment, I thought to myself, this guy is still the same, not changed at all. Jiraiya probably thought the same. Although he was unhappy, he had to admit that Orochimaru was a once-in-a-century genius. Someone who dared to challenge even the gods when he went mad. Tsunade was still worried and asked, but this is the 4th Hokage's technique. Are you sure about it? Orochimaru immediately started his lecture. Tsunade, you are too naive. The 4th Hokage himself wasn't proficient in sealing techniques. So how could he create such an impressive technique? It was all thanks to his wife, from the Uzumaki clan. Following this lead, I found this mask in the Uzumaki clan shrine. You ask me how confident I am? 100%. After saying that, he put on the mask and shouted, Shiki F. Jean. Kai. Holy crap. At that moment, a huge white phantom appeared behind him, with white hair and red horns, holding a knife. That was the Shinigami. Let me tell you, at that moment, everyone present, including the 3 legendary ninjas, was completely stunned. It was a fear that came from the depths of the soul, unrelated to strength. Orochimaru, panting, explained to us on sight. Shiki F. Jean is about sacrificing your own soul to the Shinigami in exchange for sealing power. It's easy to undo, you just... Before he could finish, the Shinigami's phantom raised the short blade in its mouth and stabbed itself in the stomach. The next second, Orochimaru's stomach also burst open with a pop. Blood and entrails spilled out everywhere. I was completely dumbfounded. He actually shouted at Tsunade, Tsunade, what are you dazing for? Stop the bleeding. Tsunade's expression was incredibly complex at that moment. I bet she had a fleeting thought of just finishing him off. Kabuto noticed it right away and immediately stood in front of Orochimaru. But Tsunade glanced at Naruto beside her side and began to use medical ninjutsu to treat him. The Shinigami's phantom was probably also stunned, not expecting to be outsmarted by a mortal, losing the sacrifice it sought and regurgitating what it had previously consumed. It didn't get angry, just let out a chilling laugh before disappearing. Immediately after, a bluish-white soul floated out from the Shinigami's belly. Jiraiya recognized it at a glance. This is the 4th Hokage's soul. Orochimaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, don't think too much. The body and soul can't communicate. He's just a blank slate now. Just then, Naruto suddenly spoke up, pointing at the soul with a naive expression. I think I understand. This is a sealing technique, right? Orochimaru released a person's soul. Then he continued, if someone so strong is sealed away, they must be a super big bad guy, right? Why would you release him? I watched helplessly as the 4th Hokage's soul swung wildly in the air, as if it had been electrocuted, feeling like it was about to shatter. Ha ha ha. The three ninjas couldn't hold back anymore, laughing uncontrollably. Even Orochimaru laughed so hard that his wound split open again, and Tsunade quickly gave him another dose of healing. Jiraiya patted Naruto's head, gasping for breath from laughter. "You silly boy, saying that will bring divine retribution. This is the soul of the fourth Hokage. He sacrificed himself to save the village." When Naruto heard this, his face turned pale, and he quickly clasped his hands together, frantically apologizing to the soul. I'm sorry. Please don't hold it against me." Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru and asked, "What should we do with this soul?" "Ignore him. He'll return to the afterlife on his own." "Is that so?" Jiraiya's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Ninja art! Needle Xidagarba!" His white hair instantly grew long and hardened, wrapping around himself and the fourth Hokage's soul, looking like a giant hedgehog. Tsunade stepped forward, standing in front of the two, glaring at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I'm helping you to save the fourth Hokage's soul. He gave everything for the village. He shouldn't even be denied the chance to be reincarnated. If you want to harm him, you'll have to get through us first." Orochimaru had a nonchalant expression, clearly not planning to attack. After a while, the soul seemed to sense something, floated around Naruto, and then slowly became transparent and disappeared. Naruto, still dumbfounded, scratched his head. Am I really that likable? With the situation resolved, Orochimaru began to usher everyone out. Before leaving, Tsunade reminded him, "I feel like your wound hasn't fully healed. The Grim Reaper isn't so easy to fool." Orochimaru nodded. "I can feel it." Once we left, Naruto was still waving goodbye to Orochimaru when Jiraiya slapped him on the back of the head. "Idiot, you should say goodbye to someone you're not close with." Just as we left, Orochimaru collapsed with a thud. Kabuto quickly supported him. Orochimaru weakly said, "Perfect, this body is about to give out too. It seems I won't be able to wait for Sasuke to arrive." The Grim Reaper didn't expect that I schemed against him again. This guy even factored in his own body breaking down. He's really a madman. Back in Konoha, Tsunade stood at the entrance, looking at the familiar streets, filled with emotions. But Naruto didn't give her a chance to be sentimental, pulling her towards the hospital. "Tsunade Baba, stop looking. Come with me first. There's a patient waiting for you to save." Arriving at the hospital ward, I saw ISNT that Lee and the bushy brow teacher guy. Guy saw Tsunade and was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Hugging Naruto and showering him with praise, even wanting to give him a spandex suit and take him as a disciple. Naruto was so scared he kept waving his hands, imagining himself in a spandex suit turning into a kappa, decisively refusing. Lee, seeing the legendary Tsunade, was so nervous he couldn't speak smoothly. However, Tsunade didn't even do an examination. She just glanced at him and coldly said something that could freeze anyone. "Give up being a ninja. That's your best choice." The air in the whole ward instantly froze. Later, Naruto, feeling lost, ran to the Hyuga house, not climbing over the wall, but using the front door. He didn't go to find Hinata. Instead, he ran to the stable, talking to the camel left by Gaara. He said Lee's surgery would either be successful or fatal. A 50-50 chance, and he didn't know whether to hate Gaara or not. At that moment, Hinata came over, and upon seeing his dejected expression, her eyes were filled with concern. Naruto recounted the experiences of the past month to her. Hinata listened, gasping in surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. While they were talking, Hinata's little sister Hanabi suddenly jumped out. This little girl was not to be underestimated. She immediately asked Naruto, "You were gone for a month. What fun things did you bring me?" Naruto was dumbfounded. I forgot." Hanabi exploded on the spot. "What? You idiot. Did you only bring gifts for sister? Hand them over quickly." Saying this, she began to rummage through Naruto's clothes. Hinata was anxiously trying to pull her away, but couldn't stop her. Hanabi suddenly tugged at Naruto's collar and saw the necklace on his chest. "Wow, what a beautiful stone. This was left by the first Hokage." "It's the only one in the world," Naruto answered honestly. "That's it. Give it to me." Little Miss Hanabi's temper flared, directly issuing an order. No, this was given to me by Tsunade Baba. It's more important than my life. You, Naruto, are completely part of my family." Hanabi pinned him to the ground, suddenly reaching out to gently poke her finger on Hanabi's forehead. Hanabi froze on the spot, her little face turning red as she exclaimed, "Why, you dared to poke my forehead? Even my dad has never done that." But at that moment, Naruto suddenly groaned in pain, clutching his head. He didn't even know why he made that gesture. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Hinata quickly held him in her arms, helping him massage his temples. Just at this awkward moment of being embraced from both sides, Sakura arrived. Upon entering and seeing the scene, she said sourly, "Wow, Naruto, you really are happy." Sakura pulled him outside, looking worriedly at the situation with Sasuke. Naruto told her that Sasuke had been defeated by an extremely strong person, losing very badly. Sakura said, "I secretly watched him train. His aura now is eerie and terrifying, just like that person we encountered during the Chunin exam. It's giving signs of an ultimate villain's dark transformation." Naruto promised her that once he finished training with Jiraiya, they would go find Sasuke together. The next day, Naruto was in the Hyuga family's courtyard, surrounded by hundreds of shadow clones, each holding a leaf, practicing chakra nature transformation. After practicing for half a day, he still couldn't cut the leaf. Hanabi was mocking him beside. "I thought you learned something during your month away, but you can't even cut a leaf? No wonder you're still a genin." Genin? Naruto was stunned. Only then did he remember that the Chunin exam was interrupted by Orochimaru's invasion. Did he even advance? He looked at Hinata with teary eyes. "Hinata, am I still a genin?" Hinata nodded. But so am I. It's okay. How could this happen? How am I supposed to fulfill my promise with Uncle Hizashi?" Naruto immediately slumped to the ground, kneeling. He suddenly realized that he needed to become a Jonin to marry Hinata, and he had already failed at the first hurdle. Upon learning that only Shikamaru advanced to Chunin due to his outstanding performance in the rearguard, Naruto completely broke down. He felt he had to go find the third Hokage and argue about it. This was crucial for whether he could marry Hinata. After saying that, he flipped over the wall and ran away. He jumped over the wall into the third Hokage's house, startling Konohamaru, who was watering plants. The two of them discussed and felt that this was unfair, so they stormed into the third Hokage's room. Upon entering, they almost choked on the smoke. The grandfather and grandson worked together to open the window and extinguish the third Hokage's smoke. Naruto got straight to the point. "Third Hokage, why am I still a genin?" The third Hokage, with an empty pipe in his mouth, leisurely explained a bunch of decisions made by the higher-ups and the daimyo, which boiled down to the fact that they were afraid he was too strong, yet too young, and going on missions could lead to accidents. Naruto wouldn't listen to that, directly pointing at his nose. "But I beat Neji. I'm strong, right?" To become a Chunin requires both strength and wisdom. Both are essential. The third Hokage's words hit the nail on the head. "Wait, are you saying I lack wisdom?" The third Hokage pulled out a book titled 2 Years of Midterm Exam, 1 year of simulation, and placed it in front of him. When Naruto saw it, he immediately covered his head and fell to the ground wailing. Konohamaru was so scared that he pointed at his grandfather and shouted, "Grandpa, you're going too far. How could you show us something so terrifying? You are a devil." Seeing that reasoning didn't work, Naruto simply started throwing a tantrum, lying on the ground and refusing to get up. Konohamaru followed suit. The third Hokage was overwhelmed. Just as he was about to pull them up, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously activated their seduction jutsu. The third Hokage's nosebleed gushed out, and he collapsed on the spot. At that moment, Asuma walked in. "Dad, the fifth Hokage asked me to find you." He looked at his unconscious father on the ground and the two beautiful girls beside him. His brain crashed for 3 seconds before he silently closed the door. After figuring out the situation, Asuma laughed until his stomach hurt. The third Hokage was so angry that smoke was coming out of his forehead, scolding Naruto and Konohamaru, who had bumps on their heads. When Asuma grabbed a book to leave, the third Hokage seized Naruto, who was lying on the ground, and shoved him into Asuma's hands. "Asuma, take him to the yard and teach him about chakra nature transformation." Asuma looked at Naruto and said, "I heard you are learning nature transformation. Since Dad asked me to teach you, that means you are also of wind nature. The trick is simple. Remember these 8 words: faster, thinner, sharper. Close your eyes and imagine 2 blades spinning in opposite directions, refining the chakra in the middle." Naruto tried a few times, but was unsuccessful. Asuma comforted him. "Don't worry. This is a technique that only J-nin need to learn." Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up. "So, if I learn it, I'll be a J-nin?" Goodness, he was already calculating in his mind that if he mastered this, he could skip ranks and then marry Hinata. I was watching beside him, thinking, "Dude, your thought process is indeed something, but your little plan is not cooking, bro." Asuma, listening beside him, was taken aback, thinking this kid's thought process was really unique, but could only go along with him, if you want to think that way. "I guess it's okay." Naruto heard this and felt like he had received a royal decree, bursting with confidence as he shouted, "All right, Grandpa Third, wait for me." After saying that, he swiftly jumped over the wall and probably went to challenge that unfortunate tree leaf. Asuma watched his bouncing figure and shook his head. saying to the air, "Dad, this kid is becoming more and more like his father." Then he disappeared. I'll tell you, Naruto's side is a hot-blooded shonen manga, while Sasuke's side is straight-up dark and depressing. Oh. Sasuke suddenly shot up from his bed. It was that nightmare again, that nightmare with his brother, Itachi Uchiha. That feeling of being pressed down and rubbed against the ground was driving him insane. He gasped for air and only relaxed when he realized he was in his room. Thirsty and dry-mouthed, he wanted to pour himself a glass of water, but lo and behold, the surface of the water reflected his scarlet Sharingan eyes. Just because of a lousy nightmare, his Sharingan had been scared out. He was so furious that he crushed the cup in his hand with a crack. Shame, it was an absolute disgrace. He had no mood to sleep anymore. So he climbed out the window and wandered the streets of Konoha alone in the middle of the night. He knew Naruto was back, and he knew why Naruto hadn't come to find him. He felt that between brothers, there was no need for all that empty comfort. As he walked, he unknowingly found himself at the old Uchiha clan site. Let me tell you, that place hasn't had the Uchiha name for a long time. The clan emblem has been scraped off, the walls painted white like a blank slate, and other people have moved in. Sasuke looked at the pristine white walls, and the angrier he got, he punched the wall, instantly causing his hand to bleed. It wasn't that he hated the house being gone, but that he hated himself for being so weak. If he had been stronger back then, if he could have defeated his brother, would his parents have had to die? And now, after training for so long, he was still like a newborn baby in front of his brother, shattering at the slightest touch. How could he accept that? Just when he was in despair, he suddenly spoke coldly. "Come out, you've been following me for so long, aren't you bored?" As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby street seemed to warp like special effects, and 4 bizarre figures walked out. One looked like a spider with 6 arms, another was a fiery red-haired girl, one was a fat guy, and another had 2 heads? I thought to myself, where did Orochimaru gather such a group of hidden talents? The 6-armed spider-like creature grinned and said, "Just here to sightsee Konoha." The red-haired girl, MY, immediately started to complain. "You annoying spider. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up with the mission, so we can go to sleep." Sasuke was in a terrible mood, and he had no time to banter with them. Get lost where you came from. Among the group, the most explosive one, the 2-headed creature named Z-Kin, exploded. "You little brat, pretty cocky, huh? Come here, let me break your bones and play you a beautiful melody." Hearing this, Sasuke's anger flared, looking for death. But what happened? I can only say, ideals are plump, but reality is skinny. Sasuke was knocked down by Z-Kin alone. He clearly hit the other party, but it was like a massage, utterly useless. Instead, when the other side punched him, he immediately spat out blood. The gap in strength was so cruel. Lying on the ground, Sasuke felt utterly frustrated. What a joke. Losing to my brother is one thing, but losing to such a nameless nobody? In his rage, the curse mark on his neck began to activate, black patterns instantly covering his body. The feeling of power surging made him think he was strong again, so he charged forward once more. But with a bang, he was kicked back again. When he could see clearly, he found that Z-Kin's face also bore the same curse mark as his. Not just him, all 4 of them had it. Z-Kin grabbed Sasuke by the collar, lifting him up, and with a mocking smile, said, "You thought only you were favored by Lord Orochimaru? Look at you, you can't even control your curse mark. I advise you not to get too excited, or losing yourself won't be fun." Then, this group began a full-on PUA service. Just think about it. Why are you so weak? We are all chosen by Lord Orochimaru, yet you can't even defeat me. It's because of this village. In such a warm place, how can you improve? The village and bonds will only make you weaker. Cut off these boring things, and you can become stronger. You. Haven't forgotten the good things Itachi Uchiha did, right? Who understands family? Each of those words pierced Sasuke's heart like a knife. Finally, the red-haired girl delivered the final blow. A forcibly twisted melon isn't sweet. We'll wait for you outside the village until dawn, whether you come or not. It's your decision. After saying that, the 4 of them turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Cut off bonds. Sasuke knelt on the ground, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He figured it out, or rather, he thought he figured it out. That's right. His brother became so strong precisely because he cut off everything. Family, friendship. How could he possibly catch up to him while joking around with Naruto every day? He dragged his injured body back to that empty house, picked up the photo of Team 7 from the table. In the photo, Naruto and Sakura were grinning like 2 fools, while he had a stern face. He stared at Naruto's silly, smiling face in the photo for nearly an hour. And finally, as if he had made a resolution, he slapped the photo down on the table, packed his bags, and went out. Just as he was about to reach the village gate, a pink figure appeared. Sasuke, where are you going? It was Sakura, her voice tinged with tears. Sasuke didn't stop his steps and brushed past her. What are you still doing awake so late? Sakura directly hugged him tightly from behind, her tears soaking his clothes. I don't know. I just felt you were going to leave. So I've been waiting here every day. Please don't go. I know you don't care about me, but you still have Naruto. Your bond is so deep. You're such a strong team. Sasuke's voice was as cold as ice. Sakura, revenge is my own business. It has nothing to do with you. I like you. I like you so much. If you must go, then take me with you. Let me tell you, what Sasuke does next is a perfect combination of a scumbag's lines and a gentle knife. He actually lifts the corners of his mouth into a gentle smile and softly says, Sakura, I've wanted to say this for a long time. You're really annoying. And, thank you. As soon as he finishes speaking, he flashes behind Sakura and gently pats the back of her neck. Before she faints, he leaves her with one last sentence. Tell Naruto that if he wants to find me, he must come with the determination to die. He and I are not the same. The next morning, Naruto is staring blankly at a burnt piece of toast. Jiraiya has gone on a business trip to Mayaboka Mountain, and he's bored out of his mind. Just as he thinks about cutting off the burnt parts of the toast, he suddenly has an idea. He remembers that training should be integrated into daily life. So he focuses chakra in his hand, gently swipes at the toast, and hey, the toast breaks easily. Yay, success. He gives himself a round of applause. I was watching nearby, thinking, what's making you so happy, buddy? The hardness of bread is about the same as that of leaves, right? Just as he was self-deprecating, a series of urgent knocking sounds came from outside. Naruto, with a piece of bread in his mouth, went to open the door and saw Shikamaru breathlessly leaning against the doorframe. Naruto, calm down and listen to me. Shikamaru panted and told him about Sasuke's defection. Naruto's mouth dropped open, and the freshly baked bread fell to the ground with a thud. The next second, the two were sprinting down the streets of Konoha. Naruto's mind was about to explode. Why? Why is this happening? Shikamaru was equally frustrated. I was going to ask you the same thing. Isn't he your teammate? I was also called up early by Lady Tsunade to form a team to bring Sasuke back. Soon, at the village entrance, the pursuit team gathered. Team leader Shikamaru, and team members Naruto, Choji, Kiba, Akamaru, and Neji. This was all the free people they could find. Shikamaru scratched his head, his expression serious. Listen, this is not a drill. The enemy's strength is unknown, and Sasuke is determined to leave. This mission is life or death. He paused and clenched his fist. I'm not close to Sasuke, and I don't like his cold demeanor. But this mission is really a huge hassle. However, he is still our classmate and a comrade of Konoha. So, even if it costs us our lives, we have to bring him back. I tell you at that moment, Shikamaru was really cool. Naruto was so moved at that time. Shikamaru, thank you. They were just about to set off when Sakura's hoarse voice came from behind. Naruto. She relayed Sasuke's original words to Naruto. He said, if you go to find him, you must have the determination to die. After hearing this, Naruto instead laughed, showing his confident big white teeth, and gave Sakura a thumbs up. The fact that he would say that means he still cares about me. Don't worry. I will definitely bring him back. Bringing back a friend who has gone astray. Isn't that just the right thing to do? The pursuit began. Kiba's nose was like a radar, quickly locking onto the direction. They chased all the way, and after avoiding 2 treacherous traps, finally found the 4 sound ninjas resting in a forest. Naruto got anxious. Shikamaru, where's Sasuke? Shikamaru pointed to a large wooden barrel surrounded by the 4 of them and cracked a cold joke. I guess he's in that barrel. After all, it's a fragile item and needs to be well protected. The opponents also noticed them, and that spider demon, made a signal. The fat guy, Jirobo, immediately formed seals. Earth release. Earth prison. With a loud rumble, a huge earth prison fell from the sky, covering Naruto and the others. Shikamaru just wanted to jump away, but found that his feet had been entangled by invisible threads. It's over. They were controlled right from the start. How could they fight? Neji opened his Byakugan and shouted, bad news. This barrier is absorbing our chakra. Naruto immediately held his head and wailed. It's over. What do we do? As a result, Kiba patted his head. What are you panicking for? Don't you have a nemesis of barriers on you? Naruto looked confused. Huh? Kiba proudly glanced at Shikamaru, feeling that he had made a great contribution. Flying Thunder God technique. Did you forget? Naruto slapped his thigh. No way. The coordinates closest to me are all in Konoha. By the time I fly out and back, it will be dark. Kiba's face darkened immediately. Why is such an awesome technique useless on you, just like you? Just when these 2 clowns were about to fight, Shikamaru suddenly said, You two, make more noise. Hurry up. Although the two didn't understand, they still did as told and started to spray insults at each other. Outside, Jirobo heard the infighting and laughed loudly. Shikamaru used that laughter to determine the weakest point of the barrier. Listen up, Shikamaru quickly devised a plan. CHG, it's up to you. Use the meat tank to break through that spot. Once we get out, we split up and act one-on-one to hold them off. Naruto, you go find Sasuke. Understood. Meat tank. CHG took the secret medicine and instantly grew huge, smashing forward like a bowling ball. The earth prison shattered. Taking advantage of the smoke, the four figures quickly scattered and fled. Stop. Jirobo wanted to chase but was blocked by the giant CHG. Then, Niji faced off against Kidomaru. Kiba faced off against the two-headed monster, Zaku, and Shikamaru faced the flutist, Doyu. They were all matched up precisely for a one-on-one fight. Naruto was carrying the large wooden barrel containing Sasuke, desperately running towards Konoha. But just then, a new enemy blocked his path. A gray-haired boy, looking sickly. Who are you? Naruto stopped, feeling more pressure from this person than from the previous four combined. The boy's voice was very gentle. You can call me Kimimaro. Naruto, hand Sasuke over to me. Wow, turns out he's one of Orochimaru's people. Kimimaro said he wouldn't live long, and this was the last thing he would do for Orochimaru. Then he directly activated the second stage of his curse seal, transforming into a monster covered in bones, and with one move, early fern dance. Countless bone spikes erupted from the ground, turning the forest into a hell of bones. Naruto dodged awkwardly, seeing the barrel containing Sasuke being lifted by the bone spikes. He became frantic. He wanted to persuade Kimimaro not to sell his life to Orochimaru, but the other party didn't listen at all. Just as the two were clashing with Rasengan and bones, there was a loud bang, and the barrel exploded. Sasuke came out. He was emanating a sinister purple chakra, glanced at Naruto with a complicated look, and then turned to run. Sasuke stopped. Naruto wanted chase, but Kimimaro attacked from behind. At that critical moment, a green whirlwind kicked Kimimaro away. At the same time, a sand shield blocked behind Naruto. Konoha whirlwind. Sand shield. Naruto turned around and was stunned. Huh? Thick eyebrows? Gaara? Lee was fully revived, looking at Gaara with a confused expression. Gaara looked at Naruto with a cold face. Tsunageki received a distress signal from the 5th Hokage. You go chase Sasuke. I'll take care of this guy. But Naruto hesitated. Gaara looked at him and impatiently urged, when I tell you to go, you go. We're friends, aren't we? Naruto blurted out, no, I just wanted to ask, you won't suddenly attack him with those thick eyebrows, right? I remember you wanted to kill him before. Gaara. I can feel that Gaara's hard-earned word friend was instantly choked to pieces by Naruto, leaving him completely stunned. Over there, when Kimimaro saw the cooked duck fly away, he immediately became furious, releasing his killing intent, and charged forward with a big bone club, directly clashing with Lee and the arriving Gaara in a chaotic battle. Let's not talk about him for now. The scene shifts to my side, the Valley of the End, where I have finally caught up with Sasuke. Let me tell you, the place is really eerie. On either side of a giant waterfall, there are statues of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara. I was standing on top of the first Hokage's head, and wow. The sound of the waterfall was like surround sound. I had to shout at him to be heard. And guess what? That kid Sasuke was just standing there like an emo prince on top of Uchiha Madara's statue, looking all cool and brooding. It was so middle school. I shouted at him, Sasuke, come back with me. He turned around, and his gaze was as cold as ice, making my heart race. I forced a smile and tried to persuade him. What are you talking about? Just come back. Sakura and Kakashi-sensei are waiting for you, and Shikamaru and the others are. Before I could finish my sentence, a shuriken flew past my face. Let me tell you, the cut on my face stung like fire. But my heart hurt even more. He looked at me coldly and said, Naruto, why are you still so naive? Do you really think I would go back with you? I was furious at that moment and shouted, then go ahead and say it. What reason do you have to leave? How can I understand if you don't say anything? To my surprise, he still had the mood to tell me a story, leaning against the statue and slowly saying, reasons? All right, let's start from when I met you. He told me that at first, he played with me purely because he was afraid of loneliness, feeling like I was sticking to him like a piece of gum. He said I was just a laggard, but later on, whether it was fighting against the big snake or Gaara, all the credit was mine alone. I quickly retorted no. We defeated him together. He didn't listen at all and continued, I know in my heart that you are already stronger than me. To be honest, I'm not jealous of you. I'm happy for you. If it weren't for that incident, I might have really been your partner for life, getting married and having children in Konoha, and eventually ending up in the same grave. Hearing this, I felt a bit pleased and quickly asked if that's the case. Why are you still leaving? Because of Itachi. When he mentioned that name, his entire aura changed. In my world, there was only revenge. Your warmth almost made me forget that I am a Avenger. Itachi's appearance woke me from my dream. I want power. I want to kill him with my own hands. I said, I'll help you. No need, he shouted. I want to kill him myself, dig out his eyes, and dedicate them to my parents, my clan, and my friend. Friend? I was stunned at that moment. Then the most explosive part came. He looked at me and said, Naruto, I've never considered you a friend. I've only ever had one friend, but he was killed by Itachi. Who understands family? When those words came out, I was petrified. I, Uzumaki Naruto, poured my heart out to him, and yet I wasn't even considered a friend in his eyes. He still thought I wasn't miserable enough and started giving me a PowerPoint presentation, reminiscing about his past with that friend. Climbing beehives in spring, learning to swim in summer, stealing sweet potatoes in autumn, getting into big trouble in winter. I was almost falling asleep listening to him. Wait, dude, are you reminiscing about bitter and sweet memories here? That friend of yours sounds pretty impressive, but why are you telling me this? In the end, he wiped a tear away, his blood-red Sharingan staring intensely at me, and threw out a bombshell. The reason I will become close to you is that you are very much like him. There is no other reason. A mouthful of old blood. Am I becoming a substitute? Isn't this just pure, unadulterated love for him? I was trembling with rage. So you see me as his replacement? Not exactly. He even started explaining to me, in my heart right now, you are the most important person, and because of this, I will kill you here. As soon as I finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. His speed was so fast that my eyes couldn't keep up. When he reappeared, a shuriken was already pressed against my heart. I was so scared that I quickly sidestepped, and my clothes were ripped open with a huge gash. While attacking, he said, is it strange? This is the cursed bloodline of our Uchiha clan. Only by killing the closest person can we gain greater power. Naruto, for my revenge. Please die. His attacks were lethal, and I could only dodge in a panic, shouting, Sasuke, I don't want to fight you. You are my best friend. Friend? Worthless in the face of revenge. Can being with you make me stronger? I finally couldn't hold back anymore, seize an opportunity, and punch him flying. Stop being so stubborn. Shikamaru and the others have risked their lives for you. Everyone considers you a partner. That's why they fight so hard for you. Sasuke got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and acted as if nothing had happened. In Konoha, the only one I care about is you. Whether the others live or die has nothing to do with me. I was completely furious, and in a moment of impulse, I spoke without thinking. Is strength really that important? To become stronger, I can introduce you to the perverted sage, or I can ask my great-grandfather from 3 generations ago. Which of those is not better than Uncle Snake? That's it. I'm done for. I'll let it slip. Sasuke froze, looking at me in disbelief. What did you just say? You know Orochimaru? I quickly shook my head. No, I don't know him. Naruto. He's completely lost it, as if he has discovered some earth-shattering secret. And I finally understood. Why has your strength as the underdog skyrocketed? So it was all because of Orochimaru. He directly imagined a grand drama where the underdog's comeback relied entirely on a dark scheme, thinking I'd been deceiving him all along, secretly learning from Orochimaru. No matter how I explained, he wouldn't listen, and anger caused the curse mark on his body to instantly spread all over. Enough, he shouted. This only strengthened my resolve to kill you here. In the next moment, he directly unleashed the power of the second stage of the curse mark, his hair growing wildly, and 2 large wings that looked like hands sprouted from his back, resembling a fallen angel. His left hand gathered dazzling lightning, and the sharp screech of Chidori instantly echoed through the valley. I looked at him and felt my heart sink. I could only sigh and concentrated on forming a Rasengan in my right hand. Enough with the nonsense. Sasuke charged over with his Chidori. Our ninjutsu collided violently, erupting into a massive energy ball, as if the entire Valley of the End had been blown apart. Water splashed, and steam soared into the sky, and it began to pour rain heavily. After the downpour, I was riding on him, pressing him underwater, tears streaming down my face as I pleaded, Sasuke, please. I can't imagine my future without you. The cursed seal on his face gradually faded away, returning to his original appearance. He looked at me, and, surprisingly, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I really can't do anything about you. All right, I'll go back with you. I was completely stunned at that moment. Then I was overjoyed, jumping up from him like a fool. Really? That's great. You have to treat me to ramen when you get home, and you also need to apologize to Sakura. Sasuke was lying in the water, reaching out his hand to me. Come on, pull me up, you slowpoke. Of course I was happy to. Without a second thought, I reached out to pull him up. Then at the very moment I lifted him, thousands of birds cried out again. The cold lightning pierced into my ribcage with a sudden jolt. I spat out a mouthful of blood, completely dazed, and looked down at the hand that was inserted into my body, incredulously asking him, cough. So what, help? Sorry, I'm the last one. A drop of blood tears fell from his eyes, and his 2-tomo Sharingan finally turned into a 3-tomo. Good grief. Am I being used as an experience package for leveling up? Before I passed out, I held onto his hand tightly. He had no choice but to stuff his forehead protector into my hand before breaking free, and he gave me one last glance before leaving without looking back. When I woke up again, I was already in the Konoha hospital. The ceiling was glaringly white, and Sasuke's words that he had never considered me a friend were looping endlessly in my mind. I touched my right hand, and all I held was his cold forehead protector. Niji was sitting on the bed next to mine, and when he saw I was awake, he suddenly said, complaining as soon as you wake up. Huh? I just realized there were others in the ward. After chatting for a bit, I learned that Shikamaru and the others were not in any life-threatening danger, which put my mind at ease. But Niji, this guy was like an AI, staring at the bandages on me for a few moments before starting to investigate the scene. Naruto, this injury of yours wasn't caused by a kunai. It was from Sasuke's Chidori, right? I instinctively made a sound of acknowledgement. The wound was from bottom to top. You must have been above him at that time. Although you are foolish, it's impossible for you not to notice the enemy beneath you. So, you were ambushed by him when you were caught off guard, right? This statement directly left Sakura, who had just entered the room, speechless. The vase of consolation flowers in her hand shattered into pieces with a loud crash. I still put on a brave face. No, what are you talking about? But my denial was so weak that I couldn't even deceive myself. Niji sighed. Someone who can do something like this to their partner is not worth pursuing anymore. It's time to cut this bond. Sakura stared at me blankly, her eyes instantly turning red. I shook my head and said firmly, I won't give up. I will continue to look for Sasuke, and then get beaten back again after finding him? Niji retorted, questioning whether it's worth chasing someone who has deliberately severed their bonds. I looked at him and said word by word, Niji, don't you want to cut off your ties with Hinata as well? But did Hinata give up? It's precisely because she didn't give up that you can get along like this now, right? If giving up on your friends is smart, then I'd rather be a fool for the rest of my life. Niji was speechless and could only turn his head away, muttering that I was really an idiot. Sakura couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they flowed down in streams. As for Hinata, she said nothing, but directly came over and pulled my head into her embrace. I was completely frozen, my cheek pressed against the softness unique to a girl, feeling at a loss. In her sorrow, she gently stroked my hair, her voice trembling slightly. Just let it out and cry. I will be here with Naruto-kun. I told you. At that moment, I really couldn't hold it in anymore. I tightly hugged her waist, trembling in her arms, crying like a child, but I didn't make a sound. Only the dampness on my chest grew larger and larger. A few days later, I recovered and wandered aimlessly on the streets of Konoha. Before I knew it, I had walked to the dango shop I used to frequent. The owner even asked me why my 2 friends weren't there. Holding a dango, I sat on a long bench where the 3 of us used to sit, unable to eat a single bite, just as I was staring blankly at the sky. The perverted sage suddenly appeared like a ghost, looking at me with a mischievous grin. Oh, isn't this my lovely disciple? Sighing and looking like you've just had a breakup. I couldn't be bothered with him, but he sat down next to me, sighed, and said, I've experienced the pain of betrayal from a partner, so I understand. The streets you've walked and the places you've stayed will haunt you like a curse. Then he suddenly looked at me and said seriously, so, let's go together, leave Konoha? I was shocked at that moment. He told me that an organization called Akatsuki was capturing Jinchuriki everywhere, and their target was the 9 tails within me. Staying in the village made me a living target, so I had to go out and train with him for 3 years to gain the ability to resist when the Akatsuki acted. Moreover, if I wanted to become Hokage, I needed to see the world, otherwise when the 5 Kage Summit was held in the future, I wouldn't even know what they were talking about. I hesitated. I've been away for 3 years. What will happen to Hinata? The pervy sage didn't force me. He just handed me a flyer and left. When I picked it up, it was an advertisement for the fireworks festival. That evening, I still ran to the Hyuga household and invited Hinata out. She was wearing a white yukata adorned with small purple flowers, so beautiful that I found it hard to look straight at her. Just as I took her hand to leave, she quietly reminded me, Naruto-kun, did you forget something? My wallet? I have it with me. I mean the fireworks. She shook her head. If you don't take me to such a fun event, our hard-won relationship might go bad again. As soon as I heard that, I could only helplessly nod in agreement. Well, the world of just the two of us is ruined. Why? Because my brain, for goodness sake, decided to malfunction at a critical moment and completely forgot about that little ancestor, Hanabi. If it weren't for Hinata's reminder, I guess I would have been pressed to the ground by her tonight. I hurried to the entrance of the fireworks store and knocked urgently. The door opened a crack, and half a face peeked out, with a sharp gaze asking, "What do you want?" I felt a sense of emptiness inside me and quickly forced a smile. Hualan, there's a fireworks festival tonight. I haven't forgotten about you. We have to go together. Humph. At least you still have a bit of conscience. The door swung open with a whoosh, and when I looked closely, I was taken aback. She was already dressed neatly in an orange yukata, even with a small handbag ready, just waiting for my words. She had an expression that said she was just watching me perform, and said, "Nonsense. How could I not know about such a big event? I just wanted to see if you're the kind of person who only knows how to revolve around my sister like a blind bat." I could only laugh awkwardly, feeling a cold sweat in my heart. When we arrived at the night market, the scene was just overwhelming. It was like a little rabbit let out of cage, clutching a candied apple and darting through the crowd like crazy. She usually never goes out, so everything was new to her, and she would just shout one word, "Buy." As a result, I became her personal shopping cart. I was loaded with masks, windmills, and a broken net for catching goldfish, looking like a moving grocery store. I was panting and thought to myself, if I kept buying like this, I would really need to use a shadow clone just to go shopping. Who understand this? If this got out, I'd lose all my face. Just when I was feeling hopeless, Hinata quietly walked up to me and held out the candied apple she had in her hand, which had a little bite mark on it. I took a big bite, and wow, it was so sweet that I instantly felt revitalized. I looked at Hinata, and my heart felt so warm. "You are still so gentle." Hinata blushed and said, "No way. Hoa is just too spoiled." I sighed. Now I finally understand why Niji hasn't come. That guy runs faster than anyone else. He's so despicable. Just as I was saying this, I heard a commotion ahead. "Hey, what are you doing, uncle? This is fraud. It's a pure cyber trap." Hinata and I hurried over. It turned out to be a shooting booth, and the rule was that if you hit the bullseye with the wooden shuriken provided by the vendor, you would win the first prize. Sounds simple, right? But the problem is that the shuriken is a blunt wooden one, and the target? It's made of wood harder than iron. Hinata tried it out, and the shuriken bounced back with a thud, leaving no mark at all. The owner even called it a safety measure for children. I told you I was really angry at that time. Hoa was so anxious that she was jumping up and down, insisting on that first prize. I tossed the messy things on my body onto the ground, shrugged my shoulders, and stepped forward. Let me give it a try. I picked up that broken wooden kunai, and since I didn't form any hand seals, it's not a violation. I just quietly infused it with some wind-release chakra to make it faster and sharper. Whoosh! I tell you, that thing was like a small missile, whizzing past the boss's face with a gust of wind. With a loud puff, it not only shot through that hard wooden target, but also pierced the wooden wall behind the stall, finally nailing itself into the ground. The boss turned pale, trembling as he pointed at me. "You used ninjutsu." Hanabi, hands on her hips, stepped in. "Hey, which of your eyes saw him forming hand seals? If he didn't form hand seals, can it be called ninjutsu? Hurry up and bring out the prize, or I'll call the police." The boss still wanted to play tricks, so I picked up a kunai and gestured at him. He immediately backed down, cold sweat pouring down, and could only reluctantly bring out the so-called first prize. Guess what the prize was? A black bear skin over 2 meters long. Who understands this? What does a little girl need this for? A carpet? Hanabi looked very satisfied and waved her hand. "What are you doing? Take it. Are you going to let my sister carry it?" Great. Now this thing was hanging on me. I really had no choice but to create 2 shadow clones. One clone carrying that pile of junk, and the other draping the bear skin over me. Goodness, I looked just like a standing bear with a 200 turn rate. I had these 2 unfortunate souls take the stuff back to the Hyuga house. One of the clones was unhappy and pouted, complaining, "You're abusing shadow clones." I quickly comforted him. "Don't say that. I'll treat you to ramen later. It's a promise." The simple shadow clone immediately became happy and carried the things away. Another smarter shadow clone said quietly on the way, "You idiot. If he treats us to ramen, it just means he's eating it himself." The foolish clone was instantly petrified, and after reacting, angrily shouted, "Damn it, what did the main body become so bad?" By the time we finally squeezed to the riverside to watch the fireworks, it was already crowded with people. Hanabi was getting anxious and stamping her feet. Hinata was about to say she would carry her, but Hanabi directly shouted at me, "Naruto, squat down." I was taken aback and obediently squatted down. The next second, I felt a weight on my shoulders as Hanabi directly hopped onto my neck. Her field of vision suddenly opened up, and she happily patted my head. I see it, I see it. Naruto, you really are very useful. I thought to myself, is this a compliment? When I turned my head, I found Hinata pouting, looking a bit disappointed. I quickly asked her what was wrong. She whispered, woo-woo. It feels stuffy in my heart. I understood immediately. It felt like both my sister and her boyfriend were being taken away. I quickly grabbed her hand, and just then, with a bang, the first firework shot up into the sky, bursting into a colorful display. Hinata watched the fireworks with sparkling eyes and slowly rested her head on my shoulder. At the end of the fireworks show, there was a huge golden firework that looked like a daisy, illuminating the entire Hidden Leaf village. I asked Hanabi, the fireworks are the same as your name. Are you happy? She replied, what's there to be happy about? It takes so much effort to make them, and they only shine for a moment. It's not auspicious. I quickly recited what Hinata had just whispered to me. You can't say it like that. Even if it's just for a moment, its beauty is remembered by people. And that's where the charm of a once-in-a-lifetime experience lies. After hearing this, Hanabi was deeply moved, and then she silenced me with one question. Naruto, who taught you these words? I honestly answered, your sister. You are really honest. Hanabi got so mad that she started pulling my hair. After the fireworks festival ended, I walked them to the Hyuga family's doorstep. I said to Hanabi, you go in first. I have something to say to Hinata alone. Hanabi nodded understandingly and went inside. I tell you, Hinata's little face turned red all of a sudden, so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. She was probably already imagining which ninja school our kids would attend. I took a deep breath and called out, Hinata. She immediately stood up straight, as if swearing an oath. Yes. As long as it's Naruto-kun's request, it's no problem. But as soon as I spoke, Hinata, I'm leaving. I'm going to train with the pervy sage. The air instantly froze. The joy on Hinata's face turned to surprise in an instant, then to a daze. She said nothing, lowered her head, and ran home, tripping and falling in her haste. I quickly rushed in and saw Hanabi supporting the tearful Hinata. Hinata was crying while hitting my chest with her little fists, saying, Idiot, why did you say such things to me? Today's date was also meant to create some memories for me, right? Idiot. I can only apologize and explain to her that I must become stronger, to protect her, and also to find Sasuke. But she cried even harder. But you'll be gone for a long time, right? How long will I not be able to see you? Seeing her cry broke my heart. But I steeled myself and told her that I would meet at the village entrance at 3 o'clock the next afternoon, then turned and walked away. I was afraid that if I looked at her one more time, I wouldn't be able to leave. The next day, I first went to say goodbye to Hinata's parents. Uncle Hizashi was quite supportive and even gave me a thick envelope, saying that members of the Hyuga family shouldn't worry about money when going out. Hinata's mother was reluctant and made me promise to come back alive. I felt warm inside, realizing that I truly became part of their family. After that, I went to Hinata's room to say my final goodbye, but after calling a few times with no response, I thought she was still upset and had to leave with my bag on my back. When I reached the village entrance, Jiraiya was already there, and to my surprise, Hinata was there too. She was pulling Jiraiya's arm, nagging like a mother. Naruto is usually very slow. He doesn't even know to wear more clothes when it's cold. You must remind him, and don't let him eat instant noodles all the time. It's not good for his health. Jiraiya had a cold expression as he stuffed food into his mouth, digging in his ears and saying, Little girl, the person you like has already arrived. I looked at Hinata, feeling a pang in my nose, walked over and kissed her on the cheek, then resolutely turned away. Naruto-kun. As I turned around, a warm body rushed into my arms. Hinata stood on her toes and gently pecked my lips, then quickly ran away while wiping her tears. I was stunned at that moment, and Jiraiya beside me gave my head a light knock. You little brat, let's go. I touched my lips and suddenly slapped my forehead, realizing I had forgotten something. I hurriedly chased after the direction Hinata had run off to. On the other side, Hanabi looked at her dazed sister and just muttered that this guy really had no conscience. But when she looked up, she saw me sneaking in with a camel appearing in her line of sight. Hanabi's expression instantly became subtle, as if she felt regret for a pudding that had fallen on the ground, only for that pudding to suddenly jump into her mouth. I awkwardly smiled and said, I forgot about the sandstorm. Just pretend you didn't see me. Looking at the side, Hinata had already cried to the point of being unresponsive. Hanabi's brain, after experiencing the huge shock of life and death to a comical reunion, finally exploded. She yelled angrily and kicked me out of the Hyuga family door, shouting, Godi! So, I rode a camel with Jiraiya, traveling through the desert for a day and a night, and finally arrived in the land of wind. The place was full of yellow sand as far as the eye could see. The sandstorm was familiar territory, leading us directly to Sunagakure. The village was built in a huge circular crater, like a natural fortress. As soon as the guards at the entrance saw us, they surrounded us, looking fierce. I said I was looking for Gaara, but they thought I was a spy. While we were in the midst of a misunderstanding, Kankuro happened to pass by. I recognized him as the guy I had defeated with my seduction technique and shouted, "Ah, it's you, Kankuro," or was it Kankuro? He was so angry that the paint on his face was about to crack. "It's Kankuro," but he still led us into the village. When we arrived at Gaara's house, it was Temari who opened the door. When Gaara heard I was here, there was a lot of clattering from inside, and it took him several minutes to come out. I have to tell you, I was shocked at that moment. Gaara, his gourd was upside down, and his clothes were on backwards. "Dude, did you just go through an indoor tornado?" When he saw me, he got so nervous that he could barely speak. "Naruto, you came." I returned the sandstorm to him, and he hugged the camel's neck, his eyes red. He said he thought the people of Konoha would kill his camel out of hatred for Sunagakure. I replied, "How could that be? This is a friend's possession." Gaara felt a warmth in his heart after hearing this and invited us into the house. Jiraiya followed in, and Temari and Kankuro felt a tremendous pressure when they saw him. Naruto, however, introduced him without a care. "Oh, him? He's just a lecherous old man." Jiraiya slapped the back of my head and said with a smile, "You little brat, I'm actually a writer. I was going to give you guys a copy of my work, but since you're still underage, forget it." I exchanged a glance with Kanjiro, and wow. Now I'm even more curious. What kind of work requires minors to avoid it? Unbelievable. However, Sister Temari didn't let us ask more questions and directly had Gaara take me upstairs, saying that dinner would be a while. I followed Gaara into his room, and as soon as I entered, I was stunned. "Dude, is this room just freshly handed over? There's nothing in it except for a bed and a closet. It's as clean as a showroom." I held back for a while and asked him, "What do you usually do?" He said, "I train or stare at my mom's photo in a daze." Saying that, he picked up the only picture frame on the closet, and the photo showed a particularly gentle ant. I sensed that the atmosphere was off. This kid Gaara was starting to get emo again. He said that before he met me, his life was all about killing, and now that I had beaten him up, he suddenly didn't know what to do, as if he had lost his soul. As soon as I heard this, I thought it was a typical period of confusion in life. I asked him, "Is there anything in particular you really want to do? It can be anything, no matter how small." He thought for a long time and said that when he was a child, he felt that the people in the village lived such a hard life, struggling even to get a drink of water, and it would be great if he could help them live a little better. I slapped my thigh and said, "The opportunity has come. What do you think of foaming?" Gaara was taken aback. Wind Shadow? This term probably sounded to him like my boss. With no sense of familiarity at all, I hurriedly leaned over and said, "Of course. My dream is to become Hokage. If you become Kazekage, wouldn't we be having a perfect crossover?" At that time, Konoha and Sunagakure would team up and sign a permanent strategic partnership agreement, and we wouldn't have to fight anymore. How great would that be? Gaara laughed at me and said, "It's not that simple. We're still just kids." I said, "That's why it's called a dream. If a person has no dreams, what's the difference between them and a salted fish?" He actually asked me, "What is a salted fish?" "Me. A type of food." We talked for half a day from dreams to the last fight, mentioning that guy named Junru. Gaara said that guy is really strong. If it weren't for him being sick and about to die, he would have a hard time winning himself. I was puzzled and asked Gaara, "Why do you always care about your enemies?" I feel the same way. He does too. It's clearly a relationship where we should be fighting to the death. Gaara looked at me with a complicated expression and said, "How can there be someone like you in this world? Who understands, right? He must be thinking that it's precisely because I'm such a weirdo that I can be friends with him." Just as we were chatting, Temari called from downstairs that it was time to eat. I went down and saw that Jiraiya had already disappeared. Temari said he asked for the address of a brothel and slipped away, saying not to worry about him. All right, that's very Jiraiya-like. The dinner table was incredibly lavish. I'll eat big chunks of it. I picked up a piece and started to bite into it. The juices, the texture, it was amazing. I couldn't help but exclaim, "This meat is so delicious." As a result, Kankuro chimed in sarcastically from the side. "I mean, do you really have the awareness of being a guest? You're the first to pick up your chopsticks, even before the host." I told you, I hadn't had a chance to retort yet. And Gaara just shot me a look that meant, "Try saying another word?" Kankuro instantly wilted. Really, it took just a second for him to back down. That's when I realized this guy had washed off his face paint. I really didn't recognize him. I curiously asked, "Who are you?" Kankuro exploded right there. "I'm Kankuro. Can you remember what I look like without the face paint?" Temari next to us burst out laughing, saying it had been a long time since our dinner table had been this lively. I then reacted, biting my chopsticks, and asked, "By the way, What exactly are you to Gaara? A nanny? This time it was their turn to be dumbfounded. Temari said, I'm his sister, this is his brother, and Gaara is the youngest sibling. I'm shocked, what? Were you all before? With Gaara's previous condition, why didn't you older siblings care about him more? As soon as I said this, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Gaara told me not to ask, but I felt that this matter had to be clarified. I said, you are different from me. You have brothers and sisters, so you should cherish them. Temari also spoke up, sincerely telling Gaara that she was wrong in the past because she was afraid and didn't fulfill her responsibilities as an older sister. And now she wanted to start over. Kankuro also apologized, saying that he had subconsciously hated Gaara because of their mother's death. Gaara listened, but said nothing, just turned and walked away. I realized this wasn't going to work, so I quickly chased him to his room, took out all my Go and Do Shochi games from my backpack, and said, let's play. This kid looked dull, but his mind was really sharp. I taught him the rules, but I never won a single game against him, which really frustrated me, and I just collapsed on the floor. Gaara saw me like this and actually laughed, saying he would send me to the guest room to sleep. I asked him, what about you? He said he couldn't sleep and had to cultivate until dawn. Otherwise, the guardian crane would come out to steal his body. I suddenly remembered that QB had complained to me about this before. I said, got it, see you later. Then I directly took the guest room's blanket and came back, throwing it onto his bed. Gaara, let's sleep together. It's all about companionship and protection. I said, don't worry with me around. If that little raccoon from Chicago dares to come out, I'll send it straight back to its mother. Gaara was completely stunned, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, probably wondering if the world had gone mad. He asked me, you really don't mind sharing a bed with me? I said, what problems can arise between friends? Only when we live and eat together can we truly be considered close friends. Before I finished speaking, I fell asleep. I tell you, Gaara must have felt incredibly warm inside at that moment. He looked at me, closed his eyes, and enjoyed his first stable sleep in life. But then, in the middle of the night, something happened. A burly man, with half of his face covered by a cloth, silently appeared in the room. This man was their teacher, named Maki. He looked at me with a sinister smile and said that Konoha was really foolish for letting a Jinchuriki run out alone. This guy sneaked in with a smug expression, planning to extract the nine tails from my body. He first tried to push Gaara, only to find him sleeping like a dead pig. He was stunned. How could this guy dare to sleep? What about Shikaku? Had he changed? Unable to figure it out, he decided to ignore it and directly came to lift my blanket, tearing at my clothes, flipping me over from head to toe, even checking the soles of my feet. But he still couldn't find where the seal was. Maki was in a bad state. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and his gaze shifted from greed to terror. He suspected that the Konoha lunatics had even sealed the nine tails inside me. Just as if to confirm his guess, a red light suddenly began to emerge from my body, and the red chakra flowed to the ground like water, slowly transforming into a semi-transparent fox. The nine tails spoke up directly. Yo, looking for me? Maki was so scared that his legs went weak and stammered. WH, where's your seal? The nine tails arrogantly replied, seal? That kind of thing was never there to begin with. After saying that, a wave of violent chakra blew Maki around. Maki still tried to act tough. Don't get cocky. We have Shikaku too. The nine tails laughed. Shikaku? Go ahead and call him. Let's see if he dares to come out. I'll be waiting. Upon hearing this, Maki immediately understood that Shikaku was scared. He quickly put on a flattering smile. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I just came to see if Konoha's esteemed guest is sleeping well. The nine tails snorted. Your attitude seems okay this time, so I'll let it go. But if my Jinchuriki is even slightly dissatisfied, you know the consequences, right? Understood, understood. Maki nodded like a garlic pounder and then rolled away in a hurry. I tell you, after the teacher went out, he was so angry that he punched the wall and cursed that Konoha was full of madmen. His mind went blank, and his CPU was almost burning out. He couldn't understand why the fourth Hokage had risked everything to seal something, and now it was being treated like a pet without any measures being taken. Little did he know, Konoha now was all about confidence. The next morning, Gaara woke up and found that I wasn't there. He ran downstairs without even putting on his shoes and only relaxed when he saw me eating. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The teacher who wanted to catch me yesterday, Maki, was now standing behind me with a big smile, acting like a personal butler. Temari and Kankuro were stunned, and Kankuro quietly said, our teacher might have gone crazy. I asked for some soy sauce, and Makiso suddenly pulled out a row of bottles and jars from who knows where, sweet, salty, light, and thick, asking which one I wanted. I said, Uncle, you're actually pretty nice. Kanjuru couldn't stand it anymore, came over and pressed my head down trying to make me behave, but he used too much force and ended up pushing my face right into the plate. I got really mad at that moment, and Makiso was so scared his heart almost jumped out. He rushed over in one swift motion and, to divert my attention, started singing loudly right there, belting out the village song from their sand-hidden village. The scene was simply a major social disaster. Kanjuru's worldview was shattered on the spot, and he was supported back to his room by Shikaku. Gaara remained calm, probably guessing it had something to do with the Nine Tails. Later, Gaara took me out to stroll around the town, which was truly desolate. There were hardly any people on the street, and those who saw Gaara kept their distance. Gaara looked a bit disappointed and said, "With someone like me, can I really become the Kazekage?" I directly grabbed his hand and raised it high, using all my strength, and shouted to the few villagers around, "Everyone in Sunagakure, listen. Gaara, will definitely become the Kazekage in the future." Gaara's expression at that moment was a mix of embarrassment and a desire to hit me, instantly upgrading me from friend to a frenemy. Later that night, before going to sleep, the Nine Tails suddenly told me to fist bump Gaara. As our fists met, there was a hum, and the entire world changed. On the left was the eerie sewer of the Nine Tails home, and on the right was the vast desert in Gaara's heart, seamlessly stitched together. Shikaku, the raccoon dog behind Gaara, with its cross-eyed gaze, looked at the Nine Tails and trembled in fear. "What do you want?" The Nine Tails immediately fired back, saying that the tech geeks from the Sand Village were too weak, trying to seal the Sand Spirit with sand. No wonder he had time to cause trouble every day. Then it bragged about how powerful its own seals were. After that, the Nine Tails pushed me forward, urging me to talk to Shikaku. I thought for a moment and said, "Can't you two get along?" Shikaku exploded in anger, saying that humans locked it up and still expected it to coexist harmoniously with its cage. Dream on. I said, "Gaara, you have lost a lot because of you two. Both of you. One has been deprived of freedom since birth, and the other has been deprived of family affection since birth. You are both victims, so why do you have to hurt each other? You are partners whose lives are intertwined. Isn't that stronger than any friendship?" In that moment, Shikaku's gaze towards me changed, as if he saw the shadow of the Sage of Six Paths on me, and the corners of his eyes became moist. I turned to Gaara and said, "You two, why do you dislike Shikaku so much?" Gaara was also taken aback. He realized that he had never really thought about this question before. I said, "Why don't you two make a pact? Usually, you don't interfere with each other, and when he wants to go out for some fresh air, just let him out to play." And that's it. Shoho was still being proud, and Kaibai couldn't help but laugh. Then Kaibai seriously raised a fist at Shoha and said, "If you think this guy is worthy, then share some of your power with me." Shoha looked at me, then at Kaibai, and finally agreed. He said it was the first time in thousands of years he had seen a human treat a tailed beast as a friend. When the two-tailed beasts bumped fists, a portion of Shoha's chakra flowed into Kaibai's body. Then these two old buddies started revealing each other's dark secrets, like how Kaibai stole Four Tails bananas and framed Three Tails for it, which scared Shoha so much that he buried himself in the sand. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt. They were not enemies at all. They were clearly a pair of clowns. They both stubbornly shouted in unison, "Who's friends with him it?" The next day, Kanjiro came to find me with a bunch of delicious snacks, like roasted scorpions and cactus juice, all local specialties. When I saw his expression, I knew it was trouble. Sure enough, he sneakily approached and said he wanted me to demonstrate the seduction technique for him. He even said seriously that he was doing it to learn and observe. Wanted to make a puppet based on the example, so that he could win unexpectedly in battle. Just as I was about to agree, Shumura-chan appeared behind him like a ghost, her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. She directly grabbed his ear and dragged him away, cursing, studying. Which country's ninja would fall for this trick? I can only give up. Anyway, Gaara had a good sleep yesterday because Shikaku has reconciled with him and promised not to cause trouble as long as he can go out for some fresh air every week. After he woke up, he wanted to find me to thank me, but after searching all over the house and not finding anyone, it was finally Kankuro, with a bruise on his face, who told him that he saw me at the construction site in the village. When I tell you that Gaara came to find me, I was almost like a terracotta warrior covered in dirt and grime, sitting in a big pit. He looked completely bewildered and asked me, "Naruto, what are you doing here?" I didn't even lift my head and replied, "Digging a well? Can't you tell?" Goodness, I think Gaara's CPU must have overheated at that moment, and after a long pause, he changed his question. "Then why? Are you digging a well?" This stumped me. How would I know? I just felt like I saw this well yesterday, and a voice in my head was shouting, "Dig it, dig it." Today, I couldn't hold it any longer and came here. Maybe I'm just the chosen one for well digging. Gaara fell silent after hearing this. Who understands, right? He probably thought this was the latest stress relief method in Konoha. Without saying a word, he jumped down to help me dig. I was amused and said, "Oh, you're interested too?" He coolly replied, "No, but I want to help you." As soon as he came in, the group of workers nearby ran off like they had seen a ghost, leaving just the two of us staring at each other. Progress became even slower. It was ridiculous. I could only comfort him, saying that we had exchanged memories, and they were just temporarily experiencing a bit of PTSD. They would be fine in time. Surprisingly, it worked. For the first 3 days, the construction site looked deserted, and no one dared to come close. On the fourth day, the foreman couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing a couple of kids working made him feel it was absurd. He mustered his courage to come over and help. And upon seeing Gaara was doing nothing, the others gradually came back. At this point, Gaara's image in Sunagakure did a complete 180-degree turn. We dug for almost a month, and just when the sand was getting wet and water was about to come out, we suddenly hit a hard surface. No, it was a rock layer. The foreman came over, stomped his feet, and turned pale, saying that based on his years of experience, this thing was at least 3 meters thick. It was hopeless. Let's pack up. Could I give up? No way. I immediately used a spiral sphere on it, and what happened? It was like scraping skin off, barely making a dent. But I might not have much, but I have determination. For the next month, I kept pushing against that rock, exhausting my chakra, then going to sleep, waking up to continue. Gaara stayed with me every day, bringing me food and helping me grind away. One day, while we were eating, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I looked at the spiral sphere in my hand, then at Gaara, and said, "Hey, how about we combine our powers?" "How?" "You pour some of your sand into my sphere." Gaara was also a man of action and immediately controlled the sand to flow into my spiral sphere. Wow, that sphere instantly turned from blue to earthy yellow and felt heavy. I put all my strength into pressing it against the rock layer. Boom. I tell you, the effect was explosive. The sand-infused spiral sphere was like a cheat, both tough and lasting, grinding against the rock layer and sending sparks flying. I was so excited that I hugged Gaara and shouted, "All right, brother, your sand has empowered my sphere." We were like we were on adrenaline. One rolling the sphere and the other adding sand, unleashing a flurry of attacks on that rock layer. That night, the foreman was sound asleep when he was suddenly pulled from his bed by his subordinates shouting, "Water's coming out." "Foreman, water's here." By the time we reached the construction site, Gaara and I were completely exhausted by the well, with not a drop of chakra left, and we could hear the water bubbling up inside. We did it. The foreman was so excited, trembling as he brought over 2 cups of murky well water, saying this was the first well water, the highest honor for a well digger. The workers gathered around, looking at Gaara with admiration, some even shouting for him to become the Kazekage. Who understands? My buddy Gaara, who's been treated like a monster all his life, for the first time was looked at with such kindness by so many people, and he couldn't hold it together. His nose started to twitch. I patted his shoulder, raised my cup, and said, "See, I told you it would be fine, congratulations." With red eyes, he clinked his cup with mine. The well was finished, and my training in Sunagakure came to a close. On the day I was leaving, Gaara came to the village entrance to see me off. Just 2 words, "Take care." Then he extended his hand, and I smiled and shook it. That's how men should be, straightforward. But when I turned around, that perverted sage was sneaking around whispering to a toad, and when he saw me coming, he immediately dismissed the summoning beast. I immediately felt something was off, but didn't think much of it. On the road, I said to him, "Next stop, the land of Earth." He smiled slyly and said, "No problem, leave it to me." Then I fell asleep. When I woke up again, a sneeze almost knocked my soul out. I tell you, I was lying on a rickety boat, swaying back and forth, and when I looked out the window, I was stunned. The mountains were all covered in ice. In front was a continent covered in ice and snow. I rushed out of the cabin and yelled at the perverted sage, who was drinking by the railing. "Where's the land of Earth you promised? Where's this? The South Pole? Are you trying to sell me into slavery?" The old man just scratched his ear and said nonchalantly, "Oh, I just accidentally got on the wrong boat." Then hurry back. He suddenly became serious and pressed down on my shoulder, saying, "Naruto, before that, we ran out of money." As he spoke, he pulled out the bank book that Uncle Hinata gave me, which was clean with only a few zeros left. He actually said proudly that he spent all the money in Sunagakure on entertainment. My blood pressure shot up, and I grabbed his collar and shook him furiously. "You bastard. Did you use the 3 ninja prohibitions as toilet paper?" After shaking him for a while, I realized I was holding a substitution wood. He appeared behind me, looking heartbroken, as if he wasn't the one in the wrong. I wanted to give him a cheerful song to see just how cheerful he really was. He said not to worry. He had already contacted a new employer and was ready to get back to work and earn money. What could I say? Such misfortune. Once we got off the boat, I found out this place was called the Land of Snow, where it snows all year round. We rode an ox cart to the capital, and as soon as we arrived at the daimyo's residence, someone came out to greet us. Leading the group was a big sister who was quite pretty, with deep blue pupils. The moment she saw me, her eyes lit up, and she came up saying, "Hey, aren't you that kid from Konoha?" I thought to myself that I didn't know her. Then she covered her face with her sleeve, and when she pulled it away, her eyes were already filled with tears, crying to the perverted sage, "Are all Konoha people so heartless? After taking everything, they don't acknowledge it? Wow." So, she was trying to set me up right from the start. The big uncle beside her, wearing glasses, was even more intense, pulling out a knife to chop me, shouting, "You brute who has sullied the princess's purity, die." I pinched his knife with 2 fingers, looking speechless. What did I do that? It was that big sister, no, the princess named Fubuki Koyuki. She smiled and hugged me. I smelled a familiar fragrance, and suddenly remembered that half a year ago in Konoha, I had accidentally bumped into her once. Just that, and I became the one who took everything. The uncle named Saito was so angry that he wanted to chop me again. But Princess Koyuki directly led us into the daimyo's residence. Once inside, I learned that our task was to protect her. Her uncle, named Fubuki Nuda, had a group of snow ninjas who were always trying to kill her. As soon as I heard there were ninjas as opponents, I instantly got fired up. The next day, I started training chakra nature transformation in the courtyard. Princess Snow was watching beside me with a look that seemed to ask if I was stupid. She said, "How can a person cut through iron with their hands? Why not just give up?" Of course, I didn't listen. I said, "There is nothing in this world that cannot be achieved with effort." Just as I finished speaking, Santaifu came rolling in, saying that Fenghua Nuteo had taken action, capturing someone from a village as a hostage, demanding that Princess Snow go alone. Upon hearing this, Snow didn't even furrow her brows and coldly remarked, "How foolish. If they don't resist, they won't die, right?" I was furious at that moment and rushed over, grabbing her by the collar. "What did you say? Those people are fighting desperately to protect their homes, and you dare call them foolish?" She maintained her deadpan expression and replied, "Isn't the result just losing their lives for nothing?" I was trembling with anger. Some things must be protected with your life. "I hate you the most." Perhaps my emotions were too intense. All the hundreds of shadow clones in the yard suddenly vanished, and that fatigue hit me all at once. I blacked out and collapsed onto her. When I regained consciousness, I was already on an ox cart, heading towards that village. Princess Snow glanced at me and said, "Fainting in front of the people you need to protect. Looks like Konoha isn't that impressive after all." I felt my face flush with embarrassment, and could only say it was an accident. She told me she was ready to surrender, to give the country to her uncle so that she could survive. Hearing this made me dislike her even more. Does this woman not have the word perseverance in her dictionary? Just as we were glaring at each other, a massive ice whale suddenly charged down from the mountaintop, swallowing our ox cart in an instant and tumbling down the cliff along with an avalanche. When I regained consciousness again, I found myself in a cave. Princess Snow was fine, just scared. I seemed to have broken a rib while trying to protect her. That night, it was cold, and to avoid exposing our location, I extinguished the fire, letting her lean against the mountain wall while I sat in front of her, wrapping us both in a cloak. In the darkness, she couldn't sleep and started chatting with me. She asked what my dreams were, and I said I had 2. One was to become Hokage, and the other was to marry into Hinata's family. She laughed and joked, "Why not marry into my family? Marry me, and the entire snow country will be yours." Without hesitation, I replied, "No, I hate you." She angrily grabbed my cheeks and tugged, "You brat. I hate you too. Go to sleep." The next day, we continued our journey. This princess had such poor stamina that she complained of being tired after just a few steps, and in the end, I had no choice but to carry her. As she lay on my back, a necklace slipped out from her chest, a purple hexagonal crystal. She said it was her father's relic, her most important treasure. She then noticed the necklace around my neck, took it in her hand, and admired it, saying it was beautiful. "Where did you get this?" "It was entrusted to me by someone very important." She kept turning the necklace over in her hands, comparing it with hers, and both necklaces were glowing, as if they were competing against each other. I tell you, after rushing for half a day, we finally arrived at the village that had been attacked. The scene was simply beyond imagination, 100 times worse than I had thought. The houses had all burned down to blackened frames, the ground was a mess, and there were few corpses lying around, long since cold. My anger flared up instantly, my fists cracking as I clenched them. These bastards really didn't leave anyone away to survive. And then, guess what the princess said? She just glanced around and calmly said, This is the consequence of resisting the tide of anger. I exploded at that moment and directly confronted her. Is this what you want to see? Letting someone like this be king. Do the common people still have a way to live? Do you think just not resisting is enough? She stubbornly replied, you don't understand how strong the raging waves are. What can you, a lower-class person, do? Surrender is the only way out. I was so angry that I didn't even want to talk to her anymore. I turned around, wanting to bury those sacrificed villagers. Just as I reached out, whoosh, a steel wire shot towards me. I reacted quickly, jumping back to dodge it, and shouted, "Who?" From a pile of rubble, a huge, muscular man emerged, his face looking fierce and menacing, with a snow ninja headband on his forehead. His left hand was not a hand at all, but a massive mechanical arm, and that steel wire had come from it. I am the Winter Bear Frost Rain, under the command of Lord Wind Flower Fury. Little brat, if you don't want to die, hand over Princess Snow. I'm telling you, I have all this anger with nowhere to vent. What a load of nonsense. I let out a roar and charged forward. But then the princess yelled from behind, "Stop, Naruto! Don't fight. Be good and listen. Who's going to listen to you?" I was in midair and unleashed a Rasengan directly at that fat guy's chest. The strange thing is that he didn't T-dodge at all, but braced himself in his armor to take it. I heard a sizzling sound, and my Rasengan, which has never failed, guess what? It vanished. Just like ice cream dropping on the ground. It melted away. I was completely stunned. That fat guy laughed and said, "Kid, are you trying to tickle me?" With one punch, he sent my chin flying. I fell to the ground, my mind blank. Chakra. My chakra just disappeared? Does anyone understand? My big move was instantly countered. This is not scientific. While I was dazed, that fat guy grabbed my head and lifted me up. Now, the princess was anxious, running over and saying, "Stop. Your target is me. Just say what you want." The fat guy grinned, shaking me in his hand, and said, "The princess is sensible. Hand over your father's relic, and I'll let you and the villagers go." Relic? Xiao Xue instinctively looked at the necklace on her chest. Yes, that one. If she doesn't give it, this kid's life. No, I'll give it to you. Xiao Xue was heartbroken, but still took off the hexagonal crystal. As a result, when the fat guy got the crystal, he tucked it into his pocket and then slammed me into the ground. What was that about? Xiao Xue panicked. The fat guy laughed heartily. I said I would protect you and the villagers, but I never said I would protect this outsider brat. Then, he started tossing me around like a sandbag, throwing me this way and that. I quickly ended up covered in injuries, with blood beginning to flow from the corner of my mouth. Xiao Xue was dumbfounded, yelling at me, "Naruto, why aren't you resisting? I know you're not this weak." I told you I was lying in a pile of rubble, raising my hand and pointing at her, saying, "Because you told me not to resist. You are the employer, the ninja. I have to follow the employer's orders." As soon as I said that, Xiao Xue completely broke down, holding her head and shaking it vigorously. When she looked up at me again, I was being lifted into the air by that fat guy, who had his hands around my neck, but my gaze was still fixed on her. At that moment, it seemed like she finally understood. Suddenly, she screamed at me like she had gone crazy. "Naruto, fight! Fight with all your strength!" I shouted back with all my might. "I can't hear you. I can't hear you at all. To hell with any peaceful resolution. Naruto, I command you in the name of the princess. Beat this bastard in front of me to a pulp. Then go defeat the Windhua and the angry waves, and bring peace back to the land of snow." Goodness. With that command, I felt all the shackles on my body were released. My eyes instantly lit up, and I clapped my hands together. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Suddenly thousands of me appeared all over the village, on rooftops, in trees, in the fields. The smile on that fat guy's face instantly froze, and his legs started to tremble. Vortex. Naruto. 2000. Barrage. His broken armor could absorb chakra, but it couldn't withstand the punches from thousands of me. I could hear the sound of thumping like iron being hammered. In just a few hits, his turtle shell shattered into pieces, and he lay there with his eyes rolled back, motionless in the pit. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, stuffed the crystal I had retrieved back in Xiao Xue's hand, and smiled at her. "This is such an important thing. Don't just give it to others casually." As soon as the battle ended, Xiao Xue insisted on bandaging me. But it was hardly a bandage. It was more like torture, while she slathered medicine haphazardly on my face. She said irritably, "Oh, so you know it hurts now? Or were you acting cool for just now? If I hadn't stopped you, were you really planning to let him beat you to death?" I looked at her and said seriously, "No, I believe you." This left her in silence, probably thinking about all sorts of messy things. However, I didn't think too much about it. After treating the wound, I was ready to take on the final boss directly. I consciously squatted down in front of her, and she was taken aback for a moment before smiling and climbing up. I I ran quickly with her on my back, and soon we arrived at a vast snowy plain. She leaned on my back and suddenly asked me, Naruto, don't you think that armor is strange? All right, what is that thing? Can it drain my chakra? Little Snow was so proud. That's the chakra armor of our land of snow. Not only can it defend against chakra attacks, but it can also amplify one's own power. Our technology in the land of snow is the best in the world. I curled my lips, but ninjas can't become strong relying on such external objects. Besides, it's just to defend against chakra. I feel like Shaoli alone could wipe them out. She was still unconvinced. Just wait, we have a lot of black technology. As soon as she finished speaking, I heard a strange rumbling sound getting closer. Suddenly, the snow beneath our feet cracked open, revealing 2 iron tracks. Naruto quickly dodged. I had just jumped aside when a huge black train roared past and stopped in front of us. I was stunned at that moment, pointing at the thing and asking, What is this? A tin-can caterpillar? Isn't it too big? Fool, this is a train. It's also the technology of our snow country. I think I understand now. The technology tree of the land of snow is truly far ahead. But now is not the time to be amazed. On top of the train stands a purple-haired figure, also a snow ninja, looking at us with an unhappy expression. You two are really tough. With a wave of his hand, the train cars opened up with a series of clicks, revealing countless launch ports aimed directly at me. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of shuriken rained down like a storm. I quickly created a dozen shadow clones to block in front, while I hugged Xiaoxue and hid behind a rock. Everyone was so scared. What exactly is your snow country doing? Filling takes time. We have to strike now. Understood, I shouted, directly summoning 1,000 shadow clones, charging towards the train in a grand manner. That guy was also wearing the same armor. I just had to use the same trick again. As a result, that purple-haired guy formed hand seals. Ice release, one-horned white whale. A huge ice whale, dozens of meters long, burst from the ground and charged, crushing hundreds of my shadow clones. He laughed triumphantly. I'm not like those weaklings. You're too proud too soon. Shadow clones aren't just for show. I had already circled around to his back and threw a kunai with an explosive tag attached. With a loud boom, after the explosion, that guy turned into a pile of ice blocks, and his real body kicked from behind me. However, the one that got kicked away was also a shadow clone. I had long predicted his prediction. The real me charged out from another direction, and the Rasengan hit him hard in the back. Useless. His chakra armor is still tough. And my Rasengan started to shrink again. Just when he thought he was safe, behind me, the shadow clone that had just been kicked apart and turned into a cloak suddenly reformed, also forming a Rasengan in his hand. This isn't over. 2 Rasengans, attacking from the front and back. With a huge bang, the core of his armor finally dimmed. Overheated, he was dumbfounded. I made a face at him and said, Idiot, I'm the real deal. Just as I was about to take someone down, I suddenly heard a sharp scream from Xiaoxue. I looked up, and to my surprise, the princess was gone. A pink-haired female ninja with chakra wings on her back was flying her up into the sky. A blimp that looked like a pufferfish emerged from behind the mountain, picked them up, and took off. At that moment, I exploded, directly activating my 9-tails chakra. With a flash of red light, I grabbed the horn of the giant ice whale on the ground that hadn't disappeared yet, lifted it entirely, and with one slam, I turned that purple-haired person on the train, who hadn't reacted yet, along with the train, into a metal disc. I didn't even check if he was dead, just identified the direction and chased after the airship. By the time I struggled hard and reached that fortress-like place in Snow Ninja Village, Xiaoxue had already been brought before her uncle, the big villain Fenghua Nuteo. That guy pretended to untie her and reach for the necklace. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxue was tough this time. She pretended to take out the necklace, but instead pulled out a short knife and stabbed it directly into Fenghua Nuteo's heart. Unfortunately, that guy was also wearing chakra armor, so it did nothing to him. He slapped Xiaoxue to the ground, fiercely trying to grab the crystal, but Xiaoxue protected it tightly, refusing to give it up. I won't give up. Well said. I kicked the door open and stood at the entrance, panting heavily. Fenghua Nuteo glanced at me, completely disregarding me, and directly told his last subordinate, the flying pink-haired girl, take him out. The girl flew around in the sky, and I really couldn't do anything about her for the time being. Just then, Fenghua Nuteo grabbed Xiaoxue by the neck and lifted her up, simultaneously pressing a disc-like object against her stomach, and then threw her towards me. In order to catch her, I had no choice but to endure it. As a result, that thing stuck to my stomach like it was alive, and several threads pierced right in, sending a surge of electricity through me, instantly draining all my strength. Feng Wanuteo walked over and knocked me out with a single punch. Before I lost consciousness, the last thing I saw was Xiao Xue's tear-streaked face. When I woke up again, I found myself hanging in an ice prison with my hands and feet shackled. Xiao Xue was watching me from the cell across. What did that guy Feng Wanuteo do to me? I asked her. That SA chakra control device. It will absorb your chakra. I really can't believe your country doing all this nonsense. What about that flying big fish? I was furious. She started explaining the principle of airships. But I quickly interrupted her. Stop. Who understands what you're saying? I asked her where Feng Wanuta was, and she said he took the crystal and left to find some treasure. As soon as I heard treasure, I got excited. Treasure? What treasure? I don't know. It's something my father left behind. He said it was spring. She found it funny herself. How could there be spring in this icy, snowy country? But I believed it because I knew that what a father leaves for his children cannot be a lie. By the way, how did you find me? She asked curiously. I followed the scent. I memorized the smell on you. Her face turned red. Are you a dog? It's not a strange smell. It's a floral fragrance. Very pleasant. That's all for now. I've rested enough. It's time to get serious. I started to pull hard on the shackles on my hands. The clattering sound was unbearably harsh. The controller on my stomach was shocking me like crazy, but I just wouldn't let go. Naruto, your hand are going to break. Even Xiao Xue was crying. Then let's see, which will break first, it or my hands. I roared, thinking of Sasuke. I told her I had once lost my best friend. I always think, if I just held on a little longer back then. So as long as I have breath, I will never give up. Crack. The shackles broke with a sound. I fell to the ground, grinning at her. How about that? I won. Well, my foot. Your hands. She cursed angrily. My wrists were already a bloody mess. Just a small injury. I got up, wanting to smash her cage, but as soon as my hand touched it, I was shocked by a strong electric current, convulsing all over. She awkwardly pointed to the talisman on the cage. That lightning talisman, it's also our country's technology. I hate this country. I gritted my teeth and shouted. Just then, Xiao Xue suddenly yelled at the top of her lungs. Help! Help! This little brat is trying to escape. I immediately understood and lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. Soon, the patrolling snow ninja came over upon hearing the noise. This guy, when did he, was knocked out by my punch right away. Wow, he just collapsed and passed out. The physical quality of this generation of snow ninjas is a bit concerning. I grabbed Feng Hua, Xiao Xue's hand, and started running wildly in the snow. Let me tell you, that feeling was exhilarating, just like in a movie. Xiao Xue is quite considerate. Knowing I was weak, she gritted her teeth and ran on her own, not letting me carry her. I asked her where the rainbow ice wall was, and she said it was along the border. But she didn't know if we could make it there in time. Just as she finished speaking, a kunai with an explosive tag fell from the sky and exploded right by our feet. Instinctively, I pulled her down and rolled on the ground, but the explosion sent a wave of snow that buried us alive. I pulled my head out of the snowdrift and turned to see the last subordinate of Feng Hua Nuteo, named Ichue Shui, standing on a tree, looking like a cosplay angel. With her wings folded, she looked down at us from a height. That girl seemed quite pleased and said her boss was indeed clever, knowing to block us on this essential route. I was so angry at that moment and shouted, Sister, I don't have time to waste here with you. Get out of the way. Guess what she said? She said, a spoiled princess, a useless person without chakra. Who gave you the courage? I tell you, I have a bad temper, but I held it in. I just wanted to provoke her. Sure enough, she fell for it, spreading her wings and charging at me, the edges of her wings shimmering with a cold light. Clearly not a good sign. I said that ninjas don't rely solely on chakra, and then I quickly pulled out 4 shurikens and threw them. That girl still looked disdainful, ready to open her shuriken. But the 4 shurikens clashed in midair and directly pinned themselves to the nearby tree in 4 different directions. She laughed at that moment and mocked me, saying, You can't even throw your shurikens accurately. Are you just trying to be funny? I thought to myself, just wait and see. I clenched my right hand tightly, and under the sunlight, for almost invisible steel wires instantly tightened. Let me tell you, I learned this move from Sasuke, although I didn't learn it quite right. But trapping her for a second was enough. That girl was immediately bound in midair by the steel wire net. Her face turned pale, but she still acted tough. Do you think such childish play can trap me? As she spoke, she flapped her wings and severed all the wires. Just as she was about to mock me, she looked up and found my face right in front of hers. 1 second was all I needed. He smiled at her. She panicked immediately, wanted to dodge, but found she couldn't move. Does anyone understand? That chakra controller on me releases a barrier for self-protection, and her armor is also releasing a barrier. When the 2 barriers met, wow, the system crashed, both thinking the other was a virus, and they started a crazy struggle. Her armor relied on energy, while my controller directly drained my chakra. Better than a blue bar? Let me tell you, my life of cheating doesn't need an explanation. With a bang, her armor completely ran out of energy, and the barrier vanished in an instant. The opportunity came. Without saying a word, I leaned my head forward and slammed my forehead, which was wearing a headband, solidly against her forehead. With a clang, she rolled her eyes, and I knocked her out cold with a concussion. I wiped the blood that was dripping from my forehead and confidently extended my hand to Xiaoxue. Hun, this is the last one. Let's go. Xiaoxue was stunned, worried about my injury while asking how I came up with that move. I chuckled and said it was Sasuke's technique, and, if I mastered it, I could wrap her up like a mummy. We walked through the woods, and suddenly we came to a vast basin, in the center of which stood 3 ice walls dozens of meters high. When the sunlight hit them, they shimmered in a rainbow of colors. It was incredible. As we stepped inside, a wave of warm air hit us, as warm as the spring in Konoha. I exchanged a glance with Xiaoxue, and we both looked towards the man in the middle of the ice walls who was throwing a fit, Fenghua Nuteo. That guy was like a madman, smashing the pedestal with the hexagonal crystal with a punch, roaring, "What the hell is this secret treasure? It's just a geothermal generator." My idiot brother actually used all the treasury's money to build this thing. I was confused and quickly asked Xiaoxue, "Speak human language. What is a geothermal generator?" Xiaoxue explained that this thing is like a super big heater that can warm up the entire snow country, melting the ice and snow and bringing in a real spring. As soon as I heard it, I understood. Isn't this what my dad was talking about? I settled Xiaoxue down and walked over to Fenghua Nuta. I said, "Buddy, the treasure is gone, and your plan is ruined. Why don't you just surrender?" He got even more excited when he heard that. "Surrender? I'll kill all of you, and this country will be mine. What can you do without chakra?" I was furious at that moment. This person was simply insane. I grabbed a shuriken and charged forward. Although I knew I had no chakra and was just a weak fighter, I absolutely couldn't back down at this moment. As a result, that old man formed hand signs, and a black tornado suddenly rushed toward me, knocking me away and slamming me hard into the ground. I lay on the ground, feeling as if my bones were about to fall apart. Fenghua and Nuteo didn't even glance at me and walked straight towards Xiaoxue. At that moment, Xiaoxue drew her short knife, stood in front of him, and shouted at me, "Naruto, get up quickly. You taught me to never give up, and I will keep fighting until you stand up. I told you this is amazing." I suddenly opened my eyes, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and unsteadily stood up, staring at Fenghua Nuta and saying, "I said, I will protect Fenghua, Xiaoxue. What I say goes, that's my way of endurance." Fenghua Nuta was frightened by my reckless appearance and instinctively took 2 steps back, then formed hand seals and unleashed 2 black dragon tornadoes. Boom! The 2 black dragons crashed violently into my arms, shaking the ice wall behind me to pieces. The clothes on my arms were instantly torn apart, leaving my skin lacerated and bloody. But I didn't even blink, just stared at him fiercely. He was completely panicked and asked me, "Why? How are you still standing? What does giving up mean to you?" I laughed and said, "Give up? Giving up is a good thing. As long as I give up, I won't have to think about how to find Sasuke every day, and I won't be sad because he left. But I don't want to forget this sadness. Only by transcending sadness can one grow, and that is the true essence of a ninja." As soon as I finished speaking, the 2 black dragons on my hands began to be enveloped by the chakra, surging from my body. A black whirlwind gradually formed 2 black Raisengans in my hands. Fenghua Nuteo's eyes were about to pop out. "Impossible. What happened to the controller?" I shouted. "This device is enough to control just me, but we've always been 2 people. Let me tell you, the key point is coming, everyone. This controller can only suppress Naruto, but he has a tenant living inside him. The Ninetales is almost laughing crazily inside. With just a casual gesture, that broken thing directly overloaded and started smoking. Double spiral sphere. I pressed the 2 black balls directly against the chest of Fenghua Nuteo. His armor, which he was so proud of, shattered like paper in an instant, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, disappearing into the horizon. I let out a long breath and lay directly on the ground. In that moment, the geothermal generator fully activated, and the whole world changed. The ice and snow melted, and grass and flowers sprang up from the ground. The entire snowy land welcomed spring. I hadn't had the chance to appreciate the beautiful scenery before I blacked out. When I woke up again, I found myself lying on hospital bed, with a lecherous immortal sitting beside me. He told me that I had slept for a full 3 days. I was furious at that moment and shouted at him, "You old bastard! You threw your own disciple out to fight alone. Would Where did you run off to? Are you off fooling around again? Guess what he said? He claimed he was doing it to train me, for my growth. He said it with such righteous indignation that I almost believed him. Just then, the hospital room door opened and Fenghua Xiaoxua walked in, and behind her, surprisingly, was that Fenghua Nuteo whom I had knocked away. That guy was even smiling at me. I was stunned at that moment, jumping straight up from the bed and getting into a fighting stance. But Xiaoxua smiled and said, Naruto, don't be nervous. Uncle is not an enemy. I went completely blank. Uncle, did I pass out for 3 years? Isn't this relationship progressing a bit too fast? Then, Xiaoxua told me a truth that shattered my worldview. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Dude, I was fighting for my life here, almost ended up dead. And then you tell me we're filming a movie? Or is it one of those immersive experience murder mysteries? It turns out that Fenghua Xiaoxua is a big star who doesn't want to inherit the throne. So she made a request to her uncle, Fenghua Nuteo, saying that as long as they could make an unbeatable movie, she would obediently become queen. Her uncle is a tech geek, and for his niece, he went all out and pulled this stunt. But the movie needed a male lead who could change the princess, so they found the lecherous immortal. This lecherous immortal, in pursuit of so-called realism, didn't even tell me we were acting, and made me perform as myself. He said the director never yelled cut the whole time, proving that I acted well. What a load of crap. I was almost dead, okay. The lecherous immortal also argued that he was always right next to me with the camera, and when I fell off the cliff, he caught me with a spirit beast. If there was real danger, he would definitely step in. I really can't believe that in 2025, there are still such ways to play. I feel like my entire worldview has been turned upside down. In the end, I buried myself under the blanket and squeezed out 4 words through my teeth. Dirty adult. A week later, while soaking in a hot spring, my anger still hadn't completely dissipated. Suddenly, Fenghua Xiaoxua, wrapped in a towel, walked in. This is the men's bath. She boldly sat down next to me and said she had actually been avoiding me because she was afraid I would be angry. She said that although it was acting, the character she portrayed in the movie was actually the real her, timid and evasive. It was my presence that made her determined to stop running away and take on the responsibilities of a national ruler. She said that those 2 times she cried were genuinely because she was worried about me. Hearing her say this, the knot in my heart loosened a bit. Then she abruptly changed the tone of the conversation and said she wanted to offer herself to me, tugging at the towel as if to pull it down. I was so scared that I quickly told her to stop, saying I already had Hinata. As a result, when the towel fell, she was wearing a swimsuit underneath. Seeing my shy reaction, she laughed mischievously and leaned over to touch me. I'm telling you, when I get nervous, I unconsciously use my transformation technique and turn into a double ponytail beauty. Wow, Naruto is online. Now, it was her turn to be embarrassed. We sat side by side in our girl forms, and she even teased me that my chest was bigger than hers. After the fun, she became serious again and asked if I would be willing to join her family. She said she could offer me everything in a land of snow. She mentioned that she was about to come of age and didn't want a political marriage with someone she didn't know, begging me to at least pretend to be with her. I rejected her without even thinking. She asked me if I still hated her, and I said no. It's because I already have Hinata in my heart. She asked me who Hinata is. I thought for a moment and seriously told her, that is a person more important than my own life. I told her the story of Hinata and me, from how I was hated by everyone in the village when I was a child, to how we met and fell in love. After listening, she remained silent for a long time, and in the end, still unwilling to give up. She said, can't you at least pretend to pity me? I shook my head and firmly told her no. If I agree, it wouldn't be out of pity for you, but out of selfishness. I can't do something so despicable as marrying you for reasons other than love, when I clearly don't like you. I told you. When the girl heard my words, she immediately got angry, her little face turning bright red, and she came up and gave me a smack on the forehead. Wow, it caught me off guard. She still tried to act tough, saying, Humph, you stubborn little brat. Who said I like you? I just think you're easy on the eyes. You idiot. I knew her words were half true and half false. She felt that instead of marrying some random uncle she didn't know, it was better to settle for this familiar idiot. What could I say? I could only hand her a good person card. You're such a nice girl. You'll definitely find true love. And guess what? She suddenly grinned mischievously and leaned in to say, you little rascal, I'm just curious. When a movie we shot together comes out, what expression do you think your little girlfriend, Hinata, will have when she sees it? My mind went blank in an instant. Konoha. Can I see it? Of course. She looked so proud, just like someone showing off their new handbag, saying that such a classic film must be shown across the continent. By the timeline now, I guess she must have seen it by now. Who understands what family goes through? At that moment, I couldn't see anything and directly cover my face. I had watched that movie myself, and how should I put it? If the protagonist wasn't me, I would definitely shout a couple of praises. But the problem is, that protagonist is me. All those cringeworthy lines were said by me. Especially those heart-wrenching cries of Sasuke at the end. Damn it, all I ask for now is one thing, please Sasuke, don't let you see this thing. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, in the Hyuga family's dojo, Hinata and my big brother Neji were practicing intensely, their movements so fast that they left after images. Seeing Hinata, looking as exhausted as if she had just been pulled out of water, with sweat soaking the floor, Neji felt a bit sorry and said, Hinata, take a break. But Hinata stubbornly replied, breathing heavily, Neji brother, I can still go on. I knew exactly what she was thinking. She felt that I must be working hard outside, and if she relaxed for even a moment, she wouldn't be able to catch up with me. This silly girl just wanted to always stand in a place where she could see my back. Neji looked at her, and for a moment, it seemed like he merged her face with mine, shook his head, and was about to continue. Suddenly, a rapid sound of footsteps came from outside the dojo. A small figure rushed in and pulled open the paper door. Sister. It was Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi. She hurriedly ran over and pulled out a colorful paper from her backpack. Hinata quickly stopped, patted her sister's head, and asked what was wrong. Hanabi slammed the paper down in front of them. That guy Konomaru gave this to me. It's a movie flyer. Hinata tilted her head, innocently asking, Hanabi is at the age of being chased after now. Then my big brother Neji, suddenly overflowing with brotherly love, sternly began to lecture. Hanabi, don't you dare follow your sister's example of early romance. Your sister has been seriously influenced by that Naruto guy, and you still have the important responsibility of inheriting the clan. Wow, I'm not even in Konoha, and the blame just falls from the sky. Hanabi rolled her eyes, exasperated. Who would like that snot-nosed brat? You two should take a closer look at who has printed on the flyer. Only then did they lean in to take a look, and the next second, their mouths dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Right in the center of the flyer was my handsome face, next to the big star, Fenghua Xiaoxue, with a giant headline, Naruto Yukaheim Ninja Arts. Hanabi, pouting, waved the flyer. So that guy didn't train at all. He went to shoot a movie with a female star. I told you. Neji felt something was off at that moment. He secretly glanced at Hinata and found her pure white eyes intensely fixed on the face of Kazahana Yukijetsu on the flyer. Her expression, how should I put it, seemed to carry a hint of murderous intent. Neji cautiously asked, Hinata, do you want to go? Hinata squeezed out one word through clenched teeth. Go? By the time the three of them arrived at the cinema, there was already a long line at the entrance. Fortunately, the Hyuga family had a VIP entrance, allowing them to enter directly. As the movie began, my close-up appeared on the big screen, accompanied by my classic line, My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Speak your mind, and keeping my word is my ninja way. At that moment, Hinata felt a pang in her nose. But as the story progressed to the part where I was having a heart-to-heart with Kazahana Yukijetsu in a cave, after watching the movie, the entire audience was praising it, and Konomaru even stood up, dancing with excitement, shouting that Naruto was his big brother. He ended up being dragged away by the third Hokage. Tsunade, after watching, had particularly unique thoughts. Her eyes turned into dollar signs, and she said to Shizen beside her, Shizen, this kid is going to make it big. This movie ticket sells for 100 Ryo each, and it's being released all over the continent. How much will he earn? I can borrow money from him to gamble when he gets back. But in the entire audience, there was only one person with a dark expression the whole time. Hinata. Her little face looked like it was frozen, with only one thought in her mind. Someone is trying to take Naruto-kun from me. Neji was still trying to calm her down. Hinata, calm down. It's just a movie. Not calming down. Hinata slammed her hand on the armrest. How could she let Naruto-kun marry into her family? You think this is the end? The more outrageous part is yet to come. In the land of water, at one of Orochimaru's secret bases, Sasuke pushed the door open, covered in blood, and coolly told Orochimaru, there is no one left standing in this base. Nearby, Kabuto was annoyed and said, show some respect to Lord Orochimaru. Sasuke shot him a glance with his Sharingan, and Kabuto immediately backed down. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was lounging on the sofa like an old man, lazily saying, stop fighting. You're delaying my movie. Sasuke was stunned. You're watching a movie? Yeah. Orochimaru pointed to a newly assembled projection equipment beside him. Want to watch it together? Sasuke turned to leave with a face that said he found him even more boring than he imagined. Just as he turned, the equipment started up, and my voice echoed throughout the base. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke's feet felt like they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. He stood there, behind Orochimaru, watching the entire movie without blinking. After the movie ended, he was still in a daze. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and said softly, "The bonds couldn't be severed." Sasuke snapped back to reality, slashed Orochimaru's tongue with his sword, and stubbornly said, "Stop rambling. Quickly give me the next training plan." After saying that, he left. Kabuto was confused, but Orochimaru laughed like a villain. Kabuto, don't be fooled by his demeanor. This little brat is actually in a very good mood. Goodness, I can only say that Uncle Snake can only help you up to this point. The scene cuts back to the land of snow. Kazahana Yukijetsu's coronation ceremony was grand. She wore a queen's gown, standing on a high platform, looking incredibly beautiful. After the ceremony, she transformed back to her usual lively self, jumping onto me from behind and cheerfully asking, "Naruto, do you think I'm beautiful? I'm quite talkative. It's just so." As a result, while we were arguing, the butler came in and said that the king of the White Kingdom had arrived, the one who wanted to marry her. Fenghua Xiaoxue instantly put away her smile and asked me to go out first. She said a bit sadly, "The husband that my uncle is looking for me is said to be more beautiful than a woman. And anyway, he is much more handsome than you." I curled my lips, thinking how handsome could a guy really be. Just as I walked out of the grand hall, a young man dressed in plain white clothes walked towards me. I was petrified on the spot. That face I will never forget in my life. "White? Are you white? Hey," I shouted at him, but it was as if he didn't hear me at all. He didn't even give me a glance and walked straight into the main hall. I was completely stunned, sitting on the steps with my mind in a mess. That was definitely Bai. But how did he become a ruler? Wasn't he supposed to be with Zabuza? Could it be that Zabuza sold him? I don't know how long it took, but the butler came out to call me in. As soon as I walked in, I saw Fenghua Xiaoxue, and by chatting and laughing together, and the atmosphere was quite good, I tentatively asked, "Is it White?" White smiled and walked up to me, gently hugging me. "Naruto, how have you been lately?" That familiar scent and gentle feeling, I couldn't be mistaken. In my excitement, I also hugged him tightly. As a result, Fenghua Xiaoxue next to us was so shocked her jaw almost dropped. "Wait, what is your relationship?" White, holding me, turned to her and showed a particularly innocent smile, saying, "As for our relationship, we've already kissed, you know." Fenghua Xiaoxue exploded at that moment, stepping back several paces while crossing her arms, looking at me as if I were some kind of century scoundrel. "Ugh, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Naruto. Are you worthy of Hinata?" "I'm so confused. Let me explain. It's not what you think. Although we kissed, it was just on the cheek. And Bai's a girl." "Hey, girl." Fenghua Xiaoxue is completely broken down. Only then did Bai release me and smile, saying, "Because this is the real me. If you don't stop me, I can be my true self in front of you." I just realized that after Cardo died, all his immense wealth was taken by Zabuza. Zabuza used this money to directly establish a country and made by the ruler, emphasizing a wealthy and willful approach. Fenghua Xiaoxue was still in a state of confusion. "Wait, a woman wants to marry me? What will happen after I marry you? What do we do then?" I smiled innocently. "Don't worry, I won't touch you. I'm going to kill you." Fenghua Xiaoxue almost lost it on the spot. If I hadn't held her back, she probably would have charged it by. After the farce, the atmosphere finally eased up. I suddenly asked me, "By the way, Naruto, where's Sasuke?" I fell silent all of a sudden and told her everything about Sasuke's defection. After listening, she shook her head and said, "Naruto, you're really being too much." Fenghua Xiaoxue immediately protested. "What are you saying? Naruto's heart is full of wounds for his friends." I looked at me calmly and said, "Sasuke left to pursue power because there's no one in Konoha who can make him stronger. But what about you? You became stronger by taking Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, as your master. Have you considered how he feels watching you from behind? Forcibly bringing him back might be harder for him than death." Her words hit me like a heavy hammer, striking deep into my heart. I had never thought about these things. I only wanted to keep him by my side, forgetting his pride and hatred. I gently caressed my face and said softly, "Even though you're not together, you still breathe the same air and look at the same sky. When he completes his revenge and feels empty inside, you two can sit down as friends and have a good talk. After all, you were the ones who teamed up to defeat me, right? That's your bond." I sent it. At that moment, the gloom that had weighed on my heart for so long finally vanished. A few days later, it was time for me to leave. Fenghua Xiaoxue held my hand tightly and Wu-Ti let go, even quoting lines from a movie. "You promised to protect Fenghua Xiaoxue. You heartless, shameless, unreasonable person." I was left feeling overwhelmed by her, and could only pull out a specially made kunai from my bag and hand it to her. "Take this, and when you're in danger, no matter where I am, I will come to your side in an instant." Even the uncle beside us, who was usually calm, glanced at the kunai with a flash in his eyes. Kid, you've gotten stronger. Finally, Bai walked over and gently kissed my cheek like she used to. I instantly blushed to the point of explosion. I already said, I have Hinata. Half a month later, Jiraiya and I finally arrived in the land of Earth. I had completely lost trust in this unreliable master and repeatedly confirmed. This is really the land of Earth, right? Jiraiya was extremely annoyed and pointed at the bizarre mountains around us, saying, You've asked hundreds of times. What other place has this kind of terrain besides the land of Earth? He told me to take off my forehead protector, saying this is an enemy country, and if we're discovered as Leaf Village ninjas, we'll be captured as spies. However, he was quite confident, saying we have reverse summoning technique and can run away anytime. He even lectured me. Have you forgotten your flying thunder god technique? That thing is 1,000 times more useful than reverse summoning, so practice it well. He mentioned it to me, and I left a flying thunder god coordinate behind a rock by the roadside. It was a series of strange toad-like characters. Jiraiya curiously asked me what it meant. I thought for a long time and shook my head. It seems to be a person's name. Who was it? I can't remember. That was the first time I ever wrote something in my life. It seems like when I was very young. I was having a spat with someone, and we bet against each other, writing each other's names. As a result, I couldn't write. So I just scribbled a string of characters, which made the other person really angry. But I just can't recall what that person looked like. We walked outside the rock-hidden village, and Jiraiya threw the bag to me again. You set up camp here, I'll go inside to gather information. Of course I won't do it. Why can't I go? Nonsense, with your face like that. He pinched my cheek. Who on the entire continent doesn't know you now? Damn, whose fault is this? He ran away in a flash, still mumbling. The little sisters of a Wagakure. I'm coming, I raised my middle finger at his back and started setting up my tent. When I looked up, I found a cave not far away, and curiosity drove me to walk over. The cave was shabby, as if someone had lived there decades ago. Just as I was looking around, I suddenly heard a gust of wind behind me. Before I could react, someone grabbed my collar and threw me out of the cave. It hurt. What are you doing? I tell you, I was about to split into 8 pieces. When I looked up, there was this old man blocking the cave entrance, looking fierce and menacing. He had bright red hair, a scruffy beard, a metal plate across his nose, and a triangular hat on his head, like he had just run out of some JRPG set. He completely ignored me, made hand signs, and started spewing lava. It was like a torrent, and it was so hot that I was jumping around. Just as I dodged one, it landed and exploded. A piece splattered right on my butt, making me scream in pain. How can I tolerate this? I immediately used the shadow clone technique, and over 100 of me rushed forward. Guess what happened? The old man didn't even move, opened his mouth, and unleashed a lake of lava. My clones fell in, sizzled, and disappeared like dumplings in boiling water. Luckily, I was smart enough to jump out by stepping on my clones' heads. Looking at that bubbling lava lake, I broke into a cold sweat. If I had been half a second slower, I would have melted away. Can't get through? Then I'll fly over. I threw a kunai, using the flying thunder god technique to appear right in front of him and punched him. Hey, I have to say this old man is quick. He ducked just in time, and I knocked his hat off. Now I've really stirred up a hornet's nest. He was furious and put on a magma boxing glove, punching me straight into the cave wall, making it impossible for me to get out. This got me desperate, and the chakra of the Nine Tails exploded out. I crawled out from the wall, wrapped in a layer of fox spirit fur, and my stomach wound healed instantly. I let out a low growl and pounced. But then something even crazier happened. The old man suddenly radiated red light, and he had a tail too. Good grief, he knows how to drain my chakra. And we started clashing with our chakra. The two-tailed beasts collided with a bang, creating shockwaves that sent stones flying all around. The old man was incredibly experienced in battle. He tightly gripped my wrist, kneed me in the stomach, and while I was bending over, he struck my back with a knife hand and finally kicked me in the chin. A small combo. I was smashed back into the wall. When the smoke cleared, the old man's expression changed again. Why? Because I had gained another tail? The power of 2 tails surged in my Rasengan, forming a bright red orb in my hand. I shouted Rasengan and hurled it at his lava release. Scorching river rock flow? My orb was so powerful, bursting with sparks and lightning, breaking through several of his lava projectiles, and finally slammed into his stomach, sending him flying dozens of meters. But he didn't fly away. His feet were planted like steel beams in the ground, furrowing 2 grooves, and he took my Rasengan head-on with his body. The old man was getting serious too. 2 tails sprouted from his back, and he charged at me for a fierce clash. We exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. Neither of us could gain the upper hand, both panting like dogs. At that moment, the Nine Tails spoke in my head. Kid, you can't beat him. No kidding, I already knew that. This old man had way more battle experience than I did. The Nine Tails continued. It's about time to try the power of the Three Tails. Are you ready? I nodded directly. In the next second, a terrifying power erupted from my body, transforming my back into three tails. My eyes turned blood red, my lips turned purple, and I emitted an aura that seemed like it could destroy everything. I let out a primal roar, dropped to all fours, and with a powerful push, I charged at the old man's stomach like a red flash. Oh no, this time I completely lost consciousness, and there was only one thought in my mind: kill him. I didn't just crash into him. I also released 4 chakra energies from my body, directly binding his limbs. Then, with my palms facing him, 2 Rasengan began to spin. In the old man's terrified gaze, I pressed down hard on his chest. Boom! With a loud explosion, a huge pit was blasted into the ground, and we were both buried inside, uncertain of our fates. After a while, the old man called Old Purple woke up first. He was the 4-tailed Jinchuriki who had been missing from a Wagakure for decades. As soon as he woke up, he sensed someone coming and instinctively used Earth Release, burying my remaining half in the ground as well. An even older man floated down from the sky. It was the Tsuchikage, Inoki. Upon seeing the mess, he felt heartbroken and asked Old Purple, "Little Purple, why did you cause such a commotion upon your return?" Old Purple's face darkened. "Don't call me that." He randomly made up a story about fighting another Jinchuriki named Fan, and surprisingly, Inoki believed him. After Inoki persuaded him for a bit and filled the pit with Earth Release before flying away, I suddenly burst out of the ground with a gasp, nearly suffocating. As soon as I saw Old Purple by the side, I immediately got into a stance, the Rasengan in my hand already formed. "Do you still want to fight?" But then the old man said, "Kid, leave this country or I'll fight you." I was furious. "Why? This isn't your home. I won't let you get one step closer to Rock Hidden Village. I didn't say I wanted to go in. Then what are you here for?" "To find a friend of a friend." A cold wind blew through, and we stared at each other, the atmosphere instantly becoming awkward. He then realized it seemed he had misunderstood, thinking I was here to blow up the village. Am I crazy? Almost got me killed over this trivial matter? I was seething with anger. Old Z also knew he was in the wrong, so he quickly changed the subject and asked who I was looking for. I said I was looking for the 4 Tails, who might be a big monkey. He fell silent, then said, "You should go back. I am the 4 Tails Jinchuriki. Old Z, I won't let you see him." After saying that, he disappeared into a cave and wouldn't come out. What is up with this old man? Old Z is also a pitiful person, treated as a monster by the villagers since he was young. In a fit of anger, he left home for decades, and only recently came back because he felt he was nearing his end. He protects the village purely because his parents sacrificed themselves for it, and he feels it's his duty. I didn't care about any of that. The next day, I directly squatted by his bed and watched him. When he opened his eyes, he was startled, and I raised my fist at him. "Come on, fist bump, Old Z." He immediately replied, "No bump, get lost," and pushed me away. I saw him looking for something to eat, and the iron pot was all rusted over, so I ran out and made him a bowl of wild vegetable soup. As a result, he grabbed my clothes and threw me out of the cave, along with that bowl of soup, which spilled everywhere. The food was innocent. Jiraiya, that old pervert, was drinking nearby and watching the show, saying that the people of the Earth Country have a temper like a stinky, hard stone. "All right, a stone. Huh? Just watch me warm you up." From that day on, I became Old Z's shadow. I followed him when he ate, when he went to the bathroom, and even when he slept, applying extreme pressure. After he called my name for the 486th time, he finally broke down, grabbed my collar, and shouted, "What do you want?" I just wanted to see the 4 Tails. He had no choice but to say, "Okay, complete a task, and I'll let you see him." He casually picked up a stone, broke it in half, and threw one half into the distant mountains, telling me to find the other half. Isn't that obviously making things difficult? But I agreed without thinking, memorized the shape of the stone, and rushed out. Old Z looked dumbfounded, probably thinking, "This kid, could he be a fool?" And I really searched for a month. Who understands, while I was training with shadow clones under the waterfall, my real body was feeling around for stones in the stream. I really would thank myself. One day, while I was searching, I found a pure white spider with red eyes lying on a stone in the water. I was just curious and leaned in closer when someone in the shadows suddenly made a hand seal, and that spider exploded. The splash turned me upside down. I crawled out of the water, drenched, and saw a blond boy standing on the shore. He pointed at me and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you ambushing me?" The boy was even more arrogant than I was. "I'm Deidara, the greatest artist of a Wagakure. Let's have a fight first." After saying that, he threw several explosive little gadgets at me. I couldn't help but curse. Are all the people from the land of Earth crazy? As a result, we didn't fight for long. When I surrounded him with shadow clones and started to beat him up, he immediately surrendered. Why? He ran out of clay. My fist was right in front of his face, and he was dumbfounded, having never encountered an opponent who ran out of resources halfway through a fight. Upon asking, I learned that this guy named Deidara had been following me for half a month purely out of curiosity about what I was doing every day. Today, he finally couldn't help but come out to discuss art with me. I praised his explosive gadgets, which made him incredibly happy, saying that finally someone understood his art, and his favorability towards me skyrocketed. He even watched the movie I acted in, which made my face darken. In the end, his condition was actually for me to treat him to a meal. An hour later, we were lying on the ground, surrounded by fish bones. Deidara burped and said, "The food in Hokage is just a pot of mixed stew. By the end, you don't even know what you're eating. This grilled fish is simply a delicacy." Just like that, after a barbecue, we became best buddies. He even showed me the mouth on his palm, which I found completely unweird. In fact, I thought having two mouths while eating was quite convenient. This kid knew that old Z was making things difficult for me, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he cheered me on. The next day, we agreed to eat together again. A few days later, we had become very familiar with each other, and we even started calling each other Little D. One day, while we were waiting for grilled chicken, we saw two black dots floating in the sky. Upon closer inspection, Deidara was tied up and floating like a kite, with a short old man holding the string. "Little D, what happened to you?" I asked. "I got caught by the old man while trying to steal chickens." Deidara answered weakly. The old man landed on the ground, looking unfriendly at me. Goodness, he was Deidara's master, the third Hokage, Inoki. His chickens had been going missing recently, and he finally caught a thief today. When he saw me, his anger intensified, and he began to gather white light in his hands, preparing to use dust release. At that moment, a thought struck me, and I immediately used a transformation jutsu. With a puff of smoke, a naked Naruto made a dazzling appearance. Let me tell you, Inoki completely froze at that moment, forgetting how to use chakra. I leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Grandpa Hokage, I'm really sorry for eating your chicken. I could do anything." Two streams of nosebleed shot out from his nose, and the old man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The seduction jutsu undefeated. I took down a shadow-level powerhouse. Deidara was also stunned beside me, with a nosebleed too, insisting it was just heat. Now the problem was, with its Hokage passed out, what should we do? We finally decided that I would transform into a girl with clothes, carry the unconscious Hokage on my back, and lead the floating Deidara back to a Wagakure. When we reached the village entrance, a 2-meter-tall strong man stopped us. In a moment of quick thinking, Deidara said I was his long-lost sister. I thought to myself, this script doesn't match. The strong man was unmoved and insisted on seeing identification. In the end, I had to reveal the unconscious Hokage on my back, which scared him into quickly letting us in. Once we entered the Hokage's yard, a black-haired girl rushed out, pointing at Deidara and scolding him for blowing up someone's clothes drying rack again. This girl was Kurama, the Hokage's granddaughter. As soon as she met Deidara, they started to bicker, and just then, Deidara fell from the sky due to Inoki's technique wearing off, landing right into Kuratsuchi's grasp. At that moment, Kuratsuchi saw me and immediately let go of Deidara. Curiously coming over, "Deidara, did you abduct a girl?" Deidara stubbornly replied, "This is my sister." Oomph. I was internally complaining. This setting is still being used. Haida looked skeptical. "You're lying. How could you have such a cute little sister? Such a beautiful girl." Let me tell you, this black soil girl is simply an ultimate beauty fanatic. She came up to me and gave me a bear hug, rubbing her face against mine like crazy, while mumbling, "So cute, so cute." Goodness, the way she was acting made me feel like I was going to be polished. "Let go of me." I finally managed to break free. She still held onto my clothes, looking puzzled. "Your outfit looks so familiar." "Oh, I remember now." She clapped her hands. "You've seen that movie, right? The one with the ninja named Naruto. He's so cool. If only there were really people like that." What else can I say? I can only awkwardly smile. Just then, she suddenly remembered. "Oh right, little girl, what are you here for?" "Ah, I forgot about Grandpa Hokage." On the other side, Hokage Inoki had just woken up from a long nightmare. He dreamed that his deceased wife was waving at him from across the Sanzu River, and as he reached out, he was pushed back with a slap. When he woke up, he looked confused, only remembering that he seemed to have seen something incredible, but the details were completely wiped from his mind. What's wrong with me? While he was still in a daze, he heard his granddaughter Kuratsuchi's voice in the yard. "So delicious. Naruto, you are definitely a virtuous wife and good mother." Immediately, An overwhelmingly strong aroma wafted into his nose. He inexplicably walked outside. In the yard, Kuratsuchi and Deidara were fighting over a chicken leg. Damn Kuratsuchi, don't steal from me, Deidara shouted. Kuratsuchi ignored him and delivered an elbow strike that knocked Deidara out, grabbing the chicken leg for herself. Grandpa, you're awake. Kuratsuchi greeted him, but her mouth didn't stop. I was calmly flipping the roasted chicken over the fire, which I had cooked to a golden crisp, filling the air with its delicious aroma. Daemon's eyes instantly widened, and he nearly drooled. But the next moment, he noticed the feathers scattered all over the ground and immediately lost it. You guys ate all the chickens I raised? Hokage rolled his eyes and spat out a bone. Isn't raising chickens just to eat them? Otherwise, should we keep them to lay eggs and grow old? That's true. But why not make soup? The stubborn obsession resurfaced. Hokage directly tore off a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. You taste it first. After taking a bite, Daemon's eyes lit up. 2 seconds later, he mumbled, super delicious. Wow, just like that, he betrayed his original beliefs. And the barbecue cult gained a new member. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Hokage rubbed his belly, satisfied, and handed me a pass. Mingzi, thanks. Come play again next time. Also, if that guy Deidara dares to lay a hand on you, tell me, and I'll deal with him. I smiled and said goodbye to them. As soon as I stepped out of the village, I released my transformation technique. I was still thinking that although a Wagakure had a different style, it was quite warm and human. And then guess what? I closed my eyes and opened them again, and a year had passed. During this year, I followed the lecherous sage around a train. On a vast plain, I had hundreds of shadow clones simultaneously performing the Rasengan, desperately injecting wind chakra into it. The result was a series of explosions, one after another, and all the shadow clones were wiped out, leaving only my original self, gasping for breath on the ground. What went wrong? It was just a step away, and this feeling was so frustrating. Just when I was doubting life, Jiraiya came over with a package. Yo, Naruto, how's the training going? He asked. Same as always, I said weakly. He smiled and patted my head. Don't worry, you're already amazing. He didn't call me a genius because he knew that all my skills were earned at the cost of my life. Training with hundreds of shadow clones was truly painful, but I endured it all. Change your clothes, you've grown. He threw the package at my face. Inside was a new outfit, orange and black, looking really cool. I then realized that my old clothes had become much shorter, exposing my wrists and ankles. It used to be Hinata who helped me. I instinctively said, then quickly shut my mouth. To change the subject, I pointed at the swirl symbol on the clothes and asked, by the way, lecherous sage, why do all of our Konoha clothes have this symbol? Oh, this is the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. The former Uzumaki had a very close relationship with Konoha, but after the village was destroyed, the clan members were scattered. This is to commemorate them. Uzumaki. A spark of realization hit me. Could it be that I am from the Uzumaki clan? Jiraiya had a look of realization on his face. The biggest characteristic of the Uzumaki clan is their red hair, just like your mother. Huh? Then what about my dad? My dad has blonde hair. Who told you take your father's surname? You take your mother's surname. Oh, I see. Then what is my dad's surname? Let me tell you, Jiraiya's expression at that time was more dramatic than seeing a ghost. He was probably thinking, how could this kid have lived all these years without knowing his own father's name? I was so anxious listening to it. Minato must have already fainted from crying inside the Nine Tails. Your dad's last name is Namikaze. Namikaze, it feels so familiar. I was grinning foolishly, completely unaware of what that name meant in the ninja world. All right, perverted sage, I'm off now. SHD said there's a solar eclipse today, and I need to go check it out. I dashed away, leaving Jiraiya alone, confused in the wind. By the time I transformed back into Naruto and sneaked into a Wagakure, I had just entered the village when I heard Deidara's signature line. Art is an explosion. Huh. Immediately followed by a series of explosions. My heart sank, and I rushed towards the source of the explosions. To my surprise, an entire street was blocked off with Deidara and Inoki present. And lying on the ground was a charred guy, crushed to death by Inoki's weighty rock technique. What's going on, little Deidara? I squeezed in to ask. Caught a spy. Inoki said seriously, interrogating the spy. But the spy just grinned and opened his mouth, revealing a cursed seal on his tongue, clearly indicating that nothing could be extracted from him. Ha ha, useless. He laughed maniacally. Before long, this place will turn into an ocean. Your entire country will be buried with me. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 pillars of light shot up from the corners of the earth country, piercing the clouds. Inoki's face turned pale. What is this? Quick, notify all ninjas to defend rigorously. It's too late. This is beyond human strength to stop. The Earth country is finished. The spy's voice became increasingly deranged. Meanwhile, the sky darkened, and a solar eclipse began. At the moment, the sun and moon converged, gathering the energy of heaven and earth, with a five-pointed star as the pivot, transforming mountains into oceans. Watching this scene, a phrase suddenly popped into my head, and I instinctively recited it. It was something I had memorized when I was a child, flipping through books at Orochimaru's place. The spy's smile froze instantly as he looked at me like he had seen a ghost. You, how do you know our ancestral secret technique? Naruto, what do you know? Inoki grabbed my shoulder, his eyes bloodshot. I read it in a book. It seems like a super large teleportation array, and the other end should be underwater, aiming to teleport the entire seawater here. I scratched my head, so this place is very dangerous. What's the solution? What's the solution? Inoki was so anxious he could hardly speak. It's simple. Just take out one of the 5 focal points, and this technique won't activate anymore. The spy was stunned for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. So what if you know? We calculated the distance. Before the eclipse ends, you won't make it there. Grandpa, just fly over. Akatsuchi shouted. That distance, even if I fly over, it would take an hour. I can only gamble. Ouch, my back. Just as Inoki was about to take off, he let out a scream, clutching his back and falling down. At the critical moment, he faltered. This old man was really good at repaying kindness with enmity after laying the groundwork. Grandpa, you're really useless. Akatsuchi was almost in tears. Inoki looked utterly despairing. Gather all ninjas and use the Earthflow wall to encircle the village. That's the only way. What about the others from the Earth country? Akatsuchi questioned. Inoki closed his eyes in pain. I want to save them too, but I am powerless. Just as everyone fell into despair, I stood up. Sacrifice? Powerlessness? I hate giving up the most. I dispel my transformation technique and return to my male form. This array, I will break it. Saying it, I must do it. Never give up is my ninja way. In the shocked gazes of everyone, I formed hand seals. Flying Thunder God technique. A flash of golden light passed, and I instantly disappeared from my spot. Inoki stared blankly at the place I vanished, muttering to himself, that little brat. What did he just say? In the next moment, I appeared near one of the pillars of light. The Flying Thunder God coordinates I had casually left a year ago became a lifeline now. But just as I charged towards the pillar, a woman wearing an animal mask blocked my way, her voice lazily stating, Little brother, this is not a place for you. Who are you? You can call me May. She flicked her hair. It was Terumi May. Why are you doing this? Do you know how many people will die? If the Earth country is gone, won't you Konoha lose a rival? What is wrong with that? It was pointless to reason with her. I directly drew a kunai. Get out of the way. I'm going to destroy this teleportation array. What a pity to melt such a cute little brother. She said regretfully, but her hands did not stop. Lava release. Dissolving monster technique. A mound of light brown liquid sprayed from her mouth, rushing towards me. I immediately countered with a Rasengan, but the Rasengan sank into it like it was stuck in mud, unable to break through, and the splattered liquid burned several holes in my new clothes. Goodness, this ninjutsu is quite abstract. Bloodline limit? I looked at my new clothes with pain. That's right, I have 2 bloodline limits, she said, noticing that half of her mask had also melted away, clicking her tongue in displeasure. I looked at the beige liquid lingering at the corner of her mouth, and my expression instantly became a bit subtle, so I hurriedly turned my head away. Wait, do you think it's disgusting? She exploded instantly, yelling at me. I'm troubled too. It's just this color by nature. What can I do? Since you saw it, then just die. It's your choice to use it. What does it have to do with me? While dodging her crazy attacks, I complained. Don't run away. She pointed to the sky, and the sun was almost completely covered. If we didn't act soon, it would be too late. I stopped in my tracks, sending out hundreds of shadow clones to block the melting monsters, while my main body rushed towards her. Why? You're a ninja from Konoha. Why are you fighting so hard for the enemy country? She shouted, unable to understand. This piece bought with such a massacre is nothing but a joke. I roared, the Rasengan in my hand starting to change shape, with sharp transparent blades appearing along the edges, making a sizzling, cutting sound. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can change the world? Reality is not a movie. She fought back, conjuring a 10-meter-tall, giant melting monster to stand in front of the beam of light. I didn't know what to do. I raised the brand new technique in my hand, but I will defeat you here. Then, in my own way, I will change this chaotic world. I will break all the obstacles with these hands. Wind release, Rasengan. I plunged the ball with the wind blade fiercely into the huge, dissolving monster's belly. The terrifying cutting force erupted instantly, and the dissolving monster, along with a light column behind it, was cut into countless particles within a second, creating a massive pit in the ground. I dug out the dazed made Terumi from the ground after the shockwave. She looked at the disappearing light column and sighed bitterly. The mission has failed. Just kill me. I won't kill you, I said, looking at her. There's always been no killing intent in your attacks. Hurry and leave before the people from Awagakure arrive. She looked at me in surprise and jumped into the forest. You're really a strange little ghost. Maybe you can really change this world. Next time we meet, I'll be in the form of Shadow, looking forward to your growth. After she left, I felt weak all over and collapsed on the ground. At that moment, Deidara landed on his clay bird. Naruto, did you do this? It's beautiful. This is perfect art. He gazed at the big pit with shining eyes. Stop talking and help me up. He realized. All right, you need to run. Hurry before the old man reacts. Just as we were about to leave, a chubby earth ninja, Akatsuchi, emerged from the ground, blocking our way. That Tsuchikage has ordered to bring this kid back. Deidara instantly became nervous. Akatsuchi, get out of the way, or I'll blow you up too. All right, little Deidara, stop fighting. I patted him. I'll go back with him. Since we've been exposed, let's face it head on. Akatsuchi hoisted me onto his shoulder and quietly said to me, Kid, speaking from my personal standpoint, thank you for everything you've done for the land of Earth. When we returned to Awagakure, the eclipse had already passed. Inoki and the others were still waiting there. He saw me and directly asked, what you just used was the Flying Thunder God technique, right? Yeah. What's your father's surname? Namikaze. I see. A trace of determination flashed in Inoki's eyes as he floated in front of me and pressed a hand on my shoulder, Earth style. Super heavy rock technique. Ugh. I instantly felt the weight of dozens of mountains pressing down on me. My legs went weak, and I collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Grandpa, what are you doing? Kuratsuchi was stunned, wanting to help me, but couldn't lift me at all. Kuratsuchi. Inoki's voice was filled with pain and fear. He is that person's descendant, the man who ended the Third Shinobi World War early. Back then, our strongest defense in Awagakure was pierced by him with a single kunai. How can I watch a second golden flash appear? But he saved us. Who knows if it was all staged by him? Inoki was completely overwhelmed by past fears and was about to strike. Deidara stepped in front of me. You stubborn old man. If you want to kill me first. Get out of the way. Inoki punched Deidara away, beginning to form the hand signs for dust release. Just as that world-destroying white light was about to engulf me, a tuft of white hair suddenly wrapped around me and pulled me back. What did Tsuchikage? Jiraiya placed me on the back of a toad, his voice cold. Is this how you treat your savior? Jiraiya? Inoki sneered upon seeing him. Why became Tsuchikage? You were still catching cats. You dare to be reckless in my Awagakure? Is it your excuse for being an old fogey? There is nowhere in this world that my master and I cannot go. Jiraiya's aura surged, and the air in Awagakure seemed to solidify. Just as the two were about to fight, I grabbed Jiraiya's pant leg and weakly said, Pervy sage, don't fight. I lifted my head, using all my strength to meet Daimu's gaze. I believe that emotions have no borders. The smiles of everyone these days are not fake, right? Daimu, caught by my clear eyes, unconsciously turned his head away. That's right. Kuratsuchi also stepped forward, standing in front of Jiraiya. She took a deep breath and shouted loudly to the increasingly gathered villagers. When did Awagakure become your dictatorship? Grandpa, whether Naruto is a hero or a spy should be decided by everyone. I tell you, if it weren't for Naruto today, the land of Earth would have been submerged long ago. He is indeed from Konoha, but he risked his life for us. What does it mean for a ninja from an enemy country to fight for us? It means we are friends. Now, asking us to repay kindness with enmity and kill our savior? If we do that, are we still human? Anyway, I, for one, will never do such a thing. As soon as she finished speaking, Kuratsuchi tore off her forehead protector and held it tightly in her hand. Her gaze, swept across the crowd like a knife. The villagers were a bit confused at first, but seconds later, the shout erupted like a tsunami. Hero, 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 don't kill him. I tell you, that wave of sound came in waves, shaking even that old man Noki. For a moment, he began to doubt his life choices, wondering if he was really wrong. But the next second, that stubbornness came back. Even if all of you want to protect him, today I will trade my old life for that kid's life. I've lived enough. After killing him, I will die to atone for my sins, thanking him for saving the land of Earth. But he must die. You are simply stubborn. Jiraiya was so furious he almost exploded, wanting to slap this old man awake. But just as he was about to make a move, a red shadow suddenly dashed past and handled the situation for him. Old Zetsu? As soon as Noki recognized who it was, he was bound by a chakra tail. And then with a bang, he was slammed into the ground. Ouch! My old back. Old man, I've had enough of your bad temper. Today I must give you a beating. Old Zetsu had long understood the situation, and his patience with this old stubborn man had reached its limit. He yanked Noki out of the ground and slammed him back down like a sandbag. The normally high and mighty Tsuchikage was now being tossed around like a broken toy. What does it have to do with you? Noki, half buried in the pit, was dumbfounded. Where did this old Zetsu come from? If you want to kill him, you have to kill me first. Old Zetsu shouted. Noki had no choice but to call for help. Kuratsuchi, save me. Kuratsuchi turned her head away. Can't hear you. Akatsuchi, are you just going to watch me get beaten? Akatsuchi, that chubby bodyguard, honestly dug in his ear. Huh? Tsuchikage-sama, my ear just got wet. I can't hear what you're saying. Family, who understands, this is called being abandoned by everyone. Noki was beaten by old Zetsu for a while, his face turning all kinds of colors, and finally he quieted down. Old Zetsu stopped using chakra and pulled him up from the ground. He grunted and completely shut up. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who was sleeping on the back of the toad, gently touched his head, and sighed. You little brat, you really have something. Maybe you can truly change this world. I'll tell you, even though Naruto has passed out, his spiritual world is quite lively. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself tightly embraced by his father, Minato. Naruto, you're amazing. The Rasengan that Dad couldn't complete back then, you've done it. You surpassed me. Dad, don't hold me so tight. I'm already grown up. Naruto struggled to get out. He is almost 14, okay. As a result, Minato suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Yes, the child has grown up and no longer clings to his parents. No, I still really like Dad. Naruto hurriedly reassured him. Minato then perked up, raising a finger. Listen, Naruto, this technique is too powerful. You need to be careful when using it. Also, I need a nice name. A name? Naruto was taken aback. Right? A powerful ninjutsu needs a loud name. I've already thought of it. Let us call it Swift Wind Rasengan, Super Flash, Shuriken, No Style. The no style means no hand signs, cool, right? I was listening nearby and almost burst out laughing. Naruto glanced at the Ninetales beside him, who was holding back laughter to the point of internal injury, and looked terrified. Dad, isn't that name a bit too long? Long? My ninjutsu names are longer than this. What exactly are you doing? A comedian? Naruto directly mocked. At this moment, the Ninetales' true Tsundere couldn't stand it anymore and sourly said, Humph, with this level of ninjutsu, using the power of 4 tails is stronger than it. Yet you can't even use 3 tails properly. You're really useless. Oh, Ninetales, are you jealous? Naruto playfully leaned on the Ninetales' paw. Don't be angry. I'll try to adapt to your power, okay? Get lost. I'm not jealous. The Ninetales exploded in anger and kicked Naruto out of the spiritual space. Ha. Naruto was laughing when he suddenly opened his eyes and found himself back on the hospital bed. Sigh. The usual routine after a serious injury. He was used to it. Are you laughing in your dreams? Jiraiya looked at him speechlessly. Perverted sage. It hurts. What the heck is this? Naruto tried to sit up, but his right arm sent a sharp pain, and looking down, he saw his entire arm covered in densely packed silver needles, looking like a hedgehog, which scared him and made him scream. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Naruto, although you've completed the nature transformation of the Rasengan, I forbid you from using this technique again. I've classified it as a forbidden technique. Is it because of its power? Naruto looked at his spiky arm, and he probably had some idea. Exactly. Jiraiya sighed. The complete Rasengan is so powerful that it can injure you. That sharp wind chakra has torn your meridians. If you keep using it, your arm will be ruined. I see. Don't be discouraged. I'll teach you a new ninjutsu in the future, and you'll be able to use it then. Naruto lay in bed and couldn't move, so he asked Jiraiya about his mother's Uzumaki clan. Jiraiya thought for a moment and said, All right, I'll tell you. Simply put, your mom's Uzumaki clan was born powerful. They have red hair, chakra amounts several times that of ordinary people, and all of them are masters of sealing techniques. Back then, the first Hokage fell in love with them and married the clan leader's daughter, who is from your grandmother's generation. Unfortunately, they didn't want to move to Konoha. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been caught in the war and exterminated. So does that count as a bloodline limit? Who knows? But your ability to create so many shadow clones relies entirely on the foundation of your Uzumaki clan's body. Listening to this, Naruto felt warm inside. Even though Mom is no longer here, she has always been protecting me and helping me grow in this way. His voice was a bit choked. Jiraiya looked at him and suddenly had a strange thought. Wait, looking at personalities, Minato resembles Mom more, right? That Ninetales who trains Naruto every day is just the strict father? Wow. Thinking about it this way, doesn't that mean Naruto has both parents? No. This thought is getting a bit too big. I can't take it back. As Jiraiya thought this, he showed a foolish smile. Perverted sage, your smile is so disgusting. Just then, the hospital door was pushed open, and Kuratsuchi wheeled in Inoki, who was floating in midair. Grandpa, hurry inside. Inoki, with bruises on his face that hadn't faded, floated in front of Naruto and awkwardly said, about yesterday, I'm sorry. Naruto didn't even respond to his apology, just smiled. Such a kid's grandpa. When I get better, let us go eat grilled chicken together. The chicken wings are mine. Inoki was instantly won over, sniffed, and floated away contentedly. Jiraiya, with keen insight, also followed out, leaving space for the young people. Deidara was the first to rush in. Naruto, hurry up and get better. I was so worried yesterday that I didn't even eat. Yeah, you've really spoiled your mouth. Kuratsuchi shot back at him, then turned to Naruto, cracking her knuckles, which made popping sounds. But Naruto, you really tricked me badly. I really thought of you as a good friend. Sora. I really didn't mean to. I didn't take advantage of you. Of course, if you had been taken advantage of, would you still be lying here? You'd be in a coffin by now. Kuratsuchi lightly tapped Naruto's head. She remembered how she used to drag Naruto to bathe and sleep together, and her face turned red. Thankfully, Naruto always slipped away. After a while of joking, Kuratsuchi suddenly felt a bit sad. Naruto, we are really friends, right? If in the future, if Awagakure and Konoha really go to war, what will happen to us? Don't worry, Granny Tsunade and Grandpa Tsuchikage aren't people who like war. They definitely won't fight. We'll always be friends. All right, I'll trust you this once. If it really comes to that, you're not allowed to attack me. Hurry and heal, I still need to go find stones. As soon as she mentioned stones, Deidara couldn't help but secretly told Naruto some news. The next day, as soon as Naruto's injury was healed, he dragged Inoki to the Tsuchikage's office. Inside the office was a water pool, and on the stone platform in the middle was a stone. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he jumped into the water, hugging the stone. Kid, what are you doing? It's this one. I've been looking for it for a year. Little Deidara really didn't lie to me. Naruto happily rubbed the stone. Inoki looked speechless. This stone is yours? About a year ago, I was flying in the sky when this thing suddenly fell on my head. I thought a flying stone suited me well, so I left it here. This is a test given to me by Old Purple. That guy, Old Purple, really knows how to bully outsiders. If you want it, just take it. Inoki waved his hand, feeling that perhaps it was this never give up that changed Old Purple and also changed his stubborn self. Naruto thanked him and ran off with the stone. Old Purple, mission accomplished. Naruto tightly fitted the two stones together. That's it. Old Purple smiled and raised his fist at him. Naruto instantly understood and raised his fist to bump it. In an instant, the world spun. Naruto found himself in a ceiling space filled with lava and water pools. A huge red monkey was chained to the town stone in the center. Ha ha ha. I am the king of the immortal monkeys, Sun Wukong. Kid, what do you want to see me for? The monkey roared. Your name is Sun Wukong? So cool. The name is cool too. Naruto sincerely complimented. Sun Wukong was delighted to hear this. Kid, I like you really. There's actually such a friendly human in this world. How lucky for that stinky fox, the Ninetales. Long time no see, monkey. The Ninetales' voice rang out with a hint of gunpowder. You're still so annoying, fox, Sun Wukong said with a look of disdain. Monkey, since you acknowledge this little brat, how about sharing some chakra with me? The Ninetales raised its fist directly. Upon seeing the small amount of yellow chakra belonging to Shoha on the Ninetales' tail, Sun Wukong immediately got angry. Are you collecting tail beast chakra? What have you done to Shoha? This is why communicating with a monkey whose brain is all muscle is troublesome. The Ninetales looked impatient. Look at this little brat. Doesn't he understand? It's Shoha who acknowledged him, not me. Sun Wukong thought for a moment. It seemed to make sense. Indeed, this little brat is hard to dislike. I won't ask the reason. Just come over and take it. He struggled a bit, pretending he couldn't move. Don't joke around. You're even stronger than me in terms of strength. Can this broken seal really hold you? The Ninetales mercilessly exposed him. You really are. Sun Wukong was speechless and casually tore off the chains, walking up to the Ninetales. Next to them, Old Purple was astonished. Four Tails, you can move? I've been able to move for a long time. I just didn't want to scare you. I was afraid it would make your old bones sick. Amidst Old Purple's embarrassed and angry expression, Sun Wukong and the Ninetales completed a fist bump. A stream of red chakra flowed into the Nine-Tails body, and one of its tails bore a 4-character imprint. In that case, this little brat might really become the second old man. Sun Wukong looked at Naruto and said to the Nine-Tails, "Take good care of him. No need for you to remind me." The Nine-Tails wrapped around Naruto and left the ceiling space. Naruto said goodbye to Old Purple and prepared to find the 5 tails. "You're going to find the 5 tails?" Old Purple frowned. "That guy in full armor is even stranger than me, so be mentally prepared." He drew a map for Naruto. "Another strange person? Am I going to spend another year?" Naruto's face turned pale. "Go for it, Naruto. You're someone who can even change me." Old Purple laughed heartily and patted him. Following the map, Naruto climbed mountains and crossed valleys, finally finding a small cabin in the woods. He walked around the house and found a man wrapped in armor, sitting cross-legged under a tree like a statue. "You must be Han, right? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Let's fist bump." Han opened his eyes, glanced at him, and then closed them again. "So, do you have any requests? Just let them out. I just want to meet the 5 tails. Please, say a word to me." For a whole day, Naruto's lips almost wore out, but Han completely ignored him. Enough already. Fine, I'll sit with you." Naruto, feeling restless, scratched his hair and sat down next to Han, also beginning to meditate and cultivate. Unexpectedly, this sitting lasted 3 days. Aside from eating and going to the bathroom, the two of them seemed to be in a trance. Initially, Naruto was acting out of spite, but in a state of egolessness. He actually felt an invisible energy around him, cool and particularly comfortable. "He's so itchy, stop it." That energy, like a shy child, began to rub against him after getting familiar, even trying to burrow into his body, making Naruto laugh from the ticklish sensation. Could you be a genius?" Naruto suddenly felt a hand press down on his shoulder. Drowsily opening his eyes, he found Han staring at him with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. Naruto was taken aback. "Me? A genius? This person must be confused. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails. You could talk. Then why have you been ignoring me?" "Sorry, when you came, I was at a critical point in my training." Han explained that he had been researching how to absorb the natural chakra in the air and had spent over a decade grasping it. Yet Naruto sensed it and even started absorbing it in just a few days. This was simply far ahead of him, making it hard to understand. "Even if you ask me, I'm just sitting in meditation. Perhaps this is talent. Since you want to meet her, come on, consider my thanks." Han raised his fist. "Her?" Naruto muttered in confusion and fist bumped with Han. This time, the space was hot and filled with openings steaming with vapor. In the center stood a stone pillar, locking away a giant beast with pure white fur and 4 legs. "Hello, host of the 9 tails." The 5 tails spoke, and her voice was unexpectedly soft and feminine. Nice to meet you." It was Naruto's first time encountering such a polite-tailed beast, leaving him somewhat at a loss. "All right, enough with the small talk. You know why I'm here." The 9 tails wanted to steal the spotlight again. "9 tails, I'm talking to Naruto." To everyone's surprise, Mu Wong merely glanced at them, and the usually domineering 9 tails actually clicked her tongue and silently turned her head away. Family, who understands? This scene is like the toughest troublemaker in class being subdued by the teacher with just a glance. Mu Wong gently said to Naruto, "My name is Mu Wong, and my Jinchuriki has troubled you. I know you've put in a lot of effort to find us. Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all. It was the 9 tails who asked me to do this at first, but gradually I also wanted to understand you, to know your names, your personalities, and to see how well you get along with your Jinchuriki." "Thank you." After Mu Wong expressed gratitude, she actively fist-bumped with the 9 tails, transmitting her chakra. A 5-character imprint ignited on one of the 9 tails' tails. After leaving the ceiling space, Naruto couldn't help but ask, "Hey 9 tails, why were you so obedient just now?" "That's just the 5 tails' personality. She has a really good temper, and I can't be bothered to argue with her." "Is that so? 9 tails, you really value your companions, don't you?" "Oomph." The journey in the land of Earth ended with the 9 tails' proud snort. After bidding farewell to Deidara and the others, Naruto and Jiraiya set off on a new journey. The next stop, the Land of Lightning. As soon as they entered the Land of Lightning, the sky rumbled continuously. How long is this country's thunder going to last? Naruto complained irritably. What annoyed him even more was that the contact toad on his shoulder was still imitating the voice of windflower and snow, making noise endlessly. "Naruto, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but do you really dislike the Land of Lightning?" Jiraiya suddenly asked. "Should I say I dislike this country or the Hidden Cloud Village?" Naruto recalled how Hinata was almost kidnapped when they were kids, subconsciously considering the ninjas here as enemies. The two reached a fork in the road, and Naruto suddenly stopped. What's wrong? I want to go that way. Naruto pointed to the left path. The Nine Tails told him that the Eight Tails wasn't in the Hidden Cloud Village, but in that direction. Then I'll go check out the Hidden Cloud Village first. Be careful on your own. Jiraiya didn't ask too much and walked straight towards the right path. After walking alone for a while, Naruto found that there was no road ahead, replaced by a large river. He gathered chakra and walked on the surface of the river, heading towards the foot of the mountain at the river's end. There a house was built in the middle of the rock mountain, with hundreds of steps extending from the door right into the river, and the plaque above the door bore the words Cloud Thunder Gorge. Just as he clearly saw these 3 words, a beatboxer's voice came from the steps. Yo, check it out. Who are you? What do you want? If you don't make it clear, I'll send you to the sky. Check it out. I was stunned at that moment. Following the sound, I saw a big guy with dark skin sitting on the steps, carrying 7 swords on his back, wearing the headband of the Cloud Hidden Village, and he was singing while keeping the beat. Naruto, being straightforward, approached and introduced himself. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Are you the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? The big guy immediately responded with a rap. Call me Lord Eight Tails, you idiot, you jerk. Although Naruto didn't understand what this rap was about, he decided to heed the advice and quickly changed his words. Lord Eight Tails, can I meet the Eight Tails? As a result, the big guy asked a strange question. Before that, tell me, what is a tail beast? I'll tell you, that kid Naruto didn't even think about it and blurted out, it's a friend. Just those 2 words made the rapper's eyes light up, and he immediately gave a thumbs up, calling him an idiot and a punk, then raised his fist towards Naruto. When Naruto saw this, he thought, hey, this guy is easy to get along with, and without saying a word, he raised his fist to match his. The next second, family who understands, the space twisted directly. Naruto was instantly pulled into a mental space in a damp cave, where a giant monster was coiled up. I focused my gaze and thought, wow, the upper body is a bull. The lower body has 8 octopus legs, each leg covered in suckers. It's simply on the level that even Cthulhu would need to light a cigarette. That rapper, Killer Bee, was lying on the bridge of this bull-headed octopus monster's nose, looking proud. Look, this is my partner, Xiaoba. ISNT he cool? Naruto really nodded. Such a cool octopus. This bull-headed octopus monster, also known as the Eight Tails, completely ignored Naruto and directly spoke to the 9 tails inside Naruto. Kurama, what are you here for? It seemed that it had sensed him long ago. Kurama was quite proud, poking his fox head out for Naruto's body. Nothing, just borrowing some chakra from you. The 8 tails looked Naruto and Kurama up and down, with a face full of disbelief, as if its eyes were saying, come on, Kurama. It's only been a few years. How did you get taken down by this little brat? Kurama was quite stubborn, directly mocking back. You have a nerve to talk about me? Look at you, the mighty 8 tails, actually obediently listening to a human-esque words. Your seal is gone. You've really fallen. The 8 tails laughed in anger. Do you have the right to say that? Aren't you the same? Helping this little brat collect chakra from other tailed beasts. What? Planning to gather 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shinran? It glanced at the various chakras on Kurama, becoming even more confused. Even the 1 tail and 4 tail with their tempers agree with you? Strange Kurama was getting impatient. Stop wasting time if you don't understand. Come over and see for yourself. Saying this, he raised his fist. The 8 tails also extended its fist to match it, and in an instant, all of Naruto's experiences, how he went from being a mortal enemy with Kurama to becoming partners, were seen by the 8 tails. After watching, the 8 tails fell silent, and after a long time, finally squeezed out a sentence. So you like this kind of play? I burst out laughing directly. These 2, one is a super Tsundere fox, and the other is a naturally airhead Jinchuriki, are simply a match made in heaven. Nibby was probably also charmed by this quirky combination, and without saying a word, a stream of pink chakra was sent over. Just as the transfer finished, Nibby suddenly puffed up its cheeks and sprayed a mouthful of ink all over Kurama's face. Kurama immediately lost his composure and shouted, Ah, you damn octopus. What do you want? Provoking me, huh? Today I'm going to rip off all your legs and make you into a teppanyaki. The ink, infused with chakra, wouldn't come off no matter how hard he tried, making Kurama jump in anger. Nibby completely ignored him and instead leaned its huge cow head towards Naruto, whispering, Naruto, this guy Kurama has such a twisted personality. It's not easy to find someone he can truly connect with, so don't let him down. Naruto immediately patted his chest and promised, Of course, Kurama and I will always stand together. Nibby still acted tough. I'm not thinking about him. That stinky fox has nothing to do with me. Guys, I understand now. In the tailed beast circle, everyone is Tsundere. At this moment, Kairabi, who had been watching the whole farce, jumped down from Nibi's face and bumped fists with Naruto, officially recognizing him. I'm Kairabi, the one who raises Hachibi. Naruto, you have great talent. Come learn to be a tailed beast with me. Naruto, huh? I was wondering how this training was done, and the next second, a woman jumped over the river like a cat, flying through the air with a few leaps. As soon as she landed, I saw that a fight had already broken out at the entrance of the Cloud Thunder Gorge. Naruto, wrapped in a red demon fox cloak, was frantically attacking Killer Bee. But Killer Bee was dodging like he had a cheat on, swaying left and right, and Naruto couldn't even touch the corners of his clothes. Just as Naruto was about to lose control, 8 octopus legs suddenly emerged from Killer Bee's back, tying Naruto up like a zongzi. Then he pulled out the sword from his back, and just when the woman called Yuki thought he was going to stab Naruto to death, he instead hit Naruto on the head with the hilt of the sword, knocking him out cold. Yuki panicked. Killer Bee, what are you doing? He's the Ninetales, right? What if Lord Hokage finds out about this? Hearing Hokage's name, Killer Bee's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down, and he stammered as he spoke. My brother doesn't come often, so don't worry. At that moment, I thought to myself, you set that flag way too quickly. Sure enough, as Naruto just woke up, looking dazed at Yumrun, he blurted out something reckless. Sorry, is this lady? Goodness, this kid Naruto really has an emotional intelligence of a valley. Yumrun immediately exploded, her figure flashing to Naruto's back, 5 sharp claws sprouting from her hand, directly pressed against Naruto's neck. Her voice is cold as ice. Call me sister. Kurabi nearby shook his head. You don't understand a woman's heart, idiot jerk. Naruto was so scared his face turned pale. Desperately trying to survive, he changed his words. Sister, who are you? Only then did Yumrun retract her claws, coldly saying, I am Yumrun, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. Her gaze at Naruto was filled with disdain. Although she was 27, she absolutely could not tolerate being called auntie. She was also shocked to find that Naruto had broken his seal and couldn't even control the 3 tails. Was Konoha's heart really that big? Just then, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky with a loud bang, creating a large pit. A muscular man climbed out of the pit and grabbed Kurabi by the collar. Kurabi, you bastard, it's time to work. The way these 2 brothers greeted each other was also bizarre, pulling each other's collars and shouting. It turned out there was trouble at the border, and the Hokage sent him to handle it. When Naruto heard this, he realized it was just like what he and Jiraiya did, and he felt extremely guilty. As a result, the Hokage was shouting something about making them taste the iron fist of justice. This sentence completely set Naruto off. He immediately charged out from behind Yumrun, pointing his finger at the Hokage's nose and shouting, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Are you the Hokage? Bullying a little girl in Konoha, what kind of man are you? Is this what you call justice? The Hokage was stunned. Where did this brat come from? When did I go to Konoha? Naruto immediately revealed the incident from 9 years ago at the Hyuga household, saying they ambushed him, intending to kidnap his future wife. Upon hearing this, the Hokage's expression darkened instantly. He certainly remembered this. It was the only blemish in his career. But he held firm and pushed away Kurabi, who was trying to explain, shouting at Naruto, That's right, it was my order. So what? To make the village stronger, this is my justice. This sentence completely ignited Naruto. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. Hundreds of Narutos, each with a Rasengan, charged towards the Hokage. I tell you, that scene was like me playing a revival match against Qin Shi Huang, with no chance of winning. The Hokage erupted with lightning armor, moving as fast as a flash of light. Over 100 shadow clones were like paper in front of him, all cut down in less than 30 seconds with his handblade. He contemptuously lifted the last Naruto's real body and said, an ant-like number, with only ant-like strength. As a result, the lifted Naruto transformed into smoke with a bang, and the real Naruto burst out from behind him, pressing a Rasengan fiercely against his back. But in the next second, even Naruto was dumbfounded. The Rasengan hit the Hokage, and with a clang, it only burned a hole in his clothes, doing absolutely nothing. And instead, it hurt Naruto's hand. The Hokage threw a punch, and Naruto instantly unleashed a chakra cloak with 3 tails, crossing his arms to withstand it. There was a clear, cracking sound of bones breaking, and he was blasted away like a cannonball, embedding himself into the rock wall. Naruto pulled himself out from the wall, completely losing his rationality, howling like a beast as he charged forward. The Hokage had completely lost interest and coldly said, Kid, you really are weak. His figure flickered, and he passed by Naruto. Boom! A loud bang shook the entire Cloud Thunder Gorge. As the smoke cleared, Naruto lay in a large pit, completely charred and unconscious. Meanwhile, the Hokage was unscathed. The Raikage turned to leave, leaving behind a single sentence. Killer Bee, Murin, keep an eye on this kid. Wee accepted this great gift from Konoha. Murin trembled in fear beside him, mumbling softly. Is this kid sick? He dares to provoke Lord Raikage. Killer Bee looked at Naruto in the pit, deep in thought. This kind of reckless determination for his beliefs is probably why the Nine-Tails would recognize him. Naruto woke up in the ceiling space, feeling completely drained, floating on the water like a wilted leaf. He said to Minato, Dad, I lost, and I lost terribly. Minato simply replied, I know. There was no consolation. A loss was a loss. After a moment of silence, Naruto suddenly stood up from the water, trembling all over. But fire ignited in his eyes. No. I'm completely excited now. It turns out I will become such a strong ninja in the future. Minato was momentarily stunned, then smiled. No doubt you're my son. This kid, even after being beaten like this, not only isn't discouraged, but is even more motivated. Minato even casually boasted that he had never lost in his ninja career. As a result, Naruto naively replied, but you're already dead. This made Minato cough from shock, and Kurama beside him burst into laughter. After laughing, Kurama became serious. Kid, if you want to face that monster head-on, you at least need to fully control the power of Four Tails. Naruto's first words upon waking up were, Big brother, please train me. Murin rolled his eyes, thinking this guy was crazy. Killer Bee actually appreciated him and began the training. Naruto entered the three-tailed state in a second, but lost control again. Killer Bee told him to think of important people, but it backfired, and Naruto's mind was filled with images of hurting his friends, making him even more violent. Just as he was about to strike Killer Bee with a claw, he unexpectedly turned around and punched himself in the face. He spat out blood and gasped. No. Hurting. Important. Big brother. With that, he actually succeeded in controlling the three-tailed state. Seeing this, Killer Bee thought, all right, kid, and directly raised the stakes. Come, try the power of Four Tails. The GY key inside him was anxious. Wait, Bee, listen to me. Too late. Naruto had already believed it, and a surge of blood-red power erupted, transforming him into a small nine-tailed skeleton made of chakra lines, looking like his sanity was rapidly dropping. And then he blacked out again. When Naruto woke up again, it was already dark. He turned around and was shocked to see that the entire Cloud Thunder Gorge looked like it had been through a demolition team, filled with pits. Killer Bee was also covered in soot, looking like he had just come out of a coal mine, with one of his glasses shattered, weakly pointing at Naruto, implying that it was his doing. Killer Bee immediately developed PTSD and established a rule for Naruto. This kind of training can only happen once a day, and weekends must be double rest days. It was all about sustainable beating. And so, 6 months passed. Guess what? The Raikage found a new way to relieve stress. Whenever he felt annoyed with his daily duties, he would come to the Cloud Thunder Gorge, treating it as his personal gym, with Naruto in the four-tailed state as his sparring partner. While he pummeled the reckless little nine-tailed, he laughed heartily, feeling like he had found an infinite health sandbag boss. Utterly satisfying. Killer Bee and Murin watched from the side, trembling. Killer Bee asked softly, what is wrong with Big Brother today? Murin sighed. The daimyo wants to cut military expenses. He has already smashed more than 30 tables today. Let me tell you, Raikage really doesn't consider himself an outsider. He just used Naruto as a punching bag, felt great, put on his clothes, and left, and even told us with satisfaction. This target is good. You guys pay attention. Goodness, a target? That title has been upgraded. I looked at Naruto, who was lying on the ground, and thought to myself that this kid is too miserable. As a result, Killer Bee, being bolder, directly told the Yomi Ninja, why don't you take him to the village for a stroll this afternoon? This scared the Yomi Ninja, turning his face pale. Are you crazy? If Lord Raikage finds out, won't he break our legs? Killer Bee had a carefree expression and said his brother was in the land of fire and wouldn't be back today. He also felt sorry for Naruto, saying that this kid hadn't left the valley for half a year, and if he kept training like this, he would definitely develop social anxiety. The Yomi Ninja couldn't argue with him, so he picked Naruto up off the ground, tossed him onto his back, and walked away. Let me tell you, when Naruto woke up, the scene was something else. As soon as he opened his eyes, groggily, he felt like he was lying in a very soft and warm place and instinctively rubbed against it. Then he heard the Yomi Ninja's cold voice above him. Kid, if you're awake, get up and walk. Naruto looked up and saw her, and his expression was like he was about to be sold, shouting in fear. Ah? Yomi Ninja's sister, what are you going to do? The Yomi Ninja, being a bit dark-hearted, teased him with a cold face. I'm going to sell you to the Hidden Cloud Village as a slave. But Naruto was quick to think, paused for a moment, and then laughed. Hey, you're just trying to trick a kid. When we arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village, I was really amazed. The village was built among the mountains, with many houses hanging on cliffs like ornaments, which opened Naruto's eyes. Then the Yomi ninja started shopping crazily, buying a bunch of snacks and stuffing them into Naruto's hands. Naruto thought they were for him and reached out, but bang, he was smacked back. Shut up. I'm just asking you to help carry them. Next came toys and clothes, hanging all over Naruto, making him look like a moving shelf. Naruto, still clueless, asked, Sister, do you have a lot of kids at home? The Yomi ninja replied blandly, I'm an orphan, and these things are also for the orphanage. Naruto was stunned. He realized that along the way, the villagers and ninjas showed great respect to the Yomi ninja, occasionally calling her lady. This treatment was something he could only dream of in the Leaf Village. He didn't understand what the Yomi ninja meant by it is indeed like that on the surface, and he followed her into an orphanage in a daze. Once inside, wow, a group of kids surrounded them like swallows returning to their nests, shouting, Yomi ninja's sister, what are we playing today? They were so affectionate. The smile on the Yomi ninja's face was the gentlest I've ever seen as she smiled and distributed snacks to them. After playing the role of a porter, Naruto was abandoned to the side, finding a chair to sit and daze off. He was probably reminiscing about his own childhood, thinking who understood his struggles. He didn't even have the qualifications to go to an orphanage. Seeing him looking emo, the Yomi ninja directly carried a child over and ordered him, I didn't bring you here just to watch. Help out. Naruto then realized why it was so comfortable to be on her back earlier. It was a skill she had developed. He was straightforward and directly used the shadow clone technique. Dozens of clones appeared instantly, playing with the kids and even transforming into various things, which immediately won the kids' favor. A little boy a few years younger than Naruto looked at him with admiration and said, Big brother, can you teach me the shadow clone technique? I want to be as excellent a ninja as Lord Hokage when I grow up. As soon as he said that, other kids crowded around, clamoring to be like Hokage. It was then that Naruto realized that Hokage was like a superhero in these kids' hearts. Seeing Naruto's doubtful expression, the Yomi ninja pointed out, Naruto, what is real and what is fake is not always as you see it. Then they began to share their thoughts. The Yomi ninja sighed, saying she also liked children, but who would marry a Jinchuriki like her? The tone, the sense of vulnerability under that strong exterior was heartbreaking. As a result, Naruto turned around and gave her some motivational talk. Don't give up. Sister, you're so gentle. Someone will surely notice your charm. The Yomi ninja laughed at him and said, If you really find someone who is willing to sleep in the same bed with you every night, you better cherish it. Who would have thought? Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto replied, I do. Hinata would definitely be willing. Once I become a Jonin, I can marry her. She's my future wife. Let me tell you, the Yomi ninja was caught off guard. A nearly 30-year-old single woman was being publicly shown affection by a kid under 15. Who could handle that? She directly pinched Naruto's face, exasperatedly shouting, I'm not happy. We are all Jinchuriki. Why do you get to have a girlfriend? Oh my. That scene was simply the latest version of being caught off guard but elegant in 2025. When we returned to Killer Bee's place that evening, he was grilling octopus legs. Naruto was telling Killer Bee a cold joke, saying the bull demon, the Eight Tails, is a bull and it's fine to eat octopus. The Yomi ninja shivered at the coldness of it and quickly interrupted. Stop it. Naruto, you mentioned wanting to see Yagura before. Do you still want to meet him? Of course, Naruto wanted to. The two of them bumped fists and whoosh. They entered the Yomi ninja's spiritual world. I looked and saw, wow, a pink space, with a giant cat demon in the middle, playing with a ball of yarn amidst blue flames. That contrast was adorable. Then the Nine Tails appeared, being domineering, and said to the Two Tails cat girl, share some chakra with me, or I'll beat you up, and then you can share some chakra. Choose one. I thought this would lead to a fight, but the big cat was surprisingly quick to give in, obediently offering its paw. Naruto was stunned. Hey, where's your dignity? After getting the chakra, the Nine Tails casually remarked, don't you know? Cats only have dignity in front of their litter box cleaners. Its gaze swept between the Yomi ninja and Yagura. The implication was quite obvious. The next day, Hokage returned. Let me tell you, that scene was like thunder. You all have such guts. He had already planted spies and knew that Killer Bee let Naruto out, furious enough to kill. Killer Bee and the Yomi ninja quickly tried to take the blame, but Naruto stepped forward, raising his fist to Hokage. Uncle Hokage, before you get angry, I want to ask you a question, so let's have a fight first. I will find the answer from your punch. Wow, this kid is cool. Hokage, with his explosive temper, couldn't stand this and charged in a flash, surrounded by lightning. In the blink of an eye, his fist was at Naruto's face. But Naruto was no longer the punching bag he used to be. He unleashed 3 tails, one tail coiling around Hokage's arm, blocking the attack. Hokage, tough as nails, swung back with a knife hand, and Naruto narrowly dodged. Then came a bear hug, lightning bomb, which smashed Naruto hard into the ground. The entire valley shook. Once the smoke cleared, a small Ninetales with four tails was facing off against Hokage. What followed was a battle of the gods. Naruto fought calmly today, no longer relying on brute force, dodging and positioning himself with great strategy. Hokage, getting anxious as he couldn't hit Naruto, prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Lightning Plow Heat Blade. But Naruto was even fiercer, smashing his fist into the ground, causing a loud boom that reshaped the terrain and disrupted Hokage's ultimate move. At that moment, Naruto's consciousness was trapped in a red egg, with a Ninetales violent chakra trying to control him. But Naruto shouted out that classic line, "What I want is the power to protect, not the power to kill. So I won't let you control me, but I will control you." With a snap, the eggshell shattered, and he returned. Outside, Hokage had already grabbed Naruto by the neck, sneering, "Got you." Then, with a bang, the Naruto in his hand turned into smoke, shadow clone. The real body had already circled behind Hokage, opened his mouth, and formed a tailed beast bomb, and he swallowed the tailed beast bomb. I was shocked at that moment. Was he going to self-destruct? As a result, his belly swelled into a ball, and he aimed a mouthful at Hokage. Tailed beast cannon. A ridiculously thick beam of light erupted. Hokage also turned around and struck down with his strongest technique, the lightning release. Lightning cutter. The two powerful techniques collided, and the explosion directly obliterated 1/3 of the mountain range. As the light dissipated, Naruto and Hokage stood face to face. Although Naruto lost, he understood everything from Hokage's punch. He smiled and said, "Uncle, you're not someone who likes to scheme. I've misunderstood you." Hokage, while saying, "Kid, you're too full of yourself," still bumped fists with Naruto. In this battle, Hokage's leg was severely burned, marking the first time he got injured since becoming the fourth Hokage. Then Killer Bee revealed the truth from that year. It turned out that the original idea of stealing the Byakugan was not Hokage's, but the work of those old-timers in the village's technology department, who wanted to stir up trouble but were afraid of taking responsibility. Hokage, being proud, didn't bother to explain and carried the blame all along. After understanding this, Naruto felt very embarrassed and apologized. Hokage appreciated him and even asked if he wanted to switch jobs to join the Cloud Village as his subordinate. Naruto naturally refused, stating that his dream was to become Hokage. Hokage's face darkened. "Then you can stay in the Cloud Lightning Gorge for the rest of your life." The next morning, as soon as Naruto opened his eyes, he found himself on the back of a wooden man, running away at high speed. Killer Bee was clearing the way in front. Naruto was still confused. "Sister, are we going to the orphanage again?" The wooden man was nearly driven to madness. "Orphanage, my foot. We are taking you out of the land of lightning. If you don't leave, dozens of Umbu will come see you." Naruto, still oblivious, shouted, "Wait, I haven't said goodbye to everyone at the orphanage yet. I haven't tried the local snacks or soaked in the hot springs." The wooden man was utterly exhausted. "You are a captive, not here for vacation." Just then, a thunderous roar came from behind, and Hokage chased after them like a demon, crashing into everything at an absurd speed. He immediately punched his own brother Killer Bee into the wall. Then, he shouted at the wooden man, "I'll take both of your heads and hang them in my office today." The wooden man trembled in fear and urged Naruto to use ninjutsu. In a panic, Naruto didn't have time for any big moves, jumped off the wooden man's back, and faced the incoming Hokage with a seduction technique. Swish! Hokage's fist brushed past Naruto's cheek, the punch's wind leaving a cut on her face. Then he froze, maintaining his punching stance, unable to move. Killer Bee, pulling himself out of the wall, was astonished to see that although his brother's eyes were open, he had indeed passed out. Naruto herself was dumbfounded, incredulously asking, "Fainting means, I won. What had she been training for all those 6 months?" Killer Bee, staring intently at Naruto's naked body, muttered, "In terms of body, it's indeed full marks." The beast inside him couldn't take it anymore and bluntly commented, "You're hard at the wrong time." Killer Bee quickly retorted, "Shut up, eh? Don't stretch your legs into my pants." The wooden man finally reacted, blushing as he punched Naruto hard, returning her to her original form, angrily saying, "Naruto, you idiot. What kind of indecent ninjutsu did you use?" Naruto, feeling particularly proud, replied, "This ninjutsu one, I've already defeated 3 Kages. I don't understand what you're saying." In the end, under the thrilling yet safe circumstances, Naruto successfully escaped from the land of lightning. I just ran out of the land of thunder, and together with the perverted sage, we hurried to the next place, the land of waterfall. The perverted sage was puzzled and asked me why we had to make a detour to the land of thunder instead of coming directly from the land of earth, which would have been closer. What could I say? I told him it was all because of that old fox in my belly. The Nine-Tails insisted that there were two-tailed beasts in the land of thunder, so we had to go there first. And what happened? We took a huge detour and came back, just like a tourism special forces member who took the wrong path, going wherever they pleased. The land of waterfall is beautiful. A small, broken country. Who would have thought there were tailed beasts here too? While we were chatting, we arrived in front of a gigantic waterfall, and wow. The water was crashing down like it was free. But the highlight wasn't the scenery. It was that there was a girl lying next to the waterfall. I hurried over and picked her up. She still had some breath left, but had passed out. When she woke up and saw my face, she looked like she had seen a ghost, pushing me away and shouting, "Man, go away. Don't touch me, Sue." Family, who understands? That Sue at the end of her sentence is so strange. The next second, 7 wings suddenly sprouted from her back, and she flew up into the sky. At that moment, I realized that this was definitely the 7-tails Jinchuriki I was looking for. The yokai fox garment instantly covered me, one tail wrapped around her foot, while another conveniently pulled the perverted sage up as well, effectively a buy one get one free deal. This girl is named Fu, and she was desperately stomping on my face in the sky, cursing me as a scumbag pervert, saying she wanted to save her village. The perverted sage, however, was quite relaxed and even asked her if she was from Takigakure. Fu immediately shot back, "I don't talk to men," leaving me speechless. Just then, her wound flared up, her wings folded in, and she fell straight down. Luckily, I had the yokai fox garment, so I landed safely and caught her at the same time. After being saved, she looked at me with disgust, and I thought to myself, this isn't good. We can't communicate. In a flash of inspiration, I transformed. Boom! I directly turned into the beautiful Naruto. Now we could definitely talk, right? I glared at her. "Aren't you supposed to save your village? What happened to the village?" Sure enough, in my Naruto form, the effect was outstanding. Fu finally started to speak. It turned out her village was invaded by a rogue ninja named Swearin who brought outsiders along. She was ambushed and had a seal placed on her, which forced her to escape alone to seek help. The perverted sage came over, took a look, and pointed at her stomach, saying, "It's a 5-element seal. No wonder your chakra is so unstable." When Fu saw how knowledgeable the perverted sage was, she immediately hid behind me, asking for his help, and even offered to let me talk to her as a trade. I thought to myself, this exchange condition is ridiculous. But seeing my determined expression, the perverted sage had no choice but to agree. Fu led us into a cave behind a waterfall, jumped into a pool of water, swam for a while, and when we came out, wow, it was a whole new world. In front of us was an unbelievably huge tree, and the entire Takigakure village was built on the lakeside next to the tree. As soon as we got ashore, we saw more than 20 villagers tied up, surrounded by guarding ninjas. The leader, when I looked, wasn't that an old acquaintance? It was that masked, beautiful sister from before. This time, she wasn't wearing a mask, and in a blue dress, she smiled and said, "Welcome back, 7-tails Jinchuriki." As soon as Fu saw her, she exploded with anger, hiding behind me and saying that this woman was the one who put the seal on her. I directly deactivated my transformation. "It's me." As a result, Fu kicked my leg again, so I had to turn back into Naruto. That beautiful sister, Conan, upon seeing me, was furious. "Naruto, why is it you again? Do you have a grudge against me?" I boldly replied, "That's right. Sister, you're up to no good again, and I have to stop you this time." She angrily pointed at me and told the rogue ninja Swearin and his 2 accomplices, "Get rid of this brat." The 3 side characters rushed at me, yelling. I thought, why waste words with you? I immediately unleashed 3 tails, extended my chakra hand, and pulled them into a row like candied hawthorn sticks. With my right hand, I unleashed a Rasengan directly into Swearin's stomach. Boom. The 3 of them flew away like bowling pins and crashed into the roots of the giant tree. The world was finally at peace. Conan's face turned green, and she bitterly smiled, saying I had gotten stronger in the half-year since we last met. Of course, if I didn't get stronger, would I just wait to be beaten? She waved her hand, and behind her, more than 10 Umbu were ready to attack. But the perverted sage stood beside me and bluntly said, "To be honest, you crooked melons and crack dates really can't defeat my disciple." When Conan saw the person was Jiraiya, her face turned pale, and she hurriedly called off her subordinates. Her attitude doing a complete 180 as she started to flirt with her hair. "Oh, it's Lord Jiraiya. Is there anything we can't sit down and discuss?" Wow. This sister knew how to bend and stretch. Seeing she couldn't win, she immediately backed down. She was also straightforward, directly releasing all the villagers. The village leader was a young man named Seiki, who looked quite timid. We went to his house, and the perverted sage cut to the chase, asking why they came to this small country from Kirigakure. Conan also confessed, saying she was after two things: the seven tails Jinchuriki and a legendary hero water that could increase chakra by dozens of times. Seiki explained that the hero water was a liquid produced once every 100 years from the divine tree. It could boost chakra, but had the side effect of draining one's life. Using it meant certain death. Conan wasn't interested in that. Her goal was just the seven tails. She said that Kirigakure no longer had a tailed beast. The 3 tails and 6 tails had all fled, and if they didn't get another tailed beast. Where would the 5 great nations put their faces? Fu, standing by, was so angry she stomped her feet, saying Conan clearly wanted to tie her up when she first arrived. Conan just smiled. Little girl, weak countries have no diplomacy. Later, the perverted sage sent Fu and me out, letting the adults talk among themselves. Seiki seemed to have revealed a huge secret, shocking both Jiraiya and Conan, who decided in the end to stay and see for themselves. Outside, I asked Fu why she hated men so much. She said there was an older sister in the village who treated her very well, but she was deceived by a scumbag, and in the end, the person just disappeared. I patted her shoulder to comfort her, saying I knew being a Jinchuriki was lonely, but we weren't alone. We had each other, and we were partners. I raised my fist to her, vowing to be her friend for life. Fu looked at me and finally raised her hand, bumping her fist against mine. Just then, both of us felt a sinking sensation and directly entered her ceiling space. As a result, I hadn't even seen what the 7 tails looked like when the 9 tails suddenly pounced like crazy, pinning a giant beetle with 6 large wings to the ground. I hurriedly shouted, "QB, what are you doing?" QB completely ignored me, its claws firmly pressing down on that bug, eyes blood red, roaring, "You are not Chongming. Were you? Where did Chongming go?" The giant bug that was called Chongming remained calm. "QB, I am Chongming." QB became even angrier. "Nonsense. Chongming is a short, chubby guy, like a green caterpillar." Chongming, feeling helpless, said to me and Fu, "Can you two explain the process of biological evolution to this fox over there?" I felt like my CPU was overheating. "What is this?" Fu reacted cautiously and asked QB, "Mr. QB, the Chongming you mentioned, is it the kind of insect that can molt and evolve?" Upon hearing this, QB was stunned and released its claws. It fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly wrapped me up with its tail and started swinging me wildly in the air. Why are you angry at me?" I was swung around so much I almost threw up. QB roared, "It's all because you don't even know this basic knowledge, making me lose face. Just die already." I felt so wronged. How was I supposed to know that tailed beast could have some kind of version update? Even Darwin's coffin couldn't handle it. Once QB calmed down, Chongming revealed the truth. It turned out that when he molted, something went wrong, and most of his power was left in the old shell he shed, which turned into a mindless monster that only knew how to destroy. That's also why no one dared to steal the 7 tails, because taking the main body would be like inviting a stronger monster into their home. Just as he finished speaking, the ceiling space shook violently. Chongming said, "It seems your chakra has awakened it." QB shot him a glare and brought me back to reality. It was already dark outside, and a large opening had formed in the middle of the divine tree, from which a green giant worm with 7 tails crawled out, letting out a huge roar. I couldn't help but complain, caterpillars don't roar like that. The battle was about to begin, but Fu grabbed me, saying that the seal on her stomach was still there and she couldn't exert her strength. When I looked back, I saw that Terumi Mei and her group had already slipped away. At a critical moment, the perverted sage descended from the sky, pressing a finger engulfed in flames onto Fu's stomach. 5-element seal, release. As a result, Fu immediately knelt down, shouting that a man touched her. It was so disgusting. She was going to die. Her fighting power was cut in half. The perverted sage and Shimoku went to create a barrier to suppress the monster, and I rushed into the barrier holding Fu, who hadn't recovered yet. Our chakras erupted, and QB and Chongming appeared simultaneously. The monster bug charged at QB as soon as it saw him, but QB easily flipped it over. But then, the most ridiculous thing happened. QB glanced at the monster that was pouncing again, suddenly disappeared with a swoosh, turning into chakra and returning to my body. I was dumbfounded, touching my stomach and asking, "QB, what are you doing?" QB's voice echoed in my mind. "Kid, if you really want to understand us, then go discover it yourself." Then he logged off. My family. I was completely stunned. The next second, I was flung away by that monster's tail. Chongming went to face it himself, but clearly couldn't win. I got up, clenched my Rasengan, and charged at it, but it was like I was just scratching it, getting flung away again and again. Fu cried and blocked me, not letting me go to my death. I looked at her, my eyes firm. How could I just watch my companion fight alone? We are friends, aren't we? Just as I was pondering whether to use the Rasen Shuriken, QB spoke again, telling me to use Shadow Clones and Rasengan. I obediently created 5 Shadow Clones. And as we gathered the Rasengan, strange chakra flowed out from my stomach, merging into the balls in our hands. I was stunned. The spiral pill in my hand instantly changed color and became bigger than my head. Each one was different. The voice of the 9 tails came again. Little brat, this is the tailed beast chakra you earned through hard work. I'll help you up to this point. I suddenly understood that this was the power of the tails from 1 to 6 that had been collected before. It turned out that everyone had been supporting me from behind. I felt the warm power within me and shouted the names of the techniques of the monster in front of me, along with my shadow clones. Magnetic release, spiral sphere. Fire release, spiral sphere. Lava release, spiral sphere. Boil release, spiral sphere. Ink release, spiral sphere. Let me tell you, just one ink jutsu spiral sphere is not enough. It has to be the whole family bucket. I immediately used shadow, clone jutsu, shouted out the last wind release, spiral, shuriken. Wow, the spiral tail beast bomb barrage. A set of quality in combos completely stunned that big moth. My shadow clones were all fired up, charging in with various forms of Rasengan. The one-tail Shikaku was immobilized first by magnetic release, unable to escape. Then the 2 tails Matatabi followed up with fire release, turning it into a teppanyaki dish, making it scream. The 4-tailed Son Goku's lava release was even fiercer, instantly turning the ground beneath it into a magma hell. The 5 tails Mu's boiling release made its chakra boil right away, doubling the damage. After this combo, the 7 tails was pushed back repeatedly, and finally, I threw a Rasen Shuriken, which hit it with a bang, sending it crashing into that divine tree, making it shake as if it were about to fall apart. The big rhinoceros beetle next to me, that's C.H. May, was completely dumbfounded, with its mouth agape enough to fit an egg inside, probably thinking, is this kid a monster? Can a human beat a tailed beast like this? I tell you, the way it looked at me was as if it was seeing me as a reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths. It shook its head, came to its senses, and shouted at me, "Kid, get out of the way. Let me settle this millennium-old grudge." As it said this, it started to form an enormous tailed beast ball in front of its chest. But I was stunned at that moment, standing right in front of that giant moth, which was slumped on the ground, unable to muster any strength. Just after our brief encounter, my mind suddenly buzzed with its emotions, filled with a sense of grievance. Who understands the feeling of family? It kept repeating, why? What did I do wrong to deserve this? Why throw me away like garbage? I just wanted to. As I saw C.H. May's tailed beast ball was about to hit me, I didn't have time to think, and shouted inside my body, "Kaibai, block it for me. Don't order me around." Kaibai grumbled, but its body was quite obedient, bursting out of me in an instant. Its 9 tails twisted together like a braid, delivering an uppercut right under that tailed beast ball, sending it flying into the sky with a boom, exploding into a brilliant firework. I walked up to the big bug and gently placed my hand on its head, comforting it by saying, "All those years of loneliness must have turned you into this. I'm sorry, I only now understand your thoughts." When Chongming saw this situation, he got anxious and shouted at me, "Why are you still attacking Naruto?" Another Jinchuriki, Fu, also ran over to ask. Guess what Chongming said? It scratched its face with its little short hands and innocently said, "Sorry, my nose was a bit itchy just now. I sneezed and my hand slipped." Goodness, I almost believed that excuse. I explained to Fu that these 2 were originally one, but then Zhongming shed its skin and left it behind. It actually just wants to go home, but Zhongming didn't get it, and the misunderstanding deepened, leading to the current situation. After hearing this, Fu went to see Zhongming, as if to say, "You said it yourself. Is this how it is?" Zhongming was silent for a long time, probably feeling guilty. He reached out his hand towards the big moth, wanting it to come back. But the moth completely ignored him and quickly hid behind me. The meaning was clear. Only this golden retriever understands me. I patted Chongming and said, "It seems like it won't work. Let's take it slow. In the future, let's properly resolve the resentment in his heart, and I'll help too." After sorting this out, I returned to the ceiling space, lay on the big paw of the 9 tails, and cheekily asked, "9 tails, how did I do? Am I awesome?" The 9 tails snorted and turned its head away, proudly saying, "You just did what you were supposed to do." I leaned in closer. "I noticed that you seem to always see through people's hearts, right? You were the one who discovered Q-Tail's thoughts first this time, weren't you?" We really are the best partners. As I said this, I proudly raised my fist to him. And guess what happened? Don't get too carried away. This fox swatted me into the water with its tail. Wow, talk about being ungrateful. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. I consider my tasks in Takian village completed. As I was about to leave, Fu held my hand at the village entrance, and it was truly a bittersweet moment. I said, "Look, you can now be around men. Your elder sister who was deceived by man should be at peace in the afterlife." As a result, Fu blushed, let go of my hand, and then looked at me in confusion. "Who told you my elder sister is dead? Me? Didn't you say she was deceived by a man and would never be seen again?" "Fu, that's because that man originally promised to marry into our village. But then he went back on his word and married my sister. But now she's living quite happily." I took a picture of the old man on the subway with my phone. "And are you putting on a show for me here?" "Apologize to the men you have hurt." After saying goodbye to Fu, I traveled with the lecherous immortal back to the land of fire. As we were walking, the lecherous immortal suddenly took my headband out of his bag and handed it to me, saying, "Since you're back, put this on." When I looked at it, hey, he even modified it for me. The blue cloth strap was changed to black, and it was lengthened as well. After I put it on, the two straps perfectly hung down to the whirlpool symbol on my back. It looked really cool. As I wore it, I complained, "Perverted immortal, have you gotten shorter?" He rubbed my head and joked, "It's you who's grown taller. You're 15 now, a grown-up." As we talked, we arrived at a vast plain, with a hill at the end that had been flattened on top, from which smoke was rising. The perverted immortal suddenly suggested, "Kid, how about a long-overdue race? The finish line is at the foot of the hill." "Sure." I immediately agreed. We both took off running, stepping on countless traps along the way, like shurikens and explosive tags, which couldn't harm us at all. As the finish line came into view, the perverted immortal, relying on his longer legs, was slightly faster than me. "No way. Am I going to let you win?" I decisively pulled out a flying Thunder God shuriken and threw it ahead, quickly forming hand seals, flying Thunder God technique. Hey. The next second I was dumbfounded. I flew out, but I was flying upwards. Then I crashed straight into the grass. The perverted immortal caught the shuriken that fell from air and laughed mischievously. "Idiot. Do you think I would just let you overtake me?" It turned out he had already seen my little trick and used his own shuriken to knock mine into the sky, then turn around to ambush me. I got so angry that I got up. "Cheapskate. Can't you let me win just once?" We both made our way to the foot of the mountain, where a transparent barrier blocked our path. He asked me, "Naruto, how do you break this barrier?" Without thinking, I replied, raising Gan. "Idiot." He slapped the back of my head and said, "Do you understand? If you break the barrier like that, aren't you afraid others will know you're here? Then what do you suggest we do?" I asked angrily. As a result, this old man quickly formed his own Rasengan and, with a bang, shattered the barrier, then swaggered right in. At that moment, I was like, "Perverted immortal, are you messing with me?" He said without turning his head, "We have triggered so many traps on the way. As long as the other party isn't blind, they would have known by now. At this point, hiding is meaningless. As a ninja, being adaptable is also very important, so you still have a long way to go." I almost couldn't catch my breath and was nearly driven to death by anger. When I reached the top of the mountain, I saw an old man with white hair. Standing behind him were a blonde girl and a young man with black hair. The old man, upon seeing the lecherous immortal, his eyes lit up, white long hair, red eyeliner, the eternally unchanged wooden clogs. "Could it be that you are?" The lecherous immortal cleared his throat with great pride. "Oh? I didn't expect my fame to be so great. That's right, I'm the author of Paradise of Affection from Myoki Mountain, Lord Jiraiya." The old man directly interrupted him, pulling out a book that had been worn and polished from his pocket, excited as if he had seen his idol. The lecherous immortal nearly choked. Facing my disdainful gaze, he could only cough twice. Ahem, in a sense it can be considered fame. The blonde girl couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "DB." Only then did the old man react and hurriedly ask, "Lord Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, why did you destroy our traps and barriers?" I tell you, age brings wisdom. The lecherous immortal speaks lies as if they were the truth. "We received intelligence that a ninja from another country is hiding here. Is there any truth to that?" With just a few words, he turned the tables and brushed aside the matter of breaking the barrier. The old man was immediately at a loss. The blonde girl beside him panicked and opened her arms to protect the black-haired young man. "Yutaka is not," she exclaimed. "He is just being chased." Before she could finish her sentence, the young man named Yutaka had a look of self-satisfaction on his face as he pinched the girl's cheek and scolded her. "Do you have bubbles in your head? If you don't speak up, we will never admit it. Do they have any evidence? Wake up. Now is a disaster." And the old man could only plead in a low voice. The lecherous immortal stroked his chin and pretended to think. Well, to prove he is harmless, my disciple, and I will temporarily stay here for an investigation. Is that okay? No problem. Absolutely no problem. The old man was overjoyed and hurried off to prepare food and drinks. I witnessed the whole thing, and my worldview shattered. This old guy clearly came to disrupt the event, but after a few words, he became the guest of honor. He patted my shoulder and sighed. You should learn how to navigate the world. People like you end up getting sold and still help count the money for others. I chuckled and said, Aren't I here with you? Master won't accompany you for a lifetime, you fool. After staying for 3 days, that guy named Yuga had a deadpan expression that seemed to say don't come near me all day, blowing bubbles with a straw, looking like a high-cold male god. The girl behind him, Ing, kept begging him to teach her ninjutsu, but he just responded with 2 words. No, I really can't stand it anymore. So I walked over and said, They're desperately trying to establish a bond with you. Why do you keep rejecting them? He glanced at me and said, Well, you know, the most untrustworthy thing in this world is bonds. I'm just here to repay a favor, and once it's done, I'll leave. I immediately fired back. Sounds nice, but you're just a freeloader. After back and forth, we started arguing, and Ing tried to mediate between us. She accidentally let slip that she wanted Yugo to be her master. Those 2 words hit Yugo's nerve, and he erupted with killing intent, scaring Ing to the point of kneeling. I grabbed him by the collar and said, What kind of skill is it to scare a girl? Only then did he calm down, his eyes filled with pain. I just feel genuinely disgusted by the master-disciple relationship. It turned out that his former master almost killed him to seize the 6 tails within him. He looked at me and said, Naruto, you are just like me. Your master may not truly care for you. Shut up. You can't speak ill of the pervy sage. I exploded when I heard him slandering my master, and I charged at him with my fists clenched. As a result, he trapped my head in a bubble and filled me with water, nearly drowning me. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, my mind a mess. Just then, I suddenly heard the pervy sage's cries for help from the courtyard. I opened the door and saw, to my shock, that Yutaka had tied the pervy sage to a stake with a pile of firewood underneath, preparing to roast him alive. I glanced sideways at the lecherous immortal and asked, What are you doing? Yugo responded expressionlessly on his behalf, peeking at Ing taking a shower. Me? If I could, I really want to take back everything I said during the day and then light this fire myself. The lecherous immortal is still shouting, Naruto, let me explain. We are master and disciple. You have to trust me. Yutaka glanced at me and directly took the torch to light the firewood. It's time to show your master-disciple bond. If you want to save him, you have to defeat me. I said a quick goodbye, waved my hand, and went back to sleep, and I slept really well. Yutaka was left completely confused. Where's the bond we talked about? By the time he came to his senses, Jiraiya in the fire had already turned into a scarecrow. Later, I found out that this old man was actually playing a big game. He discovered that a large amount of natural energy was accumulating in Ing, and suspected something was off, so he used this method to investigate, ultimately discovering that Ing was sealed with the forbidden technique of her clan. The next day, I intentionally taught Ing how to walk on water in the yard, and Yutaka watched with a sour expression. I seized the opportunity to provoke him. All talk and no action. Cowherd. This directly hit his nerve, and he angrily snatched Ing away, saying, I'll teach her. If you follow this guy, you'll be corrupted sooner or later. The plan was successful. I waved at Ing, and she understood, giving me a grateful look. Yutaka began to seriously teach Ing ninjutsu, practicing until nightfall. Just as Ing successfully used the water chaos technique, Yutaka suddenly groaned and knelt down. Red chakra bubbles starting to appear on his body. This is bad. He had used too much chakra to teach Ing and couldn't suppress the 6 tails anymore. He pushed Ing away and shouted at me, If I can't control it, kill me. Don't involve Ing. After saying that, he immediately burst out in his tailed beast form and entered the second state. I wouldn't kill you. I'll stop you. I immediately put on the fox cloak and rushed forward. Just then, a Rasengan flew in from the side and knocked the rampaging Yutaka away. The perverted sage made a grand entrance. Looks like we have trouble. Just in time. Let's go. Don't order your master around. Let's do this. He laughed and scolded, and we moved in sync, executing a continuous combo, and finally combined our powers to unleash a massive super Rasengan, slamming it into Yutaka's back, followed by a fire-style technique that buried him and roasted him fiercely. We both thought it was over, but just as I ran over to see the situation, the feathered beast in the pit suddenly raised its head and sprayed a mouthful of strong acid. Naruto, you idiot! The perverted sage pulled me back with a strong grip, using his own back to withstand that spray of acid. Hissa! He screamed in pain. A large chunk of flesh and clothing on his back was instantly corroded away. Blood mixed with the strong, acid sizzling. I was so scared that I froze, tears streaming down my face. Perverted sage, are you okay? Why did you help me block that? Although he was sweating profusely from the pain, his gaze was exceptionally firm. Fool. How can a master just watch their disciple get hurt? He grabbed my hand, and a bright red Rasengan formed in my palm. Go, you still have things to finish. Right? I nodded with tears in my eyes. The spiral pill in my hand was clearly flames. It was filled with warmth. I charged towards Yutaka once again. He had also gone completely berserk, and a black-purple-tailed beast ball came crashing towards me. I raised the spiral sphere and roared as I charged forward. My master's will, my master's beliefs, my master's ninja way, all of it will be inherited by me. With a loud boom, the entire mountain shook. By the time I came to my senses, I was already standing in the familiar ceiling space with Yutaka. The nine tails behind me gave me a light slap on the back of my head with its claw. You're really reckless, aren't you? I rubbed my head, and when I looked up, I saw a large cream-colored slug with 6 tails. Curious, I asked, excuse me, are you the 6 tails? Its long eyes looked at me, then at Kurama, and it nodded. My name is Saiken. You managed to wake up my Jinchuriki. Not bad at all. Yutaka stood beside me, watching me, and awkwardly spoke up. If possible, I really don't want to see him at all. As soon as I finished speaking, wow, Six Tails' temper exploded directly, shouting at Yutaka. Do you think I want to see you? I rushed over to mediate, saying, hey guys, let's not argue yet. Shichuan, I want to ask you something. I pointed at Yuga, next to me, whose face had turned pale with anger. He said that his master wants to extract your tailed beast for your power. Is this true or not? I tell you, deep down I don't believe it. Think about it. Yutaka was able to agree to become a Jinchuriki, which shows how much he trusted his master, right? This feeling of betrayal can't just be brushed aside. There must be something behind it. And guess what happened? The old man, Shijuan, fell silent for a moment, then dropped a bombshell. Honestly, I didn't want to say this. But since you asked, I'll tell you. Your master really did want to extract me from your body. As soon as those words came out, Yutaka trembled all over. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes looked like they could kill. But here's the twist. Shijuan's next sentence completely stunned Yutaka. Extracting the tailed beast from a Jinchuriki means certain death, but your master was already prepared to exchange his own life for yours. You're lying. Yutaka lost control on the spot, screaming in anguish. Why would I lie to you? Shijuan replied calmly. After you became the Jinchuriki, everyone avoided you. Your master felt it was all his fault and wanted to atone. At this point, Yutaka fell completely silent. I could see his expression change. He probably remembered how his master had smiled and told him to live well before he died. Who understands the family? This late-coming truth is even more painful than a knife. I hurried over and patted him on the shoulder, telling him not to be sad. Your master's greatest wish is for you to survive. Yugao took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at Shichuan seriously for the first time. Shichuan, you are the strength that my master entrusted to me. From today on, let's follow his wishes and live well. That sounds nice. Shichuan still had a proud look, and I just watched. After settling this, I quickly urged the nine tails. Are you done yet? Hurry up and give me the chakra. Coming. Why are you so impatient? Shichuan grumbled while transferring its chakra to the nine tails. Suddenly, another 6-character seal lit up behind me. Great. Just 3 tails left. Early the next morning, I stood by the perverted sage's bedside, and as soon as he opened his eyes, I quickly leaned in. Perverted sage, are you feeling better? I was worried all night, afraid he would die. In response, he weakly said, to save you, this idiot, I've lost half my life. I suddenly felt a surge of guilt. All right, just tell me what you want, and I'll agree to it. The moment he heard this, he perked up, his eyes shining. Really? I want Naruto to wear a body apron and feed me. I want her to wear a nurse outfit and apply medicine to me. And I want her to use her chest to rub my back while being naked. I agreed to all of it. I nodded, but suddenly felt something was off. This guy seemed full of energy, not at all like a seriously injured person. When he saw my expression change, he immediately let out an ouch and lay back down. I wasn't fooled. I quickly pulled off the bandages on his back, and aside from some soft, new flesh, the wound was already gone. You tricked me. Naruto, let me explain. Seeing my twisted expression, he probably got flustered. As a result, I burst into tears and threw myself into his arms. You idiot. I was so worried. Just tell me when you're better. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently, patting my back. Sorry. After I cried enough, I remembered to ask, how did you get better? That wound looked life-threatening. Want to learn? I can teach you. He smiled and patted my head, and I quickly pulled away from his arms, my face turning red. I don't want to learn. He suddenly became serious. Naruto, we've been out for 2.5 years. That organization should be making moves soon. I'm planning to take you back to Konoha. Back to Konoha? But we still need one more. I am struggling. Suddenly, the Nine Tails spoke in my mind. Kid, you can go back now. Nine Tails? But the Three Tails. The Three Tails is gone. I can't feel his chakra anymore. What does that mean? He's dead or sealed inside a baby. The Nine Tails' voice was eerily calm. All right. In an instant, I made my decision. Just thinking about Konoha, about that girl, made my heart feel like it was overgrown with weeds. I immediately nodded. Sage of Mount Mayaboku, we're going home. Let me tell you, I haven't been back for 2.5 years. When I stood on the Hokage's telephone pole again, looking down at everything familiar, that feeling was amazing. The Hokage office building, the bustling streets, and the Hokage rock with Tsunade's face carved on it. Everything hasn't changed. Hey, Naruto, when did you come back? As I turned my head, Sakura was waving at me under the utility pole, accompanied by Kinomaru and the others. I jumped down with a swoosh and greeted her with a smile. After not seeing each other for 2.5 years, she was still the same, just with her hair tied in a ponytail. She looked me up and down. Wow, you, the shortest one in class 7 back then, are now taller than me. I chuckled and said, that's right, but Sakura, you really haven't changed at all. What a fool. She muttered softly. At that moment, Kinomaru rushed over and immediately formed a hand sign, saying, Naruto, big brother, look at my sexy jutsu. With a bang, a curvy, beautiful woman appeared. As soon as I saw it, I laughed. I have to show off my skills. Kinomaru, you still have a long way to go. Let me show you my improved seduction technique. I had just finished my training when bang, Sakura punched me and sent me flying. At that moment, I had only one thought. This woman, after 2.5 years, has become even more fierce. She grabbed my foot and dragged me toward the Hokage's office. Sakura, where are we going? I asked. Lady Tsunade said that when she sees you, she'll immediately pull you over. Maybe something good will happen. She said with a smile that was so friendly it made my hair stand on end. As soon as we entered the Hokage's office, I heard a thunderous roar. Naruto! I shivered at being yelled at and weakly asked, Grandma Tsunade, what do you need me for? I thought to myself, how could I have made her angry after being away from the village for 2.5 years? You little brat, you've been out for 2.5 years, and all you do is cause trouble, right? She slapped my head and then turned to Jiraiya, shouting, Jiraiya, are you just going to let him do this? Jiraiya shrugged nonchalantly. Is it my fault? He usually acts alone. Good grief, he just sold me out. I'm even more confused. So, what did I do? Tsunade pulled out a pile of documents from the drawer, all complaints from various countries. She randomly picked one and read. A complaint from the Raikage, saying that you illegally entered their territory and destroyed half of the Cloud Thunder Gorge. And that I should hand you over to him for handling. No, that old man has half the responsibility himself. Okay. Then there was a complaint from the newly appointed Mizukage, saying that you ruined their 2 S-rank secret missions and that I should properly deal with you. What does properly deal mean? That woman really became the Mizukage? She's done nothing but bad things. I must stop her. The scariest one was the Tsuchikage, who only wrote 2 words. Thank you. My God, what kind of insane thing did you do in a Wagakure that could make that old stubborn man say thank you? I suspect he's going to bring people to attack us the next day. I think your words and actions will lead to war. I muttered quietly. And then there's the Wind Shadow. They write every month asking if you're back. Did you harm the little girls in their village? That sounds like something that perverted sage would do. By the way, who is the Wind Shadow? The Wind Shadow is Gaara. Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance. It was Temari, and she and Shikamaru were standing there, laughing uncontrollably. Gaara became the Wind Shadow. I'm shocked. This guy is the same age as me, and I'm still a genin. Naruto, don't change the subject. Tsunade Granny exploded again, saying she wanted to chop you into 5 pieces to distribute to the other 4 great nations. Are you serious? I turned to run, but she grabbed me and hugged me tightly. There's a third of her seriousness in that. Her voice suddenly softened, saying that as long as I returned safely, that's what matters. In that moment, all the grievances disappeared. I leaned in her embrace and softly said, I'm back. Tsunade Granny let go of me and said, I know you couldn't wait, so I'll give you a 2-day break first. I understood in an instant. Thank you, Grandma. As soon as I finished speaking, I jumped out of the window. I'm back, and the first person I wanted to see, of course, was her. I easily climbed over to the Hyuga family's yard and saw Hinata sitting quietly on the corridor, lost in thought while holding our Team 7 group photo. I quietly approached her, showing what I thought was my best smile. Yo, Hinata, I'm back. But to my surprise, what awaited me wasn't a hug, but her strongest move. The gentle step twin lion fist. Two chakra-formed lions came rushing at me with a powerful wind. Does anyone understand? It's been 2.5 years since we last met, and my girlfriend greets me with a big move. While dodging, I became anxious. Hinata, what's wrong with you? It's me, Naruto. Don't you remember me? I don't like you. Naruto-kun, who enjoys acting with actresses. She kept fidgeting with her hands, her mouth full of jealousy. Huh? What are you talking about? You said we would go train together, but instead, you ran off to act in a movie with the actress from the Land of Snow. Aren't you happy about that? I just realized it and quickly explained. You misunderstood. I had no idea that was for a movie. I just took on a protection mission. Really? Really, I was so anxious that my words got all mixed up, and then she burst out laughing. Oof, I believe you. She released her chakra and suddenly jumped into my arms, hugging me tightly. Welcome home, Naruto-kun. I also held her tightly, enjoying this long-awaited tranquility. After a while, she emerged from my embrace, her eyes sparkling as she looked at me. Naruto-kun has changed a lot. You've grown taller. Your voice has changed. In her Adam's apple. As she spoke, she reached out to touch my face, my neck, and finally leaned against my chest, contentedly taking a deep breath. I blushed when she looked at me. If you say that, I'll be shy. Naruto-kun, look at me. Have I changed? I looked her up and down and replied honestly. If we're talking about changes, it's her chest and hair. She sighed. Well, my inner self hasn't changed. I grabbed a strand of her long hair and smelled it. I really like your hair. You look so great like this. She blushed, mustered her courage, and slowly leaned towards me. We were just about to kiss. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Oh, you're back. Hinata jumped out of my arms like a startled rabbit. I turned around and saw a girl with refreshing short hair wearing a ninja vest standing there. I was shocked. Hanabi, you've changed so much. She raised an eyebrow. Is that all you have to say? I quickly took out a bunch of specialties from the scroll. Ah, the gifts are here. Clay from Awagakure, Thunderbread from Kyomogakure. She accepted the gifts, looking at me with a face full of doubt. I heard you went out to train. Is that true? I only saw the movies you acted in. In order to prove myself, I impulsively opened the fox spirit's outer garment and lifted her up with my chakra arm. Hold her up high. The kids at the orphanage love this the most. I was trying to liven up the atmosphere, but I ended up stepping on a landmine. Huo's face instantly darkened, and in a voice that could freeze someone to death, she said, put me down. I obediently put her down. My heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, she walked up to me and, without saying a word, rolled her eyes and started beating me up. Gossip, 32 palms. D, scum. After she finished beating me, she left with a harsh remark and went back to her room. I was lying on the ground, my whole body smoking. Why is this happening? Hinata squatted down, opened her Byakugan to take a look, and then said with admiration, wow, Naruto-kun, you didn't get hurt at all from the fireworks, just some superficial pain. Is that really something to be surprised about? I just got beaten up badly. Who told you not to understand a girl's heart? Hinata poked my face and said, Hanabi has grown up, and you still treat her like a child. It's no wonder she hit you. The next day, I was sleeping soundly when I was awakened by a knock on the door. I groggily opened the door to find Shikamaru looking at me with a speechless expression in my pajamas. What are you doing, you idiot? Why aren't you at home? I rubbed my eyes. This is my home. Shikamaru sighed, looking like he couldn't be bothered to argue. Naruto, are you going to participate in the Chunin exam? Of course. Did you come here early just to help me sign up? I'm so touched. I guess we can consider ourselves partners. He looked like he didn't want to deal with any trouble. By the way, in our group, you're not the only genin. There's another one. He pointed to Hinata behind me. Hinata blushed and said softly, I just don't have enough strength. It's not because I'm worried about Naruto-kun being left behind. As soon as I heard it, I was like, wow. She looked like she was glowing with wings sprouting from her back. She was so in love. I could have cried. If it weren't for Shikamaru being there, I would have hugged her right then and there. Shikamaru patted me and brought me back to reality. Right? Kakashi-sensei wants to see you at the usual place. I understand this is an exam. I walked to the meeting point with Sakura, and she wanted to ask about Sasuke again, but I directly shut her down with a single sentence. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, so I quickly changed the subject to gossip about Shikamaru and Temari, which made him run away. When we arrived at the agreed location, I was completely stunned. Oh my god, what is going on? Teacher Kakashi is actually here waiting for us. This is impossible. Sakura, be careful. We've fallen into an illusion. This world has turned into something unrecognizable. Teacher Kakashi is actually on time. Sakura also realized it and quickly formed a hand seal. Release. Can't break it? Kakashi looked confused. Well, I'm not using a Jinjutsu. Oh no, Oh no, we haven't even started, and we've already been played. I held my head and screamed. Enough! Stupid students. Kakashi couldn't take it anymore and gave me a light knock on the head. I confirmed several times while holding a big bag on my head before believing that it was an illusion. Alright, enough small talk. You all know the rules, right? Kakashi coughed and took out 2 bells to hang on his waist. Let me tell you, when Naruto and Sakura exchanged a glance, that little look, they understood each other instantly. They had no intention of dodging. They took their stances and prepared for a direct confrontation. Kakashi noticed this and thought, well, they have some guts. And he put away his lazy demeanor, pushing up his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, glaring directly at them. Without saying a word, Naruto used the shadow clone technique. Sure enough, 2 Narutos charged in from the left and right. Kakashi was still pretending to be a master, muttering naive, and threw a punch at one of the Narutos. And guess what happened? With a bang, that shadow clone was hit and instantly transformed into a giant shuriken. Naruto's real body caught it and slashed it towards Kakashi's face. Of course, that attack was bound to miss. Kakashi jumped back to dodge it in an instant, but just as he steadied himself, he heard a whoosh next to his ear. Sakura's kunai had quietly stabbed into his back. Another bang. The kunai hit, but it felt wrong. Kakashi turned into a puff of smoke. Clearly, this guy had already split off a shadow clone and escaped during those few seconds of sparring with Naruto. Sakura, Naruto shouted. Got it. No need for reminders. Let me tell you, Sakura is incredibly strong right now. She gathered chakra into her arm and slammed her fist down onto the ground. With a loud boom, the ground in front of her exploded like a poorly constructed tofu project, shattering instantly. Kakashi, who was hiding underground, popped out like a blasted mole, looking quite disheveled. Seriously, who understands? I was standing nearby, completely stunned. Naruto's expression was like he had seen a ghost. I bet he silently added a new line to his mental notebook. S-rank prohibition. Absolutely do not anger Sakura. Naruto, stop spacing out. Sakura yelled, and Naruto immediately snapped back to attention. At this moment, another Naruto shadow clone, who had been hiding who knows where, charged in from behind Kakashi with a Rasengan. Kakashi, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, twisted his waist to dodge it and casually threw that Naruto away. Kakashi was sweating coldly, thinking this kid was really going all out. A Rasengan aimed right at him, and if it hit, it wouldn't just be a matter of applying some red ointment. But Naruto just chuckled. I'm here with the determination to kill you. Sakura chimed in. I'm a medical ninja. I'll heal you in time. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. These two are now focusing on a physical exorcism and post-match service. Kakashi took one look and thought, all right, these two are serious. With a quick series of hand seals, so fast they left after images, he opened his mouth and unleashed a 5-meter-wide fireball. With a loud boom, the flames engulfed Naruto and Sakura, and when the fire cleared, only 2 charred wooden stumps remained. Kakashi-sensei, be careful. After using the substitution technique, Naruto and Sakura flanked Kakashi from both sides. Kakashi's mind raced as he thought about taking a punch for Naruto, using the momentum to evade Sakura's attack, ideally getting them to collide with each other. However, just as he was thinking this, his sixth sense, honed over years of battle, suddenly went off. He looked at Naruto's fist and decisively used the substitution technique again. As a result, the wooden stump he substituted with was hit by Naruto's punch, producing a terrifying sound as it shot through the air, creating a shockwave that flew over the small river and crashed into the opposite bank, plowing a deep furrow in the riverbed. Kakashi, hiding in the woods, felt his heart racing. Good grief, if that punch had landed, he would have been turned into chips. It was only then he realized that the one charging at him wasn't Naruto, but Sakura. These two had somehow used the transformation technique to swap identities. This move was just dirty, like showing off the minion wave and then ambushing the jungler. Kakashi-sensei. A ninja must not expose their back to the enemy. Just as Kakashi caught his breath, he heard Naruto's voice from behind. He had been lying in wait all along. Kakashi's hair stood on end, and without thinking, he jumped into the air, only to have another Naruto drop down, reaching for the bell tied to his waist. Kakashi felt relatively calm because he calculated the distance. Naruto's arms weren't long enough to reach. But he never expected it. Naruto's palm flattened, and with a gentle swipe from left to right, the string tied to the bell snapped with a snap. The 2 bells fell straight down. How could this happen? Kakashi had no time to be surprised. He thought he just needed to grab it before the bells hit the ground. But at that moment, the Naruto in front of him suddenly erupted with a Nine-Tails cloak, the tail behind him extending rapidly, wrapping around something and pulling it over, directly throwing it in front of Kakashi. It was of course Sakura. Her fist rapidly enlarged in Kakashi's eyes. Was it the bells or his life? Kakashi decisively chose the latter, narrowly dodging Sakura's fist. The ground beneath him wasn't so lucky, as a large chunk collapsed from the impact. Dingling. The clear sound of the bells rang out, and when Kakashi turned to look, Naruto and Sakura each held a bell, grinning brightly. Kakashi felt completely dazed, questioning his life. Why do all the students I teach want to kill me? Later, I found out that Naruto's earlier move was a chakra nature transformation, turning wind-style chakra into something as sharp as blades. He even boasted to Kakashi that he had completed the Rasengan, which Jiraiya classified as a forbidden technique. Kakashi turned pale and waved his hands repeatedly. No, I can't handle that. After the exam, Kakashi generously gave him a day off. On his way home, Naruto bumped into Konohamaru. This little brat was still studying the seduction technique, so Naruto stepped in as a life coach, saying that men prefer subtlety over directness, and then transformed into a version of himself, wearing only a pink apron. I thought to myself, if the third Hokage knew he was teaching his grandson this way, he would definitely step in a clean house. After teaching that, he also casually taught Konohamaru the bug-level techniques for accelerating the training of the Rasengan and Shadow Clone Jutsu, truly leaking core technology. However, all of this was just a minor episode. Let me tell you, the real big event was happening elsewhere, in the vast desert. Two members of the Akatsuki, Sasori and Deidara, had already reached the entrance of Sunagakure. Sasori was impressive. He had already infiltrated the upper echelons of Sunagakure with spies, and the gate guards were wiped out in an instant. Then Deidara, with his blonde hair, rode a clay bird and flew in, shouting that art is an explosion. So cringe-worthy. Gaara had long received the intelligence and was waiting for him on the rooftop of the Kazekage building. Without saying a word, the sand from the gorge surged up as if it were free. Deidara was flying in the sky, dodging here and there. Let me tell you, Deidara is really dirty. He knows Gaara is the Kazekage and has to protect the village. Yet he directly pulled out a giant clay puppet called C3 from his pocket and threw it down at the village. Gaara had no choice but to mobilize almost all the sand, creating a sand shield as large as a mountain above the village, forcefully blocking the explosion. But in doing so, his chakra was almost completely exhausted, and he was on the verge of collapse. Deidara saw this and thought he had won, preparing to capture the fainted Gaara. But then an unexpected change occurred. Gaara's body suddenly shook violently, and with a loud duong, he transformed into his tailed beast form. A gigantic tan-colored raccoon, Shikaku, made a dazzling entrance. Deidara was stunned on the spot, muttering, "Hey, this isn't what the intel said." "Ha, surprised, aren't you? Let me tell you, Shikaku is now buddies with Gaara." As soon as it appeared, it didn't hold back. It launched a fierce attack on Deidara, first tearing off his left hand with a blast of sand, then unleashing a 100-meter-high sand tsunami that swept Deidara and his bird away, capturing them alive. The funniest part was that after everything was done, Shikaku shouted to the entire village, "What are you looking at? I am the summoning beast of the Kazekage, Shikaku. From now on, I will protect the village with Gaara." This move directly helped Gaara win the hearts of the villagers. Proud Shikaku. I love it. But just after this battle, that old schemer Scorpion ambushed and captured Kankuro outside, leaving a letter demanding Gaara trade Deidara for him. The news returned to Konoha, and Tsunade immediately assigned Naruto an S-rank mission, instructing him to lead a team to support Sunagakure. On the way, Naruto used shadow clones to run and say goodbye to Hinata, showing off their affection, which made Kakashi and Sakura, both single, feel furious, and they each punched him. After rushing for 3 days, we finally arrived at Sunagakure. As soon as Naruto saw Gaara, it was like reuniting with a long-lost brother. He directly gave him a bear hug and even messed up his hair, leaving Gaara's bodyguard stunned. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gaara took us to see the captured prisoners. When we arrived at the prison, we heard someone shouting inside, "Hey, is this thing even edible? I want to eat dirt, you bastards. Give me dirt." I thought to myself, what a bizarre request this is. Gaara opened the cell door, and the sand instantly bound the person inside. Naruto leaned in to take a look and was completely stunned. "Deidara? Little D? What are you doing here?" The blonde kid in the cell was also taken aback when he saw Naruto, but quickly greeted him with joy. "Oh, isn't this Naruto? Long time no see. How have you been? Oh my gosh, they actually know each other. This is getting interesting." Naruto, looking confused, asked, "Isn't this the wrong time to talk about this? You betrayed the Hidden Stone Village? I left shortly after you did and joined the Akatsuki." I was completely stunned at the time. Isaid, Xiaodi. What are you doing? How sad would the old man of the earth shadow and Hey 2 be? And guess what he said? He said, Naruto, if you leave, no one will understand my art. But there's a woman who showed me her collection. Goodness, her artistic achievements were so impressive that I couldn't resist. I have to follow her until I can surpass her. I thought to myself, what kind of woman is so amazing that even you, this art maniac, recognize her? Xiaodi's face was so serious, saying that the Shao organization is his faith, unwilling to reveal anything. Just then, I felt a sudden drop in the air pressure around me. When I turned my head, Gaara's gaze was simply intense. He asked me in a low voice, Naruto, do you know her? Let me tell you, that look in his eyes was as if he wanted to bury Shao Di alive right there with sand. If it weren't for Kankuro still being across from us, I think he really could have done it. I could only nod foolishly and said that I had lived in the land of Earth for a year before, and during that time, I hung out with Shao Di every day. As soon as I said this, Gaara's gaze became even colder, just one word. Oh? Shao Di saw the situation and understood that this guy was the same type as Gaara, immediately switching to provocation mode. What are you looking at? Naruto used to come to my house for dinner every day. Gaara's expression remained as expressionless as ever, but his words were anything but vague. I've done that too. Little D added, we eat together every day, and he cooked for us. Whatever we do, we're always together like real brothers. Then came the most explosive line of the night. Gaara, with his completely unmoving zombie face, said ridiculous. Naruto has slept in the same bed as me for a whole month. Boom. I watched Little D, who looked as if he had been struck by lightning, petrified on the spot, muttering, I've lost again. Who understands, family? What on earth are these two competing over? Sakura and Temari were beside me, poking my head and excitedly whispering, You are really a man with deep sins. Me? What did I do wrong? On the way to exchange hostages, it turned into another family drama. Temari grabbed Gaara, not letting him go, saying she was Kankuro's sister and must go. Gaara shook her off, turning his back to her, his tone icy but full of concern. That's exactly why I'm not letting you go. You and he are both my important family, and the village needs you. Wow. Temari's eyes turned red on the spot. 3 years ago, Gaara wanted to kill her, and now he says such things. On the way, an old lady followed us, and I curiously asked who she was, wondering if she was going to cook for us. Kakashi-sensei slapped the back of my head. Idiot. This is Chiyo-senpai, the strongest puppeteer from Sunagakure. Then Chiyo opened her mouth and came at me. Requesting help from Konoha was a mistake. The one they sent is probably just a low-ranking ninja. When the words low-ranking ninja came out, I felt a stab in my heart. Gaara immediately stepped forward, his aura fully unleashed. He, like me, is a Jinchuriki Chiyo-senpai. You should understand what it means for Konoha to send him. Moreover, he is my most important friend. Please do not insult him, or else. He didn't finish his sentence, but the sand around him had already started to move wildly. Goodness, Chiyo immediately fell silent. 3 days later, we arrived at the agreed location, a large river separating the woods, with Scorpion and Kankuro on the opposite bank. Little D was tied up by Gaara's sand like a zongzi, with her mouth blocked, floating in the air. Kakashi-sensei was the most vigilant. As soon as he activated his Sharingan, he suddenly shot a great fireball at an empty space. Guess what happened next? On the opposite side, an identical fireball emerged, directly canceling out the attack. Then a man dressed in the Akatsuki black cloak stepped forward, his eyes bearing the 3-tomo Sharingan. It was Uchiha Itachi. I was just saying that 1 second Kakashi-sensei was exchanging harsh words with him, and the next second, it was as if the server had lagged. Kakashi-sensei, Gaara, Sakura, Granny Chiyo, everyone was frozen, completely still. Only I was awake. I was in a daze when Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared in front of me. As soon as he activated his Sharingan, I was dragged into a black and white world. I was tied to a cross, struggling to breathe. Itachi stood in front of me, looking at me for a long time, and said, Long time no see, Naruto. Without saying another word, he pulled out a knife and stabbed into my body. It hurt like it was real, but in the blink of an eye, the knife and the wound were gone. Only the pain remained. He began to torment my heart. I heard that Sasuke left you for power. Now you can't even break my Jinjutsu. How will you bring Sasuke back? With that, he stabbed me again. This time I bit my teeth and didn't scream. At that moment, I thought this taste is too intense. Is it really necessary to go this hard just to test how much I've grown? Just when he thought I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the knife in his hand, my eyes turned crimson red, and it felt like 8 colors of chakra were igniting behind me. Yellow, blue, red, white. All the light converged in my right hand, and I shouted a Rasengan at him. We are friends, even if the road ahead is dark. I will pull him out of the abyss. At that moment, the Rasengan hit him, but he didn't fly away. Instead, he reached out and gently tapped my forehead with his finger, wearing a gentle smile I had never seen before, said something, and then vanished like a crow. The Tsukuyumi space instantly collapsed. I seemed to hear that last sentence. Thank you, Naruto. When I came to my senses, only a moment had passed in reality. Gaara was the first to break free from the Genjutsu, seeing Itachi in front of me, and the sand rushed over. Itachi jumped back to Sasori's side. Sasori was still being sarcastic. Itachi, you didn't go easy on us, did you? Itachi replied calmly. If you think so, that's fine. In the end, we were all played. Itachi's Genjutsu was just a decoy. The real killer move was that guy named Deidara, who took advantage of the few seconds we were caught in it to emerge from the ground and swallow up Chiyo to rescue her. Sasori also kept his promise and threw Kankuro back. Sakura checked and confirmed that he was fine. The two sides confronted each other across the river. Kakashi-sensei said that the other side was so decisive because they were confident they could wipe us all out. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasori emerged from a giant puppet, a red-haired beautiful boy, but his body was no longer human, all made up of joints. He drew 3 scrolls and threw them into the sky, and suddenly there were hundreds of puppets, with the leader being the third Kazekage. Chiyo gasped. Sasori, you really turned yourself into a human puppet? Sasori directly unleashed his ultimate technique, the Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 puppets, with countless chakra strings connecting to hundreds of puppets, rushing towards us like a plague of locusts. Gaara-san tried to block them, but was mixed up by the third Kazekage's iron sand. I used a Rasengan to break one, but 2 more came right after. There was no end to it. Just then, I heard the voice of Shikaku in Gaara's mind. Gaara, you're in trouble, let me help you. To my surprise, Gaara agreed. He said we were partners. In the next moment, Gaara's body expanded wildly, and Shikaku appeared, towering dozens of meters high. As soon as it emerged, it excitedly shouted, I'm back. Then it pressed its hands to the ground, and a flowing sand waterfall turned kilometers of forest into desert in an instant. Is this the power of a tailed beast? It's too outrageous. Sasori's puppet army looked like toys in front of Shikaku. The third Kazekage's iron sand spear shot at Shikaku, but Shikaku sucked it in along with the puppet's main body and crushed it. Sasori's face turned green. Shikaku was having a blast, sweeping through the puppets like giant arms. And Sasori suffered heavy losses. Just as victory seemed imminent, suddenly, a figure exploded from the desert below. It was Kisame. He swung the giant sword Samahata at Shikaku's tail with a powerful attack. With a snap, Shikaku's thick tail was severed at the base. My power! Shikaku let out a scream. Its body shrank rapidly like a deflating balloon, transforming back into Gaara. Oh no! Kakashi-sensei reacted and tried to chase. But Kisame had already run far away with that giant raccoon tail, and Itachi used Amaterasu to cover their escape. We couldn't catch up at all. We were all outsmarted. Kisame had been hiding in the river from the very beginning, waiting for this moment. Gaara's face was pale, but he was fine. I quickly pulled him aside, and the voice of the Nine Tails exploded in my head. Kid, hurry and help him. Shikaku is going to die. I immediately grabbed Gaara's hand and entered the ceiling space. The scene inside stunned me. The huge Shikaku was gone, and there was only a 30-centimeter tall chibi version of Shikaku standing on Gaara's shoulder, scratching its head awkwardly and saying, Ahaha, something went wrong. The Nine Tails behind me was furious, its eyes blood red. You idiot! It roared, shaking the entire space. I knew your personality would cause trouble, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. The Nine Tails said, most of Shikaku's chakra is in its tail, and now there's not enough chakra. Its body will soon disappear. Upon hearing this, I panicked. If Shikaku dies, Gaara will die too. The Nine Tails was angry, but in the end, it cursed and extended its fist, transferring its chakra to Shikaku. It said it wasn't helping Shikaku. It just didn't want the Sage of Six Paths to be sad. Shikaku was saved, but its body only recovered to about the same size as Gaara's, with a pitifully short tail that wouldn't recover for decades. It looked at Gaara and said it might not be able to help him in the future. As a result, Gaara said, Shikaku, after this battle is over, let's have a drink together as friends. Hearing this, Shikaku's nose tinged with emotion. It gave Gaara a light slap and coolly turned away, ignoring him. Outside, Zetsu had already slipped away, but Sasori was furious. The hundreds of puppets he had painstakingly collected were now down to just a few dozen, and his favorite, the third Kazekage, was gone. How could he swallow this anger? He howled, No way. I will make them pay the price. Little D also showed loyalty. I'll stay here with you, master. Sakura smashed a puppet that had ambushed me with a punch and pulled my ear, shouting, Naruto, what are you daydreaming about? I snapped back to reality, my mind filled with what Little D had said during our earlier chat. He mentioned that although Sasori had a bad temper, he would never abandon him. I looked at the scorpion in the distance and noticed something strange. It was manipulating puppets to attack us, but when dealing with the two puppets in Chiyo's hands, it was hesitant and always avoided the vital points. Chiyo explained that these two puppets were its first creations, made in the likeness of its parents. I understood. I suddenly figured something out and directly created multiple shadow clones. Hundreds of me rushed into the battlefield, not engaging directly with the puppets, but instead circling around to cut the chakra threads of Scorpion. Scorpion's puppet army fell like kites with broken strings. By the time I cut the last thread, I was already standing in front of his real body. Don't think you've won. Scorpion, furious and embarrassed, prepared to fight me with his puppet body. I looked at him and said word by word. I heard Granny Chiyo say that you turned yourself into a puppet to erase the weaknesses of the puppet master. But you failed. You're talking nonsense. Look at me now, where did I fail? I stared into his eyes, which were no longer human. Then why are you crying? I told you. Scorpion was stunned at that moment, instinctively touching his own face, only to realize that he was now a wooden lump. Where did the tears come from? I gave him a lesson right then and there. I said, buddy, stop pretending. When I cut your chakra line, just now, your emotions were transmitting to me like a 5G signal, zooming in my direction. Chakra is connected to the spirit. You simply can't bring yourself to harm your own parents because you can't erase your own soul and turn into a cold, emotionless machine. You hate waiting because, deep down, you know your parents will never come back. That's why you pour all your feelings into those two puppets. We're actually on the same path. I also keep looking at Sasuke's headband, waiting for him to return, but my skills aren't as good as yours, so I can only wait. As soon as I said this, Scorpion completely lost it. He realized that he was indeed as weak as I said, easily shaken by my words, and not a qualified puppet at all. But he still tried to act tough, shouting, do you think I'll give up? Don't even try. Today it's either you die or I die. Deidara, come help me. And guess what? Deidara replied, Scorpion, I'm tired. You can handle it yourself? Okay? Good grief. This guy was busy molding clay with his remaining hand and had no time to pay attention to him. This last-minute betrayal was a perfect example of slacking off at work. Scorpion was so angry that his parts were about to fall apart. He shot out a steel wire laced with deadly poison from his stomach, aiming to pierce me through. How could I dare to take it head-on? I directly borrowed some power from the Sun Wukong inside me and created a lava-release spiral sphere to counter it. With a sizzling sound, that steel wire instantly melted into molten iron. I rushed up and unleashed a barrage of attacks at him. What can mutual hatred produce, you stubborn fool? The lava-release spiral shuriken hit him directly, and his wooden body was instantly burned away, leaving only a red heart core flying out. Coincidentally, it fell right into Deidara's hands. Seeing Kakashi and the others staring at him, Deidara knew he couldn't escape. Grabbing the heart of Scorpion, he shouted, Art is an explosion. Huh. Then with a bang, he blew himself and Scorpion into countless pieces. I returned to Kakashi-sensei's side, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sorry, sensei, I didn't catch him. Kakashi-sensei was indifferent, smiling as he said, taking down two members has already exceeded the mission requirements. You did well. Granny Chiyo also came over to thank me quietly. She could tell that I had intentionally let Sasori go. After the mission ended, I said goodbye to Gaara, who seemed quite reluctant. I patted him on the back and said, what are you talking about? We're brothers. Just call me if you need anything. After that, I followed Kakashi-sensei and the others as we left. Once we were far away, Deidara climbed out of the big pit. The explosive that had just detonated was indeed the clay sculpture he created. He inserted Sasori's heart into a nearby puppet that could still move, and Sasori came back to life. However, Sasori was completely emo this time, looking at the scattered parts and saying, all the puppets are gone. What's the point of living? Deidara, not one to comfort others, replied, just make more. Weren't you a lone commander when you defected back then? Sasori exploded in anger. You have no right to comfort me. We were rushing back when suddenly a small white bird landed on my shoulder. The three of us were curious, and the bird opened its mouth, revealing Deidara's voice. Naruto, I heard you're looking for Sasuke? Lord Scorpion agreed to give you some intel for free. Go to the Heaven and Earth Bridge in the Grass Ninja Village in 10 days. His informant will be there, and you might just see Orochimaru. What a pleasant surprise. Even Kakashi-sensei remarked that I was a fool blessed with good luck. Just then, Deidara added, And this is a piece of art created in collaboration with Lord Scorpion, and of course, it will explode. As soon as he finished speaking, the bird went off with a bang. It didn't hurt anyone, but it gave the three of us a free, explosive hairdo and a smoky makeup look. I was furious. Little Deidara, you little rascal, I won't let you get away with this. On the other side, in Konoha village, there was a little girl named Hanabi, who was my future sister-in-law, having a quarrel with 5th Hokage Tsunade. This girl had 2 teammates in her class, one named Shusuke and the other Akane, who were completely ordinary, just passerby types. At first, Shusuke had a bit of a crush on Hanabi, wanting to turn their camaraderie into a romance. But he was scared off by her reckless determination during missions, thinking whoever married her would be dominated for life. So he gave up and chose to live a normal life instead. At this moment, Hanabi was arguing with Tsunade over a mission. Another D-rank mission? Her brows were tightly furrowed. Tsunade, leaning on her hand, looked impatient. You're just a genin. Do you want to reach for the sky? Hanabi shot back. I know C-rank missions are also within the genin category. Tsunade, probably annoyed by her, recalled my past exploits and casually tossed her a C-rank escort mission. Here, there's a so-called A-rank mission disguised as a C-rank. Someone back then also took it. Are you going or not? Hanabi's team leader, a maid named Nakagawa, turned pale and hurried to advise. Miss Hanabi, think twice. But Hanabi ignored her, directly took the Hokage's seal, slapped it down, and left without looking back. The 2 male teammates exchanged glances, looking at Nakagawa with expressions that said, "What should we do?" Nakagawa sighed, saying if they were scared, they shouldn't go. This mission was too early for them. Once everyone left, Ino became a bit worried. Tsunade, however, wore a mischievous smile. What is there to be afraid of? I sent that kid back. As she said this, she even made a gesture with her pinky. You know what that means. If I had seen it, I would have been absolutely shocked. Who would have thought the Hokage's office would be so scandalous? Where did this greasy old man come from? That night, at the Hyuga household, Uncle Hizashi, my father-in-law, darkly refused Hanabi's request. Her mother was there, trying to persuade her. As a result, Hanabi directly brought me into the conversation. That guy could take C-rank missions as a genin, and even took down Zabuza. If he can do it, why can't I? Hizashi exploded on the spot. Why are you using him as a benchmark? Hanabi defiantly shouted. If I can't surpass him, how can I inherit the main family? After saying that, she slammed the door and left. Hizashi, infuriated, slammed the table, yelling about her stubbornness. But when he looked up and saw his wife giving him that don't you know in your heart look, he instantly wilted. Funny enough, in the hallway, Nakagawa grabbed me by the collar and roared, "Give her back. I want my cute little Hanabi back. It's all your fault." I was stunned. What was wrong with this girl? I thought Hanabi was lost, but I pointed upstairs, saying she just went up. It turned out she was saying that my presence had changed Hanabi's personality. Hinata hurried over to mediate, but Nakagawa was relentless, glaring at me as if she had darkened. My eyelid is twitching violently. What if something happens to her? I'll kill you first, and then commit suicide to apologize. What could I say? I could only nod in agreement, understanding that I had to go with them. The next day, Hinata and I sneaked to the village wall. Kiba had brought me here before. There was a dog hole. I crawled out first, but Hinata, she got stuck. Really, the hole was that big, and she actually got stuck. I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing loudly. I grabbed her hand and pulled hard, finally managing to pull her out with a thud, and we both tumbled to the ground. My mouth got the better of me, and feeling the weight on top of me, I foolishly asked, "Hinata, have you gained weight?" Well, she immediately gave me a warning punch. "You're the idiot." We stealthily followed Hanabi and her team from 300 meters away. I started a fire to grill fish and chicken legs, making it feel like a picnic. I fed Hinata a chicken leg, and she complained after taking a bite, "You keep feeding me meat. What if I get fat?" I replied, "Even if you get fat, you're still Hinata. No difference." Just as the atmosphere was perfect, my talent as a mood destroyer kicked in, and I said, "But when we go back, I'll probably get beaten up by Uncle Hizashi." Hinata's smile instantly froze as she remembered we had snuck out together. On Hanabi's side, the mission was going quite smoothly. They encountered a group of mountain bandits, and Shusuke used wind release, while Chien used fire release to scare them away. The chubby merchant Matsumura praised the 2 boys profusely, making them feel on top of the world. Teacher Nakagawa also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had worried too much. Only Hanabi remained cold-faced the entire time, finding the C-rank mission extremely boring, with not even a ninja in sight, feeling like they were just out for a picnic. She looked up at the sky, still wondering how Naruto managed to carry out missions back then. Soon, the convoy arrived at their destination, a small village nestled against the mountains. As night fell, Matsumura invited them to stay for the night. In the middle of the night, Hanabi couldn't sleep, feeling something was off about the village. She wandered out alone and unknowingly found herself in front of the village shrine. Curiously, she pushed the door open and found it empty. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard footsteps outside and got startled. Quickly looking for a place to hide, she spotted a large cabinet, and without thinking, she opened the door to dive in. As soon as she opened the door, she bumped right into someone. We were both stunned. Just as I saw people outside about to come in, I quickly pulled her into the cabinet and closed the door. It was quite uncomfortable. The cabinet was small, and we were pressed tightly against each other. It was probably the first time she was so close to me. And her little face turned bright red, both shy and angry. As she looked up, she found that I was completely ignoring her, breathing steadily, and intently staring out through the gap in the cabinet. She might have felt like I was treating her like a little kid and became even angrier, opening her mouth to bite down hard on my arm. I looked down at her in confusion. At that moment, a large group of villagers rushed into the shrine, their eyes hollow, and then a man in a black cloak with red clouds from the Akatsuki organization emerged from the ground. The villagers all shouted in unison, "Lord Yumao." The chubby guy, named Matsuura, was also among them. Yumao asked him about the Konoha ninjas, and Matsuura said that it was getting late, so they would let them stay overnight. Yumao nodded and said, "That's right, we must endure at this stage. The world will eventually be ours." As he spoke, he formed hand seals, and a huge red moon pattern appeared beneath the villagers' feet, their gazes becoming even emptier. Just as he was using the illusion technique, he suddenly formed another seal, Earth style, Earth Spear. Dozens of stone spears shot out around the cabinet, turning it into a hedgehog. "We've been discovered," I muttered, and before I could be turned into a candied hawthorn, I used a Rasengan to break the back panel of the cabinet and pulled Hanabi out to escape. That guy also chased after us, sneering, "Unfortunately, I'm also a sensory type." As soon as I saw them, I thought, wow, I can't believe I ran into members of Akatsuki here. Just right. I was looking for you guys. I said, "Hey, why don't you come back to Konoha with me for a cup of tea?" But then, under the moonlight, Yuma recognized my face and shouted, "You are the Nine Tails?" And guess what? He turned and ran. I was left completely stunned. Before I could even chase after him, Hanabi glared at me fiercely and said, "You bastard, what are you doing here?" I could only scratch my head and make up an excuse. Tsunade's mission said there were members of Akatsuki here. "We'll settle this later," Hanabi said. Just then, Hinata and Nakagawa also arrived. I gave Hinata a look, signaling her to handle the villagers, and then I went to chase that Akatsuki guy. He was the one I discovered. Hanabi, unwilling to be left behind, chased after me too. Her teammates, Shusuke and Chien, exchanged glances and shouted, "We'll help." So now it was just Hinata and Nakagawa left to face a village full of controlled villagers. Yuma was clever too. He used shadow clone technique while running away, and I ended up chasing the wrong one. He was familiar with the terrain and quickly reached the edge of a cliff on the mountain. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a shout from behind, "Stop." When he turned around, he found that the ones chasing him were just 3 little kids. His confidence instantly returned. If I can't beat a Jinchuriki, how can I lose to 3 genin? When Hanabi saw her 2 useless teammates had followed, she was furious. "What are you doing here? He's not someone you can handle. Get away." Shusuke, being stubborn, replied, "No, we're partners, right?" Chien chimed in, "We're in the same class." After hearing this, Hanabi sarcastically remarked, "You're dragging me down with this D-rank mission." But her tone softened noticeably, and the next thing she said was, "Don't blame me if you die. Let's go all out." Then, those 2 guys used wind release and fire release, hitting the earth wall like a scraping treatment, having no effect at all. They were basically just accompanying the act of getting themselves killed. Yuma created 2 shadow clones and quickly took them down. Meanwhile, Hanabi was engaged in a tough fight with Yuma's main body using the 8 trigrams palm. But Yuma, experienced and clever, didn't engage her head-on. He jumped back to create distance and threw 2 shurikens at Shusuke and Chien. "Don't attack them." Seeing her teammates in danger, Hanabi had no choice but to abandon her attack and rush to block the shurikens. This gave Yuma the chance to form hand seals. Water release, water surge wave. A large stream of water erupted from Yuma's mouth, blasting Hanabi away and slamming her hard against a tree, causing her to spit out blood. Hanabi gritted her teeth as she got up from the ground, feeling incredibly unwilling. If only I had the ability to turn back time right now. She had all the theories down, but couldn't use them. Just then, 2 screams came from beside her. It turned out that Yuma had attached explosive tags to his shadow clones, and those 2 inexperienced kids fell right into the trap. getting blown up and rolling over to Hanabi's side, bloodied and hurt. Shisuke looked at Hanabi, trying to act cool. Sorry, Hanabi, we still dragged you down. Hanabi ignored them, standing firmly in front of them, her eyes resolute. At this point, there's no use saying anything. I'll protect you. Yuma saw this and laughed. How touching. But I don't have time to play with kids. He formed hand seals, and countless sharp stone spears shot up from the ground, lunging at Hanabi like the fangs of a beast. Hanabi knew she couldn't dodge. If she did, the two behind her would surely die. She simply closed her eyes, betting everything, and began to contemplate the true essence of turning back time. This technique was not just for attack. The one who developed it was definitely not just a reckless attacker. I tell you, in that moment, everything clicked in my mind. What do you mean by offense? The essence of this move is clearly protection. Just like my sister, just like Naruto, they fought so hard to become stronger. Isn't it all to protect the people they want to protect? And now, behind me, are the teammates I must risk my life to protect. Turn the tide. I suddenly opened my eyes, and the veins instantly bulged out from the corners of my eyes. My whole body took off from the spot, spinning at high speed like an absolute defense gyroscope. Those sharp stones flying towards me shattered with a bang upon hitting me, all bouncing off. Let me tell you, that scene was perfect. Just then, I suddenly heard that kid Shioshu shouting from behind, "Hwawa, jump up." I hesitated for only a tenth of a second, but still chose to trust him once. With a sudden push, I jumped into the air. Just at the moment I left my original spot, a massive fireball with a diameter of over 5 meters roared past where I'd just been standing, directly engulfing that guy named Yumao. I was completely stunned at that moment. After landing, I turned around and asked, "What did you two do?" These two guys, who usually just drag their feet, were able to conjure such a huge fireball at a critical moment. 2 minutes earlier, guess what? Shioshu was lying on the ground, nudging the equally incapacitated Qian beside him. "Hey, can you still move?" "Maybe. I can. Hiding behind the girls. Are you really satisfied with that? You want the wind to fan the flames? Those who understand know what I mean. Come on, let that guy see the perseverance of us men. Even though we're both heavily injured, don't say such cool lines. It's making me fired up. I told you, just a few words." Qian wiped the blood off his face and, together with Shu, managed to get up and make the final hand sign. Then, a fireball with power comparable to that of the Uchiha clan was born. After hearing their explanation, I was truly impressed. You two are really something. As a result, these two kids chuckled and even got shy. Well, this is probably the first time I praised them. To want recognition from others, they really had to show their true skills. But we weren't happy for even 3 seconds when we heard that guy, Yumao, roaring behind us. Damn little brats. I turned around and just happened to meet his hand forming seals. In the next second, everything went black, and I lost consciousness, falling into his illusion. When I opened my eyes again, who could understand my family's plight? Naruto and my sister were running towards me, covered in blood, with several shurikens stuck in their backs. They staggered and collapsed right in front of me. "Naruto, sister, what happened to you?" I was so frightened that my soul almost left my body. I quickly knelt down to try to bandage them, but the blood wouldn't stop, and their bodies were getting colder and colder. My sister touched my head and said weakly, "We are ambushed. You should run quickly and live well." After that, she closed her eyes along with Naruto. I told you, at that moment I felt like my world was collapsing. Angry chakra surged from every point in my body, directly forming a chakra cloak around me, and the storm blew sand and stones wildly around. That guy named Yuma was also startled by my display, retreating several steps, probably thinking I was going to fight him to the death. But I didn't. I still had a shred of rationality in my mind, frantically telling myself, "It's fake. It's all fake. My sister and Naruto are so strong. They can't possibly die so easily. This is definitely an illusion." But there was no one around to help me break it. What should I do? There was no other choice. I had to do something drastic. As long as the pain was strong enough, I could disrupt the flow of chakra within my body. I drew out the kunai and, without a second thought, plunged it harshly into my own arm. Just as the kunai was about to pierce my flesh, a hand, Duong, grabbed my wrist. The cold tip of the blade had already broken the skin, and blood began to drip down. Immediately, a wave of super warm chakra spread from my arm throughout my body, and a gentle yet familiar voice whispered in my ear, "Hanabi, girls shouldn't harm their bodies so carelessly." The illusion was instantly dispelled. I looked up and saw that familiar back. "Naruto, you're too late, Naruto." I shouted at him, but deep down, that heavy stone in my heart finally dropped. I don't know why, but in that moment, it felt like I was transported back 3 years. When he was just like this, a small figure standing in front of us sisters, making me feel more reliable than anyone else. The expression on Yuma's face, as if he had seen a ghost. You, how could you be here? Impossible. I've been sensing everything. Naruto raised a finger, a transparent bubble floating above it, which popped with a snap. This, the bubble of the Shikaku, hiding inside, can isolate all senses. Without the Byakugan, of course you can't see me. Wow, this ability is simply tailor-made for an old trickster. You've been taking care of my little sister quite well, huh? Naruto turned his head, and his eyes instantly changed. Let me tell you, that gaze was red. He said word by word, "Are you ready for the consequences?" As soon as he finished speaking, with a bang, hundreds of shadow clones surrounded Yuma in an instant. That momentum was incredible, but that old trickster didn't take the bait at all. Slamming his hands to the ground, Earth-style, rock collapse. The entire cliff began to shake violently, and then it collapsed. Huge rocks fell down, and all of Naruto's shadow clones vanished in an instant. My two teammates and I suddenly found ourselves falling as well. In that moment of the cliff's collapse, Yuma stepped on his own shadow clone as a springboard and jumped directly to the opposite cliff. This guy was calculating like crazy, betting that Naruto would definitely save us first. The feeling of weightlessness hit me instantly, and I thought, it's over, I'm done for. If I'm going to die, I've been prepared since the day I became a ninja, but I just feel so unwilling. Just as I closed my eyes, waiting for death, I heard Naruto's voice again. Hanabi grabbed me. I opened my eyes and found Naruto kicking off falling stones, charging towards me like Super Mario. Naruto, what the hell are you doing jumping down? Go chase him. That a member of the Akatsuki. Don't shout. He yelled at me, grabbed me, and said, Kakashi-sensei once said that a ninja who abandons a mission is trash, but a ninja who abandons their comrades is the trash of trash. How could I possibly leave you behind? You're an important family to me. I was stunned by a shout and unknowingly grabbed his hand. He immediately hugged me tightly and then started thinking of a way out. Idiot. Stupid Naruto. So what if you came here, you can't fly? I cursed him while buried in his embrace. He even laughed a little. Don't let go of my neck. Summoning technique. He bit his finger, formed a hand seal with one hand, and slammed it down. A burst of white smoke exploded, and an enormous toad, Gamabunta, suddenly appeared in midair. Its four legs, as strong as steel bars, dug firmly into the sides of the cliff, stopping us a few meters off the ground. Wow, you can play like this? Is this a midair rescue? We landed steadily on One Tai's soft and squishy head, while the two lagging behind were pulled by Naruto's chakra arm, ensuring everyone's safety. However, before Naruto could show off for 3 seconds, One Tai got annoyed and shook his head, throwing him off and making him land on his backside. Boss, it's me. Naruto, you little brat. Did you bring me to this hellhole to bungee jump? One Tai, you're going too far. Do you want to watch the 5th contract holder of Myobo Kuzendai here? Who cares about you? Then I guess I'm summoning Grandpa Toad. You've got guts. Naruto chuckled and pulled out a bunch of snacks from his scroll. Boss, give these to Toad Sage and Toad Dragon. One Tai stuffed the snacks into his mouth, still grumbling, but he let out a hum and vanished in a puff of white smoke. The two guys, Shoshu and Qian, watched the whole scene, their CPUs nearly overheating. With the cliff jumping and the giant toads, their worldview was shattered. Shoshu nudged Qian and pointed at me. Hey, look over there. Qian turned his head and was also stunned, because watching Naruto fool around with Toad Sage, actually smiled. Let me tell you, those two boys were wide-eyed, probably seeing me smile for the first time. The contrast of the ice mountain melting made their hearts race. Naruto came over to ask if they were okay, and the two clowns chorused, please let me call you brother-in-law. Naruto was instantly dumbfounded. Huh? You didn't know? In an entire ninja school, all the underachievers see you as their target. A supreme underachiever like you, being able to marry into the Hyuga family, is simply the most inspirational legend in Konoha. This guy got flattered and started to float, scratching the back of his head and chuckling foolishly. Is that so? Of course. Please tell us the secret to successfully marrying in. Well, but Hanabi's personality is a bit. I've been beaten up countless times. It's going to be very painful in the future. No problem. We can handle anything, even climbing mountains and crossing seas of fire. Then I'll teach you the art of marrying it. Before he could finish, I was already expressionlessly standing behind him. Bang, 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 3 crisp sounds, and smoke rose from the heads of the 3. All of them collapsed to the ground. I sighed. Sometimes I really want to open up Naruto's head and see why his strength and intelligence are inversely proportional. After a while, my sister and the maid, Natsukawa, finally arrived. As soon as my sister saw the big bump on Naruto's head, Tears almost came out of her eyes from heartache. Natsukawa, on the other hand, hugged my waist and wailed, saying she hadn't taken good care of me and was ready to die in atonement. I touched Sayakawa's head to calm her down, then asked my sister about the situation in the village. It turned out that rain rabbit had used illusion techniques to control the entire village for almost a year. If we hadn't come this time, who knows what would have happened? It's a pity he escaped. Naruto felt a bit unwilling. I'm sorry. It's all because I held you back, I said softly. Let us work hard together next time, Hanabi. Naruto smiled and reached out his finger. Wanted to poke my forehead again. Does he want to use the same trick on me a second time? I was already on guard and bit his finger as soon as he approached. On the other side, the escaped rain rabbit had just fled into the land of rain, thinking he was safe. Suddenly, a guy wearing an orange whirlpool mask, named Akatsuki, appeared behind him like a ghost. Senior Rain Rabbit, the mission is complete. You can rest now, said the guy called Akatsuki. Rain Rabbit had already been exposed, and he was no longer useful as a pawn. Rain Rabbit tried to beg for mercy, but after a scream, there was no more sound. Akatsuki whispered darkly, Is it Naruto again? The next day, my sister suggested that to celebrate the success of the mission, the three of us should go to the hot spring town. My dad, Hyuga Hizashi, said he was the head of the family and had no time for such things, rejecting the idea with a serious face. However, my mom said that as soon as we left, he would secretly be happy, his face almost frozen in a smile. She said I learned to use the Byakugan at 12 years old, and I was indeed his daughter. The main branch couldn't lose to the branch family. Then my mom mischievously whispered a few words in my dad's ear. Hot spring, training camp, mixed bathing, overnight stay. My dad was completely stunned, shaking all over. And in the end, it was my mom who comforted him, saying, That's Naruto, after all. It's better to hope for Hinata to do something for him than the other way around. When we arrived at the hot spring town, Naruto acted like a child who had never seen the world before, running around everywhere. My sister and I went to the inn first, and the owner said that we had the entire place to ourselves, and she specifically mentioned the unique mixed bathing. I didn't pay attention at the time and went into the women's hot spring with my sister. As she was soaking, she suddenly realized it was a mixed bath. And then, she imagined a whole bunch of scenes with Naruto. Her face turned completely red, and she happily fainted. Family, I really appreciate it. I could only resign myself to pulling her out, drying her off, and sending her back to her room. When I returned to the hot spring, feeling drowsy and almost asleep, I heard Naruto's voice. He barged in without a care, and due to the thick steam, he didn't see me in the corner at all. Mixed bathing. My mind buzzed, and I was so scared I shrank back in the water, not daring to move. But then I thought, wait a minute, I want to see if this guy would have any inappropriate thoughts when he's alone with my sister. So I steel myself and, almost unconsciously, transformed into my sister's appearance. Standing up from the water. Naruto, it's me. Hinata. I'm sorry, I'm leaving now. He was so startled that he quickly closed his eyes and turned around. I grabbed him. Where are you going? This is supposed to be a mixed bath. Only then did he react, and we ended up sitting back to back. Neither of us dared to look at each other. The atmosphere was so awkward it could be cut with a knife. I was the first to speak. I never imagined that one day I would be soaking in a hot spring back to back with you. I didn't expect you to be so bold, Hinata. I sneered inwardly. After all, I was using my sister's face, so what was there to be afraid of? I turned my head and saw that he was blushing all the way to his ears, so innocent it was almost unbearable. I deliberately said, It really is different from back then. Huh? What do you mean, huh? I'm saying you. Did you not wash your hair? I picked a leaf out of his hair and quickly changed the subject. If we kept talking like this, I would definitely give myself away. Let me help you wash it. I gave him a wash, and his golden retriever got wet, collapsing like a little chick, which made me laugh so hard. Hey, your hair looks like this after a wash. Yeah, didn't you see it before? Who remembers that when we were so little? I used the I had prepared long ago to brush it off. As we were washing, I still couldn't help but ask him, Naruto-kun, can you tell me what you think of Hanabi? I want to hear if he's enduring my willful and familiar sister because of my sister's influence. As a result, without thinking, he said, You're overthinking it. Didn't we watch the fireworks together and see her grow up? In my heart, she is my real sister. Seeing little Huahua grow up so big and healthy makes me very happy. What a fool. I told you when I heard that sentence. My nose felt a bit sour, as if the softest part of my heart had been poked. I slowly leaned against his back. This position should have been for my sister, but it shouldn't be a problem to borrow it occasionally, right? As a result, this warm atmosphere was completely ruined by his words. He suddenly said, Hinata, I didn't expect your chest to be so big. It actually feels quite uncomfortable against my back. Ah ha ha. At that moment, my transformation technique was so angry that it automatically, my face went from red to purple, and from purple to black. I picked up the wooden basin next to me and smashed it on his head with all my strength. Die. Then I ran out of the hot spring without looking back. When Naruto returned to the room, holding his head, I was lying next to my sister reading comics. I told him, my sister is dizzy from the hot spring. He suddenly realized, thinking that the strange Hinata in the hot spring was a product of her being dizzy. He walked over to my sister, squeezed the back of her hand, and used their little secret signal to wake her up. My sister woke up still a bit dazed, and heard Naruto say that she clearly fainted but still helped me wash my hair. She actually believed him so naively. After that, the three of us played a game of drawing cards, and seeing the silly smiles on Naruto's and my sister's faces, I suddenly understood. I worked so hard, not to catch up with anyone, but simply to protect their smiles. The next morning, Naruto was rubbing his shoulders, complaining that his arms were sore, saying he dreamt that he was pressed down by two toads, winter, all night. When we checked out, the owner handed us a photo, smiling and saying, "Here, S this as a keepsake for you." I looked down with my sister, and my face turned red instantly. In the photo, Naruto is sleeping in the middle, while the two of us are on either side, using his arms as pillows, sleeping very soundly. When we got home, my dad scanned us from head to toe with a roll of his eyes, confirming we were fine, and without saying anything, he just let out a soft hum at Naruto and walked away with his hands behind his back. It was hilarious. This old man is definitely a living fossil of tsundere. As soon as I finished complaining about my dad, the next day, Shikamaru came storming in, his face as black as a pot bottom, pointing at Naruto's nose and starting to yell, "Naruto, you idiot. What the heck are you doing?" Let me tell you, Shikamaru is all about energy conservation. He would rather lie down than sit up. For Naruto's sake, his CPU is almost burning out. And guess what? Naruto, with a face full of confusion, completely forgot about the Chunin exams. Shikamaru held his forehead, feeling his blood pressure rise, and turned to Hinata. "Hinata, you're around him too. How could you forget?" Hinata's face turned red, and with her fingers nervously fidgeting, she mumbled like a mosquito, because being next to Naruto-kun makes me too happy. Wow, I realized right then that these two are simply a perfect pair of scatterbrains. Even AI can't figure out their thought process. Shikamaru was completely exasperated, sighed, and said the written test was over. Absent means elimination. Let's wait for next time. Just as he was saying this, Neji arrived. Let me tell you, after a few years, Neji has completely transformed. He is taller, more composed, and has become a J-nin who can stand on his own. Naruto's little disappointment vanished instantly as he shouted and rushed to give Neji a bear hug. Shikamaru, feeling our place was too small, said he had already booked a place and took our big group to Dingy's favorite barbecue restaurant. Wow. As soon as we pushed the door open, we saw familiar faces everywhere. Dingy, Ino, Lee, Tintin, Kiba all were there. Naruto greeted everyone. But when he saw a person wrapped up like a zongzi, he froze. Who was his classmate? The person next to him instantly radiated resentment. And a buzzing voice said, "Naruto, forgetting someone's face is very rude." That sarcastic tone could only belong to Shino. Naruto pointed at him and complained, "Who can recognize you in that getup?" Kiba didn't care about that. He threw his arm around Naruto's neck and said he had been waiting to fight him. I glanced at Akamaru lying on the ground. My goodness. The little pup had grown into a small calf. Time really is dog food. Ino teased Naruto, saying as soon as he returned, he dove into our Hyuga family, ignoring all the single dogs. Naruto chuckled, waved his hand. "Today I'll treat everyone. Eat whatever you want." The crowd cheered, especially Dingy, who single-handedly devoured 2/3 of the meat on the table. I secretly glanced at Naruto. He was smiling broadly, but his eyes revealed a hint of sadness about his wallet being emptied. Halfway through the meal, Naruto suddenly pointed to a dark-haired guy on his left and asked, "By the way, who is this? Your friend?" The guy, pale-skinned and wearing a crop top, had been quietly serving Naruto food. Ino was also taken aback. "Isn't he your friend? I saw him taking care of you." The guy put down his chopsticks, smiling innocently. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm the new teammate of Team 7. You can call me Sai." Huh? Naruto hadn't reacted yet when, with a loud smack, a fist came crashing down from above, pushing his head right into the barbecue plate. Let me tell you, that strength and accuracy could only belong to Sakura. Naruto lifted his head, covered in sauce, calmly said, "Sakura, this sudden attack really hurts." Sakura completely ignored him, grabbing his collar and dragging him out like a dead dog, while also calling for Sai. "You come with me too." Poor Shikamaru. Just about to remind Naruto that he hadn't settled the bill, Ino patted his shoulder and left with the satisfied crowd. In the barbecue restaurant, only Shikamaru remained, staring at the bill and howling to the sky. Naruto, I will catch you with my shadow imitation jutsu and make you pay. Sakura dragged Naruto all the way outside, her anger still boiling. How can you still ask me why I'm mad? What intel did Scorpion give us? 10 days later, in the grass village, at the Tianzi Bridge. You remember, right? Sakura was about to explode with anger. It took us 2 days to return from the mission. You went missing for 4 days, then wasted another day after coming back, and it takes 2 days from Konoha to the grass village. You do the math. How many days do we have left? I haven't slept well because of the stress, and you're here happily having a team-building event? Naruto opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He then remembered that for him, Orochimaru was both a mentor and a friend, but for Sakura, he was the one responsible for taking Sasuke away. The two had completely different perspectives. Sakura issued the final ultimatum. This is your last meal in Konoha. Now, immediately, let us go. When we reached the entrance of Konoha, Kakashi-sensei was already waiting there with Ika Paradise. Naruto finally seized the opportunity to ask, Kakashi-sensei, what is up with this guy? Kakashi-sensei lazily explained that Sai had joined Team 7 as a replacement for Sasuke and was from Naruto. Naruto accepted it quickly and even asked if they should do a classic bell-stealing exercise. At this moment, Sai spoke up, wearing that template-like fake smile. Just as the rumors said, he is a handsome, charming, and wise person. Naruto, I tell you, as soon as these words came out, Kakashi-sensei and Sakura perked up their ears. They had been tortured by Sai's sarcasm for several days. As for Naruto, he had never heard such a straightforward compliment in his life, and he was so moved that he scratched his head shyly and said, It's not as good as you say. Sai, seeing that he didn't understand, repeated, I mean, you are really smart and can fully understand the meaning behind my words. This time, Naruto was deeply touched, tears welling up his eyes as he held Sai's hand and said, Sai, you're such a good person. I thought it would be hard to get along with a new teammate. Sai, feeling the warmth in his hand and looking at Naruto's sunny smile, didn't even realize that his long-standing fake smile actually had a hint of genuine warmth. Kakashi-sensei, holding back laughter, said, See, I told you Naruto could handle him. Sakura also had a silly expression, as if to say that foolish people have their own blessings. Who understands the family dynamics? This was magic defeating magic. Naruto's innocence naturally countered all the sarcasm. 2 days later, we arrived at the land of grass, and the Tenchi Bridge was right in front of us. Everyone was resting by a small stream, and Sakura looked visibly troubled. Naruto held a can of drink to her face and smiled, asking her what was wrong. Sakura took the drink and finally expressed her inner worries. She was afraid that Naruto no longer wanted to bring Sasuke back, afraid that he was already tired of it. I tell you, the look in Sakura's eyes was really heartbreaking. Naruto shook his head, his expression becoming serious. Sakura, of course. I want to see Sasuke. That has never changed. But you saw it. He left voluntarily. If we forcibly bring him back and lock him in a cage, would that really make him happy? Naruto said he had asked his sister, who told him to wait until Sasuke's revenge was over and then persuade him as a friend, instead of interrupting him when his hatred was at its deepest. Trust Sasuke. He is the genius of our Team 7. Naruto held Sakura's hand, trying to comfort her. Sakura was so moved that she suddenly tossed Naruto into the stream, blushing as she called him an idiot to cover her true feelings. And all of this was overheard by Sai, hiding behind a tree, for the first time feeling curious about the rogue ninja named Uchiha Sasuke. Soon, the operation began. On the Tenchi Bridge, Kakashi-sensei had transformed into the puppet of Scorpion, Fei-Lyohu, and was there straining his voice to mimic Scorpion, making a sound like rubbing a door panel. Before long, a figure in a trench coat appeared, and as it approached, it became clear that it was Kabuto. At that moment, I felt something was off. The plot was getting a bit wild. Kakashi-sensei was pretending to exchange signals with Orochimaru, wanting information. Just as Orochimaru was about to speak, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped the entire area, and Orochimaru appeared silently behind him like a ghost. They were having a great chat. Why not bring me along? Goodness, I exclaimed in surprise. The next second, Orochimaru swiftly attacked Kakashi with a chakra scalpel. It turned out they were in cahoots. Kakashi-sensei instantly dispelled his transformation and dodged, and the three of us jumped out from the bushes. Orochimaru licked his lips and said in a tone that was both sorrowful and joyful, Sasuke, he's dead. There was a little accident during the experiment. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Sakura's first reaction wasn't sadness, but fear as she turned to look at Naruto. It was too late. Stimulated, Naruto's body erupted with 3 red tails. And in a flash, he charged out, roaring as he tackled Orochimaru, and both of them fell into the lake beneath the bridge. Kabuto blocked Kakashi-sensei and the others who wanted to go help, and a fight broke out on the bridge. But let me tell you, beneath the bridge was another scene altogether. After Naruto and Orochimaru fell into the water, they swam together into an underwater cave. As soon as they surfaced, Naruto wiped his face and said, "Ah, long time no see, Uncle Snake. I directly experienced a pupil earthquake. It was all an act." Just now Orochimaru's smile, with the corners of his mouth tilted to the right, was their secret signal, meaning I was lying. Naruto instantly understood and cooperated with him to put on this explosive performance. Naruto even thoughtfully used Nine-Tails chakra to dry Orochimaru's clothes. Orochimaru said he had known for a long time that Scorpion would lead them here. Everything was part of his plan. Then he pointed to a large iron door at the end of the cave, marked with a seal, and said, "1 minute. Prove that you are stronger than 3 years ago, and I'll let you in." Naruto didn't waste words, walked over to Orochimaru, and placed his palm on his hair. A few seconds later, he had 2 or 3 strands of white hair in his hand, muttering, "I told you not to stay up late doing research. You need to eat well." Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Naruto had precisely cut the hair with wind chakra, showing good control. Orochimaru lifted the seal and pushed open the door, revealing dozens of coffins of various sizes inside. The first 2 were already open, and lying there were Minato and Kushina. Naruto was frozen in place. Orochimaru said he acknowledged Naruto's ability to manipulate the Edo Tensei, allowing him to pick a coffin to practice with, so as not to damage his parents' bodies. Naruto casually chose a coffin with the number 3 on it and opened it, revealing a brown-haired girl about his age inside. Orochimaru said this was the previous 3 Tails Jinchuriki. Yamanaka Rin. Naruto formed hand seals according to his memory, activating Edo Tensei. Rin opened her eyes, looking confused, and when she saw Naruto reaching out, she instinctively mistook him for Kakashi and immediately countered with a big slap, sending Naruto flying. I laughed so hard at that moment. Naruto is indeed unique as the first person ever to be beaten by his own summoned spirit. Orochimaru directly shoved the information into Rin's mind, and only then did she realize that she had been dead for over a decade, and the person before her was teacher Minato's son. After finishing the practice, Naruto couldn't wait to form the seal again in front of his parents' coffins. Soon, Minato and Kushina slowly opened their eyes and walked out of the coffins. "Dad! Mom!" Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he cried and rushed over, wanting to feel his mother's embrace. At that moment, I thought, now it should be a scene of a kind father and filial son, and a deep bond between mother and son, right? But unexpectedly, Kushina looked at this suddenly embraced stranger and didn't even hear what he was shouting. Without hesitation, she threw a heavy punch while shouting, "What are you trying to do suddenly hugging a married woman, Debane?" With a bang, Naruto, our poor little prince, was directly sent flying by his own mother's punch. Naruto rolled on the ground several times after being hit, completely dazed, with tears in his eyes, looking pitifully at his dad. Minato, however, was gentle and immediately recognized that this was his son, showing him a sunny smile. This smile instantly healed Naruto's broken heart. But then Kushina saw this and got even angrier, grabbing Minato's ear. "Ah, when did you have such a big son? Tell me, who did you have him with, Debane?" Minato winced in pain and quickly explained, "Kushina, this is Naruto, your son." Only then did Kushina freeze, slowly regaining her memories from her past life. Just then, Naruto's consciousness was pulled into the ceiling space by the Nine Tails. Inside, Minato's chakra clone told him to go and fist bump with the original outside, so he could transfer all those years of memories like copying data on a USB drive. Before leaving, Minato's clone also bowed solemnly to the Nine Tails. "Nine Tails, thank you for taking care of me all these years." The Nine Tails, still looking proud, turned its face away. "If you're going, then go quickly. I prefer to live in peace by myself." Let me tell you, the way the Nine Tails acts is really contradictory. It talks about being peaceful, but its tail is wagging so much it's almost like a propeller. But I still want to give up. Before I left, I asked it what its name was, and this guy told me to ask another version of myself. Great, as if I hadn't asked at all. I suddenly came back to reality. As soon as I opened my eyes, my dad was still standing there. On impulse, I said, "Dad, let's fist bump." Then, as soon as our fists met, I transferred all the memories of my shadow clone from the past 11 years to him in an instant. My dad's CPU seemed to overheat on the spot, and he just sat down on the ground. Family, who understands? The amount of information from 11 years is no joke. It completely crashed him. My mom, Kushina, was still in shock when she saw my dad suddenly collapse and quickly asked if he was okay. My dad was there with his eyes closed, reading the reboot message. Finally, my mom reacted and started looking me up and down, her expression so complicated, probably wondering if such a handsome young man really came from her. At that moment, Rin timidly approached, as today, events had completely overturned her worldview. When my mom saw Rin, she suddenly hugged her and cried, saying she was sorry for not being able to save her. Let me tell you, I was standing by and feeling sour about it. That should have been my moment. After about 10 minutes, my dad finally finished digesting the immense memories, opened his eyes to look at me, and in his gaze there was anger, reluctance, but more so relief and joy. In the end, all his words turned into one sentence. Naruto, you've worked hard. Tears streamed down my face, and I quickly wiped them away, saying I would do anything for my parents. Just standing there as a family of 3, talking like this, I could really wake up laughing from a dream. By the time my dad finally managed to explain to my mom in a few words how I used forbidden techniques to bring them back, it had already been 15 years. After hearing this, my mom's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, pointing at me with a look that said, "My son is a genius?" As soon as I saw the atmosphere was like this, I thought, maybe this time I can finally hug my mom. I tentatively called out Mom and opened my arms. Guess what happened next? Bam! Another punch. I was directly knocked out, doing a 720-degree spin in the air. I was completely stunned at that moment, thinking why. My mom grabbed my collar and shook me vigorously. Didn't I tell you to behave and not to be a delinquent? How dare you learn forbidden techniques? Are you ignoring what I said? I'm about to cry. When did you say that? When you were born? Goodness, isn't this just a pure and far-ahead prediction? Where am I supposed to reason about this? The family drama just ended. My dad's expression darkened, and he suddenly became serious, saying to me, "Naruto, the chat ends here. Let's release the Edo Tensei." At that moment, my heart skipped a beat, Dad. What did you say? My dad explained to me that we are, after all, the dead, and this technique is a desecration of the spirits, so he doesn't want me to bear too much sin. He also said that those old folks from the Leaf Village would definitely make a big deal out of this. And I might end up being locked in a small dark room. I couldn't stop my tears as I listened. We just met, and now you have to leave. My dad saw that I was about to cry, so he hugged me and my mom tightly and said he was already very satisfied to see me again. My mom also held me tightly without saying anything. I held it in for half a day and cried out, "But Dad, I don't know how to turn it off. That guy Orochimaru only taught me how to turn it on, but didn't teach me how to turn it off." The entire place fell silent in an instant. My dad's expression changed from tragic to astonished, and then to a mix of laughter and tears, faster than a Sichuan opera face change. In the end, he sighed and held his forehead. "Really, you are indeed a foolish son. There's nothing we can do about it, so let's stay here and accompany you for now." Then he gave what sounded like an order, saying that we were now dead and absolutely could not contact any living person other than me. Not even Lin could meet Kakashi. I suddenly remembered that so much time had passed, and I wondered how Kakashi-sensei and the others were doing. I quickly urged my parents and Rin to return to the coffin first. Although they had expressions that suggested it was strange for them to lie down in it, they still complied. I closed the coffin lid, formed hand seals, and the 3 coffins sank into the ground, making them easy to carry. Just as I finished this, the wall beside me collapsed with a loud rumble, revealing a passage. Uncle Snake was quite considerate. On the other side, in Orochimaru's secret base, Kakashi-sensei was using a kunai to hold Diyu hostage by the neck. Diyu, that brat, was quite talkative, saying he didn't expect Kakashi, who isn't from the Uchiha clan, to be able to open the Manjiki Sharingan and wanted to dissect him to take a look. Just as they were having this friendly exchange, there was a loud explosion, and the wall beside them blew up. I'll tell you, it was me who did it. I used the spiraling sphere to clear the way, and coincidentally, the bricks that flew out hit Kakashi-sensei. He got distracted for a moment, and that kid, like an eel, managed to dislocate his own shoulder and instantly disappeared. Sakura got so angry that she came up and gave me a heartfelt punch, scolding me for letting the hard-earned captive escape. I begged for mercy, as I had taken too many hits today. Kakashi-sensei didn't blame me, saying that using the Manjiki Sharingan, too much wouldn't last long. But at that moment, he suddenly realized, oh no, Sai is missing. At this time, the solo Sai had already gone to carry out Danzo's secret mission. He used the Super Beast imitation technique to send out a bunch of ink mice. as if he had activated the full map hack, and quickly found Sasuke's room. He pushed the door open and saw Sasuke lying sideways on the bed. Sai wasn't polite at all. He directly drew a few ink snakes and attacked. Sasuke slowly sat up, completely ignoring the snakes. Looking like he had just woken up and was annoyed, coldly asking, "Who?" Sai, being a tough guy, wore a business-like fake smile and started to say the most provocative things, first introducing himself, then probing into the relationship between me and Sasuke. Sasuke was extremely irritated by his fake smile and tone, directly warning him to get lost in 1 minute. But Sai continued to output, "I find it hard to understand the bond between you two. Even I, as an outsider, can see it. Since the bond is so deep, why did you leave Naruto?" He even mentioned Itachi. "Don't mention that man's name in front of me." Sasuke was instantly triggered and slashed at Sai's neck. But it was just an ink clone. Sai's real body appeared on the other side, continuing to unleash his moves, recapping the conversation between me and Sakura, even saying that he saw scars on me and guessed they were left by Sasuke. Finally, he drew his knife and said, "My mission is to assassinate you. But if you refuse to go back, I will cut off this bond that causes him pain in place of Naruto. That idiot really knows how to cause me trouble." Sasuke muttered, and then a huge fireball rapidly enlarged in Sai's eyes. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire base's roof was blown off. Of course, we heard the explosion and rushed over immediately. As soon as we left the base, we saw Sai and Sasuke fighting. Sasuke's long sword crackled with the lightning of Chidori, and with one slash, he shattered Sai's short sword, looking ready to stab him right through. I couldn't just stand there and watch. Rasengan shot up. With a clang, our techniques collided. The power of the Rasengan knocked the grass-cutting sword out of his hand. Then, family member's high energy is coming. Sasuke said nothing, walked up to me, kneed me in the stomach, then punched my chin up and finally pinned me firmly against the wall. I was feeling extremely wronged at that moment. Why? He just coldly said, "Shut up, you loser." Sakura was supporting Kakashi-sensei and happened to see this scene. She was so angry that she directly tossed Kakashi aside and rushed over to grab Sasuke's fist, questioning him. Sasuke just glanced at her, broke free, and walked over to pick up the sword from the ground. Sakura was furious, but I held her back and said that I was the one who made him angry. I looked at Sasuke and suddenly said, "Sasuke, you've become more handsome." A hint of a smile flashed in his Sharingan. But Sakura next to us was about to explode with anger and directly grabbed my neck. "Why are you stealing my lines?" I gave my spot to Sakura, but she stubbornly said there was nothing good to say to someone who hurts their teammates. Sasuke ignored her and instead walked up to me, placing a hand on my shoulder and quietly asking if I had been looking for him all these past 2 years. I said yes, but unfortunately, I had bad luck. He replied, "Stop lying. I only see you working hard to make movies." Did he also see that Black History? I hurriedly explained that I was deceived. Just when I was flustered, he took advantage of my distraction and entered my mental world with his Sharingan. The Nine-Tail saw it was another Uchiha and immediately got angry, its tail standing up, roaring that it would swallow the Uchiha whole. But Sasuke, being fearless, walked right up to the Nine-Tail's face, pressed his hand on its nose, and looked at it mockingly. "Your Jinchuriki likes me, so you can't make a move, right? Wow, let me tell you, that scene was something else." The Nine-Tails was completely restrained, huffing in anger, and in the end, had to concede, even warning Sasuke not to hurt me again. When Sasuke came out of my mind, I asked him if he still wouldn't return to Konoha with me. He retorted, asking if I still wanted to use force. I shook my head and said seriously, "I've changed my mind. I want to replace your best friend and become your best friend. By then, you won't reject me, right?" Sasuke finally smiled and said I was really boring. I looked at him for the last time. "Sasuke, promise me, don't die before I do. Let's meet again after my revenge is complete, you slacker." After Sasuke said that, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. As soon as he was gone, wow, Kakashi-sensei and Sakura went emo. One was squatting on the ground, drawing circles, not saying a word to me. The other was regretting, wishing they hadn't thrown a tantrum. Sai, standing nearby, looked confused and said that Sasuke didn't even have to make a move to make 2 members of our team lose their fighting spirit, which was impressive. After the mission report, I went straight to Granny Tsunade to ask for money to buy a house. I said I wanted to stay for 4 people, and Jiraiya next to me immediately revealed that kind of sly smile that said he understood me. He told Tsunade to not worry about it, and then took me away. He handed me a key, saying it was a house left by my parents. The house was built in a small grove, looking as if it was supported in the air by the trees, which was really cool. I used Shadow Clone Jutsu to clean up the house that had accumulated 15 years of dust, and then I brought my parents and Rin out. My mom, Kushina, complained as soon as she appeared that the coffin was too cramped, and then she professionally set up ceiling barriers around the house, focusing on soundproofing and preventing spying. To our surprise, our family really could return to our home. My dad smiled and ruffled my hair, telling me that he was also his master, and we were fellow disciples. I was shocked. I never knew that the lecherous sage had never mentioned it. The next day, my dad took me to the back mountain, saying he would teach me the third phase of Flying Thunder God. He placed his hand on my shoulder, and, with a hum, the scenery in front of me switched wildly. In just 1 second, he took me to jump 5 times across Konoha. Even the guards only saw a fleeting shadow. He stopped and smiled, asking me, "Question, how many times did we move just now?" I guess cluelessly, 3 or 4 times? The answer is 5 times. This is the third stage of Flying Thunder God, which can transfer objects that are in contact with its own chakra. I was so amazed that my eyes widened. I want to learn. You don't know until you learn, and once you do, it's shocking. Let me tell you, my dad's thinking is truly unique. He said that forming seals takes too long, so just create a shadow clone to do it for me, while my main body connects to the chakra network. Wow, isn't this the legendary CPU external device? I got really excited right away, immediately created a clone, placed my hand on his shoulder, and it was done. I quickly formed hand seals with my shadow clone and shouted, "Flying Thunder God technique." In a flash, we both flew out, but my family, who understands, was left with a complete set of my clothes right there. Just a whole set. A few seconds later, I flew back, completely naked, and let me tell you, that scene was so awkward I could have used my toes to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. I silently put on my clothes and squatted in the corner, feeling down. My dad came over and patted my shoulder, saying that every newcomer goes through this. I thought to myself, give me a break. You definitely didn't perform the golden cicada, shedding its shell technique back in your day. After practicing all afternoon, it was dark, and my dad said, "Naruto, let's go home." Just those 2 words, "go home," left me stunned. You know, that sudden realization that there are really people waiting for me to come home for dinner. It felt both happy and scary, afraid it was just a dream. My dad directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring both of us back home. As soon as we entered the door, we saw my mom and Lin Jie happily cooking in the kitchen. That scene warmed my heart. I got a little carried away and quietly walked over, wrapping my arms around my mom's waist from behind, trying to act cute like in a TV show. What happened? The gentle response I expected didn't come. Instead, my mom turned around and punched me on the head, shouting, "What are you doing, Debane?" Then she turned her anger towards my dad, saying he wasn't supposed to use the Flying Thunder God to come home, and he got a beating too. So we both ended up lying side by side on the floor, my dad with a bump on his head, telling me, "I forgot to tell you, your mom hates it when people sneak up on her from behind." I thought to myself, "Dad, you should have said that earlier." Lin Jie quickly came over to treat me, and looking at her gentle face, I said she was just like Sakura, a medical ninja. But then Lin Jie got emo, saying she felt useless for not being able to save her best partner. I saw this wouldn't he do, so I quickly shared all of Kakashi-sensei's embarrassing stories, saying he was always late with all sorts of excuses, like helping old ladies cross the street or rescuing kittens from trees. Lin Jie laughed, and said those excuses were clearly used by Obito. Then I quoted Kakashi's famous line, "Those who don't cherish their companions are the worst trash." I tell you, my dad and Lin Jie exchanged a glance, and that look said it all. They both knew that Kakashi was using his whole life to commemorate that brother named Obito. Just then, my mom finished cooking, but when she served it on the table, there was only one portion mine. My mom waved her hand nonchalantly, saying, "We're all dead. Why eat?" My heart sank a bit, but I still picked up my chopsticks. It was the first time I tasted my mom's cooking. But as I ate, I couldn't hold back my tears. My mom was startled and asked if it didn't taste good. I said no, I was just scared that this life with a dad, a mom, and a sister would disappear overnight, and I'd wake up back in that empty house all alone. I tell you, my mom's heart ached for me. She pulled me in her arms and squeezed my face, saying, "Silly, just keep looking at Mom. I'm right here." In her embrace, inhaling the non-existent aroma of food, I fell asleep just like that. The next day, still reminiscing about that warm hug, my mom kicked open my bedroom door, brandishing a spatula, and dragged me out of bed, yelling for me to hurry up and train. Looking at her furious expression and the fresh bump on my head, I couldn't help but smile. Yep, this wasn't a dream. 2 months passed like this, and I had made some progress with the Flying Thunder God technique. One day, Sakura and Sai came to visit me. Sakura was particularly curious and insisted on experiencing spatial movement. Since I needed a partner practice, I let her join. I created a shadow clone with one hand and held on to Sakura with the other, activating the technique. Sakura was so excited, but when she opened her eyes, She realized the scenery hadn't changed at all, so I was still staring at her, giving her a thumbs up and saying, "Sakura, you really are a broad-minded girl." Sakura looked down and exclaimed, "What the heck? My red jacket is gone." All that was left was her pink underwear fluttering in the wind. The next second, her scream echoed throughout the back mountain of Konoha. By the time I returned with the pieces of her clothing, Sai was already lying on the ground, unresponsive. And in front of me, a fist was gradually getting bigger. When I woke up, it was dark outside. My life was chaotic yet blissful. But on the other side, the Hyuga family wasn't so calm. Hinata recently noticed that I hadn't been visiting her, and that I had moved into a new house without letting her in. She immediately imagined a dramatic scenario. She told her sister Hanabi, "I think Naruto-kun might have a hidden girlfriend." Hanabi nearly choked on her pudding, saying, "Sister, wake up. Who would want it besides you?" But Hinata was genuinely worried, saying I had been asking her what clothes girls like and what books they read. Hanabi also sensed something was off, and the two decided to disguise themselves and follow me. They watched as I transformed into a female version of Naruto, and entered a women's clothing store, coming out with 2 large bags. Then they went to a bookstore to buy a bunch of gossip magazines. Finally, I returned home with my stuff, stayed for less than 3 minutes, looked around cautiously, and then vanished with a flying thunder god technique. Hanabi immediately concluded, "If no one is home, I'll take his head off." The two snuck into my house. Hinata took one look around, and the cleanliness of the room chilled her. There was definitely a woman here. There's no way I could keep the room this tidy. Hanabi was more straightforward. She activated her Byakugan and discovered someone hiding under the floor. Without a second thought, she struck down with a gentle fist. The floor exploded, and 2 figures jumped out from the dust. Then, silver chains wrapped tightly around Hinata and Hanabi. As the dust settled, my mom stood there with her hands on her hips, looking furious. "You 2 brats, what are you doing in someone else's house, Tabane? You're dead." Hanabi was stunned, struggling desperately. But the more she struggled, the tighter the chains became. Lin Jie tried to persuade my mom, but she ignored her, saying it was the ninja world's rules. Leaking secrets meant you had to be silenced, and she couldn't let them involve me. Upon hearing this, Hanabi realized it was both of them. Then she saw my mom's red hair and exploded. "That bastard Naruto!" When my mom heard this, she got even angrier, pinching Hanabi's cheek and saying, "You little brat, you have quite the guts to break into my house and insult our Naruto." Hinata was completely dumbfounded. Hearing my mom introduce herself, "I am Kushina Uzumaki." Her mind went blank, thinking it was over. Uzumaki, that means she married Naruto and took his last name. Hanabi was even more furious, yelling into the air, "Naruto, you bastard. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Just then, I walked in through the door, looking at the chaos, with Hinata and Hanabi tied up like Zongzi, and I was completely bewildered. I didn't do anything that extreme, did I? As soon as Hanabi saw me, she cursed even louder, and my mom, annoyed by the noise, directly used a chain to block her mouth. I quickly ran over. "Mom, what are you doing?" When Hinata heard me call her mom, she was petrified, staring blankly and asking, "Naruto-kun, what did you call her?" I realized what was happening and quickly introduced, "Ah, this is my mom, and this is Sister Rin." After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Hanabi was still puffed up with anger, hiding behind me and making faces at my mom. I hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Mom, stop it. We're going to be family sooner or later." But my mom suddenly jumped up, grabbing my ear and yelling, "Who said we're family? When did I agree to that?" She said I had to find a girlfriend as excellent as her, and I had to have her approval first. This scared Hinata so much that her face turned pale. But this time I didn't back down. I held Hinata's hand and seriously told my mom, "Even if you don't agree, I won't listen to you. I'm determined to marry Hinata." Hinata also gathered her courage and shouted, "That's right. We have kissed." Wow. When my mom heard this, she punched me in the sofa way, yelling, "You dare to date early? Did you take any precautions?" Just as this chaos was happening, my dad came back. He was particularly gentle, patting Hinata's head and saying, "I trust you to take care of Naruto." My mom immediately became unhappy, pulling me into her arms and declaring her ownership to Hinata. "Listen up, Naruto is mine. You think you can take him from me? You're 100 years too early." Hinata also defiantly glared back, "I will definitely work hard to take Naruto-kun away." And so, my first meeting with the mothers-in-law ended in a flash of lightning and thunder. Switching scenes, let's talk about what is happening in the Land of Snow. It was truly tragic. The courtyard of the daimyo's mansion was stained red with blood on the snow. Hidden from the Akatsuki, that madman who believes in the evil god, was wildly harvesting lives with his 3-bladed scythe. To protect Fuka and Koyuki, White was seriously injured by his curse, with a large gash on his waist, blood pouring out uncontrollably. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Koyuki made a bold decision, charging in front of Haiden, pulling out a kunai and pointing it at her own heart, saying, "I know your target is me. If you dare to touch White again, I will commit suicide right in front of you. You won't have any fun." Haiden was taken aback, then immediately enraged, yelling, This is the greatest insult to Lord Evil God, despicable scum. I tell you, this move is simply a trump card." And that guy, Fade One, immediately broke down. He pointed at Xiao Xue's nose and cursed, so angry he was jumping up and down. Think about it. The evil god he believes and enjoys the pain of the sacrifices. If the target kills themselves, how is he supposed to calculate his KPI? His performance would go straight to 0. Xiao Xue is also tough to save by. She drove the kunai deeper into her own chest, and blood immediately soaked her clothes red. Fade One saw this and realized he had met a tough opponent. In the end, he had no choice but to reluctantly spit out Bai's blood, and the strange red circle on the ground disappeared as well. Once Bai's curse was lifted, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Fade One was not having it. The ritual was interrupted, and his mood plummeted. He had originally wanted to play around a bit, but now he stopped pretending and sneered. "All right, I fulfilled your request. Now please go die." With that, his three-bladed scythe sliced through the air, heading straight for Xiao Xue's head. I tell you, at that moment, time seemed to slow down. The scythe was almost touching her face, and Xiao Xue thought to herself, "Naruto, you big liar. You promised to protect me, but I can't even see your shadow. You probably forgot all about me in some corner." And guess what? That scythe seemed to hit a pause button, buzzing to a stop less than a centimeter from her neck. Xiao Xue felt a tightness around her waist, and she was suddenly pulled into someone's embrace. A voice that was both strange and familiar rang in her ears. I said, "Princess Xiao Xue, why are you still the same? So fond of giving up?" Xiao Xue looked up, and lo and behold, a face with 6 whiskers. Who else could it be but that Naruto kid? I could hardly believe my eyes. Naruto had his left arm around her, and his right foot was raised, pressing down hard on the handle of Fade One's scythe, managing to block it. Fade One was also stunned. Where did this kid come from? He quickly retracted his scythe and stepped back several times, his face full of vigilance. Just as Naruto was about to show off, Xiao Xue exploded with anger, freeing herself from Naruto's arm, jumping up to punch his chest while scolding. "Naruto, you jerk, idiot, big fool. Why did you only come now? Didn't I tell you not to come? What are you doing here?" Naruto was taken aback. Hey, that hurts. I saved you. Why are you hitting me? You still dare to say that? Didn't the contact frog tell you that the land of snow is in danger? It's because of that I felt something was off. Naruto was also anxious. For the past few years, you kept urging me to come see you, and suddenly, you changed your mind and told me not to come, saying you didn't want to see me. Isn't that a typical case of the baby is suffering but not saying anything? If I really hadn't come, your head would be rolling on the ground now. Hearing him say that, all of Xiao Xue's grievances burst forth like a dam breaking, and she started kicking and hitting, hugging Naruto's arm and crying loudly, "Oh, I'm so scared. He's going to kill me. Bai is almost dead, trying to save me." At this moment, Bai, who was almost frozen nearby, weakly raised her hand. Ahem, I think I can still be saved. Only then did Naruto notice Bai lying in a pool of blood and rushed over to prepare for treatment. Seeing this, Fade One thought it was a good opportunity. "You dare to turn your back to me?" He immediately swung his scythe from behind. Over there, Naruto didn't even turn around. His voice cold as ice. "I'm too busy to deal with you right now. Can you wait a moment?" As soon as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, crimson chakra burst forth for Naruto, extending 4 chakra arms that bound Fade One tightly. He turned around and shot a cold glance at Fade One, those red eyes like a fox demon, silencing Fade One's curses. Then green light erupted from his hands, and in just a few moves, he healed Bai's wound at her waist. "Sister Bai, you've lost too much blood. Don't move around for now." Naruto helped Bai into Xiao Xue's arms, then turned back to deal with Fade One. Bai quickly informed him about Fade One's abilities. "Naruto, he's immortal. Don't let him get your blood." Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression grew serious. Can't get hurt, can't bleed. And the opponent is an immortal madman. This battle is not easy to fight. Just then, Fade One finally broke free from the chakra arms and charged at Naruto, roaring, "Little brat, I've decided to chop you into pieces to offer to the evil god." Naruto dodged the scythe while asking, "Another Akatsuki member? What are you doing here?" "I'll tell you anyway," Fade One said while slashing. "We're looking for Jinchuriki everywhere. That guy Kaku thinks earning money is slow, so he wants to make some extra cash. I heard you shot a movie here, and coincidentally, someone is offering 10 million Ryo for this little girl's head. So we came by. Upon hearing the words looking for Jinchuriki, Naruto's heart sank, and he kicked Fade One's side away, pressing for details. How many have you captured? What happened to them? They died when we extracted the tailed beasts. What else? Dead. Yeah. Let me think. Fade One grinned. I think it was the 5 tails, 7 tails, and 2 tails. Fu. Sister Yamuki is dead? Naruto froze in place, his mind blank. Seeing him lost in thought, Fade One saw a golden opportunity. Swinging his scythe at Naruto's neck. Boom! A loud noise. Just as the scythe was about to touch Naruto's neck, a surge of crimson chakra erupted from him, enveloping him entirely. The ground shattered, and snowflakes flew everywhere. When Fade One's scythe struck, it didn't even scratch the surface, let alone draw blood. As the snow and mist cleared, standing there was a small 9 tails with 4 tails. Fade One's eyes widened at this form. What the hell? Blonde hair, blue eyes, whiskers on the face. Oh my, it's the 9 tails. I didn't expect to run into you while making some extra cash. How interesting. Let us go with us. The response to him was a thunderous beast roar. Naruto's massive chakra arm expanded dozens of times in the air and slapped Fade One into the ground like swatting a fly. The shockwave, plowed through the walls of the daimyo's mansion and sent dozens of houses flying. Fade One crawled out of the pit, his left arm gone, blood dripping down. Looking at the monster before him, his throat moved, and he managed to utter, "This guy is on a completely different level from the other tailed beasts." In the ceiling space, the 9 tails looked at Naruto's consciousness with a serious expression. "Hey kid, if you don't control your power, you're going to destroy everything outside." But Naruto's eyes were blood red, and his mind was filled with a single thought. It no longer matters. I want to kill him. I want to kill everyone in the Akatsuki. The 9 tails, seeing him consumed by hatred, shouted angrily. Calm down. Have you forgotten what Killer Bee taught you? This power is meant to protect people, not to destroy. But the Naruto outside could no longer hear him. The 4 tails whipped around like crazed vines, chasing Fade One everywhere. Whatever they touched vanished. Fade One didn't dare to fight anymore, choosing instead to cower and flee. He never imagined that his immortal body would one day be torn apart. Boom! The ground beneath Fade One suddenly cracked open, 2 red chakra hands gripping his feet tightly. He cursed inwardly, but it was too late. Another chakra arm turned into a blade, and with a swish, his head rolled off like a soccer ball. Ouch, that hurts! You dare chop my head off? I will definitely kill you. Even with just his head left, Fade One continued to curse. The irrational Naruto looked at the body in his hands, then at the head on the ground, seeming unable to process it. He simply turned to look for a new target, locking his eyes on Xiaoxue and by not far away. Naruto, you're Naruto, right? Xiaoxue mustered her courage to look at him, but those eyes were hollow, devoid of any emotion. Xiaoxue, don't go over. Bai Henti finished speaking when the small 9 tails grabbed both of them by the neck and lifted them into the air. Naruto, are you going to kill me? Xiaoxue looked at him, tears streaming down her face. My life was saved by you. I wanted to give it back to you. But the Naruto I know is a gentle, silly person. Why have you become like this? Just as she was about to suffocate, a gentle breeze blew by, coincidentally blowing one of her tears right into the small 9 tails eye. In the sealed space, it suddenly began to rain on Naruto's head. The cold raindrops splashed on him, bringing him a moment of clarity. He instinctively tasted the rainwater. It was salty, like the taste of tears. What am I doing? Naruto looked at the pained faces of Xiaoxue and Bai outside, and instantly became sober. The violent red chakra receded like a tide back into his body, and he transformed back into his original self. Naruto, are you okay? As soon as Xiaoxue regained her freedom, she tightly hugged him and started crying. I'm sorry. I almost hurt you. Looking at the bruises on their necks, Naruto felt a wave of guilt. Bai, seeing his sorrowful expression, wanted to touch his face, but he dodged away. Naruto said nothing, oriented himself, and rushed towards the distant white mist where the battle was still raging. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zabuza was also reaching his limit. That Kakuzu guy, covered in black threads, looked like a stitched monster, was single-handedly chasing him, and FK. This farce needed to end. Kakuzu observed the 2 who were running low on chakra, as 2 masked figures behind him simultaneously unleashed flames and lightning. The range too wide to dodge. Just at that critical moment, 2 chakra tails suddenly emerged from the ground, dragging both of them in and narrowly avoiding the attack. Naruto, I didn't expect you, this little brat, to save me. Zabuza, seeing Naruto had grown quite a bit, was not too surprised. It's you, you little brat. Why haven't you come to see my niece? FK was furious and grabbed Naruto by the collar. Is this the time to talk about that? Naruto shouted as Kakuzu's attack came again. Kakuzu's eyes lit up when he saw Naruto's chakra cloak, as if he had spotted a moving vault. A Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? With your bounty, this deal is too profitable. Naruto noticed the scratch on his forehead protector, the symbol of Takigakure. Fu, did you kill her? He could no longer control his emotions, forming a Rasengan in his hand and charging at Kakuzu, slamming it hard into his chest. However, Kakuzu took the hit, casually saying, "The word kill is too harsh. I just knocked her out. If you want to blame someone, blame the tailed beasts on you." After saying that, his arms suddenly elongated, punching Naruto away. No, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Naruto roared as he stood up, "We are not in the wrong. It's you guys who used the tailed beast for evil. Akatsu, I will take down all of you." He split off a shadow clone, and both formed a Rasengan. A piercing shriek echoed as a shuriken wrapped in a whirlwind formed. Seeing this, Kakuzu immediately became serious, countless black tendrils emerging from his body, transforming him into a giant monster. He was cautious, but thought Naruto wouldn't be able to throw it. As long as he kept his distance, he'd be fine. Let all end. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. What shocked Kakuzu was that Naruto had no intention of throwing it. He placed one hand on the shadow clone's shoulder, and in the next second, whoosh, he appeared before Kakuzu with the Rasengan pressed against his chest. Kakuzu's eyes widened as he struggled to look down, only to find an ugly series of tadpole symbols, flying Thunder God seal, had appeared on his chest. It turned out that the first Rasengan that missed was just a diversion. The scene was incredible. The powerful wind pressure churned Kakuzu's body as if he had been thrown into an industrial meat grinder, shattering all three masks behind him, and the black threads were turned to dust. Almost 20 meters of ground around him was shaved off. After the storm, only Kakuzu's body lay in the pit. You, little brat. Zabuza was speechless. The monster he and FK had struggled to fight against was taken down by Naruto in just 2 moves. But surprisingly, Kakuzu was still not dead, shakily standing up. Just as Zabuza was about to finish him off, Naruto stopped him. "He's already dead." Naruto shook his head. Kakuzu indeed did not attack again, but slowly walked toward the direction of the daimyo's castle. In the city, Xiao Shue was poking Haiden's head with a stick when she suddenly saw Kakuzu coming over. Kakuzu-chan, did you take care of them? That's great. Quickly help me sew my head back on." Haiden was overjoyed upon seeing his savior. Before he could finish, he saw Kakuzu collapse right in front of him. "Haiden, stay alive." Kakuzu used his last bit of strength to throw his right hand next to Haiden's head, the black threads writhing, wanting to help him one last time. "Are you kidding me, Kakuzu? Don't play dead. Don't you have 5 hearts? We're the immortal duo. What does it mean for you to die?" "Hey!" Haiden finally realized something was wrong, shouting frantically, but no one responded him anymore. Naruto watched this scene, feeling a mix of emotions, and punched the ground. Clearly having bonds like ordinary people, why destroy others' bonds? Damn it. In the end, Zabuza gathered firewood and piled the bodies of the immortal duo together, setting them ablaze until they turned to ashes. Naruto stared at the flames until they completely extinguished. I walked over to him, softly asking, "Little ninja, now that your revenge is complete, are you happy?" Naruto remained silent. It must feel empty, right? I pulled him into her arms, gently patting his back. There's nothing at the end of revenge. Cried out, "It will feel better." Under Bai's guidance, Naruto finally broke down, crying heart-wrenchingly, "Aw, Sister Bai, they are dead. They can't come back. Uncle Han, Fu, Sister Yumurin. They had so many dreams left unfulfilled. Why do they have to die?" Xiaoxua looked at his sorrowful expression and began to cry as well, hugging them both. In the distance, FK sat down on the ground, watching the 3 of them crying together, cursing that little brat clearly has such strong power, yet cries like this. How embarrassing. Zabuza also sat beside him, chewing on a blade of grass. What do you know? Maybe that's why he is so powerful. And keep my Bai away from him. Jealous, huh, stupid father. What did you say? ISNT your Xiaoxua hugging him too? That's different. My Xiaoxua is super excellent. So what if she is excellent? She is almost past the marriageable age. FK sighed, what can we do? Officially declare they are a couple. The 2 big men exchanged glances and suddenly Zabuza suggested, how about that kid? Let's capture him. FK's eyes lit up. Can you beat him? Poison him. Good idea. I have to tell you, these 2 just said it was a good idea, and the next second, they went straight for it. Bai and Fenghua Xiaoxue appeared behind them like ghosts at some point, each delivering a punch that knocked them down, adding new injuries. Family, who understands? Being schemed against from behind and getting caught by the main character. That feeling is so bittersweet. By the time Naruto cried himself to sleep and woke up, 2 hours had already passed. Fenghua Xiaoxue was reluctant to leave, but seeing Naruto like that, she knew he wouldn't stay. I have to go, sneaking out. Will you come back? Naruto didn't answer directly, just smiled, formed a hand seal, and poof, he disappeared. Fenghua Xiaoxue, furious, waved her fist at the air. Idiot. How many girls wait 3 years for you? But then she turned and hugged Bai, her eyes sparkling. Hey, if he won't come to me, I'll just go find him. I wanted to say, sister, I give you full marks for your initiative. But Bai, standing beside her, said with a sigh, Hey, we are a couple in front of others, and you're saying in front of your husband that you want to find another man? Fenghua Xiaoxue immediately started teasing Bai, laughing like a little fox. Oh, is my husband jealous? Who told you to be a girl? If you were a boy, I might really have given in to you. Goodness, these two are something else. The atmosphere is great. On the other side, Naruto returned to Konoha, looking completely wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, wandering the streets alone, with a bandage wrapped around his arm. His mind was filled with images of arguing with Granny Tsunade. His arm was the aftermath of using that forbidden technique, hurting so much that he couldn't even form seals the next day. And when he went to the hospital, the doctors were all dumbfounded, and finally had to call Tsunade to handle it. But Naruto, instead of getting treated, told Tsunade, Granny, I want to leave the village. The other Jinchuriki are in danger. Tsunade exploded, treating him while shouting, What kind of joke is this? Who allowed you to leave the village? In your current half-broken state, even forming seals is a struggle. What are you going to do? Deliver your head to the Akatsuki? But there's no but. They're Jinchuriki from other countries. Who are you to interfere? Who do you think you are as savior? Do you think you can get 24-hour personal protection? Don't be naive. Stay here and heal properly. Tsunade grabbed Naruto by the collar and slammed him against the door, being quite harsh. Shizune, standing beside them, was so scared that she quickly helped Naruto up, quietly complaining, Lady Tsunade, please be gentle. He's still injured. Tsunade turned her back, not looking at him, feeling angry. This foolish boy, all he thinks about is others, not realizing that he himself is also a target of the Akatsuki. When Naruto came out of the Hokage's office, he understood that Granny Tsunade was doing it for his own good. Even if he went, what could he do? He could only watch, and if something really happened, all he would do is suffer along with it. Just as he was feeling down, he suddenly heard someone call him. Yo, Naruto, feeling down? He turned around, but hey, no one was there. Look down, look down. I tell you, when Naruto looked down, he had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. A large white dog, Akamaru, was squatting at his feet, staring at him. Is it you? Talking? Akamaru actually nodded. That's right, it's me. A dog. Can talk. Naruto was stunned, his worldview collapsing on the spot. Akamaru looked disdainful. What's so surprising? It's common knowledge that our ninja dogs can talk, okay? If you don't know this, no wonder you're always at the bottom of the class. I laughed out loud. Being called a bottom dweller by a dog made Naruto go pale. It took him a while to remember. Wait, Kiba never mentioned you could talk. I've kept it a secret from him. Anyway, no one knows besides you now. The expression on Akamaru's face made me feel like he was smirking. Besides, who would believe what a fool like you says? It doesn't matter if it's exposed. Damn, are you here just to pick a fight? Naruto was so angry he jumped. Akamaru even glanced at his backside. While I'd love to avenge that arrow from the Chunin exam, I'm not interested in a human's backside. Naruto instinctively covered his backside. This dog really holds a grudge. After a commotion, Akamaru finally asked, I could smell the sadness on you from several streets away. What's wrong? With that one sentence, Naruto's demeanor fell instantly. Akamaru understood. Someone has died, right? Naruto quietly nodded. Look on the bright side. Unexpectedly, this dog began to comfort him. Rather than mourn the dead, it's better to protect the living well. Our lives are much shorter than humans, and we see partings and deaths often. But for my master, I will absolutely not let him die. I tell you, hearing this from a dog carries a different weight. Naruto was deeply moved at that moment. Just then, a whistle sounded from afar. Akamaru perked up and ran in that direction, noticing Naruto wasn't fast enough. So he simply dove between his legs and carried him along. When they reached the village entrance, wow, Team 8 and Kakashi were all there. Kiba was surprised to see this combination. Akamaru? Naruto? How did you two end up together? Naruto scratched his face. He couldn't just say that your dog just had a long heart-to-heart with me. Kiba was straightforward and jumped to conclusions. Did you lose something again and ask Akamaru to help you find it? Akamaru barked in agreement. Hinata saw the bandage on Naruto's arm, her eyes full of concern. Naruto-kun, are you hurt? Just an accident. Naruto gave a silly smile, and then, I tell you, he did something big. He directly used his uninjured left hand to pull Hinata into his arms. Hinata's face instantly turned bright red. Naruto-kun. Everyone is watching. Hinata, be careful. Naruto's voice trembled. I don't want to lose anyone else. He intertwined his left hand with Hinata's right hand, and when he let go, a flying thunder god seal was left on the back of Hinata's hand. Hinata looked at the mark on her hand, feeling as sweet as if she had drunk honey, softly saying, Naruto-kun, you really love to be affectionate. I stood up on the spot. Lock it down for me. However, the nearby Shino was not having it. He pushed up his sunglasses, the lenses glinting dangerously. Naruto, please don't show off your affection in front of us. If you want to know why, it's because Kiba, Kakashi-sensei, and I are all single. Kakashi looked innocent. Don't drag me into this. Only then did Naruto notice Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei? What are you doing here? Where's Lady Red? Red? She's pregnant and resting. Huh? But she isn't married yet. Naruto looked confused. That rascal Asuma did a good deed. Kakashi had a face full of resentment. The third Hokage is currently pulling his ear and scolding him, and they have to hold a wedding soon. I'm here to substitute for Red since that idiot in our class just happened to get injured too. Wow, premarital pregnancy. That old Asuma really knows how to jump the gun. Kakashi looked at Naruto, solemnly assuring him, don't worry, I will protect those three with my life. After sending Hinata and the others off, Naruto turned around and rushed back into the Hokage's office. When Tsunade saw him come in, her fists clenched. Still want to leave the village? Do you believe I'll break your legs? Calm down. Calm down. I just came to ask what mission Hinata and the others are on. Naruto was sweating coldly, as her fist almost brushed past his face. Tsunade told him it was to scout an area that might have a tailed beast. As soon as he heard tailed beast, Naruto's eyes widened. Granny. Tsunade saw his expression and knew what he wanted to do, letting out a sigh. I'll save you a spot, but hurry up and heal your injuries. Naruto received a tip and dashed home, starting to frantically search for food, devouring everything in sight. Rin saw him like this, and like a big sister, immediately put on an apron and went to cook for him. While eating, Naruto told Rin about the mission. After hearing it, Rin suddenly said, Naruto, can you take me out of the village? Just put me in a coffin. For the past few days, I've had a voice in my head calling me, I think. It should be the Three Tails. Three Tails. Naruto was stunned. He suddenly remembered that Orochimaru had said that Rin was the Three Tails Jinchuriki when she was alive. Do you know how I died? Rin asked. I committed suicide, Rin said calmly, but her words were shocking. Years ago, the Mist Village captured me and forcefully sealed the Three Tails inside me, intending for me to go back to Konoha and go berserk, destroying the village. To avoid implicating Konoha, I borrowed Kakashi's hand and crashed into his Raikiri. I was shocked. Sister Rin was really tough. She ended her own life for the village. That's a true hero. I want to find out why I died, but the Three Tails didn't disappear. Instead, it became wild. There might be a bigger conspiracy behind this. I understand. Naruto agreed, but he was a bit worried. However, Kakashi-sensei is also there. Rin thought for a moment, then started rummaging through drawers, pulling out a large hat, a black mask, and sunglasses, transforming herself in no time. Wow, a female version of Kakashi just popped up. This will work. 3 days later, in Tsunade's office, the atmosphere was tense. The ninja dog Pakin rushed in with a crystallized parasitic worm. Crystal release ninja. Tsunade's face darkened. Where did this come from? She shouted directly at Shizen. Go get those three immediately. Soon, Naruto, Sakura, and Sai arrived. Naruto. Tsunade spoke rapidly. The situation was urgent. Use Flying Thunder God to take them there. Hinata has your coordinates, right? Naruto hesitated. It was his first time bringing 2 people. Upon hearing this, Sakura quietly took 2 steps back, remembering the last time she had tried flying and ended up naked. No time for nonsense. Show me the results of your training. Naruto gritted his teeth. All right, you 2 put your hands on my shoulders. He turned to Sakura and said, if your clothes get lost, I'll draw you a new one. Sai chimed in. Sakura angrily replied, thanks a lot. In the next moment, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God. Sakura and Sai felt themselves instantly enveloped in a warm and pure sea of chakra, with countless emotional little fish swimming around them. Flying Thunder God technique. The 3 of them vanished in front of Tsunade, leaving not even a piece of clothing behind. By a lake in the land of fire, a massive circular crystal enveloped a forest with a radius of 1 kilometer. A woman named Honglin leaned against the crystal wall, watching Kakashi and the others with a playful expression. Hinata was trapped inside the crystal. Give us Hinata back. Kiba was almost going crazy. Sure, Honglin smiled. A life for a life. Whoever commits suicide will set her free. Behind her, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, looking a bit impatient. Honglin, hurry up. Lord Orochimaru is waiting. Next to them was a little boy named Yugamaru, cheering Honglin on. Go for it, Honglin. Just as Honglin was about to take action, a flash of gold suddenly crossed her vision, followed by pink and black. Naruto, Sakura, and Sai appeared out of thin air next to the crystal holding Hinata. Space ninjutsu? Honglin was shocked. Hinata. Naruto was anxious, reaching out to touch the crystal. Don't touch it. Kakashi yelled, if you break it, it's all over. Honglin glanced at Naruto, realizing it was Naruto Uzumaki, and snapped her fingers. The entire crystal maze instantly shattered and disappeared. She turned around with Kabuto and Yugamaru and left. Kiba wanted to chase, but was stopped by Shino. Don't pursue a desperate enemy. At that moment, cracks suddenly spread across the crystal holding Hinata, and it shattered. Hinata fell softly, landing right in Naruto's arms. Sakura pushed Naruto aside and leaned over Hinata's chest to listen to her heartbeat. It's okay, she's just fainted. Hinata slowly woke up, and, seeing Naruto, thought she was dreaming. Without saying a word, Naruto hugged her tightly again. Sakura was overwhelmed by the dog food and turned to look for someone. Where's Sai? Where did Sai go? I'm here. Ugh. Sai was seen leaning against a big tree, his face whiter than paper, dry heaving. Sakura looked at him with disgust. What are you doing? You've heard of motion sickness. But have you ever heard of flying thunder god sickness? You're really useless. Sai wiped his mouth and apologized. Sorry, feeling a bit dizzy. Ugh. Family. Who understands? The first person to get dizzy from flying thunder god. This is simply a new type of electronic vomit bag for 2025. That night, everyone rested in a cave. After Hinata fell asleep, Naruto sat outside, looking at the moon. Kakashi sat next to him. Can't sleep? You've really gotten stronger. I'm almost out of the picture. Naruto just hummed in response then. His head tilted and he fell asleep on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi had a helpless expression, having to be a human pillow for the whole night. But did you think that was the end? The big stuff was yet to come. In another cave, several kilometers away, Naruto's shadow clone was sitting with Kabuto and Honglin. Mr. Kabuto, what did you call me for? The fierce Honglin from earlier became extremely enthusiastic upon seeing Naruto, grabbing his hand. You're Orochimaru's disciple, right? My name is Honglin. I wanted to meet you for a long time. Kabuto explained on the side that Honglin, like Kimimaro, was a diehard fan of Orochimaru and thus had a high favorability toward Naruto. Let me tell you, Uncle Snake's PUA ability is comparable to the AI sales champion of 2025. He is simply a walking personal worship manufacturing machine. Kabuto laid it all out. Our goal is also the Three Tails, which is sleeping in the lake not far away. The way to wake it up is that child, Yugamaru. It was cold at night, and Yugamaru curled up. Honglin immediately took a blanket and covered him. Naruto watched this scene and asked, even though you're not family, your bond is quite deep. Honglin sneered, bond? There is no such thing. He is just a tool to awaken the Three Tails. What are you laughing at? The next morning, Kakashi woke everyone up, preparing for action. They arrived at the lakeside, where heavy fog obscured visibility. Kiba's sense of smell was off, and Hinata's Byakugan couldn't see too far. Only Shino, with a serious expression, pointed to the center of the lake. My parasitic worm, didn't he come back after reaching that area? I told you. As soon as those words were spoken, Kakashi's face turned pale in an instant, and the whole atmosphere dropped to freezing point. We were still analyzing things on our side when suddenly, my mind buzzed as if a USB drive was plugged into a computer and a memory was directly shoved in. Before I could react, I instinctively looked up at the center of the lake. Kakashi also looked over, and the next second, wow, the entire surface of the lake exploded. With a loud bang, a giant wave over 10 meters high surged toward us like a tsunami from a movie, crashing right in our faces. Wait a minute. Let's rewind 10 minutes, and I'll explain what happened at the center of the lake. At that time, my shadow clone was on a small boat with Honglin and the others. That four-eyed Gaido took out a strange instrument and put it on the head of that kid, Yuguan, then pulled out a bottle of pills, clearly intending to force-feed him. The kid was so scared that his face turned pale, hiding behind Honglin and whispering, I don't want to take it. It gives me a headache. Family. Who understands? That poor little thing made Honglin's heart soften right away, and she asked Do if there was another way. Do, that brother, directly asked, do you want to disappoint Lord Orochimaru? And killed the conversation. I tell you, he knows PUA techniques. Hong Lian was left speechless and angrily snatched the pill bottle, reducing the dose from 10 to 3 pills, her hands trembling as she prepared to feed Yuguan. Just then, my shadow clone, looking incredibly cool, reached out and grabbed her wrist, giving her a reassuring look, then stood in front of Do. Let it go, Mr. Do, my clone said. If we need to wake up the Three Tails, no one is more suitable than me. He even patted his belly, making it clear, using a tailed beast to wake another tailed beast. That's called specialization. Do is also an efficiency-oriented guy. Upon hearing this, although he muttered that I was just a shadow clone, he didn't oppose it. My clone left a flying thunder god Kanai on the boat, gave a few instructions, and then, poof, disappeared with the memory sent back to my main body. Fast forward to now. That towering wave was actually created by Hong Lian using crystal release, just to create an opportunity for my main body to fly over. We are all battle-hardened folks, just a wave, aside from getting a few clothes wet. It's no big deal. The enemy has spotted us and is preparing to charge. Kakashi commanded, and Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan, moving to the front. Of course, I closely followed her. Just as they focused on sneaking toward the center of the lake, I seized an opening, used Flying Thunder God, and instantly appeared on the small boat, simultaneously dispelling the shadow clone I left next to Hinata. The entire process was seamless. The Konoha people were arriving. There was no time to waste. Do urged. I nodded and jumped off the boat, standing steadily on the surface of the lake. The next second, the fox demon cloak exploded outwards, but that wasn't enough. Kurama, lend a hand. I shouted in my heart. Don't order me around. This Thunder Fox, while verbally refusing, was quite honest in body language. I tell you, the scene was incredible. A crimson chakra beam shot up into the sky, directly striking the bottom of the lake. Not only Kurama, but the chakra from the other 7 buddies also surged in like a 7-star alignment, all pouring in at once. Deep at the bottom of the lake, a gigantic single I suddenly opened. Hong Lian watched my eruption from the boat, her eyes wide, probably thinking that Lord Orochimaru's disciple was indeed not ordinary. Kakashi sensed it too, his face serious. This chakra is from the Nine Tails? No, there's more. Bubbles began to rise from the lake's bottom, and the entire surface trembled. A massive shadow slowly rose, first revealing a gray turtle shell, then 3 gigantic tails, and finally, a huge head with a single eye. Wow, this is the Three Tails Aisabu, looking like a giant tortoise. I was pondering how to communicate with it without a Jinchuriki when this guy completely broke the mold, roaring, and with a body as big as a mountain, jumped out of the water like a feather, opening its massive mouth to bite us. Out of control. Do was so shocked he yelled at Hong Lian, "Stop it." There was no time. Hong Lian was also dazed. She couldn't form her crystal release seals that quickly, and without thinking. She hugged Yuguan tightly, protecting him in her arms. That gaping giant mouth became the last scene in Do and Hong Lian's eyes. When Hong Lian opened her eyes again, she found herself in an orange-red space. The walls were covered with chaotic patterns and spikes. This decoration style is all about cyber hell, right? Wake up and let Yuguan go. He's about to suffocate. I pointed to her arms, where the kid's face was turning purple. Hong Lian quickly released him with a gasp, her face instantly turning red. Sister Hong Lian, did you protect me? Yuguan gasped for air, looking at her with reliance. Who protected you? I was just looking for a meat cushion. Hong Lian insisted stubbornly, but her acting was really too obvious. We were inside the belly of the Three Tails, and I explained the situation to them. It seemed Do didn't come in. He probably ran away. That bastard with glasses. Hong Lian gritted her teeth in anger. Just then, I suddenly felt Rin's call. I had previously brought her back with Edo Tensei and left her in a coffin. Now, she seemed to sense the Three Tails and wanted to come out. I immediately formed hand seals and performed Edo Tensei. A coffin suddenly burst out from the ground. Hong Lian watched with red eyes. This was the ninjutsu she had always dreamed of. As soon as Rin appeared, she immediately asked, Naruto, this is inside the Three Tails, right? She walked to the wall, pressed her hand against it, and infused her chakra. In no time, the wall began to squirm, pushing out a small Three Tails that was half a person tall. The little guy saw Rin and immediately pounced on her, rubbing his face against hers affectionately. I was dumbfounded. It could be like this? Just then, a small ball of red chakra emerged from my belly, transforming into a mini version of Kurama. This little fox started cursing as soon as it opened its mouth. Aisabu, you got guts to even try to eat me? The little Three Tails, also known as Aisabu, then stopped and bluntly admitted, so was you who woke me up. I thought that man was here again and was still half asleep. That man? As soon as Kurama heard this, he immediately asked, I heard you were sealed inside this little girl. How did you not die? If I told you that before Rin's life ended, I saw a pair of eyes just like the old man's, would you believe me? Rinnegan. Impossible. Kurama exploded. And then, family, the most explosive part came. Isabu began to tell a story, and the information was overwhelming. When Rin committed suicide, a mysterious power of the Rinnegan, with just one glance, pulled Isabu out of her body. Then, a man wearing a Sharingan mask appeared, stuffed Isabu into the fourth Mizuka Jigura, who is Yugawan's father, and turned Yagura into a perfect puppet Jinchuriki. This means that for over a decade, the true ruler of the Mist Village was that masked man. Later, when the matter was exposed, the masked man brought Yagura to the lakeside, extracted Isabu, and let him sleep until now. After hearing this, Honglien was completely stunned, tightly holding Yugawan with guilt and pity in her eyes. I understood. After hearing it, Kurama directly raised his fist toward Isabu. Share some of your power. The Akatsuki organization must be connected to the Dark Curtain. Isabu looked at the chakra from the other tailed beasts inside Naruto and also shared his power with Kurama. By the way, I couldn't help but ask, why was Isabu so close to Rin? Kurama looked disdainful. He's a Lilicon. It's an old habit. I just like children because they are innocent. Nonsense. I also like boys. Ishi rebutted on the spot. I was wrong. I didn't think of you as being perverted enough. The Nine Tails rarely backed down, not wanting to argue with a pervert. After we finished our conversation, the mouth of the Three Tails opened, and the three of us walked out. As soon as we came out, we saw Kakashi's team and Kabuto confronting each other on the surface of the lake. Kabuto stood on the head of the Three Tails, trying to appear intimidating, but inside he was extremely nervous. It was quite a lively scene here. How about taking us along? Just then a large clay bird flew by, and Deidara and Sasori, the duo from the Akatsuki organization, made a flashy entrance. As soon as Sasori saw Kabuto, he jumped down without a word to clean up the scene, and the two immediately started fighting. The situation became chaotic, with Konoha, Orochimaru's forces, and the Akatsuki organization all gathering in one place. Honglien, in order to protect Yugamaru, actually took the initiative to propose to Kakashi to team up and take down the Akatsuki first. Kakashi was initially skeptical, but after my persuasion, he reluctantly agreed. But no one expected the unexpected twist. Hey, Deidara-senpai, need some help? A snarky voice rang out as Akatsuki member Tobi, the one with the orange whirlpool mask, suddenly appeared behind Deidara. Did he think he could take us all out by himself? Kakashi immediately activated his Sharingan, and everyone went on high alert. Tobi jumped in front of us and said in a very irritating tone, "If you give me the Three Tails, I'll treat you to Dango. How about it?" Boring. Honglien had long been displeased with the Akatsuki, and in a fit of rage, he condensed a crystal blade on his arm and swung it at Tobi. Let me tell you, that scene was absolutely ridiculous beyond belief. Honglien's sharp strike, guess what? It went straight through Tobi's body. It was like cutting through a holographic projection. Sneak attacks while someone is talking are not a good habit, you know? Tobi's playful voice still lingered in the air. But Honglien only felt a sharp pain in her chest, and a kunai she didn't know when it had already been stabbed in her left chest, blood instantly staining her clothes. "Sister Honglien!" Yugamaru screamed, and an astonishing amount of chakra erupted from his body. The Three Tails behind him also let out a thunderous roar. I was the first to react, and I threw a spiral sphere, but the result was the same. It went right through, just at that moment. A Fei thrust a bloodied kunai with his other hand, which I blocked with another kunai. I quickly retreated while holding Honglien. As expected of a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a Fei commented mockingly. I was about to heal Honglien when suddenly that guy's figure twisted, as if being sucked into a vacuum cleaner, and in the next second, he appeared right in front of me, the kunai aimed directly at my neck. Damn! I was so scared that my pupils turned red, and I leaned back desperately, but a blood mark was still left on my neck. This guy's on a completely different level. Naruto, give her to me. Rin changed her tone and rushed over. I handed Honglien to her, and she immediately ran towards the shore with the person. A Fei ignored her and kept his target on me, but the rampaging Three Tails had already pounced over. Although it still passed through me, it disrupted his rhythm. Kakashi seized the opportunity and charged up with a Raikiri, also passing through a Fei's heart. Ah, copy Ninja Kakashi. A Fei not only didn't counterattack, but also started saying strange things like, "Why is your Raikiri so skilled? Have you inserted it into someone else's heart before?" The moment those words came out, Kakashi shuddered. A Fei directly passed through his body and bound him with chains, leisurely saying, "Using someone else's things feels really good, doesn't it?" I threw a Rasengan to break the chains and save Kakashi. Kakashi calmed down and quietly told me, "He must materialize while attacking. There's only one chance." I just nodded, and suddenly the nine tails in my mind exploded. He was filled with an unprecedented hatred and anger, all directed at Ah Fei. Nine tails, what's wrong with you? That person, the man who controlled me to attack Konoha 15 years ago. My mind buzzed and went blank, although the memory is hazy. This unique ability and his annoying scent. He is the one who extracted me from your mother and indirectly caused your parents' deaths. The culprit. I suddenly looked up, staring intently at the masked figure who was still jumping around. It turned out that everything I was supposed to have was all destroyed by this person. Single-handedly. Meanwhile, in the sky, Deidara was crazily throwing clay bombs, blowing the three tails to bits. My shadow clone wanted to control the rampaging Yuki, but was blocked by the chakra shield that erupted from him. Unable to get close at all. Got it. Let me tell you, Naruto's mind works really fast. He directly slapped that chakra barrier and said he wanted to establish a mental link, forcefully breaking into Kimaru's inner world. I thought it would take a lot of effort, but in just a few minutes swoosh, he was in. That place is simply a mental little black room, guys. There's just a broken light flickering there, and poor Kimaru is curled up in the corner, crying so pitifully. Naruto went up to pull him, but guess what happened? He was directly swatted away. Don't touch me. The little guy cried out. The camellia flowers turned red. My mom is gone. Sister Honglien is gone. I have no home. I tell you, when he shouted, the entire wall started to play back his past with Honglien like a PPT. Oh my. It was so tear-jerking. Although Honglien was fierce on the outside, she was so good to him behind his back, staying up all night when he was sick, and even gave him a crystal camellia, which was his treasure. After watching, Naruto directly retorted, "What good is it for you to be here sulking? Honglien is still alive, and she needs you with her now, just like she used to accompany you." As soon as Yuguwan heard this, his eyes lit up. Honglien is still alive? Naruto honestly said, "The situation is very bad, so you must go." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuguwan immediately grabbed Naruto's hand. In the next second, the two returned to reality, and the chakra storm around Yuguwan instantly stopped, collapsing softly into Naruto's arms. Naruto held him and ran toward the shore. I saw Rin had already torn off her disguise and was desperately using medical ninjutsu to save Honglien. The situation was indeed not optimistic. Rin said that if it were someone else, they would have died long ago with that injury. It was only because Honglien used crystallization to protect her heart at the moment she was stabbed that she was still alive. But whether she could survive depended entirely on fate. Just then, Honglien woke up, and let me tell you, the scene was incredible. As soon as she opened her eyes, she looked for Yuguwan. When their hands clasped, tears started to fall like there was no tomorrow. And then, the high-energy moment came. Honglien cried and said sorry, and we were still puzzled when the next second, a shocking revelation hit me. I killed your mother. I was stunned at the time, and Kakashi was also dumbfounded. I thought to myself, how could she both love and fear Yugamar? Is she playing with some kind of redemption literature here? Honglien cried, saying she didn't deserve to be by his side and that he might as well kill her himself. And guess what happened? Yugamar took out the already cracked camellia crystal and handed it back to her. Honglien was shocked, asking, "Don't you hate me?" Yugamar's response was, "I tell you." It was the best warm-hearted speech of the year. Because Sister Honglien is a good person, you're my home, I like you the most, so please don't leave me. Who understands? This wave directly burned my CPU. The revenge for killing my mother was resolved just like that. This child's love can cure all mental exhaustion. Honglien was instantly redeemed. Her will to live surged, and combined with Rin's healing, the bleeding stopped. While this touching drama was unfolding, the battle on the lake was intense. That guy, Afei, usually acts like a clown, but when he fights, he is as slippery as an eel. Kakashi and Naruto were trying to hit him, but they couldn't land a single blow. The Nine Tails was muttering in Naruto's mind, asking why he wasn't angry since Afei was his father's killer. Naruto replied directly, "Why be angry? My parents are alive. Instead of seeking revenge, I want to know what he wants." I tell you, this perspective opened up completely. Seeing they couldn't hit him, Naruto directly used a shadow clone jutsu, creating 100 Narutos to swarm him. Afei saw this and panicked, no longer dodging. Fire style, fireball jutsu, phoenix fire jutsu. Goodness, the fires seemed to have eyes, chasing after the shadow clones to burn them. One shadow clone managed to grab him from behind, but then, with a puff, wooden spikes grew out of Afei's body, piercing through the clone. With style. Kakashi was stunned. Uchiha plus with style. What kind of patchwork monster is this? just as the shadow clones were about to be wiped out. Kakashi charged in with a Raikiri. A Fei used his usual trick, phasing out, ready to counterattack. Just then, with a splash, Naruto emerged from the water. With a double-handed Rasengan, he aimed straight for Fei's back. I thought this was a sure win, but a Fei suddenly moved and teleported behind Naruto. Naive. A wooden stake pierced right through him. I was completely taken aback. And guess what? It really was you. Another Naruto emerged from the water, and with a swift Raikiri, he struck true on Akatsuki's right shoulder. Wow, high-level hunters often appear in the form of their prey. It turned out that the Kakashi charging in was a shadow clone. The first Naruto was a decoy, and the second one that popped up from the water was the real Kakashi. The deadly wooden spike from Akatsuki was absorbed by the true Kakashi using Kamui. This teamwork was flawless. Akatsuki, bleeding from his shoulder and feeling numb, covered his wound and asked, "Was this operation proposed by Naruto?" Kakashi nodded. Akatsuki was incredibly unwilling to accept it. 15 years ago, he was shown up by his father, and 15 years later, he was shown up by his son. Talk about a father-son legacy, right? He didn't want to linger in battle. So he dropped a line about taking the Three Tails and zoomed off to where Deidara was. Deidara was still engaged in a fierce battle with the Three Tails, and Akatsuki directly took a C4 clay doll and zipped right into the Three Tails' belly. The next second, boom, the Three Tails was blown apart from the inside, flipping over and becoming motionless. Then, right in front of all of us, Akatsuki used Kamui to absorb that massive Three Tails. Damn, that ability is way too overpowered. Naruto charged in a fight, but it ended up being futile. On the other side, Kabuto was having a great time battling with Sasori, and Akatsuki used another teleportation to forcibly take Sasori away. Kabuto saw this and thought, wow, he is left alone now, and promptly raised his hands in surrender. We released Honglin and Yoga-wan. After all, we caught Do. As a result, when Kakashi touched Do's face, it ripped off a human skin mask. Damn, it was a substitute. The real Do had already slipped away. This time, Kakashi got addition. On the way back to the village, Naruto suddenly seemed to remember something and exclaimed. Hinata was startled, thinking he was in pain from his injury. But Naruto was actually asking the Nine Tails in his heart. Nine Tails? Nine Tails, didn't you just say that you were extracted from my mother's body? The Nine Tails was quite impatient. You just realized this now? That's right. Your mother was my previous Jinchuriki. I really owe you and your mother for my previous life. Hearing this, Naruto was shocked and thought, so in our family, 3 out of 4 people are Jinchuriki. The Nine Tails responded lightly. It's 4. Huh, go ask your dad. On the other side, Hinata was trying hard to please her future mother-in-law, Kushina, at Naruto's house. Kushina was also mischievous, teasing her without directly praising her snacks, making Hinata nervous. Hanabi, that little girl, had a sharp tongue, always going against Kushina. When Kushina got angry, she directly pinched her face, almost making that little face shiny. Yet Hanabi remained defiant, saying, I'm not your sister. Why should I care about your face? Hilarious. She was all about rebellion. Later, they played a game called Monopoly, and Kushina, an almost 40-year-old aunt, actually cheated by using chakra to roll the dice. Hanabi caught her red-handed with her Byakugan. Furious, Hanabi exclaimed, "You violent aunt, cheating while playing games. That's really outrageous." As a result, whoosh, Kushina directly bound her with a diamond lock and hung her from the ceiling. Family, who understands this family hierarchy is clear. Just then, Naruto and Minato returned from training. As soon as Naruto entered, he protected Hanabi, making Kushina furious, grabbing his ear and asking whose side he was on. Minato smiled and said Naruto was almost done practicing Flying Thunder God, but he would probably lose his clothes about once in 10 tries. Haha, running around naked while using Flying Thunder God, right? When Naruto heard that training was over, he directly lay down on the sofa and started to act spoiled. Mom, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Kushina scolded him, but quickly went to the kitchen, with Hinata and Rin rushing in to help. Watching the 3 busy figures in the kitchen, Naruto suddenly sighed. This is home. During dinner, Naruto finally asked the question he had been holding back all the way. Mom, I want to ask you something. Kushina said to go ahead. Naruto said, the Nine Tails said you were his previous Jinchuriki. I want to know about your past. Upon hearing this, Kushina blushed and thought, what is there to ask about? No way. But the whole family started teasing her, so she shyly began to share. Let me tell you, when Kushina was a child, she was quite the little firecracker. On her first day of school, she declared that she wanted to be the first female Hokage of Konoha, but because of her red hair and strange speech patterns, She was ridiculed by all the boys in her class. When she got home, she had no appetite for dinner and ran straight to the ceiling space to vent to the Ninetales. Poor Ninetales, bound in the shape of a big character by the adamantine ceiling chains, roared at Kushina in anger, trying to scare her. But Kushina ignored it and sat down in front of it to pour out her troubles. Ninetales, the people in this village are so annoying. They laugh at my hair. Ninetales was still roaring. I'm talking to you. Let me out. Kushina continued to immerse herself in her own world. A 1T give up. I promised to become the female Hokage. Are you listening to me? I'll eat you. Ninetales was almost driven mad. It realized that this little girl had turned it into her only outlet for venting her emotions. A few days later, Kushina came in excitedly, boasting to Ninetales, Ninetales, today I knocked down everyone who laughed at me and earned the title blood Red Chili Pepper. Ninetales went silent, choosing not to speak, closing its eyes and resigning itself to being a loyal listener. Then, the next moment, my mom Kushina's voice echoed in my mind, and let me tell you, that feeling was quite strange. She spoke to Ninetales like she was whispering to her best friend, Ninetales, I think I have a crush. He is different from others, treats me especially well, and even compliments my hair. Goodness, the smell of young love. Then, in the blink of an eye, my mom came back to chat with Ninetales, her belly round with happiness, saying, Ninetales, I'm pregnant. You must have felt it too. There is a little life between us now. That was the first time I saw that kind of expression on my mom's face through the seal, that maternal glow. It was incredible. Ninetales, the proud creature, surprisingly replied, what does that have to do with me? It said that, but it could have easily killed me, who was still just an embryo at the time, yet it did nothing. My mom used the chain of the sealing jutsu to bring herself to the Ninetales, gently stroking its nose and saying, I might not be able to do it, but this child is born with your chakra, so he must be closer to you. I want him to. Resolve your hatred and become your family. This directly broke the Ninetales' defenses. What a joke. Just a mere human. Why should I? I wish I could kill all of you. It spat out saliva, covering my mom's face. My mom got angry too. Stinky fox. I was being kind, and you treat it like a donkey's liver and lungs. Forget it, Debane. Later, on the day I was born, that guy Obito suddenly jumped out and forcefully extracted the Ninetales. After my dad fought with Obito, that guy slipped away, leaving behind the already enraged Ninetales with half of its chakra extracted. It looked at me in the swaddling clothes and completely went mad. Again, you gotta seal me again. Kushina, you big liar. Talking about family, it's all a lie for power. I told you. That claw filled with raging fury came straight down at me. Then, there's the scene of my parents shielding me with their bodies. It's quite a boring story, isn't it? My mom's voice pulled me back to reality. She didn't mention how the nine-tailed fox killed her, and the story stopped when it got to her beautiful wishes. I shook my head, not having touched my food at all. No, Mom, your wish has come true. I am now the best friend of the Ninetales. Just then, a very reluctant, cold snort suddenly echoed in my mind. Oof, wow, the Thunder Fox has acknowledged it. However, not long after this, a big incident occurred on the other side. In Orochimaru's secret base, let me tell you, Uncle Snake was already in a bad state, sitting on the bed coughing while listening to Kabuto report on the work, saying that someone named Honglian had escaped. Kabuto's meaning was clear. Lord Orochimaru, should I go take care of her? Orochimaru waved his hand. Forget it, she's just a tool. With the 3 tails gone, there's no use keeping her. As he spoke, another fit of coughing hit him. Kabuto hurried to get medicine, but before leaving, he asked uneasily, Lord Orochimaru, you really plan to go after Sasuke's body, right? He was afraid that Orochimaru might go soft on the second pillar because of me. At that moment, Orochimaru's killing intent surged up, of course. But once Kabuto left, he muttered to himself, saying he felt that Sasuke wouldn't obediently submit. Just as he finished speaking, I tell you, a dramatic scene unfolded. With a crackling sound, a blue lightning bolt pierced through the door and struck Orochimaru's arm. Then with a loud bang, the door was completely shattered, and the second pillar made a cool entrance, wielding the Kusanagi sword in his right hand and a lightning blade in his left. Orochimaru was shocked. I didn't expect it. Sasuke, you actually made the first move. The second pillar Sharingan was spinning rapidly, looking as fierce as ever. Orochimaru, you're weaker than me now. Does anyone understand? This counterattack was simply awesome. Orochimaru stopped pretending, opened his mouth, and with a whoosh, a giant python made entirely of white snakes appeared. Sasuke looked at this creature without fear and asked a question that had been on his mind. Orochimaru, I've trained with you for 3 years, and every time I got stronger and asked you how I compared to Naruto, you always said I was inferior to him. What exactly am I lacking? Heart. Orochimaru answered with just one word. Heart. Sasuke replied. You are a vengeful person, and besides hatred, there is nothing in your heart. How can you fight someone who has love in their heart? Sasuke sneered coldly. How boring. Hearing the word love from someone like you makes me sick. After saying that, he charged forward with his sword. Let me tell you, Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan back in the day was simply insane. When he was still part of the Akatsuki, he would stalk Itachi like a creep every day. Eating, sleeping, using the bathroom. He was always watching, driving Itachi to the brink of madness. Anyone with a weak mental state would have crumbled. Itachi reported him a pain, but that guy just brushed it off, saying that it's normal for rogue ninjas to have peculiar obsessions. Just look at Kakuzu's love for money and heightened self-harm. Orochimaru is just a stalker. But as long as he's strong, it's fine. This continued until Orochimaru made the fatal mistake of saying, Itachi, I heard you have a brother. Well, Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan activated instantly, dragging Orochimaru into the Tsukuyomi world. But that guy Orochimaru, even while tied to a cross, was still smiling. Don't get excited. You wiped out your whole clan, and you still have something you care about? Itachi was genuinely angry at that moment, but he held back and said, Orochimaru, do you think the memories you sealed away are hidden well? I'm also curious about what kind of person made you go so far to protect them. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed, and surprisingly, he didn't lie. I don't know. Then let me help you take a look. As Itachi opened his eyes, he directly broke the seal, and then he was thrown into confusion. Let me tell you, he never expected that the memory Orochimaru desperately wanted to hide was actually the one where he taught me forbidden techniques. That cold-blooded Orochimaru would actually seal his own memories for a fool like me. Orochimaru himself felt awkward. What do you think? Itachi replied, I didn't expect you to have a bit of humanity. Aren't you going to kill me? Your precious little brother might be in danger. Itachi confidently said, You can't do it. Because he was my brother, with the same eyes as mine. He had long seen through that Orochimaru would make Sasuke very strong. And the grown-up Sasuke was not something Orochimaru could control. Now back to the current battle. Itachi truly spoke prophetic words. Orochimaru wanted to devour Sasuke, but he never expected that Sasuke would turn the tables and devour him instead. Everything has come to an end, Orochimaru. With Sasuke's words, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was gone just like that. Sasuke gained everything he had, expressionless as he left the base, and the horn of revenge officially sounded. When this news reached Konoha, I exploded, barging into the Hokage's office without knocking. Tsunade Baba, is the news true? Did Sasuke really kill Orochimaru? Tsunade confirmed the news. I immediately thought of something. What about Teacher Anko? She's in the village, what's wrong? I breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Snake once told me that as long as he was alive, I should check on Hondo. If Hondo was fine, he wouldn't die. Tsunade, I need to find Sasuke. I was anxious at that moment. He must be looking for Itachi now. After seeking revenge, his heart would become incredibly empty, and that's when I should be by his side. Sakura and Sai also volunteered to join. Tsunade first held us back and found an excuse to send us away. As soon as we left, Jiraiya walked into the office. Tsunade, I'm coming in. If you have something to say, hurry up, I'm busy. Jiraiya's words made Tsunade jump up from her chair. I found the location of the Akatsuki leader's hideout. The two of them went straight to the izakaya. Jiraiya said he wanted to infiltrate the Rain Ninja village alone to investigate. Tsunade immediately exploded. I don't agree. It's too dangerous. Hey, I'm on the legendary 3 shinobi after all. Saudi, I keep making you do dangerous things. Tsunade's mood also sank, as Orochimaru had just died, and now she had to say goodbye to another comrade. Let me tell you, Jiraiya's flag this time is straighter than a telephone pole. He actually smiled and said to Tsunade, how about we make a bet? Your luck is so bad. Let's bet on whether I will die. If I can come back alive this time, I will seriously confess to you once. After saying that, without waiting for Tsunade's response, he left. That night, I was wandering the streets, my mind full of thoughts about Sasuke. Suddenly, a hand was placed on my shoulder. Pervy Sage, you're back. I was so surprised at that moment. Let me treat you to ramen. I hesitated because there were people at home waiting for me to eat. Jiraiya saw my expression and burst into laughter. Good kid. How long has it been, and you've already become controlled by your wife? Come on, just this once won't hurt. He forcefully dragged me to Ichiraku Ramen. I was eating with a lot of effort and noticed that he hadn't touched his bowl at all. You lecherous immortal, aren't you going to eat? He smiled and handed me his char siu, saying, I'm not very hungry. Watching you eat is enough for me. Who understands the family dynamics, that atmosphere, those glances? Looking back now, it was all a farewell. How long are you back this time? I asked. I'm leaving soon. I wanted to come and see my lovely disciple before I go. So soon. I felt disappointed at that moment. He quickly comforted me. Don't make that face. When I come back, I'll teach you a new ninjutsu. Super cool. At that time, I was still foolishly looking forward to it, completely unaware that it would be the last time I saw him. On Mount Myaboku, the great sage Toad called for Fukasaku and said one thing. Jiraiya will still die. What I need you to do is preserve his body. Then came the deadly battle in the Rain Village, where Jiraiya fought valiantly to uncover Pain's true identity, refusing to retreat even at the cost of his life, ultimately being surrounded and attacked by 6 Pains, with his left arm even severed. He entrusted the information and one of Pain's corpses to the 2 great sages, leaving alone to face death. After Shima returned to Mount Myaboku with the body, Fukasaku came back a few minutes later. Without saying a word, he snatched the kitchen knife from Shima's hand, cut open his palm, and performed reverse summoning. The next second, Jiraiya's body appeared before them. His face wore a peaceful smile, as if he were asleep. He was dead. Fukasaku said that after the heart stops beating, the soul lingers for a while. The summoning technique is bound to the soul, and it unexpectedly succeeded. Just then, heavy rain began to pour down on Mount Myaboku, and the chorus of countless frogs rang out, as if to play the final farewell song for this hero. The next morning, Kakashi-sensei was waiting for me at my door, and I cheerfully asked him if he was going to treat me to ramen. His expression was particularly complicated as he said, "After this, you can eat as much as you want." He took me to the hospital's underground morgue. Tsunade and Fukasaku were there, gathered around a bed covered with a white cloth. Fukasaku looked at me, his voice heavy. "Naruto, you're here." To make a long story short, little Jiraiya has died in battle. Huh. At that moment, my mind buzzed, and I felt like I had misheard. Shinsaka didn't give me any time to react and abruptly pulled away the white cloth. A lecherous. Immortal? That familiar face lay there so quietly. I felt like the whole world had suddenly gone mute. My throat felt blocked, and I even forgot how to breathe. For the next 24 hours, I just stood there in a daze. Sakura, Sai, Hinata, so many people came to see me, to comfort me, but I didn't hear a single word they said. Until my dad, Minato, suddenly appeared and pressed down on my hand that was forming the seals. I was completely entranced at that moment, wanting to use Edo Tensei. "Dad, this way. I can see the perverted sage again, right?" "No, that's wrong. Jiraiya-sensei would never want you to do this." "I know, but he looks like he's just sleeping right now. I always feel like I can wake him up at any moment. Don't you remember that you only have 3 slots for Edo Tensei? Do you not know what will happen if you use them up? How will you know if you don't try? Even if I die." Bam! My dad slapped me hard across the face, leaving me stunned. Do you think a teacher would want to see you sacrifice your life for them? Teachers are just like parents. Think more about your parents' feelings, you foolish son. My dad's roar finally made me wake up a little. "Dad, I want to cry, but I just can't seem to cry." My dad hugged me tightly, and I understood. Once I calmed down a bit, I realized I was holding a book, The Story of Perseverance. My dad said that my name was given by Master Jiraiya, and it comes from the main character of this book. I just opened the first page when Master Fukasaku came in. "Naruto, there's no time for you to cry. Come with me to Mount Myaboku. I will fulfill Jiraiya's last wish and teach you Sage Jutsu." Sage Jutsu. This is what he wanted to teach me before he left, that super cool ninjutsu. The next day, I said goodbye to my parents and Lin and prepared to set off. My mom is still worried about me and asked if I wanted to say something to Hinata. I shook my head and told her to pass on a message for me. My mind was in a mess, and all I wanted was to focus on my training. Minato looked at me and finally reminded me, "Naruto, be careful with the food in Myaboku Mountain. Just be cautious." I was still puzzled at the time, thinking to myself, what could possibly be wrong with the food from Yamu Mountain? Can it really kill someone? As a result, I was kicked to Yamu Mountain by reverse spiritual communication. To my surprise, Master Shinsaku was already waiting for me in front of that oil waterfall, accompanied by a much larger frog G. Without saying a word, he directly started the lesson. "You're here, no more nonsense. Today, I'll teach you how to cultivate immortality." I was completely confused. I asked him what exactly is this fairy magic. He started giving me a theoretical lesson, talking about perceiving natural energy, merging with nature, and allowing energy to flow freely in and out of your body. I tell you, it made my head spin, just like attending a high-level math class. I could only pretend to understand and nod vigorously. Then he waved his hand. "Step 1, sit down, don't move." I thought to myself, isn't this simple? I just sat cross-legged. As a result, Deepswar Immortal was about to complain that it wasn't that easy, but the words got stuck in his throat. His eyes nearly popped out, because as soon as I sat down, All the surrounding energy rushed over, as if it had seen its long-lost father, full of enthusiasm. Deepswa, immortal, was completely stunned, pointing at me and asking, "You little brat, are you a genius?" I'm also confused. Isn't this just meditation? The lecherous immortal used to force me to practice every day, rain or shine, for several years. When the deep cultivating immortal heard this, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "So, it's little Jiraiya. Good grief, after all this time my cheat master had already paved the way for me. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants to cultivate now. Since I can skip the first step with full marks, let's move on to the second phase, absorbing energy." The deep cultivating immortal repeatedly emphasized that this thing needs balance. The mind, body, and natural energy must be 50-50, otherwise serious problems will arise. I thought, isn't this just making friends with energy? I silently thought, "Bro, come in and sit." Sure enough, I felt a warm current flowing in, and my body seemed to swell a bit. Just as I was enjoying it, bam, the deep cultivating immortal hit me on the head with a stick, causing me to yelp in pain. He pointed at my nose and scolded, "You fool. Slow down. If you keep going like this, you'll turn into a stone toad." That's when I realized, wow, this energy is too enthusiastic to handle. It almost sent me away directly. While I was desperately cultivating, Sasuke was also reaching a climax on his side. He fought with his brother Itachi and even unleashed the strongest lightning release, Kirin, but still couldn't defeat him. Just when he thought he was about to have his eyes gouged out by Itachi, let me tell you, a classic scene unfolded. Itachi extended his blood-stained hand, touched Sasuke's forehead, and said, "Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time." Then he disappeared. Sasuke was stunned on the spot and then fainted. As he fainted, buried memories began attacking me. He dreamt of me and recalled our childhood. It turned out that the blank part of his childhood memory was sealed by Itachi, and the condition to unlock it was Itachi's death. As a brother, Itachi calculated everything down to the last second, even considering that we might be distracted in battle due to memory recovery. When Sasuke woke up, he found himself in a pitch-black cave. A guy wearing an orange spiral mask came out, sounding like an old man, claiming to be a survivor of the Uchiha clan. He was about to take off his mask to get closer, but then bam! Sasuke's eyes turned into Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, and a burst of black fire shot out. This was another trick left by Itachi, wanting to eliminate this masked man in one go. Unfortunately, this guy was tough and blocked it with some unknown technique. Then he began giving Sasuke a history lesson, revealing the truth about the Uchiha massacre, the dark secrets of the Konoha higher-ups. Everything was laid bare. Let me tell you, Sasuke's heart, which had just been filled with emptiness after achieving revenge, was instantly filled with hatred again. His brother's love was greater than the sky. Yet he was sacrificed by Konoha as a tool. Who can stand that? He immediately activated his Manjiki Sharingan, renaming his original snake team to Hawk, with one goal, destroy Konoha. On the other side, the masked man also gathered the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. Deidara, Scorpion, and Kisame were all present. Deidara even complained, "What are you pretending to be the boss for, huh?" The masked man then removed his mask, saying, "Deidara is just a code name. My real name is Uchiha Madara." Good grief, he transformed into the mastermind behind it all, leaving Deidara and Scorpion speechless. However, Kisame seemed to recognize him and called him Lord Mizukichi. Then Madara assigned tasks to Sasuke. "You Hawk team, go capture the 8 tails. The 9 tails and 6 tails are ours." When Sasuke heard that capturing the 9 tails was last, he understood. He knew the 9 tails was me, but right now his mind was filled with revenge, so he probably couldn't think of much else. He accepted the mission and turned to leave. However, Deidara followed him, blocking his way. "Hey, Naruto has been looking for you. Don't you know?" he asked my friend. "Huh." Upon hearing Naruto's name, Sasuke's face immediately turned cold, probably thinking, "Why are your people everywhere?" He ignored Deidara and vanished. Deidara was left wondering, what a cold guy. Little did he know, we had already met, thanks to the information gap. Then Sasuke and his team found the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Let me tell you, this 8 tails brother is a pure abstract artist, cooking away. And when he saw Sasuke and the others approach, he tasted his soup and exclaimed, "Salty, it's your fault. Lunch is ruined, you idiot, you jerk." Without another word, he charged at them, glowing red all over, rapping as he came. The speed was outrageous. If it weren't for Sasuke's Sharingan, he would have been down in the first move. Suigetsu and Jugo couldn't intervene at all. They could only watch. Sasuke tried to use Genjutsu, but it was broken in a second, and Killer Bee found an opening, preparing to hit him with a lightning release. Thunderclap. Karen screamed in fright, "Sasuke! Hey, something miraculous happened." Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Killer Bee's hand movement actually faltered, just grazing his skin. He looked at Sasuke, black hair, Sharingan, and exclaimed, "You're the one Naruto is looking for, you idiot, you jerk." Good grief, it's Naruto again. Is everyone in the world connected to him? Killer Bee thought, I can't kill him. I need to capture him alive. Then with a bang, he transformed into the full form of the Eight Tails, the Ox Demon, with a body like a small mountain. When Sasuke heard Naruto's name again, his mindset exploded. Again with Naruto. Again with Naruto. Can anyone say anything other than Naruto? Fueled by anger, he activated his Manjiki and directly blasted Amaterasu onto the Eight Tails' face. The black flames burned the Ox Demon, making it scream and even jump into the water, but they couldn't be extinguished. Finally, when Sasuke thought it had burned enough, he extinguished the fire. They carried Killer Bee's body away, but they didn't know that was just one of the Eight Tails' octopus legs. The real body had long since shed its shell, saying it was going to Konoha to clarify things with me. This guy also liked to have fun and wanted to take the opportunity to sneak out of the village. At this crucial moment back in Konoha, Granny Tsunade was extremely anxious. Why? Because she had actually won a gamble. This was a huge omen. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, she ran to the memorial stone to drink, and there she encountered the third Hokage. The two chatted under the moonlight about Jiraiya. Granny Tsunade felt terrible in her heart, thinking she had caused Jiraiya's death. The third Hokage comforted her, saying it was Jiraiya's own choice, and even patted her head to let her cry. Let me tell you, someone as strong-willed as Granny Tsunade finally couldn't hold it in. Meanwhile, over in the Rain Village, Pain received orders to capture the Nine Tails. The Yahiko-looking Pain stood up, and behind him, 5 more Pains appeared. The 6 of them marched towards Konoha with great momentum. At this moment, Hinata was still at home, daydreaming about me. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, and Konoha was bombed. Hinata opened her Byakugan, and good grief, red clouds and black robes. It was the Akatsuki. The 6 paths of Pain had already begun demolishing the village. Hinata saw a gigantic centipede-summoned beast causing destruction, even trapping a child under the rubble. She was furious on the spot, shouting, "You're going too far?" Her chakra transformed into a lion's head, and she unleashed a flurry of punches at that giant centipede, just as she smashed that centipede into pieces and was about to save the child. Another one attacked from behind. In a critical moment, swoosh, countless golden chains flew in, binding that centipede into a dumpling. My mom, Kushina, made a dazzling entrance, roaring with authority, "What do you want to do to my daughter-in-law to Bane?" Then, with a pull, the centipede shattered. Hinata was left dumbfounded, asking how my mom came out. My mom teased her a bit, and then Hinata started blushing, quietly asking, "What did you just call me?" My mom was speechless. "You idiot. Is now the time to be shy. If you want to be my daughter-in-law, then live well." After saying that, she pointed to the back, and several strange spirit beasts surrounded us. Hinata finally snapped back to reality. I will do my best. The scene switched back to me. Let me tell you, I am simply a genius in cultivation. Sage Shinsaku's eyes were about to pop out because I mastered the Sage mode perfectly in just 3 days. When I opened my eyes, with orange eyeshadow at the corners and my pupils turning into a straight line, I looked incredibly cool, and I didn't develop any of Jiraiya's toad-like features. The only downside is that this mode can only be maintained for 5 minutes. Sage Shinsaku suggested, "How about we fuse? You fight in front, and I'll help you absorb the chakra from your shoulder." But when we tried it, it failed. That Nine Tails guy was causing trouble inside, and directly bounced Sage Shinsaku's energy away. I quickly entered the sealed space to confront him. To my surprise, Lord Nine Tails was sitting cross-legged with a proud expression. "Isn't my power enough? Why do you need that so-called immortal technique?" I said, "Don't you have a bunch of other people's chakra on you as well?" He stubbornly replied, "Is the matter of tailed beasts the same?" In the end, he couldn't come up with anything else and admitted, "I just hate those slippery, slimy, cold-blooded creatures. Just thinking about their chakra coming in makes me feel sick." In short, no way. I couldn't help but laugh out loud at that moment. I didn't expect you, Nine Tails, to have such a cute side. As a result, I got kicked out by him. There's no way to go down the path of fusion anymore. I asked if there were any other methods to sustain in battle. Sage Zetsu was also at a loss and could only take me to meet the Great Toad Sage, the ancestor of Mount Mayaboku. When we arrived, that old man was still sleeping. I went over and shook him awake. "Great Toad Sage, don't sleep, there's a bug." As a result, he opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "Ah, it's Naruto. You're having trouble with Sage mode, aren't you?" I nodded vigorously and relayed the old man's uncooperative matter to the Great Toad Sage. And guess what? The Great Toad Sage didn't even blink, directly pointed out a technique for me. Say, just use Shadow Clone. I was stunned at that moment. Huh? Shadow Clone? It can be used like this? He slowly explained that I should have the Shadow Clone absorb natural energy. When my main body runs out of Senjutsu chakra, I can just poof and dispel the Shadow Clone, which would then transfer all the energy back to my main body. Wow, I was completely amazed. I said, Grandpa Toad, are you a genius? He chuckled and said this wasn't his idea, but developed by an old acquaintance. Another old acquaintance. His circle of friends is even larger than mine. But he quickly became serious, gestured to me with a finger, and said, Naruto, you have only 1 hour to master this technique. Konoha has already changed. I panicked and asked, what about contacting the toads? He told me that the contact toad was gone, and its name had disappeared from the signboard of Mayaboka Mountain. My mind went blank. I said, is something happening in Konoha? How can I cultivate now? I need to hurry back. The Great Toad Sage stopped me and said, if you go back now, it's like delivering vegetables. If you want to save Konoha, you must complete the final training. Saying that, he magically pulled out a beautifully crafted wooden box from his hat and handed it to me. I opened it, puzzled, and inside lay a fire-red coat, styled somewhat like the 4th Hokage's ceremonial robe, but with black flames burning at the hem. So cool. The Great Toad Sage added, it was also sewn by an old acquaintance. I thought to myself, your old acquaintances really are everywhere. But I quickly thanked him. Tried it on, and let me tell you, it was perfect. The fit was as if it was tailor-made for me, and my whole demeanor instantly changed. I felt like I had transformed from a rookie into a capable ninja. Meanwhile, Konoha was already in chaos. Konohamaru was sweating profusely as he tried to evacuate the crowd. His grandfather, the 3rd Hokage, had already put on his combat gear and gone to the front lines. As the Hokage's grandson, he had to do what he could. Just then, a tall man blocked his path. It was the Hell Realm from the 6 Paths of Pain. He approached and asked, hey, where's Uzumaki Naruto? Upon seeing the black cloak with red clouds, Konohamaru's legs started trembling. It was Akatsuki, but he still mustered his courage and shouted back, who would tell you Naruto's whereabouts? Hearing this, Hell Realm thought it was an admission of knowledge. Without a second thought, he reached out to grab Konohamaru. Konohamaru, having some pride, yelled not to underestimate the Hokage's grandson, bit his tongue to stay alert, narrowly dodged, and pulled out a kunai to strike. But he was too short to reach the vital points. As a result, he was struck in the chest by Hell Realm's knee, sending him flying, followed by a spinning kick that slammed him into the wall. Konohamaru felt his consciousness fading and thought, it's over. How could a low-ranking ninja like me possibly defeat Akatsuki? Just when he was about to give up and wait for death, he caught a glimpse of the Uzumaki clan's symbol on the ground. That was Naruto's symbol. Instantly, he felt like he had been injected with adrenaline, scolding himself for being an idiot. How could he give up like this and compete for Hokage with Naruto? He used every last bit of strength to get up, formed hand seals, and with a bang, white smoke erupted. Hell Realm thought he was about to unleash a big move, but when the smoke cleared, wow, Konohamaru had transformed into a beautiful black-haired woman. That pose, those seductive eyes, exuding charm. Family, who understands this visual impact? Not to mention Hell Realm. Even Nagato, who was controlling things from behind, was stunned for several seconds. Let me tell you, he was a single man for decades. He had never seen such a scene. While Hell Realm was dumbfounded, Konohamaru's hidden shadow clone had already prepared a Rasengan. He launched it directly at Hell Realm's chest, sending him flying several meters. Konohamaru then triumphantly shouted, Naruto's signature move, Seduction Rasengan. Eat dirt, you bastard. After shouting, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. On the other side, Kakashi had found the core of pain, Deva Path. After a round of probing, Kakashi had figured out the cooldown time of his Shinra Tensei, which was 5 seconds. Deva Path also acknowledged that Kakashi was troublesome and prepared to go all out. Kakashi charged forward with lightning in his left hand, and Deva Path indeed activated Shinra Tensei, but the rebounded Kakashi sizzled and transformed into lightning, a lightning clone. The real Kakashi burst out from the ground behind Deva Path, and the lightning in his hand transformed into a large dog that lunged forward. This move was called Lightning Hound, and it was even more powerful than Raikiri. Just as he was about to succeed, the hit Deva Path suddenly turned into a piece of wood, a substitution technique. The real Deva Path appeared behind Kakashi, coldly saying, a substitution technique? I've learned that too. Kakashi's heart cried out that it was bad. A tremendous force hit him from behind, and he was blasted away by Shinra Tensei, his lower body pinned under the rubble. Unable to move. His chakra was already drained. Deva Path didn't even approach, but instead, he levitated a nail from a distance, ready to shoot it into Kakashi's head. Kakashi thought, "It's over, I'm done for." Just then a crisp sound echoed. A strangely shaped kunai flew past Kakashi's face, accurately knocking the nail away and embedding in the ground. Then, a flash of golden light appeared, and a man materialized next to the kunai. Kakashi struggled to lift his head and saw the man behind him wearing a pure white ceremonial robe. The red flames at the hem seemed alive, and in the middle, the 5 big characters of the 4th Hokage were glaring at him, causing his eyes to hurt. Oh! Kakashi was completely dumbfounded, until the man turned around. He saw the face, and his mind went blank. The man placed his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, and in the next moment, the scene changed, and Kakashi was transported to a safe place. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, handed him over to Rin, who was treating the wounded, saying, "Rin, Kakashi is in your hands." Then he vanished. Kakashi looked at the living Rin in front of him, young and cute, just like in his memories, and suddenly realized, "Rin? I understand now. I'm already dead. To see you and the teacher right after dying. I'm really lucky." After saying that, he fainted with a happy smile. Rin shouted anxiously from his side, "Kakashi, don't sleep." After sending Kakashi away, Minato returned to the original spot, pulled out the flying thunder god kunai from the ground, and stared at Deva Path. "You're the one who killed Jiraiya-sensei, aren't you?" Deva Path noticed and remarked, "You are not from this world. You are a reincarnation of the dirt." Minato got straight to the point. "Hand over Uzumaki Naruto, and I'll leave." Deva Path replied, "Asking for your son in front of his father, you really have a thick face." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato charged forward with a Rasengan. But this time, Deva Path had learned his lesson. He knew the Flying Thunder God was unpredictable, and the 5-second cooldown was enough for Minato to kill him several times. So he held back on using Shinra Tensei and took out a black rod to engage Minato in close combat. Minato saw this and thought, "Okay, you're not going to use your big moves, huh?" He dispersed the Rasengan and threw 3 kunai, 1 in front and 2 behind. Deva Path knocked away the first kunai, but the 2 in the air collided, changing trajectory and forming a V-shape, trapping him in the middle. Now he was in a dilemma. If he defended one side, Minato would teleport from the other side. Shinra Tensei. Deva Path was forced to use his big move, blowing away all the kunai. Just when he thought he was safe and was looking for Minato, he heard a whooshing sound from above. The water gate maintained a throwing posture in midair when another shuriken flew towards him. The almighty push was still on cooldown. The Deva Path had to prepare to block with the black rod. Watergate smiled slightly and formed a hand seal. Shadow, shuriken, jutsu. 1 shuriken instantly multiplied into thousands. The Deva Path cursed internally and could only use the substitution technique to dodge. However, he never expected that the location of his substitute would be just where a shuriken grazed his hair. Watergate's voice then echoed, "Today's protagonist is me." The Deva Path was filled with shock. This guy even predicted the range of my substitution technique. In his sight, there was only an increasingly large Rasengan. Boom! The Rasengan smashed violently into his head, burying him into the ground. The 4th Hokage defeated the Deva Path Pain in the first round without any injuries. But Watergate did not let his guard down. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. Sure enough, the Deva Path on the ground suddenly transformed into smoke and disappeared, having been summoned away. Watergate shook his head and transformed into a golden light, heading to the next battlefield. In a corner of Konoha, the Animal Path Pain summoned the recently defeated Deva Path and the Hell Path, who had been ambushed by Konohamaru. The Hell Path summoned King Enma, tossing the 2 damaged Pains into its mouth to chew them up and spit them out, completely renewed. The Deva Path was still shaken. Watergate's previous attack had nearly shattered his skull. He felt that the Azura Path and Human Path were also in a hard fight and said to Conan, "I'm going to use that technique." Conan was shocked. "No, that will shorten your lifespan." The Deva Path replied, "A god cannot lose." On the other side, the 3rd Hokage was panting heavily while leaning on the Raging Monkey's golden staff. He was too old, while the Azura Path Pain became more vigorous as the battle went on, transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed monster. Even the Raging Monkey felt sorry for him, saying that at his age, he shouldn't be pushing himself so hard. The 3rd Hokage stubbornly replied, "Protecting Konoha with my life is what it means to be Hokage." Just then, the Azura Path's missile struck again, and the Raging Monkey turned into a giant stick to block them. But the blade-like tail behind the Azura Path circled around and aimed straight at the 3rd Hokage. Due to old injuries, the third Hokage was a moment too slow, and it looked like he was about to be pierced through. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, and the Azura Path's tail struck the ground. A young voice rang in the third Hokage's ear. You still love Konoha just as much as ever, third Hokage. The third Hokage turned in surprise and saw Watergate. He immediately became alert. Watergate? Impure world reincarnation? Are you here to destroy Konoha too? Watergate replied, I know everything about Naruto. After this battle, we can talk properly. Hearing this, the third Hokage calmed down. He knew Watergate meant no harm. The two of them fought side by side after a long time. Watergate threw a shuriken at the Azura Path, who immediately used its tail to open it, then transformed its whole body into a cannon, firing a laser blast at Watergate. Watergate did not dodge and allowed the left side of his body to be blasted apart. The body of the impure world reincarnation instantly healed. Using the cover of the light, he threw the shuriken next to the Azura Path. With a flash of light, Watergate appeared beside the Azura Path, grabbed him, and instantly teleported. The two appeared in open space where the third Hokage and his 4 shadow clones had been waiting for a long time. 5 elements. Great multi-shadow clone jutsu. Fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind. 5 elemental ninjutsu hit the Azura Path simultaneously, and after a violent explosion, only a pile of scrap metal remained. The third Hokage also collapsed. Exhausted of chakra, Watergate brought a slug from Tsunade to heal him, said he was leaving, and disappeared. The third Hokage watched his departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Tsunade was healing the entire village through the slug. Suddenly, the slug on her shoulder let out a sharp scream. Ah? Tsunade jumped in fright. What are you screaming about? Have you seen a ghost? The slug shouted. Yes, yes. I saw a ghost. I saw Watergate and Kushina. Tsunade slapped it. What kind of dream are you having? Get back to work. But the slug insisted. It's not a dream. The third Hokage saw it too. Watergate is impure world reincarnation and has already taken down 2 pains. Tsunade thought for a moment, and a silly smiling face popped in her mind, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be him? At the entrance of the Konoha Corner's office, Sakura and Shizun were also struggling. They fought desperately to protect the pain body that Shin took back. Shizun had already analyzed that these pains were merely corpses receiving chakra through the black rods. Just as they were about to be swallowed by the giant centipede-summoned beast, a red shadow blocked in front of them, and countless silver chains extended, binding the 3 centipedes tightly. A woman with fiery red hair and an incredibly warm smile said to Sakura, You've worked hard to Bane. Sakura looked at her and felt that smile, that catchphrase, was strangely familiar, and blurted out, Naruto? The woman smiled and said, You know my Naruto too? Hinata, it's up to you. Hinata descended from the sky, using the twin lion fist to knock the black rods off the summoning beast, and they immediately became immobile. Sakura asked Hinata who she was, and Hinata honestly replied, She is Naruto's mother. Sakura looked at her with a face that seemed to say, Are you out of your mind? And was about to heal her. Just then, a burst of smoke exploded, and 6 pains appeared before them. The Deva Path was about to speak when Kushina pointed at them and scolded. Where did these delinquents come from, Bane? So many holes in your bodies. Do you think your parents would be proud? Take them all off. The entire area fell silent. Even the Deva Path Pain didn't know how to refute. Sakura believed it now. This silly personality was just like Naruto. Shizun quickly pulled Kushina aside to explain. Upon hearing this, Kushina was furious. Realizing these people wanted to kidnap her son, she put her fingers in her mouth and whistled loudly. With a flash of golden light, Watergate appeared beside her, asking like a loyal dog, Wife, did you call me? Sakura swore she saw Watergate's tail wagging behind him. Kushina pointed at Pain. Look, they bullied your son. Take them all down, Bane. I understand. Watergate nodded, gathering chakra into a Rasengan. Sakura was about to say they were being too reckless, but before she could finish, there was a loud boom. The smoke cleared, and the Azura Path and Human Path had already collapsed on the ground. Watergate used the mark he left on the Azura Path earlier to teleport right into the middle of them and eliminated 2 in an instant. Shizun watched with a dry throat. This person has never lost in his life as a ninja. Sakura stared dumbfounded at the large character's 4th Hokage behind Watergate. Completely shocked, the Deva Path turned his back to Watergate, secretly relieved that it wasn't the revivable Hell Path that got taken out. He coldly said, Almighty push. Watergate instantly vanished. The Deva Path then reached out to Kushina. Universal pull. Kushina's body was uncontrollably pulled towards the Deva Path. Water Gate wanted to save her, but saw four Pains simultaneously throwing black rods at Kushina. Without hesitation, he embraced Kushina, allowing the black rods to pierce through both of their bodies. Hinata saw Aunt Kushina get hurt and rushed over without thinking, only to be blasted away by the Deva Path's almighty push, spitting blood. The Deva Path coldly said, "Don't struggle. This is my special black rod for the dead, infused with the power of the six paths. I'm telling you, this thing is not to be taken lightly." When the black stick stabbed into the water gate, I immediately felt something was off. The chakra felt like it wasn't mine. And the flying thunder god just crashed, unable to move at all. That Tendo Pain was just standing there, leisurely starting a philosophy lesson. That's right. This is the power of the sage of six paths. Mortals cannot resist gods. Before he could finish his sentence, Kushina blew up. She unleashed a barrage at Minato. "Minato, you big idiot. Why are you here to save me? I am immortal. Are you stupid? Go home and kneel on a washboard." Let me tell you, Kushina was really both touched and angry. She was touched that Minato instinctively came to save her, but angry that his IQ dropped, saving someone who wouldn't get hurt, putting himself in danger. Minato weakly explained, "It's a natural response of the body." But then Pain picked up the conversation, analyzing, "You see, why did he lose? Because he's afraid of pain. People transform into gods, like me, only after experiencing great pain." Good grief. Here we go again. His pain literature is back. He even calls himself a god? Would a god do such a thing? Minato shot back. What kind of justice is this? Destroying others' peace? This statement directly infuriated Pain. He shouted that Konoha had no right to enjoy peace, saying that Konoha invaded their country back in the day, killing their people, without even a word of apology. Just when this guy was emotionally charged, going on a rampage, Tsunade suddenly landed a heavy punch, quietly sneaking up on him. If it weren't for Pain's shared vision, that punch would have knocked him out. Tsunade stood in front of Minato, also angry. "We have made mistakes, but we have also paid the price. My brother, my lover, both died in the war. There are many in the village who lost loved ones, but I haven't seen anyone as extreme as you." Pain floated in midair, looking down at them, his gaze as cold as ice. "That's because your pain is not enough. You know nothing of pain." At that moment, my heart sank, feeling that this was about to go all out. Sure enough, he raised both hands, and all of Pain's power gathered onto him. Feel the pain. Know the pain. Super Shinra Tensei. In that instant, let me tell you, the whole world fell silent. Then there was a huge explosion. Centered around Pain, a destructive, repulsive force erupted. The entire Konoha was like it had been struck by a meteor. Houses, land, rivers, all flattened. The whole village directly turned into a giant sinkhole. Hinata, protected by Tsunade's slug, slowly regained consciousness. When she opened her Byakugan and saw this apocalyptic scene, she immediately broke down, covering her mouth and crying, "Naruto-kun, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect your beloved village." Just as she cried her heart out, a gust of wind blew by, and a figure appeared in front of her, gently wiping away her tears, smiling and asking, "Hinata, are you calling me?" Hinata looked up, stunned. "Naruto-kun? Let me tell you that man. He finally came back." Naruto, in sage mode, wearing a red cloak and carrying a huge scroll, looked incredibly handsome. He stood there, clearly right in front of us, yet there wasn't a trace of chakra, as if he had merged with the entire nature. "Stop crying," Naruto said. "I'll take care of everything from here." Just after he finished speaking, with a bang, a rocket was shot towards the back of Naruto's head. It was a sneak attack from the just-resurrected Azura Path Pain. And guess what happened? Without even turning his head, Naruto stretched out his hand, and with a pop, he caught the rocket with its tail flame. The rocket struggled wildly in his hand, but couldn't move at all. Pain's Rinnegan was stunned. This power was just too outrageous. Naruto was furious, not because of the sneak attack, but because Hinata was right behind him. He yanked with his left hand, pulling the Azura Path from a distance. As the Azura Path looked up, he saw a Rasengan that was bigger than himself. Sage Art, super big Rasengan. Boom! The Azura Path was instantly reduced to a shower of flying metal parts. Heavenly Path Pain took a glance, not even flinching, and said calmly, "Oh, so you've become a sage, just like Master Jiraiya." Only then did Naruto turn around, looking at the survivors in the ruins, seeing Tsunade, who had exhausted her chakra and turned from a mature woman to an old lady, and seeing his parents pierced by black rods. The anger in his eyes was about to burst out. "I'm late." Tsunade tried to get up, but Naruto pressed her down. "Leave it to me. With this kind of enemy, the Hokage doesn't need to personally step in." He carried Tsunade to Sakura's side. Her light weight made his heart tighten. Then he walked over to Minato and Kushina, pulling the black rods out of them. Seeing the ceremonial robe on Minato, he curiously asked, "Dad, why are you wearing this?" Minato stubbornly replied, "Cough, if I don't wear this, I feel like I can't give my all." Seeing his parents' weak state, Naruto understood. He made sure they were settled and seriously said, "I understand now. My dad is the hero who saved Konoha, and my mom is an even stronger ninja than my dad. As their child, I can't lose." Kushina struggled to raise her hand, wanting to stop him. "Naruto, don't go. It's too dangerous. Who understands family? This is a mother. She doesn't care about the village. She only cares about her child's safety." Minato shook his head and held on to Kushina. "Leave it to him. Our son is unimaginably strong." Naruto turned back, showing a super reassuring smile. "Mom, just make some miso soup and wait for me to come back." After saying that, his figure flickered and disappeared. The next second, Naruto had already appeared in the center of the village, waiting for Pain. The remaining 5 Pains followed him and surrounded him. Before the fight started, Naruto asked a question. "Am I the last Jinchuriki you need to capture?" Pain coldly replied, "That's right. The 1 tail to the 8 tails have all been sealed by me." At that moment, I felt that Naruto's entire aura had changed. That hatred was almost palpable. He suppressed his anger, raised his right hand, and shouted, "Sage Art, Spiraling Shuriken." A shuriken, spinning at high speed and emitting a piercing shriek, was thrown forward. Hungry Ghost Path Pain immediately stepped in, spreading his palm to absorb it. But at that moment, the Sage Mode markings in the corner of Naruto's eyes disappeared. He quickly pulled out a scroll from his back, bit his finger, and pressed it down. Reverse Summoning Technique. Release. Goodness, let me tell you, this move was simply textbook smooth. He had actually set up a Sage Mode Shadow clone in Mount Mayaboku in advance, and now he was directly reversing the summoning to release it, instantly replenishing his Sage Chakra. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Naruto re-entered Sage Mode, leaped into the air, formed hand seals, and created another shadow clone, conjuring a second spiraling shuriken. Scatter. Seeing this, Pain from the Deva Path was stunned and quickly ordered everyone to disperse. But no one expected that the second spiraling shuriken would expand dozens of times in the air. The human path Pain couldn't dodge in time and was directly caught up, turned into fragments. Before they could react, Naruto had already used Flying Thunder God and appeared in front of Hell Path Pain, the one who can resurrect others. Another Flying Thunder God? Seeing the Kunai at Hell Path's feet, Deva Path Pain was about to have PTSD. "You're the healer, right?" Naruto punched forward. Hell Path tilted his head to dodge, but his cheek felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer, sending him spinning away. "Sage Art, Frog Song. I tell you, this boxing technique is outrageous, hitting a cow from across the mountain. It looks like it didn't hit, but the attack of natural energy has already penetrated." Naruto caught up, grabbed the Hell Path, and unleashed a series of heavy blows to his central nervous system, directly incapacitating him. On the other side, the Beast Path was about to summon something, but Naruto's shadow clone kicked her into the sky, followed by a massive Rasengan, sending her to meet the Shura Path in its broken state. In the blink of an eye, only the Deva Path and the Hungry Ghost Path were left on the battlefield. Naruto was panting, and his Sage Mode was gone again. The Deva Path Pain looked at Naruto, who had once again restored his Sage Mode using reverse summoning, feeling a bit uneasy. "How many times can you do that?" Naruto, being sincere, directly replied, "This is the last one. After this, it will be gone." Pain breathed a sigh of relief and began his speech, talking about using tail beasts to create super weapons and exchanging fear for peace. Naruto was dumbfounded, thinking, isn't this just nuclear deterrence? Then, Pain dropped a heavy bomb. "I thought as fellow disciples, you would understand me." Naruto was stunned. "Fellow disciples? You are Yahiko?" "That's right. Pain's true body is the disciple Jiraiya once took in the Land of Rain." Naruto was completely furious. "God? Killing my master, destroying my village, hurting my loved ones. What kind of god are you?" Pain retorted, if it were him, facing the destruction of his homeland, what would he do? How would he eliminate this hatred? Naruto was stumped, shouting, "I don't know. I'm not smart enough to come up with such complex answers. But the perverted sage believes that people can understand each other. So I will defeat you here and then find true peace in my own way." Indeed, he is a fool. Pain sneered. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto split into 8 clones. 9 Narutos lined up, each forming a Rasengan. But this time it was different. I tell you that scene, I will never forget in my life. The phantoms of the 1 tail to the 8 tails appeared behind Naruto, reaching out their hands to inject their chakra into the Rasengan. "Sage Art, tailed beast multi-Rasengan barrage. 9 Rasengans of different colors, containing terrifying energy, smashed toward the hungry ghost path. He couldn't withstand a single one. With all 9 together, he was blown apart on the spot. But Naruto was also exhausted, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, and Sage mode completely disappeared. It looks like you are at your wit's end. The Deva Path Pain's voice came, and the universal pull activated, pulling Naruto over and grabbing his neck, lifting him into the air. His power had completely recovered. He pulled out a black rod from his sleeve and directly stabbed it into Naruto's shoulder, incapacitating one of his arms. Just at that critical moment, a delicate voice rang out. Gentle step-twin lion fists. Hinata. It was Hinata rushing in. She slammed one palm on Pain's head and another palm on his arm joint. And, as he was sent flying, she caught the falling Naruto. Naruto shouted in a panic. Hinata, what are you doing here? Run away. But Hinata interrupted him. I stand here with my own will. All this time, I have been following Naruto Koin's footsteps, moving forward courageously, keeping my word. This is our ninja way. I told you, when that confession happened, I couldn't help but cry. She pulled the black rod from Naruto's shoulder and firmly said, I won't let you die in front of me. Naruto couldn't hold back his tears either and angrily muttered, Hinata is such an idiot. Pain was infuriated by this display of affection and mocked. Ridiculous. What can you do with such little power? But Naruto smiled and said no. When a person has something they must protect at all costs, they could become terrifyingly strong. Then I'll start with her. Before Pain could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang, and a fiery red fist slammed into his face. Naruto exploded. His entire body was enveloped in fiery red chakra, and he grew several tails. His speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye, and he mercilessly chased after Pain, delivering a flurry of punches. Grabbing Pain's head, he swung left and right, smashing it down onto the ground. Pain was pushed into a corner, clasped his hands together, and formed a small black ball. Become the stars of the sky. Shinra Tensei. He threw the small black ball at Naruto, unleashing an unparalleled gravitational force. Everything on the ground, including Naruto, was pulled into the sky, forming a gigantic rock sphere that trapped Naruto inside. In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails couldn't bear to watch. Hey kid, that guy's even learned the Elder's Shinra Tensei. This is bad. Naruto asked, is the Eight Tails still alive? The Nine Tails snorted. That stinky octopus isn't that easy to kill. What Pain caught is probably just an octopus leg. Upon hearing that the Eight Tails was still alive, Naruto instantly revived, his eyes reigniting with light. Outside, Hinata looked up at the stone sphere and recklessly charged upwards, only to be shot down by Pain's Shinra Tensei, spitting blood. Just then, her sister Hanabi appeared. The sisters were talking when suddenly, a loud explosion occurred. The huge stone sphere in the sky had a large hole blown through its bottom. Naruto's body, shrouded in black smoke, fell out from inside, plummeting straight towards the ground. At that critical moment, I tell you, a cloud of white smoke erupted from the ground, and wow, the true form of the Nine Tails emerged. The massive fox pushed up against the collapsing sphere. Holding it up, it roared at Naruto. You idiot! Are you trying to throw your life away? If I hadn't wrapped you in a layer of armor made of bones, you would have turned to dust with that tail beast ball. Naruto felt a bit embarrassed and muttered an apology. The Nine Tails huffed, annoyed, I'll hold this broken sphere for you 5 minutes. End this battle in 5 minutes. With Naruto no longer acting as the gravitational core, all that rubble would fall down. The Nine Tails was clearing the area for him. Just as Naruto was about to splatter on the ground, Hinata and Hanabi, the sister duo, reached out their hands to catch him. Guess what happened? Hinata single-handedly caught Naruto, who was falling from a height of 100 meters. The impact, oh my goodness, who understands that? She fell to her knees with a thud, creating a crater in the ground and spitting out another mouthful of blood. Hanabi helped her sister up, and seeing that her sister was on the verge of collapse while Naruto, the culprit, seemed fine, her anger flared up, and she pointed at Naruto, scolding. You jerk. What the hell are you doing? After rushing back to Konoha, the village was gone, her sister was seriously injured, and she couldn't understand the situation. So she yelled first. At that moment, Pain completely lost his composure, pointing at Naruto, his voice cracking as he shouted, Why? Why do you keep breaking my techniques? What are you? Naruto stood tall and replied with full confidence. I am Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village, and I will become Hokage. That shout left Pain speechless. The moment of the final battle had arrived. With only his right hand able to move, he turned to Hinata and said, Hinata, lend me your hand. Hinata understood immediately, extending her left hand to join Naruto's right hand. forming the hand sign for Shadow Clone. Bang, bang, bang. 100 Narutos appeared in an instant. This was already his last chakra. He shouted to Hinata, "Hinata, I'm betting all my chakra on this Rasengan. Help me out." A Rasengan formed in Naruto's palm, and Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan, starting to inject her chakra into it. She was familiar with this task, but forgot that she was currently like a porcelain doll, fragile. Just as her chakra was halfway in, she felt her vision darken and collapsed. "Sister," Hanabi exclaimed. Hinata coughed up blood, using her last bit of strength to say, "Hanabi, I can't go on." "You go, help Naruto-kun finish. You can do it." With that, she fainted. Hanabi checked her sister and was relieved to find that she was just exhausted and unconscious. She turned to look at the terrifying energy sphere in Naruto's hand, usually fearless. She was sweating in her palms, but thinking of her sister's request, she gritted her teeth and said, "I can do it. If my sister can do it, there's no reason I can't." The little sister stepped up in a crisis. Hanabi also activated her Byakugan, mimicking her sister's actions, and frantically poured her chakra into the Rasengan. I tell you, this Rasengan was like a bottomless pit. Hanabi felt like she was being drained dry, yet the ball still hadn't formed. Just when she thought she was about to collapse, her sister and Naruto's never-give-up spirit flashed in her mind, and suddenly, she felt like she had broken through something, her chakra erupting and completing her super self moment. Meanwhile, Pain was frantically eliminating Naruto's shadow clones. 98-99. The victory is mine. After taking out the last clone, Pain's black rod shot straight at Naruto's real body. Naruto wanted to push Hanabi away, but there was no time. I was stunned, watching as two figures, one tall and one short, rushed in front of Naruto. With a thud, the sound of the black rod piercing through a body echoed. Naruto focused and cried out in anguish, "Third Hokage!" Indeed, it was the third Hokage and his summoning beast, Inma, who blocked this fatal blow with their bodies. Pain released his grip. As if he understood now, he was not fighting against a single person, but against the entire Konoha. At that moment, Hanabi shouted, "It's done." Naruto held a gigantic Rasengan nearly 10 meters in diameter in his hand, larger than any before. There was even blue light flowing inside. "Hinata Hanabi Rasengan," Naruto roared, hurling this sphere, powered by the strength of 3 people, at Pain. Shinra Tensei. Pain also went all out, pouring all his chakra into this move. The two ultimate ninjutsu collided, and the scene was so intense that the ground beneath them couldn't withstand it, collapsing layer by layer until they both plunged into the ground more than 10 meters deep. In the midst of this struggle, Naruto began to feel lost inside. He knew he could win, but after defeating this one, there would be another Pain. The chain of hatred would never break. Just then, a warm hand rested on his head. "Naruto, what are you confused about?" It was the perverted sage. Jiraiya's translucent spirit appeared beside him. Naruto's tears couldn't hold back any longer, and he cried that he couldn't find the answer. Jiraiya smiled, placing his hand on the back of Naruto's hand, saying, "Answers are found along the way. I believe you will find it, because you are the most foolish one among all my disciples. I'll tell you, this sentence is the dumbest, but it's simply the highest level of recognition." Naruto closed his eyes, and along with his master's spirit, he forcefully pushed that massive Rasengan into Pain's embrace. The light engulfed everything, and in that radiance, Pain saw the days he lived with Yahiko, Konan, and Jiraiya-sensei. The battle was over. Naruto jumped out of the deep pit, holding Pain's corpse, his face streaked with tears. The Nine Tails also slowly lowered the gigantic planetary devastation, perfectly filling the large pit left by the battle, and then returned to Naruto's body. But the third Hokage, he couldn't make it. The position of that black rod was too fatal. When Sakura arrived and desperately treated him, she could only barely keep him alive. Sakura said to Naruto, "Pain's original body is still out there. Don't let the third Hokage's sacrifice be in vain." Naruto then realized he dispelled the last shadow clone hiding and absorbing natural energy, instantly entering Sage mode. He pulled the black rod out of Pain's body and inserted it into his palm. Through Sage technique perception, he immediately located Nagato's original body. Before leaving, Hanabi grabbed him, worry etched on her face, and asked, "You'll come back alive, right?" Naruto turned back, giving her a determined smile. "Yeah, it's a promise. I will definitely return." After saying that, he instantly vanished. The next second, he tore through the paper tree where Nagato was hiding and walked inside. Seeing Nagato's condition, Naruto was dumbfounded. It was a gaunt young man, filled with tubes, on the brink of death. This was far from the destructive mastermind he had imagined. Nagato began a long narration, talking about his parents, about Yahiko's death, and the darkness of this world. Finally, he asked Naruto, "What is your answer?" Naruto tightly gripped the book written by Jiraiya, tears dropping onto the cover. He said, "Sensei believes that people can understand each other, and I believe in Sensei as belief. If there is truly peace, then I will seize it. I will never give up." Nagato was shocked. The lines Naruto said were the protagonist's lines from the book. And that protagonist's name was Naruto. This was the belief that his master left for him. Nagato looked at Naruto, as if seeing his past self. He smiled and said, "I'll give it a try, believing in you who believes in Jiraiya-sensei." Outer Path, Samsara Technique. Nagato activated the forbidden technique. His red hair instantly turned white, using the last of his life force to say to Naruto, "This consider it a welcoming gift from your senior brother." After saying that, his head tilted, and he completely lost all signs of life. Naruto hadn't reacted, yet when the entire Konoha suddenly underwent a tremendous change. A gigantic King Enma appeared in the center of the village, opening its huge mouth, and countless green light spots flew out like fireflies, flowing into the bodies of those who had died in battle. I tell you, that scene was all about death and rebirth. The dead one by one lifted the white cloth and stood up, and the ninjas trapped under the rubble pushed aside the stones and crawled out. The cracks on Minato and Kushina's bodies instantly disappeared. They were alive. Even Rin was the same. At the village entrance, all the resurrected villagers were frantically shouting one name, Naruto. And Naruto, he pushed through the crowd, welcoming him, rushing to the hospital ruins, desperately digging through the rubble. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out behind him. "Hey, my disciple, what are you looking for?" Naruto's body stiffened, slowly turning around. In the sunlight, Jiraiya was grinning at him. "Master." At that moment, all notions of being the hero who saved Konoha, of being the powerful one who defeated pain, vanished. Naruto, like a child, suddenly lunged into his master's arms and cried out loud. But not everyone was so fortunate. In the temporary hospital room, the third Hokage had reached the end of his life. The rebirth technique could only revive the dead, not heal the injured. The medical ninjas desperately tried to keep him alive, which ironically caused him to miss the chance of resurrection. Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, and Naruto all gathered by the bedside. The third Hokage looked at Minato and asked, "Do you hate me?" He admitted he hadn't taken good care of Naruto, but he sacrificed his life to save Naruto, not to atone, but because he genuinely liked the child and saw the will of fire in him. Minato expressed years of resentment, questioning why he didn't announce Naruto's identity, allowing him to suffer discrimination since childhood. The third Hokage sighed, saying the scars left by the Nine Tails were too deep. He wanted to wait until the storm passed to address it, but was ultimately used by Danzo and his group. By the time he realized, it was too late. "Naruto, come here." The third Hokage beckoned to Naruto. Naruto knelt by the bed, and the old Hokage gently touched his head, saying, "I'm sorry for making you suffer so much. Do you remember when we went fishing together as kids? When we ate the poisonous mushrooms, how I helped you erase your doodles in the middle of the night? You confiscated my adult magazines and never returned any. I remember all of it." Cough, cough. The third Hokage awkwardly coughed twice. "Let us just forget about that. Konohamaru, I leave it to you." He took one last look at Jiraiya, revealing a bittersweet smile, and peacefully closed his eyes. A week later, Konoha began its reconstruction. On the street, Naruto was yawning, walking side by side with a handsome blonde guy. Passers-by were stunned. Wasn't he that the fourth Hokage? Minato looked at Naruto with a face full of happiness, grinning like a fool. Naruto looked at him in disgust. "Dad, your smile is so gross." Minato didn't care at all, happily saying, "I just feel that being able to stroll with my son like this is really too joyful." "What is so joyful about this?" "Oh, I just realized, wow. My dad actually lifted me up, sitting on his shoulders with my legs swinging in front of him. At that moment, I was really digging my toes into the ground, wishing I could just die on the spot." "Dad, what are you doing?" "Let me tell you, my dad was so happy. He said that when my mom was pregnant, he had imagined carrying his child like this, wanting to hold him up high. His dream has come true. But I'm 16 now. I'm already over 7 meters tall. Isn't this just pure public execution?" The looks from the people around me are like they're watching a monkey. But his next sentence left me speechless. He said, "Naruto, being able to be by your side like this makes me really happy." Sigh. My heart softened instantly and I stopped resisting. I just told him, "Just this once." And guess what? My dad immediately turned around and shouted, "Great. Run to the Hokage's office in 5 minutes. I wanted to die at that moment. God knows how I got through those 5 minutes under the strange gazes of everyone in the village. When I reached the rooftop of the Hokage building, I just knelt down and pounded the ground, feeling utterly ashamed to face anyone. My dad has already changed into a stunning white divine robe and is standing at the edge of the rooftop, waving at me. As soon as I go over, wow, the crowd below is packed with people, and they start shouting my name when they see me. My dad raised his hands, and with a voice enhanced by chakra, the entire venue fell silent. He first introduced himself as the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, and then suddenly turned around to reveal the big words on his back. Wow. The pose was so cool that the girls downstairs screamed. Then he began his performance. Let me tell you, my dad's hand movements were textbook level. Truly ahead of the game. He first explained how he was resurrected, then pulled me to his side and announced in front of the whole village. The hero who saved Konoha, originally named Uzumaki Naruto, is my son. This bombshell caused an uproar below. Many people panicked, probably recalling how they bullied me as a child, thinking my dad was there to settle scores. But then my dad turned the conversation around and gave them an out. He said that the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha was not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. There was a mastermind behind it, and he had sealed the Nine-Tails within me to protect the village, intending for me to be a hero. However, that bad guy took advantage of it, spreading rumors that I was the demon fox, trying to get the villagers to eliminate me. So my dad concluded, you were just being used. Just listen to that. The villagers instantly accepted it. Their guilt vanished, and they began to angrily curse that despicable mastermind. In the end, my dad praised me, saying I hadn't gone astray and had earned everyone's recognition through my own efforts. After saying that, he patted me and gestured for me to say a few words. At that moment, my mind was still in a daze, but looking at the people below, I began to understand a lot. I said, my childhood was indeed tough, and there were several times I wanted to give up, but teacher Irika, Hinata, and many friends supported me. In the end, I said, I really like my mom's name. So from now on, I will protect the village I love with my life as Naruto Uzumaki. This matter came to a perfect end. When I got home that night, my mom had already made dinner. My dad and I said in unison, I'm back. Who understands family? Just this moment, I waited for 16 years. While having dinner, my mom hit me with a spatula for being picky, and my dad came over to block it, resulting in both of them rolling together. I looked at them and laughed like a fool. Just when we were enjoying our good days, a loud boom sounded from the sky, and a giant airship landed directly on Hokage Rock. My dad and I hurried over, and guess who showed up? The Snow Country's princess, Koyuki. She said she heard that Konoha was destroyed and was worried about me. So without thinking, she flew over in the airship. I thanked her and casually asked why Sister Haku didn't come. She said Haku had something to do. Then she looked at my dad and curiously asked, Is this your brother? My dad smiled slightly and said, I am Naruto's father. At that moment, Xiaoxue took a step back in shock, probably calculating how old my dad was when he had me. My dad told her not to think about it and said he would explain later. Then Xiaoxue pointed to the side where my mom, that lively treasure, was climbing up the airship's gas bag, mumbling about how this thing could fly. My dad was already overwhelmed, so he used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring her back. Not only did Xiaoxue come over, but she also brought a large amount of construction materials that we urgently needed, truly a timely help. After my dad thanked her seriously, Xiaoxue took my hand and insisted that I show her around the rebuilding Konoha. We were wandering around the ruins, and it took me half an hour to explain all the mess at home to her. She listened in shock and remarked that in just a few years, I had transformed from a monster everyone wanted to hit into a great hero. When we reached a street corner, she suddenly stopped and said that we ran into each other right there back then, using her hand to gesture on my chest, saying I was that short at that time. I told her that my experience in the land of snow had a great impact on me, making me understand that revenge is empty, which is why I could calmly talk to Brother Nagato. Otherwise, the people who died in Konoha wouldn't be able to come back to life. She looked at me with a somewhat sad expression and jokingly opened her arms, asking, Want to have a long overdue hug? I refused, saying I had grown up. That night, the climax came. In my kitchen, Koyuki was happily cooking with my mom. Suddenly, there was a knock, and Hinata came. She said she wanted to have dinner at my house. As soon as she walked in, she bumped right into Koyuki, who was bringing out the dishes. Let me tell you, the atmosphere instantly dropped to minus 18 degrees. The two girls just stared at each other, and the air nearly froze. Koyuki spoke first, smiling, You must be Hinata. Naruto has mentioned you countless times. She even reached out her hand to shake hers. Hinata glanced at her hand, lowered her head, and just murmured a response without shaking it. I, with my wooden head, thought Hinata was shy, and foolishly explained that Xiaoxue just arrived today and had nowhere to stay, so she was living at my place. During dinner, the scene was simply unbelievable. Xiaoxue naturally tore off a whole rabbit leg and placed it in my bowl, saying, "This is for you. You like rabbit legs that aren't cut, right?" She also said she learned it for a long time in the land of snow. I didn't think much of it at the time and just said, "You still remember?" Huh. As a result, Hinata's face turned pale all of a sudden. She put down her chopsticks and said, "I'm full," and then she ran away. I was still dazed there. "Not to your taste?" My mom couldn't stand it anymore and directly slapped the back of my head. "Naruto, go chase her. Now, immediately. Right away." I was scared by my mom's hungry expression, so I quickly put down my chopsticks and ran out. When I caught up with Hinata, she was crying. When she saw me, she poured out all her grievances, saying that I am now a hero, have parents, and don't need to marry into the Hyuga family at all. Being with a princess like Snow White is much better. At that moment, I was overwhelmed and couldn't think of how to explain. I directly grabbed her hands and pressed them against the stone wall beside us, kissing her right away. When I let go of her, I looked into her eyes and said in the most serious tone of my life, "No matter what others say or think, in my heart, there has always been only you, Hinata." She was stunned at that moment, and her face turned bright red. I quickly apologized, saying it was my fault for letting Xiaoxue stay over and causing her to misunderstand. And guess what she said? She shyly lowered her head and softly said, "If you kiss me again, I'll forgive you." Wow, who could resist that? I smiled and lifted her chin, kissing her again, this time especially gently. After the kiss, both our faces were red. I held her hand, feeling that our relationship had taken a big step forward. But while we were sweetly together, I had no idea that in the shadow of the corner, Xiaoxue was watching everything, tears streaming down her face. My mom also followed her, standing beside her with a sigh, advising her that although I was slow in matters of the heart, once I made up my mind, it couldn't be changed. After all, my relationship with Hinata spanned over a decade, and no one could come between us. Xiaoxue cried as she said that she didn't even understand her own feelings. But when I expressed that there was only Hinata in my heart, she realized that she had truly fallen for me. She also said it was all my fault for being such a fool, teaching her never to give up, and now she wanted to make an effort too. The next day, Xiaoxue left. Before she left, she came over and hugged me tightly without saying a word. My thick-headed self foolishly told her to come back after Konoha was built. As a result, my mom gave me a smack on the back of the head and scolded me for being single. Did you think that was the end? More shocking things were coming. My dad pulled me and said, "Naruto, let's go to your girlfriend's house." Goodness, we headed straight to the Hyuga family to propose to my father-in-law, Hyuga Hizashi. My dad had a great conversation with my father-in-law, and in just a few words, he settled the engagement. Meanwhile, my mom took me to find my mother-in-law, Hyuga Hinata. The negotiation table between the two moms was truly explosive. My mom came up and said, "Marrying into the family is absolutely not allowed, Debane. My mother-in-law is not someone to be trifled with." She slowly took a sip of tea and said, "Naruto wanted to become a son-in-law at the age of 4, and has been my child's foster husband for so many years." What? Now he wants to back out. He even called me mom several times. When my mom heard this, she immediately turned it up, taking advantage of her youth after being revived, and mocked my mother-in-law. "I'm only 25 this year. I'm not like some aunt who's almost 40, Debane." At that moment, I saw the precious teacup in my mother-in-law's hand crack with a snap. She smiled in anger and coldly looked at my mom. Is that so? But when Naruto needed his mother the most, it was I who took care of him. I really love the name Hyuga Naruto. Let me tell you, my mom has such a bad temper that she exploded on the spot, pointing at Hinata's mom and starting to yell, "Who does Naruto take after? Your words don't count. Come on, you two, come over and settle this." Good grief. My mom and my future mother-in-law directly shifted the battlefield, each grabbing hold of one husband, insisting that my dad and the head of the Hyuga family, who is my father-in-law, take sides right then and there. My dad and my father-in-law exchanged glances, and their expressions were simply a big, "Who am I? Where am I? Why am I going through this?" As soon as I saw the situation wasn't right, I knew that if I stayed any longer, Hinata and I would be split apart on the spot. I grabbed Hinata's hand, and without saying a word, we slipped away. Family, who understands? This hellish scene is for whoever wants to stay. As for me, I'm getting out of here first. We had just run into the yard, planning to hide in Hinata's room first, when we bumped into someone head-on. Wow, we knocked her straight to the ground. I focused my gaze and saw it was Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi. The little girl seemed a bit off today. She sat on the ground, looked up at me, and surprisingly, didn't T-scold me or hit me. She just brushed off the dirt and stood up. I was all set to be beaten up and was momentarily stunned. So I asked her, "Hey, Hanabi, you've changed your temper today? Not going to hit me?" She shook her head and simply said 2 words, "Not in the mood." I leaned in for a closer look, and goodness, those dark circles under her eyes looked like she had stayed up for 3 nights straight playing ranked matches. I instantly became worried, wondering if she had some kind of aftereffect from our previous battle against Pain. Suddenly, she looked up at me and seriously asked, "Naruto, do you remember what I told you when I was around 7 years old?" Huh, I really couldn't answer that. Who remembers something from so many years ago? I scratched my head, feeling a bit confused. It's been too long. Could you say it again? After hearing this, her expression dimmed instantly, and she shook her head, saying it was fine if I didn't remember. Then she turned and walked away. Hinata and I exchanged glances behind her, completely clueless about what that girl was thinking. But I made a note in my heart, thinking that once the commercial street was repaired, I should buy her a gift to cheer her up. After all, we managed to defeat Pain this time, and she and Hinata had also made significant contributions. We sneaked into Hinata's room, and finally, it was quiet. I casually picked up that perverted sage's old book and started flipping through it, while Hinata quietly leaned on my back, resting her little head on my shoulder. When I turned to talk to her, surprisingly, our lips just happened to meet. The atmosphere instantly became a bit awkward. But this girl Hinata is getting bolder. Not only did she not shy away, but she also tightened her arms around my neck and asked with a grin, "Did we just kiss?" "Sister, how am I supposed to respond to that?" I could only mumble a vague, hum. She rubbed against my back like a little kitten, saying she was so happy. I laughed and pinched her nose, telling her how she was so affectionate now. I tell you, ever since we officially kissed last time, she has become much bolder, like her courage has been unlocked. We were just being affectionate, chatting, while I guessed that the lecherous immortal was probably still hanging around Granny Tsunade. That feeling has truly remained unchanged for decades. As we chatted, I realized I was really tired these past few days, my eyelids grew heavy, and I fell asleep leaning against Hinata. As a result, I directly entered an incredibly absurd dream. As soon as I opened my eyes, guess who I saw? It was Uchiha Itachi. He was standing right in front of me, and the surrounding scene flashed by like an old projector, frame by frame, showing moments from my childhood. He told me that the fact we could meet like this meant he was already dead. Then he extended his finger and gently tapped my forehead. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of him at all. I've always thought that Itachi wouldn't harm me. When he tapped my forehead, my mind buzzed and exploded. A long-buried memory suddenly surged in. In the scene, little me was actually hanging out with a little brat every day. That person was Sasuke. Before we entered the ninja school, Sasuke and I were actually best friends. I was shocked at that moment, pointing at the scene, my voice trembling. What is going on? Itachi, was it really you who did that back then? Itachi nodded. He told me that the Uchiha clan was already preparing to launch a coup, and once it started, the entire Konoha would turn into a battlefield, resulting in countless deaths. And I, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, would definitely be their first target. His father, Fugaku Uchiha, had the Manjiki Sharingan and could directly control the Nine Tails. I felt a chill run down my spine. Itachi said, "Once a coup begins, there are no winners. If the Uchiha win, Konoha will be destroyed. If the Uchiha lose, Sasuke, as the son of the clan leader, will definitely not survive." He looked at me and said word by word, "To protect the village, and to protect you and Sasuke, to protect us." So he personally killed his own parents, lover, and companions. Just thinking about that scene makes my heart ache as if it were being cut by a knife. Tears started falling down. I shouted at him, "No, I'm not a hero at all. Compared to you, I'm nothing. You carried all the blame for the sake of Konoha. You bore Sasuke's hatred towards you. You are the true hero." Itachi smiled, and that smile was particularly gentle. He said that hearing those words from me made him very satisfied. In the end, he told me that he had a helper back then, and that was Akatsuki. He guessed that after his death, Akatsuki would tell Sasuke all the truths and use Sasuke's hatred to attack Konoha. He smiled as his body began to turn transparent, entrusting Sasuke, his beloved younger brother, to me. He said, "Perhaps, compared to me, you and Sasuke are more like brothers." When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying on Hinata's bed, covered with her blanket. She was sitting by the bed, watching me wake up, and gently asked, "Naruto-kun, are you awake? You've been asleep all day." I looked at the ceiling and softly said, "It's okay, it's just. I have one more reason to bring Sasuke back. I have to tell you, I just figured out the shocking news about the Uchiha clan, and there's also a big drama happening with Kakashi-sensei. He's been really stressed out lately because Rin, the comrade he thought he killed with his own hands, is alive. Now, seeing Rin is like seeing a ghost for him. Oh wait, Rin did die once. That makes it even scarier. He tries to avoid Rin every day, but she ends up hanging upside down outside his window, holding a bento. Kakashi-sensei got so scared that he rolled out of bed. Rin, however, didn't care. She jumped into the room and even helped him clean up. As she was cleaning, she found the intimate paradise that Kakashi-sensei had hidden under the bed. Goodness, that scene was like being caught in a crush by parents. Kakashi-sensei snatched the book and hid it in his arms, his face turning red. Rin didn't mind him and said, "If you don't eat the bento soon, it'll get cold." Kakashi-sensei turned his back to her and secretly pulled down his mask to eat, feeling really awkward. Later, Rin dragged him out, saying they were going somewhere. They first went to Ino's flower shop to buy a bouquet of white lilies, and finally, they arrived at the memorial stone. There, Rin finally opened up. She told Kakashi that she used to like him, but that was just a little girl's admiration for a genius, like how the village girls look at me now. She later realized that the person she truly liked was that always late, loud idiot Obito. She turned around, tears streaming down her face, and said to Kakashi, "I never blamed you. Before I died, my biggest worry was that you would feel guilty for my recklessness for the rest of your life. I am sorry, Kakashi." I heard that Kakashi-sensei couldn't hold back and, as a man in his 30s, knelt on the ground holding Rin, crying like a child. The guilt and pain of over a decade were all released at that moment. Just as they resolved their feelings, a big incident happened the next day. Kakashi-sensei rushed into my house in a hurry, and before he even arrived, his voice was already there. "Teacher, it's bad. Danzo has become the 6th Hokage." And guess what happened? As soon as he burst through the door, he was sent flying back out at an even faster speed. My mom stood at the doorway with her hands on her hips, her hair almost flying up. "You, Kakashi? How dare you come to my house without taking off your shoes? You've dirtied my floor." Kakashi-sensei, covered in dirt, got up and weakly said, "Sorry, Sensei. I told you not to use such an old-sounding title," my mom said, pulling him by his collar and showing a kind smile. In the end, Kakashi-sensei, his face red, managed to say, "Kushina, sister, is this good enough?" Once inside, Kakashi realized that my dad, Minato Namikaze, the hero of Konoha, was currently in the kitchen wearing a pink apron, struggling with a pot. My dad cheerfully told him that he was no longer the Hokage, having died over 10 years ago and unable to keep up with the updates. Now he just wanted to be a good husband and father. Kakashi panicked and said, "But that Danzo guy." My dad waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "I know, this person, although his methods are terrible, has the same concern for the village. Don't worry." Goodness, I felt something was off when I heard that. My dad's toxic praise is something even commentators in the esports scene of 2025 wouldn't dare to do. This flag he raised is practically sending Tuanzong away directly. At lunch, I showed off a bit, and the result? Well, I almost burned the pot. But my parents kept their eyes closed and praised me wildly. Kakashi-sensei was forced to take a bite, and his expression was more painful than completing an S-rank mission. Yet he had to go against his conscience and say he had never eaten anything this delicious in his life. After the meal, I packed a bento and went out to find the pervy sage. He was still in that small room, watching over the unconscious Tsunade. I told him about defeating pain, but I couldn't relieve Konohamaru's lingering hatred. Jiraiya patted my head and said this was the answer he entrusted to me, something I needed to find for myself. I was chatting with him when the door was suddenly slammed open. Sakura rushed in, her face pale, grabbing my hand and pulling me outside. "Naruto, it's bad. The ninja from the Cloud Village are everywhere looking for news about Sasuke." My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly ran over to her. Sure enough, I saw 2 hidden ninjas on the street, one male and one female. The red-haired girl, Karui, saw me blocking the way and immediately asked who I was. I introduced myself and asked them what they wanted with Sasuke. The woman had a terrible temper, and without saying a word, she grabbed my collar and shouted, "That guy has kidnapped our teacher, Killer Bee." Sakura was shouting beside her, "Impossible. Sasuke would never do something like that." But my mind instantly cleared. I looked at her and calmly asked, "Has he already joined the Akatsuki?" Karui gritted her teeth and said, "That's right." Witnesses said he was wearing the Red Cloud black outfit. It was over. Everything Itachi said had come true. Upon hearing this, Sakura's emotions were on the verge of exploding, and it looked like she was about to argue with them. I realized that if I let her go on, something bad would happen. I sighed, and with a swift motion, I struck her on the back of the neck. Sakura fell softly into my arms. I gently leaned her against a tree and turned to look at the 2 wary Cloud Ninja, taking a deep breath. I opened my mouth and said, "Information on Sasuke? None. Want to vent your anger? Come at me." I tell you, the atmosphere instantly froze at that moment. The two cloud ninjas probably didn't expect me to be so tough. The red-haired sister named Karui, upon hearing this, immediately got angry and said I was arrogant, thinking they wouldn't dare to act in Konoha. Goodness, I hadn't even had the chance to explain, when the nine tails of my body couldn't take it anymore and directly unleashed its chakra cloak, tightly binding her up. I quickly shouted in my heart, "Nine tails, let go. This is my own choice." In my mind, I heard the nine tails huff, so proud, and only then did the chakra retract. And what happened next? Once the binding was released, that sister really went all out, knocking me down to the ground with one punch, and then started swinging away at my face. Family. Who understands? My face was swollen like a pig's head, but I gritted my teeth and said nothing. The guy next to me, named Omoy, was dumbfounded and asked why I would go this far for a rogue ninja. I spat out blood and told him, because this is a promise. He's my best friend. Karui was exhausted, his hands red, and seeing me still looking like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. He got so angry that he directly drew his knife. I thought to myself, this is the end, the banquet is about to begin. Just when the tip of the knife was only 2 or 3 centimeters away from my eyes, time seemed to stand still. A hand firmly grasped her wrist. I opened my eyes and saw my dad, Minato Namikaze. His tone was icy and filled with killing intent as he said, "Little girl, it's fine to throw punches, but using a knife would be impolite." With a flash of golden light, in an instant, my dad transported me a few meters away. The two people across from us were stunned. Omoy quickly grabbed Karui, saying that this person was not someone they could handle. His speed was even faster than the Rakich's. My dad looked at my pig-headed face, his nose feeling sore, and said to me with deep concern, "Silly child, try the sage mode." I followed his advice. And let me tell you, a miracle happened. As soon as the natural energy flowed in, the injuries on my face disappeared in an instant, and I looked brand new. I was shocked. I didn't know sage mode had this hidden skin. My dad laughed and said, "For us sages, external injuries aren't considered injuries at all." Us? That sounded interesting. When I got home, even more shocking things happened. As soon as I opened the door, I saw an old man sitting in my living room. "Who is it?" "Danzo." This old guy immediately asked my dad to be his bodyguard at the Five Kage Summit. My dad laughed right away and said, "Aren't you afraid I might stab you in the back halfway?" That old fox Danzo was sure that my dad wouldn't take action for the sake of the village and family. My dad thought for a moment and said, "All right, I agree, but there's one condition. My son Naruto has to go too." Danzo's face turned green as he said, "I'm the last Jinchuriki, the trump card of Konoha." My dad replied, "My son, I will protect him myself." That was quite domineering. Danzo left with a dark expression, and my dad asked me, knowing that Sasuke had fallen into the pit of revenge again, what I planned to do. What else is there to say? Of course, I would first go to Uncle Rakage to plead, and then bring him back. That night, I was alone in the yard, mending the battle suit I wore when fighting pain. While I was sewing, Hinata quietly sat down next to me and asked if I was going to leave again. Who understands the family atmosphere, the looks? I felt guilty in my heart. While we were talking, she suddenly stared at the clothes in my hands and cautiously asked, "Naruto-kun, did a female toad give you that outfit?" I burst out laughing and said, "Are you jealous of a toad?" Her face turned red, and she hugged my neck, saying we are engaged. Just as the sweet smell of romance filled the air, a cough broke the silence. Hanabi, my proud little sister-in-law, had appeared there without me noticing. She walked over and asked succinctly, "Are you leaving?" Then she pulled out a red string from her pocket and awkwardly threw it at my face, saying, "This is a return gift. I don't want to keep taking advantage of you. If it's not good, just laugh if you want." I took off the bracelet and looked at it. Although it was twisted and uneven, I almost cried at that moment. I excitedly told Hinata, "Look, Hanabi is so considerate. She gave me a gift." Hinata cooperatively suggested that we should cook red bean rice to celebrate. Hanabi turned red from embarrassment, hit one of us on the head, cursed so annoying, and ran away. I smiled and put the bracelet on my left wrist. This was Hanabi's first gift to me. Meanwhile, my master Jiraiya was also causing a commotion. He was staying in Konoha, and Granny Tsunade finally woke up. As soon as Tsunade woke up and saw Jiraiya, she thought she had died and gone to the underworld. Without saying a word, she grabbed my master's neck, wanted to take him with her, creating a real-life version of "If you love me, then kill me." After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Tsunade started bringing up old debts, forcing Jiraiya to fulfill his promises from the past. My master, taking a deep breath, knelt on one knee and proposed. However, Tsunade simply said, "I refuse." My master was heartbroken at that moment, probably already thinking about which country to wander to in the future. As a result, Tsunade saw his devastated expression, chuckled, and added, If it's dating, we can still give it a try. I tell you, my master burned out his CPU on the spot, and he just froze there like a stone statue. On the other side, we had already arrived in the land of iron. On the way, we ran into a beautiful woman, the Mizukage of the Mist Village, Terumi Mei. As soon as she approached, she teased my dad, saying he was a top-notch man, and even asked if he was interested in marrying into the land of water. But when she heard me call my dad Dad, her expression was priceless. She calculated with her fingers and realized that I had seen her when I was 13, and my dad looked only about 25. Right then, she made my dad look like a pervert from Konoha. My dad was so flustered, sweating profusely as he tried to explain, but the more he explained, the worse it got. In the end, the Mizukage directly ordered that the young ninjas from her village should give up on their missions if they saw a Konoha ninja, fearing that the flowers of their homeland might suffer damage. When we arrived at the venue, I was completely stunned. Wow, aren't these all my old acquaintances? Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, and then there's the Tsuchikage Anoki and the Tsuchikage from the Rock Village. I went straight up and gave Gaara a big hug, only to be locked in a headlock by Anoki. I felt like I was with family among the leaders of these major ninja villages, making me feel like the protagonist here, while Danzo beside me had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. As soon as the talks began, the atmosphere was charged. The Raikage, with his bad temper, slammed the table and started yelling, confronting everyone over his brother Killer Bee's incident. Just when everyone was getting into a heated argument, that old fox Danzo finally spoke up. He dropped a bombshell, saying that the mastermind behind Akatsuki could very well be Uchiha Madara. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Old Man Inoki was the first to react, saying that Madara's strength didn't require any schemes. Danzo then threw out a hypothesis, saying that Madara might have been severely injured in the Valley of the End and was collecting tailed beasts to restore his strength. Now everyone was on edge. At that moment, the leader of the neutral country, the Land of Iron, Mifune, suddenly proposed forming a ninja coalition and strongly supported Danzo as the commander of the coalition. Danzo was nearly grinning from ear to ear, thinking he was about to achieve great success. Suddenly, a bodyguard named Ao from the Mizukage side jumped out from behind, his right eye be a Kugan, pointing at Danzo and shouting, "Wait, Hokage-sama, take off the bandage on your right eye. That eye is probably Uchiha Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami. You used Genjutsu to control Lord Mifune." In an instant, my dad jumped out from behind the curtain, standing in front of Danzo, and all the bodyguard from various countries drew their weapons. The atmosphere in the entire venue exploded. Let me tell you, the person who jumped out is Naruto. As soon as he heard the name Shursui, his DNA reacted immediately. He couldn't hold it back. He remembers, Shursui was like Itachi before, one of the few handsome guys who would smile gently at us kids. Now, hearing that his eyes were gouged out, Naruto exploded on the spot, pointing at Danzo's nose and asking, "Was it you?" Goodness, that old Danzo, let me tell you, he has a thicker skin than a city wall. He was caught red-handed and didn't flinch at all, even sarcastically saying, "That's right, it's my trophy." Uchiha Shursui tried to attack me, but I countered and killed him. It's that simple. As soon as these words came out, Raikage's temper couldn't be contained. He had just almost been tricked by this old fox's illusion, and now, with new grudges and old ones combined, he was bursting with lightning, rushing over to tear Danzo apart. And guess what happened? With a loud bang, my dad, Minato Namikaze, appeared in an instant and took Raikage's heavy punch with his arm. My dad shook his numb arm and said apologetically, "Sorry, Raikage-sama. Although we Hokage don't interfere as a guard, I can't let you touch him." Raikage was completely stunned, pointing at my dad's face, struggling to speak. You are Minato Namikaze?" The whole place was dumbfounded. This was the legendary Yellow Flash. My dad remained calm and said, "Oh, you still remember me. The young man who fought with me back then has become a Kage now." His topic change was textbook level. Taking advantage of everyone's shock, he pushed Naruto out and said, "Raikage-sama, let my son say a few words." Naruto, being a straightforward kid, took off his mask and bowed to Raikage. "Raikage uncle, please forgive Sasuke." I was standing next to them, wanted to cover my face. Family, who understands? Aren't you just rushing into the line of fire? Sure enough, when Raikage heard this, his eyes turned red, and with a roar, he grabbed Naruto by the collar and slammed him down into the floor, really giving him a hard control, embedding him in. "How dare you still have the face to plead for him?" Raikage's voice was trembling, saying he would tear you apart today to honor the fallen Waimurin. Naruto, pressed into the floor, managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Uncle Killer Bee is not dead. What Sasuke took was just a shadow clone." He also said that he had already avenged the Waimurin, and Sasuke was tricked into joining Akatsuki. But Raikage didn't listen at all. roaring that even if it was a shadow clone, it was still a serious crime. He must face the death penalty. Naruto then began his verbal escape, saying, "If you kill Sasuke, Sakura will definitely hate you guys from the Cloud Village, and then her friends and family will also hate you. And then the people from Cloud Village who die will also hate Konoha. Wouldn't this chain of hatred just keep going? Eventually, there would be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Wouldn't that just lead to fighting again? Sasuke was destroyed by hatred, and I don't want anyone else to become like him." His voice, filled with a cry, silenced several people present. Just when Hokage was left speechless, there was a loud crash, and the ceiling was directly smashed, a figure descending from the sky, landing right in front of Naruto. The newcomer looked and exclaimed, "Oh, Naruto, you've grown up, you idiot." Naruto saw his savior arriving and was just about to be happy when Hokage charged up with a thunderous strike, elbowing his own brother and sending Killer Bee flying, crashing through several walls. Then Killer Bee emerged from the wall, retaliating with a punch that sent his brother flying as well. The two were just trading punches and kicks, with tears in their eyes, beating each other up, and it looked more like a grudge match than a joyful reunion. The girl from Awagakure on the side commented, "Is this called happiness?" When these two heavyweight fighters finally finished, Killer Bee spoke up, "Big brother, I'm fine, let us listen to him." But Hokage still disagreed, saying that bowing to a criminal would ruin the reputation of the Cloud Village. Seeing no other options, Naruto suddenly knelt down, started banging his head on the ground, and cried out, "Uncle Hokage, I beg you, if you have any anger, just unleash it all on me. Sasuke is my friend, and I can't just watch him get killed." Gaara couldn't stand it anymore and rushed over to grab him. "Naruto, is it worth it to go this far for a rogue ninja?" Naruto cried and said, "Gaara, you understand, we Jinchuriki have never been accepted since we were little. Sasuke is the first person who recognized me. He is my best friend and the brother that my brother entrusted to me." Gaara sighed and had just released his grip when a cold voice suddenly rang out behind Naruto. "When did it become your turn, you straggler, to come and beg me for mercy?" Everyone turned around to see Sasuke. He didn't know when he had already stood there, and he yanked Naruto, who was still on the ground, up with one pull. As soon as Naruto saw him, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly shouted, "Sasuke, you little brat, you really dare to show up in front of me." The Hokage, seeing his enemy, was particularly furious and threw another lightning punch. As a result, the most absurd scene happened. A red chakra tail suddenly shot out from behind Naruto, while a purple Susanoo ribcage instantly appeared in front of Sasuke. The two things merged perfectly, blocking the Hokage's attack. There was zero communication throughout. It was pure muscle memory, an incredible display of skill. The Hokage was dumbfounded and shouted, "What do you mean, Naruto?" Naruto was also confused, stammering, "I was just reacting out of reflex." Before he could finish his sentence, Sasuke struck him down with a knife-hand chop, knocking him out cold. Sasuke caught the limp Naruto and casually tossed him to my dad, then drew the Kusanagi sword, pointing its tip directly at Danzo, his eyes as cold as ice. "I'm here for one thing only, to kill Shimura Danzo." Mizukage Terumi May laughed at that moment, saying, "Little handsome guy, are you trying to get melted by me with such arrogance?" Gaara also stepped forward, wanting to persuade Sasuke on Naruto's behalf, but Sasuke directly replied, "If you say another word, I'll kill you too." Gaara's expression at that moment was so heart-wrenching that tears were almost coming down. He said, "I really feel sorry for Naruto." Just when the great battle was about to erupt, the figure wearing the whirlpool mask, Obito, suddenly appeared and smugly said, "Stop fighting, stop fighting. The Danzo you're looking for has already slipped away." Sasuke was taken aback, realizing that Danzo's true self had long since fled. Obito pointed in a direction, and without a word, Sasuke rushed out. Hokage tried to intervene, but was blocked by Obito, standing in the center of the venue. Obito spoke in an extremely arrogant tone. "I, Uchimadura, have an announcement to make." He first revealed my father's identity, shocking everyone once again, and then began his lengthy monologue, discussing everything from the Sage of Six Paths to the 10 Tails, ultimately unveiling his Moon Eye plan. Simply put, he intended to project his Sharingan onto the moon, creating a global ultimate illusion to pull everyone into the dream he had created. I thought to myself, isn't this just the trendiest metaverse concept of 2025? This guy has quite avant-garde ideas. Finally, he looked at the 5 Kage and said in a takeout order tone, "So, hand over the remaining 2 Jinchuriki. Not giving them up? Fine. Then I hereby declare, the 4th Great Ninja War has officially begun." After saying that, he disappeared. The entire venue fell silent as death. On the other side, After Naruto woke up, he immediately entered Sage mode and quickly caught up to Sasuke using his sensory abilities. By the time he arrived, the battle had already ended, the ground was pockmarked, Danzo had self-destructed, and Sasuke was nearly out of chakra, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath and wiping the blood from the corner of his eye. Naruto looked at him, heartbroken, and asked why he had to do this. Sasuke, however, revealed a sickly smile. Danzo is the culprit who forced Itachi to his death. I avenged my brother, and now, I'm incredibly happy. Next, I will destroy Konoha. The two completely fell out. Naruto argued that Itachi sacrificed himself to protect the village and him, while Sasuke retorted that he didn't understand Itachi at all. In the end, Naruto completely lost it, stepping toward Sasuke, saying, "All right, you want to vent, right? Come at me. Break my arms and legs, gouge out my eyes. Do whatever you want, just come back." He reached out his hand, and in that instant, Sasuke's gaze went blank, as if he saw his younger self, and instinctively reached out his hand. Just as their hands were about to touch, Obito appeared again. He slapped Naruto's hand away and pulled Sasuke to his side, starting to frantically output, "Sasuke, wake up. The peace of Konoha is built on the corpses of your entire clan. Look at Naruto again. He has both parents and a fiancé. A person as happy as him can never understand your pain." These words struck deep, and the light in Sasuke's eyes extinguished instantly, filled once more with hatred. Naruto completely broke down, shouting at Obito, "It's you again. 16 years ago, you took my parents, and now you want to take Sasuke. What the hell are you?" He immediately created hundreds of shadow clones, preparing to forcefully grab Sasuke back. His original body transformed into a special kunai and threw it forward, intending to use Flying Thunder God to teleport. But Obito directly used Kimui to suck that kunai into another dimension. "Goodbye, Naruto." Obito sneered, sucking Sasuke in as well, and then vanished. By the time Naruto reacted, he was already in Obito's strange cube space. It turned out that the kunai was transformed by Naruto, and he had been tricked into coming in. Obito looked at him as if he were a corpse. "Do you know? In my space, there's a time-space hole that even I cannot fully control. It is a natural force." As he spoke, a mass of black, lightning-like terrifying mist surged from behind him, resembling a giant mouth of an abyss. Before Naruto could react, Obito kicked him into that black mist. "Goodbye, wander in the endless time and space." Obito coldly said, "The Naruto of this era no longer exists." The events unfolded too quickly, and Sasuke was dumbfounded, asking, "What did you do? You don't want the Nine Tails anymore?" Obito shrugged indifferently. "You couldn't do it, so I helped you. I actually feel terrible. That time-space hole is the result of my research for several years. But I had to do it. Naruto's unpredictability is too great." Sasuke looked at the place where Naruto had disappeared, fell silent for a while, and snorted, "Humph, that underachiever isn't that easy to kill." Naruto felt his body entering a space without any rules, flying chaotically in all directions. He struggled to form seals and used Flying Thunder God once, but failed. The time-space turbulence made it impossible for him to find an accurate position, and he could only sway like a puppet with the space. The danger wasn't just that. Naruto quickly sensed different forces pulling at his body from various directions, and the feeling of tearing was uncomfortable. He could only tense his body to resist the unknown powers. Jingle just when Naruto was at a loss, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. Tsunade's necklace, given to him, had somehow flipped out of his collar, emitting a soft green light that enveloped Naruto's body, protecting him like a barrier. "Is Granny Tsunade protecting me?" "Thank you," Naruto softly said, and then he fell asleep out of sheer boredom. Indeed, it was boredom. Surrounded by unchanging black scenery, there was nothing to see, so it was better to conserve energy. About a day later, the exit of the time-space hole quietly opened, spitting him out. The land of ancestors, although called a country, was only the size of a village, even smaller than half of Konoha. This village was nestled by mountains and rivers, and, aside from the two connected twin peaks, there was nothing special about it. It was an ordinary country where villagers farmed daily to sustain their lives, living a relatively happy life under the guidance of their village chief. However, on this day, the guards of the land of ancestors captured a woman who fell from the sky. They brought her into the residence of the ruler of this village, the emperor. "Outsider, what is your name?" The emperor was a young man in his 20s, surprised by the woman's appearance. Her hair completely exceeded her height, and as she knelt on the ground, her hair alone could cover a large area. Her pupils were entirely grayish white, indicating she was not an ordinary person. The woman did not answer. Perhaps they didn't know, She had just arrived on this planet and couldn't yet understand the indigenous language. At that moment, she was quickly analyzing the conversation of these people in her mind to learn their language. Just as the guards were about to get rough, a continuous scream suddenly echoed from the sky, and an orange shadow fell from the sky, smashing right onto the Emperor. "My name is Kaguya." At that moment, the woman they had captured finally spoke her name, and what she saw before her was Naruto getting up from the ground. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you." Naruto shook his head, just waking up to see the person in front of him introducing themselves, so he politely stated his name as well. "The Emperor, His Majesty the Emperor, is dead. The murderer, the killer. They're in cahoots, both falling from the sky. Kill them to avenge His Majesty." Seeing that the Emperor below Naruto was already breathing more out than in, the guards angrily picked up their weapons and aimed them at Naruto, preparing to avenge their village chief. "Commoners? What do you mean? Where's this?" Naruto pinched the iron spear that was thrusting towards him with 2 fingers and asked. He didn't understand why these people were being violent towards him, but he was certain they were not ninjas, as they didn't even have chakra, and their weapons were very old. Naruto could tell that these weapons were made from rough iron sheets. "Just die quietly." The guards did not explain and continued to attack Naruto, bringing along hoes and sickles. "Listen well, Rasengan." Naruto finally became impatient with the villagers' attacks. He gathered a Rasengan in his right hand and pressed it into the ground, causing the yellow earth to crack open in a large area. The guards holding weapons lost their balance and fell to the ground, swallowing hard at the terrifying destructive power. "Run, run. This person is a monster." The anger they had just felt was replaced by fear. Ordinary people had never seen such a scene. A single punch cracked the ground, and if that punch hit them, they couldn't even imagine it. They immediately scattered in all directions. What are these people doing? Naruto looked at the fleeing guards in frustration, not expecting to be called a monster again after such a long time. However, the woman who had just introduced herself as Kaguya did not leave. She pointed at something behind Naruto, and he turned to look, only to see a person lying on the ground. "He's dead. Did they mistakenly think I killed him?" Naruto walked over to check the man's breath and said to Kaguya with some regret, "It's a miracle that an ordinary person in this era could survive a fall from a height of 100 meters. Probably." Kaguya didn't know how to respond. She wanted to tell Naruto the truth, but after thinking about it, it wasn't her business. As someone who generally didn't like to talk, she saw no need to waste words on a stranger. "What a misunderstanding. I just got here. Did you really not notice? The intelligence of the beings on this planet is below average." Kaguya was filled with questions. Usually, one could tell. So, without Naruto's knowledge, he lowered the average intelligence of the entire planet, leading Kaguya to make such an evaluation. "Hey, even though I don't know you, I can't just leave you to die in the wilderness. I hope you have a happy life in your next life." After a while, Naruto made a simple grave, clasped his hands in prayer, and offered blessings to the innocent deceased. "All right, let's find a way home in one go." After doing all this, Naruto planned to leave. He simply thought this was a strange place, and that he just needed to find a way back to the Land of Fire. "Why are you following me?" Naruto suddenly stopped, noticing Kaguya had been following him. At first, he thought they were just going the same way, but he only realized it now. "I have nowhere to go," Kaguya said flatly. The only reason she was following Naruto was because of the chakra on him. Kaguya knew this energy, and precisely because she knew, she was certain that chakra could not possibly be something beings on this planet possessed. "Is that so? You're like me without a home. If you want, I can give you one." Chapter 187. Let's start farming. "Give me? Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm actually very skilled in construction," Naruto said proudly. During the reconstruction of Konoha, his shadow clones helped the villagers build houses every day, and without realizing it, he had acquired a lot of knowledge about construction and could be considered a half-master. "Why help me?" "Because you're also a member of the Hyuga clan. Would you like to come back to the Land of Fire with me and meet them?" The reason Naruto was taking care of Kaguya was not for any other reason, but because of her Byakugan. Perhaps she was a lost member of the Hyuga clan, and the feeling of affinity made it impossible for him to ignore her. "Hyuga? You're Byakugan. My fiancé, he also has eyes like yours, so it feels very familiar." "Impossible. There can't be anyone on this planet besides me who has Byakugan," Kaguya exclaimed excitedly, her tone also carrying a hint of fear. Such eyes could only be found in her homeland. If what Naruto said was true, then didn't it mean this place wasn't safe? Is this something worth getting excited about? "You have a scent just like Hinata's. This is the smell of the Hyuga family." Naruto didn't understand why Kaguya was so excited. He walked closer to her, sniffed, and smelled a fragrance similar to Hinata's. "You also have a delicious smell, but don't worry, I'm not like those people. I won't eat you. The scent was mutual, and Kagaya naturally also smelled Naruto's scent. To confirm further, she leaned her head close to Naruto's neck and sniffed, confirming that it was indeed the smell of chakra. She really liked this scent, but she had her principles and didn't want to hurt others to gain power. Yes, is that so? But first, let's find something to eat. We can't work on an empty stomach. Aren't you hungry? Naruto felt a bit embarrassed by Kagaya's actions and quickly distanced himself from her, looking around for something to eat. He didn't know how long he had been drifting in the time-space hole, and when he came back to his senses, his stomach had been growling for a long time. I'll eat this, Kagaya said as she took out a cloth bag from her bosom and opened it, revealing dozens of small, marble-sized items inside. What is this? Food. Let me try. It tastes a bit like beans, but it's very fragrant. Naruto reached out, took one, and put it in his mouth. Although it was small, it had an unexpected chewiness. He unknowingly ate a lot of this strange food, and Kagaya didn't stop him. By the time he came back to his senses, the bag was already empty. I feel very full. Eating one can sustain the rotation of this planet for a week. You won't be hungry for a day, and eating too much one tea have any impact. By the time Naruto felt full, Kagaya's explanation finally arrived. She first explained using terminology, and seeing Naruto's confused expression, she changed her words. Yeah, so that means you ate the food that can sustain me for 30 rotations. Yes, I'm sorry, but is this all you have? What will you do when it's gone? Naruto quickly apologized, but soon realized that Kagaya's food supply was unexpectedly small. Even if he didn't eat, she would have nothing to eat in a month. So he asked in confusion, "You're surprisingly optimistic." Seeing that Kagaya didn't speak, Naruto couldn't help but laugh. It was clear that she was resigned to fate. All right, next let me build a perfect house to make amends. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. With Naruto forming hand seals, 1,000 clones appeared beside him in a puff of smoke. Perhaps because they were well fed. Each shadow clone was full of energy. 500 stay to build, 500 go out to gather information, disperse. Kagaya was surprised by Naruto's use of chakra. It was easy to see the characteristics of the shadow clones with her Byakugan. It was hard to imagine that the natives of this remote planet not only possessed chakra, but could also use it to create their own clones. This was the first time she had seen such a method. Lumber. That tree over there is huge. Naruto began searching for building materials, and when he looked up, he saw a towering tree in the distance, its size rivaling the giant tree in Takigakure. Don't approach that tree. Kagaya saw Naruto focusing on the god tree and immediately grabbed his arm. If he accidentally touched the god tree and activated its defense system, it wouldn't just be him who would die. I know, there's no need to use so much wood for construction. It's a waste to chop it down. Naruto nodded. There were plenty of trees around, and he followed his shadow clones to chop wood. At that moment, wind chakra was very effective. He didn't even need a tool. Just a gentle touch could sever a small tree. Cutting the wood was also very convenient. Where nails were needed, he used shuriken and kunai instead. With everyone's effort, a delicate wooden house was quickly completed. The interior was simply 2 rooms and a hall, enough for one person to live in. The building site was also chosen by the riverside, making life very convenient. How is it? Not bad, right? Kagaya echoed, thinking that with her abilities, she could have done this too, but it was less trouble for Naruto to do it. Well, I should head back now. I just thought a really good method. Summoning technique. Naruto bit his finger and began to form seals. This was a method he had thought of during construction. Summoning technique, summon a toad, have the toad go back and reverse summon Mayaboka Mountain, have the toad go to Konoha, reverse summon, go home. Perfect. He could finally shed the title of an idiot starting today. As the smoke cleared, an orange toad lay on the ground, about the same size as the first toad Naruto met, with a necklace marked with the character oil around its neck. Ribbit. Naruto didn't speak, and the toad didn't say anything either. At that moment, a mosquito flew between them, and the toad extended its tongue, caught it, and swallowed it, all while chewing and looking at Naruto. Which one are you? Naruto finally couldn't help but ask. He'd stayed in Mayaboka Mountain for a while and had seen almost all the toads, but he didn't remember this one. I was going to ask you what you are. Why can you summon me? I'm the 5th generation contract holder of the Toad clan. Don't you recognize me? The Toad Maru was confused. Toad from this era had never interacted with humans. The time-space hole hadn't severed the blood contract between Naruto and the Toad clan. So after a series of strange rules, the contract unexpectedly connected to this era's Toad. Chapter 188. Going back? Impossible. Forget it if you don't know. Just take me back to Mayaboka Mountain. The great sage Toad should be there, right? You actually know Mayaboka Mountain? Toad Maru was truly shocked this time. If Naruto summoning a toad was luck, the term Mayaboka Mountain Shunti have come out of his mouth. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, ultimately settling on the possibility of another era. I used to train over there. I don't know when you went to Mayaboka Mountain, but since you say so, I'll take you there. Follow me, Toad Maru said, jumping into the river beside Naruto. Naruto jumped in after him, following Toad Maru as they swam downstream. After seeing a bright light at the riverbed, they dove in and surfaced. They had arrived at Mayaboka Mountain. Hey, you're here too. Naruto was using chakra to dry his clothes when he suddenly noticed Kaguya standing behind him. Unlike him, she wasn't wet at all, just surveying the little world called Mayaboka Mountain. Oh, this is the place. I trained in sage mode here, but there seem to be fewer stone toads. Naruto reminisced as he followed Toad Maru to the oil waterfall. The waterfall looked the same, but there were only 2 or 3 stone toads. He clearly remembered there being dozens. You said sage mode? I don't believe it. The sage arts cultivated by the Toad clan over the years couldn't possibly be learned by someone your age, and what can humans do with natural energy? Toad Maru looked doubtful, but when he felt the natural energy around them gathering towards Naruto, he fell silent. See? The completion level is very high. In just 3 minutes, Naruto absorbed all the natural energy and proudly said to Toad Maru, staring at his orange eyeshadow and toad-like pupils, "It's decided from today on. I'll call you brother." Naruto was confused not because of Toad Maru's words, but because Kaguya had unknowingly leaned on his shoulder and was sniffing him. A hint of drool at the corner of her mouth. "You smell too good, stay away from me." Kaguya suddenly snapped back to reality, pulling away from Naruto. For her, Naruto, in sage mode, absorbing natural energy, was like the most delicious meal in the world. She couldn't control herself for a moment. Oh, Naruto sniffed himself. There didn't seem to be any strange smell. Usually, it was the bad smell that was off-putting, right? Not knowing what Kaguya was thinking, he could only follow Toad Maru onward. Although I don't know what the Great Sage Toad is, this is the only more formal building of the Toad clan. Toad Maru led Naruto to where he had requested, which was the residence of the Great Sage Toad. No one. Naruto noticed that the usually seated Great Sage Toad was missing, and only a huge crystal ball occupied the seat, with the 2 sages who usually accompanied the Great Sage also absent. This shrine has always been used to worship this memory stone. Whereas Lord Fukasaku and Lord Shima. No, none of the toads you mentioned are here. That fire country, the famous big nation. I've been to all the countries in this world. There is no fire country you mentioned. You understand, right? Such a large nation wouldn't be unknown. Tell me, what exactly is this place? Toad Maru's words made Naruto fall silent. He had sent shadow clones to gather information, but found nothing about the fire country, not even a single ninja. He started to feel anxious and asked urgently, "First, tell me how you got here, brother." "I was ambushed by someone named Akatsuki. He kicked me into something called a time-space hole. Give it up, you can't go back, brother." Toad Maru, being the smartest toad of Mayaboka Mountain, had heard about the time-space hole from his ancestors. Knowing this, he could only jump on Naruto's shoulder and pat his head to comfort him. As night fell, Naruto and Kaguya stood together under the night sky, gazing at the dazzling stars. This era had no lights yet. The night sky was much more beautiful than anything he had seen. Every star in the dark sky emitted its own light. However, Naruto was not in the mood to admire the stars. The moonless sky made him realize he had truly arrived in a different world. "Kaguya, what are you looking at?" "The enemy, and you?" "I'm waiting for Akatsuki to fall from the sky." Obviously impossible. Naruto felt his own answer was silly, but he could only wait idly. After Toad Maru told him about the characteristics of the time-space hole, he really couldn't think of a way to go back, which felt a bit like giving up. Damn it. I don't want to die in this cursed place. I want to see Hinata. I want to see my parents. I want to see Sasuke. Let me go. Naruto said as he knelt on the ground, pounding his fists heavily against the earth. He had finally gained parents and even got engaged to Hinata. A beautiful life was waiting for him ahead. How could he possibly remain calm after suddenly being thrown into this strange world? Even he, who was usually optimistic, fell into such negative emotions. Kaguya quietly watched Naruto vent his feelings. They were actually quite similar, both coming from foreign lands, both without any family. The difference was that she came willingly, while Naruto was forced. Gulila Naruto's choked sobs were suddenly interrupted by a strange sound. He looked up with tear-filled eyes and saw Kaguya frowning while holding her stomach. "Are you hungry?" "Sorry, I ate all your food. I'll make you something to eat." Naruto wiped away his tears. Feeling uncomfortable was one thing, but he still needed to repay a kindness. He walked into the river and, sensing the natural energy, soon caught quite a few fish. Then, he skillfully made a fire, gutted, and grilled the fish. How does it taste? Naruto handed the fragrant grilled fish to Kaguya, and fortunately, he always kept some seasonings in his ninja tool pouch. So what he made wouldn't tea be tasteless? Kaguya nodded gently, taking small bites of the food Naruto made. Under the glow of the fire, their shadows stretched long, making it seem not so lonely. I made up my mind. I won't give up. I will find a space-time hole. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of going home, I will enter it. If I end up in another era, I will continue searching. I'll use my whole life to return to Hinata's side. Kaguya's eating habits reminded Naruto of Hinata. No matter what happened, he would never abandon her. He immediately made an exaggerated decision. Chapter 189, A Terrifying Battle. Tell your story. Although he had already decided to search for the space-time hole, Naruto didn't plan to set off at night. People in this era generally went to bed early, and under this starry sky, only he and Kaguya were still awake. Kaguya looked up at Naruto in confusion, not understanding why this aboriginal with below-average intelligence suddenly said anything. You mentioned enemies earlier, and I'm curious. Naruto's reflexes were a bit slow. He only now remembered what Kaguya had said. After finishing, he waited for Kaguya to respond. After several minutes, when Naruto thought Kaguya wouldn't speak, she finally opened her mouth. I come from the other side of that starry sky, a place you cannot reach. In my homeland, our clan is the guardians of the divine tree. It is everyone's responsibility to cultivate and protect the divine tree. The divine tree? Are you talking about that one? Naruto looked at the enormous tree. According to the information gathered by his shadow clones, this tree suddenly sprouted thousands of years ago, accompanied by terrifying legends that made the villagers afraid to approach it. The divine tree contains immense power. When its power matures, it will bear fruit, and anyone who eats it will gain infinite strength. Isn't that great? Not all. Those who eat the divine tree's fruit are merely sacrifices. After they gain immense power, the royal family will appear and turn them into fruit to consume, thereby gaining even stronger abilities. What we guardians do is merely harm our own kin. So you came here to avoid harming your fellow clansmen? You're a good person. There was a lot of information, and Naruto only understood a little, but he understood Kaguya's desire to protect her clan. He couldn't help but praise her. What about you? Me? My story is a bit long. Let us start from 16 years ago with the hero of Konoha. Konoha is a ninja village in the land of fire. Naruto began recounting his experiences. Whenever he mentioned Hinata, he would smile. When he brought up Sasuke, he would always sigh. Kaguya listened with great interest, picturing the story of a child who was despised by others eventually becoming a hero. You have a Hokage like Hinata. Seeing you always reminds me of her, so I will protect you. When those who are after you come, I will defeat them one by one. Just an aboriginal. Naruto's words made Kaguya smile lightly. She didn't understand this feeling, something she hadn't felt since leaving her parents and family. As for what Naruto said, she didn't take it to heart. If the pursuers were that easy to deal with, she wouldn't have to work so hard. However, because of Naruto's words, she decided to abandon her original plan of transforming the aboriginals into soldiers and chose to trust these people for once to fight alongside them. I'm tired. See you tomorrow, Kaguya. Naruto yawned as he walked into the house. The decision to build a 2-bedroom apartment was indeed correct. Tomorrow, the next day, you can eat quite a bit. Are all the women from the Hyuga family like this? Naruto, who had prepared breakfast early, was caught off guard. The food he had intended to eat himself had mostly ended up in Kaguya's stomach, which made him laugh. Hinata was the same. If she let herself go, she could eat much more than he could. Found it. Over here, just as Naruto was about to set off, a group of people suddenly arrived. These villagers didn't seem to have given up. Upon seeing Naruto and Kaguya, they gathered around. What do you want? Naruto stepped forward to shield Kaguya, but he quickly realized that these people didn't seem to be here to fight. Each of them looked terrified, as if they were the ones being hunted. I'm Daikoma. Please save the land of ancestors. The leader knelt down in front of Naruto and pleaded. I know you're a powerful monster. Our country is in crisis right now. If you save this country, I will let you do whatever you want with us. Eating us is fine too. Although times have changed, human imagination has always been rich. The legends of monsters and demons never cease. After seeing his immense power, these villagers naturally regarded Naruto as a manifestation of something. I'm not a monster, nor do I eat people. What's going on? Naruto turned to look at Kaguya, finding a smile in her eyes. He felt a bit frustrated, realizing he seemed to have become the villain she had mentioned. It's war. The neighboring country is attacking with all its might. Daikoma saw that Naruto was easy to talk to and sighed in relief, explaining the situation. The news of the Emperor's death quickly reached the neighboring country. That nation had long been eyeing the land of ancestors, and now that their village chief was gone, they immediately decided to send troops to attack. Sure enough, no matter the era, war will happen. I can help you. Naruto sighed. After he agreed, the villagers who came to plead with him all expressed their gratitude loudly. Why help them? No matter which planet, war is unavoidable. Doing this might change what happens in the future. I'm a fool. I can't care about so much. I just can't watch people die because of war. I promised Brother Nagato to make the world peaceful, so let's start from here. It seems I am below average intelligence, but Naruto left, and only then did Kaguya mumble softly, without any hint of disdain in her tone. Why are you following me? As Naruto walked, he suddenly found about 20 civilians wearing bamboo armor following behind him, holding farming tools like hoes and sickles, completely unaware of what they wanted to do. We're here to fight with you. This is all the military strength of our ancestral country. The Xiong said seriously they wouldn't be afraid of death to protect their homeland. And even with Naruto's help, they still wanted to defend their country themselves. Is it the army of their country? Just as Naruto was about to complain, he saw a crowd gathering not far ahead, roughly counting about 100 people. Such a number instantly made him lose the will to complain. The strength of the entire nation. Naruto helplessly rubbed his forehead. He seemed to have overestimated this war a bit. Upon careful thought, the population of countries in this era was very small. Where would there be any major battles? Multiple shadow clone jutsu. I said, how do we fight? About 100 clones appeared beside Naruto, looking at each other, unsure of how to proceed with the battle. Anyway, let's drop our weapons first, then have a good talk. Oh. The shadow clones responded weakly, rushing up to grapple with the chakra-less civilians. In fact, when Naruto used the clones, the other side was already terrified. One person turned into 100. Ordinary people had never seen such a scene, and one by one they dropped their weapons and began to run back. Occasionally, some brave ones poked the shadow clones with their weapons, but were scared to faint by the smoke emitted when the clones disappeared. Chapter 190. Dependents and Enemies, It Seems It's Over. 10 minutes later, Naruto looked at the empty battlefield and felt a sense of emptiness. Seeing the other side rolling in fear, there was no need for words. They probably wouldn't dare to approach this country for the rest of their lives. God, are you a deity? A group of villagers led by the Xiong knelt before Naruto. If Naruto's earlier display of power made them mistakenly think he was a monster, then this time's clone technique made them completely regard him as a god. Indeed, what surpasses a monster is a god. This is the legend. No. I'm just an ordinary ninja. Deity, please allow us to offer you our worship. Hey, listen when people are talking. Then did you go robbing? When Naruto returned to Kaguya with a pile of offerings pushed into his arms by the villagers, he was met with her second round of sarcasm. No way. Ever since Naruto helped the ancestral country eliminate the war, troubles have never stopped. The villagers treated him as a present-day god, carelessly erecting a red torii in front of his house and naming the place where he and Kaguya lived a shrine. Every day, kind and simple villagers came to offer something as a tribute, which somewhat alleviated Naruto's food crisis. Brother, it feels great to be worshipped as a god, right? A few days later, Gamamaru, who happened to come to find Naruto, saw the offerings on the ground and immediately laughed out loud. Gamamaru, stop joking. If you have time, you might as well help me find out where the time-space holes are. Naruto said gloomily, even though he repeatedly urged them not to bring offerings. He couldn't stop the villagers' enthusiasm. Looking at the daily offerings, he felt as if he were already dead, which was quite uncomfortable. To search for something elusive with just one person's strength, brother, you really are a fool. Who says otherwise? Are you going with me today? With Gamamaru's long lifespan. He's got nothing to do. Gamamaru nodded and jumped onto Naruto's shoulder. Since he met Naruto, Gamamaru felt that his life had become colorful. The inheritor of the Toad and the successor of Sage Mode made him very fond of Naruto. Kaguya, let's go. Naruto then approached Kaguya, who had been looking up at the sky, and placed her hand on his shoulder. Together, they disappeared from the spot as Naruto formed seals. Okay, let us continue searching from yesterday. Naruto pulled out a kunai from the ground and gathered his momentum. This method was one of the few good ideas his foolish brain provided him. Every day, he would venture out to explore the world looking for time-space holes. And after dark, he would use Flying Thunder God to return home to rest. The next day, he would return to the marketplace and continue searching along yesterday's route, which naturally reduced the inconveniences of sleeping outdoors and also made Naruto lament, if only I had thought of this sooner. I could have seen Hinata every day during those 3 years away from Konoha. Gamamaru could clearly feel the information provided by natural energy, and Kagaya also expressed her willingness to help Naruto use her Byakugan to search for time-space holes. The temporary team formed for exploration was still very useful. By the way, do toads have long lifespans? I remember the Great Sage Toad is over 1,000 years old. The search process was both long and boring, and chatting with Gamamaru became the only pastime. Just thinking about that old toad made Naruto unable to help but ask. The toads of Mount Mayaboku are different from those in the natural world. Surrounded by natural energy, we can live as long as we want. That's a bit exaggerated. So how old are you, brother? I feel like you haven't reached adulthood as a human yet. I'm 16. Kagaya, how old are you? 17. Kagaya didn't understand why Naruto brought the topic to herself. After a moment of silence, she finally answered. She was very clear that according to the time of this planet, she was not young anymore, but she resolutely and decisively erased a few numbers. Really? You don't look it. Naruto laughed heartily, completely unaware of the veins popping on Kagaya's forehead, while Gamamaru gave a concerned glance and slipped off his shoulder. 17. 17. Under Kagaya's increasingly forceful tone, the power of Byakugan erupted instantly, and Naruto's body turned into a point of light in the sky, disappearing before Gamamaru. However, time-space holes are not so easy to find. After all, even whether they exist in this world is a mystery. During the search process, 2 months quietly passed. Naruto, get up and make breakfast. One morning, Naruto, who occasionally slept in, was awakened by Kagaya's strange call. Although he had reminded her many times that his name was Naruto, Kagaya still preferred that word. Oh, I said, Kagaya, you should occasionally cook for yourself. Naruto scratched his messy hair from just waking up and complained a bit, but it was just a joke. He had already repaid the favor of eating Kagaya's preserved food long ago, but this dependency had become a habit. He cooked every day. I can't. You have to learn even if you can't. Otherwise, what will you eat when I leave? Kagaya did not answer, only furrowing her brows and staring intently at Naruto. All right, I'll go cook. Naruto knew this was her way of showing anger and helplessly got up from the bed to look for ingredients. However, shortly after he left, a strange sphere quietly fell from the sky. The sphere was semi-transparent green, and under the sunlight, it appeared that someone was standing inside. Kagaya, are we having chicken or rabbit today? Forget it, you eat better, let's eat together. Before long, Naruto returned with a few wild chickens and rabbits. After he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that there was another person beside Kagaya, a man who, in his eyes, looked quite handsome. He had long white hair tied back, and his pupils undoubtedly had the distinctive feature of Byakugan. His white outfit was adorned with golden patterns, looking somewhat like a noble. You must be the uncivilized monkey of this planet, right? Hello. Upon seeing Naruto, the man did not do anything outrageous. Instead, he enthusiastically grabbed Naruto's hand and smiled. Chapter 191. For you, it's surprising how delicious something made by a monkey can be. I have a good feeling about you. By the fire that Naruto had lit, the stranger put his left arm around Kagaya's shoulder, while his other hand crudely tore off a leg of a wild rabbit and stuffed it into his mouth. His oily appearance not matching his looks at all. After tasting this normally unattainable food, he generously praised it, although his words were quite annoying. Kagaya, is he your friend? The stranger was smiling, yet the condescending tone was something even Naruto could sense. He couldn't help but frown and ask Kagaya, who was being embraced by that man. No. He's Lord Tsukimi, a member of the royal family. The usually aloof Kagaya didn't dare resist being held by the man. She was well aware that this person's power was beyond her ability to contend with. Such actions were not meant to harm Kagaya, but rather a reflection of the royal family's disrespect for others. Hey, pour the wine. The man named Tsukimi interrupted Kagaya's words and spoke in a commanding tone. Kagaya quickly filled his cup with wine. However, I really didn't expect to sneak out to play and end up meeting the fleeing princess of the Otsutsuki clan in this remote galaxy just to escape my family's watchful eyes. When I saw the divine tree, I thought I was seeing things. Tsukimi was in a good mood, downing the wine in his cup and revealing the truth about why he was here. The more he spoke, the more bitter Kagaya became. If it were a pursuer, she could still fight back, but a royal family member was on a completely different level. Aren't you the one pursuing Kagaya? Pursuing? That's something only lowly people do. Although Kagaya is a guardian, in my opinion, she's not worth mentioning. Is that so? Then that's good. Hearing Tsukimi say this, Naruto felt somewhat relieved, if possible. He didn't want to resort to violence. I'm more interested in you than Kagaya. You're clearly a monkey, yet you emit such a fragrant aroma. I almost want to eat you. Lord Tsukimi, please don't. Kagaya exclaimed in shock, mustering the courage to retort against Tsukimi's words. Having experienced it firsthand, she understood how delicious Naruto appeared in the eyes of her clan, and she certainly did not want to see Naruto disappear. Shut up. Then, monkey, can you tell me how the power you possess came about? After dismissing Kagaya, Tsukimi smiled at Naruto. He was just as curious as Kagaya about how the native acquired this power. Are you talking about chakra? It's extracted from a body and spirit. Chakra? It's something every ninja has. Speaking of ninjas, Naruto then began to talk about the relationship between ninjas and villages, followed by the role of the Hokage in protecting the village, finally expressing his dream. So my dream for the future is to become Hokage and to work for world peace. Interesting. So this is the monkey's dream, to become the leader of a bunch of monkeys. Tsukimi clapped his hands, offering applause to Naruto. At this moment, Naruto saw two strange eyes in the palms of his hands, almost like Nagato's Rinnegan had turned red. Are you belittling the Hokage? Don't misunderstand. The reason you have such a dream is ultimately limited by your power. Once you possess the power to destroy this planet at will, your dreams will change. At least not to such a ridiculous dream of becoming the leader of a bunch of monkeys. And you won't be thinking about peace either. For under the pressure of power, no one dares to resist the strong. No, true peace cannot be achieved through oppression by power. And I apologize for your insult to the title of Hokage. Naruto was furious, standing in front of Tsukimi despite Kagaya's warning gaze. The feeling of having his dream trampled was unbearable, and Tsukimi's attitude crossed the line. A mere monkey dares to speak to me like this? Facing Naruto's aggression, Tsukimi instead laughed, the disdain in his eyes deepening. Indeed, even with power, one cannot recognize the comparison of strength. Uncivilized natives are just like that. Rasengan. Naruto stopped talking. He had initially thought about getting along with him, but now he could only speak with force. Just as the Rasengan he gathered was about to hit Tsukimi's chest, he suddenly vanished, not performing any hand seals during his disappearance. Then, his body abruptly appeared behind Naruto, and Naruto felt a heavy blow to the back of his head before losing consciousness. A monkey is still just a monkey. Ugh. Naruto slowly regained consciousness. The sky had turned from day to night, with only a faint firelight providing illumination. He tried to move his hands, but found that he couldn't move at all. At this moment, he was bound to a strange tree, with branches that, though they looked like simple twigs, were tougher than steel. Naruto, are you okay? Why did you resist Lord Tsukimi? If you spoke nicely, he wouldn't have harmed you. If you keep this up, you'll die. Kagaya exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Naruto wake up. Usually, she spoke in short sentences, but now she had a lot to say. Kagaya, you're unusually talkative today. Are you afraid of him? Naruto searched for Tsukimi's figure, eventually spotting him not far away by the river, seemingly taking a bath. Of course, what Naruto didn't know was that he was only performing a pre-meal ritual and had even entrusted the task of watching Naruto to Kagaya, not worried in the slightest that she would let Naruto go because she dared not. Isn't that obvious? The royal family cannot be resisted, but sometimes you can't back down. I will make the one who insults the name of Hokage pay the price. And I can see that he is not a good person and will not let you go. Naruto shook his head stubbornly. You're still as foolish as ever, brother. Suddenly provoking such a strong enemy. A familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Gamamaru had appeared on Naruto's shoulder without him noticing. Gamamaru, listen carefully. I'll help you break the branch. Once it's broken, run immediately. He is not an enemy we can handle. Also, stay away from Kagaya. Her clan members should be able to sense each other. Time is of the essence, so Gamamaru didn't say much and began absorbing natural energy, then injecting it into the branch. Though it was a bit slow, the branch started to petrify after absorbing Gamamaru's energy. I won't run. I promised Kagaya to protect her. Are you stupid, bro? Do whatever you want. Gamamaru scolded angrily, but halfway through, he felt he was speaking nonsense and gave up trying to persuade. Why do this for me? You won't gain anything from it, will you? Kagaya stared into Naruto's azure eyes, hoping to see a hint of deceit. But the more she looked, the more uncomfortable she felt. This person wasn't joking. He was serious. Chapter 192, Unknown Emotions. The eating ritual was complete. Monkey, you're awake. Celebrate. You will become a part of my body and live on. The wet-haired Suki came back, smiling, seemingly eager to taste Naruto. Who wants to be a part of you? Disgusting. Kagaya, I suddenly thought of a good idea. Why don't you turn him into fruit? Me? That's right, as the guardian. You have that ability. To you, he is just an uncivilized monkey, right? Kaguya still couldn't resist the royal order. She walked in front of Naruto, raised her hand, and placed it on his forehead. Throughout the process, Naruto quietly watched her, without struggling or speaking. I can't do it. If you want to eat, then eat me. I will swallow the fruit of the god tree, but only him. Kaguya lowered her hand, turned around, and spread her arms to block Naruto, not knowing what unknown emotion compelled her to defy the royal order. But she absolutely couldn't hurt Naruto. Inewite. After refusing countless suitors for a millennium, Kaguya actually likes a monkey. This is truly a super funny joke, one that can be passed down for thousands of years. Suki couldn't help but burst into mad laughter, sitting down on the ground in a fit of giggles. I don't understand what it means to like someone, which is why I kept rejecting them, but Naruto, I don't want to see him hurt. Is the feeling of liking someone that funny? At this moment, Naruto had finished absorbing the natural energy. Orange shadows appeared at the corners of his eyes. With the powerful physique of Sage Mode, he broke free from the petrified branch and angrily asked Suki, who was still laughing uncontrollably. You managed to break free? I really underestimated you, monkey. Perhaps you don't understand. Liking such a lowly creature is like liking a four-legged animal over there. Do you think your kind wouldn't laugh if they heard this? Even though Naruto had broken free, Suki was still laughing, pointing at Gemamaru, who was squatting not far away, pretending to look at the scenery. Do you look down on frogs? Hey, white-haired monkey. Gemamaru glared at Naruto, and then at Suki, anger rising. He looked down on himself, yet he looked down on him too. In the frog's view, isn't he also a monkey? You spoke? Hearing Gamamaru's curse, Suki was taken aback. He had never heard of a creature lower than a monkey being able to talk. Shadow Clone Technique. Taking advantage of the moment Gamamaru distracted Suki, Naruto immediately formed seals and used his most used Shadow Clone Technique, surrounding Suki with 2,000 Shadow Clones. The opponent's abilities were still unknown, so he first used Shadow Clones to scout. I really underestimated you, monkey. You actually mastered such a skill? Everyone, attack. At the command of the main body, the Shadow Clones surged toward Suki like a flood, an overwhelming number like ants. Suki disappeared from his spot, and when he reappeared, he had already grabbed 2 Shadow Clones. The eyes in his palms began to work, absorbing the chakra from the Shadow Clones. Absorbing chakra? Then how about this? Naruto clearly felt the sensations transmitted from the Shadow Clones. It turned out the thing in Suki's palm had such an effect. Sage Art. Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto, at this moment, no longer cared about the Shadow Clones and directly threw a massive, spiraling shuriken. Suki naturally saw the rapidly flying sphere that shattered countless Shadow Clones. He didn't evade, but instead reached out his hand to block it. The eye in his palm glowed red, and in just a second, he completely absorbed it into his body. This thing is truly delicious. You are even tastier than those nobles. Suki was even more shocked than Naruto. He never expected that Naruto, who had entered Sage Mode, would taste so delicious just from chakra. The thought of being able to eat him soon made a bit of drool escape from the corner of his mouth, just like in the realm of hungry ghosts. But this speed, the speed at which Suki absorbed ninjutsu, surprised Naruto. After all, the hungry ghost realm took dozens of seconds to absorb the same way. I can't wait. I want to eat you now. Naruto's delicious chakra awakened Suki's desires. His body began to swell, his skin turned blood red, and his once handsome face became sinister and terrifying, with 2 demonic horns growing from his head. Is this your true form? Truly disgusting. Suki didn't answer Naruto. He raised his thick right arm, extending his index finger with sharp nails, and 5 different elemental energies formed on it. Gale, flame, thunder, mud flow, water flow. These were the 5 elemental natures most ninjas possessed. These 5 forces surged with the wind and began to seek out enemies on their own. One by one, the Shadow Clones were scattered before they could even scream. And soon, the terrifying number of Shadow Clones completely disappeared, leaving only Naruto. Misfortune never comes alone. At this moment, the time limit for Sage Mode had also expired, and Naruto had lost the Sage body. You're the main body, right? Suki's body disappeared again, and with his excellent perception, he could find Naruto no matter where he ran. Coupled with his ability to traverse space, he easily caught Naruto. Oh no. Bam. A large palm enveloped Naruto's head. Next, without mercy, he pressed Naruto into the ground. Then Suki's finger bones began to break through the skin and grow out. Once they grew several centimeters long, he pulled out the sharp, spike-like finger bones and pierced them into Naruto's limbs, pinning him to the ground. Don't worry, I won't kill you. A delicious thing like you. I will naturally save her slowly. Suki drooled, and just as he said, he would savor Naruto slowly. Naruto felt his chakra slowly depleting, but this would ultimately lead to death. Kurama, what are you doing? I'm very busy right now. Naruto was in a panic, constantly thinking about how to escape when his consciousness was forcibly dragged into the ceiling space by Kurama. Upon seeing the fox's face, he immediately complained to the troublesome Kurama. Humph. Kurama ignored Naruto's complaints and raised his right arm, placing his massive fist in front of him. Chapter 193. You need to follow the rules. What are you doing? Naruto foolishly asked. The Ninetales obviously knew about his time travel, and the two had quite a few conversations. However, the Ninetales couldn't help him return. For this fox, it didn't matter where it went as it was always inside Naruto's body. With no family or friends, it simply adapted to its situation and slept all day. But now it suddenly spoke up. This enemy is the strongest we have encountered so far. You don't think that shadow clone you hid away will be of any use, do you? The Ninetales said calmly. It had seen Naruto's little movements. Not all of the shadow clones were destroyed. One had hidden far away and started absorbing natural energy. Once it was fully absorbed, it would return to the original body. Not necessarily. If it dares to absorb Sage Chakra, it'll turn into a frog. What if it can absorb Sage Chakra too? Are you really putting your hopes on such uncertain factors? Oh, you're so long-winded. Aren't you here with me? So what I'm doing now is helping you. Extend your hand and link our chakra together. After going in circles, the Ninetales couldn't help but sigh at how foolish the person it had chosen could be. Hey, I thought we'd be fist-bumping in a more romantic setting. Naruto finally understood the Ninetales' meaning. He had always known that the Ninetales hadn't opened up to him yet, as evidenced by the fact that he didn't even know its name and had never fist-bumped with it. The Ninetales' initiative surprised him. You think this is romance? The Ninetales retorted, annoyed. It should have been done long ago. This idiot missed his chance and is now acting all shy like a girl. It's really disgusting. Now I'll tell you my name. Kurama. It's a name given to me by a very twisted old man. No way. What are you saying? For 16 years. You've called me brat. I have a name too. I won't call your name until you call mine. You're really troublesome. Oomph. The Ninetales didn't expect Naruto to notice this small detail. Indeed, not calling Naruto by his name was intentional. After locking eyes with Naruto, it couldn't help but smile and raise the corners of its mouth. Get ready, Naruto. Oh, let us fight together, Kurama. In response to Naruto's loud agreement, their fists collided. Naruto's body began to change, the Ninetales chakra dyeing his chest and abdomen black. Then, golden circles appeared, converging into a target-like pattern on his abdomen. The golden and black chakra moved along Naruto's body, ultimately forming a wide, high-collared god robe, with black tomo imprinted at the collar. The same patterns as on his abdomen were printed on the left and right sleeves and back of the robe, with black lines extending down to his palms and the back of his hands, forming black circles on both sides. Naruto, it's been 12 years since we first met. I originally thought you would hate me like other Jinchuriki do, but I was wrong. You are an absolute fool. The first one who wants to be friends with a tailed beast. In the days that followed, you proved with your actions that you were serious about wanting to do something for me and for us tailed beasts. I, who have always hated humans, unconsciously wanted to help you move forward. It seems that foolishness is contagious. I've caught it from you. Now is the time for the Ninetales and the Jinchuriki to become one. The outside world, absorbing Naruto's chakra, was completely unaware of what was happening. It only felt that Naruto suddenly became hot to the touch. The intense chakra burned the bones stuck in his limbs to ashes. In a flash of golden light, Naruto had already broken free from its control. This is the power of Kurama. It feels so warm. Naruto appeared on the other side, with just the body flicker technique. He was already nearing the speed of the flying thunder god. He raised his hand, looking at the golden fragments emerging from it, clenched his fist. And the chakra had become so intense that it would ignite upon contact with air. Such power. Let us save the admiration for later. The initial link is a bit rough. Let us finish this within 5 minutes. That's enough, Naruto said as he dispelled the shadow clone that had absorbed enough natural energy. His eyes transformed from the fox's linear pupils to a cross shape. The Ninetales Link mode combined with Sage mode created Naruto's strongest combination. Do you have such power? Swish. The sound of Naruto throwing a kunai answered Suki. The originally ordinary kunai, infused with the Ninetales chakra, turned golden and stood out in the night. Were you throwing? Suki mocked, but before his laughter could dissipate, he met Naruto's cross-shaped eyes. Wind attribute chakra formed a green short blade in Naruto's right hand, slicing through and severing Suki's right arm. Space, you can cross space? Suki retreated several steps, clutching his right arm. Naruto disappeared the moment he threw the kunai, moving without any action, a speed that was beyond what a mere body could achieve. Thanks to Kurama's help, I no longer need hand seals. Naruto's Flying Thunder God had always been a drawback because it required hand seals, but now that he was linked with the Nine Tails, it could help him form seals. Such a combination, with only a fraction of a second's reaction time, could only be achieved this way. With a single thought, the Nine Tails would start forming seals. Coming again? Suki saw Naruto throw the kunai again and quickly assumed a defensive posture. He didn't want to retreat. It was too embarrassing, and he wanted to take the opportunity to counterattack Naruto. His remaining left hand was covered in 5 different types of energy. As long as Naruto came close, he would let him die here. Super Mini-Tailed Beast Ball. Naruto's attack was unexpected. He didn't use the Flying Thunder God to attack Suki up close, but instead broke through in a straight line, his body propelled like an arrow. In the eyes of Gamamaru, it seemed like a real flash struck Suki. A small black sphere emerged from the black circle in Naruto's right hand and pressed against Suki's abdomen. Boom! Although small, it lived up to the name of the tailed beast ball. After knocking Suki away, the tailed beast ball exploded instantly, leaving a deep pit smoking on the ground. You despicable monkey, why don't you play by the rules? Suki crawled out of the deep pit, furious. He had never seen such a despicable monkey in his life. But Naruto didn't answer. He was fully immersed in battle, with no other emotions in his eyes, constantly thinking about how to achieve victory. Swish! The deadly kunai was thrown at Suki again. Not knowing how Naruto would attack, Suki had to use Space Jump to evade the kunai's range, reappearing behind Naruto to punch him. However, with the perception of Sage Mode, Naruto had already sensed the airflow from Suki breaking through space and had disappeared from his original spot, appearing behind Suki and kicking him in the back, sending him flying dozens of meters away. I've had enough. Let's turn this planet to dust. Planet Destruction Ball. After repeatedly suffering losses, Suki became agitated and gathered most of his power to form a purple sphere over 20 meters in diameter to smash down on Naruto. Let us work together, Kurama. Naruto could feel the immense power contained within. If it struck the ground directly, it might indeed destroy the planet, as he said. And even though he lacked confidence at that moment, he had to proceed. At his call, the golden, translucent Nine Tails surged forth from within him, merging into one. The massive golden fox stood on the ground, confronting Tsukimi's planet-destroying jewel. Then, the Nine Tails opened its mouth, revealing Naruto inside. He raised both hands in front of him, gathering a gigantic spiral shuriken, infusing it with all his sage chakra. The Nine Tails also used its own power to create 6-tailed beast balls surrounding the spiral shuriken. Sage Art, Tailed Beast Planetary Spiral Shuriken. Chapter 194, Victory. Even though Naruto's spiral shuriken, made with all his strength, was still considerably smaller than Tsukimi's planet-destroying jewel. As it flew, it merged with the surrounding tailed beast balls. The originally white blade transformed into a black-purple color, and the powerful energy began to distort the air. Eventually, the two forces collided violently. Zzz. Accompanied by a piercing sound, Tsukimi's planet-destroying jewel was slowly sliced in half. Naruto didn't choose to fight based on size, but instead aimed to pierce through, placing most of his power into sharpness, and the results proved his decision was correct. However, the split planet-destroying jewel did not vanish. Instead, it reached a critical point, crackling with electricity. Seeing that it was about to explode, Naruto quickly controlled the Nine Tails to extend 2 tails before the descending hemispheres. You two, please. The tails were not meant to block the planet-destroying jewel within the translucent tails. 2 of Naruto's shadow clones could be seen. The real Naruto nodded towards them and threw a kunai into the air. Leave it to us. The shadow clones nodded to each other, leaned against the planet-destroying jewel, and began forming seals. Transporting the 2 halves of the jewel to the end point of the time-space hole Naruto had searched for yesterday. A desolate desert perfect for detonating the jewel. Boom. Naruto didn't know how far he had left the kunai behind, but after the planet-destroying jewel exploded, even the ground here trembled, and its power was unimaginable. At this moment, the real Naruto also used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the side of the spiral shuriken. He bit down on the handle of the kunai, and following the principle of making full use of resources, he supported the still existing spiral shuriken with one hand. Naruto felt he had 1 minute left. After 1 minute, both his Sage Mode and the spiral shuriken would disappear, and he would die then. Even though my right hand is gone, my left hand has the same eye and the ability to move through space. If I'm not mistaken, Naruto's mind raced through the information about his opponent. He wasn't sure if the spiral shuriken in his hand could avoid being absorbed. He thought, and kept using all information to come up with a winning strategy. What a monster monkey. Seeing Naruto's determined expression, Tsukimi for the first time thought about running away. He was a noble royal. How could he risk his life against a lowly monkey? Now was not the time to care about face. It was better to go home and bring troops to eliminate this monkey. Please, you too. The massive body of the Nine Tails was not suitable for combat. At Naruto's command, the Nine Tails returned to within him. His hands were occupied, so the Nine Tails helped him form the shadow clone seals. 2 golden shadow clones appeared beside him, and, after Naruto's order, rushed towards Tsukimi like lightning. Is this ever going to end? Tsukimi was extremely annoyed. Each of the 2 shadow clones held a mini-tailed beast ball. Being hit by these would not be pleasant, and with only one hand available, he could only absorb one. Activating his space-jumping ability again, Tsukimi appeared behind the 2 shadow clones. His sturdy arm swung down fiercely, dispersing one shadow clone first. The other shadow clone reacted quickly and pressed the tailed beast ball against Tsukimi's chest, but it was blocked by his palm. The mini-tailed beast ball was indeed absorbed into his body, taking the shadow clone with it. Take this, you bastard! Before Tsukimi could catch his breath, he saw Naruto charging at him with the spiral shuriken raised. Whether it was due to the immense power contained within, Tsukimi even saw after-images. But it was this very power that he relished. This clumsy monkey still hadn't learned his lesson, so he did not dodge, confidently raising his left hand to receive the grand meal that Naruto was serving. Bang! Just as the spiral shuriken was about to touch Tsukimi's palm, it suddenly vanished. Saying it disappeared was somewhat inaccurate. It had merely shrunk significantly, transforming into Naruto's shadow clone, which ruthlessly stabbed a kunai into Tsukimi's palm eye. The remaining hand was also destroyed, causing Tsukimi to scream in agony. He angrily looked at the shadow clone behind it, where another Naruto was approaching with the spiral shuriken raised. In fact, the previous spiral shuriken was merely a transformation created by Naruto's clone, aimed at destroying Tsukimi's eye. To prevent him from noticing, Naruto had deliberately made his movements identical to those of the shadow clone, so Tsukimi would see after-images. I will not die here. Tsukimi's eyes were bloodshot as he exerted all his strength to activate a space jump, evading Naruto's attack range. However, as he jumped, Naruto slightly tilted his head and spat out the kunai he had been holding in his mouth, hitting Tsukimi's position perfectly. Your space jump doesn't require any seals, but it doesn't mean you can jump anywhere. From my observations, it should be within your line of sight, right? During all those movements, your eyes moved before your body, and there is also a cooldown time, around 2 seconds. During those 2 seconds, you will be fully focused on dealing with me, and after 2 seconds, your eyes will start looking for a suitable jumping point. The sensory and visual abilities of the Golden Body Naruto far exceeded those of others, and this was the conclusion he had drawn from multiple observations. So the location where he threw the kunai was within Tsukimi's line of sight. Although Naruto's guess was entirely correct, there was still a slight distance between him and Tsukimi. Tsukimi desperately twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the lethal spiral shuriken that brushed past his chest, making his heart race wildly. However, before Tsukimi could even catch his breath, he saw Naruto smile. Smile? Why is he smiling? While Tsukimi pondered this question, he suddenly felt a force pushing him from behind, thrusting him into the spiral shuriken. Although my power is weak, I could still do this. The one helping Naruto was none other than Kaguya, who had been watching from the sidelines. Her veins bulged as she used her Byakugan's innate divine power to toll the final bell for Tsukimi. Enough with the monkey crap. You white-haired monkey. Naruto vented all his grievances, shouting as he used the spiral shuriken to push Tsukimi's body away, smashing him into the nearby twin peaks like a comet striking the ground. In the world, it seemed as if only a sliver of light remained, and with the earth shaking, everything, soil, rock, and trees, turned to dust and vanished, leaving only one peak of the twin peaks remaining. Damn it, I won't accept this. I am of royal blood. How could I die here? Kaguya, it's all that woman's fault, Dai. Yuejian felt his body gradually disappear in the explosion. With reluctance, he used his last bit of life to shoot out the bone of his index finger, aiming directly at Kaguya. Puff, the sound of sharp blade entering flesh echoed, and Kaguya stared blankly at Naruto's back, momentarily forgetting to think. Naruto, It wasn't until Naruto slowly collapsed that Kagaya screamed in shock. Chapter 195. The childhood sweetheart cannot compete with the heavenly arrival. Uejin's final attack contained all his resentment. The moment the bone pierced Naruto's chest, it turned into poison and began to erode Naruto's cells. What followed was a race between the Nine Tails and the poison. Kagaya and Gamamaru were utterly helpless. In the end, Gamamaru went back to Myobokuzen to find medicinal herbs, while Kagaya could only watch Naruto lying on the bed in pain, crying. For 3 whole days, Kagaya knelt by Naruto's bedside, watching him. On the 3rd day, Naruto's complexion finally improved, which filled Kagaya with joy. She reached out to touch his forehead, finding it no longer hot. Just as she was about to leave to fetch some water for Naruto, he suddenly grabbed her hand. Hinata, Naruto, now groggy from sleep, opened his eyes and, upon seeing Kagaya, mistook her for Hinata, holding her tightly. Hinata, I miss you so much. I thought I would never see you again. Naruto pulled Kagaya into his embrace and kissed her lips. The intimacy he had shared with Hinata had turned into a bad habit. Naruto simply wanted to express his emotions through the kiss, but things spiraled out of control. Kagaya, surprised by the kiss, widened her eyes, but surprisingly did not struggle. Instead, she obediently followed Naruto's lead, eventually starting to respond actively. Brother, this is a talisman filled with sage power that our predecessors from Myobokuzen desperately created. It can not only replenish sage chakra, but also instantly restore full health. Gamamaru excitedly bit into a talisman and jumped into Naruto's house. However, upon seeing the scene inside, the expression on the frog's face gradually turned to stone, and then it covered its eyes and jumped away. Yawn, I slept so comfortably. The next day, Naruto woke up from his dream. He felt a bit embarrassed recalling yesterday's dream, where he had seen Hinata. After a long time apart, Hinata was very affectionate. They kissed and did many things that only married couples would do. Naruto knew what this was. Every adolescent boy experiences such dreams. As a normal boy, he was not new to this. My clothes. A gentle breeze blew in through the window, making Naruto feel a bit chilly. He lowered his head to look and found himself completely naked. He began to look around for his clothes, but instead saw something even more astonishing. Kagaya lay beside him, her snow-white hair cascading onto the bed like silver threads. Although she had her back to Naruto, it was clear she was also naked. A few drops of red plum blossoms were scattered across the wooden bed, clearly dry bloodstains. Naruto was so scared that he rolled off the bed. He looked at himself, and then at Kagaya. Even the dullest mind could figure out what had happened, and he immediately entered the ceiling space. Kurama, it's bad. Why have you lost so much weight? There might still be a chance, as there was a third party here. However, when Naruto saw the Nine Tails, he was stunned. The original Nine Tails was not exactly fat, but had a graceful figure, being a carnivorous beast. But now, the Nine Tails seemed to have lost 80% of its weight, looking gaunt and bony, which made Naruto anxious to ask. It's all to treat you. If you play like this again, I'll die for you to see. The Nine Tails spoke weakly. To save Naruto, it had truly risked its life this time, leaving it severely weakened and unsure how long it would take to recover. Thank you. No, wait, I have something to ask you. What did I do with Kagaya? Seeing that the Nine Tails was truly fine, Naruto felt relieved. But then he remembered the reason he had come to find the Nine Tails. What do you want to ask? Isn't it just mating? Mating is the means of human reproduction. Don't you know? I know, of course I know, but I don't remember anything. Why didn't you stop me? Naruto knelt on the ground, not expecting things to develop in the worst possible direction. He truly remembered nothing from last night. Although he was a bit foolish, he wasn't completely ignorant about matters between men and women. His mentor was Jiraiya, who, despite being lecherous, had meticulously taught Naruto and warned him that a man must never do such things with someone he doesn't like. Is it necessary? Isn't reproduction a biological instinct? So I already have Hinata. How can I be with other women? Kurama, you've ruined me. I don't understand what you mean. To put it simply, it's like you have a dog. Would you care which female dog it mates with? The Nine Tails looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression. It had seen plenty of human reproduction, having experienced it while inside Kushina, since it was none of its business. It preferred to sleep and didn't know where it had gone wrong. It shouldn't be like that. Wait, are you saying I'm your pet? After empathizing with the situation, Naruto honestly replied, but quickly realized and got angry. As long as you understand, don't disturb my rest. Get out. Naruto, you're awake. When Naruto left the ceiling space, Kagaya was already awake. She awkwardly got off the bed and walked to Naruto's side, looking at him with concern, carefully confirming that he was safe. Kagaya, Did I force myself on you yesterday? Naruto didn't know how to start the conversation and could only cautiously ask. If he really mistook Kagaya for Hinata in his groggy state and forced himself on her, even dying an apology would not fill the void in his heart. No, you just kissed me. The subsequent events were all initiated by me. Why did you do that? The answer was unexpected, leaving Naruto unable to think. So, was he the victim in this case? What kind of expression should he show? Should he cry out for Kagaya to take responsibility or scold her as a scoundrel? None of these seem like things a man should do. I know you just saw me as a substitute for Hinata. You were constantly calling her name with your lips. Kagaya's expression became slightly cold. She did not understand that this feeling was called jealousy. She was just a bit unhappy. However, she also knew that Naruto's heart had always belonged only to Hinata. Whenever the topic of her came up, Naruto would show a genuine smile. Chapter 196. What can I do? I'm also desperate I didn't tea. You are not anyone's substitute, but I truly didn't mean to hurt you. Perhaps these things seem important to you, but they are not to me. If I had to say, anyone could. Hey, Kagaya's words left Naruto stunned again. Such words should be said by women from the brothels Jiraiya often visited, but Kagaya didn't seem like that kind of person at all. In fact, when I first arrived on this planet, I faced two choices. One was to believe in the humans here, share my power with them, and fight against the pursuers together. The other was to use the power of the God Tree to brainwash them all into soldiers to fight for me. Naruto, it was your appearance that made me choose the first option. I want to believe in the humans here and continue this feeling, which requires the next generation to inherit my power to be born. So to me, everyone is the same. But such things should be done with someone you like. Although I don't understand what liking someone means, it hurts here when you cry, and I want to laugh with you when you smile. When you helped me block that attack, I really wanted to die with you. If I hurt you, I apologize. Kagaya gently hugged Naruto, placing his hand on her heart, and said seriously, "Too cunning. If you say that, I can't even complain." Naruto pushed Kagaya away and rushed out the door. He didn't know how to face Kagaya at that moment. He was angry, but had nowhere to vent. Could he face Hinata's feelings calmly after doing something like this? No one knew about this. Kagaya sighed silently, not chasing after Naruto, but instead dressing herself and walking into the river. Starting a fight with the fish inside. Boom! The splashes startled many fish, causing them to scatter. Kagaya looked at the fish she caught that only had a head left and hung her head in disappointment. This kind of thing had always been done by Naruto. She didn't realize that just fishing could be so difficult. The power of the Byakugan is too strong, so I can only catch fish manually. Kagaya bent down, clumsily trying to feel for fish. As a princess, she had never done such a thing. A few times she barely managed to touch a fish, but couldn't catch it due to its slippery scales. After a long time without results, Kagaya, feeling anxious, slipped and fell into the river, hitting her head against a rock with a thud sound. "What are you doing?" Naruto finally couldn't help but appear beside Kagaya, pulling her out of the river, feeling both heartbroken and helpless at her wet appearance. "Your body just recovered, and I wanted to make you something to eat." Kagaya obediently sat by the shore, allowing Naruto to use his chakra to dry her clothes, and after applying medicine to her bleeding forehead, she said, "I'll do it." Naruto sighed. Since things had already happened, what could he do? Life still had to go on. He couldn't just watch Kagaya starve to death. He wasn't the type to hold grudges, so he could only go with the flow. Cooking was something a good man was good at. In no time, a rich variety of fish dishes was completed. Unlike when he first came to this world and could only grill fish with the help of the villagers. He could now make sashimi and fish soup, and after boiling a pot of rice, lunch was basically ready. Naruto and Kagaya sat facing each other, usually quietly eating their respective portions. Kagaya knew he was probably still angry, and if she didn't take the initiative to bridge the gap, it would only grow larger. But she didn't know how to do it, so she could only try to get closer to Naruto. At first, Naruto noticed Kagaya leaning closer and just avoided her. But Kagaya didn't give up, stubbornly continuing to lean in. After several attempts, Naruto stopped resisting, and the two of them sat shoulder to shoulder in silence, eating lunch. Kagaya had nothing more to say, and the two emotional fools awkwardly interacted like this. "Who's over there?" Naruto suddenly stood up and kicked a stone on the ground, which flew like a bullet into the nearby bushes. At the same time, Naruto stood in front of Kagaya, protecting her behind him. This action warmed Kagaya's heart. Even though he was still angry, Naruto's desire to protect her was incredibly cute. "I am here, I'm sorry." After a while, a little girl with red hair walked out from the bushes. She seemed frightened and looked at Naruto with some fear. "You're not a villager here, are you?" Naruto recognized almost everyone in this small village. There was no way someone with red hair like his mother could be here. He carefully examined the little girl, who looked about 10 years old, wearing nothing but a tattered cloth, her arms and legs thin like twigs from not having enough to eat. I heard that the god lives here. I am starving. Please give me some food. The little girl looked at the pile of food in front of Naruto and swallowed. She was about to kneel down to plead with him, but before her knees could buckle, Naruto was already in front of her, supporting her. Come here. Thank you. Even though she was already starving and dizzy, the little girl still politely thanked him before eagerly eating the food Naruto handed her. What's your name? Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the way the little girl was eating. Looking at the pile of bowls next to them, he could only sigh that he had found another foodie. He filled her bowl again and asked, My parents call me Kina. Where are your parents? They left me the last bun and then died. Kina didn't cry. Her expression was just a bit sad. Her tears had long dried up. Compared to crying, she wanted to fill her stomach more. This kind of body language made Naruto feel particularly heartbroken. That's a lovely name. Kina's experience reminded Naruto of his own childhood. No matter the era, parents would desperately protect their children. He gently touched her fiery red hair. What's up with your hair? This time it was Kagaya who asked. She and Naruto were exceptions. The sudden appearance of such bright red hair surprised her a bit. I wander alone, usually eating some tree roots. One day, I was under that big tree over there, starving, and I peeled off some bark to eat. Then my stomach hurt a lot, and I passed out. When I woke up, my hair had turned like this. Although still young, Kina was exceptionally smart, clearly expressing what Kagaya wanted to know as she touched her own hair. Ordinary people can actually withstand the power of the god tree. What are you? Kagaya couldn't believe it. The energy contained in the god tree was undoubtedly poison for ordinary people, and this little child ate it without dying. Was it luck or something special? Kagaya, don't ask. Kina, if you have nowhere to go, just stay here. Chapter 197. The unassailable would really? But I'm small and weak. Nobody would want to buy me. What does the god want me to do? Kina was surprised by Naruto's words, forgetting to continue eating. She initially thought this was the only big meal she would have while wandering, and that she would leave after eating to continue searching for tree roots. In this world, where everyone was indifferent to life, she had never thought someone would be willing to adopt such a weak child like her. Just call me Naruto. Kina looks a lot like my mom, both in name and hair. Naruto patted Kina's fiery red hair again, giving her a sunny smile that warmed her heart, which had suffered so much from a young age. I will work hard to repay you. Chie looked at Naruto's warm smile. Tears unknowingly fell from her eyes. Refugees like her never received a kind look from anyone, except for her parents. Naruto was the first person to smile at her. As night fell, Chie had already fallen asleep on Naruto's bed. Unlike ordinary people, she held a bag of rice in her arms, as she would say. Holding food while sleeping means I don't have to worry about starving to death, which made Naruto feel a bit sour inside. Outside, Kagaya was still staring at the starry sky, lost in thought. She didn't let her guard down just because Naruto had taken down Tsukuyami. What was meant to come would still come. What she didn't know was that the death of the royal family had caused her hometown to be in chaos, delaying the arrival of pursuers by 1,000 years. Where will you sleep tonight? After a while, Kagaya turned to look at Naruto. She didn't comment on Naruto adopting Chie. She had already regarded Naruto as family. However, if Naruto were to sleep with Chie at night, she would still be very displeased, especially since there was more than one room in the house. I'm a ninja. I can sleep anywhere, under any tree. I'm used to it. Naruto, still a bit of a blockhead, didn't understand Kagaya's obvious hint and casually said, Is that so? Kagaya frowned, said a sentence, and turned to walk back into the house, lightly kicking Naruto before leaving. Are you angry? Looking at Kagaya, throwing a small tantrum, Naruto felt a bit confused, then went to a nearby tree, leaned against the trunk, and closed his eyes. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Naruto's alertness as a ninja kicked in. When he heard footsteps, he opened his eyes. In the faint starlight, Kagaya came over with a blanket, sitting down beside him, covering half of it on him and the other half on herself, snuggling tightly against him. You don't have to accompany me. Kagaya's small gesture brought warmth to Naruto's body and mind. No matter how things started and ended, his relationship with Kagaya could never return to the past. Now, he deliberately avoided her, but this stubborn woman wouldn't let him succeed. I want to. It was cold at night. Let us go back to the house and sleep. Naruto shook his head. A gust of night wind blew, and he felt a bit cold. Not to mention the injured Kagaya. He heard that girls would become very weak after doing certain things, and he couldn't bear to see her freeze. You come with me. All right, I said if we go back, we go back. Kagaya's stubbornness left Naruto speechless. He had no choice but to ignore her resistance, stand up, and reach under her knees to pick her up in a princess carry, then took her back to her room. Naruto. As Naruto placed Kagaya on the bed and prepared to leave, she tightly grabbed his hand, and for the first time, a pitiful expression like a small animal appeared on her face. You won't do anything to me, right? Naruto finally gave up leaving. He hesitated, and then, with a slightly fearful expression, asked, Idiot. Kagaya was nearly infuriated by his words. The good atmosphere was ruined just like that. Why was she going crazy liking this dim-witted native? She angrily let go of Naruto and turned to face the wall to sleep. Naruto didn't know where he went wrong. To avoid Kagaya looking for him again, he could only sleep beside her. The two of them slept back to back, with a large space in between. After a while, Kagaya moved her body again, leaning against Naruto, seemingly afraid that he would leave. Her right hand slipped around his waist and rested on his belly, holding him tightly. I am sorry, Kagaya. I don't even know if I can respond to your feelings, but I will try my best to take care of you. After a moment of silence, Naruto finally spoke. His thinking was still quite traditional. It was natural to take responsibility for things done. Initially, he always regarded Kagaya as a friend, a very important friend because she was the first person he met when he came to this era. Without Kagaya, he might still be a lonely person, at most with a frog. Similarly, Kagaya was the same. Two people who were prepared to be lonely met each other, supported each other, and took care of each other. So it was inevitable that feelings would arise. Perhaps the difference was that Kagaya's feelings were not friendship, but rather affection. However, he only had Hinata in his heart. Whether he could accept others was left to fate. So cramped. The next day, Naruto woke up before Kagaya. He didn't wake the sleeping Kagaya and left the room, planning to see Chie. To his surprise, when he opened the door, the bed was already empty, and he could only see the bag of rice Chie had left behind. Naruto, I'm here. In no time, Chie ran in from outside, seemingly holding something in her hands. Her small face was covered in dust, and a few bird feathers were stuck in her beautiful hair. Where did you go early in the morning? Naruto laughed at Chie's appearance, helping her remove the feathers from her head and wiping her face as he asked. I want to find food, look. Chie spread her hands, revealing 4 or 5 small bird eggs inside. It was easy to guess where she'd been. Wow, you have such skills? This is a skill necessary for survival. But if you can't eat enough, you won't be able to climb trees. I ate enough yesterday, so I can climb. I'll handle these things. I want to repay Naruto, so I'll go find more food. Chie shook her head, put down the bird eggs, and ran out again. Soon, Naruto heard the sound of Gamakichi outside the house. Hey kid, who are you? What do you want? Why are you grabbing me? Naruto looks such a big frog. We can eat for a long time. Chie happily said as she returned to Naruto's side, raising the Gamakichi in her hands, while the Gamakichi struggled angrily in her grip. Let go of me, foolish human. Do you want to eat me? I'll eat you first. Do you believe it? You dare touch a toad from Mount Mayaboku? I'll bite you to death. Chapter 198. The Elder's Gift. Gamakichi, let her go. She's the orphan I adopted yesterday. Naruto patted the Gamakichi, which had bitten Chie's hand and was preparing to swallow her. After some persuasion, the toad finally let go of Chie. Can't eat her? Chie looked at Gamakichi regretfully. In her eyes, animals were food, and whether they could talk wouldn't affect their taste. Cannot. Gamakichi glared at Chie, trying to display the authority of amphibians. But it was clear that the little girl was not afraid of him. Instead, she bared her teeth at Gamakichi, and, in the end, he temporarily gave up because of Naruto. However, brother, you really are bold. You even dare to marry an alien. Gamakichi jumped onto Naruto's shoulder, as usual, patting him, his tone filled with praise and surprise. He knew Kagaya's identity better than Naruto and had more knowledge about it, but he didn't expect these two to come together. I didn't marry Kagaya. I know, young man is shy. Here, take this as a wedding gift. Ignoring Naruto's words, Gamakichi pulled out a talisman inscribed with strange symbols and handed it to Naruto. This is a spell created by the ancestors of the Toad clan, which can restore chakra and save those on the brink of death. It was originally meant to save you. Such a precious thing can be given to me? Things are made to be used, right? Are we supposed to let it rot in Mayaboka Mountain? It's a one-time use. How you use it is up to you. Thank you. Naruto put away this precious gift and explained his situation with Kagaya to Gamamaru, who was also quite moved after hearing it. Naruto, I caught a fish this time. Before long, Kunai returned to Naruto's side, holding a fish completely drenched. It was obvious that she had jumped into the river. Naruto hadn't noticed yesterday that Kunai was so active. She didn't seem like a typical quiet girl, and her personality was very much like Kushina's. Impressive. But catching fish doesn't need to be that complicated. Come with me. Naruto led Kunai to the riverbank, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it into the water. The startled fish began to swim around. With a wave of his right hand, 3 kunai tied with threads flew out, and with a gentle pull, 3 fish that had been pierced were reeled in along with the kunai. Wow, is this the power of God? You think too little of the power of a god. Do you want to learn? Yes. Kunai nodded seriously. To avoid going hungry, she began learning how to catch fish for Naruto. Although she didn't have chakra, Naruto could teach her some weapon techniques, which would also serve to protect her. A few hours later, Naruto looked at the pile of fish on the ground, surprised by Kunai's talent. She learned how to use the kunai frighteningly quickly, using them skillfully as if she existed to validate the term genius. Bro, what do you think? Gamamaru had been watching Kunai learn as well, and he silently nodded in approval. Kunai's strong talent was definitely related to that tree. Very smart. Wait, I mean the source of her intelligence. Didn't she say she ate the bark of that tree? Yeah, what are you trying to say? That tree actually… Naruto, I'm hungry. Kagaya's appearance made Gamamaru swallow his words. She had just woken up, looking a bit dazed as she climbed onto Naruto's back, and said softly, "What kind of creature are you?" Waking up and wanting to eat. Just wait. Naruto patiently waited for Gamamaru to continue, but he pretended to look around for mosquitoes instead. Not knowing what he was trying to express, Naruto could only go cook according to Kagaya's request. There's food. Naruto's cooking is the best. Kunai looked at the table full of dishes with a happy smile. She couldn't wait to grab a grilled fish and stuff it into her mouth. She had eaten too quickly the day before to savor the flavor, and now she realized how delicious Naruto's food was. Is that so? This meal is also thanks to Kunai, unlike someone who only knows how to eat and doesn't help. Naruto patted Kunai's head and praised her, which made Kagaya unhappy. This idiot had learned such a high-level skill as sarcasm and dared to bully her. She would make him pay later. I'm super happy right now, Naruto. When I grow up. Kunai ate several servings of food, the full feeling in her stomach making her exceptionally happy. She jumped into Naruto's arms and rubbed her greasy mouth against his clothes, preparing to say what a little girl would say to someone she liked, but unexpectedly felt a chill behind her. It was the same chill she had felt when she encountered wolves in the wilderness. Turning around, she found Kagaya staring at her with her Byakugan. Stare. I want. Stare. To marry. Stare. Ah, that's so scary. Kunai finally couldn't handle the pressure and started crying in Naruto's arms. When she encountered wolves, she could climb a tree to escape. But this time she felt that if she said anything, Kagaya would swallow her whole. Why are you bullying a little girl? Naruto comforted Kunai and then pointed his finger at Kagaya's forehead. Having often interacted with Hinata, he could tell that Kagaya was jealous, but the target was wrong. Ugh. Kagaya covered the spot Naruto had poked and let out a dissatisfied sound, but then she secretly smiled. The Naruto from before would never have made such an intimate gesture towards her. And so, Naruto returned to searching for the time-space holes. But this time with Kunai added to the mix. They traveled around this world like a family of 3 on a journey. Naruto occasionally taught Kunai some physical techniques for self-defense, and she learned quickly. Plus, her mischievous personality often brought about trouble, such as poking beehives, angering hibernating bears, or touching a tiger's backside, adding some color to Naruto's otherwise monotonous search tasks. Chapter 199, Those Who Sacrifice for Love half a year later. I'm back. A golden light flashed as Naruto appeared in front of the house, carrying a large wild boar on his back. Today, he received a call for help from the villagers saying that a wild boar was destroying their fields, so a few minutes later, there would be an extra dish on the dinner table. Welcome back. Kunai, who was doing housework, smiled at Naruto. Her gaze then shifted to the wild boar on his back, and she couldn't help but drool. Kagaya, it's time to eat. As time passed, Naruto became more accustomed to life here, skillfully skinning the entire wild boar to trade it with the villagers for daily necessities and seasoning, then starting a fire to roast the whole boar, calling his family to dinner. He wondered how long this unchanging life would continue. Kagaya unceremoniously grabbed a wild boar leg and started eating. Compared to Kunai's wolfing down, Kagaya's eating was quite elegant, but she was much faster than Kunai. Before long, the entire boar leg was reduced to a mere bone. I say, if you eat so much, you'll get fat, right? Just as Kagaya was about to snatch food from Kunai again, Naruto suddenly said, Huh? Kagaya's hand froze in midair as she looked at Naruto in confusion. I mean, your belly has gotten bigger, and you still eat so much? Aren't girls supposed to maintain their figure? Naruto asked curiously. We spent time with Hinata. She would refuse even the tastiest foods for fear of affecting her figure. Kagaya, on the other hand, had been sleeping next to him every night. And although they respected each other and nothing had happened, Naruto had noticed that Kagaya's belly had indeed grown quite a bit. You think this is fat? Kagaya touched her belly in disbelief, looking up at Naruto's eyes. After realizing he was serious, she fell silent. Isn't it? Kagaya is also getting fat, just like me. I've also been fattened up by Naruto. Kunai chimed in happily, patting her own belly. Under Naruto's careful care, she had also returned to the normal physique of child. In this era, being plump represented a bountiful supply of food at home, synonymous with happiness and wealth. Idiot. Dummy. Godi. Below average intelligence. Monkey. After Kunai's embellishments, Kagaya's anger surged, and she fiercely hit Naruto on the head with the bone in her hand until he left with a swollen head, fuming. Naruto, are you okay? Chio poked Naruto, who was lying on the ground. What's going on? Why are you angry again? In the middle of the night, Kagaya tossed and turned in bed. Ever since she hit Naruto during the day, he hadn't come back to sleep, which made her wonder if he was angry. However, no matter how she thought about it, it was his fault, right? In the end, Kagaya still felt like she lost, waiting like a small wife for her husband to return home. So she went out to look for him. Kagaya, are you still awake? Naruto hadn't gone far from the house, and Kagaya quickly found him. Naruto noticed Kagaya approaching and turned to ask, Naruto, have you been crying? In the dim starlight, Kagaya could see the tear stains on Naruto's face. No, it's just that the night wind is a bit strong, and it got in my eyes. Naruto wiped away his tears. He just missed his family a little. Day after day of searching with no end in sight. He might even die here without finding the time-space hole. And his unwavering belief in never giving up was one thing. But he was genuinely worried about how his parents and Hinata were doing after such a long time without seeing them. Time had passed so long that it was easy to guess that the Fourth Great Ninja War had already begun. How would Obito deal with the Ninja Alliance? What would happen to Sasuke? His comrades were in a critical situation, and he couldn't go help them. Such feelings could only be vented through tears. Come with me. Kagaya bit her lip. Seeing Naruto crying made her heart ache. After thinking for a moment, she made a decision, a self-sacrificing decision. Why did you bring me here? Naruto followed Kagaya to the base of the god tree, a place she had warned him many times not to approach, yet now she took him there willingly. God tree. Kulme. Kagaya did not respond to Naruto's question, but spoke to the god tree. The massive tree seemed to understand her words, and its branches, reaching into the sky, began to sway. A round fruit with a strange glow appeared from the dense leaves and gently fell into Kagaya's hand. This is the fruit of the god tree, which just ripened a few days ago. Oh, you want to eat it? Naruto didn't quite understand Kagaya's intention. Did she call him over in the middle of the night to see her eat fruit? Yes, eating it will grant infinite power. I originally wanted to give it to you. Kagaya nodded and swallowed the god tree's fruit in one bite. She had long regarded Naruto as her husband, and it was only natural to give the best to her husband. However, his reaction made her abandon that thought. He didn't belong here. Even if he were given immense power, he wouldn't smile happily. Kagaya now understood that, compared to great power, the smile of the one she loved was far more important. As Kagaya consumed the fruit, her body began to glow, two wooden horns slowly sprouting from her head, and a crack appeared in the center of her forehead, gradually spreading to both sides, revealing her red Rinnegan with 9 tomo inside. I look so terrible now, don't I? Kagaya lowered her head, not wanting to look at Naruto. She knew her body would change after eating the fruit, and she didn't want Naruto to dislike her. No, it's just an extra eye. Naruto noticed Kagaya's mood and didn't agree, instead lifting her chin with his hand to carefully examine her face. You really are a fool. Kagaya smiled lightly. Without doing anything, a dark door suddenly appeared in front of Naruto, and before he could react, Kagaya grabbed his hand and pulled him inside. Where's this? Naruto was surprised to see the place he found himself in, surrounded by endless red rocky mountains, and the sky was a strange color, green and yellow resembling a child's doodle, completely different from the blue of the normal world. This is my Shinju space. From here, I can connect to various other spaces for movement, and it can also be used to find the time-space hole. You mean? I found it. Kagaya closed her eyes and began to sense the chaotic power of time and space. After about 10 minutes, she located the time-space hole and immediately took Naruto out of the Shinju space, arriving in a lava cave beneath a mountain range. The scorching lava bubbled with a destructive heat, and above the lava, Naruto saw the black mist he had been searching for so long, just as dark and bottomless as before. Even the terrifying lava became quiet after being absorbed into the time-space hole. Naruto, You once told me that chakra is the bond that connects people's hearts. If what you said is true, their chakra should flow into the time-space hole according to their intentions. I will help you open the exit of the time-space hole to find a way home. Chapter 200. The connected intentions in a certain forest in the land of iron. Obito's body spun out from the time-space. After taking a few steps, he felt a presence following him. Even he needed to come out for a breath of fresh air, but there was an annoying fly following him outside. You're really annoying, following me all the time. Give me Naruto back. Minato appeared in front of Obito with a few flashes. He had been tracking Obito for a long time, and whenever he showed up, Minato would chase after him. It had been 2 days since Naruto disappeared, which made Minato anxious. If anything happened to Naruto, not to mention Kushina Wouldn't let him off, if he is dead, you should know that if he were still alive, the coordinates on him wouldn't disappear. I don't believe it. Naruto can't die. There's a place in the world I can't enter, and that's the alternate space where you hide your true body. Have you already figured it out? How perceptive. Obito's face behind the mask slightly changed. He was surprised that Minato could discern the time-space behind him after just a few encounters. I'll say it again. Give Naruto back to me. Minato was not in the mood to chat with Obito. He pulled out a kunai from his pocket, ready for battle. As his emotions surged, his blue eyes gradually turned red, and red chakra began to erupt from him. How annoying. Why can a guy like you be resurrected, but she? Obito shouted angrily. He really hadn't expected Minato to be resurrected. He only found out later by asking Sasuke that Naruto was also a disciple of Orochimaru and had learned the Edo Tensei technique combined with Nagato's betrayal, which led to this shining resurrection. But it was this teacher, the one who couldn't protect Rin, who actually came back to life, while Rin could only lie in a cold grave. How could Obito accept that? Whether it was right to have caused the death of his mentor was no longer important. There's never been a right thing in this world, nor is there fairness. Such a world only strengthened Obito's resolve to carry out the Moon Eye plan. Clang. 2 kunai collided in the air. Obito's Sharingan instantly captured the trajectory of Minato's kunai. The Flying Thunder God was troublesome, but it was also simple to prevent him from using it. As long as he deflected Minato's kunai, it would be fine. Do you think the same trick will work twice? Fire style, great fireball technique. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Obito simply decided to fight Minato here. Before the 2 kunai hit the ground, he had already begun to perform hand seals. Boom. Afei's hand seals were quick, but the Flying Thunder God was faster. Before Afei could react to the Rasengan that did not require hand seals, it had already slammed him into the ground from behind, just like 16 years ago. It was back then that you left a space imprint on me. Truly worthy of the Golden Flash. I look forward to our next battle. After a long time, Afei, deep in the pit, finally spoke. He recalled where he had been hit by the Rasengan 16 years ago. With Minato's death, the space imprint naturally vanished, but after his resurrection, the imprint returned, allowing him to always know Afei's location and strike him. The stronger Minato became, the greater Afei's resentment grew. 16 years ago, Minato had fought even in the urgent situation of his wife nearing death and the Nine Tails attacking the village. Yet he could still think calmly and leave an imprint for future battles. Such a powerful person couldn't even protect his own student. Afei's body gradually sank into the earth. He knew he was still not a match for Minato. Not until he obtained those eyes would he be a contender. Naruto, you must be well. Seeing Afei's breath fade away again, Minato knew he had retreated into the time-space and could only grit his teeth and continue searching like a headless fly, his worry for his child dissipating with the chakra in the air. Hyuga clan Hanabi, are you still angry? Hinata gently pushed open her sister's door and saw Hanabi sulking on her bed. Hinata couldn't help but smile, walking over to pat her back and ask, if you're here to persuade me, just leave. Hanabi buried her face in the pillow and replied in a muffled voice, you, at such a young age, have already learned our father's bad temper. Hinata felt a bit helpless. Her sister had inherited their father's temper, and 2 bad-tempered individuals together naturally led to no good outcome. The reason for the anger was simple. During their recent village visit, the clan head who had been friendly with the Hyuga family for generations seemed to have taken a liking to Hanabi's talents and wanted to arrange a marriage. He was aware that the Hyuga family was the most prestigious clan in Konoha and that his own was not comparable. So he mentioned that it would be fine for her to marry into their family. Actually, marriage is a normal thing. Hayashi said he would consider it, but it seemed he was more inclined to agree. How could Hanabi tolerate this? At her age, who understands sacrificing for the family? All she knew was that her fate was being decided carelessly by her father. She got so angry that she had a big fight with him and returned to Konoha alone, which later led to the three-person Rasengan. Let me tell you secretly, both Mom and I support you. We just can't show it too openly, or Dad will scold us. Hinata wasn't there to persuade Hanabi. She and Hanabi both believed that marriage should be in one's own hands. And the Hyuga family was already strong enough that they didn't need to sacrifice Hanabi's happiness to marry an unfamiliar man. Ah, yes, you're happy, sister. Because your fiancé is such a strong person, but I'm the one who is unlucky. What is so great about being the head of the family? Hinata's words warmed Hanabi's heart somewhat. She sat up from the bed and looked at her sister resentfully.
Hinata had also suffered quite a bit during her childhood for being with Naruto, enduring much ridicule from the villagers, but she didn't care at all. Until now,
the person she liked had become a hero. Perhaps some would envy her, but jealousy did not exist. All of this was the reward Hinata earned for believing in Naruto. I came to find you today to make something together. Hinata sneakily pulled out a ball of yarn and a few knitting needles from behind her and placed them in front of Hanabi. Yarn? The weather is getting colder, and I want to knit a scarf for Naruto-kun. You can do this by yourself, and I can't knit. I can teach you. Hanabi, when you give Naruto-kun a gift, he will be so happy. If he knows this scarf was knitted by the two of us together, he will definitely feel double the joy. Hinata held Hanabi's hand seriously and said, Hanabi's relationship with Naruto had finally improved, so she naturally wanted to encourage it. You're an idiot. Why should I knit a scarf for Naruto? Come on. In the end, Hanabi couldn't withstand Hinata's persistent pleading and reluctantly agreed. The two sisters began to knit a scarf, their combined chakra of heartfelt intentions drifting into the sky. Chapter 201. Returning home to Namikaze's family, the kitchen was filled with steam, and a pot of broth made from boiling bones was simmering. Kushina carefully tasted a spoonful and shook her head in dissatisfaction, then dumped the whole pot of broth out. It still needs a bit more flavor, Debane. Ugh. This is the 181st time, Sister Kushina. Rin weakly rested her head on the table, exhausted from being dragged by Kushina to do hard labor since early morning. No way. Naruto loves eating Ichiraka ramen, and you all know that. As a qualified mother, how can I lose to a small shop? I must make something that Naruto likes, Debane. Kushina raised her fist, blaming Naruto's fondness for ramen on the lack of care. Every time she thought about it, she felt heartbroken. Now that she had been revived, she naturally had to make Naruto's favorite food. Why am I also? Kakashi, wearing a ridiculous red apron, complained. Although the village was still being rebuilt, and he had no missions, he felt it was inappropriate for a jonin to be doing chores. Kakashi, do you have an opinion? Kushina asked, raising the knife in her hand with a very gentle expression. No, that's good. We must finish this before Naruto returns. Kushina, Kakashi, and Rin got busy again. Their heartfelt intentions for the child infused into the chakra, gradually drifting into the sky. At this moment, Naruto and Kaguya were inside the time-space hole. Originally, anything that entered the time-space hole would be absorbed, but under Kaguya's power, it could not run rampant and behaved obediently like a cat. Kaguya maintained the entrance of the time-space hole while using her powers to continuously open exits, helping Naruto find his way home. Naruto floated in the time-space hole, using Sage Mode perception to search for familiar chakra whenever Kaguya opened an exit. This process had repeated thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Even Kaguya, who had gained the power of the God Tree, began to tire, and a trace of blood started to leak from the Rinnegan on her forehead. Kaguya, let's take a break. Naruto couldn't bear to see Kaguya get hurt and advised once more. I can still go. Maybe the next time we'll find it. Kaguya shook her head, refusing Naruto, and opened another exit of the time-space hole. They had seen many things, the history of humanity, human wars, and even the time when Konoha was first established. But none of those were from Naruto's era. Thank you. Naruto opened his mouth, and all the words he could say condensed into one sentence. He knew Kaguya was stubborn, and it was useless to say anything. It was better to find her sooner. This was when Kaguya opened the exit once again. Naruto sensitively captured a trace of chakra, his father's worries, Hinata's feelings, Hanabi's intentions, and his mother's care. These chakras converged into a warm color that flowed into his heart. Found it, it's right there. After confirming the time of this era repeatedly, Naruto was overjoyed. Konoha was in the midst of reconstruction, and the Hokage rock had just reached Tsunade's generation. Even if there was a time difference, it wouldn't be too much. It's good to find it. You can go back now. Although Kaguya had already decided to send Naruto home, she still felt very upset when she truly found the way. To hide her emotions, she stiffened her face and said coldly, Kaguya, come with me. I will explain our relationship to Hinata, and I also want to bring Kunai with me. Naruto stood at the exit of the space-time hole, but did not take a step toward home. He turned and reached out his hand toward Kagaya. He couldn't deceive himself. Kagaya had already entered his heart, and this was a genuine feeling. No, I'm from ancient times. Entering your era will change many things, even preventing you from being born smoothly. Naruto's words made Kagaya close her eyes, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. This fool, why did he only admit it at this moment? With a sad smile, she floated to Naruto's side, gently kissed his lips, and after saying her final words, pushed him into the exit of the space-time hole. Goodbye, Naruto. I love you. No, stop, Kagaya. Naruto felt Kagaya's power transfer through their lips to him, enveloping him in a layer of protection. He wanted to resist, but couldn't break free, only able to watch Kagaya's figure grow smaller until she fell out of the space-time hole. Bang. Naruto's body fell heavily into the forest near Konoha, startling a flock of birds. Thanks to Kagaya's protection, he suffered no harm, just lying dazed in the pit as tears streamed down to the ground. Naruto, it's great. It's really you. I knew my son wouldn't die so easily. Not long after, Minato appeared beside Naruto. He had felt the seal on Naruto while chasing Obito and immediately used Flying Thunder God to rush over. Seeing his son safe and sound, he happily hugged him. Dad, how long have I been gone? Feeling his father's warm embrace, Naruto finally came to his senses and asked blankly, 3 days. I've been looking for you since then. I see. Then let's go home. Minato noticed that Naruto seemed off, but didn't say much, instinctively thinking he was unhappy for not bringing Sasuke back. In a flash of golden light, he took Naruto to the front door of their home. Naruto, you're back. Come, try the ramen Mom made. Seeing her child return, Kushina eagerly brought out her culinary creation, but Naruto didn't even glance at it. Mom, I'm not hungry. Naruto walked into his room in a daze, while Minato pulled Kushina aside to explain what had happened. Naruto lay on his bed, unsure whether to be happy or sad. His gaze inadvertently fell on the red ceremonial robe hanging on the wall. That familiar feeling came back, and the image of the great sage Toad gradually overlapped with Gamamaru, leading him to a crazy thought. Sewn by an old friend, made for you. Recalling what the great sage Toad had said, the more Naruto thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He bit his finger to form a seal and summoned Fukusaku, asking him to use reverse summoning to bring him back to Mount Mayaboku. Gamamaru, is that you? Naruto entered the great sage Toad's abode. He was still sitting in his usual spot, pretending to sleep. Naruto looked at the necklace around his neck and tentatively asked, It seems you've returned to the past, brother. The great sage Toad opened his eyes, looking at Naruto with understanding, and said something that left Naruto stunned. Chapter 202. Brother, your wife ascended. Kagaya, what happened later? Naruto temporarily accepted the fact that the great sage Toad was Gamamaru. He had said that toads have long lives, so it wasn't impossible for him to still be alive. Regarding Kagaya, Naruto asked with a hopeful attitude, knowing that humans couldn't live that long. He just couldn't accept that the person he had slept with just yesterday was gone. A few months after you left, Kagaya gave birth to 2 children. Although they are brothers, they are not twins, named Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The great sage Toad didn't answer whether Kagaya was alive or dead, but instead revealed something even more astonishing. Children? Kagaya was pregnant? Why didn't she tell me? Naruto's body felt as if struck by lightning. His foolish mind took more than 10 minutes to comprehend that after doing that kind of thing, a woman had a chance of becoming pregnant. Calculating the time, 10 months of pregnancy matched perfectly. He hated himself for being so slow to realize it. Thinking back, it was natural that Kagaya would be upset when he commented on her weight. Brother, Kagaya understands you. It's precisely because she understands you that she didn't tell you. You understand the feelings of an orphan better than anyone. If she had told you she was pregnant, would you have had the heart to leave her and the children behind? Would you let your children grow up without a father? But why did she have to bear it alone? Naruto couldn't deny that if Kagaya had truly told him, he would probably have given up this family for the sake of the children. At least for the years until the children grew up, there would be too many things happening. Even if he could really return by then, facing the still young Hinata would make it impossible to return to how things were before. Everything Kagaya did was for him, but conversely, her children would have to endure a life without a father, because she didn't want you to give up your family in this era for the sake of the children. You have parents here, someone you like, and friends. Over there, she only has Kagaya. Do you understand? Damn it, why such selfishness? Naruto clenched the ceremonial robe in his hands, and without needing to ask, he knew who had made it. He knelt on the ground, punching the ground until his fists were bruised. Hey brother, calm down. Kagaya is not dead yet. Are you serious? Where is she now? Naruto's expression instantly changed, as if a drowning person had grabbed a piece of driftwood. He anxiously asked. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, he wanted to see Kagaya one more time. Over there, the great sage Toad pointed upwards. You know, compared to ancient times, this era has an extra moon. Kagaya is sealed inside the moon. Sealed? Who did it and why? I can't remember these old stories. But the memory stone will tell you everything. The great sage Toad placed the memory stone in front of Naruto, and, as the images unfolded, Naruto saw his children and the events that followed. Roar! Beside the village's farmland, a massive bear was sprinting away in panic. This nearly 3-meter-tall black bear wasn't chasing prey, but was fleeing from something. Stop right there, you clumsy bear. A boy with a yellow hedgehog hairstyle was chasing the black bear. Though he looked like he was only around 15 years old, he was able to pursue the bear, which was now running for its life. Hey, you don't chase it near the farmland. What if you trample the crops? The villagers moved aside, one of them raising a farming tool in dissatisfaction. He was more concerned about the crops than the bear or the boy, as such incidents had become commonplace in their eyes. Boring. The boy, known as Ue, was not an ordinary person. He had 2 small horns growing from his unusual forehead and inherited his mother's white eyes. Each step he took left only a faint imprint on the ground, and he was getting closer to the bear. However, before he could catch up, a red figure appeared in front of the bear. Dressed in a red long dress and a white outer garment, she wore the traditional garb of a priestess, and under her red hair, a fiery whirlpool pattern was visible on the back of her outer garment. It's my turn now. The now-grown Chi-Nai stood tall and graceful, with long legs and fair skin. Except for her slightly smaller chest, she was a perfect woman. Merchants who encountered her were always amazed by her beauty, and she had long become famous across the nations. Roar! The bear, seeing someone blocking its path, roared angrily and stood on its hind legs, its massive body blocking the sunlight from Chi-Nai. Compared to it, she seemed so small, and its paw swung down towards her, capable of smashing a small tree. Chi-Nai blocked the bear's paw with her slender right arm, the gust created by the paw blowing her hair to the side. This incredible act stunned the beast for a moment, causing it to instinctively step back a few paces. What do you think you're doing messing up a girl's hair? You jerk! Chi-Nai, seeing her hair in disarray, became very angry and punched the bear in the stomach, producing a sound that made all the onlookers wince in pain. The bear then collapsed with a loud thud, foam coming from its mouth as it fainted. As expected of the great priestess and the child of God, the crowd couldn't help but applaud, as the bear that had troubled the village for several days was taken down just like that. The titles of Chi-Nai and Ue were self-imposed by the villagers. They didn't know when the god had left, leaving only his wife and Chi-Nai, who serve her and her son. The title of Chi-Nai was added based on legends. You lost to me again. Chi-Nai proudly sat on the bear's back, looking at the approaching Ue with a cheerful smile. TCH, it's just that I didn't use my chakra because I was afraid of hurting ordinary people. Ue retorted. The one thing that set him apart from ordinary people was the energy within him. With it, he could freely use the powers of 5 different attributes. However, this power was too strong, and his mother, Kagaya, usually did not allow him to use it. A loss is a loss. Let's take it home. The meal should be ready at Ue village. Chi-Nai, suppressing her laughter, pinched Yuyi's pouting cheek and started on the way home. TC got it. With no other choice, Ue could only lift the bear with one hand and follow Chi-Nai, the action making it seem like he was lifting a small mountain, once again astonishing the villagers. Chapter 203. The Past of the Children. Ue, are you tired? I have water here. After walking a short distance, a girl with straight black hair caught up with them. Though she couldn't compare to Chi-Nai, she was still a pretty girl. She slipped under the bear and came to Yuyi's side, handing him a bamboo tube filled with water. Oh, the task girl who always shows up after every mission is here to check on Ue again. Chi-Nai also squeezed in and hugged the adorable girl. She was Yuyi's childhood friend, always appearing to care for him after he accomplished something, and the feelings involved were obvious to anyone. I didn't tea. Yuji flusteredly glanced at Ue before lowering her head, denying in a voice as soft as a mosquito buzz. What is there to be shy about? You're my recognized sister-in-law. Let me see if you've grown over the years. Chi-Nai loved to see Yuji shy, her hands mischievously reaching towards the developing body of the girl. Stop it. Are you some middle-aged man? You're already someone who is about to get married, so act normal. Ue mercilessly kicked Chi-Nai in the butt upon seeing this, allowing Yuji to escape and hide behind him, her face red. Ue, knowing I'm getting married and yet not treating me better. Ah, could it be that you don't want your sister to leave? I suppose so. There's no other beautiful sister like me who is loved by everyone. Chinai complained while touching the spot that was kicked, then seemed to realize something and smiled. If you're going to leave, hurry up. Don't be a hindrance, because you and I have endured quite a bit. He was unmoved by Chinai's words. When he was younger, he had done many foolish things with this mischievous sister, and he was always the one who got scolded and beaten by their mother. You little brat, how dare you kick your sisters, but wait until we get home. Chinai, feeling embarrassed, realized that the who used to follow her around and have fun had grown up. The three of them returned to their residence, which had been transformed from a small room into a spacious house suitable for multiple residents. By the riverbank, Yun was squatting by the fire cooking. Compared to he had inherited less power and wasn't as active as Chinai, so he took on the responsibility of cooking. Big brother, Chinai. What? Yun is the best. At least you know to call me sister. That heartless one just kicked me. Yun's calm greeting moved Chinai, who hugged him tightly while complaining about Chinai, let go of me. Yun's face turned red as he was hugged tightly by Chinai. This person had no sense of gender awareness. Anyone would feel embarrassed being so closely pressed together, except for her. Yun, where's mother? He casually tossed the giant bear by the riverbank, and then pulled Chinai away from his brother to ask. She wanted to take care of the divine tree. Yun's answer left in deep thought. Since he became aware, he had never seen his father, and his mother was a strange person who always took care of that gigantic tree. It seemed to her that the divine tree was far more important than her sons, and she wasn't gentle like other mothers, often appearing cold even towards them. Their time together was mostly spent with her looking up at the sky. Perhaps it wasn't fair to say, but he didn't understand his mother at all. Hey, little girl, this is for you. At that moment, Gamamaru suddenly jumped out of the river and handed a huge scroll to Shinai. After Naruto left, the task of taking care of Shinai was taken over by him. Over time, their relationship had grown closer, and Gamamaru now believed that Shinai was qualified to inherit Naruto's legacy. What is this? It's the blood contract of the Toad clan. By writing your name in blood on it, you become the first contract holder of Mount Mayaboku. Why? Shinai paused for a moment before asking. Not why Gamamaru chose her, but why he was helping her. You are the child adopted by my brother. It is my duty to take care of you. If you are bullied after marrying far away, it would upset my brother as well, Gamamaru said seriously. Although Shinai had no chakra and couldn't use summoning techniques, through the blood contract, he could always know her safety and help her. Thank you, Gamamaru. Shinai bit her finger and wrote the 4 characters Amaki, Shinai, on the first line of the scroll, then stamped it with her 5 fingerprints. After Naruto left, Shinai cried for a long time, and then one day, she suddenly added her surname. She wanted to inherit Naruto's will and carry the name Uzumaki. Lady Miko, are you really going to marry to another country? Yuri suddenly asked. In the hearts of the people in this village, Shinai was not only a sacred symbol of protecting the village, but also a mischievous child king, and everyone treated her like family. Don't worry, that prince is an idiot. I won't be bullied. Just thinking about that silly man made Shinai smile. Her marriage was her own choice, not a self-sacrifice. It was just a simple love entanglement with a prince who passed by here a few years ago, and before she knew it, she had fallen for him. Instead of worrying about her, you should worry about that accepting country. Use Hokage. Go get some wine. Yuri's words made Shinai grind her teeth in anger, wishing she could bite him to death. In reality, she was trying to do just that, but the disparity in strength made her unable to get any closer as Yuri held her face back. The bond between brothers allowed Yuzuru to instantly understand his brother's intention. He went into the house and soon brought out a jar of wine. Gamamaru, this is a rare opportunity. Let me treat you to some wine. You really understand things. Kid, Gamamaru loved to drink, so he naturally wouldn't refuse Yuzuru's kindness. After a few rounds of drinks, he was so drunk that he was barely coherent, answering whatever was asked. Gamamaru, tell us something about our father. About my brother? Sure, I'll tell you. He really is an idiot. In your mother's words, his wisdom is below average. Can't you be a little more detailed, like his name and appearance? Yuri didn't want to know that his father was an idiot. He needed useful information to find him. As for appearance, he looks quite a bit like you, with a hairstyle and everything. He has dazzling golden hair, the color of the sun, and when matched with your mother, it produced you a light beige. Yuzuru actually looks more like your mother. Gamamaru, shut up. Kagaya appeared behind Gamamaru at some point, floating in the air like a ghost, glaring at him angrily. Yuri, I told you not to be clever and try to learn anything about your father. After silencing Gamamaru, Kagaya turned to her eldest son, frowning and scolding him. Why not? Mother, do we not have a father by birth? I've heard people in the village say he fell from the sky, right? Don't you look up at the sky every day waiting for him to come back? He left you alone, so why still believe in him? That kind of guy doesn't deserve to be a father. Yuri was not afraid of Kagaya's scolding. Instead, he argued with her about his father. In this village where everyone has a father, he, Inizu, envied those fathers who let their children ride on their shoulders. That warmth was something they had never felt. Smack Yuri. Your father had his reasons for leaving. I won't allow you to say that about him. Kagaya stared blankly at her hand that had just struck Yuri's cheek. She knew she had been a bit harsh, and seeing her child's unwilling expression, she softened her tone. Brother, your eyes. Yuzuru, who had been watching, suddenly noticed a flash of red light in Yuri's eyes. The white eyes that were originally like his had transformed into Sharingan with 3 pairs of Tomo, and the emotional surge awakened the power hidden in his bloodline. No matter what you say, I will never forgive that guy. Yuri wiped away the tears from his eyes and ran away without looking back. Kagaya raised her hand, wanting to hold back this rebellious child, but she couldn't find the words. Chapter 204. The moment of farewell, Yuri unknowingly ran to the mountaintop near the village. The steep cliff in front of him made him stop. Looking down the cliff, he could see a large pit formed by what seemed like a meteorite impact. The villagers here said that this used to be a double-peaked mountain, and one day when the gods were angry, one peak was instantly destroyed. Yuri couldn't help but wonder if his father, who could do such things effortlessly, was truly human. What are you following me for? Yuri turned around and asked Shinai, who had followed him without him noticing. What if you fall while running so fast? Shinai followed him out of worry. This wasn't the first time Yuri had quarreled with Kagaya. That foolish mother never knew how to call her child back. She could only ask Yuri to bring him back, and Shinai had gotten used to it. Even if I jump down from here, the only thing that would get hurt is the ground. What about the wounds of the heart? Perhaps you possess a strength greater than anyone's, but deep down, you are still a child yearning for a father. Shinai grabbed Yuri's arm and pulled him into her embrace, gently patting his back. I have lived a wandering life since I was young. My memories of my father and mother are already very vague. Eventually, I came here, and it was your father who adopted me. Do you know how strange it is for someone to be willing to adopt an orphan in this age of scarcity? He possessed great power, but never used it to oppress the weak. He could freely travel between maps. I never dreamed that one day I would walk the streets to enjoy the scenery rather than looking for food. He truly is an incredible person. We didn't spend much time together, but your father always had a reassuring warmth about him. So he is definitely not someone who would abandon Kagaya and leave alone. I have always believed this. Sister Kagaya refuses to say anything and won't let me mention him to you, so there must be a reason behind it. Yuri, you shouldn't blame your father either. I know he's always been looking for a way home. He once said he didn't belong here and would eventually leave. I just didn't expect that day to come so soon. When I woke up, Sister Kagaya told me he was gone. At that time, my feelings were probably the same as yours. I cried, I made a fuss, I couldn't accept it. But later, when Sister Kagaya gave birth to you and Yuzuru, when I saw both of you, I instantly understood what I had to do next. Take good care of you. So I have always treated you like my own little brothers. But now I must leave as well. My fiancé is a person who desires peace, just like your father. I hope to help him as much as I can. You and Yumura are his children and will surely inherit his will to establish a path to peace in the future. If you're being bullied, come back. Yumura and I will help you. This is the first time Yuhei has heard so much about his father from Shinai. Her words made him feel that perhaps his father was not that bad, and he couldn't help but say, did you just act cute? The proud Yuhei actually acted cute. Kiss kiss, you should really keep your distance from me. Yuhei firmly pressed Shinai's face away. He must be foolish to be moved by her words. Such a person really shouldn't be given any leeway. Gamamaru, you shouldn't have spoken out. After Yuhei angrily ran off, both Yumura and Yuji left to find him. At this moment, only 2 people remained, and Kagaya complained to Gamamaru. This little piece of information won't interfere with the birth of the brothers. You're too nervous. Gamamaru's eyes were clear. He was no longer drunk. Yuhui's cleverness was still a bit immature compared to the many years Gamamaru had lived. Even a little bit, I don't want to take the risk. Kagaya already knew that Naruto was from the future and had ordered everyone not to mention any information about him. Any slight deviation could lead to unpredictable consequences. Sai, how is that matter going? I am ready. You are the brother's wife. I don't want you to do this unless there are no other options. Gamamaru's tone was weary, and one could sense his helplessness. As a brother, he was unable to do what he should, ultimately leading to Kagaya's sacrifice. I'm okay with it. Just take care of Yuhei and Yumura for me. Here, if you can live to see Naruto, please give this to him. Kagaya took out a wooden box from her space and handed it to Gamamaru. Inside was the ceremonial robe that Naruto held. Kagaya, who is usually clumsy, had put in so much effort to complete this garment. Naruto saw on a memory stone how Kagaya would sit by the oil lamp each night, sewing the robe stitch by stitch. The process was certainly not smooth. She had made countless failed attempts, but she persevered, infusing her final thoughts into it. Who knows if I can live that long? You really are putting me in a difficult position. This conversation concluded with Kagaya's request. She and I left, marrying into the distant land of whirlpools, and after her departure, Kagaya unusually began teaching the two children how to use their powers. A year quickly passed in their studies. One day after that, Kagaya took the two children out of the village, traveling over mountains and valleys until they reached the center of a very distant mountain range. Yumura, why do you think Mother is teaching us sealing techniques? Yuhui, who was following Kagaya, had a bad premonition and frowned at his brother. I don't know. Is there something that needs to be sealed? This is the place, Yuhui, Yumura. You both have become quite skilled at using sealing techniques. Now, combine your powers and use the Earth Explosion Star on me. Kagaya stopped in her tracks and turned to look at the two children. No one knew what kind of feeling she had when she said this. Mother, are you joking? This is no joke. Gamamaru, explain it to them. Yuhui, Yumura. You both know that your mother is the guardian of the divine tree. The powerful strength you three possess is inseparable from that tree. Everyone knows that trees need nutrients to grow. So the question arises, what does the divine tree, which produces such powerful fruits, rely on for nutrients? Gamamaru, who had remained silent all along, sighed and jumped in front of Yuhui to ask, the land? No, life force? Correct. As long as that tree exists, the life force of this planet will be continuously absorbed. Haven't villagers been complaining lately that the crops are decreasing? If left unchecked, this world will be destroyed by that tree. But what does this have to do with Mother? Kagaya could not stop the growth of the divine tree. Their lives were interconnected, so sealing it would also cause the tree to lose its power. This was her last resort. To be continued. Chapter 205. As a mother, Yumura suddenly ran back, unable to accept such a thing, wanting to escape this place. But Kagaya used her own power to pull him back. Yumura, this is not something to discuss. You are not children anymore. You should understand the seriousness of the situation. For the people of this land, we must do this. Kagaya tightly embraced her youngest son. Compared to Yuhui, he may not be as outstanding and is softer in temperament, but her love showed no favoritism. Why? Why must Mother sacrifice herself? Where is Father? Where is he at this time? Isn't he a god? If he came, he could surely handle this. Your father is also powerless in this matter. If I kill the divine tree, I will die as well. The only difference in the end would be who carries out the sealing. I don't feel that my sacrifice is in vain. I am doing this to protect this world, the world your father loves. I have a premonition that he and I will meet again someday in the future. This is your mother's final request. Do you hear that? That is the voice of the divine tree. If we don't act now, it will be too late. Kagaya pressed the palms of the two children against her shoulders, and behind them came the sound of the earth shaking, as if some enormous monster was running. The monster was, of course, the divine tree. Its consciousness and Kagaya's were originally one, but after years of absorbing energy, it awakened its own will. It could not accept that Kagaya would choose to sacrifice them for this planet. In its eyes, the planet was merely a source of nourishment. With differing opinions, it decided to stop Kagaya, even if it meant killing her two children. The once towering tree gradually shrank, condensing itself into an ugly monster with 10 tails, and its head bore an eye resembling Kagaya's forehead, roaring as it charged forward. Yumura, act. Yuhui shed tears, crying out to Yumura, Big brother, act. You want to let Mother's intentions go to waste? Under Yuhui's command, Yumura could only wipe his tears and, together with his brother, use the Earth Explosion Star on their mother. The surrounding soil gradually gathered around Kagaya, lifting her body into the air. Yuhui, Yumura, I love you both. And I love your father too. I know I am not a qualified mother. I couldn't spend time with you properly. I won't have the chance to see you grow up. I'm sorry. Kagaya reached out her hand, reluctantly touching the faces of her two children. It was the first time Yuhui had seen his mother cry, and the pain in his heart deepened. Yui and Yuri are good kids. Don't let them down. It's really a pity that you couldn't meet your descendants. From now on, eat well and don't throw tantrums. If you feel lonely, go find Chikai. She will take good care of you. Yumura, you have always been calmer than Yui since childhood. I hope you can look after your elder brother and prevent him from doing anything impulsive. Also, your cooking is delicious. Lastly, Yui, you possess a strength that I lack. I hope you can share chakra with ordinary people on my behalf and guide them on the right path. There's so many things I want to say to you. I'm sorry. The area of Kagaya covered by dirt increased until the last piece covered her face, and then there was finally silence, transforming into a huge stone ball that floated into the sky. Mother, mother. Yui couldn't help but cry out loud. For the first time, he understood his mother. She wasn't distancing herself from him and Yumura. She just didn't know how to express her feelings. All the words she spoke made him feel a strong maternal love. But it was too late. He knew he would never see his mother again, and this sorrow caused his eyes to evolve once more, turning into the purple Rinnegan. Yui and Yumura cried until night fell, until the faint moonlight illuminated the ground and awakened them. They reached out their hands to catch the moonlight, feeling its warmth before stopping their tears. This satellite, transformed from their mother, would always orbit this planet, protecting the world she loved. Brother, what about the god tree? Yumura asked, looking at the corpse of the god tree not far away. After Kagaya was sealed, it lost its voice, standing there like a puppet. Leaving it here isn't a solution. I will absorb it into my body to control its power. And as for the body, let's place it next to Mother. Yui placed his hand on the god tree, and in a short while, its body shriveled at a visible speed as Yui drained its chakra, transforming it into the form of the outer path divine tree. Brother, I just sensed Mother's heart. Although she pretended to be strong, she was also a weak woman afraid of loneliness. I want to go up there and accompany her. Yes. Come back to visit when you have time. It's not far. The task of protecting this world will be entrusted to you, brother. After Yumura left Earth with the body of the outer path divine tree, the image in the memory stone came to an abrupt end. The story ends here, brother. I'm sorry. Naruto knelt on the ground, crying out loud. Tears had already soaked the ceremonial robe in his hands, and he repeatedly muttered meaningless apologies. Overwhelmed with pain, he blacked out, but fortunately, a hand caught his body before he fell, preventing further injury. Minato, you know what happened, right? The great Toad Sage's eyes turned to the sudden flash of light. He had long noticed this eavesdropping third party, but did not stop it. Yes. Concerned about his son, Minato secretly followed him to Mount Myaboku, but he didn't expect to hear such explosive news. The great Toad Sage and his son are brothers? He unknowingly became a grandfather? Aside from the days he spent dead, he became a grandfather just 3 years after having his son. This situation is too chaotic, even now. His mind is still in a mess. Take him back. It may take some time for him to recover. Following the great Toad Sage's advice, Minato brought the dazed Naruto back home. Now this flash of light needed to think about how to comfort Naruto properly. Chapter 206. Another mother, Kushina. You became a grandmother. No, that would get me beaten up. Kushina. Naruto got married and had children in ancient times, then abandoned his wife and children to come back. No, Naruto would get killed. In Naruto's yard, Minato sat in the courtyard, anxiously watching Kushina, who was cooking dinner through the glass. He kept thinking about what to say. Relationships between men and women are definitely something Kushina understands better. As a mother, she can guide Naruto better, but he had trouble figuring out how to bring up this matter. After all, Kushina had long regarded Hinata as her only daughter-in-law, and once she found out, she would probably beat Naruto first. Dad, did you bring me back? Naruto, whose head was resting on Minato's thigh, suddenly woke up. He looked around and picked up the ceremonial robe draped over him, asking, Naruto, listen to me. Minato racked his brain, trying to comfort Naruto. But before he could speak, Naruto suddenly interrupted him. Dad, what is marriage? What is a wife? Dad is a man, and your perspective on such matters might be shallow. I can only tell you that when two people are willing to live under the same roof and take care of each other, that's marriage. The person who sleeps beside you every night is your wife. Of course, sometimes men also do this. Just don't worry about it. Minato didn't expect Naruto to ask such questions. Perhaps his strength easily overshadowed his true appearance, but Naruto was just a 16-year-old kid. Suddenly becoming a father would naturally leave him confused, and he could only explain with his understanding. Is that so? Sister Yui told me the same thing. She said that if one day I really have someone willing to sleep on the same bed with me every night, I must cherish that person. At that time, I was too young to understand, but now I somewhat get it. Yui and I are already married. She is my wife. Naruto's expression grew more determined as he looked up at the moon shining down on the earth. After he said this, the moon seemed to brighten, radiating even softer light. Yes, a man must dare to take responsibility. Avoiding things will only harm yourself and others. No matter what happens in the future, Dad will support you. Minato smiled gently, raised his fist to Naruto, and said, I always wanted to show you something. Tick-tock, tick-tock, as their fists collided, Naruto and Minato arrived at the dark sewer. But today the sewer seemed much more spacious, appearing several times larger than usual at first glance. Hey, Kurama, why did you get darker? Standing face to face, Naruto and Minato suddenly saw the Ninetales running behind Minato. Its fur, which was once a beautiful orange, now had a hint of black, prompting Naruto to ask, "You little brat, do you have a problem with me getting darker?" The Dark Ninetales didn't expect Naruto's first words upon seeing him to be a mockery, and he angrily shouted at him, "Naruto, I'm here." Just then, another Ninetales voice came from behind Naruto. He turned in surprise, and the normal-colored young Ninetales was lying obediently behind him. There are two Ninetales. Naruto's head spun around like a mechanical doll, and after confirming he wasn't looking in a mirror, he exclaimed. Then Minato explained how he had split the Ninetales in half and sealed one half inside himself. "It seems you are doing well. I won't disturb you. Likewise, you and this man get along well too." Injiue raised his fist towards Yang Jiawei, and the two nine-tailed foxes smiled at each other as they bumped their fists together, sharing memories from many years. This kid is actually the old man's father. You didn't tell anyone else, right? The hearts of Injiue and Yang Jiawei were not as harmonious as their appearance suggested. They were both venting their frustrations towards each other. How could I? I was so scared when I saw the old man that my tail split. What a twist of fate. I don't even know if I should call him father or son now. Yang Jiawei was completely shocked while Naruto was looking at the memory stone, and the words "wow" filled his entire body like a printer. To say he was shocked would be an understatement. After all, Naruto had no real connection to Kagaya, but he was a being created by Kagaya. And now it was revealed that Naruto, who possesses his chakra, gave birth to the old man. This joke had gone too far. Why are you thinking about these pointless things? When you saw the old man's mother, why didn't you think of that? Is it my fault? The old man did mention that his mother is Kagaya, but so many years have passed. Who would remember? You would be confused too. Kurama, I'm sorry for splitting you in half back then. I'm here today because I need something from you. Minato was unaware of the secretive conversation between the two foxes, nor did he know that his grandson would later be known as the Sage of Six Paths. Otherwise, he might faint right there. He turned to Yang Jiawei and said, "Go ahead." If it were in the past, Kurama would have mocked him for a while and then asked Minato to perform a 30-turn somersault before agreeing. But now, facing the grandfather of the old man, he could only hold his nose and endure. "I sealed my chakra and Kushina's chakra into Naruto's body back then. Can you release the part that belongs to Kushina?" Minato found it strange that this fox was so agreeable today, and he took the opportunity to make his request. This was a sudden idea he had. The real Kushina might explode in anger, but the Kushina here didn't know she had been resurrected. So she could certainly have a good chat with Naruto. After all, Kurama had long since formed a bond with Naruto, so there was no need for Kushina's help. "This thing inside me is quite uncomfortable, like having meat stuck in my teeth." "This isn't an unreasonable request," Kurama said as he opened his mouth. And soon a white sphere floated out, bursting like a soap bubble, revealing the person inside. "Naruto, you've grown into a handsome young man." Kushina landed right in front of Naruto, and without carefully looking at his appearance, she hugged him tightly, embracing her child after 16 years. "Mom? That's right, I'm your mom. Dear, you're so smart to recognize me right away. How old are you now?" Kushina let go of Naruto and examined his features closely. Although his hair resembled Minato's, he still looked a bit more like her. 16, I guess. Naruto hesitated before answering. He had celebrated his 17th birthday in ancient times, but in this era, he was only 16. Although he had many questions to ask, now was not the time to talk. He needed to get Kurama to behave. Kushina nodded, and as her voice fell, countless silver chains suddenly emerged from her chest, binding Yang Jiawei tightly. "What are you doing?" Yang Jiawei was caught off guard and fell to the ground, his eyes wide with shock and anger as he looked at Kushina. When Minato set it up, "Only Naruto could release the seal for me to appear. You and Naruto are about to have a tug-of-war, right? Of course, I have to help my child. Are you crazy? Which of your eyes saw us about to have a tug-of-war? Speaking of which, you've always been like this, not listening to others, showing no basic respect for tail beasts. I've tolerated you for a long time." Yang Jiawei was furious. This woman had been annoying for so long, even after dying. She couldn't even see that she had no hostility and assumed she could just attack him. Recalling past events, Yang Jiawei really wanted to bite her to death. Even if she was the old man's grandmother, he couldn't forgive her. You fox are especially chatty today. I was even thinking of letting Naruto be friends with you." Ugh. Kushina didn't expect to be scolded by Kurama. She was quite displeased and confronted him. even sticking out her tongue at him. Mom and Kurama are quite like a pair of troublemakers. Seeing how Kushina and Kurama interacted, Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Minato, seeing Naruto smile, finally felt relieved. Smiling brings energy. He walked over to Kushina, patted her shoulder, and said, "Kushina, don't get worked up. Things aren't what you think." "Minato, did you come out with me? Our family of 3 can reunite in this way. I'm so happy." Kushina looked at Minato in surprise, opened her arms, and hugged both him and Naruto, crying as she spoke. "Kushina, actually it's like this. Yeah, Naruto and Kurama are already connected? How could this be? Does that mean I'm completely useless as a mother? Actually, I brought you out because of Naruto. This child has some emotional issues, and you're more suitable than I am. Does Naruto have a girlfriend? That's great, great. Truly my son, dear, no matter what. Mom will always tell you everything." Kushina was very happy to hear this, ruffling Naruto's hair and smiling. "Mom, there's a girl I really like, someone I would risk my life for. We got engaged not long ago, but later I met another girl, and due to an accident, she became pregnant with my child. Without my knowledge, she pushed me away, and I might never see her again." Kushina felt her heart break. She had boasted, but she didn't expect Naruto's story to be even more thrilling than Jiraiya's. How was she supposed to respond? Who knows what Naruto had gone through? In any case, how do you feel about that later girl? She has given too much for me. I don't want to deceive myself. I like her. I see. From what you're saying, the girl you got engaged to must also be someone who would risk her life for you, right? There's no need to hide your relationship. Just say it. Just say it, huh? I'm worried she might get angry or jealous. That's okay, dear. Girls are like that. But remember, when she's angry, you must not give her time to think too much. Otherwise, she'll think you don't care about her. You need to be thick-skinned and stick to her. No matter what she says, just ignore it. Is that so? I'll talk well with Hinata." Naruto listened, somewhat confused, and nodded blankly. "Naruto, Mom's chakra is running low too. Before I leave, let me repeat what I told you when you were just born. You mustn't be picky. Eat some vegetables and fruits every day to ensure nutrition. Remember to bathe daily. Soak in warm water to stay warm. Don't stay up late. Ensure you get enough sleep, and remember to make friends. You don't need many. Just a few trusted friends will do. Although Mom is not good at it, you should study hard in your homework and ninjutsu, and respect your teachers and seniors at school. What am I saying? You've already graduated from the ninja school, right? Also, regarding the 3 ninja prohibitions, the most important one is borrowing money. You should save well from your mission earnings, and wait until you're 20 to drink alcohol. The key issue is women. Although there are no rules in this world saying a man can only marry one woman, Mom doesn't want you to bear too many emotional burdens. But I didn't expect your romantic journey to be so complicated. There's nothing to be done now. If you like a girl, go pursue her. Mom will support you. I know you had a tough childhood, and there are so many things I want to say to you. I don't want to leave you. I want to be with you always. If I and Minato hadn't died, our family of 3 living together would be described as nothing but happiness. I'm sorry, Naruto, for making you all alone." Kushina tightly hugged Naruto, unwilling to let go, but her body gradually transformed into light and soon completely disappeared. Naruto silently watched Kushina vanish, suddenly remembering the scene he saw in the Memory Stone, where Kaguya had also given similar advice to the 2 children. Their feelings for their children were identical. "Naruto, go home." Minato's eyes were also moist. Even knowing that Kushina was still alive, he was on the verge of tears. "Naruto, what are you doing, Debane? Mom is still cooking." As soon as Naruto came out of the ceiling space, he ran into the kitchen and hugged Kushina tightly, startling her, who then lightly tapped his head with the bottom of the spatula. "Mom, I'm still a bit picky. I don't like eating dry tofu. I will work hard. As for bathing, I will wash every day under Mom's urging, but I haven't been serious about it. I will change in the future. I have many friends, all trustworthy partners. I'm really not good at studying. I always skipped classes when I was young and played pranks on teachers. Occasionally, I buy magazines to read, but mostly I save money. I've never touched alcohol, and I don't know what kind of woman I will end up with in the future. Thank you for being my mom. Thank you." Naruto rested his chin on Kushina's shoulder, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He remembered when he first met Kushina, always becoming her violent victim, but that didn't mean she didn't love him. It was just a bit of an awkward way to express it. Now he completely understood his mother's good intentions. This is not. Kushina could feel her shoulder getting wet. Naruto's words quickly reminded her of what she had said to the baby Naruto back in the day. This is his response to his mother's advice. "I will definitely protect you both this time." Minato, unwilling to be left out, pulled his wife and child tightly into his embrace. In this 4th Great Ninja War, he would overcome every difficulty to build a bridge to happiness for them. Chapter 208. It's clearly my turn first. The The next day, Kushina? Naruto groggily opened his eyes, just in time to meet a pair of sparkling eyes. He looked at the person whose head was resting on his arm and instinctively called out her name. You're really bold to call Mom by her name, Naruto. Kushina felt a bit shy at Naruto's address, mainly because their current position was a bit inappropriate. Naruto was lying sideways, using his left arm as a pillow under Kushina's head and wrapping his right arm around her waist in a protective manner, making her wonder what this kid had been through to be so skilled at sleeping with a girl. Of course, she didn't know this was a habit Naruto developed after sleeping in the same bed as Kagaya for a long time. Mom? No, I didn't mean to call you. Naruto quickly realized and tried to back away, only to find someone behind him. Naruto, good morning. Minato, lying on the other side, sat up and patted Naruto's head. Yesterday, Naruto had cried himself to sleep while holding Kushina tightly and wouldn't let go. So he suggested they all sleep together. It was unfortunate that the child had grown up without sleeping with his parents. So this was a chance to make up for it. You silly son, Minato, come here. Kushina naturally wouldn't hold it against Naruto after pinching his cheek. She got up to tidy her clothes and then called Minato outside. Thud. Kushina's arm slapped against the wall next to Minato, giving her husband an enthusiastic wall slam, which startled Minato. What's wrong? Tell me, has Naruto slept with Hinata? Why are you asking me? Minato looked around, trying to evade the question. But Kushina was far too clever in such matters, and he couldn't figure out how to dodge it. Honestly, choose between kneeling on a washboard or answering. As you command. Yeah, I've already come back. Naruto sat on the bed, lost in thought, finding it hard to imagine that just yesterday he was in an era 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years in a dream might be just like this. Just as he was feeling melancholic, a gentle breeze blew into the room, and Hinata playfully opened the window of Naruto's room and jumped in, just like how he always climbed into the Hyuga house. Naruto-kun caught you. Hinata pounced on Naruto's back and gently rubbed her cheek against his, expressing her longing for him after so many days apart. What are you doing here? For Hinata, it might have only been a little over 10 days, but for Naruto, it had been nearly 8 months since he last saw her, so he naturally missed her, but now he was a bit afraid to see her. I felt your chakra. No, it's not like that. I just felt you had returned. Maybe it's a telepathic connection. Did something happen? Hinata could sense that although Naruto was tightly pressed against her, the emotional distance between them felt far apart, making her worry. Hinata, I've always believed in saying things directly, but this time it will hurt you, so I've been hesitating. But I still have to say it. I was ambushed by members of the Akatsuki organization and ended up back in ancient times 1,000 years ago. There, I met a girl who has Byakugan, just like you, and we did things that can only be done after getting married. You understand the meaning of that, right? Naruto-kun, you're joking, right? That is not funny. Today, isn't April Fool's Day. Hinata had a bad feeling as soon as she heard the word girl. As Naruto continued, she couldn't even muster her shy feelings, but could only force a smile at him, hoping he would take back those words and hug her, saying he was joking. And then, without me knowing, she got pregnant, which means, I'm going to be a father. But Naruto didn't stop there. Instead, he said even more outrageous things. You like her? Hinata's heart shattered into pieces. She had come eagerly to see her fiancé, only to encounter such a thing. I like her. Although we didn't hold a wedding, she is my acknowledged wife. I wish you happiness. Hinata left those words behind and ran out of Naruto's room, leaving behind a red scarf and a few drops of shattered tears. Naruto, why did Hinata run out of your room? Hyuga family, huh? Sister, didn't you go looking for Naruto? In the yard, Hanabi was practicing when she suddenly saw Hinata running back. Although Hinata should have heard her, she didn't answer her question and ran up the stairs, locking herself in her room. Sister? As a ninja, a door lock was naturally no obstacle for Hanabi. She cautiously walked into Hinata's room and saw her crying uncontrollably. Wah! Hanabi, Naruto-kun doesn't want me anymore. What are you talking about? Is this another misunderstanding? Hanabi instinctively asked, recalling Hinata's past, where she mistook Kushina for Naruto's girlfriend. He married another woman. I was the one who liked him first, whether it was kissing or falling for Naruto-kun. But why? Why is it like this? Damn it. That jerk. After asking Hinata for a long time and getting no answers, Hanabi was furious at the sight of her sister crying. She ran all the way to Naruto's house, ready to give him a beating and then make him apologize. Hanabi, is it you? Just before Hanabi knocked on Naruto's door, it suddenly opened. Holding a scarf, Naruto looked at Hanabi with an expected expression and smiled. You. Hanabi had already thought about how to confront this heartless guy, but when she saw the smile on his face, it felt like something had pierced her heart. If Naruto's silly grin used to be like the sun, Now his smile was like sunlight obscured by dark clouds, devoid of warmth, making Hanabi realize that even a fool could show such an expression. Are you here to hit me? You guessed it. My sister said you married someone else. How could someone like you fall for someone else? A lot has happened. If you have patience, just listen. Naruto sat down with Hanabi under the tree in the yard and talked about Kaguya, from their initial interactions to later self-sacrifice. This isn't fair to my sister. After hearing the story, even Hanabi, who stood by Hinata's side, had to admit that the woman named Kaguya was indeed someone who, if she were in Naruto's place and encountered someone who sacrificed so much for him, would naturally develop feelings. In fact, it would be more unreasonable not to have feelings. I know, but I won't give up on Hinata. Mom said not to give Hinata time to be sad. Just stick to her shamelessly. I don't want to see you two break up for my sister's sake and for. After understanding the situation, Hanabi no longer saw Naruto as such a bad person. This kind of situation wasn't voluntary for him, and it was clear he was also in pain. Perhaps there was a bit of selfishness involved. If Naruto and Hinata broke up, she would never be able to approach Naruto again for any reason, which was something she didn't want to see. Chapter 209, Divine Assistance, and Pig teammates Naruto and Hinata were sitting face to face. Hinata was also unsure why her sister brought Naruto back after she left, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. The air in the room fell into an awkward silence. Hanabi, I'm sorry, I broke this. If possible, could you help me fix it? I really like it. Naruto suddenly spoke, taking out the red string that Hanabi had given him, which had now broken due to intense battles. Naruto, being clumsy, couldn't fix it and could only keep it with him. I don't mind. Hanabi took the red string speechlessly. Compared to the vibrant color when she first gave it to Naruto, it had faded considerably. She could tell that the string had been through a lot, proving that Naruto wasn't lying. What is the son of the fourth Hokage doing in my house? At this moment, Hinata also spoke. Calling him that felt uncomfortable, and just thinking about not being able to call him by his name in the future made tears well up in her eyes. Hinata, I know you really hate me right now, but I won't give up on you. I will stay by your side until you accept me again. Naruto took a deep breath, trying to ease the pain in his heart. For so many years, he had never heard Hinata call him anything other than Naruto-kun. He knew Hinata was also in pain, and he couldn't back down now. You already like another woman, don't you? Why do you still come here to hurt me? Hinata shook her head in pain. What she couldn't accept wasn't that Naruto had a child with another woman, but that he liked someone else while being engaged to her. The impact of this was too heavy. But I can't let go of you. That's the reason. That's too cunning. Hinata understood what Naruto meant. He liked two people at the same time, which meant she had to accept the fact that her most beloved person was being shared with others. Hinata didn't want to accept this, but couldn't bear to part with Naruto, which made her so painful that she wanted to escape. Sister, you idiot. Why would you give your fiancé to someone else? Hanabi grabbed Hinata's shoulders to prevent her from escaping. Naruto was indeed hateful, but seeing her sister in such a state made her furious. Hanabi, after all, Kaguya is just someone from 1,000 years ago, right? She can't be seen anymore, can she? Even if he has children, so much time has passed that she no longer exists. Can't your years of feelings for Naruto withstand this test? Kaguya, she's up there on the moon. The ninja world is about to be stirred up, and after things settle down, I will ascend to that distant star to rescue Kaguya. Even though Hinata had taken in Hanabi's words, Naruto spoke up again. You idiot. Do you even know how to comfort, girl? Hanabi felt completely defeated. Here she was desperately trying to assist, and Naruto was being a pig teammate, dragging her down. Even if he really thought that way, couldn't he consider the timing? Now look, Hinata was crying again. Keeping it a secret would only postpone Hinata's suffering and wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. Is she that important? More important than me? In the end. Sister, you don't really know about Kaguya, right? Just listen quietly before making a decision, okay? This time, Hanabi learned her lesson. Before Naruto could speak, she covered his mouth and then narrated the story of Naruto and Kaguya from a third-person perspective, hoping that after hearing it, her sister would change her mind. I don't care. You clearly said that your heart only has me. I admit Kaguya has sacrificed more for you than I have. But if one day I leave Naruto-kun and go somewhere else, and meet a man who sacrifices for me, and I fall for him, can you accept that? Hinata was currently in a fit of anger. Even after hearing the story, she didn't change her mind, but instead further cornered Naruto. I'm sorry. For Hinata's question, Naruto didn't answer. He just silently lowered his head, repeatedly saying sorry. Sister, let me say something. Hanabi sighed. She realized today that her usually gentle sister also had such a stubborn side. It seemed that the stubbornness had been inherited from their father, and that if Hanabi hadn't been there, this conversation would have ended unpleasantly long ago. I've known since I was little that Naruto is an idiot, clueless about girls' feelings, naive, always carelessly talking about marrying in. What is there to like about such a man? I just don't understand. But from the beginning of my memories, you two have been like silly lovebirds, spending all day together acting foolishly. Gradually, I got used to it. This guy, when he is with you, has only you in his mind. He can't see anything else. I don't know when I started to envy my sister for being loved like that. You're the same. At this point, are you really willing to give up? No matter the outcome, I don't want to see my sister losing without a fight. Give me some time. Hinata left, and this time no one stopped her. There's nothing more to say. It's useless. What happens next depends on Hinata. In the end, Hinata is still couldn't T, forgive me. Don't be discouraged, sister doesn't T want you, but I do. Seeing Naruto's sad expression, Hanabi suddenly hugged him impulsively. Due to the height difference, her head could only reach Naruto's chin, but she still embraced him and patted his back to comfort him. Huh? I mean, even if my sister doesn't want you in the end, I will always consider you family. Hanabi realized her body acted on its own and did something embarrassing. But she also knew Naruto was a fool who could easily brush it off. She explained, her voice trembling. Thank you. Naruto smiled in relief, gently touching Hanabi's slightly longer hair. He had never distanced himself from her because of her willfulness. Now that Hanabi was more understanding and had been helping him, perhaps this was the reward. As night fell, Hinata lay in bed, unable to sleep. At that time, she was so angry that she didn't notice the details. Now that she thought about it, that person named Kagaya indeed sacrificed herself to protect this world. No matter how you look at it. What Naruto experienced was too strange. Thud. Hinata suddenly heard a sound coming from the window. She quietly walked to the window and looked down, only to see Naruto sleeping under the eaves. He hadn't lied to Hinata. He had indeed been by her side, just in a strange way. Don't think this will make me forgive you, idiot. If it were before, Hinata would have pulled Naruto inside to warm him up. Now, she looked at him with a deserved expression and then turned her gaze to the glowing orb in the sky. Is the moon the enemy? In the following days, Hinata could feel Naruto nearby, no matter where she was, but he didn't appear before her, only expressing through his actions that he cared about her. The leaves in Konoha were falling as autumn transitioned to winter, and that night, the temperature dropped to single digits. Hinata finally couldn't help but open the window, wanting to cover Naruto with a blanket, but what she saw was Hanabi, who had just quietly covered Naruto with a blanket. Sister, what a coincidence. Hanabi had a guilty expression, as if she had been caught doing something bad. Her room was right next door, so she naturally knew Naruto slept here every day, which was why her sister thought of it. Well, do you want to sleep together? Hinata didn't say much and helped Naruto with a second blanket. At her suggestion, Hanabi also slipped into her bed. Aren't you going to call Naruto in? Idiots 1T freeze to death. Chapter 210. Saving the Angel in the Rain Village. Years of accumulated rainwater formed a vast marsh, surrounded by a natural barrier. Above this marsh, a girl named Konan, known as the Angel by the villagers, was facing a life-and-death test. So, tell me where Nagato is hiding. Toby grabbed Konan by the neck with one hand, lifting her off the ground. After a fierce battle, Konan's 600 billion explosive tags eventually forced out his Izanagi. Although he lost the transplanted Sharingan, these were trivial matters. Is that so? Over there. The Uchiha's Dojutsu quickly read from Konan's memories the location of Nagato's body. Just as Toby was about to snap Konan's neck, a clay bird with two pairs of wings flew quickly behind him to explode. Boom! Toby naturally wouldn't be caught off guard by such a simple attack. He used his ability to phase through objects to avoid the explosion. Of course, as he made his body intangible, Konan fell, only to be caught by Deidara, who emerged from the lake below. Deidara, are you betraying me too? I joined the Akatsuki because of the leader, not because of Uchiha Bido. Speaking of which, you were part of the Iwagakure demolition team before. Although feared, it wasn't to the extent of betraying your village. Why join the Akatsuki? Toby didn't interfere with Deidara's recruitment. After Konan went out for a bit, the 17 or 18-year-old Deidara donned the Akatsuki cloak. Because the leader understands my art. Just now you saw it, that's 600 billion art. No artist would refuse the leader's invitation. Deidara spoke with a reason that left one speechless. Konan merely showed him her explosive tags used against Toby, and it captured his heart, showing how pure his mind was like a child. Indeed, I can't understand your art. Or is it that people who have interacted with Naruto become abnormal? You are, Nagato is too. The one who is abnormal is you. Toby, I don't know why you call yourself a dead spirit, but I still like the Toby who always follows me around and plays tricks. That is just a disguise. The truth is so unexpected. Reality is like this, and so is the world. We've heard about the Eye of the Moon plan. Neither Scorpion nor I agree with it. Deidara, when did I? Scorpion also emerged from the water, and the expression on the face of the puppet, which should have been lifeless, showed surprise. Deidara was going to face Uchiha Obito, but he actually dragged Scorpion into it. Scorpion, don't we artists find satisfaction only when we complete our art with our own hands? In that false world, things that can be completed without doing anything can't be called art. You're just a junior. Don't lecture your seniors. Deidara's words were like a wake-up call, making Scorpion remember the original purpose of joining the Akatsuki. After he betrayed the Sand Village, he lived alone for many years, facing puppets he couldn't speak to. Then Nagato appeared before him and asked him to join in the name of peace. Scorpion didn't know why he agreed to Nagato. Perhaps it was because he valued his Rinnegan, wanting to turn him into a puppet. However, after spending time in the Akatsuki, he lost that thought. He wanted to see if so-called peace could be achieved through a group of rogues. Interesting. You two should go together. Although he lost an eye, Toby still showed no fear in the face of the art duo. However, Deidara's cleverness was quite annoying, so he needed to be dealt with first. What about me? Without any warning, a new presence suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Naruto had always kept the paper flowers Conan gave him safe. Just now, he noticed the paper flowers had started to wither, so he immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to rush over. Naruto, it's impossible. The space-time hole is fake. No, you really did disappear. A Faye's voice even cracked slightly. If the chance of Naruto surviving was 1 in 10,000, then the chance of him coming back was 1 in 100 million. Now he was standing right in front of him, and to be honest, a Faye felt like he was dreaming. Indeed, I left for a long time, and thanks to you, I'm not doing well at all. Although he felt a bit guilty towards Kagaya for thinking this way. If it weren't for a Faye, he wouldn't have encountered those things and wouldn't he be in such a stiff situation with Hinata now. Naruto was quickly surrounded by golden light and entered the Nine-Tails Link mode. The flower on Xiaonan's head had already begun to wither due to her chakra depletion. But upon sensing Naruto's vigorous life force, it bloomed again. Has he already completely controlled the power of the Nine-Tails? This time, I'll let you go. A Faye saw the terrifying chakra on Naruto and knew he was definitely not a match. So he absorbed himself into the space-time and fled without looking back. Xiaonan, are you okay? Naruto didn't chase a Faye, but instead used his own power to help Xiaonan heal her wounds, and before long, her injuries completely healed and she gradually woke up. Naruto, hurry, go to Nagato's side. He is going to take Nagato's eyes. As soon as Xiaonan woke up, she said anxiously. Without a word, Naruto carried her on his back and followed her directions to the place where Nagato's body was laid, but it was too late. The flower-made tomb was left with only Yahiko. It's too late. Xiaonan, I'm sorry. No need to apologize. If it weren't for you, I might have already died. Xiaonan adjusted her mindset and didn't blame Naruto. Being alive was already a stroke of luck. What more could she ask for? Deidara, thank you. Xiaonan turned to Deidara, who had come along, and said, not everyone has the courage to confront Uchiha Madara. Looking back, her initial act of luring Deidara felt like tempting a minor. Since I decided to follow the boss, I'll see it through. Yeah, Xiaodi, you're really not a bad person. I didn't misjudge you. Naruto, every time I see you, I get significantly stronger. Together with my old man Scorpion, we probably wouldn't be your match now. Deidara said, punching Naruto's shoulder hard, feeling the chakra on his fist unwillingly. Don't drag me into this. Scorpion frowned. He didn't want to see Naruto, let alone see him grow stronger, as it reminded him of unpleasant memories. You betrayed a Faye. You want let you go. Do you want to join the Ninja Allied Forces? No need. We will fight a Faye in our own way. Let us go. Scorpion grabbed Deidara and left. If a rogue ninja fought alongside the main army, could they still be called rogue ninjas? Rogue ninjas also have their dignity. Naruto, I leave the boss to you. Goodbye. Yeah. Xiaonan, let us go. Where to? Xiaonan stared blankly at Naruto's outstretched hand, confused. What do you mean, of course? It's next to the pervy sage. His disciple should be protected by him. Chapter 2:11 The third, Jinchuriki Naruto, I still want to go in. Xiaonan was momentarily distracted, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at Konoha. She looked at the rebuilding village with some trepidation. Causing so many people to be homeless was ultimately their fault, but Naruto forcefully dragged her to Jiraiya's residence. It's okay. The pervy sage won't mind that kind of thing. Cough. Naruto knew Xiao and still felt guilty toward Jiraiya. After all, she and Nagato had killed him once. Just as he was about to help Xiaonan knock on the door, it suddenly struck back at him faster than he could react. And the door flew open, knocking him away. That's Tsunade. Isn't she just asking to touch a chest? She promised a date, but didn't give any benefits at all. Isn't this my disciple? Who are you like this? Jiraiya mumbled as he fell onto Naruto, suddenly feeling that it didn't hurt that much. When he turned around, he was shocked to see Naruto with his eyes rolled back. Jiraiya-sensei. Xiaonan looked at Jiraiya's healthy appearance. Her nose felt a bit sour, and she instinctively called out his name. Xiaonan, you've grown into an outstanding beauty. Looking at his only female disciple with the shy expression he first saw over a decade ago, Jiraiya glanced at Naruto and then at Xiaonan, basically piecing together what had happened. Is that so? Such a thing happened. Jiraiya placed Naruto's head on his lap and listened carefully as Xiaonan recounted the events. Teacher, we're sorry. I am indeed angry, but I'm not angry because you killed me, but because that Nagato didn't cherish his own life so much. If he hadn't chosen to sacrifice himself and instead followed Naruto's footsteps down the same path, he would have been much more useful than this old man. But what has done is done. It's useless to say more. You three will always be my disciples, Jiraiya said as he held Xiaonan tightly in his arms. This angel, who didn't cry even when Nagato died, finally broke down in tears after feeling her master's embrace after so many years. Naruto is a special child. I used to live only for Yahiko and Nagato, but now he has inherited their will. I believe he will surely become a bridge to peace, and I will be his support. After crying enough, Xiaonan turned her gaze to the one who changed everything, her somewhat unbelievable junior. She would join the ninja allied forces and protect Naruto with them. Jiraiya, are you dead? Tsunade, after waiting and waiting without seeing Jiraiya return to the house, walked out in a huff and shouted, but saw Jiraiya holding a crying woman, instantly exploding with rage. Tsunade, let me explain, this is... Go to hell. Purdy Frog. Afterward, Jiraiya spent the time before the fourth great ninja war nursing his injuries. In the conference room of the Hokage's office, the current 5 Kages sat together for a simple meeting, with 2 chairs placed in front of the Hokage's desk. So, we still think it's better to protect Naruto and Killer Bee. Tsunade adjusted the information in her hands and said that the ninja allied forces had begun to form, with the main camp located in Iwagakure, and ninjas had started to head there one after another. The number of ninjas in the 5-nation coalition is about 80,000, but they still don't feel at ease with Naruto and Killer Bee. Naruto will fight. Minato smiled slightly and refused everyone's request just like that. 4th Hokage. He's your son, right? Are you really that at ease? Inoki frowned upon hearing this. He looked at Minato's youthful appearance, but didn't he expect this person to be even more stubborn than himself? It's precisely because he is my son that I trust him to fight. And besides, you can't keep him restrained, can you? Then I'll break his hands and feet and seal his chakra. That's better than having Uchiha Madara take it away. I'm afraid I have to say that you are no longer Naruto's match. 4th Hokage, do you dare? Hokage Raikage smashed the table in front of him upon hearing those words. Minato's obvious disdain for them made him want to strangle Naruto right then and there to prove himself. I wouldn't say this without reason. Which of you here hasn't suffered at his hands? Even our 5th Hokage has lost a bet to him before. On one hand, Minato felt sorry for the newly broken table, but on the other, he could only show a warm smile to soothe the enraged Raikage. What he said wasn't wrong. Looking around at so many Kage, Gaara was still young when he was defeated, and before the Mizukage took office, Naruto had given him quite the education. At 14, he was able to fight Raikage to a standstill, and that Tsuchikage owed a huge favor, while Minato had heartlessly dragged Tsunade into this mess. That was him using Flying Thunder God to trick me. But what if it were real combat? It would be a shame to keep someone like Naruto, who has the power to change the course of battle, hidden away. I suggest we all work together to take down Uchiha Madara. Moreover, if you really hide the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you might also lose me as a combat force. After finishing his words, Minato stood up, raised his fist, and bumped it against Naruto's, entering the Nine Tails link mode together with him. This was also the reason he called Naruto over, to prove their strength. This is the chakra of the Nine Tails. You are also a perfect Jinchuriki, both of you? Everyone present was blown away by the wind pressure generated by the 2 shining Jinchuriki. Even Tsunade was unaware that Minato had this up his sleeve. That's right. Years ago, I split the Nine Tails in half, and half of it is sealed within me. Minato's Nine Tails link mode was similar to Naruto's, with the same golden cloak and cape. The only difference being a black whirlpool pattern on his chest. TSK, I have no objections. Raikage spat, while the other Kage had mixed feelings. Such combat power was indeed terrifying, but what was even more frightening was the aftermath. The despicable Konoha had quietly gained 2 perfect Jinchuriki. How are we supposed to fight in the future? Naruto, you idiot, you bastard. Have you finally connected your heart with the Nine Tails? After the 5 Kage summit was over, Killer Bee approached Naruto, wrapping his arm around his neck and playfully tapping his head, clearly happy for him. Hey, big bro, what's up? Before the war starts, come with me to a place. Where to? The True Waterfall. It was supposed to be a place for you and the Nine Tails to eliminate your inner demons before you connected your hearts. It might be a bit late now, but you can't show any weakness to Uchiha Madara, Killer Bee said seriously, noticing that Naruto, despite his young age, had such great power, but that youth was not entirely a good thing. At least he could see that Naruto's emotions were unstable and could potentially be exploited. I understand. Since it's big bro asking me, I'll go. Although Naruto didn't understand what inner demons meant, he nodded in agreement. He trusted this strange teacher more than the currently injured Fukasaku sage. At the gate of Konoha, just as Naruto was about to set off for Kyomogakure with Killer Bee, he heard hurried footsteps. Hinata ran up to him, hugging him tightly, her chest rising and falling as she breathed heavily. Naruto stayed silent, patiently waiting for her to speak. Naruto-kun, is war really going to break out? Is that Uchiha Madara really targeting you? Hinata looked at Naruto with concern. Perhaps she was still upset yesterday, but today, hearing that war was about to start against the legendary Uchiha Madara, she had no time to be angry. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how to protect Naruto. Hinata, are you worried about me? Of course. What should we do? Should we run? Where to? Hinata was in a state of panic, frantically thinking about how to hide Naruto somewhere until Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist to calm her down a bit. I won't run away. I will defeat him with my own power and return to your side. Trust me. If you die, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life, you know? Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously, and after a moment of warmth, he let go of Hinata and looked at Hanabi, who had come along with her. Hand out. Under Hanabi's command, Naruto stretched out his left hand. As she wrapped her hands around his wrist a few times, a red string was attached again. Don't break it this time. Hanabi didn't say any caring words like Hinata. She simply gave a straightforward reminder. What's wrong, big bro? Naruto and Killer Bee set off on their journey, but he noticed Killer Bee's gloomy expression, even stopping his usual playful rapping. What could be the matter? Killer Bee sighed. Naruto had such beautiful sisters to see him off, while he only had his older brother's hard fists. The disparity between Jinchuriki was despairing. Don't worry, Bee. You won't find a girlfriend before you change your habit of rapping anytime, anywhere. Shut up, Hachibi. No adding fuel to the fire. Chapter 212. When I go crazy, even I am targeted. Is this island a turtle? Naruto's voice echoed through the vast forest. It's hard to imagine that this island, with a diameter of several kilometers beneath his feet, was actually the back of a turtle. The forest was occasionally inhabited by ordinary animals that were several times larger than usual, making Naruto feel as if he had shrunk. Be quiet. This is a secret of Kyomogakure. This is the place where I used to train with my brother. There are really animals bigger than tailed beasts in the world. You're still too young. When I was your age, I was still fighting with Hachibi over my body. You idiot. You jerk. Then, the despicable Hachibi would use the gaps in your mind to strike at you. So eliminating your inner demons is unavoidable. Naruto was still too young. Because the Nine Tails had not troubled him in the past, it had transferred its power to him. In Killer Bee's eyes, it was like a baby who started running before learning to walk. Although fast, it was easy to trip, and his inner demons would undoubtedly become that stumbling block. B. Let's not bring up things from so long ago. Seeing Killer Bee dig up old grievances, Gyuki felt a bit embarrassed. After all, no tailed beast had ever thought it could coexist peacefully with humans. Now, times had changed. Even the Nine Tails, which hated humans the most, had changed. Eliminate. Does it mean to kill? That depends on how you think about it. Before bringing Naruto to the True Waterfall, Killer Bee showed him a waterfall that was no different from an ordinary one, except that at the center of the pool formed by the waterfall was a patch of raised grass. Naruto sat cross-legged on it, focusing his mind, and soon a small shadow walked out from behind the waterfall. A child? Naruto looked at the child who mirrored his own childhood. Unlike him, the child's eyes were filled with hateful blood red. It should have looked terrifying, but because he was only 4 or 5 years old, he appeared somewhat cute. I am your inner demon. I didn't expect you to be so stupid to come here and release me. Today, it's either me or you. The inner demon looked at Naruto with a wicked smile, but Naruto couldn't be scared by his youthful appearance. No, so wise a little kid. Didn't you eat enough? Listen, I maintain this form because you haven't had any gaps in your mind since you were 4. Do you understand? The inner demon listened to Naruto's foolish words and couldn't help but facepalm. Being a fool had significantly lowered the inner demon status. So, he began to explain that Naruto's childhood was not happy, but that was only up until the age of 4. Since he had Hinata, his heart had gradually been filled, and from then on, he had never done anything against his own heart, so the inner demon naturally couldn't grow. Isn't that just being undernourished? Stop talking nonsense with me. I am you. Having gone through such painful days, why do you still love Konoha so much? You should know these things better than anyone. I want to become Hokage. Liar. You only want to become Hokage because you can't earn people's recognition. You almost gave up on living because of those people. Have you forgotten? At that time, you could have held onto the railing. Why did you pull your hand back? It was precisely because of that I met Dad and Kurama. I've already forgotten how I felt back then, but every day after that, I lived very fulfillingly. It's a waste of time to hope you will listen to me. Since that's the case, I will kill you here and take your place as Uzumaki Naruto. As the inner demon's words fell, his body began to grow taller, and he entered the Nine Tails Link mode with Naruto, but instead of a golden color, it was blood red, as if he had donned the divine robe sent by Kaguya. No, your dissatisfaction is not just with Konoha and the villagers for what they did to me. There's something deeper involved. Even with the murderous intent gleaming in the inner demon's eyes, Naruto did not enter the Nine Tails Link mode to fight him, nor did he take a defensive stance. Instead, he quietly watched him. That's right, that is just a small part of my dissatisfaction. The real dissatisfaction is with what you did to Hinata. Super Mini-Tailed Beast Ball. A tailed beast ball rapidly formed in the inner demon's hand, and the red light flashed as it pressed against Naruto's stomach. Amid the smoke from the explosion, Naruto's body flew backward, and the Naruto, sitting cross-legged in reality, also had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which made Killer be very worried. You forgot that Hinata was the first person to accept you. Back then, even Sasuke didn't consider you a friend. Only Hinata, from the moment she saw you, kept you in her heart. Now you like other women and have hurt my beloved Hinata so deeply. You deserve to die. The inner demon grabbed Naruto by the collar and yanked him up from the ground, swinging his fist and hitting him hard in the cheek. Cough. Why are you so angry? Aren't you me? Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood, not angry because of the pain. He understood how the inner demon was formed. He had always felt guilty toward Hinata, knowing that because of his recklessness, Hinata had cried countless times. The inner demon was actually a manifestation of his self-hatred. How can you still ask me why? Hinata, she loved you so deeply. She worked hard to keep up with you, who stood in front of you and shared life and death with you when facing pain. It was her. So what do you think of Kaguya? The fist halted in front of Naruto's eyes, and the inner demon gritted his teeth in hatred. He was usually dull, like a piece of wood, yet now he was so sharp that he saw through Naruto's heart in an instant. The fact that you can enter the Nine Tails Link mode means you have consumed the pain of leaving Kaguya and grown. Can you just ignore Kaguya? I am verbose. My heart only has Hinata. Stop lying to yourself. You are me, and you love Kaguya too. You just don't want to admit it. Naruto got up from the ground, opened his arms, and hugged the inner demon tightly. The inner demon struggled desperately, but after his next sentence, he stopped moving. If you want to become me, then go ahead. We are one. It doesn't matter who is in charge, as long as you treat Hinata well in the future and then save Kaguya. Why? Why do that? You should fight me to the death and defeat me. Value yourself a little more. Tears welled up in the inner demon's eyes as he pounded Naruto's back. This was completely different from what he had originally planned. Because I believe in myself. If you were me, you would definitely do what I can do. Speaking like a fool, a person like me will not be liked by Hinata. She has always loved you. The blood-red color on the inner demon finally completely faded away. He also understood that even if he really became Naruto, he would still be seen through by Hinata and could only hurt her. I leave Hinata to you. The inner demon transformed back into the appearance of that child, and his body gradually turned to foam, floating up into the sky. So, you or me, why do you act as if you were a third party leaving the scene? Maybe I'm a fool too. The voice of the inner demon, filled with self-mockery, echoed in the air before it vanished without a trace. Chapter 213. The light of peace. The descendants of the Hyuga clan, the fourth great ninja war, is about to break out. We must make full use of our sensory abilities, disperse to various teams to assist everyone, and guide this battle toward victory. In the dojo of the Hyuga clan, as the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi was giving a speech. Whether they were from the branch family or the main family, the descendants were quietly listening below. I believe you've also heard that the purpose of this battle is to protect Naruto from being taken away by Uchiha Obito. You all know Naruto well. He was always lurking around the Hyuga clan when he was a kid, daring to climb over the walls of my Hyuga clan. Throughout history, he is the first. And then, with that climb, he took away my eldest daughter. As Hizashi's words progressed, a hint of sourness crept in, and the people below began to laugh. They never expected that the usually stern leader would joke in this situation, and Hinata blushed because of these words. Don't laugh. I'm not joking. We protect Naruto not because of his identity or his strength, although he is still just a genin. He has come further on the path of a ninja than any of you. The most important thing for a ninja is not strength but a tenacious heart. I have always believed this, so the Hyuga clan will fully protect Naruto and fully protect this world. Oh, the disciples of the Hyuga clan let out a thunderous cheer, and then they packed their bags and followed the main force toward the village hidden in the clouds. At that moment, Hanabi just opened the door and walked in. Father, why did you leave me at home? The youngest in the ninja allied forces is already 15 years old. There's no reason to keep a child off the battlefield. Hyuga Hizashi looked at Hanabi's simple outfit, realizing she was already prepared for battle. However, she could only be considered a sapling and could not bring any significant change to the situation. I'm not a child anymore. I can contribute to the fight. What about your mother? What if Akatsuki takes advantage of the war to attack the rear? Hyuga Hizashi said sternly. Although the possibility was slim, there was no guarantee that Akatsuki wouldn't do something unexpected. Therefore, protecting the rear was a must. Father, using such means to bind me is too despicable. Hanabi clenched her fists, knowing she couldn't resist her father's orders, as doing so would neglect her mother's safety. She stormed out of the dojo in anger. Hanabi, what do you think of Naruto? At the moment she stepped out of the door, Hinata Hayashi's somewhat tired voice came through. How could he not see that his little daughter's feelings for Naruto had surpassed a certain boundary? But she herself was still a bit unclear about it. He is an important family member to me. My ninja way is to protect him and my sister. Hanabi did not hesitate. She had long regarded Naruto as family, which is why she didn't want to leave his side. The feeling of waiting at home for news of his life or death was not good at all. Hanabi, what's bothering you? Hanabi, sulking in the yard, naturally caught Hinata's attention. She hugged her slightly precocious daughter from behind and asked with a smile. It's nothing. The main force has already set out. Aren't you going to catch up? Mom, you. Hanabi turned in surprise to look at her mother. She wasn't like that fool Naruto and naturally understood her mother's encouraging words. I have Asha to protect me, and besides, Hanabi protecting Naruto is also protecting me. If Naruto gets captured, this world would be over, right? Mom, I will definitely protect Naruto and my sister, and after this war ends, I will return to your side. Hanabi threw herself into her mother's embrace. It had been a long time since she had acted spoiled with Hinata, and this was her last little indulgence before leaving. Your hair has grown longer. Hinata gently touched Hanabi's hair, which had now reached her back. Even Hayashi, who could perceive her feelings, would know as a mother. Her hair was probably kept long for the person she liked. And now, with a forehead protector engraved with the character ninja on her forehead, Hanabi stood among the 80,000 ninja coalition, appearing especially small. Around her, there were many sounds of commotion. The long-standing grievances among the 5 great nations could not be resolved with just a coalition. Many people's patience had reached the breaking point. For the interests of the village and the country, the 5 great nations had gone through 3 ninja world wars, with ninjas hurting and hating each other. This hatred craved power, which led to the birth of us, the Jinchuriki. Groups of sand gathered among the people who caused the conflict and exploded. As people quieted down in surprise, Gaara's voice floated into their ears from the high platform. At that time, I hated this world, hated all humanity, and attempted to destroy everything. However, I was stopped by a ninja from Konoha, who now stands beside me and has become my best friend. Gaara walked to Naruto's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, sharing their story. He could have killed me to stop me, but he didn't. Even in the situation of being enemies, he cried for my sake. After we became friends, he smiled and called me Kazekage, giving me a purpose to live. Now Akatsuki wants to take my friend away. I am here, pleading for your strength. I don't want to lose my best friend, Gaara said as he lowered his head. It was hard to imagine the high and mighty Kazekage bowing his head for one person, and the ninja's gazes shifted to Naruto. Thank you. Naruto knew he had to say something as he felt the eyes of so many people on him. Amidst the puzzled gazes, he bent down and loudly thanked everyone in the ninja coalition. I once tried to stop the spread of hatred. I know better than anyone how difficult it is to put down hatred and shake hands with former enemies. but all of you are gathered here today to protect me. I am a fool, always searching for a way to peace. I know it is difficult, but seeing all of you standing together makes it seem so simple. I will not hide behind everyone. I will fight alongside you. And after this war ends, my fight will not stop. I will work hard to maintain the current state. You have shown me the future of peace in a ninja world. Please believe in me and lend me your strength. Naruto made the same gesture as Gaara, and everyone could feel their sincerity from their genuine words. Finally, the eyes of the ninja coalition gradually changed. They let the two boys lift their heads and shouted their names. Gaara, I did it! Naruto joyfully hugged Gaara. Although it was small, he truly saw the light of peace for the world. I get it, let go of me. So many people are watching. When will you change your habit of hugging people so easily? Chapter 214. Old friends, I didn't expect that just changing eyes would take so much time. In the Akatsuki organization's base, Zetsu had changed into a brand new mask and outfit. The pure white mask revealed two hollow holes, within which could be seen the right side's Scarlet Sharingan and the left side's eerie purple Rinnegan. Letting me assist, you would have been much faster. A partially snake-transformed Orochimaru stood behind Zetsu, smirking, occasionally licking the corner of his mouth with his long tongue. I don't trust you. What happened to the white Zetsu? The feeling of being watched by a snake made Zetsu very uncomfortable. Even though he had the power of the Rinnegan, seeing Orochimaru, who was getting closer, also made him irritable. Not because he couldn't win, but rather a subconscious reaction to the disgusting creature. Although I've enhanced it with Lord Orochimaru's Hashirama cells, don't expect too much. After all, your intelligence is low. Orochimaru pointed at the hard soil beneath his feet. Underground, an army of 100,000 white Zetsu had already begun to move underground, splitting into several routes heading towards the Cloud Village. You bastard! The nearby white Zetsu was very angry upon hearing Orochimaru's words and wanted to argue with him, but was held back by the other half of Black Zetsu, looking like it was about to split apart, which was quite comical. Trash is enough for trash. I will personally go for the 8 tails and 9 tails. Zetsu grabbed 2 weapons leaning against the wall, a scythe and a fan, both powerful weapons left behind by Uchiha Madara. Then, I should also take action. As Orochimaru began to form seals, countless coffins appeared on the ground, opening one after another to reveal the Edo Tensei he had collected. Each had left their legends in various ninja villages, Jinchuriki, Kage from various eras, and some ninjas with bloodline limits. Is this guy here too? Zetsu watched as Itachi walked out of coffin, raising his right arm a few centimeters in preparation for defense. He had almost been burned to death by Itachi's Amaterasu, leaving him with psychological trauma. I also want to thank you for the body you gave me. The Edo Tensei users are much more pleasant to use than those sacrifices. But his eyes. Is that so? I see. You really are something. Upon hearing this, Zetsu remained non-committal. Itachi's eyes had already been transplanted to Sasuke. What could the Uchiha clan do without eyes? But upon seeing the Sharingan in Itachi's eye sockets, he finally understood Orochimaru's intention. The 4th Great Ninja War. The victor will be us. On the other side, Naruto, Minato, and Killer Bee had already separated from the main force. Their target was the source of this war. Zetsu. The two were using the sensory ability of Sage Mode for a wide-ranging search. Dad, do you feel it? While on the road, Naruto suddenly sensed a chill. To confirm this feeling, he turned to Minato next to him and asked, it's the chakra from Edo Tensei, and there's a lot of it. Minato nodded. He had also been in an Edo Tensei body, so he was naturally familiar with this sensation. Unlike Naruto's half-hearted numbers, the sheer volume made his heart sink. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto stopped in his tracks. If it was white Zetsu, the ninjas could handle it, but what came from Edo Tensei was too difficult to deal with. However, he was not unprepared. After forming hand seals, 3 more shadow clones appeared beside him. Unlike before, this time the 9 tails also shared its chakra. So this number was the limit. After nodding at each other, they rushed towards different battlefields, while Minato stayed behind to protect the original body. On another battlefield, a burly man approached a Kumo ninja with a speed that was completely inconsistent with his physique. Before the ninja could react, he kicked him in the chest, instantly turning his sternum and ribs into fragments, leaving him on the verge of death. TSK, I've said it many times, I'm a taijutsu ninja. Stay away from me and call the long-range attack team over. Yu Guanhai, having killed yet another ninja, glared at those around him who ignored his warnings. He had already killed many since being resurrected, and blood had dyed his legs red, but his body continued to charge towards the crowd uncontrollably. Bang! His fist struck a golden figure. Yu Guanhai looked up and admired that the person was able to block his punch. He didn't know how long he had been dead, but he felt that the ninja world had already declined. Look, a single person has killed so many ninjas. Perhaps there is an element of immortality involved. But these people are too weak. Hey kid, why are you crying? Yu Guanhai asked curiously, noticing that this person was unexpectedly young, with 2 tear stains on his face, and his mouth slightly moving as if he wanted to say something. Boss, it's me, Naruto said with a bit of a choke. The grocery store had already been destroyed by pain, and the last place of memory for Yu Guanhai had vanished. But he didn't expect to see him again here. You got the wrong person. I don't know anyone as strange as you. That clump of yellow looks really ugly. Yu Guanhai didn't understand why this person called him boss, only denying his identity. Is that so? I think it looks quite good. Can you recognize me now? Naruto said as he dispersed the Nine-Tails chakra, returning to his original appearance. It was the first time he encountered someone who thought the Nine-Tails chakra mode looked ugly. After all this time, he still couldn't understand the boss. It's you. Now Yu Guanhai finally recognized him. More than 10 years had passed. But Naruto's appearance had not changed much, especially his crying face, which was still the same as Yu Guanhai remembered. However, at this moment, his body uncontrollably swung a punch at Naruto. The boss is indeed a very strong ninja. Naruto blocked Yu Guanhai's punch, and after failing to land a hit, Yu Guanhai launched a series of punches and kicks, not giving Naruto a moment to catch his breath. But now, Naruto could evade Yu Guanhai's attacks with just his dynamic vision. Such taijutsu attacks couldn't harm him at all. You got some guts. You're still thinking about chatting while fighting me? Yu Guanhai was a bit angry. The kid he used to bully was now effortlessly handling his attacks. Because you have no killing intent, you're the first person who died for me. I really have so much to say to you. I have nothing to say to you. I said everything back then. At that time, I couldn't understand your words. You told me to change this world. I think you were also hoping the world would become peaceful, right? Now, the ninjas from various countries have united for me. I feel like I've taken the first step towards peace. In the future, I will work even harder to change this world. You must have suffered a lot. Yu Guanhai looked at Naruto's serious expression in surprise. That idiot who always called him a freeloader had grown to this extent, and he must have endured quite a bit of pain. I have indeed gone through a lot of suffering, but now I have parents, I have loved ones, and I like this world. So I will follow your teachings and keep living with a smile. Naruto once again showed Yu Guanhai his signature smile. The same warm smile as 12 years ago, but Yu Guanhai didn't express any attitude and instead vanished from his sight. Then Naruto felt a heavy blow to his backside. Little brat, you think you can fight me? Yu Guanhai nodded in satisfaction. After all those years, that kick still felt so good. Sneak attacks are too despicable. Naruto rubbed his backside and got up from the ground. Fortunately, that kick had held back, or he would have been kicked back to his original body. I'm glad to see you grown up and haven't strayed from your original path. Goodbye, Naruto. Yu Guanhai's soul was satisfied, and he left the Edo Tensei body following the white light. He reached out his transparent hand and patted Naruto's head, smiling as he disappeared. Goodbye. Chapter 215. Misguided target of the otherworldly deity on a small path in the woods. Itachi supported Nagato as they walked for a long time. When he died, his body had already become emaciated, and even after being revived through Edo Tensei, he didn't have the strength to act on his own. So much has happened since I died. Itachi awakened to find himself in such a helpless state and realized he was being controlled. Nagato was naturally aware of this too, and the two of them chatted about the past as they traveled. To be honest, Itachi didn't have absolute confidence in defeating Nagato's Rinnegan pain, so he was puzzled about who could have killed him. It was only after inquiring that he learned Nagato had sacrificed his life for Naruto. Someone is coming. This chakra is. Nagato quickly sensed Naruto's chakra and raised his Rinnegan to look at the 3 people running towards them. Naruto stopped in his tracks, surprised to see 2 people he could call brothers. He didn't expect them to meet. Naruto, you've changed? Itachi was also surprised that the first person he saw was Naruto, but his appearance was a bit strange, covered entirely in golden chakra and a chakra cloak. You mean this? This is what it looks like when I link with Kurama's power. You can fully control the Nine-Tails power now. That's impressive. Of course, he my favorite junior. Nagato saw that Naruto had become even stronger than when they fought, and he couldn't help but feel gratified. He finally understood why he could never defeat Naruto. It turned out he had long established a mutual relationship with the Nine-Tails. Naruto is also my little brother. An excellent little brother. Nagato's words sparked Itachi's dissatisfaction, as if he were claiming Naruto was only his junior. At this moment, He naturally had to retort. So you admit that you infiltrated Akatsuki as a spy? No wonder you were always unable to catch Naruto when you were sent to capture him. A flash of light passed through Nagato's eyes as he looked at Itachi with dissatisfaction, now understanding why the strong combination of Itachi and Kisame always failed their missions. Cough. My body is out of control. Itachi's face flushed red. He hadn't expected that while he was alive, he would be caught off guard by Nagato after he had seemingly survived everything. Fortunately, at that moment, Toby controlled his body, allowing him to attack Minato instead of Nagato. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Such a small ninjutsu didn't even require hand signs for Itachi. As he spat out a fireball, he flicked his sleeve, sending a dozen shurikens into the fireball, which then shot towards Minato after being baptized by the flames. Itachi, my son has received a lot of your care, thank you. Minato casually knocked the flaming shurikens to the ground with a kunai held in one hand, then sidestepped Itachi's sudden attack, grabbing his wrist and smiling as he spoke. You are the fourth Hokage. Have you been brought back by Edo Tensei? Itachi realized that this man was extraordinary when he easily deflected his attack, and he was surprised to see the ceremonial robe behind him. No, Imaliva. I owe my revival to Nagato. Minato didn't want to harm Itachi, and he couldn't harm him anyway, so he simply talked about his own situation while dodging. Naruto, how is Konan? Nagato raised his hand and used the universal pull on Naruto, who then used the substitution technique to leave behind a kunai marked with a seal. The moment Nagato pulled it into his hand, Naruto appeared beside him with a Rasengan. It's the Hungry Ghost Realm. Nagato called out to Naruto not to name the technique, but to remind him of the power he was using. Upon hearing this, Naruto disappeared again from Nagato's sight, reappearing next to Killer Bee. She is currently with the pervy sage. Akatsuki once targeted her for your eyes, but Deidara saved her, and then I brought her back to Konoha. Thank you, Naruto. Konan is my only concern. You must protect her. It's the Azura realm. Nagato could tell how perilous Konan's situation had been. While thanking Naruto, he summoned the weapons of the Azura realm, and countless missiles carrying armed rockets flew towards Naruto. I have inherited your will, senior brother, and I will protect the ones you love. Naruto nodded, condensing a spiral shuriken in his hand and throwing it at Nagato. The attack collided with Nagato's missiles in midair. Cousin, violente explosion. Then, the spiral shuriken broke through the smoke of the explosion, slicing Nagato in half. Hey, aren't you going to help? While fighting and chatting. This is good material to record. Killer Bee ignored the instigation of the bull demon, watching the scene before him as the spirit of rap burned fiercely. But he suddenly got stuck, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket and starting to record this strange battle with a pencil. Fourth Hokage, Naruto. Get out of the way. It's Amaterasu. Naruto suddenly heard Itachi's warning and felt his body lighten as Minato took him out of the range of Amaterasu. A small tree behind him instantly ignited with black flames. Ugh. Naruto looked at Itachi, who had transformed into his Mangeki Sharingan, wanting to say something, but suddenly felt a churn in his stomach. A crow flapped its wings and emerged from his mouth, landing on his shoulder, its strange eyes staring directly at the just-used Amaterasu, Itachi. I didn't expect it to be like this. Itachi tried to move his body back to normal, helplessly smiling wryly. What the heck? Why is there a crow in my mouth? Naruto, birds are not seafood. They can't be eaten raw, you understand? Do I look that stupid? Killer Bee's words clearly implied a self-deprecating tone regarding his intelligence. Naruto immediately got angry and asked, only to receive a unified response from Killer Bee and Minato. That crow is mine. Take a closer look at its eyes. Mangeki Sharingan? Everyone turned to look at the crow's eyes after hearing Itachi's explanation, noticing that the originally pinwheel-like pupils were gradually fading, transforming back into the three-tomo Sharingan. The owner of that eye is someone you know? It's Shusui's. Shusui's? But why is it inside me? Shursui possesses the strongest Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan and can change a person without them realizing it. I originally intended to use it to bring Sasuke back to Konoha. Then why did it use Jinjutsu on you? Minato quickly understood Itachi's meaning and then inquired about this unexpected event. The command I set was to use Amaterasu on the person who was about to kill Naruto, because after I died, the only one who could use Amaterasu would be Sasuke. If he disregards Naruto's advice and insists on killing him, the Jinjutsu named to protect Konoha would activate, allowing him to live as a ninja of Konoha. Itachi shook his head, not expecting that the trap he had set to protect Naruto would end up being used on himself. This was a serious joke. Chapter 216. Two brothers that guy Naruto really doesn't hold back. In a dark cave, Toby had been waiting for Nagato's body to return to its original state. but he suddenly felt the connection to a chess piece severed. It was Uchiha Itachi. This made him anxiously look around, as Edo Tensei had never recorded such unexpected occurrences. Switching perspectives to Naruto, Nagato's body had been repaired and was ready to launch a second attack against them. However, just as he raised his hand, a giant sword engulfed in orange flames pierced through his body. The freed Itachi unhesitatingly used Susanoo, wrapping himself in the upper body of the Crimson Giant, one of its four arms holding a red gourd from which the giant sword extended. Nagato, don't blame me. I'm going to seal you inside the Tensigen. Do you have anything else to say? I'm sure many have already told you to stop talking and shown their concern. Naruto, I look forward to you completing the book that represents your ninja way. Goodbye. Nagato naturally didn't blame Itachi. He simply expressed a faint expectation to Naruto before being sucked into the gourd, his soul returning to Yahiko's side. I will write a book that will satisfy my senior brother. Naruto pounded his chest in assurance, then looked at Itachi, wanting to know what this older brother would do next. Naruto, I will go to the caster of Edo Tensei to break this ninjutsu. Take care. The previous understanding was still there. With a glance, Itachi understood Naruto's thoughts. He prepared to do what he could, indirectly helping Naruto. Wait, I'm going to. Naruto grabbed Itachi's arm and then used the shadow clone technique. Facing Itachi's puzzled gaze, he said, I can feel familiar chakra from you guys, and only that person can use Edo Tensei. If I go, maybe we can have a good talk. I understand. Keep up. Nagato has already told me the location. Do I have something on me? Itachi's body swiftly moved through the forest. Feeling Naruto's gaze fixed on his back, he couldn't help but ask. No, I just remembered the times when the three of us used to play together. Brother Itachi always ran ahead, and Sasuke and I could never catch up to you. If only Sasuke were here. Can't catch up? Perhaps you have already caught up. Hearing Naruto's nostalgic words, Itachi smiled. Without a doubt, among the three of them, Naruto's path was the most correct. Itachi thought to himself that if only Sasuke could follow Naruto. Just then, he glanced down and happened to see Sasuke wandering in the woods. Itachi? Sasuke widened his eyes. He had just recovered from the eye surgery and was preparing to get some fresh air when he unexpectedly ran into two people he shouldn't have encountered, and he immediately chased after them. Hey, is that Sasuke? Don't mind him. Compared to Naruto's excitement, Itachi coldly quickened his pace, seemingly unwilling to see him. Itachi, it's you, right? Why are you here? And Naruto, did you bring him back to life? Sasuke was initially surprised to see Naruto here. After all, Tobi had clearly said he wouldn't return. However, upon seeing Itachi, he quickly deduced that Naruto must have done something, immediately imagining that Naruto intended to use Itachi's mouth to make him change his mind. If that were the case, he would definitely confront him fiercely. Sasuke, let me explain. It's not what you think. Seeing the hostility in Sasuke's gaze, Naruto could only explain everything from start to finish. You used the D-jutsu meant for me on yourself? You two idiots, what else are you hiding from me? You can't be angry at me. Sasuke, stop it. We need to handle serious matters. Are you trying to exclude me again? Itachi, these eyes of mine are your eyes. I can now see through illusions and reality. You can't deceive me anymore. As for the eyes, I feel the same way. I'm using your eyes too. It seems we've both taken the wrong path. To ensure the Uchiha clan punishes me, I used your inner hatred to make you a sinner, join Akatsuki, attack the 5 Kage summit, and kill Danzo. Those are things you shouldn't have done. I initially thought Naruto could bring you back, but he definitely can. Naruto said seriously, I've always believed in what I can do. Itachi's words seemed to express disappointment in Naruto, but Naruto knew that wasn't what Itachi meant. Huh, what's so funny? Taking care of both a talented brother and a foolish one is really exhausting for an older brother. By now, Itachi understood that Sasuke was different from Naruto. They might not be able to walk the same path, and could even head in opposite directions. However, having someone like Naruto by Sasuke's side made him feel very relieved. Sasuke was momentarily stunned by his words, looking at Naruto, who was grinning foolishly. Anger surged within him, and he kicked Naruto to the ground, just like when the three of them used to play together years ago. This is it. Itachi led Naruto and Sasuke to a stalactite cave, then walked in first. Using his Rinnegan, he found where Kabuto was hiding and smashed through the wall with Susanoo's fist, revealing Kabuto inside. Breaking the owner's wall without invitation is quite rude. Kabuto showed a regretful expression, as if he felt sorry for the wall. He knew someone was coming, but chose not to find another hiding place, which made Itachi more alert. Orochimaru, Kabuto, Sasuke, and Naruto asked simultaneously. Kabuto now looked very much like Orochimaru, with the same purple eyeshadow and a wide robe from which a white snake, resembling a tail, extended and flicked its tongue. Naruto, I didn't expect you to come here too. Did you use Edo Tensei? Why are you helping Tobi? Why? Naruto, who are you? I am Naruto. That's right, you're Naruto. He's Sasuke, and he's Itachi. You all know your identities, know where you were born, and know who your parents are, but I don't know anything. I don't know if I'm from the land of fire, if I'm from Konoha. When I first opened my eyes, I'd already lost my memory. I didn't remember anything. Didn't know where I was or who I was. At that time, it was the head of the Konoha orphanage who rescued me, treating me like a son. Naruto, you once asked me if I had someone important. Do you understand now? What happened to the head? Naruto clenched his fists, knowing that Kabuto's transformation must have something to do with that head. She died by my hands. Again, showing that pained expression for someone unrelated to you. Sometimes I really want to cut open your brain and see what's inside. Maybe it's all things I can't even understand. Kabuto looked at Naruto's expression and laughed mercilessly, as if he were not talking about his own situation. The head was originally Konoha's best spy. To keep the orphanage alive, she left us to carry out a secret mission. I was also noticed by Danzo, who brought me into Root through despicable means. Though I didn't know at the time. I worked hard as a spy for the village and for the orphanage I loved, hoping that years later I could reunite with the head. Perhaps due to compatibility, I, like the head, had a talent for being a spy. For many years, I traveled through various ninja villages. The year I infiltrated a Wagakure, my identity was exposed, and I fought against the pursuing ninja. When I came to my senses, I found that the pursuer was the head. Isn't it ridiculous? Danzo, fearing our exceptional abilities and that we might betray the village, devised a plan for us to kill each other. Clearly, we were sacrificing for the village and wanting to protect important people, yet ended up in such a fate. Can you tell me who I really am? At that time, Lord Orochimaru appeared before me. He told me that since I didn't know what I was and couldn't identify with the original, I should seek substitutes to gradually fill the void. The question of who I am could be answered by collecting all the objects and information in the world. So I became Lord Orochimaru's subordinate. Wanted to learn everything from him. But he died. His death made me realize that his knowledge was insufficient. Otherwise, he wouldn't have realized that Sasuke had surpassed him. So I injected Lord Orochimaru's blood into my body, becoming a new self. So your goal is to destroy Konoha like Sasuke? Kabuto carried too much, and Naruto didn't know how to face his doubts, so he could only ask. No, Danzo is already dead. I won't vent my anger on others like a child. The reason I participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War is to gather more information about Edo Tensei and Sasuke's eyes. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan has never been researched before. I will absorb the knowledge within, and then I will become myself. Stop it, Kabuto. It's not too late to stop now. I will treat you like family. Uncle Snake doesn't just see you as a subordinate. Naruto, you're the first person besides the head to be this close to me. But the world isn't as gentle as you. If Kabuto could be swayed by Naruto's simple words, he wouldn't deny his existence. His hands quickly formed seals, and 5 white snakes emerged behind him, lunging to bite Naruto. Crack! The white snake's teeth shattered against the red bones, and Itachi, who had been watching Kabuto's every move, instantly protected Naruto with Susanu's fist. All right, Naruto, he's not someone who can be swayed by words. Itachi, having already formed a plan to break Kabuto's jutsu, shook his head at Naruto, signaling him to leave the next steps to him. Is that so? Then what will you do? Just to clarify, even if you kill me, Edo Tensei won't stop. You can ask Naruto. That's true. Naruto nodded honestly. As one of the few users of the reanimation jutsu, he naturally understood its characteristics, which could be said to be one of the most annoying traits. He really didn't know what the second Hokage based this jutsu on. Look, this liquid form of power is derived from my research on the Akatsuki clan. I sought out what I didn't have, learned from others, and that has created the invincible me. Itachi, although I don't know what your thoughts are, you probably want to defeat me and then trap me with Jinjutsu to do something. Suddenly, Kabuto transformed into liquid and swiftly darted to the wall, soon merging into the darkness of the cave, and all that could be heard in the cave were echoes from all directions. However, I possess a recovery ability as strong as that of the Uzumaki clan. Any injury can heal rapidly unless it can kill me in one blow. Otherwise, you will never catch me. From the very beginning, I have stood invincible. I truly cannot think of a situation where I would lose. Every ninjutsu has its flaws and weaknesses, and the weakness of the reanimation jutsu is me. Having confidence is a good thing, but I never said I wouldn't counterattack. Sasuke, as a beneficiary of the cursed seal, do you know what its essence is? Who knows such a thing? Sasuke opened his Sharingan, trying to find Kabuto's figure in the darkness, but he found only chakra-infused bodily fluids left on the ground, unable to locate him. It's Sage Mode. Orochimaru found one of the three great sage lands, the Ryuchi Cave, in the homeland of Yugo, and met the legendary White Snake Sage. Unfortunately, his body couldn't withstand the chakra of Sage Mode, which is why he needed a healthy body like yours. But I am different. After receiving guidance from the White Snake Sage, I have surpassed Orochimaru, transforming from a snake into a dragon. Finally, Kabuto appeared in everyone's sight, emerging slowly from the mouth of a giant snake, stretching out his arms. His pupils had transformed into linear eyes identical to a snake's. 2 pairs of sharp horns grew on either side of his forehead, and a white snake extended from his belly button. Sage Mode, huh? Kabuto's appearance sent chills down both Sasuke and Itachi's spines, prompting them to unleash their strongest defenses, with 1 red and 1 purple Susanoo protecting their bodies. Rasengan. Naruto suddenly appeared beside Kabuto, having entered the Nine-Tails chakra mode, combined with the natural energy he had just absorbed, becoming a sage like Kabuto. The Rasengan, infused with sage chakra, accurately struck his chest, seemingly laying the foundation for victory. Chapter 227. An unmatchable existence on the other side. The main force of the Ninja Alliance, led by the 5 Kage, was also engaged in battle with the reanimation forces. After a fierce battle, they managed to seal the 3rd Raikage and the 3rd Mizukage. Although there were some casualties, with the cooperation of the 5 Kage, losses were minimized until a certain man appeared. Nagato has grown to this level, huh? Seeing his dwindling fighting strength, Kabuto decided to reveal his trump card. Under the summoning technique of the 2nd Tsuchikage, a coffin emerged from the ground. Impatient, the reanimated figure didn't wait for the coffin to open itself, but shattered the lid with chakra and walked out. The red armor emitted a crisp sound of friction, and the inner garment behind the armor bore the Uchiha clan's crest. His long black hair hung loosely behind him, appearing somewhat disheveled but adding an air of wildness. His pitch-black pupils looked down upon everything, and the Ninja Alliance in front of him seemed like mere air. Although I don't know what you misunderstood. This is my reanimation jutsu. Kabuto was currently using the body of the 2nd Tsuchikage to communicate with Uchiha Madara, letting the strongest undead know what had happened. Reanimation? Reason. Madara looked at his hands. They indeed didn't feel like flesh, but something much deeper. He knew this jutsu was a forbidden technique of Tobirama, but he hadn't expected it to be used on himself. He then looked at the 2nd Tsuchikage, commanding him to provide an explanation. Feeling Madara's gaze, Kabuto felt a chill in his heart. That feeling was like facing a wild beast trapped in a cage. Although the key was in his hand, the cage was dilapidated, and the beast could break free at any moment. Kabuto steadied himself and explained his deal with Toby. The Ninja Alliance? That's different from the plan. But the spirit of facing the entire world alone hasn't tarnished my Uchiha clan's reputation. Madara frowned slightly. The hope of resurrection, Nagato, was already dead, and Toby hadn't gathered all the tailed beasts. The deviations from the plan were too many, leaving this schemer with a sense of miscalculation. But it was still within his control. You are Uchiha Madara. As the oldest among the current 5 Kage, Inoki immediately recognized Madara's appearance. That face untouched by the ravages of time, evoking the most terrifying memories of his youth. That face is that little brat Inoki? You're already so old. Madara finally remembered who this wrinkled little old man was. He didn't know how long he had been dead, but judging by Inoki's changes, it was roughly 15 to 20 years. Wait, if he is Uchiha Madara, then who is that masked man? After Inoki confirmed Madara's identity, Gaara incredulously asked, as they had all believed Toby was Madara. Now, Uchiha Madara appeared before them in a reanimated form, and given his power, it was even worse. I don't know, but this person in front of us is undoubtedly an enemy. Tsunade stepped forward, standing at the forefront of the Ninja Alliance. Madara's legendary status was undoubtedly the strongest. When Senju Hashirama won, it was barely a victory. Now, facing such an enemy, she felt uncertain, but that was no reason to retreat. You have Hashirama's chakra. Are you his descendant? Interesting. Then, as a warm-up, I'll play with you first. Madara sensed the chakra flowing within Tsunade, and that annoying feeling made his killing intent surge. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Madara didn't form any hand seals. He simply placed his right hand near his mouth and unleashed a massive wall of fire toward the Kage, its range being dozens of times that of the great fireball technique, and the temperature of the flames far exceeded that of ordinary fire, causing the sand on the ground to start melting. Water release. Water barrier. Dozens of water-type ninjas formed hand seals together and spewed out a water defense wall. At the moment the fire and water met, the intense steam made it difficult for the ninjas to open their eyes. Seeing this, Madara's heart showed no fluctuation. He just urged the chakra within him and added more fire. For him, chakra was something he could have as much as he wanted. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Just as the water defense wall was about to be broken, a series of clear frog croaks sounded, and a waterfall capable of withstanding such terrifying flames appeared before everyone's eyes. Two fierce streams of water split the flames, directly striking Madara's body. The sage of Mount Myaboku has now appeared. Jiraiya stood in front of Tsunade, striking a very flamboyant pose, with a toad on each shoulder. Namely, the two sages of Mount Myaboku. Only water release infused with sage chakra could easily break through Madara's fire techniques. What's the point of being flashy if you can't even use water release? That's right. Remember you just promised me to help catch dinner ingredients after we finish? You guys really have no sense of camaraderie at all. Jiraiya stumbled, feeling uncomfortable as he complained about the words from Shinsuke and Jima. Jiraiya, how did you get here? Worry about your safety and focus on healing your injuries. After all, you're my important girlfriend. Saying something like go die in front of so many people is unacceptable. Tsunade's face flushed slightly as she gently slapped Jiraiya, and with a crack, he fell to the ground again, unable to get up after finally healing. A boring farce, huh? Uchiha Madara, the couple showing off their love, looked down on them. Just as he was about to burn them to death with his fire release, he suddenly felt his body was out of control. Of course, with his power, it would be easy to break free from Orochimaru's control, but he wanted to see what Orochimaru was up to. He saw his hands forming an unfamiliar summoning seal, summoning a coffin. Haha, it feels really good to sleep. After the coffin lid opened, a loud laugh came from inside as someone walked out, looking particularly cheerful. Grandpa. Upon seeing the person's face, Tsunade was even more surprised. With Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, this battle seems to be in dire straits. Anoki's heart sank to the bottom. He wanted to loudly encourage the ninjas not to be afraid, but even he couldn't fool himself with that statement. Facing two living legends, the so-called Ninja Coalition was nothing but a joke. Oh, Madara, it's you. I haven't dreamed of you in a long time. How have you been in heaven? After waking up, Hashirama, still confused, felt someone staring at him from behind. When he turned around and saw Madara's face, he was overjoyed and hugged him tightly. Thus, under the watch of countless ninjas from the 5 great nations, the two living legends had a warm embrace, though it was one-sided enthusiasm from Hashirama. You still can't tell what's going on, Hashirama. Madara's fists clenched in embarrassment. It was uncomfortable to be watched like a monkey by so many ninjas, and he wished he could punch this idiot into the ground right then and there. Chapter 218. We're in a battle, be serious. Not knowing the situation means? Hashirama's foolishness resembled Naruto's. He released Madara and asked in confusion. That's what I mean. Madara freed his hand and punched Hashirama, the blow piercing through his chest and scattering the dust of the impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation? Forget all that nonsense. Since you're revived, come fight me. Only by fighting you can restore my exhausted body. Hashirama. Seeing Hashirama's face, Madara couldn't contain the urge to fight anymore. He wanted to tear this guy apart with his own hands. Even if the impure world reincarnation wouldn't kill him, he still wanted to fight Hashirama for 3 days and nights, enjoying the battle. Wait a second, let me ask someone about the situation. Facing the overly enthusiastic Madara from another perspective, Hashirama coldly raised his palm to refuse him. Madara's fiery passion was doused with cold water. He wanted to ignore Hashirama's thoughts and force the issue, but after thinking it over, he held back. Impure world reincarnation release. Hashirama quickly felt someone controlling his movements in his brain, so he decisively formed a few seals to cancel the summoning contract with Orochimaru. Grandpa, what did you just release? Hashirama's clear voice reached everyone's ears, and Tsunade immediately ran to him and asked, the contract of impure world reincarnation. Now I'm free. That guy can't control me. Is it really that easy? Hearing Hashirama's words, both Tsunade and the others breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the god of shinobi. Though he seemed a bit foolish, his strength was undeniable. He could break free from the impure world reincarnation just like that. The ninjutsu developed by Tobirama can't be that difficult. It's a piece of cake. Hashirama laughed again, proudly saying, if you say that, you'll get scolded by your uncle. Tsunade, how old are you now? Not much older. Why are you asking a girl's age? Tsunade looked at Hashirama warily, refusing to answer her age. You see, You've always been a gambler since you were young, taking advantage of your family's love to run wild in Konoha. I'm afraid you won't be able to get married. What are you doing now? Haven't you accumulated a lot of gambling debts? No way. I'm now the 5th Hokage. Is that satisfactory to you? Tsunade really wanted to punch Hashirama away. What kind of shameful play is this in front of the allied forces of the 5 nations? It's like a parent at a parent-teacher conference dragging other parents to talk about their child's shortcomings. The 5th Hokage? That person over there. Tell me what is going on in Konoha now. Knowing that the Hokage had passed down to the 5th, Madara was happy. But knowing that Tsunade was the 5th was another matter. He casually grabbed someone and anxiously asked, me? I'm sorry, Konoha has been destroyed. But everyone is working hard to rebuild. This person was, of course, Jiraiya, who was so nervous in front of Hashirama that he didn't dare to breathe heavily, obediently answering like a child. Oh, my Konoha, it's all over. How do I explain this to the villagers? Hashirama shed 2 tears, instantly picturing the villagers of Konoha living in dire straits under a willful queen's rule. Things really were heading in the worst direction. Grandpa, the destruction of Konoha is not Tsunade's fault. She stood up to protect everyone during that disaster and almost exhausted herself to death. I don't know about others, but in my eyes, Tsunade is definitely a qualified Hokage. Thank you for your comfort. By the way, you seem to be older than me. Why are you calling me Grandpa? Ahem, I'm Tsunade's current boyfriend, and I'm dating her with the intention of marrying her. So please rest assured to hand over your granddaughter to me. Jiraiya, realizing he could finally introduce himself, immediately began to win over the elders, as this was akin to meeting the parents. Tsunade, so you like uncles? Hashirama looked at Jiraiya's face and then at Tsunade's youthful appearance, feeling even more depressed. If it weren't for the ongoing battle, Tsunade would definitely have beaten both Hashirama and Jiraiya together. So are we done talking? Madara suddenly placed his hand on Hashirama's shoulder, veins visibly bulging on his face, indicating that this old enemy had reached his limit. Wait, Madara, we don't need to fight. Can we sit down and chat? What kind of joke is that? I've always wanted to kill you. You are my most important friend. How can you say such things after personally killing me? To you, the village is 100 times more important than I am. These two things are not contradictory. I killed you in the capacity of protecting Konoha's Hokage. But in Senju Hashirama's eyes, Uchiha Madara has always been the most important friend. Hashirama, you never corrected your naive bad habits, even until death. Go die. Madara, listening to Hashirama's meaningless words, became even angrier. He opened his already transformed Sharingan, and the blue chakra wrapped around his body, growing larger and larger. Once the chakra stabilized, what the ninja coalition faced was a giant Susanoo over 50 meters tall. Would release, would golem technique. Hashirama sighed, and at his hand seals, a wooden giant appeared out of nowhere, roughly the same height as the Susanoo, and the two massive monsters traded punches. Just the wind pressure generated by a single punch scattered the ninja coalition in all directions, and the fierce wind ravaged the ground, opening the prologue of the Valley of the End. An earthquake? As Naruto was rushing forward, he felt a tremor in the ground. Didn't he know what the Ninja Alliance was facing and continued searching for Obito? Naruto, don't be careless. I've caught his chakra. Minato opened his sage eyes. His sage mode, largely consistent with Naruto's. They took turns resting and finally located Obito's chakra. I understand. Naruto nodded and followed Minato onward. Not long after, they spotted Obito jumping toward them. However, what caught Naruto's attention was not Obito's new mask, but the 6 people behind him who lacked their own consciousness. Those 6 Jinchuriki, deeply connected to him, were being controlled by him through the Edo Tensei technique. Seeing his former friends like this, Naruto clenched his teeth and silently raised his fist to strike Obito, only for his entire body to pass through Obito and fall into Minato's arms. Naruto, calm down. The 3 Jinchuriki are gathered together. It saves me from having to find them one by one. Obito stopped under a tree ahead and turned to look at Minato, Naruto, and Killer Bee, speaking indifferently. Obito, I will definitely defeat you and make you apologize to my friends. The sight of the Jinchuriki filled Naruto's vision with a blood-red hue. Didn't he know how long it had been since he felt such anger? The long-lost chakra of the 9-tailed fox enveloped him due to his emotional turmoil, his crimson eyes fixed on Obito as he gritted his teeth and said, Chapter 219, Obito's advantage is great. Defeat me? Holding such a naive thought and fighting me will only lead to death. Obito grasped the meaning behind Naruto's words. After all he had done, Naruto had never considered killing him. He was truly an anomaly among ninjas. As long as I'm here, I won't let you hurt Naruto. When you attack him, you will inevitably become tangible, and in that moment, my kunai will pierce your heart. Minato gripped his special kunai tightly in his left hand. As he said, in this battle, he only needed to watch over his son. Protecting him was the greatest attack on Obito. Is that so? Under Obito's control, the six Jinchuriki surrounded Naruto and Minato. They not only possessed the jutsu they had in life, but could also freely wield the powers of the tailed beasts. Even in the state linked with the nine tails, Naruto could not withstand the combined attack of the six perfect Jinchuriki, and Minato did not dare to be careless. Both father and son fought with all their might. However, the moment Minato's gaze left Obito, he appeared in front of Killer Bee. The Sharingan in his right eye flashed red, and Killer Bee felt a dizzying sensation as he returned to the Cloud Thunder Gorge, seeing many past memories. "Bee, wake up!" Saw the Ki. In Killer Bee's consciousness space, Ki lightly tapped his head to bring him back from the illusion. But just as he regained consciousness, he felt a pulling force. Obito was attempting to draw him into the time-space with his eyes. Just as Obito was about to succeed, two kunai flew behind him, followed by the combined Rasengan from father and son. Prepared, Obito immediately gave up on continuing to absorb Killer Bee's intangible body to evade the Rasengan. Are you kidding me? The reflection of a gigantic Rasengan appeared in Killer Bee's sunglasses. He swallowed hard and immediately used the octopus legs extending from his back to defend, only to see two people disappear before him and reappear at a nearby spot where kunai were embedded. The father and son landed and turned in unison, using the still existent Rasengan in their hands to counter the incoming Jinchuriki attack, resulting in a fierce explosion as the cat fire of the wooden man. The lava bomb from Noki and the bubbles and Rasengan from F collided. If you can see the attack from behind, it proves that you, like Nagato, share vision with them. So the place where we left kunai was already targeted by you, thanks to the protection of the Nine Tails power. Both Naruto and Minato only sustained minor scratches. Minato looked into the eyes of the Edo, Tensei, Jinchuriki, and understood. Speaking to Obito, like Nagato, then he will use the power of the Six Paths Pain? If he could, he wouldn't have just phased out, but would have absorbed the Rasengan directly. I imagine controlling six people at once must come at a significant cost. At least the abilities of the Rinnegan R&T, something one can use at will. Your mind still turns as quickly as ever, to see through my weaknesses so fast. However, the things gained by sacrificing the Rinnegan's abilities are not so trivial. Obito used the power of the Rinnegan to further enhance the Jinchuriki. Their skins started to shed, enveloped in blood-red chakra, and soon they entered their second state. Since we know the opponent shares vision, the terrain here is not in our favor. Let's go all out, Kaibai. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee immediately chose to transform into his tailed beast form. The forest full of trees was clearly advantageous to the opponent, so they just needed to change the terrain. Ki's 8 octopus legs wrapped around his body and began to spin, uprooting the surrounding trees like a top. By the time this giant top stopped, the forest had turned into a vast expanse of barren land. The terrain is not only beneficial to you. Obito emerged from the ground and formed a single-hand seal. The bodies of the Jinchuriki began to change again, and soon 6 uniquely shaped giant-tailed beasts stood in front of Ki. This is a bit exaggerated, right? How do we fight 1 against 6? Even though Ki was the second strongest tailed beast after the Nine Tails, facing the army of tailed beasts made him feel uncertain, especially since he wasn't a terrestrial creature. It's not 1 against 6, it's 3 against 6. As the father and son spoke, 2 semi-transparent golden Nine Tails stood beside Ki. They had long been able to perform the simple act of tailed beast transformation. How should I put it? Being surrounded by 2 Nine Tails feels a bit peculiar. Ki unknowingly let out a sigh of relief. Although the Nine Tails had a terrible temper, their strength was undeniable, and having 2 Nine Tails gave him double the sense of security. Dad, if they really have black rods like Pain's body for transferring chakra, pulling them out should be able to save them. I understand, but because their bodies are gigantic, the black rods are even less noticeable. Give me 3 minutes. Naruto didn't say much. The giant Nine Tails sat cross-legged and began absorbing natural energy, fully entrusting himself to his teammates. Using the Nine Tails body to absorb natural chakra? I'm counting on you to protect Naruto. Minato understood. The Nine Tails slightly bent its body. Its powerful hind legs propelled it forward like a golden flash into the midst of the tailed beast group. The largest and most cumbersome, the Shikaku, was the first to be knocked over by the Nine Tails, landing on its back. Before it could spew its corrosive liquid, The Ninetales leaped high to avoid it. At that moment, the giant turtle, Ik, curled up and rolled across the ground, using GYK's tail to propel itself into the air, heading straight for the Ninetales. The Ninetales, of course, spotted the flying turtle. It grabbed the rapidly spinning IKA with both hands. The high-speed friction between IKA's shell and the Ninetales' hands producing wisps of black smoke. The Ninetales extended its tail to the ground for support and forcefully flung IKA away, who collided perfectly with the descending heavy Ming, and both giants crashed to the ground. The Ninetales began to fall under gravity, while Wairi had already prepared the tailed beast ball, intending to strike him the moment he landed. However, reality was extremely cruel. The Ninetales suddenly shot out a kunai from its mouth, and then its entire body vanished. As the kunai passed over Wairi's head, it came crashing down on him like a mountain. This was the Ninetales flying thunder god technique. In less than a minute of combat, all four powerful tailed beasts fell to the ground. They may not have suffered much damage, but witnessing such a scene where one fought against four and emerged unscathed weighed heavily on Offei's heart. Minato had already become the biggest variable in this war. Chapter 220. Entrustment, how wonderful. I want to run like that too. The voice of Killer became from Nyogue's mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched this battle and couldn't help but envy the agile Ninetales. Are you complaining that I don't have feet? After all, octopuses are aquatic creatures. As he saw the Moo King charging at him with its horns aimed at himself, Nyogue still managed to chat with Killer Bee. He raised his enormous fist and, timing it perfectly, punched the Moo King's head, slamming her to the ground, then split four octopus legs to tightly bind her body. Was the Moo King so weak before? To be honest, capturing a Moo King so easily surprised Nyogue. What he didn't know was that the tailed beasts he faced were merely a facade. Over half of their chakra had been absorbed by Offei to nurture the 100,000 white Zetsu army. Otherwise, it would have definitely been a fight to the death. Xiaoba, now is not the time for doubts. As he saw the four-tailed son Wukong charging in on all fours, Killer Bee immediately reminded him. I know. Nyogue raised his fist again to clash with Sun Wukong, but this time it left his arm numb. Moreover, Sun Wukong was incredibly agile. After retracting his fist, he pushed off with his hind legs and jumped onto Nyogue, his thick arms tightening around his throat, to prevent Nyogue from fighting back. Sun Wukong's four tails also wrapped around Nyogue's remaining tail. If Nyogue won a counterattack, he would have to let go of the Moo King, momentarily falling into a stalemate. Damn monkey, still so strong. You bastard! Nyogue struggled several times, but couldn't break free from Sun Wukong's grip. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful chakra gathering in the mouths of Sun Wukong and the Moo King, a sign of releasing the tailed beast ball. That bastard Offei was willing to let the tailed beasts harm themselves to win and planned to self-destruct close to Nyogue. At that critical moment, Naruto finally completed his Sage Mode, instantly appearing next to Nyogue. He grabbed the tailed beast balls from Sun Wukong and the Moo King with the Ninetales hands and threw them into the air. The sound of explosions tore apart the clouds in the sky, revealing a blinding sunlight. Naruto, you almost got me killed. You idiot, you bastard. Leave the rest to me. Naruto had nearly drained the surrounding natural energy, and his sage body allowed him to perceive the flow of Offei's chakra into the tailed beasts. The sages, I let him see the black rods among the fur clearly. The Ninetales' tail extended several times, with each one transforming into golden hands that grasped the black rods on various parts of the tailed beasts. Wairi, Ishi, Sun Wukong, Moo King, Shichuan, Chongming. I will save you all now. Naruto called out the names of the tailed beasts. These names, though strange, were deeply etched in his mind, never forgotten for a moment. Where's this? The surrounding scene suddenly changed, and Naruto felt himself being pulled into a strange space, filled with many familiar scents. Yo, Naruto, I've been waiting for you for a long time. 6 Jinchuriki stood before Naruto, with their respective tailed beasts quietly standing behind them, as if holding a gathering. Imuri, Old Purple, Han, Yutaka Fu, you are all here. Who are you, kid? Naruto now realized that an unfamiliar person had mixed in with his acquaintances. He hadn't reacted during the battle when another Jinchuriki appeared. I am Yagura. Naruto, I have been informed about you by Ishi. Thank you for taking care of my child. The boy whom Naruto referred to as a kid smiled, not angered by being underestimated. He acted like an elder, reaching up to pat Naruto's head. But his tiptoeing to reach Naruto caused the other Jinchuriki to laugh. I'm sorry I couldn't save you in time while you were alive, and after you died. You were exploited by bad people. We understand that you must be sad about our deaths. So we all tacitly left behind a bit of chakra waiting for you to arrive, of course, to encourage you to continue moving forward. Why Mori knew Naruto often overthought things, so he hugged him and gently patted his back to comfort him. Naruto, the peace between the Cloud Village and the Leaf is entrusted to you. With you in Konoha, the Raikage will not provoke war again. Remember to visit the orphanage when you have time. Naruto, after my death, the bad reputation of the Blood Mist Hidden Village will probably be lifted. You will surely be able to establish friendly relations with the reclusive Mist Village. When you see Waikaimaru, remember to apologize for me. I was an unqualified father. Naruto, if the stubborn Noki still thinks of fighting, you should defeat him. His waist is his weak point, haha. What I want to say is similar to Purple's. Naruto, you don't have to go out of your way. If one day you pass by that fortress, tell why that I've been forgotten, and find a good man to marry. Cheer up, you were the first boy I liked, but I didn't get to confess before I died. If you come to see me too early, I won't forgive you, Sue. After Yutaka finished speaking, Naruto was already in tears. Fu, as the last person, encouraged him jokingly. And after kissing Naruto on the forehead, she transformed into light and disappeared. Naruto, stop crying. The Nine-Tails pushed Naruto gently. He didn't want Naruto to go out and fight off Faye with such emotions. Even in harsh times, they must temporarily forget their sadness. Do you have anything else to say? Wiping his tears, Naruto raised his head and asked the tailed beast that had not yet disappeared. Let us give that masked man who has been exploiting us a good beating. Understood. Naruto opened his eyes, and the Nine-Tails tail pulled out all the black rods. The Jinchuriki, having lost the supply of chakra, could no longer maintain their tailed beast forms and fell to the ground one by one. Naruto didn't succumb to despair over the departure of his friends. The many things he had been entrusted with fueled his fighting spirit even more. This battle must be won, and then he would fulfill his friends' entrustments. What happened? Afei's surprise was not because the tailed beasts had reverted, but because he suddenly noticed that the reincarnated Jinchuriki were beginning to disintegrate, their souls floating out of their bodies. It seems Itachi succeeded. Minato also noticed the unusual behavior of the Jinchuriki, and Naruto received memories from his shadow clones, nodding affirmatively. Summoning technique, outer path, heavenly deva. Afei cursed under his breath that Kabuto was useless. At this moment, he could only summon the outer path, heavenly deva, to fight. The situation had completely reversed. Facing three-tailed beasts that were eyeing him, he pondered for a few seconds and decided to resurrect the 10 tails first. Who knows what might happen if he delayed further? What was he doing? Naruto only saw Akatsuki take out a strangely shaped can and throw it into the mouth of the outer path statue, after which the giant began to howl desperately. That was the old man's treasure. I could feel a part of my chakra sealed inside. What happened? How many pieces were you cut into? Gyuki understood the seriousness of the situation better than anyone else present and asked in frustration. Clearly on the brink of victory, but faced with such a mess. Long ago, the Gold and Silver brothers from the Cloud Village tried to capture me, but I ended up swallowing them. Those two must be inside me. Naruto, what kind of look is that? The Nine-Tails recalled past memories and suddenly noticed Naruto's odd gaze, as if he were looking at a child who eats recklessly. Noah, is it tasty? Who knows? I swallowed them whole. Those two survived on my flesh and blood, and I had no choice but to spit them out, which is why they now carry a part of my chakra. That's why Mom always says to chew your food slowly. Shut up. Who's talking about eating right now? That guy has absorbed my chakra, and now he has all the tailed beast chakra within him. That means the 10 tails is about to be resurrected. Chapter 221, Sage Art, Wind, Thunder Release, Gale Thunder Spiral Shuriken, abbreviated as Thunder Shuriken. As the power of the spiral shuriken erupted, Orochimaru's body was sent flying backward, crashing into Itachi's arms, with Itachi's kunai instantly pressed against his neck. Don't move. Naruto, are you going to attack me? Orochimaru asked, smiling at Naruto without even glancing at the life-threatening blade. Mr. Orochimaru, I'll apologize properly after this battle, but I must stop you now. Unfortunately, you guys combined aren't my match. I intentionally absorbed your spiral shuriken. See? The wound on Orochimaru's chest from the spiral shuriken healed rapidly, returning to its original state in an instant, showing the three of them his powerful physical abilities. And then there's my ability to liquefy my body. Itachi, your kunai is laughable like a toy. Orochimaru sneered, instantly turning into a puddle of liquid, escaping Itachi's control. Sage Art, White Dragon Technique. Orochimaru, who had unknowingly slipped into a corner, opened his mouth and spat out a white dragon resembling those from myth and legend, its claws holding a red Dragon Ball. As the giant dragon merged with the Dragon Ball, it exploded with intense white light and air vibrations, cutting off the hearing and vision of Naruto and the others. Sasuke must. Sasuke tightly covered his head with both hands, the intense air vibrations stimulating his eardrums and brain, greatly reducing his concentration, while the purple skeletal giant slowly disappeared from above Sasuke's head. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already blocked his own vision with a third eyelid membrane, allowing his liquefied body to move freely through the vibrations. He saw the Susanoo vanish and immediately seized the opportunity, his mouth expanding several times like a snake preparing to swallow Sasuke. Bang! Just as Orochimaru's mouth was about to touch Sasuke, a golden fist struck his face, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. In the midst of the blur, Orochimaru sensed it was Naruto. Naruto, is it you? Is this the Nine-Tails ability? Unlike any known form of perception, the Sage Chakra surrounds the body surface, dampening vibrations. No wonder you're Lord Orochimaru's favorite disciple. I want to study you more and more. Orochimaru had previously left his chakra scattered throughout the cave, making it impossible to detect him, but Naruto in Nine-Tails mode could sense malice rather than chakra. With his eyes closed, Naruto used the frog hand seals technique, allowing him to naturally ignore the white dragon technique. With me here, no one can hurt Sasuke. Naruto, Sasuke, it's time to go. At this moment, the effect of the white dragon technique began to lessen. Itachi shot a glance and charged at Orochimaru, and Naruto and Sasuke immediately understood their brother's intention. Last place, reach out your hand. Sasuke had a plan to deal with Orochimaru, since lightning release was his greatest weakness. Being hit would prevent him from liquefying. However, Orochimaru's erratic movements made it impossible to hit him with lightning cutter. He needed a lightning technique that could be thrown and change direction at any time. Hey, spiral shuriken, don't ask. Sasuke, are you willing to team up with me again? I'm so happy. Ever since you learned lightning cutter, I've been looking forward to our new spiral shuriken. And I didn't expect we could complete it together now. Naruto felt a wave of emotion and nearly cried. How long has it been since he and Sasuke teamed up for a spiral shuriken? They had created several miracles with this skill, but now wasn't the time to cry. Naruto extended his right hand, slowly forming a spiral shuriken above it. Just this once? Sasuke said, contradicting himself, then infused lightning cutter's power into the spiral shuriken. Although it was the first time creating a lightning release spiral shuriken, the shuriken crackled with thunder and was exceptionally stable, completely benefiting from the two's shared understanding. Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth. Orochimaru pressed his hands to the ground, and the stalactites above the cave stretched as if alive, piercing through Itachi's body and pinning him down. Then, let's turn you into my puppet again. To alleviate his unfavorable situation, Orochimaru decided to rewrite the curse mark in Itachi's head, creating a 2v2 scenario that would be more beneficial for him. Sage Art, Thunder Spiral Shuriken. Naruto wouldn't give Orochimaru such an opportunity. He threw the Thunder Spiral Shuriken with his right hand while simultaneously throwing a kunai with his left. Unfortunately, my perception ability is about the same as yours. Orochimaru easily dodged the attack, standing upside down at the cave's top, mocking Naruto's naivety. Not yet finished. Naruto's body appeared next to the Thunder Spiral Shuriken using the kunai, grasping it, then crouched and jumped toward Orochimaru's position, preparing for a surprise attack. No hand seals, but not enough distance. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised that Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique without hand seals, but he could easily grasp Naruto's position and jumped back to evade the Thunder Spiral Shuriken's attack. However, just as he thought he had avoided it, Naruto's palm suddenly extended a golden chakra arm, holding the Thunder Spiral Shuriken and striking his chest. Orochimaru's body was sent flying again, and Itachi, who had just been pinned by the stalactites, transformed into a crow and reappeared behind Orochimaru, taking the impact and pressing the kunai against his neck. Don't move. TSK. This scene feels familiar. Indeed, my liquefaction ability has been restrained, but do you really think it's over? Ah, it's indeed over. Itachi nodded, then activated another forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanami, trapping Orochimaru in an endless cycle. What happened? Naruto and Sasuke were confused. They only saw Orochimaru crash into Itachi's chest and then close his eyes, losing all movement. This is another forbidden technique on par with Izanami. It doesn't require eye contact. Physical contact is enough. Naruto, you did well. Itachi praised, stroking Naruto's head. Naruto's two strikes created enough conditions for him to launch the technique. Naruto was very happy to be praised by Itachi, showing a shy smile. Sasuke also did well. Without your lightning release, I wouldn't have been able to catch him as he liquefied and escaped along the way. Suddenly, he noticed his younger brother's somewhat gloomy expression, and Itachi quickly tried to save the situation by saying that it wasn't wrong, but Sasuke no longer trusted him. No need to comfort me. What's with the name Rasengan? It's such a lame name. Lame, so lame. It seems I don't have dad's talent for naming. Naruto, feeling dejected, knelt down on the ground. He actually thought the name was quite nice. Kabuto was already trapped in his Izanami, and next I will make him release the Edo Tensei. It's time to say goodbye. Chapter 222. An unforgettable brother. When you were alive, you always touched my forehead and asked me to forgive you before turning away. And now that you're dead, you want to leave so quickly? Sasuke's words were filled with unwillingness and bitterness. It was hard to finally meet his brother. And before he could say a few words, they had to part ways. This selfish Itachi made him feel like something inside him was about to explode. My existence is unreasonable, and the Edo Tensei must be undone. People are dying every minute. You understand that, right? Aha, if I remembered. As long as I know the hand seals, I can undo the summoning contract with Mr. Kabuto, then Itachi can exist in this world. Naruto understood his feelings very well. When Minato asked him to deal with Edo Tensei, he felt the same way. So he did his best to think of a way and finally recalled a loophole in Edo Tensei. Really? The hand seals? I don't know. Have you still not changed the habit of failing at critical moments? Sasuke really wished he could strangle this underachiever. Did it make a difference whether he said it or not? If he didn't know this idiot's personality so well, he would really think he was messing with him. Wait, Naruto, if what you said is true. Itachi heard something else and immediately pushed open Kabuto's eyelid, using his Genjutsu to control him. Kabuto, tell me the names and statuses of the strongest beings summoned by Edo Tensei. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. Now Senju Hashirama has already broken free from my control and is fighting Uchiha Madara. Without any defenses, Kabuto was naturally controlled and honestly told Itachi, just as I thought. The first Hokage knows the seal, so Madara must know it too. It seems things are far from over. What do you want to do? There should definitely be some connection between Uchiha Madara and Obito. Naruto, how can someone who undoes Edo Tensei send them back to the afterlife? I don't know. It seems only Uncle Orochimaru and Mr. Kabuto know. You're really useless. Sasuke snapped at Naruto again, making him grimace. Then he drew the Kusanagi sword from his back and cut off a piece of Kabuto's skin, taking this sticky, disgusting chunk of flesh back to where they first encountered Kabuto. Sasuke felt around on the wall for a while and quickly found a soft spot. He reached in and grabbed someone's arm, pulling her out from the wall. Hanabi-sensei? Naruto stared blankly at the woman who was pulled out. He had heard Kakashi mention that Hanabi was part of a reconnaissance team sent to find Akatsuki's base, but he didn't expect to find her here. It seemed she had been captured by Kabuto. Release the cursed seal. Sasuke placed the flesh from Kabuto on the cursed seal on Hanabi's neck, then formed several hand seals. Under a scarlet glow, the cursed seal extended into a giant snake, and Orochimaru crawled out from the giant snake's mouth. Snake, snake, snake. Uncle Snake. I always thought it would be you, Naruto, who would revive me, but in the end, it was Sasuke. The pale-faced Orochimaru revealed a disgusting smile as he spoke to Naruto, showing no signs of blame, just teasing his long-lost foolish disciple. You should have already figured out what happened, how to deal with Edo Tensei. Indeed, I've seen everything inside Hanabi. For the resurrected to regain freedom, it has to be voluntary. After fulfilling all their wishes, sealing techniques can also work, as long as you can defeat Madara. Kabuto, tell me the seal to undo the summoning contract, and then undo Edo Tensei. Itachi cast a deep glance at Orochimaru, noticing he remained silent, then used Genjutsu to put Kabuto into a hypnotic state before undoing his own summoning contract. Oh, Itachi, who can't let go of his brother. Are you still planning to head to the battlefield? Although Tsukuyami is no longer usable, Amaterasu should still have some effect, even if just a little. I want to protect this world again as a Konoha ninja. As Itachi said, his left eye lost its light due to using his Zanami, and now the remaining right eye still had some function. Even if the Edo Tensei body was burned by Amaterasu, it wouldn't feel good. Orochimaru, do you still want to fight? No, I have things I'm more interested in than taking your bodies. I will go with you. Orochimaru walked to Kabuto's side, placed his hand on his shoulder, and absorbed his share of chakra back into his body. He looked at his former subordinate and sighed before following Itachi. In that case, I will return to my original body first. Sasuke, I'll wait for you. Naruto formed hand seals and vanished in a puff of smoke. He didn't know what was happening with his original body. All he could do was report the situation here to him. By the way, I used to be on the same team as your brother. There's no need to be so wary of me. Orochimaru noticed Sasuke was still staring at him, his right hand resting on the handle of the Kusanagi sword, and couldn't help but chuckle. After he finished speaking, Itachi also recalled the experience of being watched by a perverted stalker back then, clearly shivering. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield between Madara and Hashirama now looked nothing like it did back then. After flattening several mountains, their battle spread to the underground, and a massive crack opened in this continent, with the sounds of fierce combat echoing from the bottomless chasm, lasting endlessly. Is this what a legendary battle looks like? It's truly terrifying, Jiraiya said helplessly. He really wanted to help, but the outcome of helping would be one of two things, either being killed by Madara or dragging Hashirama down. This wasn't just a conclusion drawn against anyone. Even a 5 Kage would end up the same way. Huh? Tsunade, what's wrong? Jiraiya suddenly noticed that Tsunade, who was standing beside him, had become still. What he didn't know was that due to the undoing of Edo Tensei, Dan had used the spirit technique to manifest his soul to see Tsunade for the last time. Tsunade, are you okay? In Tsunade's consciousness space, Dan stood facing her and asked, Dan. Tsunade was initially surprised, but after considering Dan's special ninjutsu, she understood how he had arrived. Faced with her deceased ex-boyfriend from decades ago, she was at a loss for words. You really haven't changed at all, Dan. I'm sorry, but I'm currently dating Jiraiya. You're not married to Jiraiya yet? You're already 55. Dan's face showed a look of surprise. He had just learned that he had been dead for decades, yet Tsunade was still unmarried. Before he could finish, he received a punch to the stomach. Don't casually mention a girl's age. Alright, I'm sorry. I left in such a hurry that I forgot to say one last thing. Don't be too sad about my death. Find a good man and get married. Jiraiya would be a good choice. That was what he intended to say. Girls should cherish themselves more. How come you haven't gotten married yet? If it's because of me, how can I live with that? Are you my dad? Idiot. Tsunade. Seeing you so healthy makes me feel at ease. Goodbye. Goodbye. Tsunade shed 2 tears and gently waved her hand, bidding farewell to Dan, who transformed into a point of light and disappeared. Madara, how about we just call it quits? At this moment, Hashirama also noticed Madara's demeanor. If Madara could just return to the afterlife like this, he would naturally follow, but it was obvious that it was impossible. Dream on. Edo Tensei release. Madara glanced at Hashirama and calmly formed hand seals to break the Edo Tensei. But continuing to fight really has no meaning. We are both immortal. How about we play a game of chess to determine the winner? With your wisdom? Then let's just fight. The warm-up has ended. I have serious business to attend to. Madara had played enough. He sensed the agitated chakra of the outer path golem and knew that Obito was almost finished with his task. He had no time to continue wasting with Hashirama and jumped out of the crack to run towards Obito's battlefield. Hey, you're the one I want to fight. Why are you running now? This time, I will bring an end to the world. Chapter 223. Uchiha Obito on the battlefield where Naruto's main body was. Obito stood in front of the outer path golem, waiting for it to transform into the 10 tails. Naruto and Minato temporarily reverted from their tailed beast forms to conserve chakra, landing on the ground. What does this mean? Obito saw Naruto land and point a finger at him, a seemingly provocative gesture that made him unhappy. Who exactly are you? I am Uchiha. Uchiha Madara has already been brought back by Kabuto through Edo Tensei. Do you still want to use a fake name? Naruto interrupted Obito, having never believed in the identity Obito claimed. Now, with the memories from his shadow clone, he was even more convinced of this. Naruto's words surprised Minato. 16 years ago, he mistakenly thought Obito was Uchiha Madara and fought him. Regardless of who Obito was, Minato didn't think Madara's appearance was a good thing. They might have to face 2 Uchiha Madaras next. Oh, so you already know? Names are just labels. Whether it's Uchiha Madara or Obito, call me whatever you like. I am neither. Obito felt like he had been betrayed by his teammate. Not only had Kabuto been forced to release Edo Tensei, but it also exposed the fact that he was not Madara. If it weren't for the outer path golem behind him providing some sense of security, he would have exploded with anger. Names carry the hopes of parents and masters. I will definitely take off your mask and see who you really are. You guys can't even scratch my mask. Obito scoffed at Naruto's words. As long as he had time-space, he was invincible. However, just as he set that flag, Kakashi suddenly dropped next to Naruto. Teacher, Naruto. Kakashi, what are you doing here? The Edo Tensei ninjas have disappeared. I happen to be nearby. You're just in time. Come here for a second. Do we really have to do that? Yeah, Naruto, you still have Sage Chakra, right? Give him a big one. Oh, Naruto unconditionally trusted Minato's words and once again transformed into his tailed beast form. The golden nine tails opened its massive mouth, and a giant Rasengan infused with Sage Chakra formed, surrounded by tailed beast balls flying towards the outer path golem. Sage Art, tailed beast planetary Rasengan. Troublesome guy. The outer path golem was digesting the chakra of the tailed beast to revert to its original form and could not move. Obito did not dare to take the risk of letting it take this attack directly and could only jump into the sky, absorbing the Rasengan into his time-space. Wuxie, golden flash accompanied by his kunai, appeared beside Obito, and he raised his right hand, slamming the Rasengan towards his head. Naive. You? Obito hid his head in the time-space, but unexpectedly saw a person who shouldn't be there, momentarily freezing in shock. Let me shatter your mask. Minato's shadow clone nearly appeared at the same time as Obito's head. His Rasengan collided with Obito's mask, and even the iron-hard mask finally shattered with that blow, revealing his true face. Obito? Kakashi also saw the face that had been hidden behind the mask, and he stepped back in shock, sitting down on the ground, clearly shaken by the revelation. Obito? Isn't Obito the one Rin always mentioned? Naruto looked at Obito's face in surprise. Rin had once shown him a photo of Minato's team. Though his appearance had changed a lot, it was still recognizable as the boy with goggles in the photo. Naruto, I was interrupted during my self-introduction earlier, so I'll repeat it now. Uchiha Obito. You can call me by that name if you wish. Obito, now should be referred to as Obito, saw his identity exposed, but had no extra thoughts. Instead, he spoke to Naruto. So it really is you. Minato let out a bitter laugh, not making a second attack against him. Teacher Minato, you don't seem surprised. Actually, when I heard that Madara was resurrected, I thought of you. 16 years ago, I thought you were Uchiha Madara, but Madara's combat experience is incredibly rich. You only used your ability to phase through to deal with me. At first, I thought you were Madara who was still injured, but your hairstyle gave you away. In my memory, you were the only one from the Uchiha clan with that hedgehog hair. Obito felt 1,000 curses in his heart. When he disguised himself as Obito, he only wore a regular mask, and his hair naturally couldn't be hidden. It was normal not to notice such a thing right under the lamp. More than that, I want to know how you entered the time-space. A simple question. When Kakashi uses Kamui, there will be a certain degree of distortion in time-space, and this distortion is completely consistent with when you absorb things into time-space. Ordinary people might not notice, but space ninjutsu is my forte. Minato raised his finger to explain, just like how he guided Obito in battle years ago. While Naruto and his main body attracted Obito's attention, Kakashi used Kamui to absorb his shadow clone into the time-space. So you let Kakashi test by having your shadow clone absorbed into the space-time, and even if it failed, only the shadow clone would die? Truly you. Obito, why? Since you are still alive, why don't you return to Konoha? Why start a war? Why not come see me? Kakashi, you've always been indifferent, but now you've turned into a nagging old man. If you want to know why, it's probably to recreate a world with Rin again. You did it for Rin? Listen to me, Rin is all ready. Shut up, you hopeless garbage. I won't allow you to speak her name. Obito was furious at Kakashi's words, and more than a dozen kunai flew out from his right eye space-time towards him, only to be blocked one by Naruto, interrupting Kakashi's words. Obito, Rin is still alive. Kakashi was interrupted, but with Minato present, he looked directly into Obito's eyes and said seriously, "What did you say?" I said, "Rin is indeed still alive." Ha! Ha ha! Teacher Minato, you've changed. I used to think you were someone who couldn't lie. But didn't he expect you to be able to act so convincingly just to win? Are you going to say next to take me to see Rin and then bind me with despicable means? Obito covered his face and laughed maniacally, then glared at Minato with a twisted expression and shouted, "Well, after all, you've died once. It's normal to lie to protect your family. I understand you, but you're gravely mistaken if you think saying Rin will make me lose my sanity." Chapter 224, The Ten Tails Revived. This place is really lively, Obito. Just when Obito was throwing a tantrum, Madara descended from the sky next to him, and in his eyes, Minato was like air, just glancing at him before looking away. "You've detached from Edo Tensei? Take your things back." Madara's appearance brought mixed feelings to Obito. Having his power on the battlefield would undoubtedly turn the tide. But Madara's intentions were also clear. Edo Tensei users cannot become Jinchuriki. He needed Obito to use the Rinne Tensei to revive him, and Obito was naturally unwilling to sacrifice himself for him. It's just that he didn't know what tricks Madara would play. "Obito, you're too impatient. It's precisely because you didn't completely transfer the 8 tails and 9 tails to the Geto Mazo that its transformation is so slow. Madara took the fan Obito, threw over, and looked at the Geto Mazo, which had already grown part of its tail, with some dissatisfaction. I sent it because you overdid it. If you had come right after reviving, would I have been so embarrassed? Forget it, the outcome doesn't change anyway. Madara found Obito's retort unarguable. It was unavoidable. Seeing Hashirama so excited, he overdid it while playing around, and he could no longer take on the role of a mentor to lecture Obito. Stop it, Obito, it's not too late now. You have always been a hero in my heart. Why do you want to sink to the same level as Uchiha Madara? At this point, everyone could see that Obito and Madara were in cahoots. Kakashi took a few steps forward and looked at the former hero with pain. I told you to shut up. Garbage should roll back into the trash can. So you blame me for Rin's matter. I'm sorry, although Rin has already been revived. I truly couldn't keep my promise to you. Kakashi laid down on the ground, his face filled with guilt. He didn't say that Rin being alive erased the past. In fact, the suffering Rin endured hadn't lessened. It was just lucky that she survived, and he was still a sinner who couldn't protect Rin. There's no other way. I'll go bring Rin over. Minato also knew words were meaningless. Fortunately, he had left Kunai for Kushina early on, and Kushina and Rin were currently in the medical unit. Although Kushina couldn't heal the injured, she could use her sealing techniques to protect the medical base. Kushina, you idiot. Minato quickly arrived at the Kunai, left for Kushina, and then he was dumbfounded. The familiar furnishings of the place were undoubtedly his home. He looked at the Kunai on the table and cried out in despair. His foolish wife forgot to take it with her before leaving. His son's habit of failing at crucial moments was indeed inherited from her. What happened? Where's Rin? Obito cooperatively asked as he looked at Minato, returning empty-handed, his eyes filled with mockery for his acting. There was a little accident, but Rin should be with Kushina. Minato really wanted to go to the medical unit to find Rin, but Madara and Obito were here watching closely. He feared that if he left Naruto, he would encounter danger. The medical unit was at the rear of the ninja coalition, and even with his speed, he wouldn't be able to return in time. He could only wait. After the medical unit finished treating the injured, Kushina would probably bring Rin over. Boring lies, Kakashi, I have lost hope for you for this world. Whether it's the entrusted or the entrusted, everyone is just leftover garbage. As long as a ninja is alive, they're garbage. I am not garbage. Naruto was furious at Obito's words, using the body flicker technique to rush in front of Obito in an instant, punching him in the face. And it seemed that Obito didn't react in time. He was actually hit this time. Who are you really? The Obito that Sister Rin speaks of is someone who wants to become Hokage, loves Konoha the most, and sacrifices himself to save his friends. A guy like you, who talks about despair, is definitely not Obito. I will tear off your mask of this imposter and see the real Obito. Naruto, you're very much like me. The reason you can say such things now is that you haven't experienced despair yet. But it's okay. Soon I will make you understand. And you will become just like me. Watching Naruto's changing pupils filled with anger, Obito merely said expressionlessly, once upon a time, he was also a fool full of dreams like Naruto, but the despairing reality made him realize that these were just illusions. You say I haven't experienced despair? What do you know about me? I watched helplessly as the person I love left me, and the place she is in is so far away, far enough to make one despair. I have no idea how to get there. Even if I did, I wouldn't know how to find her. But I will not become like you, creating an illusory world to reunite with her. No matter how hard or desperate it gets, I believe I can create miracles. If I don't even believe in myself, then what is the point of being Hokage? Don't worry, I will take you there. To reunite with her in that world. Obito could clearly hear the despair in Naruto's words. The more he interacted with Naruto, the more he understood him, easily seeing his own past shadow. But because of this, he wanted to see even more whether Naruto would become like him after experiencing even more despair. You really have the mood to chat with the Jinchuriki, would dragon technique. Madara noticed that Obito seemed to value Naruto unexpectedly, but didn't think much of it. He formed hand seals and used Hashirama's signature skill. A large wooden dragon, long-nosed and covered in thorns, shot out from his hands like lightning, swelling in the wind. By the time it approached the ox demon, it had grown to be about the same size as it. Madara knew that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could not be trapped by Flying Thunder God, so he first attacked the cumbersome ox demon. What is that thing? The bull demon was bound and unable to move by the wood dragon, a wooden monster that not only had great strength, but could continuously absorb the bull demon's chakra to grow. With this back and forth, The bull demon was on the verge of losing its tailed beast form. Even the first Hokages would release. Minato didn't know how Madara could use would release, but he knew he had to stop him with all his might. He could use the body flicker technique that Naruto had mastered, and in an instant, he rushed to Madara's side, pressing his Rasengan against his body. However, a transparent protective shield seemed to appear in front of Madara, and Minato's Rasengan was quickly absorbed into his body. Minato didn't think about why Madara could absorb the Rasengan. Instead, he turned around and brought his prepared mini-tailed beast bomb to Madara's front, detonating it before Madara could absorb it. Perhaps Madara could absorb chakra now, but the force of the explosion was something he couldn't absorb. Of course, Minato wouldn't foolishly harm himself. The moment the tailed beast bomb exploded, he returned to Naruto's side. Uchiha's rebound. The explosive storm seemed to be absorbed by something, taking on a conical shape and becoming smaller. Madara, relying on his physical strength, caught up with Minato. He stood beside the father and son, waving the fan in his hand, returning the absorbed explosion to them intact. Those eyes of yours. Minato and Naruto quickly reacted to avoid Madara's counterattack, appearing on the bull demon's shoulder. However, in that fleeting moment, Minato saw something incredible. Madara's eyes were Rinnegan, just like Obito's. This should be enough. Madara had no desire to linger in battle. To him, both Minato and Naruto were just young kids, and he couldn't be bothered to look at them for long. He directly retracted his wood dragon and controlled it to drill into the outer path golem's mouth. Roar! The wood dragon, infused with the bull demon's massive chakra, seemed to be a divine blessing to the outer path golem. It roared as it lay on the ground, spiraling armor growing on its back, 10 thick tails swaying around, and a flat head embedded with a blood-red Rinnegan with 9 tomo. Its size more than 10 times that of an ordinary tailed beast. Let's go, Obito. It's time to end this world. Madara's urging. Obito cast a meaningful glance at Naruto, then jumped onto the 10 tails head alongside Madara, using the cells of Hashirama within him to form a tube that inserted into the 10 tails body to control its movements. Chapter 225. The final defiance let the world turn to dust. Feeling the energy transmitted from the 10 tails beneath him, Obito trembled with excitement. To test whether this power was real, he immediately locked onto the bull demon as a test subject. The 10 tails opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and a tailed beast bomb quickly formed. Then, like the 9 tails Bija bomb, the 10 tails swallowed it and spewed out a focused projectile. I can't hold on, you idiot. You jerk. Due to having too much chakra absorbed, the bull demon was unable to maintain its form and reverted back to Killer Bee. Fortunately, Minato timely pulled Killer Bee away using the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge the 10 tails attack. Kakashi-sensei. On the other side, Naruto quickly reacted and stood in front of Kakashi, transforming into his tailed beast form. Killer Bee and Minato had been teleported elsewhere, and Naruto naturally became the 10 tails' primary target. It swung its flat, round head, and the beam it exhaled began to move toward Naruto's direction. Seeing the overwhelming barrage of projectiles, it was too late for Naruto to grab Kakashi and use the Flying Thunder God to evade. He could only anxiously ask Kurama, "Can we dodge this?" Upon closer inspection, unlike the Bija bomb, this continuous barrage could hit anywhere as the 10 tails head moved, making dodging a waste of unnecessary energy. I understand. Naruto wrapped himself in 9 tails and braced for the attack, taking it head-on. After the 10 tails assault, he had already lost 5 tails, leaving him looking quite pitiful. Why, seeing such terrifying power, are you still unwilling to give up? Seeing the expression of relief rather than despair on Naruto's face, Obito spoke again. Unfortunately, what I hate the most is giving up, and unlike you two, I have many more companions. Naruto wiped his nose, and as his words fell, countless shadows descended from the air, standing behind him. 100, 1,000, 10,000. More and more people landed, eventually forming a massive ninja alliance. Madara, using would release clones to block us is too despicable. The leading Hashirama angrily pointed at Madara, saying that his late arrival was entirely due to Madara's would release clones, and each clone could use Susanoo, delaying most of the Ninja Alliance's forces. Grandpa, what you should be asking is how he learned the wood release clone. Tsunade involuntarily retorted as she followed Hashirama. She was dumbfounded when Madara used would release clones, but her grandfather showed little reaction, only shouting a few words about being despicable. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata ran through the crowd to Naruto's side, tightly holding his hand and checking for a long time, relieved to see that he hadn't lost any parts. Of course I'm fine. But Hanabi, why are you here? Naruto's gaze wasn't solely on Hinata. He also saw Hanabi, who had come with her. The young Hanabi looked particularly small among the crowd, with a tiny bruise on her face, indicating that she had also been through quite a battle. Can I come? I protected my sister very well in this battle, so you should thank me. Thank you. With that, you're the youngest ninja in the Ninja Alliance, so I have to protect you even more. Hanabi's proud demeanor made Naruto laugh as he patted her head, then turned to Obito and said, "Did you see that? With so many companions supporting us, it would be a joke to despair. Then I'll turn your companions to ashes. Let me personally show you the taste of despair." Obito looked at Naruto, who kept rising from adversity, feeling a wave of nausea in his heart. This self-righteous hopefulness was, in his eyes, incredibly ugly. His emotions clearly affected the 10 tails, which roared, extending 9 tails that covered the Ninja Alliance like a curtain. Each tail sprouted countless wooden spikes, raining down on the ninjas. Wood release, cutting technique. The dense attack, more intense than raindrops, caused heavy losses to the Ninja Alliance. Even with the help of the 5 Kage and Hashirama, they couldn't block all the wooden spikes. Many fell to the ground with screams. And Naruto wouldn't sit idly by and watch his companions die. He could only do his best to throw out Raisin Shuriken to counter some of the attacks. Naruto, I told you before, your experience of despair isn't enough. As Naruto desperately tried to save his companions, Obito's words lightly fell into his ears. Naruto widened his eyes to look at Obito, seeing him gently move his fingers, not knowing what he was doing. Hinata. Naruto felt a chill behind him as he looked at Obito's gaze. That killing intent wasn't aimed at him, but at his most important person. He hurriedly turned back to find Hinata in the crowd, but one of the 10 tails erupted from the ground behind her, with wooden spikes clearly locking onto Hinata. Naruto was positioned at the forefront of the allied forces. Without thinking, he used the body flicker technique to rush over, almost arriving beside Hinata at the same time as the wooden spike. There was no time to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to touch Hinata. He could only spread his arms to shield her. However, in terms of the desire to protect, there was someone faster than him. Thud! The sound of the wooden spike piercing flesh rang out, and Naruto was splattered with warm blood. He widened his eyes, incredulously staring at Hanabi, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Hanabi! Hinata finally reacted, embracing her blood-soaked sister and crying out in despair. Why? Why did you come to save me? Naruto desperately infused his chakra into Hanabi's body, but he couldn't stop the bleeding. The 9 tails had already told him that his healing speed couldn't keep up with the loss of life. Much like trying to fill a wooden barrel with a hole in it. Stop being so vain. The person I want to save is just my sister. You just happen to be here. Hanabi struggled to reach out and wipe away Naruto's tears. The wooden spike had already pierced her organs. And without needing to use her Byakugan, she knew her time was short. Don't show that kind of expression. Do you remember what you once told me? Though it only happens once in a lifetime, the sight of fireworks blooming will always be remembered by people. I understand now that your ninja way is to protect. The smiles on your and my sister's faces are my most important treasures. To protect both of you, I'm willing to do this. As if experiencing a moment of clarity, Hanabi spoke a torrent of words, something she had already resolved to do. And at this point, she had no regrets. Naruto, can you hear my last one? You said, I know your embrace has always belonged to my sister. Perhaps there is another woman, I don't know. But there has never been a place for me, not even once. Can you hold me? Naruto didn't respond. He only took Hanabi from Hinata's arms and held her tightly in his embrace. For the first time, feeling Naruto's embrace, Hanabi revealed a satisfied smile. Naruto's embrace is indeed very warm. Chapter 226. Hope blossoming in hell after Hanabi collapsed. Obito chose not to attack the dazed Naruto, but instead halted all attacks. His ambush on Hinata was intentional. He wanted Naruto to feel complete despair. Now, seeing Naruto immersed in sorrow, he finally spoke. Look, this is reality. This reality is an irredeemable hell. What did you just say? Protect her? Now look at the cold corpse in your hands. Do you dare to say it again? That's right. You couldn't save her in time, just like I couldn't save her in back then. Reality has too many unreasonable aspects. In such circumstances, everything you've held on seems to me mere eloquence. Sweet words that don't match reality. So Naruto, come with me. In a world of illusion, there are no unexpected situations, no unreasonable things. Everything will develop as you wish. You can save her. Come with me now. Obito's words caught Madara's attention. A hint of an indescribable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That naive boy from that year had actually become so insane. Although he was the one who caused it, he found himself somewhat impressed. Shut up. That kind of falsehood has no appeal to me. I have the real Hanabi. Naruto shouted loudly, rejecting Obito's temptation and pulling the wooden spikes out of Hanabi one by one. Naruto, have you lost your mind? Do you value a corpse more than a living person? Who says Hanabi is dead? Naruto held Hanabi tightly. Even the non-sage ninjas present could feel the massive natural energy gathering, flowing into Hanabi's body. What is this? Indeed, he hadn't been able to protect Hanabi, but he could still remedy it in time. This is the miracle I created in your so-called hell. That's just a coincidence. Obito truly hadn't expected that such fatal injuries could be saved. The miracles Naruto created time, and again left a huge crack in his spirit. As his emotions manifested, the 10 tails beneath him took a step back. Too many coincidences become a miracle. The reality is that I saved Hanabi, and your words have all turned to dust. So warm waiting for death in Naruto's embrace, Hanabi suddenly felt her body warming up. Her cold hands and feet, which had grown cold from blood loss, were regaining warmth. At first, she thought it was just her imagination, but her body was getting hotter. She opened her eyes in confusion and found a white talisman pressed against her chest, the heat emanating from it. It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Hanabi reached out to touch her chest and abdomen. Although the holes in her clothes remained, she could only feel her skin, with no traces of injury at all. Hanabi, are you okay? Looking up, she saw the tear-streaked faces of Naruto and Hinata, both asking in unison, "How did you bring me back to life?" Hanabi was a bit disoriented. She indeed felt that half of her soul had floated out of her body, but was forcibly pulled back. That sensation was very clear. It was definitely not a dream. The great sage of Mount Maibaku gave me a talisman before that can heal any injury, no matter how severe. I've always carried it with me. Huh? You use something so important on me? Are you out of your mind? Is a ninja as insignificant as me worth it in this battle? Say it for yourself. Hanabi naturally recognized how important that treasure was. It could be said that this thing was Naruto's second life. Yet, he casually gave it to her to turn the tide of battle, which made her angrily punch his head. Don't hit me. This wasn't something I could choose. Naruto, who had just been arguing fiercely with Obito, now weakly endured Hanabi's punches. Yuhumph. Hanabi paused at Naruto's words, feeling as if he valued her more than the second life. A sense of joy welled up in her heart, and just before she could die, she realized her feelings for Naruto. She truly wait. Let us put feelings aside for now. Just now, I seem to have said something significant. What does hold me mean? Hanabi turned to look at the wide-eyed ninjas around her. Wasn't this akin to confessing? Especially when she saw her father standing nearby. Hanabi gasped and fainted. Hanabi, you really have feelings for Naruto-kun? Hinata bit her lip. She had indeed wondered if Hanabi's attitude toward Naruto indicated that she liked him. But each time she denied it, because their personalities were too different. However, this time she truly saw Hanabi's feelings. It seems she has fainted. Let us wait a moment. Naruto, still oblivious, left behind a kunai and disappeared with Hanabi, placing her on his bed before returning to the battlefield. Obito, sorry to keep you waiting. Let us start the second round. Let me shatter the despair in your heart with the hope in my hands. Let us see how many miracles you can create to stop me. In that moment, Obito truly had the thought of believing in the hope that Naruto spoke of, but he immediately punched himself, telling himself not to be bewitched by him, and then manipulated the 10 tails to raise its tail and attack. Sage Art, my gene gate. Hashirama would not give the 10 tails a second chance to erupt. Naruto had already bought him enough time to gather Sage Chakra. Red wooden torii gates fell from the sky, trapping all of the 10 tails' tails in the gaps of the torii, then firmly embedding them into the ground. The tail was not the only means of attack for the 10 tails. Obito commanded the 10 tails to lift its gigantic head, condensing a tailed beast ball as large as a mountain in its mouth, aiming at the ninja alliance below. Then came my gene gate, sealing head. The giant torii, which required time to condense, was now completed, and under Hashirama's control, it aimed at the 10 tails' head. Once it hit, it would surely interrupt its tailed beast ball. Ignore it, continue. Obito watched as the torii fell from the sky, wanting to absorb it into the space-time. But Madara raised his hand to stop him. Controlling the 10 tails while using the Manjiki Sharingan was beyond Obito's capability. As a senior, Madara would not just stand by and watch. He immediately leaped into the air, his complete body, Susanoo, enveloping him. Drawing out the chakra, sword of Susanoo, and casually swinging it a few times, instantly turning the torii into fragments that scattered. Madara, why are you causing trouble again? Humph. I'm quite looking forward to seeing you dance in despair. Madara was very pleased to see Hashirama's exasperated expression. He found watching Hashirama struggle far more enjoyable than killing him. Let's turn to dust along with hope. Under Obito's control, the massive, despair-inducing tailed beast ball rushed towards Naruto like a comet. Chapter 227, The Might of Susanoo. Naruto, the next part is up to you. Minato stood in front of the tailed beast ball, smiled slightly at Naruto, and then disappeared with the sphere using the Flying Thunder God technique. The reason he said this was that he saw the Ten Tails was gathering another tailed beast ball in its mouth. This level of tailed beast ball could also be fired consecutively, despair now, and then die. For the Ten Tails, emitting such a world-destroying attack was as simple as breathing. This was also Obito's attack strategy, victory through quantity. Such a scale of tailed beast ball could only be detonated in an empty place. There was indeed a place, but at the moment of the explosion, Minato's kunai would undoubtedly also disappear. He would at least have to wait until the explosion ended before he could leave a mark to return, and during that time, enough tailed beast balls would be emitted. Naruto, asking me to block this tailed beast ball from the Ten Tails is too much of a challenge. Naruto transformed into his tailed beast form, standing in front of the alliance, with the Nine Tails hands struggling to hold the tailed beast ball that was several times larger than his body. Sorry, Kurama, but if we move it away, the people behind will definitely be hit. That would be too passive. The Nine Tails could sense that another tailed beast ball was forming in the Ten Tails' mouth. He couldn't handle a second one. Earth release, Earthquake Core. At that moment, the Ninja Alliance finally executed the Earth release under the command of Shikamaru's father, Shikaku. The ground beneath the Ten Tails instantly collapsed for hundreds of meters, and the Ten Tails, along with its tailed beast ball, sank into the earth. Now is the time. You are not the only one with the power of all tailed beasts. The Nine Tails knew this was an opportunity. Its nine tails lit up with different colored chakra flames. With a powerful flick of its arms, it threw the tailed beast ball in front of it into the sky, then jumped high, stacking its nine tails together and slamming them down on the bottom of the tailed beast ball, hitting into the pit where the Ten Tails was located. If it had to be said, he could also be considered a small Ten Tails. This was still doable. No explosion. When the Nine Tails struck the tailed beast ball, Naruto thought it would explode, instinctively closing his eyes, until he curiously asked once the ball entered the hole. I used chakra of the same attribute as the Ten Tails to hit the tailed beast ball, so it naturally wouldn't explode. The Nine Tails explained. The power just used was identical to that of the Ten Tails, and the perfect control made the tailed beast ball think it was being manipulated by its master. Boom! As it entered the hole, the tailed beast ball reached its limit, and the explosion generated by the two-tailed beast ball seemed to tear the planet apart. The earthquake lasted for more than 10 minutes before it stopped, and the crack spread around the pit where the Ten Tails was located. The ground looked like a crushed cookie, as if it would collapse entirely with just one more touch. Did it succeed? All the ninjas, including Naruto, had such questions, but the slowly emerging Ten Tails from the pit shattered their illusions. How pathetic, Naruto! Did you really think you had grasped hope? Obito still stood above, but this time the Ten Tails had changed. It had shifted from standing on 4 legs to 2, its mouth wide open to support the bud-like object it was expelling. The bud then gradually bloomed into a red flower, seemingly completing some remarkable evolution. Ugh, this guy's power is nothing compared to just now. In the blink of an eye, without even a moment to condense, the tailed beast ball crashed into the Nine Tails' face, pushing him back several dozen meters, almost colliding with the crowd. However, our power is also incomparable to just now, right, Sasuke? Naruto was not the least bit panicked because his most trusted friend had already entered the transparent Nine Tails and was by his side. Save the chatter until after the fight. Sasuke did not expect that as soon as he arrived, he would see Naruto on the verge of death. Without thinking, he entered the Nine Tails' body, placing his hand on Naruto's shoulder, opening his Manjiki Sharingan, and adding his Susanoo to the Nine Tails, dressing it in a layer of purple armor from head to tail, including all 9 tails. This is the power of both of us. Sasuke's Susanoo suddenly reduced the pressure on the Nine Tails. Accompanied by Naruto's roar, he extended his right hand, and a giant purple sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, then swung it forcefully at the tailed beast ball in front of him. The previously intimidating tailed beast ball seemed to be paused in midair, slowly splitting into 2 halves and crashing to the ground. No explosion again. It seemed that the one who had just completed the transformation was too hasty and did not control the power well. Next time, you won't be so lucky, Naruto. The Nine Tails was also mentally prepared to be half-killed by the explosion, but the Ten Tails' power had too many unknowns. He could only blame Obito for being too anxious. Kurama, are you feeling a bit off? Naruto, connected to the Nine-Tails' heart, could certainly sense its emotions. At this moment, the Nine-Tails felt a sense of helplessness and disgust, akin to Kushina forcing it to eat dried tofu. Nonsense. The last time I was wrapped in this thing was when that bastard Uchiha Madara used me. I have no good feelings towards a shell at all. Do you mean that if I control you, you'll be satisfied? Sasuke would not let himself be at a disadvantage in words. He casually pointed to the surrounding golden chakra and asked, with his current ability. Controlling the Nine-Tails was like child's play. Huh, if you have the guts, come and try it, you little brat. Stop arguing, you two. This isn't the time for fights. You can argue all you want after we deal with the Ten-Tails. Naruto, unsure why these two had started arguing again, could only keep trying to calm them down from both sides. Oh, I didn't expect anyone else in this world could use the Susanoo besides me. And it's two people working together. Madara, who was battling Hashirama, noticed the Nine-Tails form on the other side and stroked his chin with interest. As the original user, he understood how difficult it was to fuse two powers together, yet those two boys had managed to perfectly merge without any preparatory work. How does it feel to see that times have changed? It's far more impressive to fight alongside the Nine-Tails with a shared heart than to forcefully control it. Bored, Madara dismissed the notion, as in front of the Ten-Tails, these efforts were nothing. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with Hashirama. The Ten-Tails had already reached its second evolution stage, and the Eye of the Moon would soon be activated. To buy some time, he engaged Hashirama again. Naruto, take it down with one strike. Oh, without needing any more words, both of them understood each other's intentions. The Nine-Tails opened its mouth, and a massive sphere quickly formed. Its hands were also busy. On its left arm appeared Sasuke's exclusive weapon, the bow of the Susanoo, while the right-hand sword transformed into an arrow. Imbued with black flames of Amaterasu from Sasuke's left eye, resting on its left arm. Wind release, Super Great Ball Raisin Shuriken. Fire release, Susanoo's Divine Blade. Sasuke, I've always believed that one day we would fight side by side like this. Two powerful forces converged in the air, perfectly merging together. The black arrow pierced through the Raisin Shuriken, with the wind fueling the flames, amplifying Amaterasu's range several times, accurately hitting the Ten-Tails' head. Chapter 228, Ten-Tails, I defected da. The Ten-Tails let out a piercing howl, desperately trying to shake off the black flames on its head, but it couldn't manage to do so. This enormous monster could only spin in place, enduring the burning pain. The pitch-black flames that burn everything to ashes. How enviable, isn't it, Itachi? Minato looked at the fierce Susanoo with a hint of envy, then turned to Itachi, who had appeared beside him without him noticing. Fourth Hokage, although I can't do what Sasuke does, I will do my best to support you. Itachi placed his hand on Minato's shoulder, and together they summoned their partners. The red armor covered the Nine-Tails, and, compared to Naruto and Sasuke Susanoo, their Nine-Tails was not completely covered, having a small flaw. However, it was quite impressive for two people working together for the first time. Sorry to keep you waiting, Naruto. The Nine-Tails lightly jumped to Naruto's side, its left hand holding the sacred artifact Yata Mirror, capable of deflecting all attacks, while its right hand held the gourd that contained the Tea-Ketsu sword, which would form from the wine sprayed inside, serving as a trump card to seal Madara. The red and purple Nine-Tails complemented each other, providing a great sense of security to the ninja alliance behind them. Dad, that's so cool. Naruto gave Minato a thumbs up, while Sasuke was surprised to see his brother doing the same thing. However, he was even more astonished to discover that there was also a Nine-Tails within Minato. I just remembered, your combined ninjutsu, just now, is called Blaze Release. Light will swift black arrow zero style, right? Minato's realization made Naruto think he had come up with a way to stop the Ten-Tails, but it turned out to be a name full of Shinibu power. This isn't the time to name things. Not bad, huh? Just as Naruto was mocking his father's lack of seriousness, Sasuke unexpectedly agreed with the name. Speaking of which, he had mentioned before that he was bad at naming things. Could it be that he and his dad were of the same kind? Just after Naruto's words fell, the Ten-Tails suddenly detached the outer skin from its head. As a collection of chakra, it could do what any tailed beast could. The earlier panic was merely due to unexpectedness. This is not good. Stopping in his tracks, Madara, who was struggling with Hashirama, sensed that the Ten-Tails seemed to awaken from a dream, its massive eyes rolling around as if deep in thought. Huh? Hashirama, confused by Madara's meaning, suddenly saw the space beside him distort as Obito released himself from the time-space. Did you cut off your link with the Ten-Tails to save your life? That's understandable. Amaterasu is too constraining for me. Obito looked at the patch of black flames with despair. Although he could phase his body to avoid them, the area connected to the Ten Tails was already on fire. Returning would mean certain death, so he had to temporarily sever control. Madara, what do you mean by not good? You don't think the legendary Ten Tails, capable of destroying the world, has only this much power, do you? This is merely the result of my control with Obito. Now that there's no one to control it, what do you think it will do? This is bad, would release. It's too late. Watch the Ten Tails go wild and destroy everything in front of it, huh? Madara didn't stop Hashirama. He knew that a rampaging Ten Tails couldn't be controlled by anyone. While laughing maniacally, he looked at the Ten Tails, which lightly jumped in front of Naruto and the others, then lowered its head close to Naruto's Susanoo and lay still in front of him. Is it going wild? Hashirama had a look of disbelief, and Madara's smile also froze. He turned to Obito, hoping for an explanation, but found Obito shaking his head in confusion. Switching perspectives to Naruto. It's coming closer. Sasuke didn't expect the clumsy-looking Ten Tails to jump so easily. His father and brother had already jumped over to stop the Ten Tails, raising the Yata mirror to block it. But the Yata mirror could only protect them from harm. They didn't know where they would be sent by the Ten Tail slap. Wait, Sasuke, this guy seems to have no malice. The ugly face of the Ten Tails was getting closer to Naruto, and Sasuke's scalp tingled as he prepared to use Amaterasu on it again, but Naruto grabbed his arm. For some reason, Naruto felt deep down that the Ten Tails wouldn't harm them. Are you serious? Trust me. In the end, Sasuke couldn't resist Naruto's gaze and lowered his arm. Then Naruto controlled the Nine Tails to extend its hand and place it on the Ten Tails' head. Just the head was almost as large as the Susanoo, and Naruto could barely reach it. You're very obedient? Naruto didn't know what else to say. The Ten Tails seemed to have become more docile, and he could only gently talk to it like he was coaxing a child. I understand. The Ten Tails is a collection of tailed beasts, and I am friends with every tailed beast. Without the control of a bad person, it must be on my side. The Ten Tails is also my friend. After calming the Ten Tails down, Naruto suddenly realized and turned to shout at the ninja alliance behind him, nearly making the Nine Tails laugh to death. Others might not know, but the Nine Tails certainly did. The Ten Tails is the God Tree. Kagaya's consciousness and the God Tree were originally one. Even though it had been sealed, feelings that were difficult to explain still remained. It was not impossible for it to sense Naruto's chakra and settle down. Oh! Hearing Naruto's words, the allied forces cheered excitedly. The power of the Ten Tails was well known, and such strength suddenly turning to their side felt like a dream. Is what he said true? Naruto's words made Obito believe it about 80%. He looked at Madara, his old mentor, in confusion and asked, Nonsense. The Ten Tails has no consciousness. It's just like the natural products of the sea and land. If we say it has a will, it's only to consume all the chakra in the world. How could it possibly be friends with him? Madara cursed angrily. How could he not understand the Ten Tails, as well as the Outer Path Golem? A monster that greedily devours chakra could never turn good. However, he did not know how to explain this bizarre scene. Pay attention to the situation. The Ten Tails is about to turn against us. Obito didn't care whether what Madara said was true or not. He only saw the current state of the Ten Tails. Ignoring his identity, he started arguing with him. At this rate, if the Ten Tails didn't turn against them, the two Uchiha would turn on each other instead. Obito, go become the Jinchuriki quickly. Madara's expression changed unpredictably. If possible, he would definitely do it himself, but the body of the reanimated corpse simply couldn't handle it. Even if he forced himself to use the rebirth of the Samsara technique now, it would be interrupted by Hashirama, so he could only give the opportunity to Obito. At this moment, you're surprisingly generous. Obito looked at Madara in surprise. He couldn't be unaware of what it meant for him to become the Jinchuriki. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he entered the time-space and instantly returned to the head of the Ten Tails. Naruto, it's about time you experience true despair. Obito quickly formed the signs of the rabbit, pig, and sheep, then formed the sheep sign again. The massive body of the Ten Tails seemed to be sucked into a vortex, disappearing with a howling wind from Naruto's view. At the center of the vortex, Obito transformed into a white egg, quietly floating in the air. This is really bad. Naruto quickly dodged back to a safe place after avoiding being sucked into Obito's vortex, and a hint of bitterness appeared on his usually optimistic face. What is wrong? I said the Ten Tails is also a tailed beast, right? Obito sealed the Ten Tails inside himself, which means he has now become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Sasuke looked at the shattered eggshell and caught up with Naruto's words. This tumultuous battle ultimately headed towards the worst possible direction. Chapter 229, Meeting My Son, Double Meaning. The power of the Ten Tails is incredibly violent. Even with Hashirama-S cells supporting him, Obito's consciousness was nearly torn to pieces by the Ten Tails. If he couldn't withstand this pain and loss to the Ten Tails, he would become a walking corpse, merely offering his body to the Ten Tails. Is it terrifying? Of course, it is terrifying. He would die. But what is even more terrifying is living in a hell without Rin. I want to create a world with her once again. A tear rolled down Obito's eye as he finally fully controlled the rampaging power of the Ten Tails. The eggshell surrounding his body shattered, revealing his Jinchuriki form. With two horns of different lengths sprouting from his head, 6 black tomo engraved on his chest, and the 6 paths of power forming the truth-seeking ball floating behind him. In his right hand, he held the legendary sage of 6 paths divine weapon, the Sword of the Sage. Is this the power close to a god? Obito clenched his fist and, with a speed surpassing the Flying Thunder God technique, entered the interior of the Susanoo, raising the Sword of the Sage towards Naruto. This seemingly ordinary thrust actually transcended space, arriving in front of Naruto in just 1/1000th of a second. Although Naruto instinctively used the chakra of the Nine Tails as a shield to defend, that chakra vanished like ice and snow upon contact with the Sword of the Sage. Puff! The Sword of the Sage unavoidably pierced through Naruto's heart, but compared to the pain, Naruto was more surprised by Sasuke, suddenly blocking in front of him. Both of their hearts were pierced simultaneously, and Sasuke's blood flowed into Naruto's body along the Sword of the Sage. Sasuke, why? Instinctively, you idiot. Sasuke coughed up blood. The moment he saw Obito disappear, he instinctively stepped in front of Naruto to block this attack. However, the Sword of the Sage was not a weapon any human could wield, and it was impossible to stop it. It could penetrate through 2 people. As Obito's words fell, both Naruto and Sasuke fell from midair, their life force drained enough that they could no longer use the Susanoo. The strongest combination on the battlefield only lasted 1 round in front of the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails before both perished. Naruto. By the time Minato arrived by Naruto's side, it was too late. He held Naruto's body and angrily glared at Obito, as did Itachi, but he was calmer, searching for medical teams, hoping there was still a chance since his heart was pierced. Teacher, do you hate me? You always come 1 step too late. Just like back then, when you couldn't save Rin. You couldn't save your own wife back then, and now you can't even save your own son. Thanks to someone like you being Hokage, it extinguished my thoughts of becoming Hokage. Obito? Just as Obito scolded Minato for being useless, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him, a voice he had heard countless times in his dreams. Rin? Obito turned around, looking at the girl behind him and uttering her name. Forget Naruto. Forget Minato. He saw only Rin, unchanged from back then. Is this an illusion? To think that someone could cast an illusion on me, the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, is truly remarkable. Obito covered his head, wanting to break free from this boring illusion. But deep down he understood that no one in this world could cast an illusion on him. Everything was real. What are you talking about? I am the living Rin. Obito, what is wrong with you? Rin was just as shocked as Obito. She had simply fulfilled her duty to treat the wounded and came to the final battlefield with Kushina for support. Upon seeing Obito, she was incredibly certain that she hadn't made a mistake. Although he had changed so much, familiar people don't need to judge identity by appearance. Don't joke around. I saw Kakashi carry your corpse back to Konoha and bury you. What on earth are you now? This is thanks to me. I enjoy studying corpses. The Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails was a valuable research material. The day after her burial, I stole her back, and then she met Naruto. I don't need to say more about the rest, do I? Watching Obito scream hysterically, Orochimaru licked his lips with interest. Obito wasn't a fool. He immediately thought of how Naruto had brought Rin and her parents back to Konoha and resurrected her through Nagato. Rin is still alive. Ah! Obito screamed, and under his will, the Ten Tails left his body, reverting to its original form, standing before everyone as the Divine Tree. Kushina, Sore. Minato had no time to look at Obito now. He carried Naruto and Sasuke away from the front lines, seeking treatment from Tsunade and Orochimaru. He looked at Kushina, who had just arrived on the battlefield and saw their son seriously injured, unsure of what expression to face her with. Don't say anything, I know. Kushina didn't cry or make a scene. She held back her tears in her eyes and gently grasped Minato's hand. She certainly knew that Minato would do everything to protect Naruto before his death, but there were just too many unexpected events in the world. Obito, what do you want to do? If your goal was to resurrect Rin, Hasn't that already been achieved? Kakashi questioned as he arrived at the front lines, noting that Obito's current demeanor did not suggest he would lay down his weapons and coexist peacefully. You're wrong, Kakashi. If you think that Rin being alive can interrupt my casting of the Eye of the Moon, then it's more accurate to say that because she is alive, it has only strengthened my resolve to implement the Eye of the Moon. Obito organized his thoughts and spoke calmly. Why is that? Because of Uchiha Madara? I've said it before, I'm already despairing of this world. As long as the ninja system that creates garbage exists, Rin will die again. I can give up now, but what about later? After a brief peace, the 5 great nations will continue to wage war. As a ninja, Rin will inevitably end up on the battlefield and die again in war. Only in a perfect world can Rin live on forever. I ask you, can you guarantee that Rin can live forever? Can you protect her for a lifetime? You can't. No one in this world can. I don't want to experience the pain of losing Rin again, so... Obito suddenly stopped speaking because Kushina had walked up to him. He didn't dodge, but simply turned his gaze to this woman who used to bully him. Smack. Apologize. Apologize to little Rin. Do you know how deeply you've hurt her with your actions? You bastard. Kushina's palm struck hard against Obito's face, and she pointed at the already dazed Rin, angrily scolding him. When she found out that the masked man was Obito, she felt heartbroken. But she was even more pained by Rin's current feelings. Her favorite hero had become the center of the entire world, and it was all because of her, leaving this ordinary CH-9 girl unsure of how to face it. Kushina, I once regarded you as an elder sister. Obito touched his cheek and then swung the spear of the swamp, intending to cut her in half. Fortunately, Minato arrived just in time, leaving a space-time seal on Kushina during their brief contact, saving her from Obito's front. Let's reunite in the world of illusions. Obito did not pursue the attack after missing his strike. Instead, he soared into the sky using the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, preparing to execute his final plan. I said, are we dead? Naruto felt like he had entered a ceiling space again because the sensation here was exactly the same as there, with the ground covered in a wet liquid. Except this time Sasuke was also present. Idiot, idiot, you're still at the bottom, even in death. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have died either. Sasuke, seeing Naruto's clueless expression, was infuriated again, grabbing Naruto by the ear and shouting, and still not satisfied, he kicked him a few times. Can this be blamed on me? By the way, you were the one who blocked it yourself. Cough. Can you show an old man some respect? At least look at me. An old voice came from somewhere in this space, sounding somewhat helpless. It was no wonder. These two had only had eyes for each other since they arrived, and being ignored was certainly not a pleasant feeling. Who are you? Sasuke then noticed that there was another person in this enclosed space, sitting cross-legged in midair like a ghost. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that his eyes were the same Rinnegan as Obito's, immediately raising Sasuke's vigilance. Me? There are many names left in history, but the most widely known is probably the Sage of 6 Paths. The old man with a goat beard glanced at Naruto, a slight hint of dissatisfaction flashing across his brow as he introduced himself in a weathered voice. Chapter 230 Actually, I am your grandfather. You see, we must have died. A person from 1,000 years ago has appeared. Naruto groaned while holding his head, feeling more heartbroken over his untimely death than surprised by the identity of the Sage of 6 Paths. Shut up. What is your purpose? The Sage of 6 Paths wouldn't come to see us for no reason, right? Sasuke kicked Naruto to silence him, then turned to ask the Sage. To be precise, I came to see you. This is your spiritual world. That guy came in on his own. Your blood and chakra have mixed together, and he possesses the chakra of all-tailed beasts, so he can see me. Hey, old man, you seem to dislike me a lot. Have we met somewhere? Naruto sensed that the Sage spoke to Sasuke politely, but when it came to him, the tone was filled with annoyance. He moved closer to the Sage, staring at him as if observing some rare species, and that familiar feeling made him feel unexpectedly warm. Don't put that face towards me. The Sage was extremely annoyed by Naruto's familiarity and grabbed the floating staff beside him, striking Naruto on the head, sending him crashing into the wall. Do you know each other? Sasuke was speechless as he watched Naruto fly out. The legendary god acted like a child. Either he was an old nuisance or they knew each other. From a bloodline perspective, he is my father. After confirming he hadn't misheard, an expression of astonishment appeared on Sasuke's face, one that would never reappear in his lifetime. Don't show that surprised expression. My name is Tsutsuki Hagoromo. You should know that. Naruto was trying to pull his face off the wall when he heard Hagoromo say this, and he stopped moving like a marionette with its strings cut. Tell me what happened. Compared to the idiot, Sasuke remained unusually calm in accepting the setup. He adjusted his expression and, instead of probing into the relationship between the two. He was more interested in why Naruto's son was in his spiritual world. Let's start with my mother, Kagaya Tsutsuki. The world you rely on for survival was exchanged for my mother's life. Sasuke, do you remember when I was kicked into the time-space hole by Obito? At that time, I returned to the ancient times 1,000 years ago and met Kagaya. Naruto quietly walked to Sasuke's side, sharing his story, and their words intertwined, forming an incredible narrative. You really are the #1 unexpected underdog. What else could Sasuke say? Traveling back 1,000 years to become the father of the sage of 6 paths. It turns out the ancestor of the ninja world was this underdog. In conclusion, I really disliked this guy and never intended to meet him. Hagoromo never intended to show Naruto any kindness. Even knowing Naruto's hardships, he had no intention of forgiving him. What does that have to do with me? The 2 children born to my wife, Kagaya, the excellent older brother Indra, and the useless younger brother Azura. After they grew up, the ninja sect I created also needed to establish a successor, and the endless cycle of reincarnation began from there. Generally speaking, isn't it supposed to be the excellent child who inherits? Didn't you also inherit most of Kagaya's power? I gave both of them the same test. The elder brother completed it in just a month, while the younger brother took a whole year. However, I still passed the ninja sect to the younger brother. Why? Because he brought back a girlfriend. You got chopped. Sasuke instinctively drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, as Indra's chakra was enraged by this remark. He never expected that the reason for his disqualification would be this, and it made Sasuke's soul tremble with anger. Calm down, Sasuke. Yuhi, stop making jokes like this. Naruto quickly hugged Sasuke's waist to prevent him from going to cut down his own child. Perhaps because he had a telepathic bond with the child. He knew that Yuhi was just joking. Haha, just kidding. Although the daughter-in-law was a small factor. What I value more is Ashura guiding people onto the right path with love. The elder brother Indra inherited my great power from a young age and could handle anything alone, so he believed strength was everything and used power to bind people. This idea is undoubtedly wrong. You have changed after spending too much time with Kunai. Looking at the smile on Yuhi's face, Naruto quickly associated it with Kunai, who liked to play pranks, and realized he must have learned this bad habit from her. Then the elder brother left the ninja sect to establish a ninjutsu faction that revered force, using his chakra to endlessly reincarnate to completely destroy the ninja sect. The younger brother did the same to stop him. Sasuke, you are the reincarnation of Indra, which is why you carry my chakra within you. Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell silent. The information was too overwhelming, and he needed to digest it. At this moment, Naruto and Yuhi, this strange father-son pair, could also take a good look at each other. What are you looking at? Do you think you can act like a father and talk to me now? Would a normal person call his pregnant wife fat? Yuhi's words were filled with hostility. Even though he was already an old man, the resentment towards his father from his youth had not diminished. He also saw Naruto's memories and understood what his mother meant by her difficulties. He was just angry at his father's dullness and below-average intelligence. Just being able to see you and say a word to you makes me satisfied. Faced with Yuhi's somewhat aggressive demeanor, Naruto did not apologize or plead for forgiveness. He just looked at him, seemingly wanting to remember the child's appearance in his heart. In front of such a father, Yuhi momentarily didn't know what to say, and the air became quiet. What about him? After a few more minutes, Sasuke, after clarifying the relationships, finally asked where that so-called younger brother went. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura always meet and fight in each cycle, so they usually die around the same time. However, the previous Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had a significant time difference. Madara died much later than Hashirama. The reincarnation of chakra does not wait for anyone. Ashura was reincarnated into a boy named Senju Nagato, but now. So, your fight with your brother is the first time in history that a blank space has appeared, and it's also the best opportunity to break the endless cycle. Chapter 231. The power-up wait, I understand the reasoning, so Sasuke is my grandson. Naruto, who was a beat slow, suddenly exclaimed. Yuhi sighed, realizing how foolish this father was to only now understand the relationship among the three of them, feeling increasingly sorry for his mother. Shut up, you underachiever. This was just his reckless choice of me as his reincarnation, and it has nothing to do with you. Sasuke's face darkened, and he forcefully pinched Naruto's mouth, warning him that if he made this joke again, he'd chop him. I get it, but don't hit me out of nowhere. It's embarrassing. So, what's your purpose for being here? Sasuke released Naruto, watching as Yuhi brought the topic back to the point. A second Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails has appeared in the world after me. Regardless, his power is close to mine, and he wants to destroy this world. My mother Kagaya deeply loves this world, and it cannot be destroyed like this, so I want you to stop him. Kurama, are you enjoying the show? Before Sasuke could answer, Yuhi turned to Naruto and asked, You found me out, old man. I didn't expect to be sealed inside your father. But you never thought that the one you predicted would be your own father, did you? Hearing Yuhi's words, the nine tails could only slip out from Naruto's body, taking the form of a very cute mini beast that could stand on Naruto's shoulder. Indeed, he is an idiot, but that's exactly why all the tailed beasts acknowledge him. In my eyes, it counts as one of the few good things he has done. Extend your dominant hand. Yuhi knew time was running out and raised his right hand to Naruto. He somewhat inherited Kagaya's stubborn yet soft-hearted nature. At least he couldn't just watch his father die. Oh, thank you. Naruto placed his right hand on Yuhi's right hand, feeling warmth in his palm. When he withdrew his hand, he saw a white round ball mark imprinted on it, like the sun. This is the power you earned through your efforts to gain the tailed beast recognition. It has little to do with me. Yuhi was not lying. He just gave Naruto the power of Yin-Yang release, while the power that achieved the Six Paths body was his own. Sasuke, it's your turn. Back then, I gave all my power to Ashura, which caused Indra's dissatisfaction. But this time I want to trust you. Can you tell me what you want to do after you gain my power? Walk my own path and remove all obstacles. Sasuke didn't take time to think and blurted out his goal. What if Naruto became your obstacle? Then we kill together. I see. Then I want to give you the power. Although I hate this father, my mother actually likes him. And if I don't give you the power, you want to be able to defeat him. Sasuke's face revealed a fierce expression. It was the first time Naruto saw him grinding his teeth in anger, so he could only do his best to calm him down. Yuhi, stop teasing Sasuke. He really will chop you. Naruto forced a smile while inwardly complaining about Kunai. This troublesome child, and what kind of person he had turned his own son into. Just kidding. I said I would trust you this time. So extend your dominant hand. How disrespectful. Sasuke completely believed that Yuhi was Naruto's son. The only person in this world who could make him this angry was him. After placing his left hand over Yuhi's left hand, he also received a black crescent-shaped mark. Naruto, Sasuke, I entrust the world that Mother has desperately protected to you. Yuhi, even if I die, I will definitely protect this world that I have always guarded. They woke up. They have awakened. Naruto and Sasuke opened their eyes at the same time, surrounded by many people, all their companions from the ninja school. Then, two girls rushed into their arms. Naruto-kun, Sasuke, Hinata, and Sakura cried uncontrollably, holding on to the ones they liked. To bring them back to life, Tsunade and Orochimaru had exhausted all their efforts, both sitting on the side. Drenched in sweat, the two were slightly taken aback, and then patted the girls who were tightly hugging them. Hinata seemed fine, but Sakura felt a mix of surprise and joy. She thought Sasuke would push her away, but unexpectedly, he made such a gentle gesture towards her. We'll talk about thanks later. Sasuke, let's go. Naruto and Sasuke each activated the powers they had just obtained. Naruto was once again cloaked in golden robes. Underneath was a black bodysuit, simpler than the Nine Tails chakra mode, lacking the large ceremonial robe on his back, with 6 tomo carved on his chest and a golden ring imprinted on his stomach. The back of the golden robe featured the Sage of 6 Paths characteristic target-shaped circle and 9 tomo, identical to the structure on Obito's back. Although their eyes hadn't entered Sage mode, they transformed into in shape. What stood out the most was the 9 truth-seeking balls floating behind him. In contrast, Sasuke's transformation was much simpler, merely turning his left eye into the 9 tomo Rinnegan. No chakra? Fallen into darkness, you were already dead. On the battlefield, Minato and Itachi were desperately trying to prevent the God Tree from blooming. However, Obito, who had already become Sage, was impervious to any ninjutsu except for Sage techniques. Minato, who constantly used Flying Thunder God and Sage Chakra, had fallen at Obito's feet, and as Obito raised the Spear of the Swamp, it signaled the end for Minato. Fourth Hokage, Itachi's right, I shed a tear of blood. He wanted to use Amaterasu to save Minato, but Obito didn't even glance at him, and the truth-seeking balls behind him automatically blocked the black flames. Clang! Did it block the Spear of the Swamp? Just before the spear pierced Minato's chest, a black stick arrived in time to deflect it, leaving Obito stunned. There shouldn't be any weapon in this world that could block the Spear of the Swamp. Why do you still get up? Isn't it better to fall into dreams like this? Seeing Naruto appear before him once again, Obito truly didn't know what to say. He even softened his tone, hinting at a sense of negotiation. I will create my own dream. No need for you to meddle. Naruto pulled Minato from the ground and sent him back to his mother, then hoisted a truth-seeking rod transformed from one of the truth-seeking balls onto his shoulder. Looking provocatively at Obito, his eyes filled with determination. This battle entrusted to him by his son would definitely be won. Chapter 232. Kaguya torture me 1,000 times. I treat Kaguya like my first love. Naruto, look at these people on the ground. Even if they are resurrected, they will only become fodder for the God Tree. Don't you understand? Obito spread his arms, showing Naruto the corpses of the ninja alliance around them. After being captured by the God Tree, their chakra had been drained, leaving them like mummies. During the time Naruto and Sasuke were unconscious, the battle had been extraordinarily fierce. Don't waste words with him, Chidori. Unlike Naruto, Sasuke had entered the battle with the intent to kill Obito from the start. With a slight movement of his left eye, he appeared behind Obito, his left hand, enveloped in black Chidori, piercing through Obito's back, striking directly at his heart. Flying Thunder God? No, it's another form of teleportation, a swap of positions. Sasuke's speed caught Obito off guard. At first, he thought it was Flying Thunder God, but upon seeing the truth-seeking ball floating where Sasuke had been, he understood Sasuke's ability. In that instant, Sasuke and the truth-seeking ball had swapped places. Sasuke, get out of the way. Tailed Beast Spiral, Shuriken, Multi-Strike. Their coordination was seamless, of course. As Sasuke attacked, 9 Narutos stood in front of Obito. With a single command, 9 different colored spiral shurikens flew toward Obito, and Sasuke also used telekinetic power to return to his side. Boom! Obito's mind moved, and the loyal truth-seeking balls naturally helped him block this attack. But don't forget, Naruto had the same number of truth-seeking balls. When 16 truth-seeking balls collided in midair, none yielded to the other, allowing the spiral shurikens to hit Obito without obstruction. As the smoke cleared, Obito was surprised to find that these two's attacks, although not sage techniques, could still harm him. The wounds Sasuke inflicted were not fatal, but would take time to heal, and the areas hit by Naruto's Rasengan were severely damaged. He couldn't comprehend what these two had experienced in those 10 minutes. Naruto had entered Six Paths mode, while Sasuke had activated the Rinnegan. Huff, huff. I admit you two have won this battle, but this world is already mine. Obito knew he couldn't match these two anymore. His body merged into the roots of the ground and reappeared at the top of the God Tree, 100 meters high, standing on a red flower. As he approached the crimson moon in the sky, a red 9 Tomo Rinnegan grew from his forehead, echoing with the moon. The time for blooming has come. If there was a weakness for Naruto and Sasuke, it was probably their prolonged unconsciousness, long enough for the God Tree to have bloomed. At that moment, the moon transformed into the sun, and its dazzling light covered the earth, casting everything into silence. I didn't expect that the implementer of the Eye of the Moon would not be me, Black Zetsu. Proceed according to plan. As a reanimated being, Madara faced no issues. He looked at the earth, which was as bright as day, and said unwillingly, as Black Zetsu emerged from the ground along with his words. Of course, I will proceed according to plan. It's merely my plan, Black Zetsu thought to himself, not expecting things to unfold so smoothly. If it weren't for his well-controlled nature after 1,000 years of patience, he would have wanted to dance in front of Madara to express his joy. Naruto, in a moment when the light shone down, Sasuke knew it was too late. He immediately used his left eye's ability to create a complete body Susanoo, its large wings folding to envelop Naruto. Damn it! Naruto instantly vanished from his spot, returning while holding Hinata with his left hand and Minato with his right. Minato was also holding someone, but it wasn't Kushina, it was Rin. Mom, I understand Kushina's feelings. She believes Rin's words will surely bring Obito back. Minato clenched his fists. He had just tried hard to pull Kushina's arm, but she stubbornly pushed Rin into his embrace. Naruto-kun, instead of saving me, you should save Aunt Kushina. It was just a subconscious reaction of the body. It's okay, I will bring Mom out of infinite Tsukuyumi right away. Naruto smiled, wiped away the tears Hinata shed out of worry, and waited for the time of infinite Tsukuyumi to pass. During this time, the roots of the God Tree appeared all over the world, breaking through the ground and extending tree bark to wrap around all the living people, draining their chakra into the God Tree's body. Is it over? After about 10 minutes, Naruto and Sasuke clearly felt the light outside weaken, eventually disappearing completely, and the sky returned to night. Sasuke carefully opened the wings of Susanoo, and the person inside was finally seeing the light of day again, but was met with an extremely bizarre scene. A white beam of light shot from the God Tree's flower straight towards the moon, while that strange guy called Kaguya wrapped around Obito's body, doing who knows what. Kaguya. Why can't I escape? Obito knew that Kaguya was Madara's ally and had always been wary of him. But he never expected that even with the power close to that of the Sage of Six Paths, he would still be caught by his trick, unable to evade his restraints. What? Once my original body is completely absorbed into you, you naturally cannot escape my attack. Kagaya let out a twisted laugh, then drained all of Obito's chakra, and a beam of light burst from the top of his head, flying into the moon alongside the god tree's light. The moon seemed to become a mirror, refracting another beam of light after receiving the god tree's radiance, and a figure slowly descended to the ground within the light. Kagaya, what are you doing? Madara asked strangely. The original plan was to control Obito to use the rebirth of the heavenly body technique. But Kagaya inexplicably sent Obito's chakra into the moon. Naturally, I'm putting Obito's chakra into the moon to release my guardian. As the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he is indispensable. What do you mean? In other words, I've been using you all along. Infinite Tsukuyomi? It doesn't exist. I just deliberately modified the Uchiha clan stone tablet to borrow your power to unseal Kagaya. Let me tell you a story first. I am the consciousness of the god tree, and this woman is my guardian, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of the Sage of Six Paths in legend. Originally, I planned to drain the life force of this planet as nourishment for my growth, but she fell in love with the natives here, namely the father of the Sage of Six Paths. To protect that detestable monkey, she sealed both herself and me within the moon. Before being sealed, I desperately left behind my consciousness and spent 1,000 years finally breaking the seal. The princess of the Otsutsuki clan has finally been resurrected. Ha ha ha. Kagaya seemed to have opened the floodgates, vividly recounting how he turned Indra and Ashura against each other, how he spent 1,000 years plotting, and how he managed to bring the nine-tailed beasts and the Rinnegan together to finally rescue Kagaya. Mr. Kagaya, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Rin wanted to save Obito, but didn't he know how to start, so she weakly raised her hand and spoke to Kagaya. What? The princess you mentioned is now being held in someone's arms. Rin thought she must have gone crazy to see such a scene. She pointed towards Kagaya, who had just come out of the moon, and if she wasn't mistaken, it seemed that Naruto was holding her. Chapter 233, Madara, what can I do? I'm also in despair. When Naruto heard Kagaya's explanation, he couldn't help but look at the person who was falling from the moon. He released the power of the Sage of Six Paths and ran over in his original form. Whatever infinite Tsukuyomi or illusion was, he saw none of it. He just wanted to embrace the woman who had given everything for him. Naruto, seeing Naruto's completely defenseless appearance, Sasuke wanted to pull him back. That lagging figure even tripped over the stones on the ground a few times, which was indeed quite ridiculous. It was laughable that Naruto, with his current strength, could still stumble while running, but Sasuke couldn't laugh. He watched him run over without stopping him. What is this? Kagaya hadn't reacted yet. To her, being sealed felt like falling asleep, and now that the seal was lifted, she was still in a daze. Suddenly feeling her body being held in someone's arms made her very angry. Only one person had ever been able to touch her body. She looked down, wanting to punish this bold monkey, but what met her eyes was familiar blonde hair and the warm aura that surrounded him. Naruto? Kagaya tentatively called his name, having already confirmed it in her heart, but still needed to ask. Hearing no response made her anxious. Kagaya, it's me. Am I dreaming? Upon hearing Naruto's familiar voice, Kagaya's eyes finally welled with tears. For Naruto, it might have only been a month since they last met, but for Kagaya, even excluding the time she was sealed, it had been over a decade since she last saw him. She cried and hugged Naruto tightly. I also feel it's a dream, but our bodies are indeed pressed together. I'm back. If it weren't for Naruto's strong will and the energy circulating within him, he would have thought he had fallen into infinite Tsukuyomi. Welcome back. Happiness came too suddenly. Kagaya never expected that she would wake up and see the person she loved most in front of her. She could only say the words a normal wife would say when her husband returned home. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Publicly showing affection naturally drew the dissatisfaction of the crowd. Madara was the first to act, compressing the great fire annihilation into a sharp fire spear and shooting it directly at the two. He didn't know what Kagaya was, and he was also testing Kagaya's strength. Naruto happened to attract all her attention. If he could sneak attack and take her out, perhaps infinite Tsukuyomi could continue, and that vast energy would belong to him. Your friend? Kagaya's long hair wrapped around Naruto, and the fire spear, capable of instantly evaporating a lake, was blocked by her smooth hair. She glanced at Madara's fly-eaten face and asked Naruto. No. Oh. Kagaya's right hand reached into her space, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Madara's forehead, with her index finger bent and resting on her thumb, lightly flicking it. Madara certainly saw Kagaya's finger, and he wanted to dodge, but at that moment, the space around him seemed to be bound, and he could only watch helplessly as Kagaya's finger flicked against his forehead. The feeling of disparity was so great that it made him feel despair. He had never felt such emotions, even when facing Hashirama's true thousand hands. Ugh! Madara's body uncontrollably spun and flew out, unable to control his posture. Hashirama, seeing this, also chased after him. After flying out for about several thousand meters, Hashirama finally caught up with him and leaned against Madara's back to help him stop. Madara, are you okay? After finally catching Madara, Hashirama found that half of his body was gone. But fortunately, as a reanimated body, he didn't need to worry too much. What kind of monster is this? Madara had to admit that if he had been in a living body, that blow would have killed him. He was only now beginning to understand how terrifying the things Kagaya had released, which had been carefully plotted by Kagaya. Madara, you. As Madara's body had lost most of its mass, while the reanimated body was repairing itself, Hashirama saw the face imprinted on Madara's chest, which was a face identical to his own. Although I don't know what you're thinking, this is just a means of obtaining your power. Seeing Hashirama's dazed expression, Madara felt the need to explain. Sorry, I'm a dull person and didn't notice your feelings. So you left Konoha back then because I married Mito? Hashirama awkwardly scratched his head, his gaze shifting away from Madara's chest as he shyly said, "Shy my ass. You idiot, what are you talking about?" Madara, who had been driven mad by Kagaya, was about to be driven mad by Hashirama. This guy actually thought he was a gay, even imagining that he left Konoha out of jealousy. If Hashirama were alive, he would definitely have cut him down first. But don't people usually say to keep the ones they like in their hearts? It's really keeping in the heart. Is it literal? Isn't it? The two ancestors showing affection aside, Naruto has now confirmed that he is in a hellish situation. Obito might not be wrong. This world is indeed hell. Naruto-kun. Who is this woman? Hinata pulled Naruto out of Kagaya's arms, tightly holding his arm with strong hostility and jealousy as she asked. She is Kagaya. Oh, so she's the wife you married in ancient times? She indeed has Byakugan like me. You must be Hinata that Naruto mentioned, huh? Kagaya could tell at a glance that Hinata was a descendant of the Hyuga clan, although she couldn't discern the exact generation. Roughly calculating, she was probably around 30 generations younger. Naturally, Kagaya didn't want to compete with her descendant for affection and instead smiled. Smile? What is so funny? My love for Naruto-kun is no less than yours. Seeing Kagaya smile, Hinata thought it was a provocation and hugged Naruto's arm even tighter. Damn, what is going on? Black Zetsu, who had been watching the show, finally snapped back to reality and quickly ran over to Kagaya, abandoning Obito, who was now of no use to him. Obito? Obito, are you okay? Rin was finally able to reach Obito. She placed his head on her lap and desperately used medical ninjutsu to help him recover his chakra. Rin. Obito opened his eyes in a daze, looking at the girl he had a crush on years ago. What was he thinking? Rin-S thigh. Rin-S lap pillow. Rin-S body temperature. Rin-S scent. Life is so beautiful. I love this world. Obito's heart screamed, defeated by the world that Naruto tried so hard to make him accept. Beneath Rin's lap pillow. Chapter 234. The greatest filial son of past and present Black Zetsu. Kagaya, what are you doing holding this wild man? I, after much hardship, finally rescued you. Black Zetsu's voice softened as it approached Kagaya. If it had tear ducts, it would have definitely cried. After so many years of enduring calculations, it finally rescued its guardian. You're the god tree? Kagaya turned around, startled to see a pitch-black thing talking to her, but after a while, she recognized what it was from its aura and asked in confusion. Yes, before I was sealed, I managed to leave my consciousness behind, but I was very weak and could only move slowly step by step. You have been sealed for 1,000 years. Black Zetsu's story is truly heartbreaking. It was my selfishness that sealed both of us, yet you still think of rescuing me? Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Kagaya felt a bit uncomfortable. She had tricked the god tree, yet the god tree was still thinking of her and even trying hard to rescue her, leaving her at a loss for how to face it. Isn't it natural? We are family. You are my guardian. You were just deceived by the monkey back then. I believe that if I rescue you and we talk it out, you will stand with me again. Black Zetsu's meaning was very clear, and then it turned its gaze toward Naruto. The memories from 1,000 years ago were very hazy. It had only seen Naruto once in his Sage of Six Paths state. Now, seeing his close relationship with Kagaya, it finally realized. So it's you. You're the monkey who took Kagaya away from me, right? Back then, Kagaya sent you to this era. You will pay for it. Black Zetsu could not contain its anger upon seeing the culprit that caused the rift between it and Kagaya still alive, and without considering its own strength. It lunged at Naruto. Black Zetsu, you have turned this world into this. Logically, I should kill you, but if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to see Kagaya. Stand down. Facing the attacking Black Zetsu, Naruto caught it with one hand. Indeed, as it said, it was very weak. Even for Kagaya, what it did was unforgivable, but faced with its sincere feelings, Naruto found it hard to take action. God Tree, forget it. I won't let you hurt him. Kagaya also shook her head. If Black Zetsu truly intended to harm Naruto, she would absolutely not stand by and watch. Are you still so stubborn? Then I will use your hands to eliminate this monkey. Black Zetsu was furious. How could Kagaya be so stubborn? It struggled free from Naruto's grasp and covered Kagaya's body. It was one with Kagaya, and since she had its fruit within her, forcibly controlling her for a while was still possible. Endgame Truth-Seeking Ball. Kagaya floated into the sky, raised her palm, and a black-purple sphere appeared in her hand, growing larger and larger until it finally obscured the sky. Having consumed the fruit, her power was infinitely close to that of the moon's eye, and destroying this planet would naturally be a piece of cake. If you have the ability, then dodge it. Monkey, at that time, this planet will be blown to pieces. Why must we fight? None of them expected the sudden turn of events. Naruto immediately entered Sage of Six Paths mode, creating two shadow clones to run in different directions. Then transformed into his tailed beast form and held the truth-seeking ball with both hands. You idiot. If you had struck earlier, it wouldn't have come to this. Sasuke, without saying a word, used his complete Susanoo to stand beside Naruto while helping him, not forgetting to scold him. Sorry, Sasuke, lend me a hand. Naruto knew that trouble had arisen because of his stubbornness and could only work desperately with his most trusted friend to block the descending truth-seeking ball. Fourth Hokage, stop dawdling and hurry to help. Itachi, who was reincarnated using Edo Tensei, was also acting as a bystander. Only then did he react, patting the still dazed Minato and saying, "Oh." Minato was also not having a good time. He listened to Black Zetsu's words without missing a beat. The Sage of Six Paths is Naruto's son and his own grandson. After the golden flash of Konoha gave birth to a son 3 years later, he became a grandfather, then bore the joy of having his grandson be the Sage of Six Paths. Among so many people present, perhaps he was the most overwhelmed. Minato suddenly felt that Itachi's request was a bit excessive. Most people would have fainted in such a situation, yet he still wanted him to help. Now, his confused heart made his hands feel unsteady. How could he help? Mr. Itachi, take this up to the sky, as high as possible. Minato took out his kunai and handed it to Itachi. Although he didn't know what to do, he thought he should first get that thing away from Naruto. I understand. Itachi immediately used his complete Susanoo. After obtaining Sasuke's eyes, his Susanoo also grew wings, and the red giant flapped its wings and flew into the sky. While Minato rushed to Naruto's side to hold the truth-seeking ball, when Itachi was almost out of sight, Minato made his move, transferring the sphere to near the stratosphere. But this wouldn't stop its descent. It merely delayed the time of destruction. What should we do next? I don't know. You don't know? Itachi was taken aback, looking into Minato's eyes, wanting to know what he was really thinking. Leave it to them. My son and your brother are both excellent ninjas. That's true. The weasel feels that everything he has done so far seems to be a solitary effort, without much trust in his companions. Now that he is dead, it's time to hand over the task of saving the world to the younger generation. Sasuke, I will divide the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts and the sage chakra and give them to you. Let's unleash our strongest technique together. Naruto only felt a lightness in his hand, knowing that his father was helping him, and immediately placed the Nine-Tails hand on Susanu's shoulder to begin transferring chakra. Is it possible? The preparations are more than sufficient. As Naruto released his shadow clones, the two clones absorbing natural energy in the form of the Nine-Tails vanished. That's right. Naruto had originally prepared enough for 2 people, without needing to think. He knew Sasuke would definitely come back to help. Sasuke absorbed the chakra given by Naruto through Susanoo, and an arrow crackling with lightning appeared in his right hand, resting on the bow in his left hand, which also glimmered with lightning. Meanwhile, Naruto's Nine-Tails had also changed due to absorbing a massive amount of natural energy, transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed form, with 3 arms on each side, gathering spiral shurikens simultaneously. One was a supersized tailed beast Raisin Shuriken, and the other was a tailed beast planetary Raisin Shuriken. 6 Paths, Shinra Tensei. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and each threw their strongest techniques. The glowing arrow and the spiral shuriken fused in midair, transforming into a dazzling energy sphere like the sun, crashing into the ground beneath the god tree. Two world-class energies collided and exploded, creating a hurricane that could blow away houses dozens of kilometers away. Hinata, Rin, and Obito naturally protected Naruto well, and thanks to the god tree, which protected the living humans in another way, there would have been significant casualties otherwise. How is that possible? A mere monkey possesses such power? Let's do it again. What kind of partner are you to Kaguya? Do you want to destroy the world she's sacrificed to protect? Naruto would never give Black Zetsu another chance. He used the power of the six paths to fly into the sky, instantly arriving beside Kaguya, forcibly pulling Black Zetsu off her and then inserting the Rinnegan stick into its body, throwing it down to the ground, embedding it and sealing its movements. Chapter 235 for you. You want to kill me? Perhaps Kaguya is reluctant to kill you, but she is equally reluctant to kill me. Do you think your feelings can compare to the countless years we've spent together? Kaguya, tell me, who do you choose between me and this wild man? Black Zetsu was immobilized by the Rinnegan stick, but it was not flustered at all, as it understood that Kaguya would not stand by and watch it be killed. Hey, your words are really harsh, Naruto said, dissatisfied. On the other side, Rin, who was helping Obito heal, felt a momentary stagnation in her chakra. She constantly reminded herself to focus on healing and not to think too much, but the scene in front of her looked like a love triangle. And, as a girl, Rin was really looking forward to how the plot would develop next. Indeed, I'm also reluctant to part with you. If you could coexist peacefully with Naruto, that would be best, but it seems that's impossible, so it must be this way. Kaguya nodded and pulled out Naruto's Rinnegan stick, saving Black Zetsu. Before Black Zetsu could shout, she made a surprising move, opening her mouth to spit out a glowing orb. Kaguya, you spit out the fruit? Quickly swallow it back. Without my power, you will become like the natives here. Time will leave traces on your face. You will get sick, and you will die. Do you understand? Black Zetsu cried out in worry. The fruit of the god tree is not an apple that you can eat or spit out at will. Kaguya forcibly separated the fruit of the god tree, injuring her own power in the process, and the result was just as Black Zetsu had said. It simply could not comprehend why Kaguya would do such a thing. In the endless years since their clan's birth, no one had ever willingly spat out the fruit of the god tree to become immortal. I am your guardian. I know better than you that as long as I can be with Naruto, none of this matters. Besides, Naruto is just an ordinary person. He will die sooner or later. I don't want to spend my empty time watching over his grave. Kaguya handed the fruit to Black Zetsu, and when their eyes met, Black Zetsu finally saw the resolution in her eyes. Is it worth it to do this? Black Zetsu cradled the fruit. After that day, when he risked his life to save me, my life belongs to him. God tree. You know, if it weren't for him, we would all be dead. Whether it's you or me. You should know that I never understood what liking someone meant, nor did I understand love. But Naruto taught me what these things are. Indeed, our time together is insignificant compared to yours. But it's so incredible that my empty heart was filled by him in such a short time. I love living with him. Love looking up at the sky with him. Love eating what he cooks. Love snuggling beside him. Love the sense of security of sleeping together. In short, I love him. I'm not a qualified guardian. Now I return your power to you. If you are willing to accept my final whim, then leave this planet to find a new guardian. At the same time, I also believe that one day you will understand the meaning of love and thus understand why I did this. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment and then swallowed the glowing fruit. Soon, its body began to change. The originally dark appearance gradually became fuller, finally transforming into a girl with the same appearance as Kaguya. Goodbye, God Tree. I will always remember the time when you were a little sapling. I'm very happy to have been your guardian for a time. Seeing Black Zetsu eat the fruit, Kaguya knew she agreed. Her feelings for the God Tree were not false. Now the last thing she could do was to embrace Black Zetsu and softly say a few words. Mom. The Black Zetsu held by Kaguya shed 2 tears, whispering the title it had always wanted to call her. Black Zetsu was originally her, not it? Naruto sighed. No one expected things would develop to this point. In the end, Black Zetsu left riding the light, and before leaving, she released the infinite Tsukuyami, freeing the people from the God Tree. The God Tree was also absorbed in her body and taken away, leaving only a ground full of weakened people. The God Tree has no gender. It only takes on my form because it is closest to me. Kaguya, thank you, really thank you. Naruto hugged Kaguya again, tears unconsciously flowing down. This woman had once again acted on her own without his consent, and she did so without hesitation. Besides holding her tightly and crying, Naruto didn't know how to repay her. Chapter 236, A War Resulting in Negative Numbers, and the Winner of Life, Obito. Speaking of the tailed beasts, they were also taken away. Tailed beasts? Kaguya tilted her head and asked. Although Naruto was somewhat charmed by this little action, he still explained to her about the tailed beasts trapped inside the outer path golem. Are you talking about the pets raised by the feather clothes? Here. Kaguya spread her palm, and 8 green Magatama emerged from her palm, floating into the air and gradually enlarging, transforming back into the tailed beasts. What are you all planning to do? Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the tailed beasts were all safe. Now that they had lost their Jinchuriki, it was time to consider their future paths. I should go back to Gaara's body anyway, since the Sand Village is originally my place of residence. I plan to find a creepy haunted house to stay in. I'll probably look for a spacious lake to live by. I'm going back to the Water Curtain Cave. I want to find a forest where I can hide away. A damp cave. I'll stay on top of the trees in Takigakure. I still want to be by Killer Bee's side. Although his rapping is annoying, I'm not used to not hearing it. The 8-tailed beasts took turns answering. Shikaku and Gyuki weren't drawn out at first, but after the God Tree bound Gaara and Killer Bee and extracted their chakra, the 2-tailed beasts were also drawn out. Although those two were weak, they didn't die, probably thanks to the God Tree's strange abilities. I know if I feel lonely, I can always come to Konoha to play with you and Kurama. Naruto, don't be careless. The battle isn't over yet. Sasuke pressed down on Naruto's shoulder, and at his signal, Hashirama and Madara walked back side by side. Sasuke wanted to take action to deal with Madara, but Naruto stopped him, watching them walk straight up to Tsunade. Grandpa. Tsunade looked at Hashirama's glowing body, knowing his time was short and could only show a hint of sadness. Seeing this, Hashirama reached out to pat her head to comfort her. Tsunade, it's time to say goodbye. Hashirama, hurry up. I have no attachment to this world anymore. Madara impatiently tapped his fingers. The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi was just a scheme. Madara was an adult and wouldn't shout and complain about anything. The victor and the loser are just like that. He didn't want to stay in a world without infinite Tsukuyomi for even a minute, which, in a sense, was also fulfilling a wish. Madara, when you go back, have a good drink. As you wish. Madara's actions were indeed unforgivable, but in the end, Hashirama still stood behind him, not blaming him again. He was used to Hashirama's presence, which was something he wasn't accustomed to before. As the Edo Tensei was released, the two souls floated up into the sky, returning together to the Pure Land. Rin, let it go. You know very well what happens when a Jinchuriki loses their tailed beast. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke walking over together, Obito struggled to sit up on the ground. No, I finally got to see you. How could I let you leave me again? Rin didn't listen to Obito's words and gave up on treatment. She placed her hand on his back and continued to infuse chakra into him, keeping his life hanging on by a thread. But this situation made Rin extremely anxious, and she could only look towards Naruto for help. Thank you. Obito, everything is over. Are you here to mock me? Obito revealed a self-deprecating smile. Whether it was Madara or him, they were just pawns of Kaguya, manipulated in the shadows to do so many foolish things, so being laughed at was understandable. No, you're my father's student, and we share the same dream. You were just used by Madara because you couldn't think straight for a moment. Now it's all over. I can finally bring you back. Uchiha Obito of Konoha. This is your true face under the mask. Come back with me. Naruto shook his head and then extended his hand towards Obito. I killed your parents, made you go through such a painful childhood, killed your friends for the tailed beast, kicked you into the time-space hole, and even killed you not long ago. I've done so many insane things. Don't you resent me at all? You're so talkative. Just come when I call you. Don't waste words. Naruto angrily punched Obito and then, under his surprised gaze, pulled his hand over and forced it to grip together. The moment he touched Naruto's palm, Obito felt an unprecedented warmth. He finally realized that Naruto's hand was so warm, like the sun. Perhaps he should have been more proactive about holding it before. Your foolish personality is indeed very much like Kushina's, but people must atone for their mistakes. This is the only thing I can do now. Obito released Naruto's hand and formed the snake hand seal. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. Under the summons of the Rinnegan, the true body of King Inma broke through the ground, opening its mouth wide and spitting out countless green light dots. They flew into the bodies of those who died in this war, injecting them with abundant life force, bringing them back to life one by one. Not to mention the ninja allied forces, Itachi, who was standing aside, saw a light dot heading straight for him. He tried hard to dodge, but was still caught and drilled into his body. Not only did his physical body come back to life, but even his eyes, which had lost sight from using his Zanami, regained their light. He squeezed his blood-filled hand, not knowing what expression to show. The Jinchuriki corpses that had been transformed into tools by Obito also came back to life. The measurement of resurrection by the samsara of heavenly life was not a specific number, but rather all the people within a certain area. In terms of results, the casualties caused by Obito in this war were -7. Using this technique will. I'm fine, Kakashi, Minato-sensei. This time I won't entrust Rin to anyone. Obito gasped and fell to the ground. He could feel that his life was almost over. Looking at Minato and Kakashi who had come over, he stubbornly said, unlike before, that he wouldn't hand Rin over to them. Obito, Rin, if there's an afterlife, would you be willing to date me? Actually, I've always liked you. I will, I promise you. Didn't we agree? I will always watch over you. Thank you. With a smile, Obito lost his voice. Rin cried and held his head in her arms, while Naruto shed a few tears, immersed in sorrow. Obito, although I don't want to expose you, I really can't stand you taking advantage of Rin like this. Time passed second by second, and Minato couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed Obito by the neck and pulled him out of Rin's embrace. Even if you like her, you can't use such underhanded tactics. What are you talking about, sensei? I didn't take advantage of her. Obito chuckled and didn't admit that he wanted to stay in Rin's arms and not come out. Wipe your nosebleed before you speak. Oh, hey, what on earth is going on? Naruto shouted in panic. In his perception, Obito had clearly stopped breathing. He had never heard of the samsara of heavenly life being able to be used on oneself. Is that so? So that seal back then wasn't the seal for becoming a Jinchuriki, but was actually Izanagi? Sasuke looked at Obito's right eye, which had lost its light, and suddenly understood. No wonder he was the one secretly controlling the Akatsuki. Even the final insurance was foolproof. Sasuke, tell me quickly why. Naruto, do you still remember the hand seals he made before becoming a Jinchuriki? Forget it. I guess you want to remember. The 4 seals of Ushi. I thought the seals for becoming a Jinchuriki were 4, but actually, a Jinchuriki only needs 1 seal. And the first 3 are the hand seals for the Uchiha clan's ultimate Genjutsu, Izanagi. That's right. Back then, Madara asked me to become a Jinchuriki, that old fox. I know he must have been plotting some scheme behind the scenes. Moreover, apart from the Sage of 6 Paths, no one has ever become a Jinchuriki for the 10 Tails. What if I couldn't withstand the tailed beast's power and died? Betting 1 eye as insurance was still a good deal. Are you saying those things because you know you won't die? Rin turned her stiff neck and stared blankly at the lively Obito. Well, Rin, let me explain. I really did die just now. I just said that in the moment. If you don't want to. Obito seemed to turn back into the silly boy he used to be, realizing that teasing Rin would likely get him hit. He was ready to take a beating. You idiot, Obito! Rin suddenly jumped up, wrapping her arms around Obito's neck and hanging onto him. After confirming his warm body temperature, she asked again, You really won't leave me again, right? I won't. I will always protect you. Obito gently embraced Rin's waist. In this hellish world, he finally found what he was meant to do. Chapter 237. Sasuke. Causing trouble, Yana, I'm tired. I want to go home, take a good bath, and then sleep all day. Naruto stretched as he saw the sun had already risen. The 4th Shinobi World War had unknowingly lasted all night. In terms of results, it was quite good. Not a single partner was lost, and they even gained Kagaya. Let's end this story with sleep. Who said it's over? However, reality is always so cruel, as Sasuke coldly interrupted Naruto's fantasy. Sasuke? Saving the world is just because I don't want to fall into infinite Tsukuyami. My resentment towards Konoha hasn't diminished at all. You still want to destroy Konoha? No. If one village is destroyed, another will quickly appear. Obito was right. No one can guarantee there won't be wars in the future. Perhaps while we're alive, there won't be any more, but that's only because of our deterrence. The deterrent effect of the first Hokage, such a strong ninja, only lasts a few years after his death. After we die, this world will still be a mess. Should I say that you are indeed from the Uchiha clan? The wavelengths are the same. Can't you try to believe in the next generation? Naruto helplessly turned his gaze to Obito, who had come back to life and awkwardly scratched his head, seeming a bit ashamed for leading the younger generation astray. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan will reoccur. I don't want to see the painful memories of my brother and others. So I want to monopolize all the rights of the 5 great nations and place all the ninja villages under my jurisdiction. Once unified, there will be no more wars. People just need to live peacefully under my control. Are you serious? If that's the case, Won't it still split after your death? This is just a hypothesis. It's still in the initial stages. The next steps will be gradually improved over the long years. As for death, at our level, reincarnation can be easily achieved. It seems you don't plan to let me sleep peacefully. Naruto, I'll give you a chance. Defeat me or be killed by me. This isn't a place for fighting. Sasuke and Naruto both prepare to change locations, and as Sasuke saw Itachi standing beside him, he said while brushing past him, "Itachi, I thought you would stop me." That's right. Itachi's resurrection didn't bring him much joy. The pain he endured wouldn't lessen because of his revival, nor would his hatred for Konoha. Although I thought about that. You've grown up and can think for yourself. I won't supervise you in everything. I've decided to trust my comrades and leave you to Naruto. Itachi replied calmly. Although resurrection wasn't his intention, since he was alive, he would watch over his brother and face all his choices. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned around, and the two pale-eyed girls were staring intently at him. They sensed the strong killing intent from Sasuke's words and were naturally very worried. Don't worry. I'm just going to bring back a lost friend. After I return, let's roast fish together. Naruto placed his hands on Hinata's and Kagaya's cheeks, giving them a reassuring smile as he followed in Sasuke's footsteps. Valley of the End, speaking of which, we fought here before, and you said a whole bunch of things about me. Naruto stood on the statue of Hashirama, gazing across at Sasuke. I don't remember. Sasuke's face twitched slightly. He didn't want to appear so calm. Naruto actually used a mental attack. Every word said here back then could make him feel unbearable now. Biting his tongue, Sasuke finally pulled himself out of his embarrassment. Oh, really? Do you want me to repeat it? Spring. Shut up. Sasuke realized that this guy was doing it on purpose. A blue blade of light suddenly appeared in his left hand, stretching out dozens of meters to slash at Naruto. No more joking, Sasuke. Let's skip the long duel. You know I can't bring myself to hurt you. One move to decide the victor. Naruto narrowly dodged Sasuke's attack, smiling as he gathered a Rasengan in his right hand. Throughout, he never considered Sasuke as an enemy. Isn't that a Rasen Shuriken or a tailed beast bomb? You'll die like this. Sasuke frowned at the ordinary Rasengan in Naruto's hand, which contained no additives, as if looking down on him. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to beat you. Just waking you up is enough. With this Rasengan that contains the emotions of countless people. Chidori. Rasengan. Sasuke stopped wasting words and used his strongest move, covering Chidori with black smoke as he leaped from the statue of Uchiha Madara. Naruto also leaped from the statue of Senju Hashirama. Chidori and Rasengan collided once more, and in the explosion's light, both saw the deep thoughts within each other's hearts. Sasuke, Naruto, it's really great to meet you as a friend. After the explosion, the Valley of the End was turned upside down. The statues of the two great men had long been shattered. The waterfall blocked by rocks generated from the explosion, and the lake below had evaporated clean. Both Naruto and Sasuke knelt on the ground, panting. Their dominant hands were gone, and blood continuously flowed from the broken parts. Atia, but my dominant hand isn't just my left hand. Sasuke got up first. Using his remaining right hand, he drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist and charged at Naruto. Clang. Naturally, Naruto wouldn't just stand there and watch himself get killed. As he got up to resist, his kunai fell out of his tattered ninja tool pouch, catching Sasuke's attention. He looked at the crooked space seal on it, recalling something he had long forgotten, something that happened when he was 4 years old. Sasuke. One afternoon, Naruto burst into Sasuke's yard, shouting, his childish voice echoing throughout the yard. Shut up, Naruto. What the hell are you shouting at the pond for? Do you think I'll appear in there? Sasuke opened the paper door facing the yard, angrily throwing away the brush in his hand, pointing at Naruto and loudly complaining. In terms of provoking people, Naruto was definitely max level. You actually learned the skill of throwing a brush. That's impressive. If I had such a big yard at home, I would hide by the pond to scare people. Naruto naturally wouldn't get hit. He casually caught the flying brush and happily ran over to Sasuke to return it. Anyway, I'm practicing calligraphy, so don't disturb me. Sasuke took the brush from Naruto's hand and returned to his practice desk. Don't say that, let me see. Naruto naturally wouldn't leave. He leaned close to Sasuke, and the white paper on the table had a lot of characters written on it, none of which he recognized. What are you looking at? You can't write, can you? Nobody taught you. Nonsense. I can write a little. Is that so? Then let us have a competition. How about we each write the other S name? Fine, let us compete then. Watch closely. Uzumaki Naruto, this is your name. As a young master of the Uchiha family, writing a name is easy. In less than a minute, Sasuke had written Naruto's name and handed it to him. It's average. My turn now. Naruto's expression changed. He recognized his own name, and he didn't expect Sasuke to actually write it. He could only brace himself. Uchiha Sasuke, how about that? What do you mean, big-headed ghost? What is the difference between this and scribbles? What kind of Sasuke is this? Sasuke's forehead muscles bulged, and he angrily grabbed Naruto by the collar. No, this is the Sasuke in my heart. No matter what happens, I will remember this symbol for life. The name of my first friend, and also my best friend, a unique name in this world. You're just arguing. Hearing this, Sasuke released Naruto. The young Sasuke was still quite happy inside after being coaxed by Naruto, but he just didn't show it on his face. Anyway, this round ended in a draw. Sasuke, can you call my name a few more times? Why? Because the people in the village always call me Little Brat, Monster Fox, and so on. But Hinata does call me, although she always adds ko into it. Still, your way of calling sounds the best. Naruto. Sasuke woke from his long memories and instinctively called out Naruto's name. He really remembered, even though Itachi sealed their memories. Naruto still engraved his name on the Flying Thunder God as a mark. While Sasuke was lost in thought, Naruto's left hand was already close at hand. Realizing he couldn't avoid it, Sasuke could only close his eyes and await his defeat. A finger gently tapped Sasuke's forehead, as if feeling that this wasn't enough. After tapping his forehead, Naruto used his left hand to pull him into an embrace. Stop being so willful. You've vented enough, right? If it's still not enough, I'll continue to accompany you, but I want to let you do something so hated. Just like I said before, in the future I envision, your presence is indispensable. Why go to such lengths for me, even losing your arm and not resenting it? Because I'm your favorite friend in your heart, right? You still have your hand, don't you? In future battles that require hand seals, we'll tackle them together. It's easy to coordinate with Sasuke. Naruto's silly laughter was heard in his ears, and Sasuke was very moved. Then his right hand tightened around Naruto's waist. Unlike Naruto, he was squeezing hard. Who allowed you to tap my forehead? That is Itachi's exclusive. Ouch, ouch. I got authorization from Big Brother Itachi, really? I lost, so I'll try to believe you this once. No, this isn't about winning or losing. Are you listening? Chapter 238, Daily Life After the War. Why is this happening? In the morning, Naruto stared blankly at Kagaya, sleeping beside him. He pinched his own face hard with his right hand. It hurt, so it wasn't a dream. As for his right hand, Kagaya, as the progenitor of chakra, personally taught him how to use the power of yin-yang release. Creating forms with yin release and giving life with yang release made repairing his arm quite simple. In short, both his and Sasuke's arms were fixed, but now wasn't the time to talk about arms. Yesterday, he had arranged for Kagaya to stay in the guest room. But no one expected this woman to sneak in at night, attack, and knock him down in one go, without giving Naruto a chance to react. I'm going to die. Naruto covered his burning face with both hands. This time he wasn't in a fainting state. He was fully awake. Kagaya's hot body, her warm lips, and her uncontainable moans were still fresh in his memory, making his face flush to his ears. Compared to Kagaya, he looked like a shy newlywed wife. Naruto, you're awake. The eye on Kagaya's forehead had disappeared. She had returned to her original form, sitting up completely naked from the bed, wrapping her arms around Naruto's bare shoulders. Why you? What on earth, why did you? Don't you like it? It's not that I don't like it, I just feel. It's too early. Naruto was momentarily speechless. He had indeed acknowledged Kagaya as his wife. But acknowledgement aside, he was still a pure-hearted boy who was only at the kissing stage of love. This kind of thing was still too stimulating for him. But whether in ancient times or now, husbands would do this after being away from home for many days, right? Getting too carried away probably described Kagaya well. Once she knew Naruto had acknowledged her, she had no more reservations and did whatever she wanted. I don't know how to explain it to you. I clearly have so much I want to say to you. Naruto had planned to talk to Kagaya first since she hadn't seen him for over a decade, and then wait for their feelings to warm up before discussing deeper topics. However, it seemed Kagaya preferred to eliminate the barriers directly through physical connection. Naruto, even though the war is over, you can't be so lazy. How long are you going to sleep, Debane? Kushina violently pushed open Naruto's bedroom door, creating a gust of wind. This mother wouldn't let her son sleep in just because he saved the world. Once it was breakfast time, he had to get up. But what came into view? Two completely naked people, two naked people embracing each other, one of whom was her own son. Kushina silently closed the door, then opened it again. After confirming several times that she hadn't opened it wrong, she retreated outside. After a while, Naruto and Kagaya walked out of the room one after the other. Seeing Kagaya come out of Naruto's room, Minato nearly choked on his bread and quickly took a few gulps of milk. Speak. I'm not the kind of mother who jumps to conclusions. Did something happen to Bane? For example, when you were experimenting with new ninjutsu in a room, did this person suddenly barge in? Kushina was calm. She had seen so many similar plots in Jiraiya's books that she naturally wouldn't easily misunderstand what was going on with her child. It was indeed an accident. She wasn't in the guest room, sleeping well, and ran into my room. But I'm used to it. Mom, don't you know? Kagaya is Kagaya, my wife from ancient times, so? Kushina naturally knew about Kagaya's situation, and she couldn't wrap her head around her son's bizarre experiences. The idea that she had unknowingly become a grandmother was hard to accept, so she temporarily ignored it. However, she never expected that this daughter-in-law from 1,000 years ago would one day appear before her. After all the embarrassing things that had happened. Cough, cough, cough. Milk shot out of Minato's nose. Although he knew Naruto wouldn't lie, this was clearly something that should have been brushed aside. What would it mean for their parents if he spoke up? He couldn't stay any longer. The embarrassment was overwhelming. So Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape without even changing out of his slippers. Damn Minato, I'll get you when you come back. Kushina gritted her teeth, knowing Minato couldn't handle it and had left her to clean up the mess. You come here, Bane. As a mother, Kushina felt distressed. And she also knew how shy her son was. Without a doubt, it was all this woman's fault for bringing Kagaya into Naruto's room, and then saying things like no more night raids from now on. Naruto, take this to Sasuke. After wrapping up the matter with Kagaya, Kushina handed Naruto a bento box after he finished his breakfast. Huh, Mom knows Sasuke? I met Sasuke long before you did. I was friend with Mikoto when you were still in my belly. By then, Sasuke had already been born. I originally intended for you two to be good friends, but who knew so many things would happen? Kushina nodded, feeling nostalgic about the events of these years. No one expected that the baby Sasuke would turn out like this. It seems that Sasuke and I were indeed connected as friends from the very beginning. Naruto left the house with the bento in hand. He had planned to visit Sasuke, who was not in a regular room, but in the Konoha guard cell. Upon arriving near the cell, Naruto carefully considered the operation of Yin-Yang release. With his current skill level, creating living beings was still somewhat difficult, but other things were simple. A paper butterfly was created through his Yin release and began to fly through the ventilation duct to the cell where Sasuke was. Following the Flying Thunder God mark on the paper, Naruto arrived at Sasuke's side. Sasuke looked quite pitiful now. He was wearing a tight-fitting outfit meant for restraints, with one arm pressed against his stomach and the other against his lower back. And a special eye mask was on his eyes to prevent him from using ninjutsu to escape. Naruto? Sasuke could naturally feel there was another person in the cell, and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he looked in Naruto's direction. Sasuke, it's time for breakfast. Naruto opened the bento box, realizing that Sasuke couldn't eat by himself, so he brought the chopsticks to his mouth. I'm not hungry. Don't say that. It's quite inconvenient like this. You're the Hokage's son, the hero who saved the world, so be mindful of your influence, Sasuke reminded him. This was a cell for serious criminals, and if anyone found out Naruto was here, it would implicate him. Not being discovered doesn't count as a crime, Naruto said, recalling what the pervy sage used to say when he was peeping at the women's baths. I've learned a bit from that. Idiot. Sasuke was left speechless, opened his mouth, and accepted Naruto's feeding, eating his first meal since the end of the war. Actually, you didn't have to do this. Gently wiping Sasuke's mouth, Naruto still couldn't understand why Sasuke would accept such an extreme situation. It made his heart ache. I just admitted my mistakes. It's only right for me to be punished, as a Konoha ninja. Sasuke had agreed with Naruto to return to Konoha, so the deeds he had done in the past were brought to light. Abandoning Konoha, attacking the 5 Kage summit, and being an S-rank criminal were not so easily erased, though the methods Konoha used to control him were just a joke to him. Sasuke, don't worry, Dad and Granny Tsunade are working hard for you. If anyone really tries to harm you, I'll step in. With both merits and faults, Sasuke's accomplishments in saving the world could offset his wrongdoings. And it all depended on how the Hokages handled it. But one thing was certain. Harming Sasuke was absolutely not allowed. After speaking, Naruto left the cell, and Sasuke stared blankly for a moment before a slight smile crept back onto his lips. Chapter 239, Post-War Daily Life at the Hyuga Household. As the head of the family, Hyuga Hayashi encountered an unprecedented disaster. That brat Naruto actually brought a woman into his home and claimed she was his wife, which made Hayashi furious. That bastard had married another woman, and it seemed he intended to marry his daughter along with her. The Hyuga family was the wealthiest clan in Konoha. How could they allow their eldest daughter to suffer such humiliation? Even if he was the Hokage's son, it didn't matter. Even if they couldn't confront him, at least their daughter shouldn't marry him, right? But he was still too naive. The one coming to confront him wasn't Naruto, but Kaguya, who was curious about how the Hyuga clan lived. When she learned about the existence of caged birds, her anger surpassed Hayashi's. By the time Hayashi regained his senses, he had already called Neji and Hinata to kneel before Kaguya. "Big brother, why are we kneeling?" Hinata, Hisashi, looked at his elder brother in confusion. He was someone who should never have to kneel, yet now he was kneeling like a cat. "I don't know. My body just can't resist that woman's will." "Who is she? Does the Hyuga family have such a person?" "Who am I? I am Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of Otsutsuki Yui. Do you understand now?" Kaguya explained in a way they could comprehend, hearing the whispers of the two juniors. "Big brother, you know?" Hisashi noticed Hayashi's body trembled slightly and couldn't help but ask. "Hisashi, perhaps you don't know, but Otsutsuki is our clan's collective name. Hyuga is just a surname used to distinguish our clan from another branch of the Byakugan. Legend has it that our ancestors lived on the moon, but some people who disliked the monotonous life on the moon chose to return to the ground, thus forming the Hyuga clan, and the name of the ancestor is as she said." "Wait, I've never heard of this before. Only the head of the main family knows about this, and it has been passed down orally through generations. Of course, you wouldn't know, and I don't even know if it's true or not. What does this have to do with Naruto? How can you be so foolish? As the head of the family, haven't you ever felt it? Although it's faint, the bloodline and sense of kinship in you." Kaguya furrowed her brows, pulling Naruto over and placing him in front of Hayashi so he could really feel it. Yes, it was at that moment, the first time we met. The oppressive feeling from the ancestors made Hayashi respond nervously, like a student called upon by a teacher. "There's still hope, whether it's from Yui's branch or your Hyuga branch. Anyone with the Byakugan is connected to me and Naruto." Hisashi and Neji displayed a myriad of expressions, especially Neji, who had intended to be a bystander but ended up hearing such news. As expected, compared to Hisashi and Neji's reaction, Hayashi at least had not lost his mind. He let out a bitter laugh. When his speculation was confirmed, he didn't even know how to face Naruto. "Ancestor, do you have any orders? You dare to ask me?" The child from the Yamura family has always been more sensible than Yui, but I didn't expect his descendants to do something so cruel. Splitting the family? What does splitting the family mean? Does it mean they're no longer part of Yamura's bloodline? The person who made such a curse mark is simply afraid that the talent of the split family will surpass and threaten their own position. Kaguya is a mother who loves her children, so she is exceptionally angry to see her descendants treating their brothers this way. This has been passed down since ancient times, and I can't do anything about it. To protect the secret of the Byakugan, Hisashi is really getting an unjust blame. This is not something he decided. So why is he taking the fall? Some unjust words were spoken. The secret of the Byakugan? How ridiculous. Do you think the current use of the Byakugan is correct? Extend your hand. Today, I will teach the ignorant descendants of Yamura a lesson. Kaguya's chakra pathways around her Byakugan surged, and the whole room shook. Although she had lost the power of the God Tree, she still had a bit of her own power. The floor cracked under an unknown force, and the wooden planks stood up one by one. Then Kaguya picked up a suitable plank and commanded Hisashi. "Kaguya, this isn't good." Uncle Hisashi is still the head of the family. Seeing Kaguya about to punish his respected father-in-law, Naruto quickly intervened to plead. "You don't know anything since you haven't raised children, so shut up." Kaguya, who would usually soften in front of Naruto, was exceptionally firm this time as she snapped at him. She knew that indulging them would only teach the children badly, so sometimes she would also discipline the mischievous Yui. "Yes, I'm the scum who abandoned you and your mother." Hearing this, Naruto silently squatted in the corner of the room, filled with self-loathing, and not long after, he heard the sound of Hisashi getting hit with the plank. Hayashi laughed heartlessly. How old is his big brother still getting hit like a primary school student? Luckily, there were only 3 people here, otherwise he would probably die of shame and anger. "Those who carved the caged bird, come here." After venting her anger, Kaguya said, and her orders were irresistible. Hisashi and Neji obediently untied the bandages on their heads, revealing the curse mark of the caged bird. Such things should never have existed, neither in the past, present, nor future. Kaguya gently brushed her thumb on Neji's forehead, and the green curse mark vanished like spring snow. Neji felt lightheaded and very comfortable. The curse mark is gone. Neji saw the curse mark on his father's forehead also disappear and looked towards Naruto. During the Chunin exams, this idiot had said that he would change the fate of the Hyuga clan. It turned out he wasn't just talking, he really did it. But the way he did it Can it be said to fit his personality? Naruto, come with me. There should still be other split family members outside. Kagaya sensed that there were many descendants of the split family trapped by the caged bird outside and eagerly opened the door to leave. Naruto, will he still marry Hinata? Hisashi stopped Naruto and hesitantly asked. Hinata's feelings for Naruto are so deep that it's unimaginable. It's not something that can be given up with just a few words or reasoning. However, Naruto's current identity is indeed somewhat speechless. What does it matter? No, it's nothing. Seeing Naruto smile, Hisashi knew he was overthinking. Fools don't think about these relationships, so they live a lot easier than people like them. Naruto-kun, what are you talking about in there? Hinata had been waiting outside and anxiously asked when she saw Naruto come out. What she feared most was what her father would do to Naruto after learning about his relationship with Kagaya. It's nothing. Just help Niji undo the caged bird. Really? Hey, little girl, come here. Kagaya suddenly noticed Hanabi, who was following Hinata, and felt a strange power from her, becoming interested in the youngest descendant. Who are you? Usually, Hanabi would make a face and run away from Kagaya, but this time she felt an unprecedented sense of intimacy from Kagaya and obediently walked up to her, looking at her face and asking. Hanabi didn't think Kagaya was particularly beautiful, but she felt a sense of solemnity like a goddess. You might be able to unlock the true Byakugan. I look forward to it. Kagaya covered her palm over Hanabi's eyes and gently stroked a few times before smiling. What she felt just now was not an illusion. Hanabi indeed inherited the true power of the Byakugan, but whether she could truly use it would depend on her own efforts. What the heck, strange woman? Hanabi covered the spot where she had been touched and ran to Naruto's side, carefully inquiring about Kagaya's identity, and, of course, after she learned. There was another round of twists. Chapter 240. The senior has already decided. It will be you as the 6th Hokage. Hipborchi. In the Hokage office, Kakashi looked helplessly at the two current Hokages, who were bickering like children. Minato, are you going to die if you take over as Hokage? Do you want me to wait until I'm 60 to get married? You unfilial disciple? Tsunade threatened as she grabbed Minato's collar. The affairs of the Hokage are too numerous. If she were alone, she could endure it, but now that she is dating Jiraiya, let alone dating, she doesn't even have time to eat every day. She can't just marry in a muddled way. But the previous Hokages were all standing behind. I did it that way back then, and I helped a lot. Minato argued. He would rather be like the 3rd Hokage, a supportive figure behind the scenes, than be Hokage. Are you an old man? What reason do you have to stand behind when you're younger than me? You did just fine while I was unconscious. I've never heard of Hokage stepping aside. Every day I go home, Kushina is already asleep. I'm desperate too. You said it out loud. You little pervert. If she wasn't asleep, what do you want to do? Have another brother for Naruto or something? Anyway, I'm already a dead man. The heavy responsibility of Hokage should be handed over to the young people. Realizing he had let something slip, Minato didn't bother to cover it up. Doing meaningless paperwork every day, unable to eat the meals his wife cooked, and not seeing his son's face, he was going crazy. Besides, he really had died once. How can someone who has died once come back to be Hokage? That's exploitation. Young people? Hearing Minato say this, Tsunade turned her gaze to the only young person in the office. Minato felt that he should count the age of his deceased self. So he transformed into a middle-aged person. The Hokage indeed requires exceptional strength. Minato immediately understood Tsunade's gaze and began his path of digging a pit for his student. Good character. No bad habits. The two of them exchanged comments and approached Kakashi, each grabbing one of his shoulders, displaying the kind smiles that seniors should have. I'm really weak. I'm just a unit of measurement, always late, and I like to read adult books. Kakashi had been enjoying the show. Scenes of two Hokages bickering were rare, but unexpectedly, he found himself drawn into it. If he could, he really wished he had never appeared here. Kakashi, you won't refuse the teacher's request, right? Kakashi, these habits can be corrected in the future. Minato and I will help you. No. Today is also a peaceful day in Konoha. Listening to the screams coming from below, Jiraiya, sitting on the roof and drinking, burst into laughter. Soon, another face was added to the Hokage rock in Konoha. Not long after, one day, Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura stood at the gate of Konoha to see off Sasuke, Obito, and Rin. Sasuke, you were released from your charges thanks to me becoming the 6th Hokage. It was only upon the request of the 3 Hokages that your bounty was lifted. Don't do anything foolish in the future. Sorry for causing you trouble. Sasuke, are you really leaving? It took so long for Team 7 to come back together. Sakura's hands unconsciously clasped together. feeling anxious and afraid that Sasuke would leave and never return. This time is different. I'm just going on a trip. When I think about it, my life has been like a joke. I've lived in hatred since I was young, and my life's goal was revenge. Now that I've let go of my hatred, I want to see the world. Sasuke shook his head, just as he said, and besides, Itachi had disappeared without a word, and he wanted to find his brother who liked to go missing. When you see Itachi, say hi for me, and take this back. Naruto knew what Sasuke wanted to do and didn't stop him. He simply handed him the forehead protector he had kept here all this time. You still have it. Sasuke took his forehead protector and tucked it into his clothes. Perhaps his life was a joke, but this best friend had never given up on him. Sasuke, can I go with you? Sakura hesitated for a moment and finally blurted out words that were no different from a confession. But Sasuke remained unmoved and merely walked up to her and extended his hand. Forgive me, maybe next time. Sasuke used the Uchiha family's signature forehead poke, but this time Sakura could clearly feel the smile in his eyes. Yeah, happiness often arrives unexpectedly, and Sakura was so happy she was almost in tears. After so many years of waiting, it seemed to have slightly touched Sasuke's heart. Sasuke, come here, Debane. Kushina waved to Sasuke, and he walked up to her with a puzzled expression, not knowing what his friend's mother wanted. Konoha will always be your home, and I will take good care of you on behalf of Mikoto. Kushina hugged Sasuke seriously, as this was all she could do for her deceased friend now. Thank you. Sasuke did not struggle. He simply expressed his gratitude. He felt a maternal warmth from Kushina, and suddenly it seemed he had many people who cherished him. All thanks to that silly fool. Obito, where are you planning to go? Kakashi asked Obito again. His profile was quite strange. Indeed, he was the mastermind behind the Fourth Great Ninja War, yet no one died in that war, and the 5 great nations couldn't figure out how to punish him. After all, Uchiha Obito was just a ninja who had died over a decade ago. Besides a few insiders, there was no evidence to prove he was Tobi, as Tobi always claimed to be Uchiha Madara. After Madara disappeared, his crimes disappeared with him, and Obito was at most just Madara's assistant, who ultimately helped revive everyone. I messed up this world. The next step might be a journey of atonement. He already had a destination in mind. If nothing unexpected happened, Itachi should be there too. To be honest, I wanted to return your eyes to you. They could be of greater value in your hands. Things that are given away cannot be taken back. My eyes failed to help me see my path clearly, yet they always helped you see yours. You became Hokage with my eyes. And it's like we became Hokage together. From now on, they will help you watch over everything, and besides, I now have something more precious than eyes. Obito was not referring to the Rinnegan, but to Rin, who was always holding his hand. Rin, who could have stayed in Konoha, chose to wander with him, surrounding Obito's empty heart with love once more. This fool Obito did everything for me. I have a responsibility now to watch over him and prevent him from doing foolish things. Rin only learned about Obito's experiences afterward, and, in the end, she could only show a hint of helplessness, realizing it was indeed something a fool would do. Obito, you don't think this is the end, do you, Debane? Kushina rolled up her sleeves and approached Obito. She had always remembered what he had done. Kushina, Minato-sensei, I caused your deaths. If you still harbor any resentment, you can kill me, and I won't complain. As Obito said, the path of atonement had begun. He did not ask Kushina for forgiveness. Not just for what happened 17 years ago, but also for his attempt to harm her when he became the Jinchuriki. All of it was unforgivable. You think calling me Kushina without the sister part will let you off the hook? Take this punch, Debane. Kushina clenched her fist and gave Obito's head a hard hit, making a sound that made the onlookers wince in pain. Is this what you're concerned about? Ouch, that hurts. Obito cried out. Holding his head, Kushina showed no mercy, and a bump was already forming. Call me sister, Debane. The matter wasn't over. Kushina pinched Obito's cheeks with both hands, staring at his face. Kushina, sister. Looking into Kushina's eyes, Obito felt no hatred or dislike, only a faint concern and reluctance. Tears streamed down from his remaining Rinnegan as he choked out. Even after all the hurtful things he had done to Kushina, she didn't hold it against him. Still a bit stiff? I hope next time you see me, you can say it smoothly. And you know the consequences if you dare to bully little Rin. Kushina nodded in satisfaction, wiping away Obito's tears and turning away. Yes, come over for a photo. Let us commemorate the revival of Minato's team. Minato had already set up the camera, and after persuading the two who were reluctant to have their middle-aged faces in the photo, the 4 gathered together once again, posing as Team Minato. Minato placed his hands on Kakashi and Obito's heads, smiling, while Rin squatted below, making a V sign with her hands and showing a happy smile. Kakashi and Obito's expressions were still reluctantly in sync. Click. With the camera automatically taking the picture, Team Minato was once again captured in a photo. The wish that Rin had when she stood in front of the memorial stone was finally fulfilled after many twists and turns. Chapter 241. The strongest support. It had been a few days since Obito and Rin set off on their journey. Along the way, Obito cherished this hard-won relationship. Their relationship, if not as close as before, at least returned to the way it was in Team Minato, though it might have been even closer without the light bulb following them. Sasuke, how long are you going to follow us? Obito stopped and turned to a tree behind him, where Sasuke had been persistently trailing them for days. Neither too close nor too far, seemingly ready to make a move at any moment. Don't get me wrong, I'm different from that idiot Naruto. I'm just monitoring you. Sasuke poked half of his body out from behind the tree and replied that in his eyes, Obito was undoubtedly a villain. It wouldn't be so easy to redeem him. What if he went back and caused trouble in secret? Although the likelihood was small, it couldn't be completely ruled out. Then let's go together. To the place where it all began. Your brother is probably over there too. Obito didn't get angry. He merely nodded indifferently. Under his words, Sasuke felt a strong curiosity and followed him into that rain-soaked land. How long is this rain going to last, Scorpion? Aren't you bored at all? At the highest point of the Rain Village's tower, Deidara lay weakly on the table, mumbling. Both he and Scorpion participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War, taking down quite a few white Zetsu, but compared to the glory of Naruto and Sasuke, it felt insignificant. After the war, Akatsuki found themselves in an awkward position. They were unemployed. Being unemployed was one thing, but they had lost their life goals. Originally, Akatsuki's goal was to capture tail beasts, but now their leader was dead. Conan stared blankly at the sky every day, and if things continued like this, Deidara could foresee mushrooms growing in his clay. I'm applying waterproof paint to my puppets. Don't bother me. Scorpion coldly responded, then focused on applying waterproof measures to his collection. Since they were wooden items, failing to take waterproof measures in such a human environment would lead to decay. Having a collection is nice. Otherwise, I might as well go to Konoha to hang out with Naruto. Deidara said, turning his gaze toward the tower's exit. In the past, Conan would always stand in the rain with pain, but now the pain beside her was replaced by Itachi. Conan, what are you planning to do next? Perhaps tire the rainy sky, Itachi asked. It was expected that Conan would be willing to take him in. He believed that Akatsuki wouldn't be as extreme as before, so he returned, hoping to continue Nagato's ideals. I don't want to give up on the name Akatsuki, but we've indeed made too many mistakes. In short, let's see if we can establish diplomatic relations with Konoha. Conan was also contemplating Akatsuki's future after the war. Akatsuki was founded by Yahiko, and she was well aware that Akatsuki was an internationally wanted terrorist organization. Transforming it wouldn't be easy, but for Naruto's sake, she would strive to do so. I see. I'll leave for a while. Itachi nodded and jumped down from the top of the tower. Not because he sensed Sasuke's arrival, but because he felt the presence of an old partner. Shortly after Itachi left, 3 people walked in from a dark entrance to Akatsuki's meeting place. Upon seeing Obito's face, both Deidara and Scorpion picked up their weapons, cautiously watching the behind-the-scenes leader. The air thick with the smell of gunpowder, a great battle about to erupt. Itachi was unaware of what was happening behind him. He followed his crow to a beach, where golden sand stretched out. One person, one sword, let out the roars of 2 beasts like a philosophical scene. You bastard, Kisame. What the hell do you want? Kakaka. Kisame slammed his beloved sword heavily into the ground, venting his dissatisfaction, and the oddly shaped sword let out a strange complaint. Kisame, what are you doing? Even Itachi, with his clever mind, couldn't comprehend what was happening and could only ask curiously. Mr. Itachi, you're not dead. I see. That guy Madara succeeded, right? Kisame noticed Itachi's ghostly expression, but quickly thought that he might be trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi, just surprised that the first person he saw was Itachi. No. There was a little accident, and I survived. How'd you end up here? About a month ago, while I wasn't paying attention, Kisame swallowed me, then submerged into the deep sea, absorbing my chakra every day to imprison me. He only released me today. I don't know what he was thinking. Oh, so Kisame saved your life. Come with me. Itachi quickly understood Kisame's intentions, carried him on his back, and set off on their way back, explaining everything that had happened during the Fourth War. He was well aware that, given Kisame's personality, he would have gone after Jinchuriki for Obito before the Fourth War. And the outcome was naturally predictable. Kisame, seeing through that, held on to his master and didn't let go until it was safe. Why are you here now? To kill me? To take over Akatsuki? Conan looked at the suddenly appearing Obito, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Under her questioning, Obito bent down and said, I'm here to atone. I led you all astray. I hope you can forgive me. You. Obito's attitude surprised Conan, no matter what. He was the one who previously commanded her and Nagato as Uchiha Madara. Now, he was humbling himself, asking for forgiveness from someone weaker than him. You are the senior sister of Teacher Minato, so I will call you Sister Conan. I know Obito has done many wrong things, and I won't ask you to forgive him immediately, but please don't kill him. Let him live to atone for his sins. Rin also didn't want to watch Obito die for atonement, and, as his companion, she bowed her head and pleaded with her. Using Nagato, using Yahiko, do you think I would let him go so easily? Conan's heart was consumed by anger, and her paper flowers gathered into a paper spear as hard as steel, piercing Obito's heart. Watching Obito gradually lose his breath and Rin's tearful face, she gained nothing, her heart feeling empty. Itachi dispelled the illusion. Conan sighed as her voice fell. The scene before her shattered like glass, her paper spear stopping just 1 centimeter from Obito's heart. Itachi had already rehearsed what would happen next in the illusion. Not going to kill me? You've been changed by Naruto, haven't you? Back then, Naruto even forgave us for killing Master Jiraiya. If I killed you, this little girl would definitely hate me, and hatred would spread for me again. As his senior sister, even if reluctantly, I don't want to embarrass my junior. Chapter 242, Obsessed with Learning, Unable to Extricate Oneself. Keep it. This was never Nagato's eye. I hope it can help you see the path ahead. Conan stopped Obito, stating that the Rinnegan would be of no use to him. Moreover, Obito had previously informed him that Nagato was merely used by Madara. The Rinnegan didn't belong to him. So can I stay? I want Akatsuki to realize true peace and lay a foundation for the future before Naruto becomes Hokage. Before Naruto becomes Hokage, Conan repeated. Seeing the serious color in Obito's eyes, she silently nodded. Kisame, you're still alive. Obito found it somewhat strange to see Kisame. This guy had suddenly disappeared before the battle, and he thought he was already dead. Is that so? Not pursuing an illusory world anymore? Kisame was stunned. Obito was indeed the one who once stood behind the 4th Mizukage, treating him like a puppet. Now he had changed for a foolish kid, and he didn't know what to do. Perhaps we have always lived in a world built on lies, but now I want to believe in this world. Are you still willing to follow me? TCH, anyway, I get along pretty well with Mr. Itachi. Itachi, aren't you planning to return to Konoha? As long as Toanzo's crimes are made public. Sasuke now has time to say a few words to Itachi. It seems that Itachi intends to stay, but he is very reluctant. He hopes that Itachi can return to Konoha with him and live together. If that's the case, the Uchiha clan would become a family with intentions of rebellion. I hope that in the eyes of the people of Konoha, we will always be a clan that protects peace and holds glory. I choose to protect Konoha in my own way, secretly. Itachi shook his head. Even if everything is revealed, he might clear his name, but the Uchiha would also be insulted by some ill-intentioned people, and he does not want to see that happen. Will he choose to silently sacrifice again? This time is different. To change our Uchiha clan, I want to be Naruto's support. Forgive me, Sasuke. He gently tapped Sasuke's forehead and said with a smile, Who cares about you? I'm going out to see the world now. Take care, brother. Sasuke dissatisfiedly swatted Itachi's hand away. He and his brother do not need excessive verbal communication. After all, there will be plenty of time in the future. He can come back to his brother after he has seen the world. Naruto, who is unaware of the formation of his strongest support team, is currently being taken to the Ninja Academy by Minato. Many years later, returning to this place full of memories, Naruto is quite emotional and asks, Dad, why did you bring me here? Of course, to learn. Minato smiled as he opened the classroom door, where Irika had been waiting for a long time. Learn. Learn what? Naruto's nostalgic heart suddenly felt cold, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Naruto, your strength as a ninja is already sufficient, or rather, you can't improve any further, but your theoretical knowledge is still lacking. This is not enough to become Hokage. Is being Hokage something you need to learn? Decoding secret codes, diplomatic methods, relationships with neighboring countries, etc. There is still so much for you to learn. No, I don't want to be Hokage. Naruto closed his eyes, weighing the position of Hokage against his inability to study, and decisively chose to use the flying thunder god to escape. Irika, this idiot son is left to you. Naruto is fast, but can he be faster than Minato? The golden flash instantly disappeared from the spot, and a few seconds later, he returned with his son tucked under his arm, handing over Naruto, who had a big bump on his head, to Irika. Don't worry, Leave it to me, Hokage-sama. Naruto, let me start teaching you from the first grade curriculum. Iruka revealed a mischievous smile. Naruto always skipped class and played pranks when he was young, and he had long wanted to take revenge. Now is the perfect time to apply the teacher's love with a long whip. An hour later, who am I? Where am I? What am I eating tonight? Naruto lay half dead on the ground. This boy who had just become the strongest in the ninja world now twitched like a fish stranded on the shore. If he could, he would rather fight Tenebitos than continue learning. Naruto, keep it up. At this rate, you could become a ninja in another 10 years. Isn't the ninja school a 6-year program? Who told you to be at the bottom? Iruka shrugged, feeling despair regarding Naruto's learning ability. No one else could perform so unbalanced. Excuse me, Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata had intended to bring comfort food to visit Naruto, but upon seeing him lying on the ground, she couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time she saw someone study so hard they ended up on the floor. Hinata, help me, I'm dying. Naruto clung to Hinata as if he had seen hope in hell, crying and acting spoiled. I really can't do anything with you. You're really that bad at studying? Then I'll stay with you. Hinata patted Naruto's head, helping him up to the desk and explaining what he didn't understand. I want to join too. It wasn't just Hinata who came. Kaguya also wanted to know what her husband was doing, so she followed along. She was also interested in modern writing, ninja history, and so she sat down to study together. I say, how can I teach like this? Have you considered the feelings of a single teacher? Iruka's brow twitched. Although he felt uncomfortable, if Naruto was willing to behave and learn, he would let it go. However, soon he noticed that with Hinata's help, Naruto learned faster. Hinata always managed to translate knowledge into terms he could understand, making Iruka sigh, as expected of a long-time couple. Naruto, congratulations, you can graduate in 6 years now. I say, is that something to congratulate? Kaguya is learning faster than you. Are you saying I'm not as good as an ancient person? How unfortunate. Chapter 243, The Difficult Chunin Exam. Sort of Chunin exam? Naruto suddenly remembered that he was still a genin. He had missed the only opportunity to return to the village for the exam due to the Hanabi incident. Now that the war was over, the countries were jointly holding the Chunin exam. Well, Naruto-kun will definitely participate, right? There are only the two of us left among the genin from our year. Hinata said with a smile, holding Naruto's hand. At this age, being a genin didn't feel shameful to her. She had waited until now just to take the exam with Naruto. After learning about this news, she immediately brought her younger sister, who was also preparing to participate, to tell Naruto, finally it's time. I will give my all. The days of studying had made Naruto feel bored. So hearing that there would be a chance to show off made him exceptionally excited. No, how should I put it? Better not go all out. For the future of ninjas, you should exert less effort. Minato patted his son's head helplessly, hoping he would consider the new seedlings of the ninja world and not traumatize them too much in one go. But the exam is in teams of 3, so Hinata and I need to find another teammate. Naruto thought for a moment and looked at Hanabi, but quickly shook his head and abandoned that idea. Of course it's me. Hanabi gritted her teeth in anger. Truly, she was not surprised by Naruto. Even a small action could provoke her anger. She stood on her tiptoes, grabbed Naruto's head, and made him look at her seriously, saying, I remember you have 2 classmates, right? Why not be with them? The Chunin exam is still too early for them. Hanabi wouldn't care about those 2 foolish boys. She only knew that Naruto and Hinata were both 12 years old and participating in the Chunin exam, and she was also 12 this year. This won't do. You need to cherish your classmates. Even if they are not strong enough, you need to work hard to cooperate with them. In the future, you will be executing missions together. Back then, I worked super well with Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto raised his finger and began to lecture Hanabi as a senior. Shut up. You're so long-winded. When did I ever ask you to talk? Although she was mentally prepared, seeing Naruto, this idiot, still not realizing her feelings and pushing her onto someone else made Hanabi exceptionally furious, pinching his cheek and angrily saying that this person had most likely taken her confession on the battlefield as a form of affection. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You little brat, are you bullying my Naruto again? Stop right there, Debane. As Gyo Xi and I happened to pass by and saw Hanabi, she felt dissatisfied and wanted to catch her and teach her a lesson. However, Hanabi was well prepared and hid behind Naruto. Mom, you two shouldn't always argue. Naruto was already used to the interactions between Hanabi and Gyo Xi and I. All he could do was protect Hanabi and advise her, as it felt like fire and water could never coexist. You brat, your mom is about to be driven crazy by her. Are you helping me or her? I can't choose. Mom is very important. but I can never repay Hanabi's kindness in my lifetime. Oomph, old hag. Hearing Naruto say this, Hanabi immediately brightened up. Although this idiot unconsciously provoked anger, he also unconsciously said things that made people happy, and then he made a face at Gyo Xi, intensifying the situation. You will regret provoking me. Gyo Xi was almost brought to tears by the term old hagen, unable to do anything about Hanabi for the moment, could only silently add, "You can forget about marrying into my family in the future." After agreeing to take the exam together, Naruto entered Kagaya's room. Ever since she moved into Naruto's house, she basically never left this room. There were two reasons. She didn't like socializing much, and she had developed a love for reading. Compared to the boring ancient culture, the cultural products here were much richer, and she could easily read for a whole day. This also relieved Minato, as others didn't know. But he hadn't forgotten that this woman was super terrifying, both in identity and strength. It was thanks to Naruto that he could marry such a wife. At this moment, she was sitting quietly by the window, reading, with long hair like silver threads scattered on the floor. Anyone would feel that this woman was beautiful, but only Naruto wouldn't. He simply informed Kagaya about his upcoming exam. "Naruto, is it fun competing with those monkeys?" Kagaya looked up from her book, somewhat puzzled. Before receiving help from Yui, Naruto could single-handedly defeat the royal family. He had previously told Kagaya that he was a genin, the lowest rank among ninjas. So Kagaya had always held a misunderstanding that all genin from Konoha are monsters. However, she recently discovered that this was not the case, and could only say that Naruto was an exception, along with Sasuke. Don't always treat people as monkeys. You know, my dream is to become Hokage, right? This is the first step to becoming Hokage. Naruto laughed at Kagaya's words, poked her forehead, and said, "Sure enough, aliens are all so proud." Even Kagaya's tendency to treat people as monkeys can't be changed temporarily. Good luck. The next day, the first exam of the Chunin exam was held as scheduled. A group of 3 was locked in 3 different sealed rooms for a written test. The rules set by Shikamaru left the candidates puzzled. There were a total of 3 questions on the exam paper, each very simple, worth 30, 40, and 50 points respectively. The rule was that the total score of the 3 members of a group could not exceed 100 points, testing the mutual understanding between teammates. Only by guessing what the other 2 would answer could they pass. It seemed indeed very difficult, but for Naruto's group, it was completely pressure-free. Hinata and Hanabi both unhesitatingly chose the 50-point question, completed it, and then submitted their papers, passing effortlessly. Hanabi, I can't answer a single question. Sorry. After leaving the exam room, Naruto said awkwardly, although he had recently brushed up on his ninja school knowledge, those 3 questions were still a bit challenging for him. Anyway, he trusted Hinata and Hanabi, so he simply wrote his name and submitted the paper. No, encountering this kind of exam is actually quite useful for you to be thoroughly foolish, Hanabi said gratefully, and Hinata nodded in agreement. Even if Naruto were a little smarter, they would have to think about how to cooperate. That guy Naruto, did he pass by submitting a blank paper again? Shikamaru rolled his eyes after flipping through the candidates' answer sheets and seeing Naruto's paper. The second exam was held in the Magic Desert near Sunagakure. The rules were similar to those in the Forest of Death, the only difference being that the Magic Desert was even more terrifying with a higher mortality rate. Now announcing the rules for the second exam. Candidates will enter the Magic Desert from different locations and must gather the Heaven and Earth scrolls to reach the central tower to pass. And pay attention to the rules. I will only say it once. Use of sage techniques is prohibited. Use of 6 paths mode is prohibited. Use of the truth-seeking balls is prohibited. Use of tail beast power is prohibited. Use of flying thunder god technique is prohibited, and the shadow clones created by the shadow clone technique cannot exceed 10. Violators will be disqualified. Before the exam started, Gaara, as the Kazekage, took the stage to give a speech. After talking about topics like fighting for the country and village, he specifically looked at Naruto and stated a series of friendly rules. Gaara, what else can I use? Even Naruto, no matter how foolish, knew that these rules were aimed at him. As a genin, he felt angry about the invisible shackles on him. So he raised his hand and asked Gaara, "You can use Rasengan. Can I curse?" No. Chapter 244. Inhumanly actually, Gaara wasn't necessarily targeting his friend. It was just that there was no other way. Naruto's existence as a genin was simply a denial of the ninja system, and all countries were quite desperate. The promotion of genin had always been very strict. After all, they couldn't just make exceptions and upgrade without exams. But then again, with Naruto's strength, overturning the entire exam venue was effortless. letting a bunch of genin compete with him for scrolls? It would be easier to end it all by himself. After much discussion, they decided to use the rules to seal away the powers that a genin should not possess. Naruto-kun, don't be downcast. Just using Rasengan is already impressive, Hinata said as the second exam began. Seeing Naruto next to her still in a gloomy state, she couldn't help but poke his cheek and smile. I was planning to fly over in one go. Having already held Naruto back in the first exam, he felt quite guilty. He had originally planned to show off in the second exam and fly to the finish line directly using Six Paths mode. This was probably what setbacks were like. This is the desert, so amazing. This was Hanabi's first time seeing the spectacular scenery of the desert since she was born in Konoha. The sky and ground were only two colors, an endless expanse of barren land that seemed to stretch forever. Hanabi unusually ran around the desert like a child, but soon found herself lying on the ground, drenched in sweat under the nearly 40°C heat, taking a big gulp from her water bottle. Hanabi, be careful of natural traps like quicksand. The desert is very dangerous. Naruto's timely reminder reached Hanabi's ears, as he was quite knowledgeable about survival in the desert. Having been to Sunagakure, you're so annoying, I know already. Ugh, the sticky feeling on her body made Hanabi immediately dislike this place. It was no fun at all. While she cursed this broken place in her heart, it seemed the desert heard her thoughts and blew a gust of yellow wind, sending some sand into Hanabi's eyes. What happened? Sand got in my eyes. It would be better to wash it out with water now. Naruto squatted in front of Hanabi, gently pushing her eyelids open and blowing gently, but the effect was minimal. This action made Hanabi feel a bit shy, but she managed to hold back her emotions. Wait, this is the desert. It's too wasteful to use precious water resources here. Just endure it and it'll pass. Hinata disagreed with Naruto's words. Before finding the oasis, each of them only had one pot of water, and it was impossible to last 3 days. However, the Hyuga clan relies on the Byakugan to survive, and their eyes cannot be harmed. Hearing her sister say this, Hanabi made a complaining sound, trying to reason with her sister. Hanabi, you are a ninja. There will be even harsher environments waiting for you in the future. The little cleverness of the younger sister did not sway Hinata. If the Byakugan were so fragile, the Hyuga clan would have perished long ago. The Chunin exams are also a form of training. She was doing this for Hanabi's growth. Hanabi was still young. It was understandable for her to encounter such things for the first time. Use my water. Naruto-kun, are you spoiling Hanabi too much? Hinata said helplessly. Compared to this, it seemed like she was a bad sister. She hadn't noticed it before, but now that she thought about it, it made sense that Hanabi would like him. Under such care, any girl would have no resistance. Is there? No, it's nothing. Hinata turned her head in a huff, ignoring Naruto. After that, the three of them walked all day without finding any opponents holding scrolls. This was to be expected. Naruto's legend had spread to every village through those who participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War. When the genin who came to compete saw Naruto, their hearts shattered. After discovering his starting position, they kept their distance, even if it meant taking a longer route to avoid him. This also led to a reduced action range for other teams, significantly increasing the chances of collisions, and within a day, over a dozen teams had been eliminated. Looks like someone has fought. Finally, at dusk, Hinata discovered a sand pit where a battle had taken place. Inside lay several broken shuriken and some fragments of explosive tags, indicating that a fierce battle had occurred, which made her no longer doubt that only the three of them were participating. This is the trace of a battle? No. Isn't a battle supposed to be a long-range exchange of tailed beast bombs followed by close combat until the terrain is altered? Naruto scratched his head and expressed what he thought a battle was. Naruto-kun, you idiot. Hinata and Hanabi both laughed silently. Now, they finally understood why the examiners had established rules targeting Naruto. The battles he experienced were on a catastrophic level. They feared that when he saw an enemy, he might react too slowly and transform into a tailed beast, shouting tailed beast planetary Rasengan and hitting the genin with it. The participating genin would then see the terrain altered by Naruto and think, oh, this is what a genin is, feeling disheartened and going home to farm. Thus ending the era of ninjas and entering the technological age led by Orochimaru. In any case, it was better not to dwell on it anymore. It was getting late, and they should find a place to spend the night. Sai, is dinner going to be this again? I want to eat sweet chestnuts or sweet desserts. Or even the taiyaki from Longhouse will do. By the campfire, Hanabi looked at the dry cakes in her hand and had no appetite. She had already eaten once during the day. Hanabi. Hinata's gaze took on a hint of sternness. Hanabi knew she was reminding her that as a ninja, one must endure. By the way, has her sister become more authoritative lately? I know, what are you doing, Naruto? Faced with her sister's authority, Hanabi could only endure. Suddenly, she saw Naruto with his eyes closed, appearing to be deep in thought, and couldn't help but ask, I'm thinking about the taste of desserts. It should be something like this. Naruto opened his palm, and inexplicably, the taiyaki that Hanabi wanted appeared in his hand, still steaming as if freshly made. What did you do? Hanabi was stunned. She turned to look at Hinata, who also looked confused and shook her head. While Naruto could indeed use the Flying Thunder God technique to buy things in Konoha, he shouldn't break the rules, and the taiyaki had indeed appeared out of thin air. This is food created using yin-yang release. Are you still human? As a member of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi naturally knew what yin-yang release was. This technique is the foundation of all ninjutsu and the basis of the entire world, or so the book says. After eating the taiyaki that tasted better than what was sold in stores, Hanabi couldn't help but ask, not scolding him but rather questioning if he was a god. Chapter 245, Sisterly Night Talk. I am human. In fact, yin-yang release is far from as simple as Naruto described. He just didn't know how to express it. It requires a massive amount of chakra, which he didn't mention. Without the Uzumaki clan's physique and the Nine Tails as support, producing that taiyaki could consume half of an ordinary person's chakra. From the perspective of chakra amount, Naruto was no longer human. Can you create other things? Theoretically, as long as I know the taste or material, I can create it using chakra. I also have thought about where we would stay tonight. Naruto activated the power of yin-yang release, and soon Hinata and Hanabi felt the sunset above them being blocked. They looked up in surprise to see a semicircular stone house descending from the sky, crashing down hard enough to create a noticeable tremor, revealing its weight. This was a house made of granite. No matter how severe the sandstorm at night, it couldn't be shaken. Inside, there was a bathroom, allowing them to take a bath and get a good night's sleep. Naruto-kun, although I really want to complain that you are no longer human. Do you remember we are here for an exam? We're not here for a picnic. I remember, but the rules didn't say I couldn't use yin-yang release. Naruto didn't feel he had broken any rules. Creating more comfortable conditions under limited circumstances was quite normal. Well, you idiot, you do have some use. Hanabi tried to calm herself as she walked into the house. There were naturally windows and vents, and Naruto, as a half-architect, easily constructed this kind of house. The interior was dark and empty, with about a third of the space separated by walls, revealing only a door for passage. Probably the bathroom Naruto mentioned. Perhaps feeling this was inadequate, Naruto also made some wooden furniture and candles. After completing all this, he felt that his chakra had decreased by 1/10. Hurry, turn on the water and let me in. Hanabi was eager to try the bathroom. She felt very uncomfortable from the sand and sweat on her body, and just thinking about being able to take a bath in the desert excited her. Of course, Naruto provided the hot water, and not long after he went out, the sounds of a girl playing in the water could be heard. Hinata, do you want to eat something? Only then did Naruto have time to step out of the house and get some raw meat. Although he could directly create cooked food, he preferred the process of grilling it himself. While grilling, he noticed Hinata had been staring blankly at him. So he asked, Naruto-kun is really omnipotent? Looking at the bizarre scene before her, Hinata wondered if the food was all made from Naruto's chakra. Eating something made from oneself felt strange, and, after a long while, she finally asked with a question mark, if you praise me like this, I'll feel embarrassed. Night fell, and Naruto had already fallen asleep. Instead of creating a large bed for them all to sleep together, he made 2 beds far apart, sleeping on the one by the door to be ready for any enemies. Hinata gently pushed him, but got no response. She knew that Naruto would only wake up if he sensed killing intent at that moment. So she felt at ease and lay down on the same bed with her sister. Hana, what do you think of Naruto? Hinata hugged her younger sister's small body, only to realize that she was no longer small. Her hair had grown to be about the same length as hers, and her body was gradually becoming more mature. She could no longer think of her as a child. After a moment of reflection, she finally spoke up. I like him, and I won't lie to myself or my sister. Hanabi turned around, her eyes shining with seriousness and determination under the moonlight. Was she going to confess? Although Hinata had been mentally prepared for it, hearing her sister admit her feelings for Naruto was still painful. She hadn't even fully accepted Kagaya yet, and now her own sister was involved. This feeling made her nose tingle. She could cry at any moment. I won't. But I am Hyuga Hanabi, the future head of the Hyuga clan. Unless he confesses to me first, I will never say I like you to him in my lifetime. But with Naruto's personality, Hinata felt that Hanabi was wasting her youth by doing this. She knew all too well how dense Naruto could be. It could be said that waiting for him to confess was slower than waiting for a tree to bloom. A tree, huh? The more I interact with him, the more I envy you, sister. Back when Naruto didn't understand anything, he insisted on pursuing you. If his parents were still alive, you probably wouldn't have spoken to him much until now. Is it for me? No, I just want to see if I exist in his heart. If he only sees me as family, forcing him to accept me won't benefit anyone. Besides, what if my feelings for him are just temporary? If someone better comes along in the future, wouldn't that be a loss? I'm not like you, sister, who would choose a tree to hang herself on. Hanabi is more mature than I am. After a long while, Hinata sighed and hugged her sister tightly again. She could tell that Hanabi was serious. Even though she was younger, she could recognize her own feelings without throwing a tantrum or favoring anyone. A point that Hinata felt she could never catch up to her sister. Hasn't it always been like this since we were little? And I don't think being a younger sister means I miss out on anything. You saw today, right? When it comes to affection, I might be above you as a sister. Are you jealous? Hanabi buried her head in Hinata's chest, playfully recounting the events of the day to tease her sister. Little brat. Hinata pretended to be angry and pinched Hanabi's nose, closing her eyes in reassurance. Since Hanabi had said that, she could only let her be and see when the dense one would finally bloom. The next day, Naruto woke the sleeping sisters to continue their journey, leaving behind the empty house that had stood for 100 years, providing a shelter for future distressed candidates, and becoming an unsolved mystery in the desert of demons. Looks like we arrived first. Let's wait here and ambush a team when they come by to grab their scrolls. On the morning of the third day, the three finally reached the central tower, but their scrolls had not yet materialized. Naruto could only think of a mediocre idea and started waiting. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a team from Sunagakure approached. I'm going. I'll take on 3 by myself. Hanabi ran over eagerly, her hands itching to fight. Naruto and Hinata didn't stop her. They could support her at any time if she was in danger. However, they soon saw Hanabi negotiating with the members of that team, returning dejectedly with the Heaven and Earth Scroll. Teams that could reach the central tower were naturally strong among the lower ninjas, and even if they completed the task, they would be targets for robbery. Just like that, they ended up taking several pairs of scrolls from the clueless team and kindly gave Hanabi 1 pair. What's wrong? They said they could give me the scrolls as long as I traded them for my signature. Hanabi looked frustrated. Hadn't she been promised that the sweet fruit of victory would be obtained through her own hard work in a passionate battle? Seeing Naruto's face, the opposing team lost their fighting spirit. At this point, she could only vent her anger at Naruto, saying, "We really came here for a picnic, didn't we? You can blame me." And so, with Naruto reluctantly taking the blame, the second round of the Chunin exam passed without any turbulence. Chapter 246, Domestic Violence Scene inside the central tower of the Desert of Demons. The candidates who passed the second exam entered one after another, while those who didn't were left lamenting at the gate, going back to continue training to make up for their shortcomings. Naruto was observing the structure inside the tower. The area where the candidates were located was a vast training ground, and not far away, a large screen hung on the wall, presumably for displaying messages. Naruto, big brother. You passed too. Isn't that Konohamaru? Shouldn't I be saying that to you? Naruto suddenly heard a familiar voice and turned around to see Konohamaru and his 2 companions standing behind him. He patted Konohamaru's head and smiled. Have you heard? The third round will also be a battle like before. I really hope to be matched against you, big brother. Why? Because if I want to surpass you, this is my only chance. Konohamaru really wanted to challenge the usual Naruto. As for the future, it was uncertain, but for now, no one in this world could defeat Naruto when he gave it his all. The drawing in the center of the screen had already begun. On the tree diagram, Naruto Uzumaki's name was prominently displayed in the first row, while his opponent was Hinata Hyuga. What kind of twisted matchmaking is this? Who did this? Both Naruto and Hinata saw their matchups at the same time. Naruto immediately held his head and groaned. How could he hurt Hinata? He might as well concede. But conceding meant he couldn't become a Chunin. At that moment, he truly hated the person who arranged this exam. It's random, Naruto-kun. Good luck. Compared to Naruto's turmoil, Hinata was surprisingly carefree. She gave Naruto a gentle smile and walked to the waiting area to prepare for the match. Hinata's attitude left Naruto puzzled. Why did it feel like she was eager to fight him? The first match soon began. Naruto and Hinata stood facing each other, causing many spectators to cheer excitedly. Everyone knew their relationship. How could they not be thrilled to see these two fight? Before the exam starts, promise me one thing, Naruto-kun. You can't concede. Before the referee shouted start, Hinata spoke first. Hinata, do you really want to fight me? Naruto looked confused. Hinata had cut off his retreat right from the start, and he was increasingly unable to understand her thoughts. I've always been following in your footsteps, Naruto-kun. Now I want to see if I can win against you when most of your power is sealed. Hinata's tone held no trace of joking. After she finished speaking, the veins around her eyes bulged, entering battle mode. I understand. I will experience your feelings in battle. Naruto nodded. If he hesitated now, it would be trampling on Hinata's feelings. He could heal her after the fight, but he couldn't hold back. Rasengan, with most of his power sealed, Naruto could only fight Hinata using the most basic taijutsu in Rasengan. He sprang forward toward her, gathering the Rasengan as he ran, searching for a suitable spot to attack. He couldn't hit her vital points, so he had to aim for her abdomen. Facing Naruto's attack, Hinata seemed to lose her ability to resist and stood still. But this was all an illusion. As the Rasengan brushed against the edge of Hinata's clothing, she gently twisted her waist, and after the Rasengan passed her abdomen, her right hand darted like lightning and tapped Naruto's arm. Naruto quickly reacted, swinging his left hand towards the evading Hinata, but she again made a slight movement to dodge, then tapped Naruto's left arm once more. Sensing something was off, Naruto took a few steps back, creating distance between them. Naruto's expression gradually became serious. Hinata's evasive movements weren't due to her being faster, but because she anticipated all his attack patterns in advance. But could someone really do that? The Rasengan was no longer usable, right? Naruto attempted to gather a Rasengan in both hands, but when the blue sphere formed, it exploded like a balloon, creating a gust of cool wind. Naruto-kun, you've trained this jutsu for 5 years. I watch you every day, and the chakra points for forming the Rasengan are deeply ingrained in my mind. I can hit them even with my eyes closed. Hinata began to explain why she could grasp all of Naruto's attack movements. During Naruto's years of training, there was always a pair of Byakugan eyes watching him from behind, unconsciously memorizing all his attack routes. This Hinata undoubtedly became Naruto's most terrifying opponent. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With no other choice, Naruto summoned 9 shadow clones to assist in the battle. However, as they saw the enemy before them, they began to complain. Hey, are you kidding? You want us to fight Hinata? But if we don't fight, we won't know what she's thinking. Help me out here. You'd better apologize afterward. The thoughts of the shadow clones were Naruto's own, and after gritting their teeth, they decided to help him, each rushing towards Hinata. Gentle step, twin lion fist. Hinata formed 2 chakra lion heads on her hands, significantly increasing her attack range and power. Even if the shadow clones were grazed by her lion heads, they would instantly vanish. The number of shadow clones rapidly decreased, and after Hinata's palm struck the last shadow clone's abdomen, it fell as well. Got one. Just as Hinata was focused on dealing with the shadow clones, a Naruto suddenly appeared behind her. He stealthily approached her, raising his fist to strike. But there was no feeling of impact. His fist only grazed Hinata's purple clothing. The real Hinata had already appeared behind Naruto, and with her 360 unobstructed Byakugan, how could she be hit by Naruto's sneak attack? Using shadow clones for feigned attacks is Naruto-kun's forte. Hinata raised her hands, and the chakra lion heads roared as they struck Naruto's back. This was her strongest technique, using the gentle step twin lion fist to unleash the 8 trigrams empty palm, making it seem as if the lions were roaring. Bang! The struck Naruto instantly transformed into smoke and vanished, while the shadow clone that had just fallen to the ground was the real Naruto. He took advantage of the smoke from the disappearing shadow clone to approach Hinata, and the strike would undoubtedly be his victory. You've entered my domain, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Naruto's battle plan was completely transparent to Hinata, who deftly avoided his attacks. As the smoke cleared, Naruto saw Hinata posing in the 8 trigrams formation, with no way to evade. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest to defend himself. Pa 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 pa. Hinata's entire set of 64 palms hit Naruto's body, leaving his clothes in tatters and causing a trickle of bright red blood to flow from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, indicating a clear defeat. Chapter 247. Eternal Genin. The situation that arose in the 3rd exam was unexpected for everyone. Most onlookers thought it would be a casual fight between 2 longtime companions, with one eventually conceding. After all, they had been together for so many years. However, no one anticipated that it would turn into a deadly struggle. Although most of the power was sealed by the rules, Naruto was still a hero who saved the world. And seeing him being beaten without the ability to fight back by his fiancée, he made many people start to feel sympathy for Naruto's married life. Cough. The referee did not make a timely judgment, giving Naruto time to stand up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and dragged his weary body towards Hinata. Do you still want to stand up? My beloved is crying. How can I lie on the ground pretending to be dead? Naruto had seen the tears streaming from the corners of Hinata's eyes when she used the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Crying? Hinata instinctively touched her cheek, and indeed felt the traces of tears that had flowed. It must hurt here. I'm sorry. Naruto embraced the bewildered Hinata, gently stroking her back. Why are you apologizing? It's clearly me who beat you up like this. Every hit you gave me must have hurt you so much that you couldn't breathe, right? Your emotions transferred through the chakra to me. It's my fault that you suffered such pain. I'm truly sorry. It must be because of Kagaya. When Naruto was being beaten, he didn't fight back because he sensed Hinata's sadness, causing his connected heart to ache as well. Naruto-kun, you idiot, idiot, idiot. Why do you have to be so gentle? If you could just be a little colder, you could have just left her alone in the past. And Hanabi, why do you let her bully you like that? Why do you still take such meticulous care of her? What do you really want? Hinata's tears finally burst forth, soaking Naruto's shoulder as she pounded his back, unintentionally aggravating his injuries while accusing him of his wrongs. The source of all this was Naruto's unconscious gentleness. What are you afraid of? Kagaya is living in your house now, right? I know I'm not as good as her. I haven't given you children, and I haven't sacrificed myself for the world you love. I definitely haven't given up eternal life for you. Compared to someone like her, I am nothing. But I'm still so scared that you might like Kagaya more than me, that one day you might abandon me. I would rather die than let that happen. These feelings have been bottled up in Hinata's heart for a long time. She had finally accepted that Naruto liked another woman. But she never expected Kagaya to resurrect after 1,000 years and so easily move into Naruto's house. She was terrified. In the 4th Great Ninja War, she was one of the few who witnessed the end, clearly understanding Kagaya's final sacrifice. In comparison, what she had given for Naruto seemed insignificant. If Kagaya didn't want to share Naruto with her, what would happen? Naruto should be unlikely to abandon her, but being caught in the middle was difficult. Moreover, she had her own concerns. The Naruto that should have belonged to her alone was being shared with not just one person. If Kagaya could still be contended with, then Hanabi was truly out of the question. In Hinata's heart, Hanabi was a sister more important than life itself. If her sister wanted Naruto, what could she do? Losing the person she loved to someone else without any means to fight back made Hinata hate her own helplessness. However, she was not the type of girl to go hysterical and fight for a man. She could only silently endure. Ultimately, this scar grew larger and larger, exploding today, and her attacks on Naruto were also driven by a sense of revenge. I love you, Hinata. Now, Naruto could truly understand Hinata's thoughts. Unwillingness, anger, and hatred surged into his heart like spilled seasoning. Facing these emotions might be difficult to handle, or perhaps it could be as simple as a single sentence. At this point, what are you saying, idiot? That line is meant for others. I'm just a fool who likes to throw tantrums. Naruto's affectionate words made Hinata's tears flow even more, and she shook her head, unwilling to accept Naruto's words. You're the first person I have ever said this to. Although I don't like to compare you with others, you have always been the most important to me. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not noticing the emptiness in your heart in time, which made you silently endure so much pain. Naruto's hand gradually loosened and fell weakly beside Hinata. Unable to use the tailed beast's power, he naturally couldn't accept the healing of the 9 tails, and Hinata's full-force attack had indeed hurt him severely. Naruto-kun. Hinata quickly picked up the unconscious Naruto and rushed him to the treatment room. There was no doubt that she had won this match. I'm not dead yet. After being unconscious for half a day, Naruto slowly woke up. Instead of hard bench, he found himself resting on soft thighs. And the owner of those thighs was humming a song out of boredom. She looked down at him only after hearing his voice. It's not that easy to die. Speaking of which, it would be funny if I did die, right? Tomorrow's news would be about how the hero of Konoha was beaten to death by his fiancée, E or something, and everyone would be smiling when they visit your grave. The one providing Naruto with a lap pillow was naturally Hanabi. Hinata didn't know where she had run off to. And the little girl was launching a psychological attack on the waking Naruto. Still as sharp-tongued as ever, how did the match go? Imagining a rather comical scene, Naruto continued to ask. They were likely still inside the tower, but the other candidates were nowhere to be seen. The empty hall had only him and Hanabi left. It's over. You got beaten up by your sister, right? Hanabi casually said. Among a group of genin, it was naturally she and Hinata who made it to the finals. Neither of them had the heart to compete for the championship, so they both forfeited together, since the evaluation of the exam was already done. Yeah, I never knew Hinata was that strong. It's all because you're a flirt. You deserve it. Hanabi knew that Naruto getting beaten up was partly her fault, but she still said it with schadenfreude. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata returned with a cup of water after leaving Naruto to find some. Seeing that Naruto had woken up, she asked worriedly, admitting that it felt great during the fight. But now she felt heartbroken. Hinata, how should I put this? You don't need to worry about Kagaya. That person doesn't have those kinds of thoughts. Speaking of which, she always knew I liked you, and in a way, she actually likes you too. If you're willing to get along with her peacefully, I'd be really happy. Naruto said clumsily, clearly not knowing how to express himself. What if I don't want to? Hinata asked playfully, a smile in her eyes as she teased Naruto. Shadow Kuron technique? Idiot. Both of Hinata and Hanabi's fists hit Naruto's head simultaneously, making them burst into laughter. I'll try my best to get along with Kagaya. Who told me I was your first love? Hinata gently kissed Naruto on the lips. After hearing such words from him, what but could she do? One thing was certain. She could never leave Naruto in this lifetime, and he felt the same way. Wah, Hinata, I knew you were the best. But I'm still a genin? On the way back to Konoha, Naruto looked at Hinata and Hanabi's brand new Chunin vests and exam certificates and cried out in despair. The Chunin exam tests strength and leadership ability. You just coasted through the first 2 exams, and in the third one, you got taken out by your sister in an instant. How could they make you a Chunin? Just be my subordinate obediently. Am I destined to carry the title of the bottom of the barrel for the rest of my life? Chapter 248. 3 years later, Naruto and Hinata both stepped into their 20s. After a grand coming-of-age ceremony, it also meant that the two could get married. However, before marriage, there was still an important hurdle to cross. Naruto was still a Chunin and had not met the conditions set by Hayashi Hyuga. Helpless, Hinata could only wait. But what she ended up waiting for was something unexpected. You want me to take care of Kagaya? Hinata asked, feeling a bit at a loss as she looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared in her home. Kagaya stood behind Naruto, looking as ethereal as ever. Her thoughts unreadable. Please, Hinata, in a few days it's Kuratsuchi's ceremony for taking over as Tsuchikage. She specifically requested me to attend, and I have no choice. I even asked Kagaya if she would go, but she said she wasn't feeling well. Naruto pressed his palms together, pleading with Hinata. He couldn't think of any other way to accommodate Kagaya here, and to be blunt, leaving her alone at home would likely result in nothing less than a wrecked house. This person would definitely destroy the place trying to cook. But your house? My parents went on a trip. They said they hadn't gone out after staying in Konoha for so many years, so they irresponsibly left. Naruto didn't blame them. When Kushina and Minato were dating, Konoha was at war. After they got married, Minato became Hokage, and now that the world had finally stabilized, it was understandable for them to go out and have some fun, but it was just unfortunate timing. Hinata didn't expect that Naruto's parents were also not home. Her parents had also gone out a few days ago, saying they were going to visit their ancestral home, and she hadn't asked further. Please, I've already written down the things she likes to eat, and occasionally giving her a few books to read will be fine. Even if you say it in a tone like you're asking for help with a pet hamster. All right, thank you. I'll be back as soon as I can. Naruto waved his hand and disappeared in a hurry, leaving only Kagaya and Hinata standing together, unsure of what to say. Perhaps sensing Hinata's awkward situation, Kagaya didn't bring up any topics either. She simply walked to the corridor facing the yard, sat down quietly, and gazed at the sky, passing the afternoon like this. Wah, Naruto-kun. Hinata, who had accidentally leaned against a pillar and fallen asleep, felt someone pushing her. She instinctively called out, only to realize it was Kagaya who had nudged her. She had spent the whole afternoon watching the sky with Kagaya, and ended up falling asleep out of boredom. Perhaps Kagaya had a calming aura, making her sleep very comfortably, just like being in her mother's embrace, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. You'll catch a cold sleeping here. I'm sorry, it's already evening. I'll go make dinner now. Hinata hurriedly ran to the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began to cook. Following the menu Naruto had given her, she quickly prepared a feast. Throughout her cooking, Kagaya patiently sat at the dining table waiting for her. The 2 of them sat at the dining table without anyone moving their chopsticks. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward, but Hinata didn't know what topics Kagaya liked. After all these years of contact, their relationship had only progressed to adding sister after her name. It wasn't that Kagaya didn't welcome her. In Hinata's heart, she actually thought Kagaya was a good person, because no matter how close she was with Naruto, Kagaya had never expressed any opinions or shown a hint of jealousy. This seemed much better than her own tendency to get jealous. Kagaya's sister, isn't your hair heavy? As soon as she said it, Hinata wanted to hit herself a few times. She could have brought up a better topic. Why did she have to bring up hair? Although she was indeed curious, with so much hair, it must be a burden that an ordinary person couldn't bear, but she shouldn't have asked it so rudely. It is heavy. It often gets in the way when I sleep, and it's also inconvenient to manage. Kagaya gently held a handful of her own hair in her hand. Even now her hair had fallen to the floor in a large patch, which looked quite troublesome to Hinata. Really? Have you ever thought about cutting it? Kagaya surprisingly answered her seriously, catching Hinata off guard, but also gave him a topic to discuss, so she continued to ask. No, I just have Naruto do it when I don't want to deal with it, and he is also responsible for washing it when I take a bath, even though he complains every time that it's tiring. Kagaya shook her head. Her hair wouldn't get dirty if it wasn't washed, but she loved watching Naruto, combing her hair and seriously washing it while complaining. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up, and a gentle smile appeared on her otherwise cold face. Won't it get dirty? Look, it's already fallen on the floor. Hinata made a hurt sound. Clearly, the dog food was supposed to be between her and Naruto, but now she was being fed it as well. How should she describe her feelings? Subtle? She shook her head to discard the inappropriate thoughts and asked, Kagaya picked up the soy sauce from the table and poured it over her hair. And as Hinata looked on in surprise, the soy sauce dripped straight into the plate without a single drop missing, while her hair remained intact, still shining beautifully. How did you do that? Hair was a girl's second life. Hinata didn't expect Kagaya could protect her hair in such a strange way, which piqued her interest. It's a bit of chakra manipulation. Want to learn? Just then, Hinata heard a strange sound, and Kagaya touched her stomach, looking at her with hopeful eyes for food. Sorry for keeping you talking for so long. Let us eat first and talk later. Hinata discovered for the first time that Kagaya could show such a cute side. The contrast was a bit overwhelming for her, and she quickly said, no wonder there's a familiar smell. Kagaya-ne, are you here to play? The paper door suddenly swung open, and Hanabi dashed in, affectionately hugging Kagaya from behind. Hanabi was 15 this year, tall and graceful, possessing all the attributes a girl should have, though still a bit lacking compared to her sister. Hanabi, don't trouble Kagaya-ne. I won't. I want to eat that. Hanabi pointed at the potato pancakes Hinata made, and Kagaya gently used her chopsticks to bring a piece to her mouth. You're already so old, still acting like a child. Sit down and eat. Hinata helped Hanabi serve her rice. Speaking of which, Hanabi always seemed to have a closer relationship with Kagaya than she did. She didn't understand how the younger sister managed that before, but now she somewhat understood Kagaya's personality. Then I'll go check the bathroom. Kagaya-ne, if you don't mind. Let us take a bath together. I can help you with your hair. After dinner, Hinata proposed a friendly suggestion to strengthen their relationship. After all, she finally improved her relationship with Kagaya and wanted to make the most of it. Maybe I should have taken the initiative earlier. In the bathroom, as Hinata watched the water flowing into the tub, she smiled. Her relationship with Kagaya seemed to flow slowly like the scene before her, eventually filling the tub. Kagaya's personality appeared to be unapproachable, but as long as one was willing to get close, they would feel the kind heart beneath the cold exterior. Although she realized this a bit late, it should still be in time. Just then, a commotion from outside startled Hinata. When she rushed to the living room, all she saw was a mess. The floor in disarray, tables and chairs overturned, and fragments of a puppet scattered on the ground. Kagaya and Hanabi were nowhere to be found. What happened? Kagaya-ne, Hanabi. Chapter 249. Stop. That's your grandmother. Kagaya-ne. Shortly after Hinata left, Hanabi, who was sitting beside Kagaya reading, suddenly became alert. She looked over at Kagaya and noticed she felt it too. The two of them instinctively turned to the paper door. Something is, just as Kagaya finished speaking, the paper door was violently destroyed, and a group of bandage-wrapped people with strange hats rushed into the room, immediately throwing a flashbang at Hanabi. My eyes, my eyes. Hanabi was caught off guard and blinded. While she covered her eyes, one of the bandage people appeared behind her and knocked her out with a blow to her neck, carrying her away under his arm. Let go of that child. Kagaya immediately blocked with her arm and avoided being hit. Seeing Hanabi being taken away made her very angry. The veins around her eyes bulged, and an invisible force shattered the bandage person who was taking Hanabi away, leaving only fragments of puppets behind, with no blood spilling. My body. After saving Hanabi, Kagaya collapsed to the ground, her hand covering her abdomen as she gasped for air. Normally, she wouldn't fear hundreds of these puppets, but now. The leading puppet, unaware of Kagaya's condition, faithfully followed orders, capturing both Kagaya and Hanabi and leaving Konoha on a giant puppet bird. 3 days later, Naruto. How about a drink? In the office of the Tsuchikage, the newly appointed Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, threw aside her yellow hat and pulled Naruto closer by the neck. I don't drink, and by the way, you're the Hokage now, so be a bit more composed. Although they had a somewhat teasing friendship, Naruto believed there should be some distance between men and women. He struggled to keep his face from pressing against Kuratsuchi's chest. What? Are you thinking about a girlfriend now? You little premature boy. Kuratsuchi, still acting like a tomboy, didn't mind at all, lounging on the sofa and drinking. No, it's just that I have a bad feeling. Hokage-sama, their S.A. Konoha ninja, requesting an audience. Just as Naruto furrowed his brow at his ominous premonition, a guard knocked on the door and came in to report. A Konoha ninja? Gomein. After Kuratsuchi agreed, the guard brought in none other than Hinata, who had traveled all the way from the land of Earth after the two had gone missing. She hadn't eaten or slept during the journey, and her clothes were tattered from rushing, with injuries from falling. Seeing Hinata, who was covered in wounds, Naruto erupted with a fierce, killing intent, and Kuratsuchi's expression shifted from one of drunkenness to vigilance. Hinata, what happened? Taking a deep breath, Naruto forced himself to calm down, using his yang release to continuously supply Hinata with life energy, healing her injuries. Exhausted and sleepy, Hinata felt a bit more energized. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect Kagane and Hanabi. Please save them. You're awake. Kagaya awoke from her unconsciousness to find she had not been treated as a prisoner, but was instead sleeping on a warm bed. A silver-haired boy sat by her bedside, gently speaking to her with his eyes closed. You are from Yakumo? With just one look, Kagaya understood the boy's identity. His chakra was very similar to that of Yakumo, suggesting he had inherited power like Hanabi. Do you know Otsutsuki Kagaya? She truly is the princess of Byakugan. Let me introduce myself. I am Otsutsuki Sharon. The pressure of this bloodline is much heavier than I expected, and I feel like I can't hold my head up in front of you. But I still want to say, marry me, Hinata. Sharon was quite satisfied with Kagaya's attitude. She didn't panic at being kidnapped, nor was she angry, just asking ordinary questions. Kagaya opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. After being proposed to by a descendant separated by dozens of generations, should she cry or laugh? Did you not hear clearly? I said, no, I heard you clearly. Give it up. I'm not Hinata. I'm your grandmother. Kagaya quickly shook her head. She didn't want this descendant to repeat such a rebellious act and said to him very seriously, is this a bad habit learned on Earth? No way. How can a girl casually curse? Kagaya's words made Sharon frown. Why would someone so dignified and beautiful speak like that? Indeed, the world created by Sage of Six Paths is corrupt, infecting such people. I'm not cursing you. I'm your grandmother. Forget it. I will teach you etiquette properly in the future. As for your claim that you're not Hinata, that's a joke. In this world, besides Hinata and Hanabi, who else could have such a pure bloodline? Unless you're the mother of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Sharon seemed to have given up on correcting Kagaya's words and inadvertently revealed the truth. Sharon, what do you want to do? Kagaya knew that no matter what she said, this child wouldn't believe her, and she didn't think Sharon was inviting them to be guests. Following the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, destroy the world created by the Sage of Six Paths, Sharon was waiting for this moment. After Kagaya asked, he turned around, raised his head at a 45-degree angle, looked out the window at the sky, and sighed. Wake up. I don't know what words Kagaya left behind, but you must have misunderstood something. That child would tremble even when killing a chicken. Kagaya reached out and patted Sharon's head. His tone reminded her of her two children when they were young, thinking they could do anything and misinterpreting others' meanings. In short, it was just being overly dramatic. I am, after all, the future master of the new world. Please respect me a little. This action, which carried no respect yet was filled with familial concern, left Sharon stunned. After his parents passed away, no one had ever done such a thing to him, making him feel a bit uncomfortable and step back. Sharon, I'm hungry. Go prepare some food for me. Kagaya suddenly said while holding her abdomen. Now, the nutrients aren't just for herself. She gets hungry easily. Yes. Did you hear what I said? The castle is full of puppets. What about your family? After eating, Kagaya followed Sharon to tour his residence, but along the way, it was empty, with only mechanical puppets busy working. Sacrifice for the creation of the reincarnation eye. As you can see, this place has always been in twilight, so it's a bit cold. Can you give me a scarf? After sending Kagaya back to her room, Sharon magically took out a ball of yarn and made a strange request. I'm not very good at handicrafts. Kagaya sighed and took the yarn from Sharon, fiddling with it. She regarded Sharon as a junior, and it was only natural for a grandmother to knit a scarf for her junior, right? It just inevitably reminded her of the nightmare of sewing clothes for Naruto back then. Thank you. Kagaya's clumsy yet persistent appearance warmed Sharon's cold heart a lot. He didn't expect her to agree. Perhaps she unexpectedly liked him? With such thoughts, Sharon left the room to do his own things. Chapter 250. Another sun, is the moon falling? Kuratsuchi exclaimed in surprise. Such a big event, and, as the Tsuchikage, she was completely unaware, not even having any news about it. Yes, almost as soon as Kagaya and the others disappeared, the moon began to move. Kakashi-sensei is now extremely busy, trying to relocate everyone in the village to the underground shelter. Is this true? Shadow Guard, why wasn't the news conveyed to me? Did you mix it up with congratulatory letters for various countries? Why don't you go die? Kuratsuchi grabbed the neck of the Shadow Guard and shook him frantically until the poor guy was foaming at the mouth. Then she stopped and held her forehead, lamenting. Just starting her term and already causing such a huge blunder. It looks like things won't be easy from now on. Kuratsuchi, I'm leaving. Do you need help? Seeing Naruto's anxious expression, Kuratsuchi didn't say much, only wanting to provide a little assistance. Thank you. But protecting my own village is the top priority for a Kage and ninja. Naruto shook his head, grabbed Hinata's hand, and used the flying Raijin technique to leave. They instantly appeared in front of a waterfall, and Hanabi's kunai fell to the ground. Hinata, see what's in the waterfall. Naruto picked up the kunai adorned with Hanabi's charm, which naturally had his space seal on it. It was likely left here because it had been discovered. A pool of water. You can't see clearly underneath. Hinata activated her Byakugan upon hearing this, and, after looking at the water pool inside the waterfall, she felt her vision was distorted. This is it. Stay close to me. No need to think too much. The barrier set up by the opponent to block the Byakugan essentially tells them that a person is right here. Without a second thought, Naruto walked in. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry. Even though I was here, such a thing still happened. The one who should apologize is me. The peaceful years in recent years have made me a bit complacent. Damn it. Naruto clenched his fists. He never expected someone would infiltrate Konoha and take two people away. If anything happened to either of them, it would be irreparable. Splash Naruto held Hinata's hand, and both jumped into the water. Even though they were in the water, they could breathe. After swimming downstream for a while, they emerged from the water and fell into an unknown cave. Where is this? Hinata walked out of the cave, instinctively shielding her eyes from the bright sunlight outside. They should have dived underground. Yet before them was a plain, a sea, and the most unlikely existence of the sun. Hinata, we might not be on Earth anymore. Naruto closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then said with a surprised expression on his face. Huh, I can somewhat sense the location of the flying Raijin seal, but the coordinates of Konoha seem as distant as stars in the night sky. What we just passed through might be a space teleportation portal similar to flying Raijin. Then can we go back? Of course, no problem. It just consumes more chakra. With no worries, Naruto created a truth-seeking ball as a base to carry Hinata into the sky, while he flew beside her in sage mode. They weren't here for sightseeing. They were naturally looking for someone faster in the sky. Hinata kept her Byakugan activated, searching for targets. After flying for a while, she saw traces of human habitation and led Naruto down to an abandoned village. The traces of battle. Naruto and Hinata found many ninja tools, indicating that this village had experienced intense fighting. The two split up to search in the deserted village and coincidentally arrived at a structure resembling an altar, which bore strange markings that resembled the sun. When Naruto and Hinata, driven by curiosity, touched the sun-like mark, it emitted a dazzling light, engulfing both of them. This is... Naruto felt his consciousness being pulled into another space, similar to when he met Hagoromo. Finally, they met Father. An old man with white hair leaned on a cane and approached Naruto, looking so frail that it seemed he could breathe his last at any moment. Yet his title made Naruto's heart shiver. You're Hagoromo? Listening to the old man's address, Naruto carefully observed his appearance. Even in such old age, Naruto could still recognize the shadow of Hagoromo, and he asked in surprise, You look so old. Would you be displeased if I called you father? How could that be? When I met Hagoromo, I was thinking that I had never seen you, which is a regret in my life. But why are you here? Naruto did not expect to see another son here. He excitedly grasped Hagoromo's withered hand, but soon asked in confusion, Have you seen your elder brother? Then you should know I am guarding our mother and the 10 tails on the moon, and this space is the inner world created by Yin-Yang release. The moon is now falling towards the earth. Do you know that? 3 years ago, the 10 tails was stolen, it was revived, the god tree bloomed, and the world your elder brother protected became chaotic. My intention was to guard your elder brother's world, but the Otsutsuki clan on the moon misunderstood my words. They believed that humanity was the root cause of the world's destruction. They spent 3 years slaughtering the members of the main family, and the branch family sacrificed everything to achieve the Rinnegan. Now, only one child remains, who is controlling the moon's descent. Naruto could smell the heavy scent of blood from Hagoromo's calm words. He did not expect that while there was no war on Earth, the moon was at war again. Father, you don't have to be sad. The nature of the Otsutsuki is not bad. I hope you can guide him on the right path. The chakra left by Hagoromo was not much, and after telling Naruto this story, it was time for him to disappear. Hagoromo, are you leaving? I still want to talk to you a bit more. Unlike my elder brother, even if you abandoned our mother and us, I believe you had your reasons for leaving. Now I have seen it from your memories. To be honest, I didn't expect my father to like his descendants. The speed of Hagoromo's disappearance slowed slightly, and he revealed a sly smile to Naruto. No, let us stop this topic. Haha, we will meet again someday, don't worry. Just as mother said, my father is indeed a fool. Hagoromo smiled gently, left behind a meaningful statement, and completely disappeared, and Naruto awakened as well. Naruto-kun, what did you see? Hinata woke up a little later, perhaps entrusted with the same message, and asked Naruto after regaining consciousness. I saw Hagoromo, what about you? I did too. He told me that the Otsutsuki is inside the artificial sun. Let us complete what Hagoromo entrusted to us together. Chapter 251, Scarf, a phrase for the crew. Meanwhile, Konoha faced an unprecedented disaster. The falling moon began to crack under the Earth's gravity, with fragments turning into meteors that smashed down to the ground. People had finished evacuating, but the ninjas still had to protect the village as much as possible. They exerted their utmost effort to block the falling meteors until one meteor larger than the area of Konoha fell down. Is this the end? Kakashi stared blankly at the huge meteor. Kamui could not absorb such a large meteor, and Minato and Naruto were not around. If this meteor fell to the ground, the damage would undoubtedly be greater than Pain's Shinra Tensei. Just as Kakashi was trying to think of a way, he suddenly saw 2 giants, one red and one purple, flapping their wings and flying towards the meteor. Sasuke, take action. The Yata mirror, which could block all damage, braced against the massive meteor, slowing its descent significantly. Under Itachi's command, Sasuke, who spent a considerable amount of time gathering his ninjutsu, also made his move. Kagaya's lightning god, Sasuke Susen, with Reikage attached to its left hand and the deadly black flames ignited by the Rinnegan, rapidly pierced into the meteor's interior. Under the explosive, terrifying force, the entire meteor turned to dust and scattered in the air, and both Susanoo vanished as if they had never appeared. I didn't expect it would be you two protecting Konoha. Sasuke, it's been a long time. Kakashi smiled at the 2 who landed in front of him, his gaze turning to Sasuke, whom he hadn't seen in 3 years. His hair had grown quite a bit, and his face matured a lot, but his personality still seemed indifferent. Just passing by. Sasuke coldly responded to Kakashi's smile, making Itachi helplessly pat his head. So, are the other Akatsuki members doing the same thing? Kakashi knew that Obito was currently leading the Akatsuki to maintain peace. Other villages probably also received the Akatsuki's protection. Iwagakure, dust release, original world separation technique. Inoki encased the meteor attacking Iwagakure in a dust release barrier, turning even the meteors with astonishing momentum into atomic particles. Looks like I'm not old yet. My old back. Inoki nodded with satisfaction, but he hurt his back while using the ninjutsu and fell from midair. Old man, you've already stepped down from the position of Tsuchikage. Why are you still pushing yourself like this? Be careful not to die here. A clay bird flew past in the air, accurately catching the soon-to-be first Tsuchikage to die from a fall, followed by Deidara's mockery. Deidara, you little brat, another one is coming. And it's bigger than the last. Don't worry, there's the leader over there. At Deidara's reminder, Inoki looked up at the sky. Konan, flying toward the meteor with her pure white wings, looked like an angel in Inoki's eyes. After enveloping the meteor with wings made of exploding tags, she detonated it, blowing the entire meteor into dust. Look at that dazzling artistic brilliance. I want to marry her. There are too many points to complain about, so I won't say anything more. Inoki covered his face, feeling exhausted by having such a troublesome disciple, and thinking back. He seemed to have been taken away by this woman back then. How foolish. Kumogakure, continuously firing tailed beast bombs. I'm exhausted, you idiot. You jerk. The already tailed beast transformed killer be continuously spat out tailed beast bombs, gasping for breath while cursing. This is not the time to curse. Here they come again. Gyuki anxiously reminded, as if really prepared to exhaust Killer Bee to death. This time, it wasn't single meteors, but a meteor swarm. Shinra Tensei. A man dressed in a black cloak with red clouds suddenly appeared above Yuin Village, repelling all the meteorites with a force field. The man with the Rinnegan turned to glance at Kurabi before disappearing, leaving this rap-loving guy momentarily speechless. Sunagakure, 100 Machines Performance. Kirigakure, Water Release. Great Waterfall Technique. Inside the moon, Shunrin, what are you going to do with Hanabi? Kagaya stepped out of the room. Her Byakugan sharply noticing that Shunrin was taking the unconscious Hanabi to a certain place, giving her a bad feeling. It's just a regular eye transplant. The high purity of the Byakugan, combined with my chakra, will turn into Rinnegan. But Rinnegan obtained this way. Kagaya pointed out Shinrin's mistake. Rinnegan should evolve over time, not through shortcuts, otherwise it won't last long even if it appears. This is the necessary power to end the world, don't worry. I won't have any issues. After it's over, I'll return the eyes to your sister. No, if you must use it, then use mine. Kagaya was not only worried about Hanabi, but also about Naruto. Knowing Naruto's personality, she understood that if something happened to Hanabi, he would definitely lose his cool, and Shunrin might end up dead. You? The purity of your Byakugan is too high. I'm afraid I can only handle one eye. Don't worry. This world will be fine soon. Then don't blame me for being rough. Ugh. Kagaya, seeing that Shunrin wouldn't listen to reason, anxiously used her powers to save Hanabi, but collapsed to the ground due to an unusual sensation in her abdomen. What's wrong? Medical puppet, medical puppet. Shunrin panicked and quickly instructed the puppet to carry Kagaya to the bed for diagnosis. She's pregnant. The cold, mechanical voice of the medical puppet came out straightforwardly. Huh. Pregnancy. Childbirth. Nouns, verbs, female humans. The puppet, unaware of what Shunrin's meant, simply thought he didn't understand the concept of pregnancy, and began to explain in a mechanical tone. Shut up, I know what that is, but how could she? Shunrin grabbed his hair in a frenzy. He hadn't heard that Hinata was married. An unwed pregnancy. This added to his hatred for the earth. Shunrin, it's not too late to turn back now. Kagaya was well aware of her body. She didn't want to hide it from Naruto, but remembering that Naruto called her fat 1,000 years ago, she held a grudge and chose not to say anything this time, just to see if Naruto was still that foolish. Shut up, you. You liar. Were your feelings for me all fake? This scarf wasn't made for me, but for the child's father, right? Everything you did was just waiting for someone to save you, wasn't it? Shunrin angrily grabbed the completed scarf on the table, and under his chakra, the red scarf turned into fragments that fell to the ground. After finally experiencing familial care from Kagaya, he felt the sting of betrayal. You're too extreme. Calm down and think it over. Kagaya looked at the scraps of the scarf she had painstakingly made with great helplessness. Why did she, clearly a descendant of Yuin, have a personality so similar to Yui's? Keep an eye on her. Shunrin was far from calm. His thoughts were only about how to destroy the earth. After giving instructions to the combat puppets, he stormed out. Chapter 252. No title, yet Naruto Koen. How do we get in? Hinata somewhat understood that the sun was a sphere emitting light and heat. Since the enemy was inside, they had to break through that layer of scorching protective film, which would be lethal for ordinary people. Tama, clear the way. A direct assault didn't comply with the ninja code, but Naruto didn't have time to care about that. Under his command, the Tamagotchi gathered into a large ball to clear the way, and the chakra protective film automatically avoided the Tama, bringing Naruto and Hinata into the artificial sun's interior. What greeted their eyes was a towering castle, but neither had the heart to admire the millennium-old structure, as the puppet army protecting the castle had already gathered. Multiple shadow clone technique. Hinata. Naruto immediately created thousands of shadow clones to confront the enemy. The dry earth was filled with shadow clones and puppets engaged in battle, while Naruto's main body flew into the sky with Hinata. I understand. Over there, Hinata had been using her Byakugan to search for her sister and finally spotted her at the top of the castle tower. Under Hinata's direction, Naruto crashed through a window into the room where Hanabi was imprisoned. This is too much, her eyes are. Hanabi walked to the bedside where her sister lay, and just a glance made her burst into tears. Her beloved sister had suffered such treatment, and yet she, as the older sister, felt powerless. Without saying a word, Naruto walked over to Hanabi, channeling the power of yang release into her to awaken her from her coma. Hanabi seemed to sense something. She raised her hand, and Naruto immediately grasped her small palm. Naruto, right? Only Naruto could have such warm hands. Hanabi smiled slightly, her hand moving to touch his face, and she felt something wet. Don't cry. I'm not crying, so why are you crying? Hanabi, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. From the moment it started. I vowed to always guard you. Damn it. I'm so useless. You silly. Crying for me makes me really happy. Hanabi wiped away Naruto's tears with her finger. And listening to his voice, choked with sobs, she found it unexpectedly cute. Who are you? Shinrin opened the door and looked at the two strangers. Not expecting that his heavily guarded castle could be so easily invaded, and he was just arriving now. Naruto hadn't felt such anger in a long time. Upon seeing Shinrin's eyes, which were Hanabi's eyes, he lost his sanity. He cast aside Yuin's warning. Golden chakra enveloped his body, and the Tama automatically transformed into a staff. Before Shinrin could discern what it was, he was struck hard in the chest by the staff, his muscles tearing, bones shattering. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing through more than 10 walls before finally collapsing in the ruins. I'm gonna kill you. But it wasn't over. Naruto's Tama, following his will, flew towards Shinrin, automatically opening like handcuffs, with 5 Tamagotchi restraining his neck and limbs, rendering him immobile. Naruto looked at him with an extremely cold gaze, raising the staff. A hit would mean his life. Were you? Why does my power? Shinrin felt the fear of death. Although his eyes hadn't fully developed, they could be considered Rinnegan. Yet his power was completely ineffective against Naruto. Could such power still be considered human? Naruto, stop. Naruto-kun, wait. Kagaya grabbed Naruto's right hand, while Hinata tightly hugged his waist. Their voices awakened Naruto's reason, which had been consumed by anger. Naruto, he is your descendant. You can't harm him. I don't have such descendants. Calm down, he is still a child. He has always lived under his parents' misguided teachings. Children are innocent. If you hadn't met your father or Hinata when you were young, what would you have become? If you had only encountered evil people, guided by them, you wouldn't know right from wrong either. He is an example of that. Kagaya knew Naruto was still angry, so she could only appeal to his emotions and reason with him, explaining S.H. Rin's experiences. Listening to Kagaya's words, Naruto calmed down somewhat. He retracted the truth-seeking orb and set S.H. Rin down. With a swipe of his hand in front of S.H. Rin's eyes, he removed the two Byakugan, naturally returning them to their rightful owner. Wait, give me back the Rinnegan. That's mine. Smack S.H. Rin. Do you still not realize your mistake? If you keep this up, Grandma won't be able to protect you. Kagaya's palm slapped S.H. Rin's face. Although he lost his eyes, S.H. Rin felt Kagaya's emotions more clearly. She genuinely cared about him. And for a moment, he fell silent. Hanabi, how do you feel? Naruto placed Hanabi's eyes back in their place, then used the power of yang release to reconnect the nerves, but he still worriedly asked, thank you. Hanabi looked around, feeling that her vision was clearer than before, and there was a faint, vague power emanating from her eyes. Before she could figure out that strange power, Naruto suddenly picked her up from the bed, in a princess carry, which was quite embarrassing. What are you doing? Hanabi's face turned red, and she thought, could it be that this guy has finally woken up after this incident? Has he realized his feelings? Accepting it like this wouldn't be impossible. I'm taking you to Hinata. You just recovered, and I'm afraid you'll fall. Who asked you to carry me? Go die. Smack Hanabi, that's great. Hinata was overjoyed to see Naruto bringing a healthy Hanabi over, crying tears of joy and refusing to let go of her. Kagaya then started to ask Naruto what happened to his face. It's so cramped, sister. Hanabi was buried in that soft chest, unable to move, and could only complain softly that, despite being sisters, certain parts were completely different. Next came stopping the moon. Naruto's face bore a red handprint, looking particularly funny. And since S.H. Rin had just been hit as well, their faces complemented each other, making Hinata and Hanabi laugh. Just go there and destroy the Rinnegan. Before Naruto could pry S.H. Rin's mouth open, Kagaya spoke up. She hadn't been idle all this time and had already gathered all the information. Naruto looked in the direction Kagaya pointed. It was a black rock floating in midair. He nodded and took Hinata and Hanabi with him. According to Ymur's instructions, he couldn't destroy the Rinnegan without his chakra. Chapter 253, the night before the wedding of 3 people. The Rinnegan was hidden in the center of the rock, resembling an eye-shaped sphere, emitting a soft glow like a small sun. Hinata, Hanabi, Naruto gathered a Rasengan in his hand, and, at his call, the sisters consciously infused their chakra into it. The Rasengan, containing Ymur's chakra, collided with the Rinnegan. After a flash of lightning, the Rinnegan exploded, turning into countless Byakugan that floated in the air, and the moon no longer approached the earth, returning to its original orbit. Come with me. After completing all this, Naruto returned to the ground, seeing S.H. Rin still in a daze, angrily grabbing his collar and bringing him to meet Yumura in the village. Look closely. This is what you call the will of the Otsutsuki Yumura. Naruto infused yang release into the imprint of Yumura appearing, collecting a bit of the remaining chakra, and then repeated the scene he had seen. How could this be? My father's, our clan's sacrifice. To put it bluntly, Rin was now utterly devastated. Not only did he have to admit his clan's mistakes, but he also had to watch his own grandmother, whom he proposed to. It's impressive that he hasn't gone mad yet. His mental resilience is commendable. Rin, apologize to your grandfather. Rin opened his mouth in a daze, but couldn't say anything. Although it's technically correct in terms of generations, Naruto looks a bit younger than him. No need to apologize. This is the Byakugan created from extracting your genes. I hope it helps you see the path ahead. Naruto was still somewhat angry, but he still made a pair of eyes for Rin. Your grandfather is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Take this when you're lonely. Come to Grandma's place. You're always welcome to come and play on Earth. Kagaya took out the scarf she had woven again and helped Rin put it on, ruffling his hair before returning to Earth with Naruto. A few days later, Kushina and Minato returned from their trip. One day after dinner, Kagaya suddenly said, "I'm pregnant," in a tone as flat as if she were asking for another bowl. Pregnant? Naruto was stunned, while Minato had a look that said, "I knew this day would come," and Kushina was surprisingly angry. "Ah, you silly woman, you went to night raid Naruto again, didn't you? I warned you not to do this, Debane." Kushina grabbed Kagaya's cheeks and twisted them hard. Kagaya had been disobedient for a long time. Whenever she was in a good mood, she would go find Naruto to chat. As a mother, Kushina felt hopeless. What did she do? Stand guard at Naruto's door every day? I am the princess of the Otsutsuki clan, the ancestor of chakra, the mother of the sage of six paths. How dare you treat me like this? Huh? Have the guts to say that again, Debane? Ugh, I'm sorry. After enduring unilateral abuse, Kagaya walked over Naruto with swollen cheeks and obediently sat down to apologize. Kushina, she really is the most terrifying person in the world. Minato couldn't help but facepalm. Just mentioning Kagaya's titles was enough to scare children into crying, but Kushina didn't even have the capacity to think of fear. Probably only she could easily bully the big boss into submission. No, so what do we do now? Naruto snapped back to reality and asked in a panic. What else can we do? Get married. You little brat, go bring Hinata to me right now. Kushina nearly kicked Naruto out of the house. What she was most worried about was Hinata encountering such a troublesome guy. Pregnant? Hinata was brought over in confusion, and Hanabi followed out of curiosity, only to hear this news. Hinata, listen to me, this is beyond our control. I see, Sister Kagaya. Make sure to have a healthy baby. Ignoring Naruto's frantic explanations, Hinata walked over to Kagaya and touched her belly, offering her sincere blessings. Huh, you're not angry? What is there to be angry about? You've lived together for so long. It's actually a bit late for you to be pregnant now. Hinata was indeed not angry. She knew that when two people's feelings reach a certain point, they would cross that line. Kagaya had done so much for Naruto, and a happy union was only natural. She had thought she would be beaten to death. Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. He hadn't forgotten how Hinata had beaten him up during the Chunin exams because she was jealous. Hanabi on the side mocked, "What's wrong? Haven't you gotten over the shadow of the Chunin exams yet? Hinata, I'm really sorry for how my idiot Naruto treated you. I have a request. Aunt Kushina, you don't have to do this. What are you asking for? What do you want to say?" Kushina suddenly bent down in a pleading gesture, leaving Hinata at a loss. She quickly helped Kushina up and asked, "Get married, you and Kagaya together." Hinata didn't say anything, but Naruto exclaimed, "What do you mean? Do you want to have two weddings?" I'm not in a hurry. Hinata, you're just too soft-hearted. Watching the person you like marry someone else is a lifetime of pain for a woman. I want to let you bear that suffering. Kushina said seriously, grabbing Hinata's hand. After speaking, she shot a glance at Hanabi, making the little girl grit her teeth in jealousy, realizing that she couldn't do that yet. However, it couldn't be helped. She wasn't of age yet. If she attended the wedding, Naruto would be taken away by the security team for 3 years after the ceremony. But we are still Chunin. We haven't met my father's requirements. The next Jounin exam is starting soon, so both of you work hard. And Naruto, if you fail this time, you know what the consequences will be, right? Yes, I will definitely give it my all. So just give it your all and skip the rest. After that, Naruto indeed gave his all in the Jounin exam, sweeping through the exam like a runaway horse, setting a record for the fastest exam, leaving an indelible psychological shadow on the Chunin from other villages. Chapter 254, Wedding Day and Father-in-law's Instructions at Night. Most of the people in Konoha had fallen into dreams. The cold wind howled in the night sky, and Naruto sat alone on the Hokage rock, where Senju Hashirama was. His azure eyes reflected the lights of several nightclubs. He held a bottle of white liquor, commonly found in Konoha's small shops, and after hesitating for a long time, finally tried to pour a little into his mouth. Cough. Cough, cough. So spicy, I can't believe the perverted sage likes to drink this stuff. The spicy taste of the white liquor made Naruto cough uncontrollably. At that moment, he admired his master for being able to enjoy drinking such a liquid. What are you doing? A light footstep approached, and Sasuke appeared behind Naruto, wearing a beige cloak. Naruto seemed to know he was back, and showed no surprise. If you ask me why I'm here, it's because I can't sleep and came out for some fresh air. If you're asking why I'm drinking, it's because my dad said, a man doesn't need to be drunk after 1,000 cups, but at least should be able to drink without embarrassing himself. But it seems I'm still not suited for alcohol. Naruto shook his head helplessly, saying that the guests on the wedding day would be unreasonable and would most likely force him to drink to liven up the mood. It seemed that embarrassment was inevitable. You become really talkative after 3 years. Give it here. Sasuke snatched the bottle from Naruto's hand and tilted his head back, gulping down a few mouthfuls. After finishing, he casually wiped the white liquor that flowed down his neck with his sleeve and tossed the half-empty bottle back to Naruto. Hey, when did you learn such a high-level skill as drinking? Naruto was stunned by Sasuke's actions. After 3 years, this guy had changed a lot. How should he put it? He just felt he looked really cool. I've always been ahead, but you're still a genin. When I wasn't around, you protected Konoha, right? No need for thanks. This is your home too. Are you leaving again this time? After a round of standard banter, the two sat in silence for a while. Suddenly, Naruto seemed to remember something and said, who knows? I've been to many places over the years. If I'm in a good mood, I might go out again. Sasuke shook his head and shared his experiences from the years, including the lives of the Jinchuriki that Naruto found most interesting. After the revival of the Wooden Man, he quickly returned to the village and was confessed to by a junior. Yakura found his son and future daughter-in-law, and when he realized his role as a father was somewhat redundant, he sadly returned to the Hidden Mist Village. Inoki and Han are enjoying a peaceful life in the Hidden Stone Village. After Fu returned to the fortress, news of their marriage came soon after. Fu hid her feelings for Naruto deep in her heart and continued to protect the Hidden Waterfall Village with Shomei. Killer Bee is still obsessed with rapping. Someone like me is getting married too. I feel a bit uneasy. Someone like you, a fool, would also worry about yourself one day. Naruto, congratulations on your marriage, Sasuke said, raising his left hand to Naruto. Naruto smiled slightly and met his right hand, their fists bumping together under the moonlight, carrying each other's blessings. Yeah, you should hurry up too. On the wedding day, the venue was chosen in the forest of Konoha, where the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Shadows from various countries sent blessings and gifts, and Gaara personally came to attend Naruto's wedding as a friend. Naruto, congratulations. Gaara raised his hand and clasped it with Naruto's palm. He had never thought he would smile and attend a friend's wedding before meeting Naruto. Sending blessings became the only thing he could do. Thank you, Gaara. You should do well too. There should be many girls in Sunagakure who like you. I probably still need some time. Where are the brides? Probably getting ready. In the dressing room. I can't take it anymore. How am I supposed to style this? Hanabi was speechless, looking at Kagaya's silver hair scattered all over the place, feeling troubled. According to customs, women were supposed to style their hair when getting married, and, as a bridesmaid, she was supposed to help. However, no matter how hard she tried, the hair seemed to mock her, showing no signs of reducing. Even if styled, it would probably tilt backward due to the weight, right? Hinata imagined how Kagaya's hair would look styled. It would probably end up looking like a huge ball on the back of her head. She looks more like a comedian than a bride. Why does Kagaya leave her hair so long? I'm sorry. Kagaya lowered her head in disappointment. She and T expected that the natives of this planet would change so much over a millennium. Ancient weddings were clearly not so complicated. No, it's not your fault. By the way, speaking of which, who are you going to pray to? Hanabi didn't expect Kagaya to care about her words. Quickly asked Hinata to change the subject. Pray to who? To the deity? This person is the ancestor of Chakra, the sage of 6 paths who is called a god. Which deity should we pray to? This. Hinata fell into confusion upon hearing Hanabi's words. They couldn't possibly pray to someone of a lower generation, could they? You foolish daughters. What are you doing? The wedding has already started. Hyuga Hizashi anxiously opened the door. His daughter's wedding these past few days had kept him from sleeping well. And despite the dark circles under his eyes, he still had to keep an eye on his restless daughters. In any case, it didn't matter who he was bowing to. He just wanted it to be over quickly. After some twists and turns, Hyuga Hizashi finally emerged from the dressing room with his 2 daughters and an ancestor. Kagaya declared to the outside world that she was an orphan from the Hyuga family, and thus counted as one of them. His current task was to hand his daughters over to Naruto. The brides, dressed in pure white kimonos called shirmuku, quietly followed their father. Hinata's playful cuteness and Kagaya's mature steadiness earned sincere applause from the wedding guests. Naruto, I entrust my daughters to you. If you dare to bully them, I'll make you pay, Hyuga Hizashi said as he placed Hinata's hand in Naruto's right hand, while Hanabi placed Kagaya's hand into Naruto's left. Looking at his youngest daughter's faint glimmer in her eyes, the father let out a slight sigh. Father, thank you for entrusting your daughters to someone as unworthy as me. Naruto, not thinking much about the meaning of the daughters, instinctively included Kagaya in his response, not noticing anything strange. 16 years ago, I still vividly remember the scene of you jumping into my house. Now you've all grown up. Be a man and hold back your tears. Hyuga Hizashi patted Naruto's shoulder hard, as if trying to knock his tears back in, before returning to his seat. Don't you think that's too stiff? Hinata watched her husband awkwardly mimic actions and couldn't help but laugh. Mind your own business. Chapter 255, The Ongoing Wedding and Somewhat Perverted Guests. Naruto, I didn't expect you to be faster than me, your master. How embarrassing. The wedding was still ongoing, and, as the male lead, Naruto naturally had many people talk to him. Jiraiya, as his master, was the first. He casually pinned a flower he had picked along the way to Naruto's chest and sighed. I didn't prepare a gift specifically. I just acted on a whim. Which really suits my character. Pervy Sage, I've always remembered your teachings. I can't call myself a man. I've let you down. Naruto distinctly remembered what Jiraiya had told him in the Land of Snow. A man who loves only one woman for a lifetime is called a man. Naruto had not achieved this. Hey, don't overthink it. I said that back then simply because most men don't get to enjoy the treatment you do, like me. If I were to say I wanted to marry another, Jiraiya patted Naruto's head to prevent him from thinking too much, and then secretly said, Tsunade, who was drinking heartily, suddenly looked over, her sharp gaze carrying a hint of killing intent, startling both master and disciple. See? So this is your own blessing. To meet 2 such easygoing girls. Thank you, master. Naruto thanked him lightly. At that moment, Orochimaru pushed Kabuto, who was sitting in a wheelchair, over. Kabuto had severely injured his cells by forcibly absorbing Orochimaru's cells, and now relied on a wheelchair to move. It was unclear what deal Orochimaru had struck with Konoha, but Kabuto was currently acting as the director of an orphanage. Although he looked very weak, this director could stand and fight using Sage Mode when protecting the orphanage. Naruto, I was right to choose you back then. Now, tell me what gift you want. You can choose any of the Kage from all the countries. Orochimaru threw a white zetsu from his sleeve, which he had caught on the way, just right for using the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru, you jerk. You bring this disgusting thing to Naruto's wedding. Jiraiya said, looking disgusted at the thrashing white zetsu on the ground, pointing a finger at Orochimaru. Don't say that. I'm much more generous compared to your stingy master. Call me stingy. Do you want to fight? Stop arguing. Thank you for your kindness. But we don't need the impure world reincarnation. If it weren't for Uncle Snake, I wouldn't be reunited with my parents now. I'm very happy you could come to my wedding. Just let me know if you have any requests. Naruto felt helpless about the 2 masters who always quarreled upon meeting, but in a sense, their relationship was good. After he finished speaking, Kabuto silently lowered his sleeves, seemingly in agreement with Orochimaru. Well, I have a request. I'm very interested in your wife. Hiss, I'll kill you. Jiraiya gasped. Pulling out a kunai he always carried with him, ready to fight Orochimaru. The perverted toad is still as foolish as ever. Do you think everyone is like you? His wife is an alien. To me, she is an incredibly precious material. Hair, blood, anything will do. Please make sure to let me. Orochimaru continued to ramble on, but Jiraiya finally couldn't help but use his hair to wrap up this perverted guy and take him away. I'll find a place to bury him, don't mind. Mr. Kabuto, how are you doing now? Not bad, except for not being able to move my legs. Everything else is pretty good. Come visit the orphanage when you have time. The kids all really like you. Kabuto smiled slightly, turning the wheels of his wheelchair to find the buried Orochimaru. After he left, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man approached Naruto. Who are you? Naruto was sure he didn't know this person, but there was an incredibly familiar feeling about him. It's me. I managed to sneak in while the guards relax. The middle-aged man's voice sounded like Itachi's. He still couldn't show his face freely as a wanted criminal in Konoha, but he could manage a disguise. Thank you. Brother Itachi, you are my only concern besides Sasuke. I'm really happy to see you start a family, but at the same time, I worry about Sasuke. Can that distorted personality of his really get married? I hope to see his descendants in my lifetime. The Uchiha clan still relies on him to revive. Itachi patted Naruto's shoulder. No brother would be happy seeing his younger brother settle down, but with his own brother showing no signs of doing so, Itachi couldn't help but worry about his brother and the future of the Uchiha clan. Don't worry, Sasuke has Sakura who likes him. Naruto, congratulations on your wedding. This one, 8 Clay Girl, is a gift for you. The other members of Akatsuki had also arrived, and the one speaking now was Deidara, who had pushed Itachi aside. Aside from his signature cloak, Akatsuki members were just ordinary people, and the things they had done in recent years were well known. Those who recognized them chose to ignore it. Isn't this me? Naruto took the clay model that Deidara had personally made and fell into thought. The blonde, twin-tailed hairstyle looked very familiar, and upon closer inspection, it was exactly the appearance of Naruto. Receiving his own clay, female version, figurine on his wedding day put Naruto in a rather awkward mood. That's right, it's quite exquisite, right? Scorpion also helped. It has a puppet skeleton inside. It's movable. By the way, this thing has unexpectedly become popular and has become an important source of income for the organization. Naruto was surprised that even Scorpion would help. Now, Scorpion had also come to stand in front of him. I'm the most outstanding puppet master of the Sand Hidden Village. Although I'm not young anymore, my thirst for knowledge hasn't diminished. My pride doesn't allow me to bow down and seek advice from those weaker than me. But you could be considered to have defeated me once. It might be a bit difficult for Naruto, with his wisdom, to understand this lengthy discourse. And he looked at Deidara in confusion. Scorpion's intention is to ask you a question. Oh, go ahead and ask. What does mating feel like? Scorpion rested his right hand on his chin, asking with great interest, his eyes also glancing at Naruto's lower body. There's nothing to be surprised about, because I am a human puppet and will never be able to experience that feeling, so I hope to learn from others' descriptions. Well, that is to say, it's very. Naruto's face instantly turned bright red, but since it was a guess question, he was still thinking about how to phrase it, and his voice became softer and softer. Scorpion, you're really as decayed as your puppets. Are you a middle-aged man asking someone such a question? Come with me. Deidara didn't immediately stop him, because he was completely taken aback. What kind of person doesn't understand the atmosphere to ask such a question at a wedding? And there really are people in the world who would honestly explain personal matters. Deidara wished he could stuff Scorpion full of clay and make him explode on the spot, dragging him away. I just have a thirst for knowledge about the unknown. You won't die if you don't know this kind of thing. Chapter 256. The wedding ends, and 3 years of beginnings and the birth of children. Naruto. Congratulations. Obito, taking advantage of the absence of others, brought Rin to Naruto's side. As the mastermind behind the Fourth Great Ninja War, every ninja in the world recognized his face, but at this moment, he could only wear a strange mask, not just to cover his face, but also to hide that exceptionally conspicuous Rinnegan. Thank you, Obito. If it weren't for you kicking me into the space-time hole, I wouldn't have met Kagaya. No matter how the process was, I really like Kagaya now. You could be considered the matchmaker for the two of us. You're still talking about this? Then I won't apologize either. Obito also learned about Naruto and Kagaya's story later and didn't want to express his opinion on it. He had gone with the intention of killing him, yet ended up giving him a wife. Every time he thought about it, his feelings became complicated. That always silly Naruto is getting married. Time flies so fast. Rin touched Naruto's head. After not seeing each other for a long time, the girl had turned into a mature woman, and at least she didn't have to tiptoe when touching Naruto now. Sister Rin, you become more beautiful. Naruto didn't understand women very well. He just felt that Rin exuded a charm similar to Kushina's gentle demeanor and could only say this. It's not good to say other girls are pretty at a wedding, but I'm really happy. Exactly. Rin has completely grown into an outstanding young woman, Debane. Sister is so happy. Kushina suddenly jumped out from behind Rin, hugging her waist and shaking her continuously. Their relationship was like that of close sisters. Sister Kushina, be gentle. Gentle. Obito stood anxiously beside Rin, wanting to pull Kushina's hands away, but afraid of hurting Rin. Rin isn't made of tofu. You've been anxious since just now. Because Rin is pregnant. Huh? The air suddenly fell silent, and when everyone reacted, they all screamed together. Obito, the teacher is very interested in this matter, and the Konoha security team would be very welcoming of you entering. Minato and Kakashi suddenly appear behind Obito, each placing a hand on his shoulder. Their expressions definitely not friendly. With a body that doesn't grow in death, Rin is still only 19 years old, a minor girl. I will use Kamui to confine you in the space-time for 3 years. Hey, Kakashi, is it really okay for you to use my eyes against me? And the teacher is really not what you think. Obito was frightened. Without his eyes, he couldn't open the space-time, and he hurriedly began to explain. At one of the Akatsuki celebration parties, Rin was in a good mood and drank a lot of alcohol, and what happened next was quite amusing. Actually, it was mainly Obito's fault. This guy's emotional intelligence has been stuck at the stage of losing his crush in his youth, and after spending so long with Rin, all they had done was hold hands at most. Under the influence of alcohol, Rin's dissatisfaction with him erupted, and disregarding his resistance, she took him. So, you're the victim? Of course. Rin's thighs, Rin's chest, Rin's belly, I never thought about any of that. Unexpectedly honest. Obito, I understand your feelings. Naruto, with tears in his eyes, grabbed Obito's hand, thinking he was probably the only one who could understand Obito's feelings among all those present. Is it really like that? Obito is really bad. He did something so excessive to me. Rin had a mischievous expression on her face, touching her belly and speaking sadly. And the crowd's gazes once again turned to Obito. Rin, please stop playing. I really might die here. Obito was on the verge of kneeling to Rin. He knew she was joking, but her joke was about his life. After a chaotic explanation, everyone finally abandoned the idea of reporting him. So this time I want to leave Rin in Konoha. Let the child be born as a ninja of Konoha, and then one day in the future become Hokage. Obito was relieved that he wouldn't be sent to prison. He looked towards the Hokage rock in the distance, already prepared to hand over his past dreams to his descendants to fulfill. The wedding lasted all day, and after sending off the guests, Naruto, Hinata, and Kaguya returned to their new home. Since he got married, he naturally had to live separately from his parents. I am tired. Kaguya consciously walked into her own room. For her, marriage was just a ceremony, as she and Naruto were already husband and wife. However, it was different for Hinata. Now was the time to be with her, and Naruto smiled slightly, holding Hinata's hand as they entered their room. Why are you so skilled? How many times have you done it with Sister Kaguya? After a while, amidst Hinata's breathless questions, this wedding came to a successful conclusion. Months later, in Konoha's hospital, Kaguya had been taken into the delivery room, and Naruto was anxiously waiting outside. In ancient times, he had left before Kaguya gave birth, and now he was even more at a loss, as he couldn't hear the sound of a baby crying, making him increasingly anxious. Naruto-kun, calm down. Kagane won't have any problems, trust Sakura. Hinata tightly grasped Naruto's hand to calm him down, repeatedly comforting him. Naruto absent-mindedly responded, and under his anticipation, Sakura finally walked out of the delivery room. Sakura, how is it? First of all, congratulations. The child was born smoothly. It's a pair of twins. But they aren't crying at all. It could be a congenital condition. Don't worry, that's just my guess. You can go see for yourself. Sakura was also a bit bewildered. Not being able to cry might be a sign of illness, but when she said this to Kaguya, she was glared at by one of the babies, which made her quite frustrated. She was actually being stared at by a newborn baby. Kaguya, are you okay? Hearing this, Naruto immediately walked into the room. Yeah, I'm fine, and they are too. Kaguya was leaning on the bed with 2 swaddled babies in her arms, a faint smile on her face, radiating maternal love. After seeing Naruto, she responded, and both babies inherited her Byakugan. They looked at Naruto at the same time, and one of them raised its tiny arm and waved, as if calling out to him. Hey, are you calling me? Naruto was full of questions. He extended his finger, and the baby's tiny hand perfectly grasped it. Then he heard a clear voice in his mind. The baby's throat hasn't developed yet, but I can talk to you like this. Naruto was so scared that he fell to the ground. After regaining his composure, he extended his finger again. You still haven't changed. I can't believe you're my father. Yui, is that you? Naruto realized he wasn't hallucinating. The newborn baby was really talking to him. And with that tone, it could only be Yui. Yes, it seems you haven't become hopelessly stupid. But why? Can't you think for yourself? Even my child can achieve reincarnation. How could Yui and I not be able to? As long as the mother becomes pregnant again, Yui and I will definitely be born. I didn't expect us to be twins. Good job. You saved me time waiting for Yui to be born. No way. Is there really a newborn baby in this world saying good job to their father? You are Yui? To confirm this, Naruto extended his finger to the other child. And sure enough, he heard a voice. Yeah, father. I told you we would see each other again soon. So that's what it means. Chapter 257. Studying medicine can't save country ex-Vortex Yui, a name filled with legendary significance, was hailed as the smartest genius in the history of Konoha. As the eldest son of the 7th Hokage, his existence seemed to confirm the title of genius. Let's take a look at the experiences of this genius since childhood. He entered the Ninja Academy at 6, graduated with full marks a month later to become a Genin, then immediately participated in the Chunin exams. Again ranked first and promoted to Chunin, and a year later, he was promoted to Jonin, executing over 100 S-rank and A-rank missions. Actually, this isn't anything special. Being a genius and standing out is normal. However, the abnormal part is that none of his enemies died. All those listed as dangerous, which would raise the mission level, were all captured alive. The reason he could do this was that he didn't need hand signs to release any jutsu. The 5 elements of wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth were like pets, always surrounding him, ready to be commanded. Such a Yui was also praised by Konoha ninjas as the reincarnation of the sage of 6 paths. After hearing this rumor, Naruto could only shrug and say, "You guys are right." Just when everyone thought Yui would inherit his father's position and become the next Hokage, he suddenly refused, exceptionally stubbornly resigning from his Jonin position and returning to school to become a proud teacher of the people. At this point, the audience might say, wait, this script is wrong. Isn't this Boruto's story? How did it turn into Yui's? I hate Hokage the most. A blonde boy was sticking his feet on the face of the 7th Hokage's rock, pouring an entire bucket of white paint over it. All the previous Hokage rocks, except for the 4th, had suffered at his hands, turning into a riot of colors. Hey, Boruto, you're painting the Hokage rock again. This time, Naruto really will beat you up. Konohamaru suddenly appeared next to Boruto and gave his head a tap, indicating that Boruto had been doing this for quite some time. Stop nagging. Like I won't have time to beat me. Boruto complained, holding his head. Even the lessons he learned from doing bad things were only from Konohamaru. Naruto is just busy with work. Konohamaru could hear the resentment in his words. As Konoha developed, the Hokage had more and more responsibilities, and Boruto hardly saw his father, so it was understandable that he felt resentful. Without needing Konohamaru's kind explanation, he thought that work was more important than family. Sai, you could just paint the 7th Hokage. Why did you have to paint my grandfather too? No one else did that to you, right? Why not? If it weren't for the first Hokage establishing Konoha, there wouldn't be a Hokage concept, so it's all his fault. The 2nd Hokage is his brother, so he should be blamed too. Your grandfather was one of those who guided my dad toward becoming Hokage, and the 5th Hokage is that Chihiro's mother, who always bullies me, so they all had to be painted, and Kakashi-sensei was collateral damage. Boruto started counting on his fingers, blaming every good thing about the Hokage except for his own grandfather. That's too harsh. Why did you spare the 4th Hokage? I'm out of paint. You little brat. It's definitely because Uncle Minato treats you well that you can't bear to do it. How insincere. I'm going to class. Boruto didn't respond to Konohamaru, made a face at him, grabbed his backpack, and slipped away. I can't wash this off by myself. Ninja Academy morning. Boruto entered the classroom a few minutes before class, greeted the girl next to him, then laid his head on the desk. Pouring paint was quite a physical task and had drained a lot of his chakra. You didn't go to paint the Hokage rock again, did you? The girl with glasses sitting next to him seemed a bit anxious. Boruto looked like he was up to no good. How did you know? There's paint on your clothes. I told you. Can you not do such embarrassing things? Your dad would cry. Sarada pushed her glasses helplessly. Despite being the son of the Hokage, he always went against him. Should she call him foolish or fearless? Whatever you say, I just hate the Hokage. That's unfortunate. My dream is to become Hokage. As the two were engaged in their daily banter, the class bell rang. A boy with a blonde, spiky hairstyle entered the classroom. As he walked to the podium, the whispering students quieted down, waiting for this teacher to speak. Class begins. Yui didn't say much. After confirming that all the students were present, he began teaching. No one understood the application of chakra better than he did, and as a teacher, he could explain theories in a way that students could understand, allowing Boruto to learn how to walk on water and climb at such a young age before graduating. I can't believe such a person is your brother. Sarada was diligently taking notes. Every time she listened to Yui teach, she benefited greatly. Looking at Yui, who was only a year older than these students, she sighed. He's just my half-brother. Everyone, you're about to graduate and become ninjas. Although I have said this many times, I will say it once more. The purpose of my creation of the ninja sect and distributing chakra to ordinary people is not for them to use it as weapons for combat, but to enable people to live happier lives. I hope that after graduation, you will use your chakra for the benefit of others and carry forward the ideals of the ninja sect. After the class ended, Yuri, looking at the students he had spent a long time with, took the rare opportunity to be a bit verbose and said a few words of farewell. Here he goes again. This guy never tires of calling himself the Sage of Six Paths. What a chinibyu. Yuri's words made Boruto feel embarrassed for him. He couldn't understand how someone could think like this, especially after becoming a teacher, repeatedly referring to the Sage of Six Paths in the book as. However, this confidence surprisingly did not feel out of place. No wonder he was called the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, including Sarada. All the students felt no sense of incongruity and merely nodded obediently. Teacher Yuri, I have a question. If that's the case, why don't you go out and promote it yourself instead of becoming a teacher? You're a very powerful ninja, right? A girl with blonde twin tails suddenly stood up from her seat and asked Yuri. She was naturally Tsunade and Jiraiya's daughter, Senju, and as for her surname, Jiraiya had no rights, so it was only natural that she contributed to the revival of the Senju clan. Because I believe that being a ninja won't save the world. Only by teaching new leave from a young age will it be effective. What an old man-like statement, even though he is a child himself. Chapter 258. Gradually easing barriers and the QB becoming a pet. As dusk approached, the students had long gone home, and Yuri just stepped out of the school. He had formulated a training plan for each student in the class, tailored to their strengths, except for Boruto, whose plan was left completely blank because of his personality. Yuri did not intend to interfere with his matters. Isn't that the Hokage? What brings you here? By the swings of the school gate, Yuri unexpectedly saw his father, who was standing there in the iconic Hokage cloak, looking quite conspicuous, seemingly waiting for him. Today was less busy, so I thought I'd come pick you up and go home together since I sense you were still at school, Naruto said with relief. The Hokage in his generation was the busiest, and he basically spent every day looking at the stars while going home. Am I going to get lost or something? Yuri said, somewhat reluctantly, when he suddenly felt a lightness beneath him, as Naruto lifted him up and sat him on his shoulder. What are you doing? Your reaction is just like when your grandfather lifted me up back then. Isn't it embarrassing? I was 15 that year. You still do this. Do you want to fight? Yuri, thank you. Just as Yuri was desperately struggling, he suddenly heard Naruto's voice of gratitude from below. What? I know that I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a father back then, and I made you and Yuri suffer a lot when you were little. So I really appreciate you letting me do something for you in this way. Just this once, okay? Hearing Naruto's sincere words, Yuri stopped struggling. He had always envied his peers who could sit on their father's shoulders when he was a child. Even though Naruto was a fool, he was always perceptive at times like this. Yuri didn't know what to say. This sentiment is just like how I felt back then. Let's just go home this time. Now, Naruto completely understood the feelings Watergate had when he lifted him up back then. After a light laugh, he started running down the streets of Konoha, and the villagers watching couldn't help but smile. The Hokage and his son were always so close, making others envious. I'm back, Hinata. Welcome home, Yuri Naruto-kun. Even though they had been married for many years, Hinata still called Naruto that way. For her, it felt more comfortable than calling him husband. Seeing him come home early made her happy as she went to prepare dinner, to take care of their family of 7. Hinata had long since quit being a ninja and settled into being a housewife. Swoosh and orange flash appeared, and the QB, about the size of a head, was already lying on Yuri's head, looking as cute as if he were wearing a fox hat. Its real body was still sleeping inside Naruto, only using chakra to create a body and transferring its consciousness outside. And naturally, Yuri, who was very familiar with the tailed beast he created, helped him achieve this. You little rascal, today it's my turn to lie on the old man's head, get down. Almost simultaneously, another slightly darker colored QB landed on Yuri's shoulder, which was naturally the QB belonging to Watergate. Their affection for Yuri was the same, so the daily competition for who could claim Yuri's head became routine. Aren't you me? Why do you have to be so clear about the separation? The young QB lifted its eyelids to glance at its counterpart, scoffed, and continued to enjoy Yuri's presence alone. How dare you say that? Today, I'm going to beat you to death here. The QB was furious, standing on Yuri's shoulder and clawing at the young QB's body. But unfortunately, this body had no fighting power. If you want to fight, go out and finish it. Then come back. Yuri, annoyed, opened the floor-to-ceiling window facing the yard and grabbed the 2 QB by their necks, tossing them outside. Idiot, you angered the old man. Clearly, it's you stinky fox. In their mutual harm, the 2 foxes rolled around in the yard. Big brother, welcome back. Yuri's brother, Yoharu, came down from the 2nd floor holding little Aoi and couldn't help but laugh at the scene, feeling that compared to Yuri, his presence had become quite thin. After graduating from the ninja school, he stayed at home to take care of the youngest sister, Uzumaki Himawari. Dad, Yuri Onaikan, welcome home. The 6-year-old Aoi called out in a sweet voice, inheriting Hinata's hair color, with short purple hair and a cute little tuft on top. She was a very adorable little girl. Naruto and Yuri responded in unison. Even Yuri, who usually didn't smile, showed a hint of a smile at the sight of his adorable little sister. He had always loved his siblings, and that was still the case now, although one person didn't seem to appreciate it. Father, do you have time this Sunday? Aoi said she wants to go play in the village. Sorry, I won't have time these days because of the ninja school graduation exam. That's okay, I'll take Aoi out to play. Yaharu, are you an angel? Naruto couldn't help but hug Yaharu tightly. Despite having the same experiences as Yuri, he bore no resentment towards their father. Among the three sons, he was undoubtedly the closest to Naruto and was the one who thought the most about him. Hee, you're over 100 years old combined, and you're still acting spoiled. Yuri was very displeased with Yaharu's behavior and sarcastically remarked, Big brother, aren't you the same? You all came back, and my Byakugan saw everything clearly. Cough. So soft little Aoi seemed to notice the commotion in the yard. She ran over, separated the two fighting Kyuubi, casually picked one up and hugged it, letting out a comfortable sound. Ugh, you little brat. I told you I'm not a pet. Don't hug me so casually. The Ninetales let out an annoyed growl. He had warned Xiao Kuei more than once, but it was useless because he couldn't struggle too hard out of fear of hurting her. But being held like this was so soft and super comfortable. I am the most powerful of the tailed beasts. You little brat could be slapped to death by me with one hand, understand? Ninetales is super fierce. Xiao Kuei nodded seriously, continuously petting the Ninetales' tail. You're not even listening to me, are you? Do you hate me? The Ninetales' repeated protests finally drew out the ultimate weapon of a child, tears. She looked at the Ninetales with watery eyes, ready to cry at any moment if she was dissatisfied. It's not that I hate you, can you not cry? I like Ninetales the most. Xiao Kuei rubbed her small cheeks against the Ninetales' fluffy face, leaving the fox with nowhere to vent his countless grievances. He couldn't help but think of how Naruto had been the same way when he was young, making him feel helpless. The former strongest-tailed beast had now been reduced to a babysitter. Deservedly so. Being Ninetales smiled with delight. The old man's head was now his. However, as he passed by Xiao Kuei, he suffered an ambush. The other Ninetales is also very cute. Xiao Kuei quickly caught the Ninetales and hugged him together, enjoying the double soft and fluffy sensation. The scene was especially warm under the afterglow of the sunset. Chapter 259. The Troublemaker and the Unexpected Visitor. Is dinner not ready yet? Not everyone found the scene warm, no matter how many times they saw it. They couldn't understand why the Ninetales referred to Yu as the old man. Although their similar personalities could explain it to some extent, why was communication between Yu and UCUN always so difficult? They even liked to joke about each other's ages. Was it some new kind of fun? The boy, who knew nothing about the two brothers' identities, could only complain with his chin resting on the table, reminding Hinata that he was hungry. Boruto, that's very impolite. Hinata tapped her son's head and soon filled the table with dishes. After all, they were family. Boruto raised his head, looking at his two brothers' biological mother, Kaguya. The thing that impressed him most about her was her hair and her appetite. Sister Kaguya, I added a bit of pepper to today's dishes. How is it? It's delicious. However, it was true that his mother had a good relationship with Kaguya, and it was common for them to exchange smiles like this. Boruto, you want to paint Hokage rock again today, right? Don't do that next time. After dinner, Naruto put down his chopsticks and casually mentioned it without scolding him, as he didn't know why Boruto disliked Hokage. He simply thought of it as child mischief. Dad, will you go to school on my graduation day? Boruto responded absent-mindedly, but in the end, still asked with a glimmer of hope. Can you use Shadow Clone? Oh. He didn't need to ask to know his dad wouldn't have time. Boruto's mood worsened again. Using a jutsu and coming in person couldn't be the same, could it? Come to my study later. I need to discuss something about the graduation exam with you. Not noticing Boruto's mood, Naruto turned to Yu, making Boruto feel even worse. Dad, come play with me after finishing her meal. Xiao Kuei found that the Ninetales had escaped her control, so she planned to find her dad, whom she really liked, to play with. She walked over to the sofa where Naruto was lying down. Xiao Kuei, Daddy is asleep. Hinata made a shushing gesture and gently covered Naruto with a blanket. Xiao Kuei called out in disappointment, but didn't disturb Naruto to play. Despite her young age, she was very sensible. What the heck? He finally comes home early and sleeps like a log. Boruto, who do you think made Dad so tired? The Hokage rock he painted was all cleaned up by Dad. The exhaustion from the shadow clones comes back to him. That's why he collapses. His work is already so tiring. Yeah, it's all my fault. Boruto nodded perfunctorily, suddenly noticing Hinata raising her hand to him. Thinking he was about to get scolded by his mother, he instinctively closed his eyes. Boruto, your dad and mom's tolerance for you is a given. But you're about to become a ninja. You need to be a bit more sensible. Hinata didn't hit him. She simply placed her hands on Boruto's shoulders, patiently educating him. Then if that's the case, why not just teach me a lesson? Why not say anything? If you think I did something wrong, just hit me. In Dad's eyes, what am I? Are we really father and son? Perhaps Boruto didn't even realize that everything he did was to get Naruto to pay more attention to him, to communicate with him a bit more, even if it was just to scold him. But Naruto was so dense that he couldn't understand. Overwhelmed, Boruto rushed out the door, not knowing where he ran off to. Boruto, let you go. Hinata wanted to rush after her child, but was stopped by Kagaya. She had seen this too many times. It was just a child's stubbornness, and she knew it wasn't appropriate for the mother to step in now. Just like back then with the eldest brother, truly brothers. The eldest brother must be good at talking, right? UCUN smiled knowingly, waving to U.E., indicating that he, who was often persuaded home by Chinai, would definitely be able to complete the task. Huff, huff, it hurts. Boruto ran aimlessly, without a destination, not wanting to stop, because if he did, the tears in his eyes would spill out uncontrollably until he bumped into someone. Are you okay? The person Boruto bumped into asked. He was wearing a beige cloak, with long front hair covering his right eye. His voice was cool, but his tone was gentle because he recognized his friend's son. I'm sorry, I bumped into you. Yeah, aren't you Uncle Sasuke? You're back. Boruto apologized reflexively, knowing he bumped into someone because he wasn't looking ahead, but he was surprised when he saw the other person's face. You just came back to the village. Haven't you gone home yet? Sasuke reached out to pull Boruto up from the ground. I ran out of the house. Come with me. Sasuke, seeing the tears at the corners of Boruto's eyes, could roughly guess what had happened, taking him to the training ground where he had spent time with Naruto and Sakura when he was young. He quickly made a fireball from the branches he spat out and used the materials he carried to prepare a warm drink, handing it to Boruto. Did you have a fight with the underachiever? No, but it's close. Boruto knew this was Sasuke's special term for his dad, taking the cup in his hand. Having an older brother who's better than you at everything must be a lot of pressure. Yeah, you and I are very similar. I had an older brother like you, when I was young. First in studies, great at sports, a genius among geniuses in ninjutsu. Sometimes I also wondered if I was superfluous to my parents. Is that so? Uncle Sasuke, you can understand me? That's great. I knew someone as cool as you would understand me better than that stupid old man of mine. Boruto seemed to have found a kindred spirit, and he changed his position to sit next to Sasuke and started complaining. Stupid? I don't deny that. So, did you surpass your much stronger brother later? I cut him down. So, what you're saying is, with a son as talented as Yuya, and with a close relationship where Yuzuru is always sticking to him, I end up feeling superfluous. Cut him down? What does that mean? Literally? No. This isn't the time to be serious. Boruto thought it best to pretend he understood and let it slide, so he didn't ask for details. I don't want to say much about those two, but even I can tell that guy cares about you a lot. Most of what he talks about when he chats with me is you. As one of the few who know Yuya's true identity, Sasuke felt a pang of sympathy for Boruto. That kind of brother is not something you can just surpass with effort. Don't lie to me. Someone like me. Why do I hate the Hokage? Because isn't the Hokage just someone who sits in an office and signs documents? Anyone can do that, right? Why is it him sacrificing time with family? As Boruto spoke, tears started to fall unconsciously, and he had to stop complaining to wipe them with his sleeve. Everyone in Konoha is my family. That guy would definitely say that, right? You think that because you don't know his past. Once you do, you might change your mind. My dad's past, it's getting late. Let's go back. Sasuke put out the fire on the ground and stood up to speak to Boruto. No, I'm sleeping here tonight. Your stubborn personality is just like his. Come with me. Sasuke couldn't just watch Boruto wander off into the wilderness, so he had no choice but to take him back to his home for the night. Chapter 260. Is he really my father and snoring? Sorry for the interruption. Boruto followed Sasuke into his house, which was surprisingly quiet, and no one came to greet Sasuke. Boruto politely called out, but no one responded. Since no one was around, Boruto instinctively looked down for slippers, but noticed something inside Sasuke's pair. Sasuke, however, was used to it and poured out the ninja's poisoned shuriken from the slippers. Just then, as he bent down to change his shoes, a water-filled balloon suddenly popped up from the floor, smashing into Sasuke, who caught it without looking and placed it on the cabinet. Hey, Sarada, what are these traps? Boruto was full of questions. If he hadn't been here before, he would have thought he was in the wrong place. It seemed like Sasuke wasn't very welcomed in this house. After taking off his shoes, he wanted to investigate, but as soon as he stepped on the floor, a hidden crossbow shot an arrow at him. Whoosh, that was close. I almost died. At that moment, the arrow was only 2 centimeters from Boruto's forehead. But thankfully Sasuke's Kusanagi sword arrived just in time to cut it in half, and the wooden arrow fell weakly to the ground. Boruto was so scared that he took a few steps back. He was just here to stay the night and almost lost his life. What is going on? Boruto, why did you come with Dad? Sarada peeked out from the living room. She didn't expect her traps would almost hurt Boruto and showed an embarrassed smile. I'm the one asking you. Where's Aunt Sakura? She got called to the hospital. She should be back soon. I'm back. Sasuke, you're home. Just as Sarada said. Sakura's voice came from behind, and she smiled brightly upon seeing Sasuke, hugging his waist. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption. Boruto, are you here to play with Sarada? Sakura asked curiously after letting go of Sasuke. No, actually, running away from home. That guy Naruto is really pitiful. Hey, have you ever thought it might be his fault? That guy may be a hopeless idiot, but he is not dumb enough to fight with a kid. Remember to go home properly tomorrow. Sakura waved her hand, as if agreeing to Boruto's stay, and went into the house, leaving the 3 of them in the living room. I say, Dad. Sarada stood with her hands on her hips in front of Sasuke, showing no remorse for setting up those traps and almost pressing her face against Sasuke's. W, what are you doing? The former Uchiha second young master, a rogue ninja from Konoha, who attacked the 5 Kage summit, the reincarnation of Indra. A man with the power to rule this world was being pushed back by his own daughter, his head hitting the sofa's backrest. When are you going to find a stable job? Can't you stay in the village like Uncle Naruto? Always drifting around, even though Mom doesn't say it. She is also very troubled inside. I have my own things to do. It's about Uncle Itachi, right? I know you're late-stage brother complex, but you don't need to visit him every few days, do you? Sarada hit the nail on the head. In her eyes, Itachi was a very gentle uncle. Even though he didn't appear often in Konoha, he always took good care of her, so the problem clearly lay with her father. Sasuke, the bathwater is ready. Boruto, you should wash up too. There's a new pair of pajamas here that Sasuke hasn't worn. Watching Sasuke being overshadowed by his daughter, Sakura couldn't help but smile. Now she was stepping in to ease the tension, speaking to the 2 men. I mean, is Uncle Sasuke's status at home really that low? Glug glug in the bathroom's tub. The 2 were silently soaking in hot water, and Boruto finally couldn't help but ask Sasuke, whose response was a frustrated bubble sound as half of his face submerged in the water. Oh, this feels so good. Boruto, wearing loose pajamas, entered Sarada's room. His hair was still a bit damp and messy, and he carried the scent of soap, which startled Sarada. Why you? How did you get in here? Sarada, who had been lying on her bed reading, quickly sat up when she saw Boruto entering uninvited. She was wearing safety shorts, so she shouldn't have been exposed. Aunt Sakura told me to wait in your room first. You really love studying, huh? Compared to the delicate heart of a girl, Boruto didn't think much of it. They were just simple classmates who grew up together. He looked up at the bookshelves on the wall and the books beside Sarada, and his head started to feel a bit dizzy. If I don't work hard now, how can I become Hokage in the future? Compared to Hokage, I actually prefer Uncle Sasuke's way, not bound by common sense, going wherever he wants, able to tell what I'm thinking at a glance, and making delicious drinks. Super cool. I envy you for having a dad like Uncle Naruto, the Hokage that everyone in the village admires, with a warm smile that makes people feel at ease. Sometimes his silly appearance on TV interviews is also very cool. What is so good about that kind of dad? Different paths don't conspire. The 2 frowned and exclaimed in unison, their gazes clashing in the air, sparking intense fireworks. It's so noisy. Those 2 little brats should be going to bed. Sakura pushed open the door with a pillow and blanket in her arms, scolding the 2 noisy kids. Mom, do we get switched to the hospital? Not intimidated by Sakura's reprimand, the 2 children asked her in unison. It was strange, looking at each other. They both seemed like they could be born from the same father, which would explain why their personalities were so different. Switch my foot. Take a look in the mirror before you speak. Sakura pinched Boruto's face and pulled him in front of the mirror. He was a complete copy of Naruto when he first joined Team 7. What is this? Let us put the issue of whether we're biological or not aside for now, Sarada said, looking at the bedding Sakura had placed on the floor with a puzzled expression. It's a sleeping mat. I was exhausted from the hospital and didn't have the energy to clean the guest room. So, just make do. Mom, what are you talking about? How can you let your daughter sleep in the same room as a boy? Boruto didn't voice his opinion, but Sarada immediately shouted. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she sneaked a glance at Boruto, her face reddening even more at the sight of his half-exposed chest. What does grip strength have to do with anything? Anyway, I disagree, Sarada protested. Sarada, your repeated objections make me wonder. Boruto stared blankly at the agitated Sarada as she fell silent, waiting for him to continue. Do you snore when you sleep? I wouldn't mind. Good night. Sakura, feeling a headache coming on, closed the door, only to hear Boruto's pitiful cry from inside. There was no doubt he had inherited that emotional dullness from Naruto. Chapter 261. The flourishing Uchiha and blossoming wood. In the end, she didn't sleep well. The next day, Sarada appeared in the living room with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Knowing what kind of person Boruto was one thing, but sleeping with a boy was another matter entirely. Seeing Boruto sleep more soundly than he did at his own home all night made her want to punch him. Good morning, Sarada. You don't look so good. Boruto, who was eating breakfast made by Sakura, said obliviously as Sarada approached. Good morning. Sarada wanted to say, who do you think caused this? But even if she said it, Boruto wouldn't understand. So, she just bit in her piece of bread angrily, thinking that the golden crust resembled Boruto enough to imagine she was biting him to death. Sarada, we're coming in. Just as Sarada was contemplating how to kill Boruto, two uninvited girls entered the living room. The girl with golden hair and twin ponytails was naturally Cho, and the other girl with shoulder-length hair like Rin-S had a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. With black hair and black eyes, she was a standard Uchiha, the daughter of Obito and Rin, Uchiha Aoi. Oh no, Sarada felt like she was in trouble, completely forgetting that she had promised them to go out on their day off. Now, seeing the two of them sitting across from each other at breakfast, they fell into deep thought. Cho looked at them suspiciously, not expecting their relationship to develop so quickly. I see it, Aoi exclaimed, spotting the disheveled Boruto and the dark circles under Sarada's eyes. Something scandalous happened yesterday. Aoi immediately reacted, looking at the two of them with the expression of someone who had found a big scoop. This mischievous girl had no other hobbies but digging up gossip. It's not what you think. Sarada, I'm leaving. Boruto didn't feel the need to explain, thanked Sakura and Sasuke, and left their home, leaving Sarada in a state of chaos. Get back here. This is just like fleeing from a crime, you jerk. As things progressed, technology gradually entered the ninja era, and Konoha began to see entertainment facilities like game centers. Right now, Boruto was playing a fighting game with a girl with white eyes. Not only did Boruto attract attention, but the girl he was playing with also drew countless gazes. Her long black hair reached down to her knees, and if it weren't tied back with a hairband, it would probably be even longer. Two long pigtails tied with bows casually draped over her chest, and her smile was as dazzling as fireworks, making her a bright spot in the game center. You lost again. Looking at the KO on the screen, Hanabi nodded in satisfaction, speaking to the frustrated Boruto. Aunt, can't you let me win? Unfortunately, the ninja world is very cruel. Go buy drinks. I want the most expensive one. Aren't you supposed to be the elder? Is it really okay to squeeze your younger generation as pocket money like this? What are you talking about? Your grandfather dotes on you a lot. Do you want me to tell you how much of your allowance I know about? Hanabi looked at Boruto with a smile. Hinata had always favored boys, and since she didn't have a son herself, she was naturally overjoyed that Hinata gave birth to the first son for the Hyuga clan, practically wanting to shower him with everything from the Hyuga family. You're ruthless, Boruto mumbled as he walked away. After a while, he returned with 2 cups of drinks and sat down with Hanabi in the resting area to drink. What's wrong? You seem down. Wasn't it you who called me out to play games? Hanabi noticed Boruto's restless mood and asked curiously. Actually, yesterday Boruto didn't intend to hide anything and told her about what happened yesterday. He called Hanabi out today because he didn't know how to face his worried mother. Did you have a fight with your sister? I've had those moments too. Don't you think I did something wrong? Whether right or wrong, what is done is done. Just let it go. People can't go through life without making mistakes. However, what puzzles me is that both of you have such silly and cute personalities. How did you end up with such a strange child like you? You're a bit like my child. Seriously, why would someone as excellent as you like a fool like my dad? Boruto genuinely liked Hanabi. Not only did they get along well, but she often took him out to play, even in areas that minors weren't allowed to enter. But the more he liked her, the more he felt she deserved better. If you were to talk about Hanabi's feelings for Naruto, everyone in Konoha knew except Naruto himself. Even Boruto could see it, but everyone respected her opinion, and no one reminded Naruto, which led to a wait of 27 years. So foolish, so neglectful of family, and lacking in paternal dignity. When I was 6, I saw him get kicked from the house to the yard by Yui for getting the birthdays of Yui and Hayamura mixed up. Afterwards, he awkwardly apologized. And he is so dense, he can't even see what Aunt Hanabi's feelings are. I really don't know what's good about him. Boruto kept complaining about his father until he noticed the uncontainable smile in Hanabi's eyes and fell silent, not knowing where his words had become amusing. Keep talking. I'm not saying anymore. Back then, I was just like you, finding everything about Naruto annoying. Changing your mind can take a long time, but in the end, he still captured your heart, didn't he? And how did you end up liking him? Although it happened 20 years ago, I still remember it clearly. That day, he foolishly asked me what kind of person I wanted to marry. I described someone who would step up during a crisis in Konoha, when all the ninjas were at a loss, to protect the village and become a hero. Years later, Konoha really faced such a crisis, and the one who saved the village was Naruto. Looking back, it feels like that guy was deliberately setting me up. No way. He doesn't have that kind of brain. But you all say Dad is a very strong ninja, saving Konoha and the world. Isn't that just boasting about someone in high position? It's all just flattery. It's normal to have such thoughts when you see him acting foolishly every day. But it's all true. Without him, the world would have ended. Even if it hadn't, we wouldn't be enjoying peace like this. You're already going to the battlefield at your age. I don't believe it. How about you confess quickly, Annie? That idiot won't realize it for who knows how long. You're almost 30, right? Ouch. Boruto pouted, only to receive a righteous punch from Hanabi. Don't casually talk about a girl's age. And he doesn't have no reaction like you said. Hanabi, you're here. It was a coincidence. Just as they were talking about Naruto, he suddenly appeared at the arcade, seemingly looking for Hanabi. Ugh. Boruto was startled. He had run away from home and came to the arcade that Hinata usually didn't allow him to go to. If she found out, no one could save him. Boruto, you little rascal, sneaking off to play here again. Be careful your mom doesn't find out and give you a beating. Naruto raised his hand to Boruto, hesitated for a moment, and then patted him on the head, reminding him to be safe. Isn't that Lord Hokage? What do you need me for? In a few days, it's Akane's birthday. Remember to come to my house to celebrate. You came all the way just for this? Of course not. Hanabi, you're not a kid anymore. You should find someone to marry. By the time I was your age, Boruto was already running around. Naruto's words made Boruto cover his face. If he were Hanabi, he would have already gone up and given him a set of gossip palms. What? Do you really want me to be married off to another man and then be treated like this and that? Hinata and your mother are both worried about you. Looking at Hanabi's resentful expression, Naruto wasn't sure why he hesitated and could only bring up her mother and sister. Oh, what exactly did they say? Naruto, if Hanabi can find a good man like you, I would be at ease. If Hanabi can marry someone as excellent as Naruto-kun, I would be at ease. That's what they said. Naruto honestly replied, while Boruto wished he could find a hole to bury Naruto in. Having such a foolish dad really made him want to scream. And how do you know I don't have someone I like? Hanabi couldn't be bothered to get angry. If she were going to be angry, she would have already been dead from this idiot just amusingly asking, Ido, who is it? If it's an ordinary person, how about I shamelessly go talk to him about marrying into the Hyuga family? Naruto's heart tightened, and he threw aside his inexplicable worries, urgently asking, lean in a little, his name is, Before Naruto could hear Hanabi's soft mumble, he felt a pain in his chest. Hanabi's soft fist had hit him without him noticing. Just before she left, Hanabi's slightly playful tone came back, saying that it would be more sincere to come to invite and lecture him goodbye. Hokage's office. What's wrong? Shikamaru, who was helping Naruto with work, suddenly heard him grunt and put down the document to ask. It's nothing, just feeling the pain of a shadow clone. Shikamaru, it seems like Hanabi has someone she likes. Oh, perhaps it was an illusion, but after Naruto said this, Shikamaru's worried expression suddenly turned cold. Who could it be? After work. Come to my house to get some deer antler. I hope it can help you a bit. Shikamaru wouldn't do anything excessive, but he also hoped that the Hokage wouldn't lower the average IQ of the village while lowering emotional intelligence at the same time. He could only hope that the deer antler produced by his family could make him a little smarter. It won't be me, right? Just as Shikamaru opened the door to go out, Naruto's somewhat unconfident voice reached his ears. How many girls are there at 15? Shikamaru didn't turn back, just sighed lightly and left the office. Chapter 262, Support from Kurama and the new team of 3 Sannin. Late at night, Naruto lay in bed, unable to sleep for a long time. Even with his lovely wife sleeping beside him, he couldn't shake off the unease in his heart. What he said to Shikamaru in the office today was purely a guess. If Shikamaru had just teased him, it would have been over. Unexpectedly, he received a tacit answer, which meant big trouble. Has Hanabi not married for so many years because of him? Making a girl wait so long is too much, right? Naruto-kun, what's wrong? I can hear your heartbeat. Hinata, noticing Naruto's unusual behavior, leaned over and touched his chest as she asked. Hinata, just think of it as me being confused. Do you think Hanabi might like me? After hesitating for a long time, Naruto decided to ask Hinata. After all, she likes me is one of the three great illusions in life. Do you have a fever? Hinata looked visibly surprised, raising her head to press her forehead against Naruto's to check his temperature. Is it really just my illusion? Hinata's reaction relieved Naruto, but her next sentence left him at a loss. If it's not a fever, why did you suddenly react? I thought you would never find out. Does this mean? That girl definitely likes you. She is since the beginning. Since Naruto had realized it himself, it didn't count as breaking the agreement. Hinata was definitely going to help her sister a bit here, making Naruto sure that what he felt was not an illusion. But, I want to force you to accept Hanabi, but you can't go against your own feelings. Naruto's panicked look was expected. Hinata pressed her finger against his lips, not letting him continue, but seriously warned him not to give up on Hanabi because of other people's opinions. My heart. Naruto couldn't even figure out his own heart, falling asleep with a tangled emotion, and then he arrived at the long-lost ceiling space. Kurama, long time no see. The Nine Tails sat on the ground, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Naruto hadn't been here for a while, because he had been too busy with work. Don't we see each other every day? I haven't been to the ceiling space for a long time. Naruto smiled and leaned against the Nine Tails' body, continuing to think about how to deal with the situation with Hanabi. What are you confused about? Even if you don't understand your own heart, have you forgotten all of this too? Kaibai and Naruto are connected at heart, so he naturally knows what Naruto is thinking. He swipes a paw in front of Naruto and plays scenes he has seen before, all related to Hanabi. On a rainy day, Hanabi, who ran away from home, is found by Naruto, and when she is injured and lying on his back, she reveals a smile. After Naruto returns to the village 3 years later, Hanabi, who starts to grow her hair long because of his words, clearly isn't good at managing long hair. After completing a mission during a hot spring trip, the girl who resembles her older sister shows a gentle expression upon hearing Naruto's view of her. And Naruto realizes that the Hinata from that time was actually Hanabi. In her spare time, she does handicrafts that she is not good at, presents Naruto with her first handmade gift, and on a cold night when he is arguing with Hinata, she secretly covers him with a blanket. All these actions reveal Hanabi's hidden feelings. Lastly, the most memorable scene for Naruto is that of the girl who would sacrifice herself to protect him. Perhaps it was from that moment that Naruto's heart began to change a little. Think about it carefully. If you really can't accept her, shouldn't you be thinking about how to make her give up now? Yet you hesitate, and that's the answer. Thank you, Kurama. Helping friends in need is not something to take for granted. A few days later, during the CHNIN exam, Boruto graduates as expected. Although he doesn't have the exaggerated talent of Salad, he can easily create 5 shadow clones and receives a forehead protector with the Konoha symbol. Next, he goes to meet his J-Nin instructor along with his teammates. It really is Konohamaru-sensei. Seeing the teacher assigned to him by the Hokage, Boruto shows a predictable expression. Is this really how it is? Do you dislike me that much? Konohamaru's veins pop out, and he grabs Boruto's head, twisting it vigorously. As a teacher, he couldn't physically punish students before, but now he can justifiably teach this stubborn brat under the guise of training. After all, it's his dad who sent him to keep an eye on me. So, according to tradition, why don't you 3 introduce yourselves? Your names, likes, dislikes, and dreams. Or something like that. I'm Uzumaki Boruto, my favorite is my sister, my least favorite is the Hokage, and my dream, well, it doesn't matter. My only goal is that guy. Boruto's expression is serious as he supports his chin with his hands. His goal is undoubtedly to surpass Hyuga. After being enlightened by Sasuke, he feels that the priority is to surpass Hyuga, and it would feel great to step on the brother who is so high above him. I am Uchiha Sarada. My favorite is my mom, my least favorite is those who disrespect the Hokage, and my dream is to become Hokage. Sarada looks at Boruto in surprise. This guy seems to be more and more like her father. She wonders if he has been led astray. It really was a case of being swapped at birth. How about you? Konohamaru can clearly see that these two resemble each other's fathers, and after the teasing, he looks at the last team member. He has blue-white hair, beautiful amber-like eyes, pale skin, and wears very loose, long-sleeved blue and white traditional clothing. His facial features are very soft, making him look like a girl. I'm Mitsuki. I have nothing I like or dislike. The person I care about is Boruto, and my dream is to be the moon that reflects Boruto's light. Mitsuki, who is asked, smiles gently and turns to Boruto, saying seriously, do you know that guy? Sarada raises an eyebrow, although Mitsuki looks very much like a girl. The age-old tradition of love triangles and ninja teams should not be broken. However, even as a boy, Mitsuki's appearance gives Sarada a sense of crisis. I don't know him. Mitsuki, who are your parents? Boruto shakes his head. He feels that Mitsuki might have said that because he admires his dad, and he asks curiously. Orochimaru. Huh, that's Dad's really creepy master? Boruto exclaims in surprise. He remembers Orochimaru as a strange person who always liked to lick him with his tongue, and after licking, he would smirk and praise his health. How rude. I even held you when you were a child. I totally forgot about that embarrassing memory. Wait, why did you only mention your father's name? Who did that kind of person marry? Sarada also knows Orochimaru, although Sasuke doesn't admit it. Most of his combat skills were taught by Orochimaru, so he is considered his master. Sarada recognizes him because Orochimaru was very interested in her body. But every time he tried to get close, Sasuke would chop him into pieces. She is very curious about who such a pervert would marry. He didn't marry. Orochimaru is both my father and mother. Chapter 263. Sister Snake and the Enviable Guy. This happened more than 10 years ago, when Mitsuki was just born. Sasuke, who had just married Sakura, came to the Land of Rain to meet Itachi, but was informed by Deidara that Itachi had been taken by Orochimaru. Anxious, Sasuke used his brother's radar to find Orochimaru's secret base. After cutting through the lab door with the Kusanagi sword, he saw Itachi sitting on the bed with his upper body naked and Orochimaru holding a baby in his arms. Orochimaru, what have you done to my brother? This combination looks quite strange, but Sasuke doesn't have time to think. He raises the Kusanagi sword, pointing it at Orochimaru, questioning him. If he intends to take over Itachi's body, he will definitely chop him down first. It's just a routine physical examination. You haven't forgotten how your brother died, have you? That doesn't require you to do it. Sasuke falls silent. He couldn't win against Itachi back then. Itachi, who was gravely ill, fell before him. Now that Itachi has revived, he wonders if his body will face the same fate. When I was teamed up with him, I told him to take care of his health. If he had just taken my medicine, he could have lived for several more years, but he didn't listen. By then, his body wouldn't even be his own anymore. Itachi coldly responds to Orochimaru's words. The only reason he agrees to the physical examination is that Orochimaru has changed, and he wants to spend as much time as possible with Sasuke. So he naturally needs to get his body ready first. Have you abducted someone again? Sasuke asks, looking at the baby in Orochimaru's hands. He dislikes Orochimaru's habit of conducting live experiments. If Orochimaru wants to use this baby for something, he will take action. No, this is my child. Who did you have it with? Sasuke notices that Orochimaru doesn't seem to be lying and, knowing Orochimaru's dark personality, can't help but ask. Wanted to see which girl would actually like him. Your brother. Do you take me for a fool? Ha! Sasuke, after studying for so long, you didn't even notice such a simple thing. Maintaining my original appearance is just my hobby. Who gave you the confidence to think my body is male? Orochimaru smiled darkly, reaching down to pull off the human skin mask he wore, revealing a delicate girl's face in front of Sasuke, and his voice changed from eerie to a soft, girlish tone. Chop chop you. Sasuke's voice trembled as he recalled that Itachi had indeed been looking at that child when he first entered, and they were both disheveled. His brother had been single for many years. What if this stinky snake tempted him? He would rather move to the moon than call Orochimaru's sister-in-law. Sasuke, don't listen to his nonsense. This is a synthetic human he made himself. Although Itachi enjoyed seeing Sasuke jealous, he immediately clarified that he was not a pervert and told Sasuke about Mitsuki's identity. Ha ha, this layer is also a mask. Orochimaru laughed joyfully, removing the beautiful female mask from his face and returning to his original form. And afterward, a furious Sasuke destroyed half of his base. Hey, this is really interesting. Boruto commented after coming back to his senses from the story Mitsuki told, while Sarada, next to him, struggled to hold back her laughter, almost dying at the thought of her father's expression at that time. So, Konohamaru-sensei, we're going to the family restaurant to celebrate graduation later. See you. After saying goodbye to Konohamaru, Boruto pulled a still-laughing Sarada and Mitsuki away. Remember to come tomorrow for a mission. In the family restaurant of Konoha, Boruto and Shikadai each held their own gaming handhelds, playing a game called Summoning Beast Go. After both found a rare summoning beast at the same time, they began a heated debate over its ownership. My dad is the Hokage. My grandpa is the Hokage. My grandpa's Master S teacher is the Hokage. My dad's Master S wife is the Hokage. My dad's Master S wife's grandfather and uncle are both Hokage. My dad's teacher is also the Hokage. My whole family is Hokage. Since it was a debate, both sides naturally brought out their advantages, and Boruto's advantage was something no one could learn. I say, didn't you hate the Hokage the most? Shikadai had really had enough of Boruto's words, trying to pressure him using his father's identity and saying it so confidently. I hate it, but that doesn't stop me from using its title to pressure you. Are you afraid facing the second generation? Afraid of what? You're nothing like Yuhi. Sure, I'm just not as good as Yuhi. Boruto was already used to being compared with Yuhi, but Shikadai's words were not malicious. Just simple banter, so he didn't take it to heart. Hey, I didn't expect to be in the same group as Boruto. I want to be in the same group as Boruto too. Aoi, sitting to Boruto's right, leaned on the table, expressing her regret and jealousy. Didn't you graduate last year? Where did that guy Hokage go? Boruto didn't understand what Aoi meant by that. Since she was Rin's child, she was naturally one of the childhood friends. And Hokage was too, but because of a certain guy who should be judged for 3 years. Aoi was a year older than her companions, the same age as Yuhi. I'm here. ISNT to pity, I'm not in the same group as you. Hokage stood up from behind Boruto's chair and leaned over the back of Boruto's seat to ask. You and Sarada are the same. What is the difference in who you team up with? Is it the difference between strong X1 and X2? You little brat, does that mean you're prepared to die? Hokage angrily put his arm around Boruto's neck. In terms of grip strength, she was even stronger than Sarada, who was sitting on the left and was also eager to pick up her cup. Boruto will still choose Sarada. Listen to me, I always saw it that day. Aoi suddenly spoke up. Even though that day Sarada had stuffed her mouth with countless snacks, she still wanted to say it now. Shut up. Sarada quickly turned her gun towards Aoi, but there was still Boruto sandwiched between them, and she ended up pressing down on Boruto, causing Hokage behind them to be pulled into the mix and fall on top of Boruto. The four of them squeezed together in a small space. You're clearly so much better than Yuhi, in terms of popularity with women. Shikadai watched the scene in front of him speechless, clearly blessed but unaware of it. It was really tough for him. Hey, didn't you say you wanted to defeat Yuhi? Let me give you a suggestion. That guy Yuhi is much more mature on the inside than on the outside, right? That's true. The more mature a person is, the more interested they're in adult things. For example, Shikadai closed a menu on the table, pointing at the area painted yellow, revealing an expression that boys of this age would understand. Oh, you make a good point. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll leave first. Boruto thought this was a very good suggestion. If he could find something like a yellow book in Yui's room and give it to Naruto, the whole family would definitely be disappointed in him, not knowing that his own dad was also not a good guy. Rare summoning beast get. After Boruto left, Shikadai nodded in satisfaction, grabbing the summoning beast that no one fought over. Indeed, having a family background was less important than having brains. Almost forgot that guy is also a bookworm. Boruto sneaked into Yui's room and was immediately overwhelmed by a sea of books. He should still be busy at school now. And Yuhi had taken little Aoi out to play, so this was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Looking around, it was all books, making him dizzy. Since he was looking for something, he could rule out the obvious places, so Boruto targeted the corners of drawers and under the bed. ISNT this grandpa is Kanai. And this sealing technique seems to have been drawn by grandma. It's hidden here, right? After a lot of effort, Boruto finally found what he wanted under the bed. A strangely shaped kunai stuck in the floor, with strange runes spreading out from the blade, forming a peculiar array. Without thinking, Boruto pulled out the kunai and then lost consciousness. Chapter 264. The Past of the Father and the Heart of Understanding when Boruto regained consciousness. He found himself in a strange village, the moon overhead emitting an ominous glow. The dim night sky was undoubtedly nighttime. But the people in the village were not sleeping peacefully. Instead, they were running through the streets, with cries for help and curses merging into one. The most shouted being the Ninetales are coming. Hey, what happened? Boruto tried to grab a passerby to ask, but his hand passed through the terrified middle-aged man. Boruto quietly watched the people continuously passing through his body without panic. His long-winded dad had said more than once that the first thing to do in a crisis is to think calmly. Is it an illusion? Boruto started running, taking advantage of the properties of his void body to pass through streets and houses, heading towards the area where the battle was most intense. He only stopped when he ran into the barrier and saw the giant fox. Gibi. Boruto's legs began to tremble. Although he was in a Jinjutsu, the killing intent and hatred emanating from the Ninetales felt as real as ever, suffocating him. This was an instinctual response to fear, and it was hard to imagine that the destructive Ninetales was the same Kaibai that usually lay on Hokage's head like a pet. After he slightly adapted to the pressure, he turned his gaze to the two ninjas standing in front of the fox. Grandpa, Grandma. Although they looked young, their features were too obvious. Grandpa was holding a baby and talking to Kushina, while the young grandma shook her head with tears streaming down her face. Finally, After Grandpa's persuasion, she nodded in agreement. So the baby is. Boruto looked at the golden-haired infant in the swaddling cloth. The 6 whiskers on his face were so prominent. There was no doubt it was his father, but before he could say anything, he was stunned by the scene before him. The 9-tailed shark claws pierced through Grandpa and Grandma's bodies. This sudden turn of events scared him back a few steps, causing him to fall to the ground. Then he heard Minato and Kushina's dying words, sealing half of the 9 tails into Naruto for the future of the ninja world. Without asking for Boruto's opinion, the scene shifted. A 4 or 5-year-old child walked down the street, hands in his pockets, silently walking along. Those who saw him looked at him with disgust, and some even hurled verbal insults at him, mostly telling him to go die. Mischievous children picked up bricks from the ground and threw them at him. Stop, stop, bastards. Each attack felt like it was hitting Boruto's heart. He roared to stop what those bastards were doing, but his arms passed through them time and time again. Little Naruto had already been bullied to tears. He had never felt such regret over his own powerlessness and could only cry along with Naruto. Boruto followed Naruto for a long time, later realizing that those willing to bully Naruto were considered good people because there were even more who completely ignored him, not even giving him a glance, pulling their family members away to keep their distance, as if they were as void as Boruto himself. Eventually, they arrived at a shop called Ichiraka Ramen, where only the handmaid owner did not disdain Naruto and serve him a bowl of hot ramen. His daughter also applied medicine to Naruto's wounds, which made Boruto understand why his dad loved that ramen shop so much. Fortunately, Naruto's hard days did not last long. Before Boruto could develop hatred for the people of Konoha, the scene shifted to the day Naruto met his fate with the 9 tails. Despite being bullied so much, he did not seek the 9 tails' power for revenge, but chose to trust it, treating the 9 tails, which had caused him so much misery, as a friend. It was this innocence that led the 9 tails to lend its power to his father, allowing little Naruto to feel the warmth of family. Then, under the 9 tails' encouragement, Naruto climbed over a high wall and met his lifelong partner, only to be tied to a pole and beaten by Neji during a night raid. Before he officially started talking to Hinata, who fainted from shyness. Its mom, how cute she was back then. Boruto laughed at the scene before him. 4-year-old Hinata was indeed very cute. There were no photos of her from that time at home, but now looking at them, Boruto suddenly felt that his parents' relationship was truly special. Then he saw many more things, including Naruto learning forbidden techniques to see his parents again. The scene of Tsunade protecting Naruto with her life made Boruto understand why his dad kept mumbling about the owner in front of the nameless memorial stone. The birth of Aunt Hanabi made Boruto realize how his aunt gradually fell for such a foolish dad. The unclear relationship with Sasuke made Boruto understand why they called each other best friends. During Orochimaru's attack on Konoha, Naruto comprehended the Flying Thunder God technique and the kind of ninja he represented while persuading Tsunade. All these scenes warmed Boruto's heart. And then the scene shifted to the moment Sasuke left. At that time, Boruto really wanted to comfort his dad, who was crying so sorrowfully, while also feeling resentful towards his beloved Uncle Sasuke, which led Naruto to leave Konoha. He punched fists with strange-tailed beasts, established friendly relations with various enemy nations, and then returned to Konoha 3 years later, facing the Six Paths pain as a hero, enduring the pain of losing Jiraiya without killing his brother, and vowing to bring peace to the world. He truly accomplished it, reflecting on the friendly relations among the 5 great nations and his dad's efforts for Konoha. Boruto realized that he didn't seem to dislike him as much anymore. As the 4th Great Ninja War began, Boruto could hardly believe that the Uncle Obito who was always pulling on Aunt Rin's ears was so insane. However, he also became the mediator between Naruto and Kaguya, not giving up even when facing powerful enemies in ancient times. After fist-bumping with the 9 tails, Boruto felt his blood boil and couldn't help but cheer for his dad. Then, during the final battle, he witnessed Naruto creating miracles again and again to bring Obito back to the right path. This was everything Boruto saw, and after the scene ended, he woke up. "You're awake." Yuhi sat on the bed on the floor and said lightly after seeing Boruto open his eyes. "Yuhi, you set that ceiling array knowing I would come to your room, right?" Boruto was not a fool and naturally realized that Yuhi had set him up. That ceiling array was definitely not made today, but rather prepared in advance, anticipating what he would do here. "I hope you can see your father's past and understand him. Mind your own business." Boruto grunted unwillingly and left Yuhi's room. After returning to his own room, he opened the drawer of the cabinet and took out a dusty photo frame. Inside was a photo of him playing on Naruto's shoulders when he was 5 years old. At that time, Naruto was not yet Hokage, and he didn't dislike his dad. Boruto carefully wiped off the dust and placed it in the most conspicuous spot. Chapter 265. The fleeting information and the only one contributing in the Fourth War the next day. Konohamaru's class welcomed their first mission, capturing a panda that was destroying rural fields. After finding the target, the panda charged wildly towards them. Sarah, hit the ground with all your strength. Konohamaru-sensei, use the shadow binding technique to tie it up. Mitsuki, help me massage my shoulders. Boruto commanded calmly. Under Sarada's fists, the ground cracked open, causing the panda to stop due to losing its footing. Then, Konohamaru used the scientific ninja tools in his hand to shoot out the shadow binding technique contained in a scroll, easily capturing the panda. How's this strength? Mitsuki obediently asked as he stood behind Boruto, massaging his shoulders. Yeah, just right. Are you kidding? Why do we have to listen to your commands? Sarada's fist impatiently hit Boruto's head, of course much lighter than before. Although his body reacted instinctively and the result was good, she was still very displeased about being commanded by him. Of course, simple things like this panda don't require my intervention. That said, this doesn't serve the purpose of training. Konohamaru was surprised at how smoothly Boruto, who usually doesn't care much about teamwork, was taking charge. He had a significantly improved impression of him in that moment. Teacher Konohamaru, this D-rank mission is a bit lackluster. How about we ask Dad to give us an A-rank mission disguised as a C-rank task? And then we can encounter a super dangerous fugitive and have an epic battle? We could even impress a girl. This story sounds familiar. You've been watching too much of it lately. No way. A lower ninja should act like a lower ninja. TCH so stingy. Clearly, Kakashi-sensei listened to Dad's advice and took on missions back in the day. What a fool, Teacher Konohamaru. I'm telling you, Konohamaru didn't know what had happened to Boruto, but it seemed like his resentment towards Naruto had lessened when he mentioned him. After thinking for a while, without any breakthroughs, he decided to take him back to submit the mission. 8 minutes? Was the first mission that quick? Naruto was a bit surprised looking at the mission record. He knew that he had spent half a day on a cat-catching mission with Sakura and Sasuke back in the day. If it weren't for the trouble of tying up the panda, it could have been even faster. Dad, I did pretty well, right? Boruto leaned over Naruto's desk, making his intentions unmistakably clear. You did well, but here you should call me Hokage-sama. At that moment, Naruto had an epiphany. He reached out and patted Boruto's head in praise. Got it, Hokage-sama. Boruto smiled slightly and obediently addressed him as such. Among the 5 present, except for Shikadai, everyone felt a chill watching the smiling Boruto. Naruto felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Was this kid smiling while hiding a knife to take him out? Boruto, what's wrong? Should I ask Mom to take a look at you? Sarada was extremely worried about Boruto's condition. He looked like he had either bumped his head or was in imminent danger. Didn't they say that when someone is about to die, their words are kind? What are you talking about? I'm perfectly fine. Anyway, the mission is done. Hokage-sama, I'll wait for you downstairs to go home together. Boruto pushed away Sarada's hand that was groping him and left the office after leaving a remark to Naruto. You're blocking my light. The waiting time was long and boring. Boruto knew Naruto would be slow, so he simply played on his handheld console. After a while, a square-faced man with glasses suddenly appeared in front of him. Judging by the logo on his clothes, he seemed to be from the Scientific Ninja Tools class, but Boruto couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Boruto-kun, are you interested in becoming the spokesperson for Scientific Ninja Tools? I can give you the latest one for free. The man named Fangs was still trying to tempt Boruto. He had just suggested to Naruto to use Scientific Ninja Tools in the Chunin exams, but was rejected, so he turned his attention to Boruto, thinking that kids are always easy to fool. Do you know the Land of Snow? You mean that technological superpower that's 10 years ahead of the world? Yeah, I know. Fang's eyes sparkled with longing. The Land of Snow was a place every scientist dreamed of visiting, but unfortunately, they don't share their technology with outsiders. Maybe you don't know the relationship between the daimyo there and my dad. I've been tired of this stuff for 10 years. I'll give you something better later. So don't bother me while I'm playing games. A character death sound effect came from Boruto's handheld, and he looked up disdainfully at the Scientific Ninja Tools in Fang's hands, waving him away with a dismissive gesture. When he played with this stuff back then, he had attempted to sabotage Yuhi, but ended up with egg on his face. Bruce. He had witnessed what real battles were like, so he naturally looked down on these things now. The so-called Scientific Ninja Tools were nothing in front of his dad. Boruto. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shadow clone? Boruto asked, confused, as he watched Naruto run downstairs. It was only 3 in the afternoon, far from the time Naruto was supposed to finish work. No, I have something to take care of today. Let's go together. Okay. Boruto nodded and followed Naruto. When he saw his dad's empty palm, he mustered the courage to hold his right hand. When Naruto looked at him strangely, Boruto immediately turned his head away, not wanting him to see his expression. Although Naruto didn't know why his son suddenly got close to him, he cherished this bond and held Boruto's hand tightly. The largest orphanage in Konoha was Naruto's destination. The orphans here were children who had lost their families, but they were living happily now because they had a good Hokage. Mr. Kabuto, I'm here. As soon as Naruto entered the orphanage, he was surrounded by children, and it took him a while to reach Kabuto, who was sitting in a wheelchair, to greet him. I'm sorry to trouble you every week. Kabuto took out a list from his pocket. It contained essential items for the orphanage. No matter which country allocated a budget for orphanages, it was limited, and making ends meet was tough. He had originally been brought into Root by Danzo because of insufficient funds, but things had changed because of Naruto. What are you talking about? I'm not here to help Mr. Kabuto. As Hokage, isn't it only natural to do something for these kids? Naruto took the list from Kabuto's hands and began using Yin-Yang release. Countless fresh ingredients and snacks appeared from his hands, and the children cheered at the sight. Orphanage children often went hungry, but Konoha's kids did not. In fact, they ate better than average kids, all thanks to Naruto. This guy hasn't changed at all, Boruto, hello. Kabuto watched the children's happy smiles and smiled genuinely for the first time as the only one who worked hard during the Fourth Shinobi War. Then he turned to look at Boruto, who had been left out. Hello, Mr. Kabuto. Dad troubled you when he was young. Oh. Kabuto had seen Boruto a few times before, but didn't expect him to be so polite now. More importantly, he noticed that Boruto, who had previously disliked Naruto, was now showing a slightly jealous expression as he watched Naruto being surrounded by the children. If you don't mind, could you tell me some stories about Dad when he was young? I'd like to hear them in detail. Sure, compared to his current demigod status. He was quite foolish back then. He often made Lord Orochimaru so angry that he would jump up. Chapter 266, The Heart of Mutual Understanding, and Leave Your Daughter to Me. Gurgle. After finishing up at the orphanage, Naruto's stomach protested, signaling that using Yin-Yang release had consumed quite a bit of energy, causing his body to automatically convey hunger. This is a headache. Dinner is still a while away. Come on, Dad. Let's go to your favorite Ichiraka ramen. Boruto, seeing Naruto like this, naturally knew what he wanted to do. So he took his hand and headed toward Ichiraka ramen. In the past, he could only go alone, but things were different now. Boruto silently vowed not to let his dad experience the loneliness of the past again. Handmade uncle, I want. The two small hands held onto the larger hand and quickly arrived at Ichiraka's shop. Even after so many years, it hadn't changed. Just before Naruto was about to call out what he wanted, Boruto spoke up instead. A large bowl of miso chashu with narutomaki. You know what I like to eat? Boruto's advance order surprised Naruto, as Boruto didn't really like ramen and had come here only a few times, let alone what he liked. Dad, you can eat. I'm treating you with the reward from my first mission, just like you treated Mom to ramen with your first mission's reward back then. Did Hinata tell you? Yeah. Back then your mom ate even more than I did. It was quite a shock. Although more than 20 years had passed. This incident was still quite vivid in Naruto's mind, and he couldn't help but laugh as he recalled losing a bet to Hinata back then. Aren't you going to eat? After the ramen was placed in front of Naruto, he picked up his chopsticks but just stared blankly at the clear broth, which made Boruto curious and ask, Boruto, I'm a fool, but I can feel that you've changed a lot. It seems you don't hate me as much anymore. I'm really happy that you're willing to accompany me like this. I used to take family ties for granted. The hardships you've faced are beyond my imagination. If I were in your shoes. Boruto shook his head. After seeing his dad's experiences, he couldn't bring himself to hate Naruto. Back then, Naruto wouldn't even show his temper. He had to fall asleep just to meet his grandfather, unlike him, who was spoiled by his family every day. Now, the only way he could repay them was to be a bit more understanding. I know that after becoming Hokage, I don't have time to be with you and Hinata. Actually, I've always wanted to talk to you, but I can't even spare time for that. I used to complain about why you became Hokage, but now I think Hokage is irreplaceable. For you, being Hokage is not just a childhood dream. It's also a form of recognition from others, affirming your existence, your name, everything about you. No one will ignore you anymore, so I will fully support you, Dad. Boruto expressed his understanding of Hokage and then showed Naruto a sunny smile. Raising his fist, Naruto couldn't help but shed tears. How could he not be happy that his son, who had the worst relationship with him, understood his struggles? As their fists bumped together, all barriers disappeared. You still haven't changed that habit of crying easily. Tomorrow is Himawari's birthday. You have to make it in time. Boruto recalled the most common image in his memories, his dad crying. Now, in front of his son, Naruto was crying in a very undignified manner, But Boruto didn't dislike this version of Naruto. Instead, he comforted him normally. Well, Dad, you should go home first. I'm going to Sarada's house. After Naruto finished his ramen, Boruto left him, as he had important matters to attend to. He ran to Sarada's house and knocked on the door with enthusiasm, recalling the fist bump with Naruto. It's you. Sasuke opened the door, quietly waiting for Boruto's next words. As long as this kid wasn't running away from home again. Uncle Sasuke, you're just in time. Please become my master. Boruto, what are you thinking? Wanted to take my dad as your master? Do you want to become just like him? Sarada appeared out from behind Sasuke, fully aware of her dad's story. What if Boruto learned those bad habits from him? Reason. Sasuke gave his daughter a light chop to make her shut up. If there wasn't a reason he liked, he wouldn't take on a disciple. You once said that if I knew about Dad, I would change my view of him. Now I know, but I don't want to become Hokage like him. I want to be the one who supports the Hokage from behind. Sarada, if you become Hokage in the future, I will always stand behind you. As Boruto spoke, he thought of Sarada's dream and gave her a thumbs up with a smile. Who wants you to stand behind me? Sarada pushed her glasses and turned away, feeling unable to face Boruto, who suddenly declared his goals. And one more important thing. You are the only powerful ninja in the world who can tie with my dad. To support the Hokage, you must have that strength. Please, I'm very strict. A hint of a smile flashed in Sasuke's eyes. This kid really resembled him, and his silly daughter seemed quite happy. At this point, he had no choice but to accept this disciple. Please teach me, Master. Chapter 267. Put away that book and speak properly. Kushina the next day, in the evening. Himawari had already held a grand birthday party at the Hyuga family during the day, and now it was a birthday party just for her family. However, Naruto's house was not quiet, as the two brothers were having a fierce argument over Himawari's affection. Himawari likes me. No, it must be me. How dare the moon compete with the sun? Have you seen this photo? It's of Himawari's affection for her brother. Boruto took out his precious photo, which was captured years ago when Himawari kissed him on the cheek during a gathering, taken by Konohamaru and later sold to him at a high price. Although you're my cute little brother, my love for Himawari is like the distance between heaven and earth compared to yours. Naturally, Himawari likes me even more. Photos like these are plentiful, Yamato said as he pulled out a stack of photos from his pocket, all showing him being close with his sister. Are you a pervert? Then let Himawari decide. Boruto almost forgot that Yamato was always hanging around Himawari. Seeing himself being outdone, he snapped his fingers, and the shadow clones that had been hiding outside came in, carrying a pile of gifts. No one said a birthday gift could only be one. This should be decided by quantity. Looks like you were prepared too. Yamato frowned slightly at the shadow clones who entered, and, at his invitation, a few of his own shadow clones also came in carrying a pile of gifts. Just the gift from the two of them filled the room. All right, Himawari, quickly say who you like the most. I like Dad the most naturally. Himawari liked both, but making her choose was too painful. So she ran to Naruto and buried her face in his arms like an ostrich. How could this happen? Boruto and Yamato instantly froze, kneeling on the ground in disappointment. All their efforts lost to a dad who did nothing. You two idiots, Himawari, these are gifts for you from your brothers. You'll be attending the ninja school soon, so I hope they help you. Yui mercilessly mocked the two fools, then took out the book she made and handed it to Himawari. The title on the cover reads 6 years of ninja school, 3 years of simulations in large letters. Himawari opened the book and took a quick glance before closing it immediately, silently adding it to her list of disliked gifts. I feel like Himawari's expression just now was quite subtle, while Naruto was internally criticizing Yui for not understanding love. Minato and Kushina also arrived to celebrate their lovely granddaughter's birthday. Himawari, Grandma is late. Come give me a hug. Kushina's eyes sparkled as she looked at Himawari in Naruto's arms, snatching her away and rubbing her cheek against the little girl's face. Grandma, it's so hard, Naruto. Is that really not a shadow clone here? Minato asked Naruto with some concern as he approached, afraid that if Naruto made a mistake at work, little Aoi would surely be very sad. Of course not. I worked hard to complete today's mission. You did great. If you encounter any difficulties, Dad will help you. Minato could sense the fatigue in Naruto's words. Every time he thought of that little kid's dreams finally coming true, he felt proud and couldn't help but pat his head and praise him. Aoi, have you missed me? Hanabi suddenly popped up from somewhere, snatching Aoi away from Kushina, leaving the grandma both angry and helpless. Didn't we just see each other during the day, Aunt Hanabi? For me, not seeing Aoi for even a minute feels lonely. Aoi was undoubtedly the cutest child in Naruto's family, and even Hanabi couldn't resist rubbing her little face to express her affection. So, Ichi Hinata, is there nothing to drink at home? With everyone gathered, it was naturally time to prepare dinner. While helping in the kitchen, Kushina noticed they were short on drinks, which was not a mistake Hinata would typically make. I forgot to prepare it, Mom. How about letting Naruto and Hanabi go buy some? Hinata smiled shyly, then pretended to say it casually, but it was very purposeful. She could only trick a fool like Naruto. Naruto is playing with Aoi, I'll go. Kushina understood Hinata's intention to matchmake the two, but she thought it was useless, so she disrupted Hinata's plan and firmly called Hanabi outside. Why are you forcing me out? To help you buy medicine for back pain? The distance from Naruto's house to the store was neither too far nor too close, just enough for a simple conversation. Hanabi understood that Kushina didn't just call her out to buy something and asked with annoyance. Little girl, we first met when you were 10, right? Do you remember? Kushina ignored Hanabi's provocation, just looking deeply at her and asking. I remember. My memory isn't that bad yet. My first impression of you was dislike. You were like an incredibly willful little brat, taking advantage of Naruto and Hinata's affection to run wild. And what I hated most was how you always bullied Naruto. But that's all in the past. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to wait for him for so long. All my dissatisfaction has completely disappeared over the years. How much longer do you want to wait? Kushina grasped Hanabi's shoulder and asked. She remembered that she once thought of tripping Hanabi so she wouldn't marry into their family. But it seemed Hanabi saw through her thoughts and stubbornly waited until the day she had to beg her to marry into the family. Kushina had to admit that after battling with Hanabi for half a lifetime, she finally lost. Yeah, how much longer do I have to wait? Hanabi retorted. It wasn't that she wanted to wait so long. It was entirely because Kushina's foolish son was slow to realize. I am for the Uzumaki clan, and I age a bit slower than ordinary people. Even with this advantage, after so many years, I've started to get some wrinkles, let alone you. A girl's shelf life is quite short, so cherish yourself a little more. Kushina angrily pinched Hanabi's face. Hanabi was still quite young. But who could guarantee she would always be like this? Are you concerned about me? Don't get me wrong. I'm just worried about my foolish son. Making a girl wait for so many years is a hellish debacle. Since you say I'm willful, let me wait a little longer. I have a feeling that the wood will bloom soon. I'll give you another year. After a year, I'll tie you up and throw you onto Naruto's bed. Kushina didn't know where Hanabi got her confidence, helplessly giving up on persuading her and then issuing a final ultimatum. Hey, is this how a mother acts? Besides, how could Naruto possibly do as you wish? Hanabi was both amused and exasperated by Kushina's words. She understood Kushina's good intentions, but her methods still carried a hint of violence. Drugging him. After all, it's not the first time he's been drugged. You're definitely from the chaotic evil camp, aren't you? Mom and Hanabi still haven't returned. Naruto, completely unaware of the conversation above, looked at the Dark Knight and said with some worry, Who knows, Naruto-kun? Why don't you go call Kagaya? Hinata, knowing that Kushina was likely talking with Hanabi about something, suggested that Naruto shouldn't disturb them. Naruto responded and walked upstairs. Kagaya's room had a spacious balcony, and she was standing there as usual, looking up at the sky. After Naruto arrived, he didn't disturb her and just quietly stood beside her. Naruto, I wonder if it's really okay for me to live so happily like this. Being with the person I love every day, watching my child grow up, even though I still carry guilt. Kagaya gently leaned her head on Naruto's shoulder, her tone carrying a sense of happiness, but also some worry. It's okay. No matter what happens, I'll protect you, just like 1,000 years ago. Naruto understood what Kagaya was worried about. She was still being hunted by people from her planet, and the pursuers could come at any time. But what Naruto needed to do was to eliminate her unease. He held her hand tightly. No matter when, Naruto's hand was always so warm. But Kagaya soon felt him release her hand. Then both hands moved to her lips, using 2 fingers to create a smile at the corners of her mouth. I really like to see you smile, but it's hard to see. Silly, if you want to see it, just say so. Kagaya was amused by Naruto's words. Gently pressing into his embrace and resting her head against his chest, softly saying, Let's go celebrate our lovely daughter's birthday. Maoi, happy birthday. Hinata inserted 7 candles into the cake. Today was the birthday from 6 to 7 years old for little Aoi, and everyone present offered their blessings. My wish is for everyone to live happily and healthily together with little Aoi's sweet wish. The 7 candles were promptly extinguished, offering blessings for a beautiful future. Chapter 268. When the fireworks bloom, the fireworks festival. Naruto took the flyer from Hinata. This kind of festival was held several times a year in Konoha, and there was nothing particularly special about it. It's tonight. You have time, right? But I have work. Naruto-kun, you must make time. Hinata's face suddenly pressed against Naruto's, speaking deliberately, and although he could smell his wife's warm breath, Naruto felt no heartbeat. No, there was a heartbeat, but it was from fear. Naruto looked at Hinata, whose face was a bit dark, and suddenly remembered the terror of being dominated by his wife in the past. He quickly assured her, and today Shikamaru saw Naruto frantically handling documents as if he had gone mad, finally earning some free time in the evening. What's this? Are you the only one? When Naruto finally arrived at the agreed place, only Hanabi was there, still wearing her favorite flame-pattern yukata. After seeing Naruto, she tilted her head and asked, "Hey, so this is my sister's scheme, huh? What do you think? Should we go back?" Hanabi sighed. No wonder Hinata kept insisting that she must come today. It turned out there was a plan involved. But that silly sister didn't he think? If Naruto could easily get her, would he be so tired? Right now, he was probably just thinking about going home and meeting more people. I'm not going back. Let us just stay like this. Naruto had already decided not to retreat any longer. He grabbed Hanabi's hand and led her into the bustling crowd, which surprised Hanabi. Physical contact had become quite normal for the two of them. Holding hands wasn't a big deal, but it was the first time Naruto was so proactive. 5 minutes later, you Hokage? Hanabi laughed heartlessly as she looked at Naruto, who was covered in gifts. It was his fault for being so popular. Everyone wanted to give him something when they saw him. But he looked just like when they first attended the fireworks festival together, though back then, all the gifts were bought by her. Stop laughing. How can we stroll like this? Naruto didn't want to laugh at all. If this continued, he would become more eye-catching than the fireworks. Hey, put this on. Hanabi ran into a mask shop and bought a white fox mask, putting it on Naruto's face, which significantly reduced the attention he drew. If you had this method, you should have said so earlier. Naruto, like he did 20 years ago, used shadow clones to send the gifts back home and then strolled with Hanabi. Compared to before, Hanabi had fewer interests now, and after a long time, she only had a candy apple in her hand. What's wrong? Do you want to eat it? Hanabi could feel Naruto's gaze lingering on her, and she oddly brought the candy apple to his lips and asked, "No, it's not that." Naruto quickly turned his head, pretending to look around, thankful for the mask that hid his expression. Otherwise, it would have revealed his thoughts. "You're really nervous. Your palms are sweaty." Hanabi squeezed the hand they were holding, noticing that today Naruto seemed to be afraid she would get lost and hadn't let go of her hand at all. It's because the weather is hot. Is that so? Hey, that couple over there, are you interested in playing this? Just hit the target with a shuriken to win a great prize. Just as their atmosphere became slightly awkward, a shout suddenly came from a vendor, an old man with gray hair waving at them. "You're still doing this kind of business?" Despite the long time that had passed, Hanabi immediately recognized him as the vendor who had tricked her with hardwood back in the day. She had always liked the black bear skin that Naruto had won for her, but unfortunately, it was destroyed during Pain's attack on Konoha. "If you keep doing this kind of fraudulent business, I'll call the guards to arrest you." Naruto weighed the wooden shuriken in his hand, which hadn't changed at all since back then, and said helplessly, now as Hokage, he couldn't just ignore it. "How can you insult me out of nowhere? Do you know how long I've been running the shop? Let me tell you, the last kid who won first prize here is now Hokage. Can this be considered fraud? If you can't win a prize, it's just because you lack strength." The vendor argued back confidently, and, as the party involved, Naruto found his reasoning so compelling that he couldn't refute it. "Strength, are you talking about this?" Hanabi smiled faintly, picked up the wooden shuriken, and threw it at the wooden target. Upon impact, both shattered into pieces, leaving the vendor's eyes wide open in shock. "No, this is not scientific." The vendor cried out in pain, having planned to make a good profit, but hitting a snag instead. This scene felt oddly familiar. "I don't want a first prize. I'll borrow your little shop for a moment." Hanabi showed no interest in the prize and pulled Naruto into the back of the shop, where miscellaneous items were piled up, casually pulling down the curtain. "Thud! Naruto, what do you think of me?" Hanabi leaned against the wall behind Naruto, executing a perfect wall slam, using one hand to remove the mask from his face, asking, "W, what do you mean? You've already realized my feelings. Haven to you. You bad guy?" Hanabi pinched Naruto's face, scolding him for pretending not to know when he clearly had discovered it. What else could it be but being a bad guy? Is it that obvious? Anyone can tell. So, will you accept or refuse? "Hanabi, listen to me. I'm not worthy of your affection. I'm foolish. It took me so long to realize your feelings, and I've married more than just your sister. And I have so many children, so what? Do you want me to give up? Even if I said it, you and T give up, right? You know all my shortcomings, yet you still want T give up. So what? Although my feelings for you lean more towards familial love, I admit that it contains more than just that. I will work hard to turn those feelings into love. Under Naruto's near certain words, Hanabi finally couldn't help but kiss his lips. Hanabi's lips felt soft, sweet, and tasted like candy apples. Accepting such a kiss was simpler than he had imagined, with no psychological pressure at all. It's too late, you idiot. I've waited for this sentence for 15 years, you fool. After their lips parted, Hanabi tugged at Naruto's collar and cried, her tears of joy and resentment soaking his chest. I'm sorry, Naruto silently embraced Hanabi's waist, and after she composed herself, he took her out of the little shop, where the fireworks had already begun to be lit. Whoosh! With a sudden sound, people looked up at the fireworks in the night sky, countless colorful lights quickly rising and leaving trails of gray smoke. These lights burst in the sky, emitting colorful glows, painting the dark night sky into a brilliant array of colors. The fireworks are beautiful, huh? After watching the dazzling fireworks, Hanabi turned to Naruto and spoke, but was interrupted as Naruto pinched her chin, and all she could see was Naruto's increasingly close lips. Under the gaze of the fireworks, their lips inevitably met. The fireworks, Hanabi, are very beautiful. After they separated, Naruto scratched his cheek and turned his head away, not letting Hanabi see his flushed face. You idiot! Hanabi's face turned bright red. Although she didn't mind taking the initiative to kiss Naruto, his sudden kiss made her heart race. She couldn't help but remember her sister saying, Naruto isn't shy about being proactive when he needs to be. Though she felt shy, Naruto's feelings had indeed been conveyed. Chapter 269. The wedding with my sister-in-law and the uninvited guest this day is well known in Konoha. Their beloved 7th Hokage is getting married again. Why say again? Because he has a sister-in-law who has been waiting for him for over 10 years. And now they have finally come together. No one thinks poorly of the Hokage for this marriage. After all, he is the hero who brought Konoha to its peak of prosperity and saved the world. More capable people take on more work, right? The wedding venue is still the same cherry blossom-filled forest, and the guests are the same ones from over 10 years ago. Except for the bride. It feels like the scene has been recreated. Father-in-law, Hyuga Hisashi, silently handed Hanabi to Naruto, making the Hokage, who couldn't decide whether to call himself the new son-in-law or the old son-in-law, look troubled. You brat, you've harmed my daughter, harmed my 2 daughters. Hyuga Hisashi punched Naruto in the stomach. He wanted to smile while giving his daughter away, but unfortunately, she was marrying this troublesome jerk. It's not that marrying the already married Naruto would tarnish the Hyuga family's reputation. Konoha's public opinion holds no malice, but he just feels upset. Come on, why ruin such a happy day by hitting your son-in-law? Hinata couldn't watch any longer and dragged her agitated husband away. As they were being pulled away, Hisashi angrily muttered, I'm really not happy. Let me hit him a few more times. The father-in-law's punches really hurt. Just endure it, after all. You've taken away both of your favorite daughters. Wearing a white wedding kimono, Hanabi radiated happiness as she linked her arm with Naruto's. After that fireworks festival, their relationship didn't make any significant breakthroughs, having always been more than siblings but less than lovers. Even after marriage, the only difference would probably be that Hanabi would just change where she sleeps at night. Hanabi, you look beautiful. So this is what it feels like to marry the same person as my sister. It's a bit shy. Hanabi's face flushed, and while Hinata generously shared Naruto with her a bit, she still felt a bit guilty towards her sister. Then came the guest segment. Jiraiya personally pinned a flower on Naruto again, expressing many sentiments, while Minato reminded Naruto to treat the girl who waited for him for so long well. Kushina and Hanabi exchanged glares, neither willing to give in. What is it like to mate? Scorpion, are you going to pull that again? Learn to read the room. Even the dialogues between Scorpion and Deidara were the same as back then. Of course, Naruto received his cross-dressing figurine as a wedding gift again. It must feel very strange attending your father's wedding, right? Not everyone was happy about this wedding. Sarada approached the gloomy Boruto with a smile. Don't talk to me. I'm trying to decide whether to congratulate him or punch Dad twice. Oh, is it that complicated? Honestly, I'm really happy for my sister. She waited so long for this outcome, but I feel so embarrassed for Dad. Boruto covered his face. Recently, people kept congratulating him by saying, hey, congratulations on your dad's marriage, which greatly harmed Boruto's young heart. All right then, congratulations are still necessary. I'll go with you. Sarada unceremoniously pulled Boruto's arm and brought him to Naruto and Hanabi, just as her dad was saying something to Naruto. I really didn't see back then how popular you were with girls. I'll admit it, I'm not as good as you in this regard. Sasuke's admission of defeat was genuine, While they might be evenly matched in friend fights, he surprisingly had a talent for this kind of thing. Does this even need a winner or loser? Dad, and congratulations. I really can't say it out loud. You heartless old man, dumb old man. Boruto couldn't help but punch Naruto in the chest, his tone full of resentment. Naruto could only laugh foolishly, enduring his son's attacks. It seems like they're hosting some interesting event. This group of monkeys. Even though the wedding scene was very lively, a mocking voice clearly reached everyone's ears. They all looked up at the two floating in the sky, the speaker being a young man with white eyes. You're referring to me, Mamashiki. Beside the young man floated a burly, rotund figure, who seemed to be his servant, replying respectfully. This tone, Naruto felt a sense of helplessness. It had finally come. The people from Kagaya's planet were indeed fond of monkeys, and now their identities were clear without needing to guess. Kinshiki, Mamashiki, it's actually you. Kagaya walked to Naruto's side, grabbing his hand to ease her anxiety. Kagaya, since you're still alive, why is there no God Tree-S aura on this planet? My Byakugan clearly tells me that those two little monkeys have your bloodline. You actually combined with these monkeys from this planet? Mamashiki questioned Kagaya, his gaze shifting to Kagaya and her village, a surge of inexplicable anger rising in him. In their world, Kagaya had rejected countless suitors, yet she was with a monkey. It was like watching cabbage being poked by a pig when viewed from the human perspective. It's none of your business. I'm very happy now. TCH. You're right. My goal is just the chakra within that monkey. Don't die, foxes. Mamashiki didn't want to waste words with the monkeys and raised his hand, gathering a supersized tailed beast bomb above his head, its size even covering the forest where the wedding was held. Sasuke, I'll leave the rest to you. Naruto calmly watched the tailed beast bomb without dodging, instead entering tailed beast mode, wrapping the dangerous sphere with a nine-tails golden chakra to block the explosion. Understood. Sasuke knew why Naruto was doing this, and took Hanabi, Boruto, and Sarada away from him, keeping them at a distance. Dad? Just as Naruto was contemplating whether he could withstand the explosion, another surge of Nine-Tails power came over, as Minato also wrapped the tailed beast bomb with his own Nine-Tails chakra along with Naruto. How can I let you bear this alone? I'm also a Hokage after all. Minato revealed a reassuring smile and raised his fist to Naruto. Grandpa Dad. The last image Boruto saw in Sasuke's arms was of Grandpa and Dad's fists meeting, and then he was knocked unconscious by the violent shockwave of the explosion. Chapter 270, The Furious Bride and the Monkey's Terrifying Combat Power Dad. Boruto suddenly opened his eyes and called out, finding himself lying in Hinata's embrace. The forest that had been filled with birds and flowers now looked like it had experienced the apocalypse. All the trees had turned to ash, and the soil smelled burnt. What should have been a festive wedding had turned into a complete mess. Mom, where's Dad? He was taken away, and so was Dad and Kagaya. Damn it. Damn it. Boruto struggled to get up and rushed out recklessly. He couldn't accept it. Just recently, he and Naruto had come to an understanding, and their story had only just begun when his father faced an unexpected disaster. How about he calm down? Where are you going? Sasuke appeared in front of Boruto, wrapping an arm around his waist and lifting him up, preventing him from running off. Master, let me go. I want to save Dad. Don't lose your composure. That guy's not so easy to kill. He got captured on purpose. On purpose? Sasuke's words finally calmed Boruto down, and he asked in confusion. Yeah, they came to hunt Kagaya. Naruto predicted this day over 10 years ago and conducted countless drills with us, ultimately choosing to pretend to be captured. But why do it this way? Don't ask me everything. Can't you understand the scene before your eyes? It's to protect us, right? That damn Dad. Boruto quickly understood Naruto's plan. This was Konoha, and these people were monsters capable of destroying vast areas with ease. Once Naruto was captured, they would surely move to a safe place, and Naruto wanted to settle things there. However, it could only be said that their timing was unfortunate, as those people were all present. Sasuke actually intended to go rescue Naruto alone, and now behind him, the members of Akatsuki had donned black cloaks with red clouds, as if they were already prepared. Who would have thought that Akatsuki would take on the mission to rescue the Hokage? Let me show off my skills. Obito wasn't worried about Naruto's safety. If that guy were so easy to kill, he would have ruled the world by now. What are you showing off for? If you can't save Naruto and Teacher Minato, just wait to kneel on a washboard. Rin, who was comforting Kushina, saw her husband still talking nonsense and angrily walked over, grabbing his ear and threatening him. Yes, the once spirited Obito immediately shrank back, repeatedly assuring them before stepping into the portal created by Sasuke's Rinnegan. These are the people going, right? Sasuke counted the heads. All of Akatsuki, Yuhi, and the Boruto. And me. At this moment, Hanabi had changed out of her wedding kimono into a ninja mission outfit, emanating a dangerous aura. Ignoring her sister and parents' advice, she insisted on going. You, the one who ruined the wedding, must pay the price. Hanabi gritted her teeth in anger. Why did it have to happen today, of all days? A blue light flashed in her eyes, which even made Sasuke feel a slight pressure. In the alternate space of Momoshiki, the land was desolate, strewn with rocks and scorched earth, as if a natural disaster had occurred. Only a dead tree, resembling the god tree, stood tall against the sky, with Naruto and Minato bound by its branches, unable to move. Which one should I eat first? Momoshiki's gaze flickered between Naruto and Minato, suffering from a dilemma. Both of their chakra felt so delicious. Momoshiki, it's not too late to stop now. Naruto once. Kagaya, trapped in a cage formed by red chakra rods, was more worried about Momoshiki than Naruto. She wanted to tell him how terrifying Naruto's power was, but was interrupted by him. Shut up. You gave up the dignity of the Otsutsuki clan and chose to merge with monkeys. And now you even abandoned your identity as a guardian, separating from the god tree. You are nothing now. Dad, can't we make a move yet? Naruto felt his anger rise as he saw Kagaya being scolded. In his eyes, Momoshiki wasn't strong at all. He was far weaker than he had imagined, being nothing but a chakra absorber. Just wait a bit longer. They should be here soon. Minato felt the same way, but he didn't dare take risks. After all, Kagaya was still in their hands, and he wouldn't joke about his daughter-in-law's life without complete certainty. Just as Minato finished speaking, a space-time gate opened nearby, and a group of people emerged, led by members of Akatsuki. Rinnegan, huh? I didn't expect there to be someone exceptional among the monkeys. I'll grant you the title of superior monkey. Momoshiki was surprised that someone could enter his alternate space, but upon seeing Obito's eyes, he understood. He still maintained that lofty demeanor, which made Obito very unhappy. Although he was now controlled by his wife, he had once been the legitimate big boss, and now he was mocked by an alien. There's no need for Momoshiki to give orders. Kinshiki had already acted. A half-moon-shaped red halo appeared behind him, forming a giant chakra axe, which he swung toward the Akatsuki members, only to be blocked by an even larger giant blade. Oh, is this the weapon of an alien? Let's see if my Samahada can devour it clean. Kisame had no interest in rescuing the Hokage. His only interest was to see what the alien's chakra tasted like. When he saw the opponent foolishly using a chakra weapon, he laughed maniacally, swinging Samahada to force Kinshiki back repeatedly. Meanwhile, Naruto and Minato took advantage of Momoshiki's distraction to use Flying Thunder God to escape. They quickly arrived beside Kagaya, only to find that they couldn't break the cage with their powers. They simply used Flying Thunder God to transfer the cage next to Sasuke. Obito, please. Hungry Ghost Path. Since it was a creation of chakra, it was no challenge for the Rinnegan. Obito casually absorbed the chakra from the cage and freed Kagaya. Dad, Boruto, seeing his father saved, finally relaxed and rushed into his embrace, holding on tightly. You little brat, what are you competing with me for? Hanabi had been ready to jump into Naruto's arms, but Boruto beat her to it and gave him a few light punches out of jealousy. Hanabi, why are you here too? Wait, let me show you something good. Hanabi mysteriously smiled and closed her eyes, beginning to gather chakra. His power. You? Others felt nothing, but Kagaya distinctly sensed a very powerful ocular power, recalling the eyes that had been taken from her 15 years ago, even if only for a moment. Those eyes had indeed become Rinnegan, and she was surprised that Hanabi could now control such power. My chakra. Kinshiki, while swinging his axe, noticed something was off. The axe in his hand seemed to be getting smaller, while the opponent's blade grew larger. Finally, in a clash, his weapon was completely devoured by Samahada, and he was knocked back violently. Not tasty? What a shame. Kisame stroked his beloved sword, listening to the sounds coming from it, then looked at Kinshiki with a hint of regret. Damn monkey, you will regret angering me. Kinshiki couldn't believe he was being bullied by a monkey. With a roar, the rocks and soil on the ground seemed to come to life, gathering around him, and in the blink of an eye, a giant made of rock stood in front of everyone. Fourth generation, it's been a while since we collaborated. Let's do this together. Oh, since the opponent has grown huge, we must retaliate in kind. Itachi and Minato's combination is also quite suitable. The red armored Susanoo stands on the ground, clashing with the earth giant. This group of monkeys fighting power. Tauscher feels something is off. He seems to have underestimated these monkeys. Their combat power is comparable to that of the royal family. At this moment, he is considering whether to retreat and seek reinforcements. Chapter 271. unconventional wedding cake, and the unexpectedly adopted brother to the younger sister. Are you still looking around? You are Kagaya's. Tao Shi turns around to look at the indifferent Yu, feeling an increasing sense of unease in his heart. This child gives him an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he is the reincarnation of some terrifying entity. You must have prepared yourself for the consequences of abducting my parents. 6 gate. Open. It is known that the opponent can absorb chakra and convert it into their own energy. How to respond? Isn't this too simple? Even a first-year student at the Ninja Academy wouldn't know the answer. Don't be fooled by Yu Yi's appearance. He has seriously practiced the 8 gates, specifically to counter these pursuers. After opening the 6th gate, his body is surrounded by green gas, and he punches Tao Shi in the stomach. Ugh! Tao Shi opens his mouth and spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. He can feel part of his internal organ shattered. He wants to dodge Yu Yi's punch, but the current Yu Yi is no longer human. Who knows how strong the Sage of 6 Paths using the 8 gates is? Probably even if he called all his kin from his planet, they wouldn't be enough to take down Yu Yi alone. Scorpion, aren't you going to help? Deidara watches the scene of pure abuse, feeling like they have returned to the days when Akatsuki played the villains. It seems a bit wrong for so many to bully just 2 opponents. He's almost dead. I'll just pick up a corpse and see how the alien puppet works later. Here, Scorpion, who is worse than Deidara, has already planned how to deal with their corpses. There's one thing I must thank you for. You forced my mother to this planet, and she did not become as disgusting as you. Be a good person in the next life. Yu Yi shows no mercy. At this point, Tao Shi has been beaten to the ground, gasping for breath. After speaking, Yu Yi prepares to take his life himself. Lord Tao Shi, on the other side, Jin Shi, is also cornered by the armored Susanoo. Seeing Tao Shi in crisis, he disregards his own safety and rushes to his side after losing an arm. With his last strength, he pushes Yu Yi back, but is completely exhausted. Please eat me. Jin Shi's roar awakens Tao Shi's last consciousness. He desperately uses the eye on his hand to absorb Jin Shi's body, turning it into a red fruit and swallowing it. Eating people. Naruto has always heard Kagaya talk about eating people, but now he witnesses what eating people really means, feeling a surge of nausea in his heart. That's right, the sad sins of our clan. A tear rolls down Kagaya's eye. Even after so many years, this sinful custom still persists, making her feel even more distressed in her accustomed peaceful life. These have nothing to do with you now. Sasuke, it's our turn. Naruto wipes away Kagaya's tears and stands at the front of the line with Sasuke. It's been a while since we collaborated. I hope you can keep up with me. Sasuke draws the Kusanagi sword from his back, and Naruto enters Sage of 6 Paths mode. The two of them charge towards Tao Shi without needing words. Just a bunch of monkeys. Having absorbed Jin Shi, Tao Shi can be said to be fully revived. His current appearance is similar to what Naruto saw of the royal family after their transformation, with red skin and demonic horns. A Rinnegan appearing in the center of his forehead. The eyes in the palms of his hands shoot out countless small, tailed beast balls to block the 2 charging people. Naruto continuously uses the Rikid SN to deflect the incoming attacks, while Sasuke advances in a straight line, with Naruto's Rikid balls automatically helping him deflect attacks whenever they come his way. With their cooperation, they quickly reach Tao Shi. However, Naruto suddenly feels his feet weaken. He has fallen victim to Tao Shi's earth technique. The ground in front of him has turned into a swamp. Seeing this, Sasuke immediately jumps and steps on Naruto to fly towards Tao Shi. Too slow. To Tao Shi, Sasuke's movements look like slow motion. Instead of retreating, he charges forward, slashing Sasuke's chest with his sharp nails, leaving a deep wound and sending him flying. In his moment of severe injury, Sasuke throws the Kusanagi sword at Tao Shi. Tao Shi is puzzled by the oncoming Kusanagi sword. His Rinnegan tells him that Sasuke is not faking. He has indeed been severely injured. A sword thrown by someone on the verge of death likely has some trick to it. After thinking for a moment, he decides to dodge it. However, as the Kusanagi sword grazes his face, a golden light suddenly rushes into his eyes, and he is then struck backward by Naruto's iron fist. Sasuke, you're reckless again. This is the 3rd time. Naruto immediately returns to Sasuke's side, using chakra to heal his wounds. He remembers very clearly that even though Sasuke doesn't say it, he always rushes into the most dangerous places to create opportunities during their collaborations, just like during the CH Nin exams and when dealing with Obito. If I don't sacrifice a bit, how can you leave a mark on him? Anyway, with you here, Sasuke is well aware of Naruto's abilities, so he is willing to take the risk. With Naruto's healing, his wounds quickly recover. He knows that from here on, he just needs to leave it to Naruto. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto releases Sasuke and forms the hand seal for Shadow Clone Jutsu. The sound of smoke fills the entire space as the Shadow clones appear. After the smoke clears, over 5,000 Shadow clones stand before Tao Shi. The sheer number makes his scalp tingle. Even for monkeys, this is terrifyingly excessive. Uzumaki Naruto. 5,000. Flash. Boruto witnesses an unforgettable scene in his life as 5,000 Shadow clones transform into golden light, fanning out towards Tao Shi's position. Each ray of light sends him staggering, and when the light fades, Tao Shi has collapsed to the ground. No longer human, his bones turn to dust. He hasn't died completely due to the alien's powerful vitality. Kaguya, it's over. Naruto retracts the power of the Sage of Six Paths, returning to his original form and going back to Kaguya's side. After Tao Shi's death, the pursuers completely lose track of Kaguya, and she no longer has to live in fear. Is it over? It is indeed over, but I want you all to die with me. The alternate space suddenly trembles. Tao Shi can no longer even speak, now using his soul to communicate. His body floats into the air, transforming into a black Ricket ball with a diameter of over a kilometer, intending to perish with Naruto. Here it comes. As the Ricket ball rushes towards everyone with a sense of oppression, Hanabi suddenly cries out. Silver flames ignite on her body, covering her completely and draping her in a silver divine robe, similar to when Naruto enters the Nine Tails linked mode, with an added aura of a sage. Her Byakugan seems to emit a ghostly blue electric glow, and 4 small Ricket balls orbit around her right hand, ready for her command. Hanabi, what is wrong? Who knows? After opening the rebirth eye, it turned out like this. Now I am a sage, just like you. Huh. Hanabi wanted to show off her new powers. But as soon as she took a step forward, she sank into the ground, her body leaning forward unsteadily. Her hands instinctively reached out to support herself, but instead, she caused a large chunk of the ground to collapse, and she fell in completely. Father. She couldn't control her powers when using the complete form of the rebirth eye for the first time. You should help her. Yamato shook his head regretfully. His descendants, like Yui, had inherited both the sage body and the sage eye. The sage body came from the clan of Kimimaro, and Hanabi thought she could perfectly control the rebirth, just because she had the sage eye, which was impossible without the help of another sage, who naturally was Naruto. Hanabi, are you okay? Naruto jumped into the pit that Hanabi had created, patting her head buried in the dirt. Don't look at me, this is so embarrassing. Hanabi fell into self-loathing, clearly wanting to show off, but ended up making such a huge blunder. How could she feel good about it? She might as well just lie down and wait to die. Stop saying silly things. Our wedding has just begun. Naruto entered sage mode again, intertwining his left hand with Hanabi's right, warm power continuously pouring into her body to help her calm her uncontrollable strength. The two floated into the air together, gold and silver reflecting off each other, as if the sun and moon had perfectly merged. 6 paths, golden wheel rebirth explosion. Naruto and Hanabi simultaneously raised their arms, and a sword of light, fused with gold and silver, extended from their hands, emitting a colorful glow, looking like a piece of art. Then the two of them, connected in mind, shouted the name of the sword at the same time. The length of the sword was not long, about the same as the Kusanagi, but with just a swing, it seemed to transcend space, nonsensically splitting the huge truth-seeking orb in front of them into 2 halves. Perhaps finding it amusing, Hanabi swung it again, and the truth-seeking orb responded by becoming 4 halves, which then began to petrify in mid-air, turning into sparkling dust that completely vanished. Other people cut cakes at weddings. What are we cutting here? Amidst Hanabi's self-mocking, the farce of the wedding came to a complete end. By the time they returned to Earth, the sky was completely dark. Reluctantly, the wedding had to end like this, or rather, the two of them had just begun their wedding. Why are you so skilled? How many times have you done this with other women? Are you playing this joke again? Hanabi's breathless question came from the gap in the door, bringing a perfect curtain down on the wedding, along with Naruto's frantic response. A year later, a girl named Hinata Hanabi was brought out of the delivery room by Sakura. When asked why the child had the surname Hinata, Hanabi replied that one must keep their word about marrying into the family. So was she who married him back then. Chapter 272. The white snow you care about and the sudden completion. In the land of snow, this country has completely transformed into a high-tech city after decades of development. The Lord's mansion has turned into skyscrapers. After a busy day, Bai rode the elevator back to her home. As soon as she entered, she heard the noisy voices of children. I want to play the lead role. No, this time it's my turn to play. Two 12-year-old girls were pulling each other's faces, refusing to give in to one another. Unlike ordinary people, they both had striking long red hair, beautiful like flames. Yuki Mizuki, what are you two arguing about again? Bai called out the names of her daughters, forcefully separating the two who frequently quarreled, and wearily asked, Mama by Mom, she stole my scene again. The two little girls shouted in unison, then glared at each other as if they wanted a bite. Stop making a fuss. Mommy is very tired. Where's your little snow mama? Bai took off her hat, and her long black hair fell freely in the air after being released from its confines. Paired with her exquisite features, she could definitely be considered a top beauty. Unfortunately, only Little Snow could see her like this. I'm here. Windflower Little Snow poked her head out of her room, holding a pen as if she had just been writing something. Look at the daughters you taught. They've all become drama queens. I didn't even need to ask to know that she was writing script. Sometimes she really wanted to leave this cursed place. She worked hard to handle state affairs to make the country better, while Little Snow played the role of a carefree manager, eating, drinking, and having fun every day. It was exhausting. But look, their hair is so beautiful. They were born just to be the lead roles. However, their father had golden hair, and neither of them had red hair. Why was that? Little Snow stuck out her tongue and hugged her two adorable daughters, contentedly admiring their red hair. Mama, I haven't seen Daddy for a long time. Yuki tugged at Little Snow's collar. In her eyes, her father was a busy person, only seen once a week, and sometimes they wouldn't see him for 2 weeks, just like now. Little Mizuki, hearing the word Daddy, also stopped making a fuss and looked at Little Snow eagerly without saying a word. Daddy is very busy. Why don't we go to Konoha to find him? Little Snow gently pinched her daughter's cheeks. She and Bai had both secretly married. After all, one was the lord of the land of snow, and the other was the lord of the land of white. They were still nominally husband and wife. And if it got out, it would probably cause a huge uproar in the land of snow. MHM, the two nodded in unison, seeming to only agree when talking about Daddy. Bai, are you going together? I'm not going. I've said it many times. I see him as always treating him like a little brother, huh? I understand. It's a sibling romance. Sai, I was really crazy back then to accompany you in such absurd things. Bai sighed over her misfortune, having made such a troublesome friend in Little Snow. Every time she saw the children's father, she felt a bit guilty. Clearly just wanted to be a helping sister, but accidentally became one of his wives. But if she hadn't done that, how would there be such adorable daughters? Looking at Bai's resentment, Little Snow immediately countered her with a single sentence. If it weren't for her secretly plotting against Bai, she would probably have ended up lonely for life. Little Snow didn't want to see Bai all alone. By the way, what exactly does Daddy do? Daddy is the Hokage. Synopsis, Boruto. My dad is the Hokage, my grandpa is the Hokage, my grandpa's master is the Hokage, my dad's master's wife is the Hokage, my dad's master's wife's grandfather and uncle are also Hokage. My dad's teacher is also the Hokage. My whole family is Hokage. Sarada, can we not talk about the Hokage? Boruto, the sage of 6 paths, is my brother. Sarada, let's talk about the Hokage instead. Boruto, my whole family is Hokage.